1 second ago, this woman was surrounded by relatives who were trying to persuade her to become a surrogate for someone else for a mere 2 or 3 million yuan. Those people were arrogant, and their words were extremely harsh. They even said that the man was generous and that she wouldn't lose anything, so she wasn't at a disadvantage no matter how you looked at it. But no one expected that the next second, Max, the richest man in the United Kingdom, would directly transfer 51% of his shares to Jiang Ruochu. Even the U.S. president took the initiative to approach her, adopting an extremely humble attitude, and begged her to allow them to import weapons materials. Those relatives who had bullied and looked down on her were now in a panic. They slapped themselves hard while kneeling on the ground begging for her forgiveness, hoping she would lead them to wealth. This woman's name is Jiang Ruochu. The whole story begins on the day the Jiang family went bankrupt. Jiang Ruochu's father was tricked by his business partner, who absconded with the funds, leaving behind a huge debt and plunging the entire Jiang family into despair. Jiang Ruochu was so angry that she trembled all over. She punched the television set in front of her and smashed it to pieces on the spot. It was this punch that led her to unexpectedly discover that she had inexplicably joined a time traveler chat group. The group members come from different worlds. There are transmigrators from ancient palace intrigue worlds, survivors from post-apocalyptic wastelands, powerful figures from Empress worlds, and big shots from cultivation worlds. In this chat group, Jiang Ruochu can not only exchange various supplies with other members, but also help them fulfill their wishes, thereby unlocking corresponding rewards. More importantly, this system can be continuously upgraded. The higher the level, the more amazing the rewards Jiang Ruochu can obtain. In order to resolve the crisis at home, Jiang Ruochu began to try to contact a time traveler from an ancient palace intrigue world and proposed to exchange modern entertainment resources for supplies. Jiang Ruochu asked directly, "What kind of show or movie do you want to watch? We can switch, or any other entertainment is fine." Yuan Tangtang was taken aback, then replied with delight, "You can do that? That's great." Yuan Tangtang was very tactful and knew she couldn't take things for free, so she immediately offered to exchange them for jewelry. "I have a lot of jewelry here, all bestowed by the emperor. The quality is definitely not bad. Do you need it?" Jiang Ruochu answered frankly, "Yes, I need it. I'm short of money right now." The two hit it off immediately, each getting what they needed. As a noble consort, Yuan Tangdang had no shortage of gold and silver, but she lacked things to pass the time. Jiang Ruochu's goal was also clear, to quickly convert her possessions into cash and resolve her immediate predicament. Jiang Ruochu, with her experience in auction houses, quickly offered advice. Hairpins are too antique and will take longer to sell. Bracelets and necklaces, on the other hand, have a wider audience and can be converted into cash more quickly. Gold, in particular, is a hard currency that can be sold at any time. Considering that transactions could only be made once a month, Jiang Ruochu simply stated her needs. Gold is preferred, followed by bracelets and necklaces, as these have less of a historical character and are easier to sell. Yuan Tangtang readily replied with okay. The next second, a system notification sounded, and 3 pieces of jewelry appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Ruochu. A pearl gold bracelet, a red and blue double gemstone ring, and a tourmaline 18-bead bracelet. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up. The gold bracelet was exquisitely crafted, set with 10 lustrous white pearls. Its courtly craftsmanship clearly indicated its high value. The ring featured swirling cloud patterns supporting 2 gemstones, a red and a blue one. Although the cut wasn't as modern as some other pieces, it exuded a classic charm. The bracelet was made of pink tourmaline, adorned with a green gourd and small pearls in the center, a very pleasing color scheme. Jiang Ruochu quickly estimated the value. The pearl and gold bracelet alone was worth about 3 million. If it were put up for auction, the price could be even higher, but she couldn't wait. She had to find a buyer privately to cash out first. As for the ring and bracelet, Jiang Ruochu planned to save them for the auction to try and get a better price. She couldn't help but sigh. The imperial concubine's actions are truly extraordinary. Yuan Tangtang asked, "Is this enough? If not, I'll give you more next time." Jiang Ruochu replied with a smile, "It's enough. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty." A joke instantly brought the two closer. Then Jiang Ruochu asked her what she wanted. Yuan Tangtang immediately became excited. "I want to watch dramas. Anything but period dramas." She even rattled off a list of her favorite stars, saying she wanted to watch all their new dramas. She added, I didn't see the last two parts of Wandering Universe Gods before I transmigrated. Are they showing yet? Jiang Ruochu replied, the second part isn't out yet. I'll find a way to show it to you when it's released. Yuan Tangtang immediately replied, love you. However, Yuan Tangtang's tone quickly turned serious. I have something else I'd like to ask you. Jiang Ruochu immediately agreed. After all, these profits were real money. Yuan Tangtang mentioned her grandmother, her only relative. Now that her grandmother was dead, she didn't know how the old woman was doing, and only hoped that Jiang Ruochu could go and see her on her behalf. These words softened Jiang Ruochu's heart. If she were in her shoes, she wouldn't be able to leave her family behind either, so she agreed almost without hesitation. This wasn't just about the money. It was also because she understood that kind of attachment. The system popped up, urging her, accept this quickly, there's an extra reward for this task. Jiang Ruochu nodded, of course. A task notification immediately appeared, and she accepted it. Jiang Ruochu casually asked the system about the reward rules, but found it pretending to be silent. She couldn't help but tease, system, how am I supposed to do the task properly if you don't tell me? That brother clearly had an effect. The system hesitated for a moment, but finally explained, point can be used to upgrade group chats and unlock more features and dimensions. Extra rewards depend on the favorability of the task issuer. After listening, Jiang Ruochu summarized, in other words, you'll definitely get points, but extra rewards are uncertain. The system sheepishly admitted this and added, getting points is good too. Having clarified the rules, Jiang Ruochu didn't delay any longer and prepared to contact the buyer. After all, she was short of money right now. Even travel expenses were a problem, let alone visiting her grandmother on Yuan Tangtang's behalf. Before she turned 18, Jiang Ruochu had never worried about money. But after becoming an adult, her life revolved almost entirely around making money. Her father was hospitalized for a long time, requiring a large sum of money for medical expenses every month. Doctors had repeatedly advised them to give up treatment, saying that the chances of him waking up were almost zero, but Jiang Ruochu, her mother, and her younger brother refused to budge. As long as he was alive, they were unwilling to give up. To support her family, Jiang Ruochu's mother sold their house, car, and jewelry to cover some of the debts, but the family still had a debt of 50 million yuan. Over the years, the family worked tirelessly to pay off the debts. Fortunately, the creditors knew they weren't the culprits and, seeing their prompt repayments, didn't press them too hard, allowing them to barely manage to stay afloat. After graduating from university, Jiang Ruochu went to work at an auction house. This industry allowed her to come into contact with many wealthy people, and with her quick wit, she figured out a way to make money in her spare time. She would pay attention to clients who didn't manage to bid on their desired items, find out what types of jewelry or calligraphy and paintings they liked, and then help them find suitable items, earning a considerable commission in the process. Over time, Jiang Ruochu built up some reputation. She originally planned to resign and focus on being a private buyer, but her boss valued her highly and repeatedly tried to persuade her to stay. Unable to refuse, she ultimately chose to stay part-time. This way, she could retain the platform's resources while continuing to expand her network. After acquiring the pearl and gold bracelet, Jiang Ruochu quickly identified her target client, Sangwon. This wealthy woman had a particular fondness for pearls, having once spent a fortune at auction to purchase a natural pearl necklace. Price was never an issue for her, as long as the item met her standards. That afternoon, a small jewelry auction was being held at Zhaoshan Manor, with proceeds going to women's charities. The event was small in scale, more like a private salon for the ladies. In addition to the auction, there was a special networking session, which was basically an opportunity for them to exchange pleasantries and build relationships. This process was designed by Jiang Ruochu and is now widely used, which explains why the boss appreciates her so much. In this kind of setting, the auction items are just the surface. What truly matters is the interaction and opportunities between people. When Jiang Ruochu arrived, she didn't rush to promote her products to Sangwon. She knew very well that Sangwon's mind was on the items being auctioned, and disturbing her would only backfire. So she patiently waited for the right opportunity. The highlight of the first round of auction was a pearl bracelet. Everyone knew Sangwon's tastes, and someone joked, "Look, it's one of your favorites again." Sangwon calmly placed her bid, and as expected, no one followed suit. She smiled and replied, "Since everyone is being lenient with me, then I won't hold back." Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a voice suddenly broke in. 1,200,000. The price was abruptly raised, and the entire room fell silent. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized the person. Zhao Yu, a woman who had accompanied her, and also the confidant of Sang Wan's husband. Sang Wan's face instantly darkened, her eyes filled with disgust. She had long since become indifferent to her husband's philandering, as long as the money was back in her hands. But in all these years, no one had ever dared to provoke her in public like Zhao Yu. In the brief moment that Sang Wan was distracted, the auctioneer brought down the gavel, and Zhao Yu won the bracelet. Even more glaringly, Zhao Yu had used Sang Wan's husband's supplementary credit card. The scene suddenly became extremely awkward. Jiang Ruochu frowned secretly. She knew very well that after this commotion, Sang Wan's mood must be terrible, and her business deal would probably be even more difficult to close. A colleague next to her couldn't help but whisper, "It's over. Sang Wan has completely lost face now." Jiang Ruochu said calmly, "She's not divorced yet, so that card is considered joint property. Taking someone else's money to flaunt, it isn't necessarily her loss of face." Her colleague paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "That's true, but outsiders might not see it that way." As the two were talking, Zhao Yu had already taken the initiative to walk towards Sang Wan. A colleague revealed a look of anticipation, saying, "This is going to be good." Jiang Ruochu also looked over and saw Zhao Yu with a smug look on her face, while Sang Wan's expression was extremely unpleasant. "Thank you for your generosity, Sister Sang," Zhao Yu said with a smile. "Someone snorted coldly." Zhao Yu then pretended to be polite. "If you really like it, I can give it to you." Sang Wan retorted mercilessly, "I have plenty of this kind of trash. I don't need you to disgust me." Zhao Yu raised an eyebrow, wanting to provoke her further, as more and more people gathered around. Jiang Ruochu realized that if things continued like this, the situation would get out of control, and today's deal would be completely ruined. So she stepped forward with a smile and said softly, "Sister Sang Wan." Then she opened the box containing the pearl and gold bracelet and handed it over, saying, "The jewelry you asked me to take care of has been taken care of. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Ruochu wasn't interested in gossip about the wealthy, and her willingness to help Sang Wan wasn't just for business. It was also because when she first entered the industry and was being harassed by senior employees, Sang Wan had helped her out. Jiang Ruochu couldn't possibly forget to repay that favor. Sang Wan was taken aback. She hadn't entrusted Jiang Ruochu to maintain her jewelry at all, but Jiang Ruochu's expression was calm and her smile was polite, as if to say, "This is yours." She instantly understood and accepted it without hesitation. The moment the pearl and gold bracelet was unveiled, its exquisite and intricate gold filigree inlay and 10 dazzling pearls illuminated the entire room, immediately drawing a chorus of exclamations of admiration. "Sang Wan, where did you get this bracelet? The craftsmanship must have been expensive. The labor costs alone must have been high." Compared to it, the $1 million pearl bracelet suddenly seemed ordinary. Zhao Yu's face stiffened, and she said sourly, "Why haven't I seen you wear it before? Aren't you an auction house employee?" Jiang Ruochu smiled and replied, "Sister Sang Wan has a lot of collections. It's normal that you haven't seen them." With one sentence, she directly shut Zhao Yu down. Zhao Yu sneered, "You're not that old, but you've got quite the tongue." Jiang Ruochu replied calmly, "I'm just telling the truth, without going against my conscience or morality, but I still can't compare to you." Her words carried a hidden barb, which everyone understood, and they couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhao Yu had spent money but gained nothing. Instead, she lost face and could only leave angrily. Sang Wan looked even more elegant after putting on the bracelet. People surrounded her, praising it incessantly. "It looks even better on your wrist. Where did you buy it? Is it custom-made? Tell us about the designer." Sang Wan looked at Jiang Ruochu and said with a smile, "I bought it from Xiao Chu. She has lots of good stuff here." As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of the ladies all fell on Jiang Ruochu. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu smiled even more enthusiastically. "I have 2 more pieces of jewelry here that I'm going to auction. You can take a look and feel free to let me know if you need anything." Several ladies were very interested in the craftsmanship of the bracelet and added her as a friend on the spot, promising to let her know when there were new arrivals. In this way, Jiang Ruochu successfully expanded her network. After everyone had left, Sang Wan spoke up, "Thank you for earlier." She picked up the bracelet. "How much?" "I'll buy it." Jiang Ruochu simply quoted 3 million. Her tone was direct, without any deliberate exaggeration. Sang-won had thought she would raise the price to leave room for negotiation, but she hadn't expected it to be the actual price, so she couldn't help but glance at her again. Jiang Ruochu said frankly, "It's okay if you don't want to buy. I won't force you to." Sang-won smiled. "You're honest, and the price is reasonable too. I really like it." She then transferred the money on the spot, adding an extra 50,000 yuan. Jiang Ruochu was slightly taken aback. Sang-won explained, "Consider this a thank you gift for helping me save face." Jiang Ruochu didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted. "If I find any beautiful pearl jewelry in the future, I'll let you know first." After leaving Zhaoshan Manor, Jiang Ruochu had some concerns. "System, if I earn more money in the future, won't we be investigated?" The system replied, "Don't worry, I will help you legalize your income and pay taxes according to the law." Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. "It can even help me pay taxes. That's pretty reliable." After earning her first pot of gold, Jiang Ruochu divided the money into 3 parts. 1 part for her father's medical treatment, 1 part for paying off debts, and 1 part as reserve funds. Following Yuan Tongtong's request, she then bought 2 high-capacity tablets, downloaded them full of movies and TV shows, prepared 10 power banks, and 2 solar-powered backup devices. Her teleportation space was 1 cubic meter, more than enough to hold all these items. After the system activated, the items quickly disappeared, and a prompt appeared in front of her. "Transfer supplies?" Jiang Ruochu clicked yes. Soon after, the chat group exploded with activity. "Yuan Tang Tang, I received it. I just chased all the palace maids out, and now I can finally watch the show. Jiang Jiang, you're like my own sister." Jiang Ruochu reminded, "Be careful. Don't be mistaken for witchcraft." Yuan Tang Tang laughed and replied, "I watched it under the covers, and I even brought a power bank. So thoughtful. I'll have the Imperial Kitchen prepare some food too. Perfect." Jiang Ruochu then asked for her grandmother's address, intending to visit her in person. The address was in the neighboring Yanghai city, which Yuan Tang Tang recited quickly, clearly having memorized it. The two chatted the whole way. Yuan Tang Tang had transmigrated into a palace intrigue novel, becoming the daughter of a general, entering the palace at 16, and now a noble consort. In the original plot, she had to constantly engage in palace intrigue and would ultimately fail. But Yuan Tang Tang had no desire to go through all that trouble and simply chose to lie low. With her family background, as long as she didn't do anything reckless, no one could touch her. The emperor, wary of her powerful family, wouldn't neglect her, nor would he spoil her too much, and he certainly wouldn't allow her to have children. Others might find it tragic, but she felt relaxed and carefree. Yuan Tang Tang laughed. "The emperor is quite handsome, pleasing to the eye." Jiang Ruochu replied, "That's the basic setup for a male protagonist in a novel, so you're safe." She added, "Most male leads these days are very clean and only become more mature when they meet the female lead." Yuan Tang Tang laughed heartily. "That makes me feel more at ease." She then remarked, "Actually, he's only 20 years old. In modern times, he'd be a handsome, rich, and powerful college student." Jiang Ruochu replied calmly, "I understand." Yuan Tang Tang half-jokingly said, "I wouldn't lose out if something really happened, but he's the male lead in a romance novel. It's impossible for it to happen to me." The two chatted privately without any restraint, and the topics became bolder and bolder. As for the other people in the group, they hadn't appeared yet, probably all too busy in their own worlds. As they approached Yanghai City, Jiang Ruochu received a call from her younger brother, Jiang Chui. The moment the call connected, he exploded, "Sis, did any bully you? I'm going to teach them a lesson this weekend." He usually lived at school and only came home on weekends. His tone was full of protective anger. Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly and reassured him, "I'm fine. How could she bully me? I already beat her up and scolded her. Don't worry about it." Jiang Chui breathed a sigh of relief, but still muttered under his breath that he was not convinced. Jiang Ruochu casually asked who told him, and Jiang Chui said it was his third cousin who had tipped him off to prevent her from being taken advantage of. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he even wanted to go back and confront her. Jiang Ruochu stopped him directly. "It's no use looking for her. She's shameless." She changed the subject abruptly. "To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot. Do you know what she cares about most?" Jiang Chui immediately listened attentively. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, "Of course, it's because you're more handsome, have better grades, and are taller than her son." She added insult to injury. "You just need to study hard and get into a good university next year." She'll be so angry that she'll pound her bed in the middle of the night and scold her son for being useless. The image was so vivid that Jiang Chui couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, sis, I understand." Before hanging up, Jiang Ruochu told him, "Don't tell Mom about this. She's already exhausted enough." Jiang Chui patted his chest to assure her, adding that she shouldn't hide anything from him in the future and that they would face things together. Jiang Ruochu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in agreement. Not long after, she received a red envelope from her younger brother, along with a dog emoji. "Buy some good food. Cheer up." Jiang Ruochu's smile deepened as she read the message. Since the family tragedy, they had relied on each other to get to where they were now. The mother became a minor internet celebrity through social media, with flexible work schedules, and was still able to take care of the hospitalized father. The younger brother was a top student and could supplement the family income through scholarships and tutoring. Jiang Ruochu worked as an auctioneer and buyer, also working hard to earn money. However, the debts remained a heavy burden, making it hard to breathe. But things are different now. With the trading system in hand, paying off her debts no longer seems so far away. 2 hours later, Jiang Ruochu arrived in Yanghai City and found Yuan Tongtong's house at the address, only to discover that it was an old, dilapidated neighborhood with poor conditions. After inquiring, she learned that Yuan Tongtong's parents were divorced and neither of them wanted to take care of her, so she could only eat at her neighbor Grandma Zhou's house. The old woman and the young girl depended on each other for survival, and although they were not related by blood, they were like family. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu felt a little worried. Jiang Ruochu knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Her neighbor across the hall poked her head out. "Are you looking for Grandma Zhou? She's at her stall. Try looking for her near Yanghai University." Jiang Ruochu nodded her thanks and turned to leave. June in the south is unbearably hot and humid. The streets are like steam rooms. The cold drink stalls near the school gates are the most popular, and Grandma Zhou's little tricycle is especially popular because it's clean and affordable, which has aroused the jealousy of her competitors. With summer vacation approaching and students about to leave school, several vendors grew anxious and planned to drive Grandma Zhou away. Seeing the elderly woman selling alone, they became even more emboldened. At midday, when there were fewer customers, a burly man walked over, banged on his cart, and shouted, "Old woman, stop selling here." Grandma Zhou was puzzled. "I'm here, you're there. How am I blocking you?" The man retorted arrogantly. "I said I'm blocking you, so I'm blocking you." The old woman had no choice but to give way, but he continued to drive her away. Other vendors joined in the commotion, their words full of sarcasm. Grandma Zhou then realized that the other party was simply jealous of her successful business. She was trembling with anger. "You've gone too far." But the other party not only didn't stop, but also reached out to grab the front of her car. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, Jiang Ruochu arrived at the scene. After hearing the argument, her blood pressure instantly spiked. Seeing the man make a move, she immediately turned on the screen recorder, then kicked him, coldly cursing, "Everyone's going to die anyway. Why don't you go home and wait to die?" The man was kicked to the ground, and the surrounding vendors fell silent instantly. Jiang Ruochu had practiced self-defense since childhood, so dealing with this kind of person was effortless. She glanced around. They ganged up to bully an old man. Have they no shame? The crowd immediately shrank back. The man got up, and, upon discovering that the one who had attacked him was a young girl, began yelling again. "Mind your own business. Don't think I won't hit you." Grandma Zhou quickly stepped in front of him, afraid that Jiang Ruochu would be at a disadvantage. Seeing the old man's thin back, Jiang Ruochu's heart tightened, and she was even less inclined to back down. She said coldly, "I've already called the police." The man didn't believe her, but his momentum clearly weakened. Concerned for the elderly woman's safety, Jiang Ruochu had a sudden idea and whispered, "Grandma, lie down." Grandma Zhou instantly understood, and as soon as the man approached, she deliberately fell to the ground and wailed. Jiang Ruochu immediately shouted, "How could you hit an old woman?" Her voice deliberately carried to the side of the street, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Grandma Zhou then flipped over a small stool and knocked over an ice bucket, spilling water all over the floor, creating immediate chaos. The old woman and the young boy worked together flawlessly, leaving the previously arrogant man dumbfounded, and the situation completely reversed. When the argument first broke out, passers-by were still confused. Some thought it was the city management officers inspecting the stalls, while others thought it was the family preventing the elderly woman from setting up her stall. It wasn't until Grandma Zoe suddenly fell to the ground, knocking over her buckets and leaving a mess that a crowd quickly gathered. Some people frowned and accused. How could you hit someone? That's wrong. Others asked with concern if they should call an ambulance. The man hurriedly denied it, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. She's trying to extort money. I didn't touch her at all." He even yelled at the old woman, "Stop pretending. Get up now." He looked around, trying to find a companion to testify for him, but found that the vendors had long since disappeared. He could only curse them inwardly. In his anger, he tried to grab them, but Jiang Ruochu slapped his hand away. "Don't move. So many people are watching." Jiang Ruochu seized the opportunity to shout to the onlookers, "Everyone, please be witnesses. He tried to hit me again." The man, having suffered a loss in silence, turned around and accused her. "You hit me." He even pointed to his waist and cried out in pain. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself that she hadn't kicked him hard enough. She calmly explained. He complained that Grandma's business was good and insisted on kicking her out. He even physically assaulted her, so I pushed him away. Upon hearing this, passers-by immediately sided with the old woman. Some directly told him he deserved it, while others mocked him for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Unable to withstand the pointing fingers and whispers of the crowd, and unable to explain himself, the man could only glare fiercely before slinking away. After the farce ended, Grandma Zoe repeatedly thanked the passers-by, and seeing that she was all right, they gradually dispersed. After everyone left, Grandma Zoe pulled Jiang Ruochu aside, her voice full of worry. "Young lady, thank you, but don't try to stand up for yourself in the future. It's too dangerous." Jiang Ruochu smiled and reassured her. "Grandma, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The old man was still worried and started packing up his stall, afraid that those people would come back to cause trouble. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu offered to help. At this moment, she noticed a dash cam mounted on the front of the car and asked curiously who had installed it. Grandma Zoe smiled and said her granddaughter bought it, saying it would be good evidence in case of dispute. Jiang Ruochu's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately had a plan. She looked around again and tentatively asked, "Grandma, is your surname Zoe?" The other person nodded. "Yes, you know me?" Jiang Ruochu was startled, not expecting that the person she was looking for was right in front of her. She suppressed her emotions and made up an excuse. "I'm Tong Tong's friend. I was passing through Yanghai City and came to see you." Upon hearing Yuan Tong Tong's name, Grandma Zoe's eyes lit up, and she warmly pulled Jiang Ruochu home. The house wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy. On the cabinet were photos of the grandmother and granddaughter together, along with numerous certificates of merit, all well-preserved. Soon, Grandma Zoe brought over a bowl of refreshing dessert, which was filled with various ingredients and had a sweet and refreshing coconut milk shaved ice. "Here, have a taste. This is Tong Tong's favorite." Jiang Ruochu took a bite and found it to be delicious. The two chatted casually, and Jiang Ruochu mentioned that she was 2 years older than Tang Tang and that they had met online as like-minded people. Grandma Zoe smiled and nodded. "I know, the kind of friends who share the same interests. Tang Tang taught me." As they spoke, the old man seemed lost in thought and sighed softly. "It's good to graduate. If Yuan Tang Tang were still alive, she would have graduated this year too." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Jiang Ruochu didn't want to touch on her painful memories, so she asked instead, "Grandma, are you still going to set up your stall tomorrow?" Grandma Zoe nodded. "Yes, it's my only hope now." She then explained that she set up the stall because Tang Tang used to help her after school. Every time she waited at the school gate, she felt like she was waiting for her granddaughter to finish class so they could go home together. "I'm done with this after graduation season," she said calmly, though her voice betrayed her weariness. "Anyway, I'm getting old." Then, she added defiantly, "I'm not afraid of those bastards." But she added softly, "If I really die, it'll be a relief." Her voice was low, but it couldn't hide the emotion within. Jiang Ruochu saw this, and her heart sank. Jiang Ruochu then realized that the reason Grandma Zoe was still able to hold on was because she still held onto the hope of waiting for Tang Tang to graduate. Once that hope was gone, the old woman might collapse completely. Chapter 7: 8 Handsome Men. After realizing the crux of the problem, Jiang Ruochu didn't rush to comfort Grandma Zoe. She knew that saying anything superficial at this point would be useless. She needed to reassure the old woman and gain her trust. She offered to accompany Grandma Zo to her stall the next day. Grandma Zo quickly refused, feeling that as an old woman running a stall, she shouldn't burden Jiang Ruochu, a young girl. If those people caused trouble again, she would be the one to suffer. Jiang Ruochu held her hand and comforted her, saying that those people didn't succeed today, but who knows what they'll do tomorrow. Since she was going, she would naturally accompany her, and she would also bring a few friends. In the end, it was really uncertain who would suffer. Although Grandma Zo didn't know what Jiang Ruochu's solution was, looking at the warm-hearted and clever little girl in front of her reminded her of Tangding. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded in agreement. She angrily added that if those people dared to cause trouble again, she would lie down on the ground like she did today and let Jiang Ruochu film it and post it online to see if they would still have any shame. Jiang Ruochu was amused by her stubborn yet childish appearance. The next day, Grandma Zo set up her stall as usual. But when she arrived at her usual spot, she found it occupied by the man who had led the disturbance the day before. She didn't go up to argue. After all, roadside stalls weren't like market stalls with fixed locations, and if you encountered a shameless person, there was no reasoning with them. Grandma Zo knew that her business was good not because of her prime location, but because her king buling, a type of sweet soup, was clean, delicious, and reasonably priced, which was why the students were willing to buy it. So she quietly moved her stall to the other side. The man glanced around furtively a few times, making sure Jiang Ruochu, who had kicked him yesterday, wasn't there, before straightening his back again. But as soon as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, making him gasp. That kick yesterday had really hurt. He'd had a large bruise on his back when he got home. A nearby vendor asked him if he was in pain, but he stubbornly insisted he was fine, clinging to his pride. Seeing that Jiang Ruochu wasn't there, he regained his confidence, declaring that if that girl dared to come today, he'd definitely teach her a lesson. She was lucky she didn't show up. Several vendors immediately surrounded him, showering him with compliments. The man, remembering how fast they had run away yesterday, couldn't help but scold them. The vendors quickly explained with smiles, and he snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and said that the most important thing right now was to get rid of the old woman. They thought that after yesterday's incident, Grandma Zo would definitely not dare to come again, or at least take a few days off. Unexpectedly, she set up her stall as usual. Someone suggested that they simply surround her today, and whenever a student came to buy something, they should make a fuss and say that her things were dirty. The others thought it was a good idea. As long as they didn't touch her, she couldn't lie on the ground and act like she did yesterday. They acted immediately, openly surrounding Grandma Zo. Just then, 8 tall, robust young men, each over 1.8 meters tall, walked over together. They were imposing and stood directly between Grandma Zo and the group of vendors. Without them even saying a word, the vendors instinctively took a step back. The boys stood in a row, like an impenetrable wall, protecting Grandma Zo behind them. Looking at the small vendors, their figures were like bean sprouts, and their imposing presence instantly diminished. Grandma Zo was stunned, and so were the vendors. Then, Jiang Ruochu appeared, helping Grandma Zo straighten her stall and smiling as she told her that the 8 boys would be helping her with the stall for a while. They were all her friends who had come to help, and she shouldn't be shy. In fact, these 8 people were not Jiang Ruochu's friends, but rather people she paid to find from sports school. She first contacted a suitable male student and then asked him to help her call her classmates. The requirements were simple, tall enough and strong enough. The boys were incredibly enthusiastic about signing up when they heard that they would get paid just for standing on the platform, and that it was for helping an elderly woman who had been bullied. It just so happened that the sports school's holiday started a few days earlier than Yanghai University's, and the group of energetic college students were looking for something to do. Once everyone was present, Jiang Ruochu created a group chat named 8 Men a Day, smiling every day, and then sent red envelopes to everyone. Everyone in the group chat sweetly greeted her with "Thank you, sister." Upon arriving at the scene, they greeted her in unison. "Hello, Grandma." Grandma Zo, suddenly surrounded by 8 tall grandsons, was a little bewildered but still smiled and responded. The faces of the small vendors turned red and then pale, finally becoming a grimace. The leader, enraged, pointed at Jiang Ruochu and demanded in a gruff voice, "You've brought so many people here. Are you trying to start a fight?" Chapter 8, They're All Good Grandsons. Jiang Ruochu was amused by their arrogant attitude and retorted coldly, "Fight? You think you can fight?" Her contemptuous expression instantly made the vendors look utterly insignificant. Jiang Ruochu sarcastically remarked that they were incompetent at business, only good at causing trouble, and that they specifically targeted the elderly. After saying that, she turned to the boys behind her and asked them if they were Grandma Zhou's grandsons. The boys immediately responded, with some saying they were the grandsons, others saying they were the grandsons' classmates, and still others blurting out that they were the grandsons' boyfriends. Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly, and the boy was immediately punched twice by his teammates in disgust. Then, two basketball team boys, both around 1.9 meters tall, stepped forward like two gatekeepers, their imposing presence instantly dominating the entire court. Other male students from sports schools chimed in, saying they were all there to keep Grandma company while she set up her stall. The 8 tall boys, speaking in unison, created a formidable scene. The leader of the vendors, who had initially tried to intimidate them, immediately became timid upon seeing this display. Ultimately, their aggression stemmed from taking advantage of Grandma Zhou's isolation. If they had powerful backers, they wouldn't dare utter a sound. Jiang Ruochu waved her hand dismissively, telling them not to block her way. The leader gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh remark, but could only slink back to his stall. Seeing this, the others immediately dispersed as well. After the people left, Grandma Zhou excitedly grabbed Jiang Ruochu's hand, praising her for her clever idea, and then quickly thanked the male college students. The boys naturally said there was no need to be polite. After all, they had received the money and promised Jiang Ruochu not to tell the old woman about it. But Grandma Zhou wasn't confused. She turned around and pulled Jiang Ruochu aside, whispering that she had paid these people to come. Jiang Ruochu could only explain that they were truly friends and had volunteered to help after hearing that the elderly woman had been bullied. She already had a plan in mind. Once the stall issue was resolved, she would find a way to provide some money for Grandma Zhou's retirement, making up for Yuan Tongtong's inability to fulfill her filial duties. Grandma Zhou was skeptical, but Jiang Ruochu said that they were on holiday and had nothing to do, and the sports school was nearby. She added that they might bring a few more people tomorrow, and since there were only 5 days left to run the stall, everyone was willing to help. Grandma Zhou finally believed her and decided to cook something nice tonight to bring as a thank you gift tomorrow. Jiang Ruochu smiled and agreed, telling her to just cook whatever she wanted, as boys her age love to eat everything, like gluttons. The male college students next to them were speechless, but after thinking about it, they realized they couldn't argue with her. Chapter 9: Protection of Heaven's Will. With 8 tall and handsome male students from the sports academy helping to promote her, Grandma Zhou's snack stall business became noticeably more popular. Schools are naturally the fastest places for gossip to spread, and many students took photos and posted them on their WeChat moments after class. Soon, the news of the 8 male students from the sports academy spread throughout various class and dormitory groups. Some people complimented their good looks, some wanted their WeChat contacts, and others found out they came from the neighboring sports school. The most outrageous rumor was that they were all Grandma Zhou's grandsons, and some even said that they came here indirectly to pursue Grandma Zhou's granddaughter. It wasn't until a classmate who knew Yuan Tangtang stepped forward to explain that everyone learned the truth. Grandma Zhou's granddaughter had passed away last year, and those male students from the sports school were just hired by her friends to help out. A few vendors, seeing that Grandma Zhou's business was doing well, conspired to drive her away. The students immediately erupted in anger upon hearing this. Some asked which vendors were involved, some said they would never buy anything from their stalls again, and others even posted high-resolution photos of them so everyone could recognize their faces. Modern young people can procrastinate on eating and sleeping, but they're absolutely ruthless when it comes to gossiping and taking sides. Soon, photos of those vendors spread among the students, and their unethical deeds were exposed as well. Actually, it was Jiang Ruochu who found this helpful student, and she also provided the photo. Since those people wanted to ruin Grandma Zhou's business, she would let them experience what it meant to get their comeuppance. So, without the vendor's knowledge, the students had already reached a tacit agreement. None of them would buy anything from them. In the sweltering summer heat, these stalls felt the chill early on. Even after they lowered their prices and offered buy one get one free deals, their stalls remained deserted. Occasionally, students would pass by, whispering and pointing at them. The vendors probably guessed the reason and could only sheepishly move their stalls to the school. But they didn't expect that the matter wouldn't end there. Not long after, a local Yanghai City account posted a video on the Douyin video website. The first half showed several vendors arrogantly surrounding Grandma Zhou, forcing her to go home and stop stealing their business. The second half showed the lead vendor smugly mocking the police for being unable to do anything to him. This video also came from Jiang Ruochu. The first half was recorded by her dashcam, and the second half was recorded by her own phone. Although the footage is a bit shaky, the man's words are clear, which is enough. The video quickly went viral locally and even trended on social media. Netizens were furious, condemning the people for bullying the elderly, and some even tagged the Yanghai City Public Security Bureau, demanding that the police handle the situation. Yanghai police acted swiftly, issuing a notice 3 hours later stating that several vendors who had caused trouble had been taken away for investigation. Simultaneously, the police will collaborate with urban management departments to strengthen local business environment management and protect the legitimate rights and interests of citizens. Netizens praised the announcement, saying the speed of the response was satisfactory. The vendors not only spent several days in jail, but even their neighbors treated them coldly and made fun of them after they returned home. Some of the more shy ones simply packed their things and went back to their hometowns to hide for a few days. The key to this incident's widespread discussion and swift police intervention lies in the dashcam footage. The footage recorded by Jiang Ruochu later alone is far from sufficient evidence. And that dashcam happened to be a gift from Yuan Tangdang to Grandma Zhou. Jiang Ruochu thought that perhaps this was Yuan Tangdang protecting her most beloved grandmother in her own way, all in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 10, this is all money. Compared to the disheveled state of those other vendors, Grandma Zhou's business flourished day by day, and she was even able to close up shop early every day. She didn't try to increase her orders to earn more money, not because she didn't want to, but because of her age and limited energy. To ensure the quality of her food, she could only make a fixed number of portions each day. After closing up shop on the first day, Jiang Ruochu took a group photo of Grandma Zhou and the 8 sports schoolboys and sent it to Yuan Tangdang. At this time, Yuan Tangdang did not know what her grandmother had gone through. She only saw her grandmother surrounded by 8 tall and handsome young men with smiles on her face and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Yuan Tangdang immediately sent a message lamenting that her grandmother was even happier than her, surrounded by 8 male college students, while she could only face the emperor alone every day. She truly hoped that after she passed away, her grandmother could gradually let go of her and live a happy old age. Now, seeing her grandmother still able to smile and still able to set up her stall, she finally felt a little more at peace. But she quickly recognized the background of the photo as her university gate. Yuan Tangdang couldn't help but sigh, saying that her grandmother clearly had a pension and didn't need to work so hard. But then she thought that having something to do was better than staying at home alone and overthinking. She asked Jiang Ruochu to help persuade her grandmother, if it was convenient, that setting up a stall was fine, but she must take care of her health. Jiang Ruochu, after reading the message, told her the truth. The reason Grandma Zhou continued to set up her stall was actually for Yuan Tangtang's sake. Her graduation was in a few days, and the old woman wanted to keep setting up her stall until that day. Yuan Tangtang froze, her eyes suddenly stinging with tears. She remembered the streets she had walked with her grandmother and countless summers, and tears welled up instantly, blurring her vision. The palace maid beside her was startled and quickly asked her what was wrong. Yuan Tangtang took a few deep breaths to barely suppress her emotions and choked out that she was just homesick, asking them to leave first. The palace maids were worried, but dared not disobey the imperial concubine's order and could only bow and retreat. Once the room quieted down, Yuan Tangdang picked up the message again. She said she really missed her grandmother and eagerly asked Jiang Ruochu how her grandmother was doing, whether she was eating well, sleeping soundly, and in good health. Jiang Ruochu didn't hide anything and told her the truth about how Grandma Zhou had been bullied by those vendors, and also told her how she planned to handle it. After reading it, Yuan Tangtang slammed her hand on the table in anger. With a loud bang, the palace maids outside the hall were startled, wondering why their usually gentle and lazy empress was so angry today. Jiang Ruochu confessed that she had hesitated about whether to tell Yuan Tangtang. After all, separated by time and space, there was nothing Yuan Tangtang could do but worry. But putting herself in Yuan Tangtang's shoes, she would also prefer to know the truth rather than just hear good news. Yuan Tangtang immediately expressed her gratitude. She said that after she left, her biggest fears were two things: that her grandmother would lose the will to live, and that her grandmother would be bullied. Now it seems that her biggest fears have come true. She paced back and forth in the house, furious, repeatedly thanking Jiang Ruochu. If Jiang Ruochu could have seen her, she would have noticed that Yuan Tangdang practically bowed to thin air. Jiang Ruochu comforted her, saying that for the next few days, she would have the boys from the sports school keep an eye on things at the stall, ensuring that Grandma Zhou wouldn't suffer any more losses. Yuan Tangdang was slightly relieved. They were originally just online strangers, even separated by vast distances of time and space. If Jiang Ruochu wanted to deceive her, it would have been incredibly easy. But Jiang Ruochu didn't. Instead, she wholeheartedly helped her. Jiang Ruochu added that, judging from those cowardly looks, they probably wouldn't dare come back. However, there was another thing she wanted to discuss with Yuan Tangtang today. How would Grandma Zhou live on her own after she stopped running her stall? This question struck a nerve with Yuan Tangtang again. Just moments before, she had been frantically pacing, but now her shoulders slumped, and she sat back down, utterly exhausted. Jiang Ruochu told her not to worry about the money. After selling the jewelry Yuan Tangtang had given her, she would set aside 30% specifically for Grandma Zhou's retirement. But Grandma Zhou is getting old and needs more than just money. Jiang Ruochu doesn't live nearby and can't take care of her all the time, so she's thinking of either hiring a caregiver or sending her to a better nursing home. Jiang Ruochu currently has 300,000 yuan in reserve funds. She could take out tens of thousands of yuan to find a caregiver or nursing home for Grandma Zhou for the time being. Later, when the ruby and blue gemstone ring and tourmaline bracelet are sold, 30% of that money will be enough for Grandma Zhou to live a comfortable life in her later years. Yuan Tangdang immediately agreed. She said she was genuinely worried about her grandmother living alone. Even young people living alone face risks, let alone the elderly. In fact, she had discussed with her grandmother before that if she went to work in another city, she would send her grandmother to a nursing home, so she could work with peace of mind. Grandma Zhou had agreed at the time. Therefore, Yuan Tangtang preferred a nursing home. Compared to hiring a caregiver, a nursing home would offer companionship with other elderly people, allowing for casual conversation, and with meals and accommodation arranged. Many nursing homes now offer good environments and services, but many elderly people are reluctant to spend the money and prefer to stay with their children. Since the grandmother and granddaughter had already discussed it, the matter became much easier to resolve. Jiang Ruochu agreed, promising to first find a suitable nursing home for Grandma Zhou, and then discuss it with her after the Yanghai University graduation ceremony. Yuan Tangtang exclaimed in admiration, saying Jiang Ruochu was going to such lengths. To her, Grandma Zhou was her only remaining connection in the modern world, while Jiang Ruochu was a ray of light that suddenly appeared after she transmigrated. Jiang Ruochu didn't want this relationship to become a burden. She helped Yuan Tangtang, but the jewelry Yuan Tangdang gave her also solved her immediate problem. Yuan Tangdang understood that Jiang Ruochu lacked money. This was the dilemma of most people. She had also lacked money before she transmigrated, and now she had enough to eat and drink, but she had more worries she couldn't let go of. Yuan Tangtang earnestly told Jiang Ruochu that all jewelry has a price, but the help Jiang Ruochu gave her was priceless. When they can exchange again next month, she will definitely pick out a few more nice pieces to send over. Upon hearing about the exquisite court jewelry, Jiang Ruochu instantly perked up. After all, that was money. Lots and lots of money. Money makes the world go round, and it can even make a wage slave radiant and cure all their ailments. Chapter 11: Grandma's Wish. After chatting with Yuan Tangtang, Jiang Ruochu felt completely exhausted and sprawled on the bed. Having toiled all day and stood at the school gate for so long, her whole body ached. But thinking about how Grandma Zhou still had to wash dishes and pots when she got home, yet remained energetic as if she had inexhaustible strength, she couldn't help but wonder if Grandma Zhou's health was actually better than hers. Just then, the system suddenly appeared and praised her, saying that this interaction had caused Yuan Tangtang's favorability towards her to skyrocket. Jiang Ruochu lazily replied that she hadn't done all this solely for the sake of increasing favorability. The system seemed to understand, but Jiang Ruochu told it to stop thinking about it to avoid its brain crashing. Rest was a secret code between her and the system, meaning they would call it a day and each go their own way. The system uttered the phrase, "Humans are truly wondrous," before entering hibernation. Jiang Ruochu sometimes envied the system. It didn't have a body and could rest whenever it wanted. She couldn't do that. Even when she was too tired to move, she still had to get up to shower and brush her teeth. Especially when washing her hair, the whole process took twice as long. She even started hoping that one of the system's rewards would include a one-click grooming function. The next morning, Jiang Ruochu accompanied Grandma Zhou to her stall, as usual. Perhaps because of the presence of more young people, Grandma Zhou had been smiling more often these past few days, and her stall was busier than before. Many students ate herbal dessert while chatting with Grandma Zhou and secretly glanced at the handsome sports schoolboys helping out. Those 8 boys were quite eye-catching, and the incident briefly became a local hot topic, with netizens jokingly calling Grandma Zhou the trendiest grandma. Some said they hoped to be surrounded by young, handsome men when they were 70 or 80. Others recognized her as the grandmother from the street vendor incident and wished her health and longevity. Many more were drawn to the refreshing dessert, curious about just how delicious this southern summer snack really was. And so, not only did Grandma Zhou become an internet sensation, but king-buling, a type of sweet soup, also gained widespread popularity. 5 days later, the graduation ceremony at Yanghai University concluded, and the last batch of students remaining on campus began to leave. Every day, students dragging suitcases home could be seen at the school gate, along with graduates posing for photos in their graduation gowns and caps. Sometimes, even when the herbal dessert was sold out, Grandma Zhou wouldn't rush to close up shop. She would just quietly watch those vibrant young faces. Whenever Jiang Ruochu saw her lost in thought, she knew that she must be thinking about Yuan Tangtang again. This was the last day the boys from the sports school came to help. As usual, they asked Jiang Ruochu if she needed to pack up. Jiang Ruochu said that Grandma Zhou probably wanted to stay a little longer and told them to go back first, as she was enough for them. The boys smiled broadly and whispered to Jiang Ruochu, reminding her to contact them again if she needed anything in the future. Jiang Ruochu smiled and agreed. The leader of the boys then took out a gift box, saying it contained nutritional supplements they had pooled their money to buy, a special gift for Grandma Zhou. Jiang Ruochu accepted it and thanked them, but noticed the boy was still standing there, his face slightly flushed. Amidst the jostling and teasing of his companions, he finally mustered the courage to stammeringly ask Jiang Ruochu if they could still contact each other, perhaps even go out for a meal together. Jiang Ruochu understood his meaning, smiled, and refused, saying she didn't like men younger than her. Actually, this was just an excuse. She didn't have the time or energy for a relationship right now. Her family was in debt, and she didn't want to hold anyone back. The boy didn't persist, only sighed dejectedly, and then left amidst the cheers and jeers of his classmates, playfully wrestling with each other. Even after they were far away, their exaggerated, monkey shouts could still be heard. Just then, Grandma Zhou's voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Ruochu, saying that age wasn't a problem, which startled Jiang Ruochu. Grandma Zhou was in high spirits, thinking that the boy she had just met was quite nice. The two were about the same age, and a chat wouldn't hurt. If this one didn't work out, she could always move on to the next one. It was good to start dating early. She also remarked on how youthful and energetic the male college students were, how muscular and strong they were when moving things, and how she herself would definitely be attracted to them if she were 40 years younger. Jiang Ruochu hadn't expected Grandma Zhou to be so open-minded and humorous. Upon hearing the urging to date, she quickly handed over the gift box, changing the subject by saying it was a token of the boy's affection and asking Grandma Zhou to accept it. Grandma Zhou accepted the gift, but was still not giving up, asking her again if she really wouldn't consider it. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh, taking Grandma Zhou's hand and saying, "Grandma, let's go home." Grandma Zhou seemed to regret not having been able to bring about a marriage, letting out a long sigh. Before leaving, she took one last, reluctant look at the school gate. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu suggested taking a picture of her as a memento. Grandma Zhou hurriedly fixed her hair, saying somewhat shyly that she was afraid she wouldn't look good in photos. Jiang Ruochu pulled up her collar for her, smiling and saying that everyone online praised her for her good spirits, so she must look beautiful. She helped Grandma Zhou to the school gate and took a picture of her. After looking at the photo, Jiang Ruochu felt something was missing. Looking at the graduates coming and going around her, she suddenly had an idea. Jiang Ruochu ran to the side and explained her purpose to a group of girls who had just finished taking graduation photos. Grandma Zhou's story had spread widely recently, and the girls quickly understood, readily lending her their graduation caps. So, Jiang Ruochu put a graduation cap on Grandma Zhou's head and took a special graduation photo at the entrance of Yanghai University. It was as if Grandma Zhou had fulfilled Yuan Tongtong's unfulfilled graduation dream. Looking at the photo on her phone, Grandma Zhou's wrinkles deepened with a smile. Chapter 12. How wide is the acceptance standard? These past few days of running a stall had been exhausting, and with her long-held wish finally fulfilled, Grandma Zhou felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Back home, she and Jiang Ruochu hadn't chatted for long before she became too sleepy to keep her eyes open. Jiang Ruochu helped her to her room to rest, and only after confirming the old woman was sound asleep did she leave a note saying she was going back to the hotel first and would come see her again tomorrow. Not long after Jiang Ruochu left, Grandma Zhou woke up in the middle of the night. She stared blankly at the empty room for a while, then groped for the bedside lamp to turn on. In the dim light, the old woman's thin figure looked especially lonely. She looked at the photo of herself and Yuan Tangtang on the shelf, and tears fell silently. She trembled as she touched the person in the photo, whispering, "Tangtang, Grandma misses you so much. Are you lonely down there all alone?" On the way back to the hotel, Jiang Ruochu kept thinking about how to give Grandma Zhou hope for the future. She pondered this question for a long time and even asked her mother, Yin Mingyu. She tentatively asked how her mother would cope if she were gone. Yin Mingyu, confused, scolded her, saying that just hearing such a question made her anxious. Jiang Ruochu quickly explained that a friend had passed away, leaving her grandmother alone, and she was afraid the elderly woman might lose the will to live, which was why she wanted to ask. Yin Mingyu remained silent for a long time before saying that this was almost an unsolvable problem. A child is life itself to their parents and family. Losing them suddenly is like having half their life taken away. She recalled the time when Zhang's father had his accident. She felt like the sky had fallen. But it was then that Jiang Ruochu and her younger brother held her, and that gave her the will to keep going. At least they could still rely on each other as a family. But Grandma Zhou was an elderly woman living alone, and once her wish was fulfilled, she was more likely to have thoughts of ending it all. This was exactly what Jiang Ruochu was most worried about. Yin Mingyu thought for a moment, and then said that if such a thing really happened, perhaps she would hope that there really was an afterlife. If the child had simply been reincarnated, she would live well, praying for the child every day, hoping for a peaceful, happy, and prosperous next life. Jiang Ruochu felt a sudden sense of clarity after hearing this. When science can't explain something, people often turn to metaphysics. Perhaps for Grandma Zhou, this was a rope she could grasp. Yin Mingyu then reminded her not to put too much pressure on herself, that it's enough to do your best in everything, and that life can't be perfect in every way. Jiang Ruochu agreed and told her mother that she had recently received some good items, and the commission from selling them would be quite good, so she didn't need to worry too much about the family's medical expenses and debts. After ending the call, Jiang Ruochu lay on the hotel bed. She had already figured out that the best way might be to tell Grandma Zhou directly that Yuan Tangning hadn't really died, but had simply gone to another world. Even in that world, she was living quite comfortably. The problem was, how could she convince Grandma Zhou? After all, even Jiang Ruochu didn't believe in time travel at first, and almost mistook Yuan Tangdang for a fraud. Just then, Yuan Tangdang sent a message, asking if she had returned to the hotel and how Grandma was doing that day. Jiang Ruochu replied to the message and sent over a photo of Grandma Zhou wearing an academic cap. Yuan Tangdang was thrilled when she saw it, praising Grandma for being so cool, and then signed that she would probably never wear an academic gown in her life. Jiang Ruochu teased her, saying that if she hadn't time traveled, she'd probably be struggling to find a job right now. The current imperial concubine Yuan Tangtang, on the other hand, had absolutely no employment worries. Then, Jiang Ruochu told her about Grandma Zhou's advice to consider dating a male college student. Yuan Tangtang laughed heartily, saying that despite her age, Grandma was actually quite modern. The grandmother and granddaughter used to watch TV dramas, listen to audiobooks, and admire handsome male actors together. Grandma Zhou would often tell her amusing stories about being pursued by several boys when she was young. Listening to Jiang Ruochu, she felt that they were not like an ordinary grandmother and granddaughter, but more like family and best friends. Such a relationship was warm and special. It was no wonder that Grandma Zhou was in so much pain. Jiang Ruochu remarked that open-mindedness has nothing to do with age, while compiling the recent photos of Grandma Zhou into a compressed file and sending it to Yuan Tangdang to ease her longing. Yuan Tangdang carefully saved all of them, so she could look at them any time in the future. Jiang Ruochu looked at the chat box and suddenly asked her, "You just said your grandma is very modern, so how big do you think her tolerance level is?" Yuan Tangdang asked tremulously, "How big do you want it to be?" Chapter 13 grants special skills. Jiang Ruochu didn't actually expect Grandma Zhou to fully accept her bizarre explanation. She just hoped the old woman wouldn't think of her as mentally ill or some kind of monster after hearing it. Of course, the person who understood Grandma Zhou best was Yuan Tangtang. So Jiang Ruochu told her about her plan, wanting to hear her opinion first. Yuan Tangdang was quite direct, telling her to give it a try. Maybe her grandmother would really believe it. After all, the old lady had watched a lot of TV dramas and was very receptive. Inspired by Yuan Tangtang's words, Jiang Ruochu decided to take a bold step. The next day, she took breakfast to Grandma Zhou's house. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that Grandma Zhou looked noticeably more haggard, and her eyes were slightly swollen. Jiang Ruochu guessed that Grandma Zhou had most likely woken up again after she left last night. In the quiet of the night, the more she thought about it, the more distressed she became. This couldn't go on. Even without suicidal thoughts, prolonged excessive worry would take a toll on her body. After Grandma Zhou finished breakfast, she checked her blood pressure and confirmed that her condition was relatively stable. Then she took a deep breath and asked softly, "Grandma Zhou, do you believe in an afterlife?" Grandma Zhou paused for a moment, then laughed and cried at the same time, "Little Jiang, I'm an educated person too. I know there are no gods or ghosts in this world, let alone an afterlife. It's already very lucky for a person to live this life well." Jiang Ruochu looked at her seriously. "But what if I said there are?" Grandma Zhou looked at her with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she was trying to say. Jiang Ruochu then spoke directly. "Actually, I'm not Tong Tong's friend, and I didn't know her at all before. I came to see you because she asked me to in a dream." She reminded Grandma Zhou that if she were really Yuan Tongtong's good friend, how could Yuan Tangdang have never mentioned her to her grandmother? Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhou indeed fell silent. Yuan Tangdang had always loved telling her everything since she was little, which boy she liked, which friend she made, who she argued with, which classmates she disliked. She never hid anything from her. But she had never heard Tangdang mention Jiang Ruochu before. But Jiang Ruochu helped her as soon as she appeared, even helping her with her stall, and knew a lot about Yuan Tangtang. Grandma Zhou felt that she was just an old woman and had nothing to gain from her, so she slowly began to believe her. But now that Jiang Ruochu has personally denied it, the old woman is even more confused. Jiang Ruochu continued, saying that after Yuan Tangdang passed away, she went to another world and is now the daughter of a general. She has loving parents and has even entered the palace as a concubine, living a life of luxury with more than a dozen people serving her every day. The only thing she couldn't let go of was you, which is why she asked me to come see you in a dream. Grandma Zhou's eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly shook her head with a wry smile. "Xiao Jiang, don't make up stories to comfort me. If Tang Tang could really appear in my dreams, why doesn't she?" Jiang Ruochu could only continue making up a story based on metaphysics. "I'm not lying to you. She can enter my dream because I have a special destiny. When I was a child, a master told me that I am easily psychic and can see things that ordinary people cannot see." As she spoke, she raised her hand and showed Grandma Zhou the red string on her wrist. "This is a protective red string that my parents specially bought from the temple at a high price after listening to the master's advice." In reality, she had just bought the red string on Taobao during her birth year. It cost 19.9 yuan, and you could get a discount if you bought two. Afraid of being exposed, Jiang Ruochu only let Grandma Zhou take a look before quickly taking it back. Grandma Zhou was completely bewildered by her rhythm. Jiang Ruochu continued, saying that at first she also thought she was just dreaming, but after dreaming of the same person for several days in a row, she realized something was wrong. Grandma Zhou couldn't help but interrupt. "Then have you seen Tangdang several times?" Her eyes were full of envy. Jiang Ruochu could understand this feeling very well. Ever since her father fell into a coma, she always hoped to see him in her dreams. Sometimes, When she actually dreamed of him, she didn't even want to wake up. She held Grandma Zoe's hand and said gently, "Yes, I've dreamed about her several times. She repeatedly asked me to come see you and even gave me her address. I happen to have some free time recently, so I came." When they first met, she didn't tell the truth because she was afraid Grandma Zoe would think she was a fraud. After all, reincarnation and dreams are too unrealistic, so she said she was Yuan Tongtong's online friend. But now that you've finished with the last thing on your mind, I'm afraid you'll lose your motivation in life. After thinking about it for a long time, I've decided to tell you the truth. Jiang Ruochu spoke half-truthfully. The truth was that she was indeed entrusted by Yuan Tangtang, but the lie was that they communicated not through dreams, but through a chat group for transmigrators. Grandma Zoe paused for a while before asking in a trembling voice, "Can you really see the deceased and communicate with them?" Jiang Ruochu looked at her and said sincerely, "Yes, but they can only contact me. I can't contact them on my own initiative." She said this hoping that Grandma Zoe could let go, instead of constantly trying to contact Yuan Tangdang through psychic means. Those who are alive must continue moving forward. Jiang Ruochu also confessed that Tongtong's story was all told to her in a dream. Those male college students were hired by her to support Grandma Zoe. She helped because fulfilling Tongtong's request would accumulate merit for herself. She mentioned spending money to increase credibility. Having an exchange of benefits makes it easier for people to accept, and it also reduces the pressure on Grandma Zoe. The information came so suddenly that Grandma Zoe was stunned for a long time, only slowly sitting down on the sofa after she got tired of standing. After a while, she licked her dry lips. "You mean my Tang Tang went to another world to be a royal concubine?" Jiang Ruochu paused, not expecting the old woman to grasp the key point so well, and could only nod. Yes. She come from a prominent family there, has loving parents, and 2 older brothers who always give in to her. After hearing this, Grandma Zoe's eyes lit up with a relieved smile. Tang Tang had such a hard life. Her biological parents abandoned her after starting their own families. Even after she passed away, they didn't come back to see her for more than a few moments, as if they hadn't lost their daughter, but strangers. Now she has parents. Grandma Zoe lowered her head and wiped away her tears, murmuring, "That's good, that's good." But soon, she complained again. It's just not good that she married the emperor. The emperor has so many wives. How could he possibly care about our Tang Tang? Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly. Tang Tang said, "This is great. We're rich and powerful. No husband to control us. Our life ideals are becoming reality, and our future is limitless." Grandma Zoe was silent for a moment, but then believed her. That's exactly what Tang Tang would say. Jiang Ruochu then asked, "Grandma Zoe, now that you know Tang Tang is doing well over there, you can rest assured, right?" Grandma Zoe nodded repeatedly. "I can rest assured." Afterwards, Grandma Zoe moved to a nursing home according to Yuan Tongtong's wishes. The place Jiang Ruochu chose for her had a very nice environment, with mountains and water, and the caregivers were professional. According to the staff, Grandma Zoe became very popular at the nursing home because of her optimism, cheerfulness, and talkativeness. Some elderly men even pursued her. However, Grandma Zoe doesn't like looking at elderly men. She only likes looking at handsome men in TV dramas, just like Yuan Tangtang. Jiang Ruochu sent Yuan Tangtang photos of Grandma Zoe living in the nursing home. Since learning that her granddaughter was still alive and doing well in another world, Grandma Zoe's complexion improved day by day, and the smiles in the photos became noticeably more relaxed. Upon seeing her grandmother's recent situation, Yuan Tangtang couldn't help but send 2 words, "Love you." These 2 words expressed her gratitude even better than "thank you." This emotion was also reflected in the final system reward. A line of text suddenly appeared on the virtual screen in front of Jiang Ruochu. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for completing Yuan Tongtong's request and receiving a reward of 100 points. Additionally, due to Yuan Tongtong's 100% satisfaction rating, a perfect achievement has been achieved and an extra 100 points have been awarded. These points can be used to upgrade group functions. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for obtaining the special reward, Imperial Concubine's Bed. Jiang Ruochu clicked on the skill description for Imperial Concubine's Bed, and below it was a note. This skill allows any unit to enter a deep sleep state within 3 minutes, banishing insomnia, illness, and fatigue. If you're worried about oversleeping, you can also set an alarm. Instant sleep skill. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up instantly. When she was under a lot of pressure, she was very sleepy and tired, but she just couldn't fall asleep. In the end, she could only turn off the lights and scroll through her phone until her eyes were tired, and then force herself to fall asleep. She immediately decided to try it out. System, this any unit, can it be used on others as well as not just me? Yes, but its effect is limited to people. Jiang Ruochu immediately burrowed into bed. I'm going to use the Imperial Concubine's bed skill. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a gentle breeze and a faint woody scent. This system skill even had a 4D experience. Before long, drowsiness washed over her. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ruochu fell asleep precisely on time. Chapter 14, Apocalyptic Transmigrator. When Jiang Ruochu opened her eyes again, it was just getting light outside. She picked up her phone and saw it was only 6 in the morning, but she wasn't sleepy at all. Instead, she felt refreshed. It seemed the Imperial Concubine's bed not only made her fall asleep instantly, but also improved sleep quality. Jiang Ruochu immediately looked forward to the system rewards even more. She drew back the curtains, stretched in the morning light, and felt completely relaxed. Just then, the Transmigrator chat group started buzzing. She clicked on it and found it unusually lively today. The other 3 transmigrators who hadn't logged on before had also appeared. Chui Xue, from the post-apocalyptic world, sent several messages as soon as she logged on, asking what kind of group it was, and saying that she had just finished killing zombies and this thing suddenly appeared in her mind, suspecting she was hallucinating from hunger. Jiang Ruochu smiled knowingly. Sure enough, every newcomer to the group had a similar reaction. She explained that this was a group for transmigrators, and apart from her, everyone else had transmigrated to different dimensions. Halfway through her explanation, Jiang Ruochu casually asked the system if she could post a group announcement. Otherwise, it was too troublesome to repeat it every time a new member joined. The system told her to wait, and a few minutes later, a notification sounded. Update complete. Group owner Jiang Ruochu can now edit and post group announcements. Jiang Ruochu was speechless. This patch was applied out of the blue. The system even gave a haughty hum, but she was too lazy to argue and started editing the announcement while continuing to browse the group chat. At this moment, Zhong Zhun from the cultivation world also appeared, marveling that transmigrators actually had an organization. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up. Other worlds might only provide supplies, but the cultivation world was different. Perhaps it had a magic medicine that could save her father. Suppressing her excitement, she suggested that everyone briefly introduce themselves. Zhongzhan said that he had transmigrated to the cultivation world and was now at the Golden Core stage. Chui Xue, from the post-apocalyptic world, was immediately envious, complaining about how she ended up in a post-apocalyptic world, fighting zombies every day, working herself to the bone, and still not getting enough to eat. Then, Ming Xian spoke up. He had transmigrated to the world of the Empress. Jiang Ruochu, who read many novels, immediately understood, as did Zhongzhan. But Chui Xue looked completely bewildered. Meng Xian explained simply that it was a world where women were superior to men, and as a man who had transmigrated there, his situation was quite precarious, leaving him only able to wearily light a cigarette. Chui Xue comforted him for a few moments, adding that the guy from the cultivation world was much better. Unexpectedly, Zhongzhan weakly corrected him, saying that she was actually considered a sister to him as well. Jiang Ruochu and Chui Xue were both stunned. Chui Xue pressed, "Sisters are sisters, and brothers are brothers. How can you be considered sisters?" Zhongzhan broke down and confessed that she was a woman who had transmigrated into a man. When Jiang Ruochu saw this, her pupils almost dilated in shock. She hadn't expected everyone's transmigration experiences to be so rich, even able to switch genders. Zhongzhan said that at first she couldn't accept it at all, but later she could only accept her fate. Now, with this body, she couldn't get along with women psychologically, and she couldn't get along with the gender with men. So, she finally came to terms with it. Whether it's a man or a woman, it will affect her sword-drawing speed. So, she might as well focus on cultivation and ascend to immortality as soon as possible. Fortunately, she has good talent and is the fastest cultivator among her peers. After Zhongzhan finished speaking, she told everyone to laugh if they wanted. She was just being polite, but she didn't expect that some people in the group would be so impolite, flooding the chat with all sorts of laughing emojis. Meng Xian couldn't help but sigh. She originally thought that being targeted by the Empress and the Queen every day after transmigrating to the Empress's world was bad enough. But compared to Zhongzhen, at least she had all her body parts. Compared to Chui Xuehui, at least she didn't have a major survival crisis. She was lucky in a bad situation. Jiang Ruochu, Zhongzhen, and Chui Xuehui almost simultaneously added insult to injury. But you have Wei Ji, a nickname for a character in a game. Meng Xian painfully looked up at the sky, because there was indeed no way to refute this statement. While the group members were teasing each other, Jiang Ruochu finally posted the announcement. The announcement was simple. Welcome to the Time Traveler Penguin Group. This group is not a scam. Since everyone has traveled through time, there shouldn't be anything unacceptable about it. Arguing and causing trouble are prohibited in the group. You can exchange time travel experiences and trade resources with the group owner. The group owner also offers services such as legal shopping and proxy viewing. The announcement caused a 2-second silence in the group chat, followed by an immediate explosion, like water droplets falling into a hot oil pan. The biggest reaction came from Chui Xuehui in the post-apocalyptic world. She spammed a long string of exclamation marks, excitedly asking if trading was actually possible. She then began to desperately reminisce about Earth's food: fried chicken, barbecue, cola, milk tea, cake, and clean water. Chui Xuehui even tagged Jiang Ruochu directly, saying she wanted to cling to the group leader's coattails. It has to be said, among these transmigrators, she's probably the one currently suffering the most. Chapter 15, A Pot of Gold. In the apocalyptic world, Chui Xuehui lamented her miserable life every day, but no one in the group dared to respond. After all, no one could be worse off than her. Yuan Tangdang, who had just completed a transaction with Jiang Ruochu, also chimed in, directly advertising for her. Family members, the group admin is reliable. You could be absolutely at ease using her for purchasing. She added, I've switched to a TV series, and the harem is no longer boring. I even had her go see my grandma for me, and now I feel much more at ease. These words instantly warmed up the atmosphere in the group chat. Everyone had been transported to this world suddenly, completely unprepared, so it was no wonder they were short of supplies. They quickly began to speak up. Chui Xuehui was the first to shout, I want to exchange for food. Meng Xian immediately followed, yelling, I need pepper spray. Upon hearing this, the group chat fell silent for a second, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Meng Xian couldn't help but explain, Don't laugh. I really can use it, he said with a wry smile. The women in this world are ridiculously powerful. The Empress even wants to take me into her harem and build me a palace. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Ruochu teased, Why don't you just give in? Zhongzhen casually agreed. I agree. Yuan Tangdang analyzed even more seriously that giving in was like winning without lifting a finger. However, Jiang Ruochu still reminded him, dynasties that build palaces for their concubines are often nearing their end. Be careful not to be blamed for being a wicked concubine. Meng Xian could only sigh. I understand the difficulties women face now. Joking aside, Jiang Ruochu still agreed to buy him pepper spray. At this moment, she noticed that Zhongzhen from the cultivation world hadn't mentioned any needs. Just when she thought he was indifferent, Zhongzhen slowly spoke up. I'm not in a hurry. You helped him first. Jiang Ruochu thought it made sense. After all, one was struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and the other was facing a personal crisis. She then made a unified arrangement. Send your needs to me privately. Don't post them in the group. Everyone responded enthusiastically, but the chat in the group still wouldn't stop. Everyone had been holding back for too long, and finally finding like-minded people led to a flurry of complaints and gossip, with topics jumping from one topic to another, and the message count quickly reached 99+. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruochu in the private chat was already as busy as a customer service representative, handling the needs of several people at the same time. Fortunately, she had the system to assist her, so she didn't have to type by hand. She quickly assessed the priorities and decided to process Chui Xuehui's order first. So she communicated with Meng Xian. The apocalypse is more urgent. Can I help her first? Meng Xian immediately agreed. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sent a message. The Empress is here. I'm hiding first, %#, which immediately caused him to type gibberish and log off. Jiang Ruochu was a little amused and exasperated, then turned to focus on communicating with Chui Xuehui to understand the situation in her world. On Chui Xuehui's side, A zombie virus broke out 6 years ago, sweeping across the globe in 3 months, causing complete societal collapse, a sharp decline in population, and the complete destruction of order. She transmigrated 3 years later, which is considered the mid to late stage. Humanity gradually grasped the weaknesses of zombies and established shelters, but the real danger lay in the human heart. She frankly stated, "It's okay to encounter zombies outside, but you have to be more careful when you see people." Fortunately, the shelter she was in was relatively stable. The shelter was built in an upscale residential area where the price per square meter was 100,000 yuan before the apocalypse. But now it had become a place for survivors to live, and everyone was allocated an apartment. She couldn't help but sigh. "I used to work so hard, but I still couldn't afford it, and now I can live in a mansion for free." Jiang Ruochu replied, "It's like finding joy in hardship, but reality is still cruel. The infrastructure is almost paralyzed, and people live a semi-agricultural life, each doing their own job, working from sunrise to sunset." Chui Xuehui joined the search team, responsible for going out to find supplies. It was the most dangerous job, but also the most rewarding, as it meant more food and better housing. She was quite philosophical about it. "I'll earn as much as I can while I still can. Even if I die, it won't be a loss." Jiang Ruochu felt a little heavy-hearted after hearing this. Chui Xuehui stated her request directly. "I need food. The more the better." Jiang Ruochu then added, "Do you need sanitary napkins?" The other party immediately nodded vigorously. She complained that sanitary napkins are now ridiculously expensive, and many people can only use cloth strips instead, which require frequent washing, making life extremely difficult. She added, "If there's any space, bring some menstrual cramp medicine." Then she wailed, "It's the end of the world, and this thing still won't leave me alone." Jiang Ruochu replied helplessly, "Menstrual cramps treat everyone the same." The two girls sighed in unison across time and space, and even thought that being a girl in a boy's body was pretty cool. Finally, Chui Xuehui said somewhat embarrassedly, "I don't have anything else here, just this much gold. Is that enough?" She knew in her heart that exchanging this little bit for so many supplies was not really fair. Jiang Ruochu had no idea what was going on until the system prompted her to receive the supplies, and she clicked confirm. The next second, a basin of glittering gold appeared directly in front of her, piled high with bracelets, necklaces, and pendants. These gold pieces, worth a fortune in modern times, were now carelessly placed in a broken plastic basin, covered in dust, yet still dazzling. Jiang Ruochu tried to lift it. It was so heavy she almost strained her back, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Chapter 16 Supermarket Shopping Spree. Chui Xuehui originally wanted to give Jiang Ruochu money, but then she thought that in the apocalypse, money could still be used to start a fire, so she decided to give him gold instead. She also said with a smile that now a bag of gold might not even be able to buy a bag of rice, and gold thrown on the street wouldn't even get a second glance. Jiang Ruochu replied, "Incredibly extravagant," then earnestly reminded her that they had enough gold, and the apocalypse was dangerous, so there was no need to rush out to collect more. Even if there weren't any new jewelry items for the time being, she would still send more over next month when the supplies ran out. Jiang Ruochu meant what she said. She knew gold was worthless in the apocalypse, but Chui Xuehui was always in danger whenever she went out to collect it. This basin of gold in front of her could be sold for at least several million, enough to buy a lot of food and daily necessities. Chui Xuehui stared at the message in a daze for a long time. In the apocalypse, she had seen too much deceit and treachery. Even spouses, friends, and close relatives could turn against each other. The original owner of this body was pushed out and killed by her best friend while fleeing, and her parents had long been bitten to death by zombies. She had been all alone since transmigrating and hadn't felt cared for in a long time. Jiang Ruochu could have easily used resources to force her to find gold, but the other woman didn't. Thinking about her earlier wariness and dark thoughts, Chui Xuehui felt somewhat ashamed. Jiang Ruochu quickly sent a message saying she would go out to buy things for her right away. She changed her clothes and set off immediately. After all, Chui Xuehui's situation was special, and more importantly, the heavy gold gave her a lot of motivation. She rode her electric scooter to the pawn shop, parked it, and went inside carrying a black bag. Her first question was about the gold buyback price. Seeing that she was young and ordinary looking, the clerk wasn't particularly enthusiastic, only saying the buyback price was 476 yuan per gram, with a 6% handling fee. Jiang Ruochu thought the price was acceptable, so she opened the bag, revealing a pile of gold necklaces and bracelets, and calmly said, "I'll pawn them." The shop assistant's eyes widened instantly, and she couldn't help but ask her if she wasn't afraid of being robbed while carrying a bag of gold on the street. Jiang Ruochu remained calm, riding an electric scooter, carrying plastic bags, dressed plainly. Who would rob me? The shop assistant was speechless for a moment, but found it quite reasonable. Then Jiang Ruochu weighed herself in front of everyone, recorded the whole process, and had the store verify the authenticity. Half an hour later, the shop assistant smiled broadly and said that all the gold jewelry was real gold, weighing a total of 13,731 grams. After deducting the handling fee, the total amount transferred was 6,143,798 yuan. Jiang Ruochu didn't sign immediately. Instead, she recalculated the numbers on her phone and nodded only after confirming that everything was correct. The shop assistant, seeing her calm and composed throughout, secretly thought to herself, "I really can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are so young, yet they have so much gold." Soon, over 6 million yuan arrived in her account. Hearing the transfer notification, Jiang Ruochu felt there was no sound more pleasing than money flowing into her account. Satisfied, she entered the supermarket and began purchasing supplies for Chui Xuehui. She even sent a picture of the shelf. Seeing the overflowing goods before her, Chui Xuehui immediately replied with a tearful meow emoji, then said she wanted to eat cherries, something she had always only dared to look at but never buy before. Jiang Ruochu replied, "You can now achieve cherry freedom." Compared to 6 million, cherries were nothing. She pushed her shopping cart and began a rapid shopping spree. Not long after, Chui Xuehui messaged again, asking if she could help find out which fruits would make bowel movements smoother, and to buy some as well. In the apocalypse, fruits and vegetables were scarce, making this a real ordeal for her. Chui Xuehui also tearfully complained that since transmigrating to this world, she felt like she hadn't eaten normal food for 800 years. Jiang Ruochu could feel her breakdown even through the screen. If she were in the apocalypse, she probably would have gone insane in 3 months, let alone 3. Jiang Ruochu knew that bananas and dragon fruit could help with bowel movements, so she replied, "I'll buy them for you right away," and casually grabbed a bunch of imported bananas and put them in her shopping cart. Shopping without having to look at the price was indeed wonderful. Chapter 17 Cultivators also have needs. Jiang Ruochu's teleportation space is currently limited to only 1 cubic meter, so she has to be very selective when buying things, trying to make the most of every inch. She first picked out fresh fruits and vegetables, and then went to the meat section to buy prepared chicken, beef, and fish to ensure that Chui Xuehui could eat a slightly more balanced diet in the apocalypse. However, there are no refrigerators in the apocalypse, and fresh ingredients don't keep for long, so she didn't dare to buy too much. She only prepared enough fruits and vegetables for 3 days, and only enough fresh meat for 1 day. As Jiang Ruochu pushed the cart, she thought to herself, if only these things could be preserved for a long time. The system immediately reminded her that once the group storage function was enabled, supplies could be permanently stored in the group space, preventing food from spoiling. She then realized that the group storage function was equivalent to each group member having their own private space. This not only preserved the supplies, but also prevented them from being stolen. Jiang Ruochu was most concerned about the activation time. The system told her that she could activate it once the group reached level 2. She noted this down and continued shopping. Next, she bought canned meat, canned fruit, instant noodles, and self-heating meals, foods that could be stored for a long time. Fresh ingredients were for Chui Xuehui to enjoy temporarily, but canned goods were the key to long-term survival. Before long, the shopping cart was full. Jiang Ruochu dragged over a second cart and headed straight for the living area, buying 5 bags of sanitary napkins, 2 bags of overnight pants, and disinfectant wipes. In the apocalypse, water is just as precious. With the waterworks neglected and the city's pipes severely damaged, Chui Xuehui and her family could only collect rainwater and river water. Drinking it resulted in stomach aches and, at worst, death. Therefore, Jiang Ruochu bought 2 portable outdoor water purifiers. More than 2 hours later, she double-checked the items to make sure nothing was missing before having the store deliver them. After leaving the supermarket, she bought fried chicken, barbecue, cola, and milk tea, packing them all up. Finally, she didn't forget her medications, buying a home first aid kit and, as the clerk suggested, ordering fever reducers, gastrointestinal medicine, painkillers, and antibiotics. She bought so much medicine that the clerk looked at her as if she were going to the apocalypse. Back at the hotel, Jiang Ruochu scanned all the items into the system. The system automatically categorized and arranged them, and the items were neatly packed into a 1 cubic meter space, as if by magic. As the space gradually filled up, Jiang Ruochu felt a strong sense of satisfaction. When the system asked if she wanted to upload, she noticed there were still some gaps and immediately stopped. Not wanting to waste any opportunity, she shoved 2 more packets of dried meat in, looking like a working-class person being shoved into a subway car by the conductor during rush hour. After confirming that the cubic meter was completely filled, Jiang Ruochu clicked confirm and specifically reminded Chui Xuehui to find a safe place to receive the supplies because they would suddenly appear with a duan. Her vivid description amused Chui Xuehui in the other dimension, who quickly thanked her. This time, there were more supplies, so the delivery was a few minutes slower than last time. After receiving the notification, Chui Xuehui didn't rush to receive it. Instead, she hurried home, drew the curtains, took a deep breath, and nervously pressed the button. The next second, a full cubic meter of supplies appeared before her eyes. Chui Xuehui's eyes lit up instantly. These inhuman days were finally coming to an end. She carefully carried the items out one by one, because these were not just supplies, but her life. She had just moved a few items when she smelled the aroma of fried chicken and barbecue, which made her scalp tingle. She quickly took out the 2 items. The salt and pepper fried chicken and the mildly spicy barbecue were still hot, and there was also an iced cola and a milk tea, with plenty of toppings next to them. Chui Xuehui's chest was burning with excitement. As she took a bite of fried chicken, she was enveloped in a feeling of happiness. She couldn't help but send a message in the group chat, saying that she was so happy and hadn't eaten a decent piece of meat in 3 whole years. Zhongzhen was even a little tempted. Yuan Tingtang and Meng Xian were all right. After all, one was a concubine and the other was being pursued by the empress, so eating fried chicken and barbecue wasn't difficult for them. But they couldn't afford modern drinks like cola and milk tea. They were all-time travelers, but their lives were worlds apart. But with Jiang Ruochu, their living standards would soon be leveled out. After buying things for Chui Xuehui, Jiang Ruochu went to check on Meng Xian in the Empress world. Meng Xian wasn't online, probably still hiding from the Empress, so she left a message saying that things were settled and asked him to make a list of what he wanted to buy. Not long after the message was sent, before Meng Xian had even replied, Zhongzhen, who had previously claimed to be without desires, contacted her first. Chapter 18, The Kind-Hearted Group, Owner Zhongzhen. Jiang Ruochu was just about to contact Zhongzhen. She was not only short of money, but also urgently needed medicine. Unexpectedly, Zhongzhen messaged her privately first. Zhongzhen sent a message in the group chat, saying he was too embarrassed to say it directly earlier, but actually wanted Jiang Ruochu to help him buy some popular science books on male physiology. After all, it was her first time being a man, and she didn't understand many things and was too embarrassed to ask others. In exchange, Zhongzhen offered to give her a qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. Jiang Ruochu immediately asked her if there were any medicines in the cultivation world that could revive a patient. She briefly explained her father's condition. After listening, Zhongzhen apologized and said that such cases were basically non-existent in the cultivation world. Most of the pills there were for cultivators to use for leveling up. The qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill was the most suitable pill for ordinary people that she could think of. Jiang Ruochu had only held onto a sliver of hope and was inevitably disappointed upon learning there was no hope, but she quickly recovered. Zhongzhen, however, earnestly emphasized, don't underestimate the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. It can't make you ascend to immortality, but it can strengthen your body. Hair loss, nearsightedness, backaches, leg pains, dizziness, and headaches can all be relieved with just one pill, leaving you feeling refreshed and invigorated. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh as she raved about it. There is really no need for such enthusiasm. For modern people, this elixir was already a rare and precious treasure. She casually asked Zhongzhen if he had worked in advertising in his past life. Zhongzhen was shocked and admitted that he was an advertising professional who died from overwork, and angrily added that he would advise anyone he hated to work in advertising. Jiang Ruochu could feel her resentment even through the screen, so she readily agreed to help her find the book. Her enthusiasm wasn't just because she found Zhongzhen's transformation from woman to man both funny and pitiful, but also because she desperately needed this kind of health-enhancing medicine. Over the years, the family has been struggling to pay off debts. She and her brother are young and can still endure it, but their mother is getting old, and her health has clearly deteriorated in the last 2 years. Her hair is dry and brittle, and her wrinkles have deepened. Thinking of her mother, Jiang Ruochu's heart sank. She had to get this pill to help her mother recover. She opened Pinduoduo and started searching for books. She used to ignore these platforms, but after her family went bankrupt, she had learned how to claim red envelopes, find coupons, and even watch ads to save a few yuan. Soon, she found a batch of popular science books on physiology and sent screenshots to Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly, saying that Jiang Ruochu had been a great help. Jiang Ruochu then asked her if she wanted to find some novels as well. If one could see the cultivation world, they would see Zhongzhen, dressed in ancient costume, sitting up abruptly from the bed. Zhongzhen was instantly excited and said of course she could. Jiang Ruochu's thoughtfulness made her gratitude turn from politeness into sincerity. After all, they were just group members who had been suddenly added to the same group, and they weren't really close yet. Joking was fine, but when it came to actually helping with purchases, she had to test the waters first. Zhongzhen didn't dare to ask for too much at once, thinking she could exchange favors gradually in the future. Jiang Ruochu shared the same thought. If possible, she wanted to exchange one qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill for everyone in her family, so she needed to maintain a long-term friendly relationship with Zhongzhen. She asked Zhongzhen how many pills he had, saying she wanted to exchange for 4, and that he could also mention any other needs. Zhongzhen explained that she was not a pill cultivator and did not usually hoard pills. She currently only had 1. She guessed that Jiang Ruochu wanted to use it for her family, so she told her that although the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill was a basic pill and not difficult to refine, it was rarely refined because it was not very useful for cultivators and had 2 troublesome ingredients. If Jiang Ruochu needed it, she could help collect it, but it would take about a month. Jiang Ruochu thought about it, and since the next exchange wasn't until a month later anyway, she might as well take one to try it out, so she agreed. Next, she asked Zhongzhen what kind of novels she wanted to read. Zhongzhen immediately named various romance novels, the more melodramatic the better, and even confessed that she was a country bumpkin who loved reading this kind of stuff. Finally, she cautiously mentioned that she wanted some erotic novels, preferably from well-known online novel platforms. Jiang Ruochu understood, of course. The plot, there was just embellishment. The explicit content was the constant theme. However, she quickly and calmly reminded Zhongzhen, "You're a man now. If you get aroused after watching, do you know how to deal with it?" Zhongzhen fell silent. After a moment, she rationally decided to wait until she had learned more about physiology before posting. But rational as she was, she couldn't help but add a few crying emojis. Seeing her distress, Jiang Ruochu suggested preparing more angst-filled stories for her. The more heart-wrenching the romance, the more devastating the destruction of the 3 realms. Perhaps seeing others suffer would bring her joy. Zhongzhen was moved and said that Jiang Ruochu was truly a good person. Jiang Ruochu teased her, saying that she couldn't lose her composure in the post, so she had to act strangely first, and then asked if she would care about such things while cultivating immortality. Zhongzhen replied that she didn't cultivate the path of ruthlessness, so she didn't need to extinguish human desires. Anyway, she couldn't have any relationships with either men or women in reality, so she could only rely on fictional characters for some comfort. Soon, Jiang Ruochu received the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill from Zhongzhen. The pill was only the size of a chocolate bean, and a faint herbal scent could be smelled from it when held in the palm of her hand. She couldn't help but ask if the medicine would be effective for her father's illness. Zhongzhen couldn't guarantee it, only that it would be effective on conscious individuals, and suggested she give it to someone whose efficacy could be guaranteed first. They could try it again next month when new pills became available. Jiang Ruochu then inquired about the contraindications. Zhongzhen said that it could be taken by both men and women, swallowed with warm water. She warned that it might cause drowsiness immediately after consumption and advised against driving or working at heights. She even gave an example of a novice who took it and attempted to fly on a sword, only to fall to his death. Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment, only able to sigh that cultivating immortality was indeed a high-risk profession. Zhongjun wholeheartedly agreed, saying that in their area, they were either stabbing themselves while practicing swordsmanship or accidentally stabbing their fellow disciples. It was incredibly dangerous. However, once the drowsiness wore off, it was exhilarating. Jiang Ruochu carefully put away the pills, preparing to give them to her mother when she returned home. Meanwhile, in the post-apocalyptic world, Cui Shuehui, having eaten and drunk her fill, leaned against the window, patting her slightly full stomach, and stared blankly at the world outside. Sunlight fell on the lush grass, birds chirped in the branches, and occasionally a gust of wind would startle a flock of birds into flight. The city, unmaintained, had long since become a paradise for plants and animals. The zombie virus is a catastrophe for humanity, but for other creatures, it might be a rebirth. Cui Shuehui's gaze followed the flock of birds flying into the blue sky. For 3 years, she had lived in fear, never truly able to catch her breath. Only now did she finally have a chance to stop and think about other things. Of course, she missed her life before she transmigrated. Even though life was tough back then, at least the city was safe, and she didn't have to constantly worry about her life or death. But what she missed was only the convenience of modern society. She didn't miss that awful family. She was even happy to be able to escape them forever. The only thing she couldn't let go of was her younger sister. She wondered how her sister was doing after she left. After a long silence, Cui Shuehui asked Jiang Ruochu in the group chat if she could ask her for a favor. Jiang Ruochu was delighted to see the message. She was waiting for the group member tasks. Only in this way could she earn points and system rewards. She immediately mentally summoned the system, signaling for a task. The system was equally excited, eager to level up as well. Thus, both the human and the system stared intently at Cui Shuehui with bright eyes. Jiang Ruochu replied enthusiastically, telling her to go ahead and speak. Cui Shuehui was touched by this enthusiasm, thinking the group admin was truly a kind and helpful person. One saw the other's points, the other saw the good person status. Although there was a slight misunderstanding, it wasn't a big deal. Chapter 19: A New Commission. Cui Shuehui said that her parents always favored sons over daughters, believing that sons were the foundation and daughters would eventually belong to another family, so they were never willing to spend money on her. When she was a teenager, she went out to work with other people from the town. At that time, Cui Shuehui didn't understand. She just felt that being able to earn her own money was better than staying at home being scolded and serving her parents. Later, after going to the big city and seeing more of the world, she realized how important education was. So when her parents asked her to send money home again, she only made one request. Her younger sister must continue her studies. These few words almost encapsulate half her life of oppression at the hands of her family. Most admirable is that Cui Shuehui, despite having no means of support herself, still wanted to provide for her younger sister. After reading this, Jiang Ruochu simply replied, "You are a good older sister." Cui Shuehui sent a smiling emoji, saying she knew it wasn't easy for college graduates to find jobs these days, but it was still better than not having much education. Calculating the time, she should have only been gone from her original world for about 6 months. To let the group members know the exact dates in a modern world, Jiang Ruochu updated the group announcements every day. After 2 days, she tried letting the system take over, and to her surprise, the system not only agreed, but also did it very happily. Previously, when she helped Yuan Tangnang find TV dramas, the system also watched them and even became addicted. Jiang Ruochu felt that the system was probably too bored, which gave her the illusion that she was tutoring an elementary school student. She quickly brought her attention back to the chat. Cui Shuehui was worried that her younger sister wasn't doing well after she left, and even more afraid that she had lost her schooling. Jiang Ruochu immediately asked her to send her address, saying she would go and check on her. She also told Cui Shuehui that she would definitely help her sister as long as she wanted to continue her studies. The gold Cui Shuehui had given her earlier had already been sold for a considerable amount of money, more than enough to support her sister's schooling, and she wouldn't even have to worry too much about her future. Jiang Ruochu said that any items Cui Shuehui gave her, once resold, would belong to Cui Shuehui, who could then freely dispose of them. Cui Shuehui felt relieved upon hearing this and finally understood why Yuan Tangnang was so supportive of Jiang Ruochu. She thanked her and then reminded Jiang Ruochu not to go to her home first. Her parents and brother were both difficult to deal with, it would be best to go directly to her sister's school and assess the situation first. Her sister's homeroom teacher, Gung was a very responsible teacher, much more reliable than her parents. Jiang Ruochu agreed, telling her to stay in touch and reminding her to be careful in the post-apocalyptic world, emphasizing that safety was the most important thing. She said that both Cui Xuehue and her sister would gradually get better. As Cui Xuehue read these words, her eyes welled up with tears. No one knows how warm her heart felt when she received care from her parents from a young age and had to shoulder everything on her own as an adult. More importantly, Jiang Ruochu's care and help gave her the motivation to keep going in the apocalyptic world. She rubbed her eyes, looked at the sunlight outside the window, smiled gently, and hope returned to her eyes. After their conversation, Jiang Ruochu quickly received a system task notification. Visit Cui Xuehue's sister in the post-apocalyptic world. Accept the task. Completing the task will reward you with points and unlock system skills. Jiang Ruochu chose yes without hesitation. Thinking of Cui Xuehue's experience, she couldn't help but sigh. She also had a younger brother, but her parents had always treated them equally. When the siblings argued as children, their parents wouldn't side with either of them. They would simply call them together and clarify the situation. Whoever was wrong would apologize. There was never a, "You're the older sister, so you should give in to your younger brother," or "You're a boy, so you have to give in to your older sister" mentality. In Jiang Ruochu's view, unreasonable concessions are harmful to children. It's precisely because her parents are impartial that she and Jiang Chui have always had a good relationship. They do argue, but they spend more time getting together to be mischievous. This humility wasn't forced. It stemmed from receiving so much love from a young age that she was willing to give that love back to her family. In contrast, Cui Xuehue never truly received love from her parents and was forced to work early to support her brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but send Yin Mingyu a voice message. "Mom, I love you, he. Please also tell Dad that I love him too. I'm done here and going back now. I should be there by noon. I'll visit you at the hospital then." At the hospital, Yin Mingyu was keeping watch over her daughter when she received a WeChat message and couldn't help but smile. She read the message aloud to Jiang Sheng, who was lying in the hospital bed, and said with a smile, "Look at your daughter. She's getting more and more affectionate as she grows up." Although Jiang Sheng is now in a vegetative state, the doctor said that talking to him more would help stimulate his brain and aid in his recovery. Yin Mingyu then smiled and replied to her daughter, "Mom and Dad love you too." Sometimes a simple "I love you" and "I love you too" are enough to put one's mind at ease. Yin Mingyu also told Jiang Ruochu that she had just returned from out of town and should go home to rest first, without rushing to the hospital, as Jiang Sheng's condition was stable. Jiang Ruochu replied that she missed her parents and had to see them right away. She added that her experiences these past few days had made her realize even more how fortunate she was to be their daughter. Yin Mingyu listened to her daughter's soft voice, a smile spreading across her face. Jiang Ruochu's home is in Ming'an City. On the high-speed train back, she sent Jiang Chui another red envelope. She knew her younger brother wasn't buying into "I love you" gestures. Money was the most practical thing to do. Sure enough, Jiang Chui accepted the red envelope and immediately sent a silly, laughing emoji, even exaggerating that he was willing to go through fire and water for his sister. Jiang Ruochu told him not to show off his idiom dictionary, and he then asked her if she had recently become rich. Jiang Ruochu said she had closed several big deals and shouldn't have to worry about the debts anymore. She told him that he was about to enter his senior year of high school and should focus on his studies instead of thinking about earning money to help support the family. Jiang Chui was overjoyed to hear this. The tutoring he was referring to wasn't attending cram schools, but rather being a teacher to others. He had previously helped a 9th grade student improve their score by 50 points, and the student's parents presented him with a banner and a gong, which is how his reputation spread. However, Jiang Chui only takes on a maximum of 2 students, and only those from other schools. The teachers know his family situation, and seeing that his grades haven't dropped, they turn a blind eye. His classmates think he's amazing, but Jiang Chui complains bitterly whenever tutoring is mentioned. He complained about his recent student, saying that every time he explained a problem, it gave him so much trouble he almost had a heart attack, and he even dreamed about explaining problems at night. Jiang Ruochu watched her brother complain, laughing and comforting him. The siblings chatted like this, and Jiang Ruochu finally returned to Ming'an City. Chapter 20 Nourishing and Rejuvenating Pill. When Jiang Ruochu arrived at the hospital, she saw her mother, Yin Mingyu, scrolling through video websites, learning the latest trending memes, and diligently taking notes. According to Yin Mingyu, to be a successful emotional support blogger, one must keep up with the times, able to connect with those born in the 2000s and 2010s, as well as those born in the 1960s and 1970s. Jiang Ruochu had a mischievous idea and quietly walked over, intending to pat her mother's shoulder to scare her. But Yin Mingyu seemed to have expected it, grabbed her hand in return, and laughed and scolded. "You brat, trying to scare me again? Just like your father. You're useless, never coming up with any new tricks." Jiang Ruochu chuckled and hugged her mother from behind, acting coquettishly. But when her gaze fell on Yin Mingyu's hair, her heart suddenly ached. Her black hair was already streaked with gray. In just a few years, her mother had become so worn out. Jiang Ruochu gently touched her hair. Yin Mingyu knew what her daughter was thinking and comforted her. "It's okay. Everyone gets old. Everyone gets gray hair." Jiang Ruochu responded and then looked at her father on the hospital bed. He was so thin that his cheeks were sunken, and although his vital signs were stable, he was far from healthy. She now only hoped that Zhongzhen from the cultivation world could collect the elixirs as soon as possible. If her father could also take a qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, perhaps there would really be hope for him to wake up. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu took out the pill she had prepared beforehand and said to Yin Mingyu, "Mom, I recently got my hands on a tonic. I heard it's quite effective. Why don't you try it?" Upon hearing tonic, Yin Mingyu immediately became wary. "You haven't been scammed by a health product salesperson, have you?" As a relationship blogger, she had heard too many similar complaints, especially from families with seriously ill members. The more desperate the situation, the easier it is for people to take advantage of them. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated, and could only explain, "No, my friend works at a pharmaceutical company, and this is their new product. Just give it a try." Yin Mingyu trusted her daughter to a certain extent, but still reminded her, "Anyway, don't buy those strange health products randomly, and consult a doctor if you have any problems." Jiang Ruochu snorted lightly, indicating that she wasn't so easily fooled. She took out a white porcelain elixir bottle from her pocket, decorated with cranes, looking quite antique. She poured out the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill and handed it to her mother. "Take it with warm water. You might feel sleepy after taking it, so you can go back and rest. I'll stay with Dad tonight, and you can come back to relieve me tomorrow morning. I have to go out of town." Yin Mingyu swallowed the pill. Hearing that her daughter had just returned and was about to leave again, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Going on a business trip again? Why don't you go back and rest? I'll stay with you." Jiang Ruochu shook her head. "It's okay. I want to have a private talk with Dad." As she spoke, she observed her mother's reaction. However, the effects wouldn't be immediate after taking the pill. Jiang Ruochu asked, "Mom, how does it feel?" Yin Mingyu savored the taste for a moment, then replied, "It tastes pretty good. It even has a slightly sweet aftertaste." A few minutes later, she yawned, her eyelids drooping. "I'm actually a little sleepy." Jiang Ruochu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Zhongzhen's reaction was spot on. She hugged her mother's arm, urging her to go home and rest, and to remember to let her know she arrived safely. Yin Mingyu agreed, and before leaving, she gently patted her daughter's head. The next morning, Jiang Ruochu was still in the ward when Yin Mingyu walked in, looking radiant. Without asking any questions, just looking at her rosy complexion, she knew the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill had worked. Sure enough, as soon as Yin Mingyu entered, she whispered excitedly, "Daughter, this tonic is amazing. I went back to sleep, and when I woke up, I felt so much better." She even took a few quick steps to show off. "And my knees, they were aching for the past few days, but now they don't hurt at all, and I feel like I can fly." Jiang Ruochu quickly pulled her back, laughing and joking. All right, now that you know this medicine is good, you're so happy you'll fly away." Upon closer inspection, she noticed that her mother's gray hair had disappeared, replaced by a full, shiny black head. The wrinkles around her eyes had lessened, and her skin was much brighter. The changes were so obvious that Yin Mingyu felt uneasy. Could this medicine contain hormones? Jiang Ruochu said confidently, "Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. Pills from the cultivation world are probably purer than anything else." Then she reminded her mother, "However, this medicine is still a secret. Don't tell anyone." Yin Mingyu didn't even ask for a reason before immediately nodding. Okay, I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to say it, I won't. But she quickly looked at her husband on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with expectation. Can your father take it? If I had known it would be so effective, I would have let him take it first. Maybe it would have helped him get better. At this point, she was clearly annoyed. Jiang Ruochu quickly reassured her. Yes, our whole family has them, but we'll have to wait a few more days. Yin Mingyu nodded. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the time, stood up, and said, Mom, I have to catch the bullet train. Dad, thank you for your trouble here. Yin Mingyu raised her arm, full of energy. Go ahead. I feel 20 years younger now. Taking care of your dad is no problem. I could even carry him around a lap. Jiang Ruochu laughed. She knew that her mother had practiced martial arts in her youth and had a lively personality. When she was dating her reserved and gentle father, she really could do something like that. After saying goodbye to Yin Mingyu, Jiang Ruochu hurried to the high-speed rail station. Cui Shuohui's hometown was Qingli Town in Nanju City, a place with a backward economy. The entire city's economic benefits were probably less than those of a single district in a large city. Chapter 21, Changing Fate. Nanju City only got high-speed rail a few years ago. Jiang Ruochu first took the high-speed rail to the city, then changed buses to get to the county seat. Cui Shuohui's younger sister was studying at a high school in the county. The Cui family had one son and two daughters. The son was the eldest, and Cui Shuohui was the second. However, the family still wanted to have another son, so they named their two daughters Cui Lady and Cui Zhaodi. Later, Cui Shuohui went out to work and changed her name. She was from the south and had never seen snow, so she chose the character Shui, snow. She also felt that Hui, wisdom, had a good meaning, so she became Cui Shuohui. She thought that changing her name would free her from that terrible family of origin. But she was uneducated and didn't know she needed to go to the police station to officially change her name. Until her death, her identification documents still listed her as Cui Lady. To her relief, after transmigrating, the name displayed in the group chat finally reflected her true self. When Jiang Ruochu arrived at the county high school, it was already 5 p.m. It was the closing ceremony, and students were leaving one after another, some cheerful, some looking dejected. She approached the gatekeeper, politely saying she wanted to see teacher Gengyu, and explained that she was a friend of Sister Cui Zhaodi and wanted to discuss something. Seeing that she was young and had a gentle demeanor, the gatekeeper called Gengyu. On the other end of the phone, Gengyu paused for a moment upon hearing Cui Zhaodi's sister, then realized she was probably a cousin or something similar. Thinking of Cui Zhaodi's situation, she couldn't help but sigh. Cui Zhaodi hadn't been to class for half a month. Gengyu called the Cui family, but they hung up immediately upon hearing it was her. She had planned to visit the Cui family after the final exams, but now that someone had come looking for her, she immediately told the security guard to let them in. The gatekeeper pointed the way, and Jiang Ruochu walked into the campus. The county high school's teaching buildings were old, with moss on the walls and scratches on the wooden window frames, yet they were kept spotless. She walked through the old buildings and saw striking red characters painted on the walls. Knowledge changes destiny. Don't be afraid of the hardship of studying. It's the best path to the world. There is no such thing as overnight success, only unseen hard work. The afternoon sun cast a long shadow on her. She rounded the corner and saw a teacher in his 30s, wearing glasses, quietly comforting a student with red eyes. After the students left, Jiang Ruochu stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Teacher Geng?" Gengyu was clearly taken aback when she saw her. The girl in front of her was tall and slender, with fair skin and a clean and gentle temperament. She was so different from Cui Zhaodi in her memory, as if she were from a completely different world. She asked hesitantly, "Are you Zhaodi's older sister?" Jiang Ruochu explained without changing her expression. "I'm her sister's friend. My name is Jiang Ruochu, so I guess you could call me her sister. I used to hear her sister talk about Zhaodi often, saying that she was very good at studying. After her sister passed away, the thing she worried about most was this younger sister." Upon hearing this, Gengyu sighed. Zhaodi's tuition used to be earned by her older sister through part-time jobs. Her sister was afraid that their parents would take the money, so she often transferred money to me and asked me to help pay it. Now that Cui Shuohui is gone, Cui Zhaodi has lost the only person who could protect her. Gengyu's tone was heavy as she said that Cui Zhaodi hadn't come to school for a while, and she had gone to her home twice, but found no one there. She also couldn't get through to her on the phone. High school is not compulsory education, and if parents are determined not to let their children attend, there's not much outsiders can do. You could only visit them to communicate and offer some persuasion. But Chui Xiaodi had already fallen too far behind her studies. If things dragged on any longer, she would truly fall behind. After listening, Jiang Ruochu volunteered, "Teacher Geng, I'll go with you. Her sister helped me before she passed away, and I'm very grateful. I'll do my best to help Xiaodi if I can." Seeing that she was grateful, Geng Yu felt a bit more favorably toward her, but still reminded her, "This family is very fierce. You should be prepared." Jiang Ruochu said calmly, "It's all right. I've seen plenty of shameless people. Most of them are all talk and no action. They usually can't withstand a punch from me." Geng Yu looked at her slender hand in disbelief, unable to imagine how powerful a punch from such a pretty young girl could be. Chapter 22, Golden Friend. It takes half an hour to get from the high school to the Chui family's house. By the time Jiang Ruochu and Geng Yu arrived, it was almost 6 o'clock. Fortunately, it gets dark late in the summer, so the time was just right. The Chui family wasn't as poor as Jiang Ruochu had imagined. They lived in a 3-story self-built house with a yard, and there was even a car worth around 100,000 yuan parked in the yard. They seemed to live more comfortably than many city dwellers. Jiang Ruochu sneered and said that this family did not seem to be unable to afford their daughter's education at all. They were clearly just unwilling to spend money on their daughter. As a teacher, Geng Yu shouldn't have shown too much emotion, but she couldn't help feeling disgusted by the scene. She told Jiang Ruochu that the Chui family had indeed made a fortune by contracting orchards. However, their son was a disappointment. He couldn't continue his studies and insisted on going into business, ultimately losing everything. Jiang Ruochu's voice turned cold as she said that it wasn't scary to have a useless crown prince in the family. What was scary was that this useless person was ambitious and insisted on starting a business. Geng Yu sighed and continued, saying that later on, Chui's son stayed at home sponging off his parents and sister. Ironically, the new car in the yard was bought with Chui Xuehui's death compensation. Chui Xuehui died in a safety accident at the factory. Logically, the factory cannot escape responsibility, but the factory did not want to suspend operations for rectification, so it privately approached Chui's parents to discuss compensation, offering more money as long as they did not pursue the matter. Chui's parents only cared about money and never considered seeking justice for their daughter, agreeing on the spot. Outsiders all thought they were receiving normal compensation, but only Jiang Ruochu learned the truth through the system. When the system first mentioned this, it was so angry it spat several times. Jiang Ruochu was also disgusted after hearing it. Fortunately, Chui Xuehui herself didn't know. Otherwise, even in the apocalyptic world, she might not be able to feel at ease. What Jiang Ruochu didn't expect was that the Chui family had so quickly forgotten about Chui Xuehui's death. As soon as they got the money, they renovated the house and bought their son a new car. Looking at the brand new car, Jiang Ruochu felt that it was not a car at all, but was clearly stained with Chui Xuehui's blood. It was dinner time, and Jiang Ruochu saw the Chui family members sitting in the living room on the first floor. The man in the middle, who looked to be about 26 or 27, was looking down at his phone. He was probably the crown prince of the Chui family. He was scrolling through his phone while eating, and his parents kept putting food on his plate. But instead of appreciating it, he found them annoying. The family inside seemed very happy and harmonious. Meanwhile, Chui Xiaodi was feeding the pigs alone in the yard, unable to even get a hot meal. As she wiped her sweat, she saw Geng Yu and Jiang Ruochu coming to find her. In that instant, a light suddenly shone in Chui Xiaodi's eyes, as if she had seen a life-saving fire in the darkness. But the light quickly went out again, like a small flame flickering in a storm. Just as Geng Yu was about to call her name, Jiang Ruochu grabbed her arm. Chui Xiaodi in the courtyard also waved her hand nervously, signaling them not to make a sound, as if afraid of disturbing the vampire inside the house. Jiang Ruochu immediately understood that they couldn't let the Chui family find out about them before they had figured out the situation. She nodded slightly to Chui Xiaodi, signaling her to come out first. Chui Xiaodi turned and called into the house, saying that she had left something in the field. Chui's mother immediately scolded her for being a pig brain, always forgetting things, but still told her to hurry back as there was a lot of work waiting for her at home. Looking at her brother who was weighted on hand and foot in the room, Chui Xiaodi couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you ask your brother to cook?" Mr. Chui slammed his chopsticks down on the spot and scolded her for being a brat, saying that it was unreasonable to let men do chores. He also warned her not to talk nonsense, lest she be told that the Chui family had no manners when she married into her husband's family. Chui Zhaodi pursed her lips, feeling wronged. At her age, this was the only resistance she could muster. But even this small act of resistance had shown Jiang Ruochu her courage. She wiped away her tears, quickly left the house, and pulled Gung Yu along, winding her way for a long time until they could no longer see the eaves of their house. Only then did she finally hug Gung Yu and burst into tears. She cried and said she didn't want to be engaged or get married, begging the teacher to save her. Gung Yu was taken aback and quickly asked what she meant by getting married. Jiang Ruochu took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to her, gently telling her not to rush and to explain slowly. Chui Zhaodi sobbed for a while before stammering her thanks. Although she didn't know Jiang Ruochu, since she was brought by her teacher, she instinctively felt that the other person was a good person. She said her brother took her sister's compensation money, saying he was going to start a business, but he came back with a mountain of debt. When he returned, he cried and begged his parents to pay off the debt, saying that if they didn't, the creditors would beat him to death. Now he secretly went home. Chui's parents couldn't bear to see their son suffer, but they didn't have enough money, so they accepted a dowry from someone else and arranged a marriage for him. They were just waiting for him to come of age so that they could marry him off. At this point, Chui Zhaodi cried even harder. Grabbing Gung Yu's arm, her face filled with fear, she said that even if she didn't continue her studies, she didn't want to get married. She would rather work in another city than marry someone she had never met. Gung Yu was so angry her face turned pale. She cursed Chui's parents, calling them scoundrels. Why should their daughter have to make up for their son's mistakes? Her first reaction was to call the police. Jiang Ruochu knew very well that calling the police was useful, but not a permanent solution. Before the matter was settled, the police could at most come to her home to give her a warning. Once harm was done, it would be too late. Besides, the police can't watch over Chui Zhaodi all the time. Once they leave, Chui's parents can still harm their daughter. Gung Yu was at a loss for what to do, and Chui Zhaodi was even more flustered. Of the three, only Jiang Ruochu remained calm. To truly free Chui Zhaodi, the problem must be addressed at its root. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ruochu's eyes as she asked Chui Zhaodi if she could confirm that her brother's debts were indeed due to business failure. Chui Zhaodi stared blankly at her sister, who was as beautiful as a fairy, speechless for a moment. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently at her, and her heart warmed as if she were seeing her own sister. Jiang Ruochu then asked if Boss Chui had gone gambling again. She said again, because Chui Xuehui had mentioned before that Boss Chui loved to gamble with his cronies, and every time he lost all his money, he would go to Chui Xuehui to ask for more. Jiang Ruochu knew that once a gambler starts, he'll start again and will never change his ways. Chui Zhaodi choked up as she said that she didn't know either, only that her brother told their parents the same thing after he came back. However, she had heard her sister mention that her brother used to be a gambler and had gone to the factory a few times to ask her for money to pay off his debts. Jiang Ruochu then asked her if she had any photos of her brother. Although Chui Zhaodi didn't understand why, she nodded and said that her parents often posted pictures of her brother on social media, so she could find them. Jiang Ruochu continued to ask where Boss Chui had been doing business before. Chui Zhaodi shook her head, only knowing that he had said he went to Mingyan City and nothing else. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, what a coincidence. Mingyan City happens to be her home. It would actually be more convenient for her to gather information. She added Chui Zhaodi on WeChat and got a photo of Chui Lauda. To think he could run away after owing debts and even try to sell his sister to pay them off is utterly ridiculous. Jiang Ruochu had made up her mind to let the wicked be punished by the wicked themselves. She then instructed Chui Zhaodi not to tell anyone about their visit to her that day. Chui Zhaodi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then cautiously asked who Jiang Ruochu was and why she was helping her. Jiang Ruochu looked at her and answered softly, I am your sister's friend. He was also the best friend in her life who gave her 6 million gold coins. Chapter 23, This is not a friend, but an enemy. Your sister used to talk about you often, Jiang Ruochu said gently. She hoped you could live a good life. She wanted to use Chui Xuehui's wish to rekindle the almost extinguished light in Chui Zhaodi's heart, to help her hold on a little longer. Chui Zhaodi was stunned, whispering sister, thinking of her sister's misfortune, and then of the possibility that she might also walk the same path, and the tears she had just stopped falling fell again. The The sound of her crying was so intense it made one's heart ache. Gung Yu couldn't help but squeeze her shoulder, then turned away to quietly wipe her tears. Here, there were too many girls like Chui Zhaodi. Their families wouldn't let them study. If they were lucky, they could go out to work, but if they were unlucky, they were married off early, had children, and were trapped in the mire for the rest of their lives. Jiang Ruochu gently patted Chui Zhaodi's head and whispered, "Go back first. Contact me via WeChat if anything happens. Just go along with them for the next few days, and you'll be free soon." She already had a plan in mind, but still asked with unease, "Will your parents secretly look at your WeChat?" Chui Zhaodi shook her head. "No, they don't care about me at all." She glanced at the time and hurriedly said that she would be scolded if she didn't go back soon. Gung Yu told her to leave quickly, but Chui Zhaodi was reluctant to leave, turning back every few steps as she went, her small figure slowly blending into the night. Jiang Ruochu watched her walk away, then turned to Gung Yu and said, "Teacher Gung, you don't need to persuade her parents anymore. You can't persuade them. You have to use drastic measures for these shameless old people." Seeing Gung Yu's hesitant expression, she added, "Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal." Gung Yu smiled wryly. As a teacher, she couldn't be too blunt, but she knew in her heart that if it could rescue Chui Zhaodi, using some special methods was not out of the question. She only reminded Jiang Ruochu that gamblers were dangerous, and if the Chui family became desperate, she, being unfamiliar with the area, had to be careful and stay in touch at all times. Jiang Ruochu nodded her thanks, then followed Gung Yu back to the county. After they parted, she went to stay at the best hotel in the county center. Firstly, safety was important when traveling, and secondly, it would be convenient for future arrangements. Upon entering the room, Jiang Ruochu immediately sent a message to someone named Brother Biao. When the Jiang family had faced trouble before, creditors, fearing they would abscond, had hired numerous debt collection agencies. At that time, Jiang Ruochu was still a high school student, yet she was able to calmly face a group of debt collectors, indicating that the Jiang family had sold everything they could. The remaining money couldn't be obtained by forcing them to commit suicide, but they wouldn't run away or commit suicide. They would pay off the debt year by year. The creditors only wanted money and didn't want anyone to die. They also knew that the Jiang family had been scammed by their absconding business partner. After keeping an eye on the family for a few days and seeing that they were still going to school and working as usual and that they hadn't actually run away, the debt collectors gradually withdrew. As a result, Jiang Ruochu got to know several debt collectors. They admired her courage and sense of responsibility and were especially envious of her for taking care of her parents, even if they didn't say it. Jiang Ruochu sent Brother Biao a photo of Boss Chui and asked him if he recognized him. Brother Biao laughed as soon as he saw it and replied that of course he recognized him. This was the fat meat that one of his buddies had his eye on. In their line of work, people who owe money and have a dirty past are called fat meat. Brother Biao said that Boss Chui recently went gambling with some people, lost all his capital, and didn't stop. He borrowed more money to continue gambling, ending up with a mountain of debt, and then ran away. Now his creditors are searching for him all over the world, and there's a reward for reporting him. Brother Biao reminded her again that if this was a friend, she should stay away. Gamblers are no good. They won't pay back money they borrow, and the people Boss Chui has messed with are ruthless and vicious. After reading it, Jiang Ruochu immediately sent a laughing emoji. Great, the fiercer the better. Brother Biao, want to earn some pocket money? After a moment of silence, Brother Biao immediately realized that this was no friend at all, but clearly an enemy. Jiang Ruochu sent over Boss Chui's address, inadvertently earning Brother Biao a tip-off fee. Afterwards, she contacted Lingfeng Security Company. This company has a professional bodyguard team and mainly serves wealthy individuals and multinational corporations, mostly on long-term contracts. Jiang Ruochu only needed a few days, so she had to ask someone she knew for a favor. Fortunately, the company owner was her mother's junior colleague, and when he heard that she needed help for a short period, he not only agreed, but also gave her a 20% discount. Jiang Ruochu thanked them sweetly. The other party said they were only renting a few people and didn't originally intend to charge any money. Jiang Ruochu insisted on keeping things separate, knowing that favors were the hardest to repay, and that setting a clear price would save trouble and facilitate future cooperation. The boss laughed at her for knowing so much at such a young age, even more so than her father, and then promised to send someone over immediately. Jiang Ruochu then mentioned that she had some things in Mingan City and would like to trouble her bodyguards to bring them along. The other party readily agreed, telling her to just tell the captain directly. Chapter 24 will open the eyes of those old dentists. After finishing the first two things, Jiang Ruochu called her best friend Xiam Yuning. The call connected quickly, and she called out cheerfully, "Baby Lemon, did you miss me?" Xiam Yuning snorted upon hearing this, complaining that she had finally remembered to contact her. Jiang Ruochu explained with a smile that she had been too busy lately, and besides, wasn't Xiam Yuning on vacation abroad? Xiam Yuning, however, was unconvinced, saying that even if she were on vacation to the moon, they couldn't lose touch. After a few jokes and banter, the atmosphere quickly became familiar. Before the Jiang family fell on hard times, Jiang Ruochu was studying at a private middle school, and it was then that she met Xiam Yuning, who came from a better-off family. Later, when the Jiang family ran into trouble, Jiang Ruochu transferred to a public high school. Her friend from her original circle gradually drifted away, and some even mocked her for being a different person now. Only Xiam Yuling remained unchanged and even offered to use her allowance to help her pay off her debts. Jiang Ruochu refused to accept the money. She knew very well that the Jiang family's debts were their own responsibility, and she didn't want too much money involved in their friendship. Xiam Yuning couldn't persuade her otherwise, so she could only treat her to something nice from time to time. After some casual conversation, Jiang Ruochu got down to business, saying she had a favor to ask Xiam Yuning. Xiam Yuning's eyes lit up. After all, since the Jiang family's misfortune, Jiang Ruochu had almost never asked her for anything. Jiang Ruochu directly stated that she wanted to borrow several outfits, as well as bags from Estee Lauder and Chanel, and a large, sparkly diamond ring. She specifically emphasized that it shouldn't be haute couture, but rather something with a logo, the bigger and more eye-catching the better. Xiam Yuning was silent for a moment, her tone both distressed and incredulous. "Baby, has your taste deteriorated that much? Why are you showing off logos now?" Jiang Ruochu and Xiam Yuning have similar figures, except Jiang Ruochu is thinner. Xiam Yuning once bought a dress that she couldn't fit into, but Jiang Ruochu could. Xiam Yuning even hugged her and cried, complaining about how Jiang Ruochu could eat as much as she wanted without gaining weight. Xiam Yuling wanted to give her the clothes, but Jiang Ruochu refused. She said she was just an ordinary working person and didn't have many occasions to wear luxury goods. Besides, these clothes were troublesome to maintain and not as convenient as affordable clothes. Jiang Ruochu's current request for these extravagant items is clearly not for her own benefit. She explained with a smile, "Because I need to be selective. These luxury brand logos were just for show, meant for Chui's parents." Jiang Ruochu then briefly told Xiam Yuning about what had happened and her plans for the future. Xiam Yuning's worldview was shattered after hearing this, and she couldn't help but swear, how can there be such trashy parents and trashy brothers in this world? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately agreed. "Lend it. You can have all my battle robes. Take whatever else you need. Let those old dankses see what they're made of. It's infuriating." Jiang Ruochu smiled and thanked her, praising her for being beautiful and kind-hearted. All the preliminary preparations were finally complete. She just needed everyone to arrive tomorrow, so she could officially begin her performance at the Chui family's house. The system watched for a while, completely baffled by her series of actions, and finally couldn't help but ask her what she was trying to do. Jiang Ruochu smiled broadly and replied with only 2 words, "Showing off." The system fell silent, utterly bewildered. It pondered that the words didn't sound like a compliment at all, yet Jiang Ruochu used them with such confidence. Chapter 25, The Big Boss. The next day, 6 bodyguards from Lingfeng Security Company arrived at the hotel where Jiang Ruochu was staying on time. The 6 men were all tall and imposing, dressed in black suits, their eyes cold and menacing, exuding an aura of authority. The head bodyguard tugged at his collar, somewhat puzzled. "Miss Jiang, why did you make us dress like this to go out?" They usually wear civilian clothes when performing protection duties, only wearing suits on formal business occasions. Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. "It's so hot. Thank you for your hard work." She actually wanted them to look like bodyguards for wealthy people in TV dramas. The more in line with ordinary people's expectations, the better. The bodyguard captain quickly explained that he wasn't complaining, but just reminding her that suits and sunglasses would hinder movement and wouldn't be conducive to protection. Jiang Ruochu waved her hand. "It's all right. Today's main task is to maintain appearances. so there shouldn't be any need for physical labor. By the way, did you bring what I asked you to bring? The bodyguard captain nodded, signaling his men to push 5 large suitcases into the room. These are all Miss Xia's belongings. Please inspect them. Jiang Ruochu didn't look at it much. No need. I trust you. Go out first. I'll change my clothes. The bodyguard captain led his men to the door and stood guard quietly. After closing the door, Jiang Ruochu knelt down and opened the suitcase. All 5 suitcases had combination locks, but she knew Xia Muning too well, so she simply entered 188, and they all unlocked. The first box was filled with clothes, the second and third with all sorts of bags, the fourth with jewelry, and the fifth with shoes. Everything was neatly arranged, and even the colors were matched in advance. Jiang Ruochu chose a white dress from a certain brand's spring collection. It was soft and had a beautiful drape, perfectly suited to her tall figure. As for the bag, Xia Muli was even more generous, sending over a Hershey's Himalaya bag. She then chose large, sparkling diamond earrings and a ring. After changing her clothes, she put her hair up, revealing her slender, fair neck, and her entire demeanor instantly changed. Jiang Ruochu checked herself in the mirror, making sure that she looked every inch the envy of others, before finally pushing open the door and going out. The bodyguards outside the door were momentarily stunned when they saw her, a flash of amazement in their eyes. In just a short while, Jiang Ruochu seemed like a completely different person. She used to be like a gentle and approachable girl next door, but now she looks like a billionaire heiress. Not only has her appearance changed, but her demeanor and aura have also been perfectly captured. Jiang Ruochu glanced at them indifferently and calmly said, "Let's go." More than half an hour later, 2 luxury cars stopped in front of the Chui family's house. Chui's parents, who were lying on the sofa in the living room watching TV and eating sunflower seeds, immediately peeked out when they heard the noise outside. Chui Zhaodi, who was working in the yard, also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the door in confusion. A luxury car is a luxury car because even if you don't recognize the logo, you can tell from its appearance that it's worth a fortune. Compared to it, the car in the Chui family's yard is probably only worth enough to buy 1 wheel of Jiang Ruochu's car. Such a large commotion quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors. Some stood on their balconies to look out, while others simply ran to the doorway and craned their necks, wishing they could stick their eyes and ears into the Chui family's courtyard. Everyone was curious about when the Chui family had acquired such a wealthy relative. A moment later, the car door opened, and the first person to get out was not Jiang Ruochu, but the bodyguard. He opened a parasol and stood respectfully by the car. Jiang Ruochu then slowly got out of the car. She looked around, cleared her throat lightly, and fanned herself with her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, as if the air here had tainted her status. Then, surrounded by bodyguards, she walked into the Chui family courtyard. After stopping, she looked at Chui Zhaodi arrogantly and asked, "Little sister, where are your parents?" Chui Zhaodi was both surprised and suspicious. If Jiang Ruochu hadn't told her in advance on WeChat that she would be coming today, she would hardly have believed that the aloof woman in front of her was the same gentle older sister from yesterday. Before Chui Zhaodi could answer, Chui's parents had already run out on their own. Imei's gaze immediately fell on Jiang Ruochu's hand. What a huge diamond! And the bag in her hand, she remembered it clearly. She had seen a similar style when she went shopping in the city before. Because of its unique design, it left a deep impression on her. What she couldn't forget was the price, which was shockingly expensive. Jiang Ruochu specifically chose Hershey because she had inquired about it from Chui Xuehui beforehand. After the Chui family made some money before, Imei bought an Hershey scarf and a Louis Vuitton bag and flaunted them everywhere. Since Imei is susceptible to this kind of vanity, she must recognize Jiang Ruochu's meticulously prepared luxury gift bag. Sure enough, Jiang Ruochu clearly saw that Imei's eyes instantly lit up with the light of money. Chui Rong didn't understand any of this. He just stared warily at Jiang Ruochu, who had suddenly appeared in his yard. Jiang Ruochu spoke slowly and deliberately. "You are Chui Rong and Imei?" Chui Rong frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Imei grabbed her clueless husband and said in a low voice, "Be polite. This is a money lady. That bag she's carrying is worth several of your cars. It's worth over $1 million. Chui Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bag. He simply couldn't understand why someone would spend so much money on just one bag. Jiang Ruochu didn't bother to explain and simply said, "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I have business to discuss with you. Want to talk or not?" As she spoke, she glanced at Shui Zhaodi with an expression as if she were appraising a piece of merchandise. The more aloof Jiang Ruochu acted, the more obsequious the Shui family elders became. Shui Rong and Yimei immediately beamed. "Talk. Of course we'll talk. Boss, come inside and let's talk." When Yimei turned to face Shui Zhaodi, her smile vanished instantly, and she urged her with a stern face, "Hurry up and cut the big watermelon in the refrigerator and bring it up to the boss." After speaking, the couple wanted to go forward to greet her, but the two bodyguards simply stood in front of them, blocking them from getting close to Jiang Ruochu. Shui Rong and Yimei could only awkwardly back away, forcing smiles on their faces, but inwardly they couldn't help but mutter, "The big boss is really something else. He's got such a big presence." Chapter 26. Truly willing to bend and stretch for money. Jiang Ruochu entered the house and, without any hesitation, had her bodyguard wipe the stool clean in front of the Shui family elders before slowly sitting down. Her behavior didn't anger the two men. Instead, Yimei became even more enthusiastic and quickly brought over some water. Jiang Ruochu glanced at it disdainfully, waved her hand, and said she didn't need it. The bodyguard next to her immediately handed her a glass bottle of expensive water with the cap already unscrewed. This bottle of water cost tens of yuan, and Jiang Ruochu felt her heart was bleeding when she bought it, but she had to admit that this prop for showing off wealth was very useful. Shui Rong and Yimei were indeed intimidated, standing aside with their shoulders hunched, not daring to even breathe loudly. Jiang Ruochu slightly raised her chin and asked directly if they had a daughter, born on December 9th, 2007. Yimei nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but ask how she knew. Jiang Ruochu coldly replied that she had her own channels and rolled her eyes at her. Shui Rong immediately patted Yimei, scolding her for being nosy and saying that the boss naturally had the ability. Yimei quickly smiled apologetically and admitted her mistake. Jiang Ruochu was truly amazed. This couple was incredibly willing to bend and stretch for money. Too lazy to beat around the bush, she casually said, 1 million, and give me your daughter. Her tone was calm, as if buying a person and spending 1 million were trivial matters. When Shui Rong and Yimei heard the amount, their eyes widened instantly. After a moment of ecstasy, they managed to calm down and asked her what she wanted the daughter for. Jiang Ruochu had already prepared her explanation. She sighed and said that a master had predicted a calamity in her life, and that she needed to find a girl born at this time to protect her from it. She preferred to believe it was true and spend 1 million to have peace of mind, rather than worry about it all the time. She added that the money could be transferred directly to them, but the person had to be taken away, possibly for 1 or 2 years, or maybe 3 or 5 years, after which they wouldn't need to worry about them anymore. In truth, Shui Rong and Yimei didn't care about the reason at all. All they could think about was 1 million. After all, the betrothal gift they gave for Shui Zhaodi was only 188,000. Shui Rong almost agreed immediately, but Yimei stopped him. Yimei smiled shamelessly and said it was an honor for Zhao Di to work for the boss. But since it concerned such a big matter as her fortune, wasn't 1 million a bit too little? After all, they had raised their daughter with great difficulty, and they really couldn't bear to part with her. Jiang Ruochu sneered inwardly. If she truly couldn't bear to part with him, she wouldn't accept the 188,000 yuan dowry, nor would she negotiate the 1 million yuan for his life. She raised her chin and arrogantly retorted, "Do you think only your daughter was born on this day?" She took a firm stance, saying that if they tried to raise the price, then the matter was off, and there were plenty of other ways to resolve the crisis. Shui Rong and Yimei exchanged bewildered glances. They had intended to control Jiang Ruochu, but instead, they were the ones being controlled. Without waiting for their reply, Jiang Ruochu got up and left. The two panicked. Shui Rong quickly called out to her. Jiang Ruochu stopped and turned around, saying that she had been staying at the Xingyue Hotel in the county for the past few days, and would come to see her once she had thought things through. She would leave the next afternoon. She only gave him a little over a day, fearing that things might go wrong if she waited too long. The longer it dragged on, the more likely something would go wrong, and every extra day in the hotel meant extra money. She didn't want to waste too much energy and money on the Chui family. After saying that, Jiang Ruochu left the Chui family without even giving the Chui a couple of second glance. She came like a gust of wind and left like a gust of wind, so fast that the old couple didn't even have time to react. At this moment, Chui Hongba, the eldest son of the Chui family, who was wandering outside, heard that 2 luxury cars had arrived at his door, and a girl who was even more beautiful than a celebrity had gotten out of the car, so he immediately rushed back. But when he arrived at his doorstep, Jiang Ruochu had already left in her car. He could only look regretfully at the taillights of the luxury car, smelling the exhaust fumes, his heart filled with envy. That car is really luxurious. Chui Hongba lingered for a while before quickly going inside and asking what happened with the 2 cars and whether they were wealthy relatives of theirs. Imei said no. A boss came to her door wanting his sister to ward off misfortune. When Chui Hongba heard that it was his sister, he was immediately disappointed, feeling that it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care whether she was warding off misfortune or anything else. But the next second, Imei's eyes flashed with excitement, and she lowered her voice and said, "The other party is willing to offer 1 million. Chui Hongba jolted awake, instantly becoming alert. "You? How much did you say?" Chapter 27: The Birth of a Drama Queen. Imei held up one finger, grinning from ear to ear, and emphasized, "It's 1 million. We can pay you back the money you were cheated out of." Upon hearing this, Chui Hongba immediately perked up. 1 million yuan would not only cover his debts, but also leave him with over 200,000 yuan. With this money, he could turn his losses around. In his view, his previous losses were simply due to bad luck. Now that someone has offered him $1 million, it means his bad luck has ended, and he will definitely win back his losses with interest. Chui Rong took a drag of his cigarette, still uneasy. Could this be a scammer? Trying to kidnap our daughter? Chui Hongba got anxious. "Dad, what kind of treasure do you think she is? What would someone who drives that kind of car want from our family?" Upon hearing this, Chui Rong hesitated. He couldn't recognize the designer bag, but he did recognize the car. The other person certainly didn't look like an ordinary person. Chui Hongba pressed further. "Dad, Mom, did you agree just now? Don't worry about what that woman is after. Her offer is much higher than the bride price, so our family won't lose out no matter what." He even cursed inwardly, thinking, "My sister is definitely more valuable. I wish I had more sisters." Right now, he was desperately short of money, so he should naturally give it to whoever offered the most. Chui Rong pondered for a moment and said, "The main problem is that she wants to take your sister away. What if she leaves and the money doesn't arrive? Wouldn't all our efforts be for nothing? Don't worry about that for now. Your mother and I will go to the county tomorrow to inquire and see if she's really a rich person." Imei nodded repeatedly. "Yes, let's go and find out what's going on tomorrow." Although Chui Hongba didn't think the other party would cheat the Chui family, he was still counting on his parents to save him, so he could only put on a pitiful act and wail, "Dad, Mom, don't wait until tomorrow. You have to help me. If I can't pay back the money, those people will really kill me." He became more and more miserable as he spoke. "I don't care about my worthless life, but if I'm gone, who will take care of you in your old age? Who will carry on the Chui family line?" Imei hugged her son with heartache, cursing those loan sharks as scoundrels, and saying that they deliberately set a trap for Chui Hongba because he was young and naive. Chui Rong gently patted him on the shoulder, scolding him for causing trouble, but her eyes were full of reluctance. Chui Hongba continued to fake cry, only making noise but not shedding tears, but the old couple were still heartbroken. Chui Zhaodi stood outside, watching the 3 of them huddled together as if they were the real family. Listening to them discuss her fate, she felt nothing but disgust. What chilled her to the bone was that her parents never asked her if she was willing. With red-rimmed eyes, she bit her lip and said, "I won't go. I don't want to go. I don't even know where that woman came from, and she's taking me somewhere else. I don't want to go with her." This was something Jiang Ruochu had taught her beforehand. She had to feign resistance for the act to feel real. If she acted too happy, the Chui family would definitely become suspicious, making things more difficult. Imei immediately hugged her and cried, feigning distress. "Daughter, your father and I are also reluctant, but your brother is our only son. If we don't help him, who will? We can't just watch him hide from his debts, can we?" She continued to use emotional blackmail. "Didn't you say before that you didn't want to get married? Now you don't have to get married. Isn't that just what you want? If you follow the female boss, you could solve a big problem for your family." Chui Rong also advised, "She's a female boss. She won't do anything to you. You'll be able to come back in a few years, and then you'll be a great benefactor to the Chui family." Chui Hongba also rushed over and hugged Chui Zhaodi. "Little sister, it's my fault for being useless. Please save me. While I become successful in the future, I will definitely remember your kindness and buy you clothes, a car, and a big house. After saying that, he snatched the shovel from Chui Zhaoti's hand and pretended to say that she had been busy all day and should rest, and that he would do the rest of the work. Yimei couldn't bear to see her son do rough work and wanted to take over, but Chui Hongba insisted on showing off. He clumsily worked while letting his parents rest, which moved the elderly couple so much that they kept saying their son had finally grown up. Chui Zhaoti watched all this with a cold eye, finding it all laughable. If she hadn't been educated and hadn't experienced what her sister had gone through, she might have truly been fooled by them. Now that Chui Hongba had taken over her work, she didn't hold back, wiped her hands, and went back to her room. The Chui family members were still trying to appease her, so they didn't dare to scold her. Instead, they told her to rest and come out again at mealtime. Once inside, Chui Zhaoti couldn't sleep at all. Her heart was pounding with excitement. She knew her parents had taken a bait, and if things went smoothly from there, she could leave this house. She immediately sent a message to Jiang Ruochu. Sister, I made a scene as you said, and now they are indeed treating me very politely, as if they want to worship me. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile when she saw the message. It was all part of her plan. She replied, then enjoy it. You deserve it. Chui Zhaoti stood by the window, watching Chui Hongba clumsily working in the yard, unable to lift anything, and felt extremely pleased. But there was still one thing she was worried about, so she asked again, Sister, you're not really going to give them $1 million, are you? Jiang Ruochu quickly replied, I would rather throw that $1 million into the water than actually give it to them. I'm only saying this to get you out of here first. Jiang Ruochu didn't tell her the whole plan, fearing the young girl wouldn't be able to keep it a secret and the Chui family would find out. She only told Chui Zhaoti to follow the instructions and not to worry about the money. Chui Zhaoti replied quickly, Okay, I believe you, sister. I'm so happy today, I almost burst out laughing outside just now. Jiang Ruochu reminded her, Be patient a little longer, don't give yourself away, your good days are yet to come. These words were like a ray of light, filling Chui Zhaoti's face with anticipation as she held her old cell phone, and her eyes lit up again. After Jiang Ruochu ended the chat, the system in her mind couldn't help but praise her. Your acting today truly opened my eyes. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, I think it's pretty good too. They can even participate in the birth of a drama queen. She has met too many wealthy people because of her work, and her attitude and tone today are all learned from those people, emphasizing authenticity. The system then asked, But will the Chui couple really come? Jiang Ruochu said with certainty, Of course. Look at how obsessed they are with money today. They're not reluctant to part with their daughter. They're just afraid the price isn't high enough. The system paused for a moment, then suddenly sighed. The differences between parents are truly vast. Jiang Ruochu thought of her parents and softly responded. If she were in their shoes, her parents would do everything in their power to save her, not push her into a fire. She then teased the system. But little system, what do you get so much sentimentality? The system grumbled and tried to justify itself. Although I'm just a system, I'm much better than many people. Jiang Ruochu laughed and said, Not bad. You've only been in this world for a few weeks, and you already know how to swear without using any swear words. The system remained silent for a long time, and finally could only console itself by taking it as a compliment. Chapter 28. Working and enjoying the show at the same time. After leaving the Chui family, Jiang Ruochu had her bodyguards keep an eye on things. Sure enough, not long after, the Chui family elders arrived in the county with Chui Zhaoti. One went to find out Jiang Ruochu's background, while the other continued to brainwash their daughter. Chui Rong found out that Jiang Ruochu was staying in the best suite at the Xingyue Hotel, and he was completely convinced that she was rich. Yimei bought Chui Zhaoti a new outfit and showered her with concern along the way, acting like a loving mother. When Chui Zhaoti received the clothes, she was genuinely happy, even imagining how wonderful it would be if her mother could always be like this. But the next second, Yimei advised her to think more about her family and brother. Chui Zhaoti felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Numbly clutching the bag, she could only whisper, I understand. Yimei patted her head with satisfaction and praised her for being a good daughter of the Chui family. After shopping in the afternoon, Chui Rong returned with news. As soon as he saw Yimei, he slapped his thigh and said that the female boss was incredibly wealthy, with jewelry piled up all over the house, including several diamonds the size of quail eggs. Ime was overjoyed and immediately wanted to go find Jiang Ruochu. Chui Rong stopped her, feeling that 1 million was too little. Since Jiang Ruochu had given a deadline of tomorrow, they might as well delay for another night to make it seem less urgent. He figured that if he dragged it out, the other party might get impatient and be willing to pay more. Ime thought this made sense and immediately agreed. But they never imagined that this delay would ruin their precious son. Jiang Ruochu had already sent the Chui family's address to Brother Biao. After obtaining the address, the debt collection company came knocking on their door that very night. The elderly couple, Chui Zhaodi and Chui Hongba, were in the county, leaving Chui Hongba alone at home. Debt collectors don't care about 9 to 5. At 11 p.m., the creditor led his men to the Chui family's door, pointing at the yard and roaring, "Splash it on me!" The next second, red paint mixed with cow dung, mud, and bits of grass splashed into the yard, filling the air with a stench. Hearing the noise, Chui Hongba rushed to the balcony in his slippers and started cursing. But halfway through his rant, he saw the person downstairs and froze. The creditor stared at him menacingly, his eyes blazing with fury, cursing that hiding anywhere in the world wouldn't help. Knowing these people were truly ruthless, Chui Hongba was terrified and immediately retreated into his house, trembling as he called his parents. As soon as the call connected, he burst into tears. "Dad, Mom, the debt collection agency is here. Help me." As night deepened, Jiang Ruochu was preparing to rest when the system suddenly notified her that Zhong Zhun from the cultivation world had sent a message asking if she wanted to check it. Jiang Ruochu immediately sat up. "Look." The system then mentioned that there was real-time information about the Chui family and asked if she wanted to follow along. Jiang Ruochu was taken aback, realizing that the system was connected to the security cameras at the Chui family's entrance, but she could only view them, not interfere. Upon hearing that the creditors had come knocking, Jiang Ruochu instantly perked up. But news of Zhongzhen was also crucial, as the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill was exactly what she needed right now. Adults don't make choices, so of course she wanted it all. So she told the system to watch the drama unfold first, remembering to record the exciting parts, while she went to chat with Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen immediately exclaimed that Jiang Ruochu would never guess what the two missing ingredients were for the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. She also explained that she was a sword cultivator and didn't usually pay attention to pills. Judging from her tone, Jiang Ruochu immediately guessed that those two items were probably hard to find in the cultivation world, but quite common in modern times. Zhongzhen asked her in shock if she had opened her third eye. It turned out that Zhongzhen had asked a pill refiner for help, and the refiner said he could, but she would have to find 2 medicinal herbs herself. She studied the herb guide for a long time and finally discovered that the 2 herbs were actually leeks and radishes. Jiang Ruochu looked at the message and slowly typed out 3 question marks. Chapter 29, This Melon is Hilarious. Zhongzhen said that the leeks in the cultivation world are ridiculously delicate. Too much water will kill them, too little water will kill them, too little sunlight will make them cry, too much sunlight will also make them cry. In short, they're difficult to take care of no matter how you do it. After hearing this, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but tease. There are just too many leeks in the modern world. They keep being harvested, one crop after another, and you can never get rid of them all. Her words were a double entendre, referring to both the leeks and the people. Having been a leek in his past life as well, Zhongzhen instantly broke down, uttering several woo-woo-woo sounds, lamenting that everyone gets taken advantage of. Jiang Ruochu then asked about the radish, and Zhongzhen said that the radish had grown legs and could run around in the field, and it was incredibly fast, making it very troublesome to catch. Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment, only able to marvel at how unique even radishes were in the world of cultivation. Zhongzhen also said he had broadened his horizons. It was precisely because leeks and radishes were difficult to obtain, and the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill had low returns, that most alchemists were unwilling to refine them. However, Zhongzhen has already secured the leeks. All that's left is to find the radishes. Once he has the radishes, he can deliver the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill to Jiang Ruochu next month. While Zhongzhen was still thinking about the elixirs, Jiang Ruochu's mind had already turned to business. She reminded Zhongzhen to keep an eye out for anything that was scarce in the cultivation world but easily obtainable in the modern world, and that she would send it over there when the time was right. Even if Zhongzhen couldn't become an immortal, she could at least become a rich woman in the cultivation world. Jiang Ruochu only remembered after saying that Zhongzhen was a woman who had transmigrated into a man, so she quickly retracted her words and changed it to rich man. Unfortunately, Zhongzhen still saw it and even sent a crying emoji. Clearly, becoming a man was still a difficult decision for her. But making money always brings joy. Zhongzhen immediately became excited, saying that alchemists were the richest in the cultivation world, while sword cultivators were the poorest. If she could get her hands on the materials that other alchemists dreamed of, she would truly be rich. Looking at the chat history, Jiang Ruochu decided to try sending Zhongzhen some ordinary radishes and chives next month to see if modern vegetables could be refined into a qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. If they succeed, both she and Zhongzhen will become rich. With the effects of the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, let alone tens of thousands of yuan per pill, even hundreds of thousands would likely be in high demand. Even if they fail, they'll only lose a few meager profits, barely breaking even. After finishing their business, Jiang Ruochu immediately called out to the system, asking what was going on with the Chui family and instructing it to switch the camera to her screen so she could also enjoy the gossip. The system chuckled, saying her return was perfectly timed. The build-up had just been completed, and the climax was about to begin. With that, the Chui family surveillance footage appeared before Jiang Ruochu on a virtual screen. The Chui family's courtyard was open, without a proper wall, only surrounded by potted plants about half a person's height. This way, they could secretly move the plants outwards to take up more space. And if someone came to check, they could bring the potted plants back and pretend nothing had happened. Because it's an open-air building, the Chui family installed surveillance cameras in front of and behind their house for security. Now it's convenient for Jiang Ruochu and the system to watch the commotion from every angle. There were 3 screens in front of Jiang Ruochu. The left one was the first-floor surveillance camera, which showed the front yard and the road, as well as the faces of the debt collectors. The middle one was a third-floor overhead view, which covered both the front door of her house and Chui Hongba's door, and the right one was the second-floor hallway, specifically monitoring Chui Hongba's door. At this moment, the area in front of the Chui family's house was a mess, with sewage mixed with unknown substances flowing on the ground, and the stench seemed to be able to be smelled through the screen. This was also part of Jiang Ruochu's plan. She deliberately gave the Chui couple time and had Chui Zhaodi pretend to resist so that they could take Chui Zhaodi to the county, thus avoiding the arrival of the debt collectors. This way, Chui Hongba can be taught a lesson without scaring Chui Zhaodi. By now, the debt collectors had gone up to the second floor and were frantically banging on Chui Hongba's door, yelling at him not to think he could avoid paying back the money just by hiding inside. Chui Hongba stammered in fear, saying he had called the police. But the debt collectors, having dealt with the police for years, knew exactly what was going on. They had only caused trouble today and hadn't actually laid a hand on anyone. Even if they were taken away, they would only be detained for a few days at most. Moreover, Chui Hongba owes gambling debts, and he himself isn't clean either. If the police are called, he'll be the first to get into trouble. The debt collectors aren't afraid at all. Instead, they sneer and tell him to call the police, saying that going to the police station will be a good opportunity to clarify the debt. After saying that, the man picked up the hoe he had taken from the courtyard gate and slammed it hard against the door. The loud bang startled Chui Hongba, who screamed in terror inside the house. In the hotel, Jiang Ruochu and the system burst out laughing at his cowardly appearance. The debt collectors were cursing, and Chui Hongba was crying on the monitor. They were just watching the drama unfold on their screens. All the excitement was for others, but all the joy was theirs. Sure enough, Chui Hongba didn't dare to actually call the police. He was trembling like a leaf, breaking down and shouting that he would have money soon and begging the other party to give him 2 more days. The debt collector, of course, didn't believe him, telling him to stop with his nonsense and threatening him to never leave the house again. Then he gave his companions a wink, and the group carried a basin of foul-smelling water and poured it directly onto Chui Hongba's door and windows. The stench seeped in through the cracks in the doors and windows, making Chui Hongba gag repeatedly. He begged for mercy, repeatedly assuring that he would really pay back the money soon. The debt collector's real goal was to force him to pay. Once they saw that their objective was almost achieved, the leader relented and said he would have 2 more days. However, before leaving, he warned Chui Hongba not to think he could run away like last time. Now they knew where the Chui family was. They could run away, but they couldn't hide. After saying that, He picked up a stone and smashed it hard against Shui Hongba's window. The glass shattered instantly, and the hot summer wind rushed in through the hole. The debt collector stood outside, staring darkly into the room, clenching his fist tightly as if he were gripping Shui Hongba's neck. Shui Hongba, already on edge, trembled again at that glance. Immediately afterward, someone next to him carried a bucket and poured a bucket of water into his room. The debt collector coldly issued a final warning, saying that if he didn't pay back the money, the next thing he might throw at him could be anything else. The group eventually left the Shui family's house. Before leaving, they kicked over all the buckets, brooms, and other items in the yard, taking nothing that was left outside. Chapter 30. The night people were sent. The Shui couple rushed back from the county, and from a distance, they could smell a stench. When they saw the terrible state of their home, Imei slapped her thigh and cried out in anger. What a tragedy. These damned bastards. Forgetting everything else, she hurriedly called out to her son, Xiao Bo, how are you? Are you all right? Shui Hongba staggered downstairs, his face deathly pale, constantly looking outside. Have they left? Imei felt heartbroken and quickly comforted him. They've left. They've all left. Shui Rong gritted his teeth in anger. Call the police. Is there no law anymore? But Shui Hongba, upon hearing this, nearly jumped up in fright. Don't call the police. If you call the police, I'm finished. He didn't dare admit he had gambling debts, so he made up a reason, saying that calling the police would only provoke those people. Even if a few were arrested, there were still others outside, and he could get hit with a stick at any moment while walking down the street. These words terrified the Shui couple. They only had one precious son, and they dared not risk his life. They quickly nodded. Okay, we won't call the police. We'll pull our money and pay off the debt first. Tonight's drama has come to a perfect end. Jiang Ruochu was a little regretful, feeling it was a pity that Shui Hongba hadn't suffered some physical pain, but this one scene alone was enough to keep the Shui family busy all night. Sometimes the system thought Jiang Ruochu was beautiful and kind-hearted, and other times it thought she was a devil. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jiang Ruochu slowly lay down and even sent the video to Shui Xuehui. Now that Shui Xuehui has the supplies provided by Jiang Ruochu, she no longer needs to risk going out and is quite bored. After receiving the video, she watched it and burst out laughing, feeling that it was the greatest joy in post-apocalyptic life and that she had to save it to watch again and again. Despite her laughter, she immediately asked about her sister. Jiang Ruochu told her that Shui Zhaodi was fine. She wasn't home when the debt collectors came, and only Shui Hongba was unlucky. Her sister would be free from her misery tomorrow. Upon seeing this, Shui Xuehui couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Meanwhile, the Shui couple spent the entire night cleaning the floor outside the door and bedroom. They had originally wanted to ask Shui Zhaodi for help, but Shui Zhaodi locked the door, put on earplugs, and ignored them no matter how much they called. The couple could only curse and clean up at the same time. Shui Hongba was so frightened that he couldn't sleep well in bed, waking up every now and then screaming that someone was going to hit him. The Shui couple saw this and felt heartbroken. They dared not mention raising prices again, only thinking about getting money as soon as possible to save their son. The next day, just as dawn broke, they took Shui Zhaodi to the county. Before leaving, the two kept assuring Shui Hongba that they would definitely get the money back. The family of three had just arrived at the entrance of the Xingyue Hotel when they were stopped by bodyguards. Shui Rong quickly smiled apologetically and said that they were there to see the boss and were willing to accept the deal. The bodyguard nodded coldly, but only let Shui Zhaodi in, saying that the boss still needed to consult a master to see if she was lucky, and the couple could only wait outside. Shui Rong was immediately in a dilemma, but dared not refute. The couple's biggest fear was that the boss would take the person away without paying them, so they held on to Shui Zhaodi tightly from both sides, refusing to let go for a long time. Seeing this, the bodyguard's tone grew even colder. Our boss prefers quiet. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Upon hearing this, Shui Rong immediately panicked. I'm willing. He turned to Shui Zhaodi and cried, saying that his family's lives depended on her, and that she should be careful once she went inside. Imei also grabbed her and reminded her not to forget to remind the boss to pay. Shui Zhaodi could barely contain her laughter, so she could only lower her head and whisper her agreement. Only then did the couple release her, praising her for being obedient. The bodyguard impatiently urged them on, and Shui Rong then suggested that they go upstairs to wait. Seeing that they had made enough of a fuss, The bodyguard coldly agreed. Chui Zhaodi followed the bodyguard upstairs, her steps quickening, afraid of being left behind again if she slowed down. Upon reaching the top floor, the Chui couple were stopped at the door, forced to stand guard, hoping that as long as they held the door, their boss wouldn't run away. As soon as Chui Zhaodi entered the room, she patted her chest and said, "That was close." Jiang Ruochu, seeing her nervous yet happy expression, smiled and asked what was wrong. Chui Zhaodi answered honestly, "I was afraid that if I was any slower, I wouldn't be able to hold back my laughter and they would notice." After saying that, she finally grinned, her eyes shining brightly. "Sister, I'm so happy, so very happy." Jiang Ruochu smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, come and eat first." She had asked the hotel to prepare a table of local specialties for breakfast in advance. Chui Zhaodi stared in surprise at the table full of food. Jiang Ruochu said gently that this was their breakfast and invited her to sit down and eat with them. Chui Zhaodi subconsciously asked her parents what to do. Jiang Ruochu casually replied, "Let it sit there, it won't starve. We'll talk about it after we've eaten." As she spoke, she urged her to sit down quickly and specifically told her that there was a meat sauce noodle dish on the table with lots of minced meat and fried eggs. Chui Zhaodi's eyes lit up immediately. She sat down at the table, looked at the steaming noodles, and asked with deep emotion, "Sister, how did you know I like this?" Jiang Ruochu said that her sister told her to eat it while it was hot, otherwise the noodles would swell up and not taste good. Chui Zhaodi nodded repeatedly, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Jiang Ruochu reminded her to slow down, as no one was going to take the food from her, but she mumbled an agreement and continued to eat with great relish. Before the Chui family became wealthy, Chui Hongba was always given priority when it came to good food and useful items. Chui Xuehui once said that she only learned in junior high school that meat sauce noodles should have meat and tomato, and egg noodles should have eggs. Because their parents favored one another, the older brother always ate the meat and eggs, so the two sisters never knew what noodles were supposed to taste like. Perhaps the more you lack something, the more you want it, which is why Chui Xuehui and Chui Zhaodi both especially love meat sauce noodles, particularly the kind with lots of minced meat and an extra fried egg. Chapter 31 deliberately left hanging. After Chui Zhaodi finished eating and drinking, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand with satisfaction. When she looked up, she found that Jiang Ruochu was still eating noodles, her movements unhurried and graceful, even though she was just eating a bowl of noodles. She then realized that she had eaten too quickly, almost swallowing it whole, and felt a little embarrassed. She could only give Jiang Ruochu an awkward smile. The naivety and awkwardness of a 17-year-old girl were all written on her face. Jiang Ruochu noticed her gaze and asked if she was full and if she wanted more. Chui Zhaodi quickly waved her hand, saying she was already very full, and then cautiously asked what she should do next. Jiang Ruochu put down her chopsticks and said directly that she wanted to send her to study in another city. Chui Zhaodi nodded almost without hesitation, saying she would do anything as long as she could study. However, Jiang Ruochu did not follow her excitement and continued speaking. Instead, she seriously reminded her that she did not mean a temporary departure, but hoped that she would completely break away from the Chui family. Chui Zhaodi was stunned. Jiang Ruochu told her that as long as she remained in contact with that family, they would continue to harass her, sucking her blood and gnawing at her flesh, no matter if she went to school or worked in the future. Upon hearing this, Chui Zhaodi's eyes darkened, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Jiang Ruochu didn't pressure her to make a decision immediately. She understood that no matter how outrageous the Chui couple were, they were still Chui Zhaodi's parents. She was only 17. She might want to escape, but she might not have the courage to truly sever ties with her family forever. Helping Chui Zhaodi escape her family of origin was also Chui Xuehui's wish. Chui Xuehui didn't want her younger sister to follow in her footsteps. When she left home to work, it was precisely because she was still worried about her sister that she was constantly controlled by her family. But now, there was nothing left for Chui Zhaodi to hold on to in her family. Seeing her silence, Jiang Ruochu softened her tone and said that this was just one option. If she really didn't want to leave, she could think of other ways. But in any case, she had to finish her studies and couldn't be forced to marry for a dowry. Chui Zhaodi kept her head down, poking at the oil foam in her bowl with her chopsticks. Only when she heard Jiang Ruochu had even considered her escape route did she finally grit her teeth and say that she was willing to leave and never contact them again. She choked back tears as she said that those people had never cared about her, so why should she care about them anymore? From this day forward, she would pretend that she had no parents, no brother, and no family. In the end, Chui Zhaodi could no longer hold back, and her voice choked completely. Jiang Ruochu sighed, walked over, and hugged her thin shoulders, telling her that those people didn't deserve to be her family. They were just a bunch of vampires. True family should support each other, not be bound and hurt by blood ties. She said softly that sometimes blood ties aren't a shackle, but rather a burden. Only by leaving bad relationships can one have the opportunity to go further. When she becomes a better version of herself, perhaps she will encounter true friendship, love, and even a bond stronger than family, despite not being related by blood. These words were spoken by Jiang Ruochu herself. She recalled visiting Grandma Zhou before. Grandma Zhou and Yuan Tangtang were not related by blood, yet their bond remained strong. Chui Zhaodi looked up at her and asked hesitantly, "Is it really okay?" Jiang Ruochu told her that she was only 17 years old, with a long future ahead of her, and anything was possible. Moreover, she actually had family who cared about her, her older sister. Chui Zhaodi didn't understand the deeper meaning in Jiang Ruochu's words. She just nodded blankly and said that Jiang Ruochu was like her, who was willing to help her even though they had no relationship before. Jiang Ruochu corrected her, saying that she wasn't talking about her, but about Chui Zhaodi's older sister. She had always cared about her younger sister. And Teacher Gung, you had also been working hard to help her return to school. Chui Zhaodi recalled how her older sister used to support her studies, bringing her new clothes every time she came home and caring about her studies and health. She also remembered how Teacher Gung knew she wasn't eating well and often gave her extra meals. Thinking of all this, she couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. She cried as she spoke, saying that she knew her sister and teachers took good care of her. She also knew her sister's wish, so she would definitely live well, study hard, and get into a good university. Jiang Ruochu gently patted her shoulder. After she calmed down, Jiang Ruochu said that since it was summer vacation and school was closed, she had already decided to let Chui Zhaodi go on a trip first. When Chui Zhaodi heard the word tourism, she was completely stunned. Tourism was something far removed from her life. The farthest she had ever been was the city where her sister worked. Jiang Ruochu said that she had heard from Teacher Gungyu that Chui Zhaodi had asked what universities were like before. Since that's the case, why not take this opportunity to visit universities in Beijing and Shanghai? There are already many study tours for students, the purpose of which is to let children see a wider world with their own eyes and plant a seed of learning in their hearts. Chui Zhaodi's eyes lit up with excitement. She used to only see those universities online, but now she had the chance to visit them in person. But soon, she lowered her head and whispered that her grades weren't actually good enough for the entrance exam, and she was afraid of disappointing Jiang Ruochu. Because of her family background, Chui Zhaodi is more sensitive and prone to stress than her peers. She always expects something in return for even the slightest kindness from others. She assumed Jiang Ruochu suggested she visit prestigious universities because she believed Zhaodi could get in. Jiang Ruochu gently comforted her, telling her not to feel pressured and that she just wanted to fulfill a dream she shared with her sister. Everyone's circumstances and talents are different. Not everyone can reach the top by giving their all. It's already rare to find someone like Chui Zhaodi who is willing to learn and dares to rebel. Chui Xuehui's true hope is simply that her younger sister can do her best and live a peaceful and fulfilling life. Jiang Ruochu conveyed this expectation from beginning to end. Chui Zhaodi rubbed her eyes, finally revealing a relaxed smile, and sincerely thanked Jiang Ruochu. At this moment, she seemed like a different person, radiating more vitality. After chatting with Chui Zhaodi, Jiang Ruochu deliberately waited a while longer and even asked her academically gifted younger brother for some high school study materials, which she then forwarded to Chui Zhaodi. Once everything was arranged, she leisurely got up and went out to meet the Chui couple. Chapter 32. Well done, brilliantly executed. Chui Rong and Imei waited outside the whole time, squatting down when they got tired of standing and sitting on the carpeted floor when they got tired of squatting. In short, the two stayed close by, afraid that Jiang Ruochu would run away with Chui Zhaodi. As soon as the door opened, they swarmed around, urgently asking, "Boss, where's the money? We're waiting for this money to save our lives." Jiang Ruochu felt nothing but disgust. Was a son's life worth more than a daughter's? To this day, these parents hadn't uttered a single word of concern for Cui Zhaodi. If it weren't for her solid acting skills, she would have already lost control of her fists. She said coldly, "I'll transfer the account to you." Cui Rong quickly sent over the card number. Soon after, both of their phones received a notification that the money had been deposited. Cui Rong and Yimei huddled in front of the screen, grinning from ear to ear as they looked at the number. But the money wasn't real at all. It was just a fake transfer notification from the system. If even Jiang Ruochu's income could be legitimized for the system, creating a fake notification and then retracting, it was a piece of cake. Cui Rong and Yimei thought they had the money and turned to leave without even asking what would happen to Cui Zhaodi. Jiang Ruochu watched them leave coldly. If they had even a shred of genuine affection for their two daughters, wealth and glory would have been within their grasp, but they were just one step short. As things are now, they deserve it. She looked away and ordered her bodyguard, "Retreat quickly." The bodyguards moved swiftly, and Cui Zhaodi had little luggage. The group quickly checked out and left, leaving everything behind. On the way back, the system smugly said in Jiang Ruochu's mind, "Hee, my fake transfer was pretty good, wasn't it?" Jiang Ruochu replied, "Of course, this would have been really difficult without you. Even if giving them 1,000,000 yuan could save Xiao Cui, I would still feel bad about it." The system got even more excited. Being an outlaw feels so tense and exciting. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but find it adorable. The system didn't feel like a cold, impersonal cheat. It was more like a friend. She asked, "Is it fun?" "Of course it's awesome," Jiang Ruochu added. "Then you can imagine what their expressions will be when they find out there isn't 1,000,000 in the account at all." The system lamented, "If only we could see it with our own eyes. But what's the point of us running away? They'll check with the bank and find out the money didn't arrive. Then they'll be frantically searching for you." Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly. "I want them to search for me frantically. The bigger the commotion, the better. That way, it'll save me trouble." Although the system was unsure of what she was going to do next, it trusted her completely and was just waiting to see the show and collect points along the way. Meanwhile, Cui Rong and Yimei returned home in high spirits. In the courtyard, the debt collectors were eating melon seeds and playing cards, while Cui Hongba served them tea and water and massaged their shoulders and backs. Those people even shouted loudly on purpose, as if afraid the neighbors wouldn't hear them. Gossip is never in short supply in a small town, and in less than a day, the news that the Cui family had run into creditors had spread. The families who were originally engaged to the Cui family also heard the news and immediately backed out. They hadn't given the betrothal gifts yet, and they didn't know that the Cui family had already sent their daughter away. They just wanted to find a matchmaker as soon as possible to cancel the engagement and avoid trouble. As soon as Cui Rong and Yimei entered the courtyard, they saw their beloved son giving someone a shoulder massage, and their hearts ached. Cui Hongba had never suffered hardship since childhood. They wouldn't even let him do heavy work, and now he was being made to do it by this group of people. Now that he had the money, Cui Rong felt emboldened and immediately started yelling, "What are you doing in my house? You've made such a mess." Cui Onobu exclaimed, in surprise. "Dad, Mom." The debt collector glanced up at Cui Rong, picked his teeth with a toothpick, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, the big boss is back? Has the money arrived?" Cui Hongba quickly went to greet them, his face full of anticipation. "Have you arrived? The money must have arrived by now, Mom and Dad." Yimei pulled her son back and comforted him repeatedly. "Don't worry about what your parents are doing." Then she urged Cui Rong, "Quickly transfer the money and let them leave." The debt collector spat out his toothpick and handed the account number to Cui Rong. Cui Rong fiddled with it for a while, his expression slowly changing. Why can't the transfer go through? The debt collectors went over to take a look and saw that the screen clearly displayed insufficient balance. He immediately flew into a rage. "You fucking played me?" He was cursing Cui Rong, but his slap landed hard on Cui Hongba's face. Cui Hongba screamed, clutching the red mark on his face, and angrily demanded, "Why did you hit me?" The debt collector sneered, "Your father lied to me. Who else should I hit if not you? Do you want me to hit your dad?" Cui Hongba immediately fell silent. He secretly wished that it was Cui Rong who was being beaten, so that he wouldn't have to suffer that pain. Yimei rushed forward and hugged her son, crying, "Can't you talk things out? We really do have 1,000,000 yuan. Maybe there's a problem with the bank system that's preventing the money from being transferred." The debt collector spat and said, "Fine, I'll go to the bank with you to withdraw the money. He selected 2 men to follow the Chui couple and ordered the rest to escort Chui Hongba to the grove behind the house. Before leaving, he threatened in a sinister tone, "If you dare to play any tricks, I'll bury your son in the back hill." Chui Hongba was so frightened that his legs went weak. He could only look pitifully at his parents, placing all his hopes on them. Not long after, the group arrived at the bank. However, there was no such money in Chui Rong's account, and a check at the counter revealed no deposit record whatsoever. Chui Rong shouted anxiously at the counter, "Impossible! I clearly received a deposit notification. Did you embezzle my money?" The teller checked again and patiently explained, "Sir, we really haven't received any money. The bank wouldn't have swallowed your money. Please don't make a fuss. We suggest you contact the person who made the transfer." Upon being reminded by the staff, Chui Rongtsai suddenly realized that he didn't have the female boss's contact information at all. The security guards then approached. Chui Rong was glanced at and immediately dared not shout anymore, only able to lower his voice and say, "The other party is a big boss. I don't have her contact information." The moment the words "big boss" were uttered, the bank staff immediately became alert. When Chui Rong further stated that the other party offered them 1,000,000 yuan in exchange for their daughter working with them, even the debt collectors thought he was insane. The staff member frowned and asked, "Uncle, have you been scammed?" Imei hurriedly denied it. "It's not a scam. She really is rich. Quickly show them the transfer notification." Chui Rong quickly checked his text messages, but the next second his eyes widened in shock. The payment notification was gone. Gone? How could it be gone? He trembled as he searched through his inbox again and again, but still couldn't find it. Seeing this, the staff member kindly asked, "Would you like me to call the police for you?" Upon hearing that the police were calling, Chui Rong jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. "No need. No need." He remembered Chui Hongba's instructions. Never call the police. Imei quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Maybe we made a mistake. Let's go back and ask." But as soon as they left the bank, the debt collector's attitude completely changed. "You 2 old geezers, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I have no temper?" After saying that, he immediately made a phone call to his subordinates, his voice grim, hit them hard." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chui Hongba cried out in pain from the other end of the phone. If Jiang Ruochu and the system could see this scene, they would probably praise him. "Well done, brilliantly done. Finally someone did something worthwhile." Chapter 33, The Online Uproar. "Stop fighting. Please stop fighting." Hearing her son scream in agony on the phone, Imei's heart nearly broke. She rushed over and grabbed the debt collector's arm, pleading, "We really didn't lie to you. We were scammed too." She cried, saying that the female boss looked beautiful and rich, but who knew she was so cruel? Not only did she cheat them out of their daughter, but she also didn't give them a single penny. She begged the other party to stop hitting her, saying that the Chui family only had 1 son, and if he was seriously injured, they would be finished. Even now, Chui Rong still refused to believe she had been scammed. Her face was deathly pale as she repeatedly checked her phone's inbox. The debt collector, having exhausted his intimidation tactics, coldly said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Stop." Finally, all movement ceased, but Chui Hongba was still crying and begging his parents to save him. Chui Rong and Imei were heartbroken, and they looked as if they had aged several years in an instant. The debt collectors warned them fiercely that they didn't have much patience and would only have for more days. They said that no matter if they sold their car, their house, or even a kidney, the money had to be repaid, or they would ensure the Chui family line ended. The couple shrank back in fear and nodded repeatedly. Only then did the debt collectors leave with their men. After making sure the group of devils was far away, the 2 rushed home and found Chui Hongba buried in a mud pit on the back hill. Chui Hongba was covered in mud, his body was covered in bruises, and his mouth was stuffed with dry leaves. He was a complete mess. Chui Rong and Imei dug for half an hour before they finally dug their son out. They kept calling Chui Zhaodi, but no matter how many times they called, no one answered. The 2 men panicked completely, but their worry wasn't about their daughter's safety. It was that she was gone and they hadn't gotten their money back. That evening, a tearful video went viral on Douyin, TikTok. In the video, Chui Rong and Imei had dark circles under their eyes, bloodshot eyes, and looked extremely haggard. This wasn't an act. For several days, they had been running back and forth for their son, crying and fearing, and were truly exhausted both physically and mentally. But in front of the camera, they portrayed themselves as pitiful victims. The couple talked back and forth, saying that a female boss they didn't know had cheated them. She said she would take their daughter to work in the city, and the couple, being country folk who had never seen the world, believed her. As a result, their daughter left that same day and then disappeared. At this point, they produced a screenshot from the surveillance camera, showing Jiang Ruochu entering the Chui family's house. Ime tearfully pointed out, "This is what this female swindler looks like." They were relieved that they had security cameras at home, but they were too afraid to call the police. They could only hope to get help from netizens to expose this female con artist. Finally, the two hugged each other and cried, begging for clues from kind-hearted people. Initially, the video didn't get much attention, but someone quickly bought views for them. The topic of a teenage girl being taken away from her home is inherently attention-grabbing, and the video's views skyrocketed, quickly reaching nearly 10 million. As for the kind person who bought the traffic, it was naturally Jiang Ruochu. The comments section exploded instantly. Some people cursed the scammer for being so audacious as to openly enter a home and abduct someone. Others said the person entered the house wearing sunglasses and carrying a parasol, indicating they were very experienced. Still others worried that the 17-year-old girl might be taken to do something shady. Some people felt something was amiss. At 17, a girl should be in school. Why did her parents send her out to work? Instead of reporting her missing, they went online to complain. It all seemed like a twist of fate. However, most netizens were moved by the couple's tears and shared the post, hoping to find Shui Zhaodi quickly. A few people, on the other hand, started to veer off topic, discussing Jiang Ruochu's outfit and bag in the screenshot. The joys and sorrows on the internet are never shared. Some are angry, some question, and some are just interested in gossip. But in any case, the name Shui Zhaodi was quickly thrust into the spotlight. The Chui couple's ability to turn the tables on the system was an eye-opener for even the system. Before Jiang Ruochu could even react, the system became anxious, angrily cursing them for being shameless. They were clearly selling their daughter, yet they turned around and accused Jiang Ruochu of being a liar. The system is worried about the large number of people criticizing her and doesn't know what to do. After all, many netizens believed the Chui couple's performance and instinctively felt that even the worst parents wouldn't harm their own children. Jiang Ruochu remained calm. She had already realized that the eldest son of the Chui family wouldn't let them call the police, and since they had no other way to find someone, they could only resort to the internet. But they had no idea that the internet was a double-edged sword. They thought they could use public opinion to expose Jiang Ruochu, but they never imagined that this sword would eventually turn back on them. Jiang Ruochu said with a cold laugh, "The most ironic thing is that the Chui couple still haven't realized they were wrong. They dare to cry online because deep down they believe they are the victims, and even think that selling their daughter wasn't wrong." Soon, the video was reposted on platforms such as Weibo and Zaihongshu, garnering tens of thousands of reposts on each platform. However, even with netizens' extensive knowledge, no one has yet been able to uncover Jiang Ruochu's identity, because she hid herself very well. Only those who truly know her would likely doubt that the person in the screenshot is her. When someone came to Jiang Ruochu with screenshots asking if she was the person in the video, she knew the time had come. She had been waiting for the matter to blow up completely before coming forward to explain. The people who truly deceived netizens and garnered sympathy were not her, but the Chui couple. Once the truth comes out, they will surely reap what they sow. As for whether the escalation of the incident would affect her and Shui Zhaodi's future life, Jiang Ruochu had given it serious thought. Online buzz comes and goes quickly. Many sensational events eventually fade from the memories of the general public. Every choice carries risk. All she can do is find the optimal solution within those risks. Just as Jiang Ruochu was preparing to issue a statement, Shui Zhaodi called. Her voice was urgent and apologetic, saying that she had come across the video and never expected her parents to make such a fuss, causing Jiang Ruochu to be scolded as well. Shui Zhaodi kept apologizing, feeling that she was the one who had caused her trouble. Jiang Ruochu simply comforted her gently. "It's okay, it's not your fault." She had anticipated this move from the Chui couple and had already devised a countermeasure. The truth can never be distorted by lies and tears, nor can it be concealed forever. Chapter 34, Speaking Up for Yourself. Throughout the call, Jiang Ruochu's voice remained calm, which gradually helped the flustered Shui Zhaodi regain her composure. Jiang Ruochu told her that since the other party had already brought the matter to the internet, they should take the opportunity to explain the whole story. Chui Xuehui's death should also be made public at the same time. The factory's irregularities back then led to Chui Xuehui's accident. However, Chui's parents secretly accepted money from the factory, ultimately letting the matter drop. Jiang Ruochu wants to take advantage of this public outcry to reveal the truth and get relevant departments to investigate. She knew this wouldn't change the fact that Chui Xuehui was gone, but at least the factory should take responsibility and prevent others from suffering the same tragedy in the future. Production safety is never a trivial matter, and human life should not be so easily dismissed with money. On the other end of the phone, Chui Xiaoti's breathing became noticeably rapid. Jiang Ruochu noticed her tension and softened her voice, asking if she had any concerns that they could discuss together. Chui Xiaoti choked up as she said that she hadn't expected Jiang Ruochu to still be thinking of seeking justice for her sister at this point. She thanked her repeatedly, feeling as if something had gently pushed her heart. The help Jiang Ruochu gave her was not just money and the chance to escape, but also made her realize that people can speak for themselves and seek the truth for the deceased. After a moment of silence, Chui Xiaoti whispered that she wanted to explain to netizens herself. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat surprised, but her eyes quickly filled with appreciation. She still reminded Chui Xiaoti that if she spoke up herself, some people might call her an ingrate, an unfilial child, and accuse her of failing her parents' kindness in raising her. Chui Xiaoti gritted her teeth and said, "Then let them curse. Even if Jiang Ruochu speaks up for her, netizens will eventually find out who she is. Since there's no way to avoid it, she might as well stand up and face it herself." Her only worry was that her writing wasn't good enough, and she would need Jiang Ruochu's help to proofread what she wrote. Jiang Ruochu told her, however, that it wasn't a statement, but rather a heartfelt expression of her feelings. There was no need for fancy words. Just write down what she truly wanted to say. Half an hour later, Chui Xiaoti sent a long text to Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu read it from beginning to end and found that it was well organized and simple, and that the sincerity itself was powerful. Jiang Ruochu only replied, "Think it through, then you can send it." Chui Xiaoti stared at the text for a long time, took a deep breath, and posted the edited content on Weibo and Xiaohongshu, along with photos she had taken in other places over the past 2 days. For Duoshuoyan, a video platform, she compiled the photos into a collection and added text before posting it. In her post, she stated that she is the person involved in the online child trafficking incident, named Chui Xiaoti, and is 17 years old. She clarified that things were not as her parents claimed. She was neither deceived nor abducted, but left voluntarily. The older sister who helped her is a good person and a friend of her older sister, Chui Xuehui. Without her, she would have been forced to drop out of school by her parents and would have been married off. Her parents arranged the marriage only to get a dowry to pay off her brother's gambling debts. She also wrote that her older sister had an accident at the factory years ago, and her parents gave up pursuing the matter, exchanging her sister's life for 350,000 yuan in compensation, and then immediately bought her brother a car. It turns out that in their eyes, her sister's life was only worth 350,000 yuan, and her life was only worth 188,000 yuan. She was unwilling to accept her fate, so she left with the help of a kind older sister. On the day she left, she felt for the first time how close she was to happiness, and she was even afraid that if she took a step too slow, she would lose this hard-won freedom. It was her first time on an airplane, her first time staying in a hotel, and the first time she opened her eyes without having to listen to her parents scolding or get up to boil water and cook for her family. Instead, she could lie in bed and stare blankly out the window. She realized for the first time how large a university campus was. It would take half a day to walk around it. What might be an ordinary experience for others were incredibly precious firsts for her. Finally, she said she didn't want to get married. She just wanted to continue her studies. Even if she only got into an ordinary university and found an ordinary job, it would still be a good life for her. She no longer wanted to be called Chui Xiaoti. She chose a new name for herself, a name that belonged only to her. She hoped this name would lead her into a new life. More convincing than her words were the photos she accompanied them. She carefully captured images of airplanes at the airport, city views from her hotel balcony, and the gates of Imperial University of Beijing. Chui Xiaoti's phone was old, with blurry pixels, and the photo quality wasn't good. But you could still see from the details that she was really happy, because only when people are relaxed and free will they want to carefully capture even the wildflowers by the roadside. Chapter 35. Gaining a special skill again. Chui Zhaoti's response was quickly linked to the video of the Chui couple, and both videos went viral. The comments section exploded instantly. After reading the whole story, netizens were all shocked by the shamelessness of these parents. Some said that such a thing would seem like a fabrication even in a novel, while others, upon seeing the name Zhaoti, already understood what kind of life she had been living all these years. Many people initially joined the Chui couple in condemning them as swindlers, but upon discovering the truth, that the parents wanted to use their daughter's dowry to support their son, they immediately switched sides. A large number of netizens advised Chui Zhaoti not to look back, saying that such a family wasn't worth their time. Of course, a few people stood up to say that the bride price should rightfully go to the parents, and even accused Chui Zhaoti of helping outsiders attack her family. But as soon as these words appeared, they were countered by other netizens. Since she's so sensible, why not marry someone else for her and pay off her debts for her? More goodwill poured in towards Chui Zhaoti. Some invited her to visit the university in the future, some offered to show her around the campus and have her eat in the cafeteria, and some recent graduates said they still had high school materials and notes that they could send to her. Some girls with similar experiences also shared their stories in the comment section. They too were once not supported by their families to study and were forced to work, but later saved money to continue their education and gradually change their lives. They told Chui Zhaoti that as long as you don't give up, there is still hope. These words of encouragement, like tiny droplets of water, slowly gathered into a sea, enveloping Chui Zhaoti. She happily showed the comments to Jiang Ruochu, saying that not everyone doubted or attacked her. Many others spoke up for her. Jiang Ruochu kept a close eye on the comment section. Although negative comments still existed, the majority were clearly normal people, which relieved her. Netizens have also begun to reflect on the fact that one shouldn't only listen to one side of the story when gossiping online. Some are even thankful that Jiang Ruochu wore sunglasses when she appeared on camera, protecting her privacy. Otherwise, her entire family history might have been dug up. Meanwhile, the combination of keywords like gambling, bride price, and forced marriage caused public opinion to spiral out of control. Some demanded the intervention of the local women's federation, while others mentioned the factory where Chui Zhaoti's sister had previously worked, believing that the factory should also be thoroughly investigated. However, some netizens remained unconvinced and went to Chui Rong and Mei's accounts demanding a response. The elderly Chui couple, however, remained defiant, saying that Chui Zhaoti was their daughter and there was nothing wrong with helping her family in trouble. Were they supposed to just stand by and watch their brother be beaten to death? They even went to Chui Zhaoti's clarification video and berated her for being heartless and ingrate, helping outsiders against her own family, and wasting all those years of raising her. Netizens were amused and annoyed by this illogical argument. However, Chui Rong and Mei hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Because they were appearing on camera, their addresses were quickly discovered. That same day, some people went to the Chui family's doorstep and threw rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Some live streamers even started broadcasting live from right outside their house. At first, Chui Rong stood at the door, holding a hoe and roaring, demanding to know what those people wanted. Before he finished speaking, 2 eggs were thrown at him. As the crowd grew larger, Chui Rong could only slink back into the house and slam the door shut. After that, he and Mei didn't dare to leave the house and could only stay inside, weeping with their son. They just couldn't understand how their daughter, who had conspired with outsiders to deceive them, had ended up being blamed. The comment section, however, was a lively discussion. Some felt that smashing eggs was wasteful and suggested smashing mud instead. Others offered to contribute a few spoiled eggs. Local netizens even revealed that the family had become quite famous in town. It said that the elderly couple argued at home every day, blaming each other for posting the incident online. Their son also complained daily that his parents were useless, not only unable to help him, but also making him a laughingstock. The family that was originally engaged even went to burn incense overnight, thanking the Bodhisattva for blessing them so they could break off the engagement early. This incident caused such a stir that even netizens from other regions called the local authorities to inquire and file complaints. Soon after, a task force was established, and staff members proactively contacted Chui Zhaoti, offering assistance. When Chui Zhaoti received the call, she was terrified, thinking she had done something wrong. She hurriedly called Jiang Ruochu for help. After listening to her halting explanation, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile and told her that the staff were there to help her, not to take her back. With the support of government departments, Jiang Ruochu felt much more at ease. Changing Chui Xiaoti's name, transferring her to a different school, and registering her residency would all be much easier. The system couldn't help but praise, saying that humans were quite efficient. Jiang Ruochu explained that she deliberately chose a weekday to push this through so that relevant departments could respond more quickly and everyone wouldn't have to work overtime. The system paused for a moment, then commented that she was indeed quite considerate. The system then asked her if she wanted to tell Chui Xiaoti that her sister was actually still alive. Jiang Ruochu shook her head, saying that Chui Xiaoti's situation was different from Grandma Zhou's, and that she should let her start a new life completely. A few days later, the factory where Chui Xuehue had worked also released its investigation results. The factory was indeed found to have violated regulations and had been ordered to rectify the situation. Local law enforcement also issued a notice. However, the public's attention was almost entirely focused on the Chui family, and the announcement didn't cause much of a stir. After most of the day, there were only a little over 100 comments, many of which were from Chui Xuehue's former co-workers. Everyone said that Chui Xuehue, in heaven, protected them and punished that unscrupulous factory. Jiang Ruochu took a screenshot of the announcement and sent it to Chui Xuehue in the post-apocalyptic world. After receiving the news, Chui Xuehue was stunned for a long time. She never imagined that she, who had been dead for so long, would still be able to receive a fair outcome. This was something Jiang Ruochu fought for her. She raised her hand and rubbed her sore eyes, but no matter how much she rubbed, she couldn't suppress the soreness. Finally, it welled up in her chest and nasal cavity, turning into tears that fell down. In the post-apocalyptic world, Chui Xuehue only sent one sentence: "Thank you." A system notification sounded immediately. Jiang Ruochu completed Chui Xuehue's request and received 100 points. Because the client satisfaction rate was 100%, she also received a perfect achievement and an additional 100 points. Immediately afterwards, the system announced that Jiang Ruochu had received a special reward: the smell of rotting zombies. Chapter 36. Are you trying to rebel? Jiang Ruochu clicked on the skill prompt. A unique smell for someone special. This skill makes any unit emit a foul stench that lasts for 1 hour. Use with caution because it really stinks. Even 10 days worth of unwashed socks in the summer don't smell this bad. Ugh, jiff. Jiang Ruochu fell silent. The system didn't need to describe things in such detail. The immersion was too strong, and she already felt nauseous just from reading the prompts. However, she couldn't help but wonder if the skill's power was really that outrageous. She chuckled and said to the system, "System, why don't we try it on the Chui family? I want to see how smelly it is." The system immediately agreed and asked her who she wanted to use it for. Jiang Ruochu disliked Kuirong, Kui Ongbo, and Imeye equally. Unable to choose, she had the system create an electronic lottery screen, and Chui Hongbo was the lucky one drawn. Jiang Ruochu gave the order to apply the rotting zombie smell to Chui Hongbo, and then had the system pull up the surveillance footage. In the scene, Chui Rong and Imei, who were inside the house just a moment ago, suddenly rushed out of the room as if their backsides were on fire. Chui Hongbo, still confused, limped after his parents and ran out. There were quite a few onlookers at the entrance of the Chui family's house, but as soon as the stench wafted out, several people gagged on the spot, and some even vomited. "Oh my God, what's that smell? It's so awful. Like rotten eggs mixed with rotten meat, I'm so dizzy. Is this smell poisonous?" When Chui Hongbo stepped into the courtyard, the stench became even stronger. Everyone quickly realized that the smell seemed to be coming from him, and they were so frightened that they backed away as if he had just crawled out of the cesspool. Standing far away was no use. The stench followed the wind relentlessly. The onlookers could no longer bear it and scattered in all directions, their brows furrowed. The usually eloquent streamer couldn't utter a single word, covering his mouth as he ran. Viewers initially suspected he was faking it, but when the camera panned to the reactions of other passersby, it didn't seem fake. Previously, Chui Rong and Imei doted on their son, afraid he might get hurt. Now, however, the smell makes them want to run as far away as possible. It smells terrible. Chui Rong and Imei scrambled ahead, while Chui Hongbo, limping, chased after them, crying and shouting, "Dad, Mom, you can't abandon me." When he passed by his neighbor's house, Even the dog resting in the yard was startled by the stench and jumped up, howling on the spot. Jiang Ruochu looked at the innocent dog, coughed lightly guiltily, and touched her nose. She finally understood why the system had specifically warned her to use with caution. This isn't a skill, it's a biological weapon. When September came and the new school year began, Chui Zhaodi, who had changed her name to Chui Xiuming, went to study at a high school in a neighboring city with the help of Jiang Ruochu and the coordination of relevant departments. On the first day of school, Chui Xiuming happily sent Jiang Ruochu photos of her new school. The photos showed bright sunshine, a clean and tidy school building, and her holding new books with a radiant smile. Brand new textbooks, brand new school uniforms, just like a brand new life. A few months later, Jiang Ruochu heard from the debt collector Brother Biao that the Chui couple had sold their RV and wanted to borrow money from relatives, but no one was willing to help them. They had no choice but to go out to work to pay off their son's debts, and their hair turned completely white from exhaustion at just over 50 years old. But their precious son remained idle and good for nothing. As the old saying goes, evil people will always be punished by evil people. Meanwhile, Chui Xiuming was busy preparing for her final exams. She frequently reported her progress to Jiang Ruochu, as her current grade suggested that getting into a good university wouldn't be difficult. The four members of the Chui family ultimately went down completely different paths. The Chui family situation also gave Jiang Ruochu an idea. She modified the group announcement, adding a Didi ride-hailing service after happy shopping and warm watching. Upon seeing the new business, Chui Xuehue immediately smiled knowingly. Chui Xuehue, Apocalypse World, the group owner's boosting service, is definitely worth ordering. Yuan Tang Dang, Ancient Palace Intrigue 6. Meng Xian, Emperor's World, the group owner's business is getting more and more diverse. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, is Xiao Hui's matter resolved? During this time, Chui Xuehue had already told her friends in the group about her experience. Not only the girls in the group, but even Meng Xian, a boy, was very angry after hearing it, and they all spoke up for her. Chui Xuehue, Apocalyptic World, it's resolved. My sister can continue her studies. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, congratulations. Afterwards, Chui Xuehue posted the video of Chui Hongba being beaten to the group, adding some fun to everyone's time-traveling life. Yuan Tang Dang, Ancient Palace Intrigue, I laughed so hard that the palace maids were worried I had gone mad. Meng Xian, Empress World regardless of time or space. Chui Xue, Apocalyptic World regardless of death or illness. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, the person we want to fight. Yuan Tang Dang, Ancient Palace Intrigue, as long as the group owner is there, you can definitely defeat them. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, are you guys performing a group crosstalk? The group burst into laughter, and then the topic spread, with everyone talking about the person they most wanted to beat up in their past life. Zhongzhen said he most wanted to punch the boss who made him work overtime every day, only knew how to use psychological manipulation, and talked about dreams whenever salary was discussed. Meng Xian said that when he used to argue online, he most wanted to go through the internet cable and beat up the keyboard warriors. Yuan Tang Dang didn't have anyone in particular she wanted to punch. She just wanted to gently pat the author who had stopped updating. Jiang Ruochu didn't respond, but there was someone she wanted to hit in her heart. That was the business partner who had caused her father to be hospitalized and saddled her whole family with debt. One day, she will definitely find that guy. To achieve this, she first needed to become stronger. With that in mind, Jiang Ruochu opened Meng Xian's private chat in the Empress World. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, I still owe you pepper spray. Besides this, is there anything else you want to buy? Meng Xian, Empress World, crying luckily you didn't forget. I've already made a list. I'll send it to you now. Jiang Ruochu clicked on it and saw Sun Tzu's Art of War, gunpowder manufacturing methods, firearms manufacturing methods, iron and steel smelting methods, glass manufacturing methods, close combat techniques. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, shocking. Are you trying to rebel? Meng Xian, Empress World, how could that be? Rebellion is too tiring. After transmigrating, I realized that novels are all lies. Ancient people aren't stupid at all. They really know how to play mind games. I can't outsmart them. Meng Xian explained that he just wanted to protect himself, and that there were more items on the list below, asking her to continue reading. Jiang Ruochu scrolled down, only to find the style of the prescriptions suddenly changed. They were all for men's kidney tonifying remedies. The two parts are so disjointed that it doesn't seem like they were written by the same person. Despite his seemingly erratic behavior, Meng Xian actually has a very clear mind. He argued that since the world's industry is underdeveloped, if he could demonstrate technological value, the Empress might not punish him. Meng Xian. Empress world, if this trick doesn't work, and she insists on forcibly taking what she wants, then I'll just focus on nourishing my kidneys. Jiang Ruochu. Modern world, dude. You're flexible and adaptable. Meng Xian. Empress world sigh. Life is tough. If you can't fight back, you might as well just give up. Jiang Ruochu sent a comforting pat on the shoulder emoji and promised to help him collect various production materials and send them over together later. Meng Xian was deeply moved and said that he didn't have anything to give her, so he asked her if a belt would be okay, and then sent her a picture. Jiang Ruochu recognized it at a glance. It was a gold-threaded, multi-jeweled belt. The entire belt consisted of 35 pieces, all made of white jade wrapped with gold thread, and inlaid with different kinds of colored gemstones, each one unique. If this were auctioned off, museums would probably be scrambling to exhibit it. Jiang Ruochu shed tears of sudden wealth. The Empress truly loved the wealthy and noble. Perhaps the Empress didn't need to be so strict about her beloved concubine's gender. The sisters would all shout, "I do." Chapter 37 Essential Elements for Transmigrators. Meng Xian was an orphan with few family ties. During his school years, he was withdrawn and didn't interact much with his classmates, and after graduation, they almost completely lost contact. After starting work, he just buried himself in his work every day, maintaining a distant relationship with his colleagues. Once, a colleague got married and invited the entire company, but he was conspicuously left out. It wasn't intentional exclusion. Meng Xian was simply too inconspicuous. It's impossible not to feel disappointed, but after the initial disappointment, he felt a sense of relief, since he'd missed out on another wedding invitation. In real life, he had no friends, but online life was completely different. Meng Xian often plays a game called Jianghu Shuka. He's very skilled at it and has a high status in his guild. Everyone calls him Big Boss or God. He's much more relaxed and lively on screen than in real life. After hearing his story, Jiang Ruochu suddenly summarized the 3 essential elements for a time traveler. Miserable, miserable pro, and miserable pro max. If you're not miserable, it seems you're not even qualified to time travel. After starting work, Meng Xian lived alone. To get the game's limited time rewards, he stayed up all night over the weekend. After finishing, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the world of the Empress. He figured his modern-day self will be dead by now. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but sigh. Don't take your youth for granted and stay up all night. It'll kill you. Meng Xian also sighed, saying he understood now, but it was too late. This is indeed a regrettable incident. Jiang Ruochu speculated that if Meng Xian hadn't lived alone and someone at home had discovered him and taken him to the hospital in time, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been like this. But life doesn't offer so many what-ifs. However, Meng Xian felt that coming here wasn't so bad. In his previous life, he had no parents, but in this life, he had adoptive parents who treated him very well, and they had even risked their lives to adopt him. Jiang Ruochu became interested and pressed for the reason. Meng Xian shouldn't have revealed this secret, but since Jiang Ruochu wasn't from his plane of existence, he didn't hide it from her any longer. It turns out that the dynasty Meng Xian lived in had only been established for 40 or 50 years. After the founding empress pacified the country, she accepted many capable ministers from the previous dynasty, one of whom was Meng Xian's adoptive father. Meng Xian's true identity is that of the grandson of a prince from the previous dynasty. The empress who is in love with him is the second emperor. In terms of status, the two are naturally on opposite sides. After hearing this, Jiang Ruochu felt it was straight out of a tragic love story. This was precisely why Meng Xian had always hesitated to accept the empress. He felt that if the two of them got together, he would most likely meet a terrible end. Jiang Ruochu, however, believed that since the empress was so talented and ambitious, she might be able to communicate with her. If Meng Xian truly did not want to be her concubine, they should find an opportunity to have an open and honest conversation. Meng Xian was shocked, thinking she wanted him to tell the empress directly that he was a member of the previous dynasty's royal family. Jiang Ruochu quickly corrected her, saying she meant to talk about feelings, not such a potentially fatal secret about his background. Running away isn't a solution. Jiang Ruochu felt that Meng Xian's upbringing had created an avoidant personality, and such a person needed someone to give him a push. Meng Xian was silent for a moment, as if he understood something, and said he would give it a try. Then he changed the subject, mentioning that there would be an official offline event for Jianghu Xiaoka in August. People in the guild had previously suggested that since they'd known each other for years, they could take advantage of an official event to meet up and have a get-together. But now that Meng Xian can't go back, he can only ask Jiang Ruochu to go and check on him for him. The system immediately popped up a task: attend the offline gathering of the online game in place of Meng Xian from the Empress World. Completion would earn points and unlock system skills. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. Meng Xian quickly thanked her and asked her to take lots of photos of the event. He was very curious about what his friends from the game, whom he had spent many years with, actually looked like in real life. After saying that, he brought up another matter somewhat embarrassingly. After his death, it would be difficult to rent out that room again. If Jiang Ruochu had any money left after selling the gold belt, he wanted to compensate the landlord a little. As soon as he said it, Meng Xian realized he was asking for too much. He said he hadn't thought he needed anything, but his words had caused Jiang Ruochu a lot of trouble. If it was inconvenient for her, then so be it. That's just Meng Xian's personality. He's always afraid of troubling others. Even with reasonable requests, he worries that the other party might become impatient. But Jiang Ruochu wasn't annoyed at all. On the contrary, she thought he was a good person. Even though he was no longer in a modern world, the fact that he still thought of his landlord showed that he was responsible and kind. If Meng Xian from her previous life had been able to open her heart in real life, as she does online, she might have made many friends long ago. Meng Xian was rarely praised like this, and when he heard Jiang Ruochu say that he was kind, he was flattered for a moment. Chapter 38, Enjoying It to the Fullest. Meng Xian told Jiang Ruochu that he didn't know the location of the gathering either. He had only seen someone in the gang mention it, and then he died not long after. He could only ask Jiang Ruochu to log into his account and ask the people in the gang. Jiang Ruochu asked him to send her account and password. After sending them, Meng Xian kindly reminded her that if she didn't know how to log in or didn't understand the game, she could ask him anytime. Jiang Ruochu replied that she didn't need it. She had played Jianghu Xiaoka before. When she was in school, she attended classes during the day and didn't have much time to work, so she used her evenings to do game boosting. At that time, Jianghu Xiaoka was very popular and there were many players willing to spend money. Boosting services only helped people complete daily tasks and quests, and the pay was not high. Boosting services, on the other hand, helped players climb the rankings and get points, and it depended more on skill. Jiang Ruochu is a typical woman who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Her skills are fast and steady. Over time, she gained a reputation in the industry and took on many orders from wealthy players. After graduating and starting work, she gradually reduced her boosting services. Upon hearing that she had played the game, Meng Xian immediately became interested and asked her which server. Jiang Ruochu explained that she mostly used other people's accounts and, strictly speaking, wasn't a player but rather a booster. Her own account was just a blank account used for posting advertisements. A white account is someone with barely any level or equipment, but otherwise completely lacking. Meng Xian was immediately impressed that she was actually a skilled player. It was a pity that his world didn't have internet or games. Otherwise, he really wanted to have a match with her. They hadn't chatted for long when news arrived that the emperor had summoned Meng Xian, forcing him to leave. Jiang Ruochu reminded him to be careful and also asked him to consider her earlier suggestion. Meng Xian replied with a cat nodding emoji. Jiang Ruochu turned on her computer, ready to log into Jianghu Xiaoka. She already had the game installed on her computer, but it hadn't been played for a long time and needed updating. She clicked on the update and saw that the update package was a full 2.5 gigabytes. As expected of a large-scale online game, the update would take a while, so Jiang Ruochu left her computer running. Just then, her phone vibrated. She opened it and saw her aunt showing off her newly bought bag in the family group chat. Her aunt posted several photos from different angles, deliberately emphasizing that it was a gift from her son, her tone full of boasting. Jiang Ruochu instinctively felt something was wrong, and upon checking her WeChat moments, she indeed found a reason. Just minutes ago, her younger brother, Jiang Chuyi, posted his citywide mock exam results for this semester, ranking first in the entire city. What's most hurtful is that he specifically tagged his aunt. No wonder his aunt immediately started showing off her son's gifts. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh and texted her younger brother, "You've driven Auntie crazy." Jiang Chuyi immediately replied, "Hey, let her bully you. I'm gonna make her angry." He still remembered what his aunt had done to Jiang Ruochu last time, and he had been holding back, waiting for the results to come out so he could give her a good thrashing. Then he asked Jiang Ruochu if she wanted him to bring her some local specialties. Although Jiang Chuyi is only a junior in high school, his grades are so good that he has already attracted the attention of several top universities. One of the universities invited 30 top students from across the country to visit during the summer vacation, covering all their food, lodging, and travel expenses. He is currently out of town. Jiang Ruochu told him not to worry, as her sister was about to go on a carefree trip. She even teased, "One of the greatest things in life is that my brother isn't home, and I'm overjoyed." This was meant to tease him about something from their childhood. When Jiang Chuyi was in kindergarten, he was very attached to his older sister. Wherever Jiang Ruochu went, he would follow. His friends always joked that she had a little tail hanging behind her. One summer vacation, Jiang Chuyi went out with his father, and Jiang Ruochu finally had a few days without her little brother following her around. As a result, her younger brother called and asked her in a childish voice if she missed him. She was drinking cola and casually replied, "No," which made the little guy cry on the spot. Jiang Chuyi, of course, wasn't crying. He just sent a huffy emoji in protest. Jiang Ruochu smiled as she looked at the screen. Actually, she was just teasing him. She wasn't really disgusted. If she really disliked him, she wouldn't be thinking about picking out a gift for him now. She calculated that she had earned over 9 million yuan from these 2 missions. After deducting the shares that Grandma Zhou and Chui Xiuming were entitled to, she made a net profit of over 6 million yuan. The debts definitely need to be paid off, and her father's medical expenses can't be stopped, but people always need a balance between work and rest. So she set aside 200,000 yuan, intending to improve her and her family's lives, and also buy gifts for her mother and younger brother. Jiang Ruochu stood up, stretched, and decided to have some fun today. The system immediately popped up, fawningly asking her where she wanted to go for some enjoyment. Jiang Ruochu chuckled and said mysteriously, "You'll see when you get there. I guarantee you'll like it." She went to a high-end local leisure center and booked a private entertainment room. Here, you could soak in hot tubs, get massages and beauty treatments, and enjoy luxurious Chinese and Western meals. After your meal, you could relax on a plush sofa and watch a movie. While the private room screen couldn't compare to a movie theater, the 120-inch screen paired with Dolby Atmos provided a fairly comfortable experience. As soon as Jiang Ruochu entered, the system emitted a delighted scream. Previously, the system could only be used to watch dramas on a tablet, but now it has suddenly been replaced with such a large screen. It's simply wonderful. Jiang Ruochu could hear its happiness and smiled as well, saying, "This is the one I chose for you." The system was stunned and asked if it was prepared for her. Jiang Ruochu nodded and said she would give her a massage while it watched TV. The system was immediately moved and whimpered, proclaiming itself to be the happiest system in the entire universe. Jiang Ruochu genuinely didn't treat the system as a tool, but as a friend. The system quickly and skillfully began selecting dramas, while she flipped through the menu. Chinese massage, Thai massage, aromatherapy spa, all sorts of services were available. Jiang Ruochu was too lazy to agonize over it, so she simply used an adult's approach and bought a set of everything. Before the staff arrived, she contacted the auction house owner and sent him pictures of the tourmaline 18 bead bracelet, the red and blue double gemstone ring, and the gold filigree multi-gemstone ribbon. She believed these 3 pieces of jewelry were more than qualified for auction. As for the price, she estimated it would be around 40 million. Auctions are unpredictable. If a suitable buyer came along, the price might even rise further. In short, as long as she can successfully sell these 3 items, she will be able to pay off her debts. Chapter 39, Auction Price, Pending Appraisal. Jiang Ruochu enjoyed Chinese massage, Thai massage, and aromatherapy SPA. She felt that her whole body was completely relaxed and that she had been rejuvenated. She lay on the soft sofa, closed her eyes, and listened to the conversation coming from the speakers, gradually becoming sleepy. As the actors' voices on the screen faded into the distance, she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When she woke up again, it was already afternoon. Jiang Ruochu yawned, picked up her phone, and glanced at it. There were no messages. No messages were good news, meaning she could continue to enjoy this rare time alone. The leisure center offers both buffet and a la carte dining with private rooms. Jiang Ruochu didn't want to go to the crowded and noisy lobby, nor was she too lazy to walk a few extra steps, so she simply ordered food directly. She used to always choose food based on its price, value, and large portions. But now it's different. She can finally choose based solely on whether she wants to eat it, without having to look at the price first. When the Jiang family was well off, Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Chuyi were quite picky about food, clothing, and shelter, especially food. They clearly distinguished between good and bad food, and fresh and unusual ingredients. It was only later, when the family's circumstances deteriorated, that the siblings gradually learned to compromise. But settling doesn't mean they don't like good things. Jiang Ruochu and her younger brother used to love the crispy chocolate cheese tart from a certain dessert shop. They even had a whole day of Cold War over the last piece of tart, leaving Jiang's parents both amused and exasperated. Unfortunately, the foreign owner of that shop later returned to his home country to take care of his parents and sold the shop. Jiang Ruochu never tasted that flavor again. Later, she heard that the owner's apprentice was a pastry chef at this leisure center, and she always wanted to try it, but couldn't bear to spend the money. Now, she no longer has to struggle with this. Besides the much-anticipated crispy chocolate cheese tart, the pastry chef also created several new items: lime matcha semi-baked cheesecake, mango tiramisu, and milk foam dumplings. Each one was pricey, but Jiang Ruochu didn't hesitate and ordered them all. She ordered another glass of her favorite red-orange sunrise, along with pan-fried baby lobster with butter, crispy roast duck with plum sauce, cheese shrimp rolls with bacon, and a 9-compartment snack. The only regret was that her stomach was only so big, and she couldn't eat more even if she wanted to. Jiang Ruochu closed the menu with satisfaction. She hadn't experienced this kind of joy, ordering whatever she wanted without looking at the prices, in a long time. The service in the private room was quick and attentive. As soon as she placed her order, the staff knew she was awake and brought her a hot towel and lemon plum water to wipe her face and soothe her throat. Before long, all the dishes were served, filling the table to the brim. The system, which had endured more than half a month of hardship with Jiang Ruochu, was astonished and exclaimed in amazement, "So human food can be this wonderful." Unfortunately, the system couldn't eat it. It could only watch. Jiang Ruochu had it switched to a different variety show, so she could eat while watching the guests make people laugh. As she bit into the crispy chocolate cheese tart, the outer chocolate crumbled, and the cool cheese melted on her tongue, its sweet aroma spreading throughout her heart. Jiang Ruochu squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Although the taste wasn't a perfect replica of the old owner's original recipe, it was still better than the original. She decided that when Jiang Chuyi returned, she would definitely bring him to try it too, so that the boy wouldn't always say that his sister only bullied him. Jiang Ruochu spent the whole day leisurely at the leisure center, and when she came out, the city lights were already on. She was in a good mood, refreshed, and felt comfortable from head to toe. Even the sultry summer night breeze seemed pleasant. The system was also very happy, still immersed in the joy of watching the movie on the big screen, and asked her if she could come here to watch dramas often in the future. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said that the movie theater screen is bigger, and she'll take her to see a good movie next time it's released. As for the future, she doesn't need to come so often. Once she moves to a bigger house, she'll install a home theater. Her family used to have a home theater. Her father liked to watch the news on the big screen, while she and her brother liked to play games. The system listened with great excitement, already imagining its wonderful future. On her way home, Jiang Ruochu received a message from the auction house owner. To run an auction house, one needs not only money and connections, but also a keen eye. The owner immediately asked her where she got all these good items. Jiang Ruochu only replied that the seller did not want to reveal their name. The shop owner was very understanding and even lamented that unless it was a critical time, probably no one would be willing to put something that could be a family heirloom out for sale. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, that's not necessarily true. After all, one of them is a concubine, and the other is a candidate to become a favored concubine. If a truly extraordinary situation arises, it's probably not something that money can solve. The boss originally asked her to take the item to the auction house tomorrow, so that experts could appraise it. But as soon as the message was sent, he immediately withdrew it, saying that he would bring the experts to her himself, so that the treasure wouldn't get damaged on the way. The shopkeeper then asked where the item was stored. Normally, such valuables are either kept in a bank vault or deposited in an auction house vault, to be delivered to the auction venue on the day of the auction. Jiang Ruochu calmly replied, "My home." The boss immediately sent a shocked emoji, saying anxiously that her family didn't have a safe or any security measures, and just thinking about it made his heart tremble. Jiang Ruochu felt a little guilty after what was said. If her boss knew that she had casually stuffed those 3 items into the drawer, he would probably be even more devastated. She could only reply that the boss was joking. Even if a thief broke into her house, he wouldn't believe it was real. The boss was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but complain about her nonchalant attitude, which made her seem like a wealthy tycoon. Jiang Ruochu seized the opportunity to play the victim, saying that her boss knew about her situation and that she was relying on her salary to make a living. The boss immediately said he understood, and that if the 3 items were sold, she would receive a bonus. He also emphasized that he had never owed her wages. Jiang Ruochu chuckled and sent a thank you boss emoji. The shopkeeper added that he had been worried about not having any outstanding finale items at this auction, but now he had finally found some. Jiang Ruochu's ability to acquire such fine goods shows that he has the same discerning eye for people as he does for treasures. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile as she watched her boss's self-praise. Actually, the auction house owner wasn't very old. Besides work, they would chat about life. Chapter 40. Making the boss crack. When Jiang Ruochu got home, the game had just finished updating. She was about to log in when she suddenly heard a child crying because he couldn't do his homework, followed by a loud thud as something heavy hit the ground, which startled her. With the arrival of summer vacation, these noises became particularly frequent. Usually, after Dad finished scolding Mom, there would be a series of loud, banging noises from upstairs. Jiang Ruochu rubbed her aggravated ears and her frightened little heart. They rented an old house near the hospital with terrible soundproofing, but its advantage lay in its proximity to both the hospital and the city center, making it convenient for taking care of her father and for daily life. Jiang Ruochu thought that once the next batch of money arrived, she would definitely move to a house with better soundproofing. The number of rooms will remain the same as before. Her younger brother won't have to sleep in the small room partitioned off from the balcony anymore, and she won't have to squeeze into a room with her mother. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ruochu feel happy, and she even had more energy to do her work. She smiled and opened the game. Familiar ancient-style music began to play, and a login background, featuring bamboo forests, mountains and rivers, and a round panda, slowly unfolded. Jianghu's Swordsman is a Chinese-style martial arts game that has been running for 10 years. Its biggest highlight is cross-platform compatibility between PC and mobile versions. Chatting, changing outfits, and completing regular quests can all be done on mobile devices, with only complex gameplay, like the arena, still requiring PC operation. On the day of the cross-platform launch, the number of players surged to its peak, reviving the old game. The game's background is the familiar Chinese martial arts world, with sects like Wudong, Amei, and Shaolin, currently totaling 12 sections. Jiang Ruochu glanced at Meng Xian's account. The ID was cut 1 knife, subtract 1 cent, and the sect was Wudong. Jiang Ruochu paused for a moment. She hadn't expected it to be someone she knew. She had seen this name in the arena when she was a boosting agent. The ID, so distinctly Pinito-esque, had left a deep impression on her. As soon as she entered the game, the message notification sound started ringing incessantly. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the messages and saw that about 8 or 9 IDs had sent messages to Meng Xian, totaling probably over 100. Some people were asking him to join the weekend raid because he was short a DPS, some were asking him again a week later if he was coming, and others were asking him why he hadn't been online for so long and if something had happened to him. Princess, please get rich, kept calling for Brother Mao's help, saying that he had been trying to climb the ranks for a month without success and needed a powerful support like him. I want 185, was more worried, saying that his phone was off and that he should try to think positively no matter what happened. Jiang Ruochu guessed that since I want 185 had Meng Xian's phone number, they must have a good relationship. Perhaps she had heard him confide his troubles, which was why she offered such comfort. She took screenshots of these messages and sent them to Meng Xian in another dimension. She thought that, no matter what, this concern from her friends was some comfort to Meng Xian. Since Meng Xian wasn't online at the moment, Jiang Ruochu continued browsing the game. As soon as she logged on, a notification popped up in the guild chat. Player, cut 1 knife, reduce 1 cent is online. The next second, she was spotted by enthusiastic guild members, and the chat channel instantly became lively. To master this skill, one must first cut oneself, cursed first, then said, "Brother, you're still alive." "Princess, please get rich," excitedly shouted that he was finally online, adding that during his absence, he had become self-reliant and a new generation of powerful figure, and would carry him to new heights. I want 185 scolded him, and he still knew to come back. After scolding him, he added, "It's good that you're okay." Jiang Ruochu touched her nose and tried to imitate Meng Xian's personality to reply, saying that she had been a bit busy recently and hadn't been able to log into the game, and apologized. After those two sentences were sent, the guild chat speed noticeably slowed down for a moment. Immediately afterwards, I want 185 sent a message. "Was your account hacked?" Jiang Ruochu was immediately exasperated and quickly left a message for Meng Xian, asking him how he usually chatted with his game friends, and how she had been exposed after only a few words. Just then, Meng Xian logged on to the transmigrated chat group. He first saw the screenshot sent by Jiang Ruochu and was moved for a while. Then he saw her politely apologizing in the guild and burst out laughing. Meng Xian directly taught her, "Reply to him. Get lost. Dad doesn't need your help." Jiang Ruochu understood. So Meng Xian usually played a wild and unruly role in the game. No wonder she was suspected of hacking when she greeted him so politely. However, she quickly realized a serious problem. Jiang Ruochu asked, "Since I want 185 has Meng Xian's phone number, the other party should know that Meng Xian is a man. When she attends the offline gathering, won't she be exposed?" Meng Xian explained that they had only added each other on WeChat, and his WeChat ID was also his phone number. They usually only sent messages and had never spoken on the phone. He guessed that the other person was worried because he wasn't replying to his game or WeChat messages, so they called. But he wasn't in the original world anymore, and his phone was probably out of credit, so of course the call wouldn't go through. At this point, Meng Xian suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He was an orphan and had hardly ever experienced the feeling of being cared for. Meng Xian added that many people in the game actually thought he was a girl, and a stunningly beautiful and cool one at that. Jiang Ruochu going in his place was actually perfect. It might just fit those people's fantasies about brother Mao. Jiang Ruochu sent a question mark. Meng Xian added that a female player had been pursuing him, but when he told her he liked men, she didn't believe him. He had no choice but to say he was a transvestite, and the girl believed him. Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment. She knew that some male players in the game would pretend to be girls to scam others and gain benefits, and were called cross-dressers. But Meng Xian was clearly not trying to scam anyone. He just wanted to ward off unwanted attention. Meng Xian summarized that his gender in the game was always somewhat ambiguous. Some people called him brother, some called him sister, and of course he liked it best when people called him dad. Jiang Ruochu calmly replied, "All right, little brother. She's been a professional debater for ages. If the Olympics had a debate event, she'd definitely win a championship." Meng Xian added that he only really got along with a few people who messaged him. They didn't really care whether he was male or female and never asked. Jiang Ruochu said that it was enough that they could have fun and chat together, and then jokingly remarked that he was very popular with women, being pursued by girls in the game, and even by the Empress after transmigrating. Meng Xian could only sigh. Perhaps all his romantic pursuits were in the virtual world. Finally, he reminded Jiang Ruochu not to be too polite to those people. Jiang Ruochu replied, "Okay, you tough guy." It was already 11 o'clock, and Jiang Ruochu was feeling a bit sleepy. So, following Meng Xian's style, she bluntly retorted a few times in the guild chat. Sure enough, those people stopped doubting and excitedly shouted, "Brother Mao is back. Brother Mao is back in full force." Jiang Ruochu looked at the lively chat channel, but felt a pang of sadness. She knew that the real Meng Xian was gone forever. She took the opportunity to ask about the specific time and location of the offline gathering, and after receiving a reply, she quickly logged off and went to sleep. The next morning, the boss arrived at the Jiang family's house at the agreed time. Knowing that the wealthy Jiang Ruochu had just gotten up, he specially brought her breakfast. Jiang Ruochu smiled and accepted the breakfast, praising in a light-hearted tone, "Boss, you're so kind." Her eyes crinkled when she smiled, and her gaze was bright, making her look exceptionally sincere. The boss was quite pleased with her, but when he saw Jiang Ruochu casually pull 3 treasures out of the drawer, he completely broke down. The boss broke down and said, I'm not good at all." Chapter 41, Borrowing Treasures from the Museum. After Zhai Lu finished speaking, he patted one of the ornaments in a serious manner and said with heartache, "You've suffered." Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated, but she was already used to her boss's greedy and dramatic nature. The auction house owner, Zhai Lu, was 5 years older than Jiang Ruochu. He hadn't experienced much hardship and had a carefree personality. He could put on a show on formal occasions, but he didn't hold back at all in private. He was originally a rich second-generation heir who didn't want to inherit the family business, until his father remarried and brought home a younger brother who was only a few years younger than him. The younger brother's features looked exactly like his father's, and Zhai Lu realized that his father had already had someone else while his mother was still alive. He could overlook everything else, but he would never hand over the auction company left by his mother to his stepmother and that illegitimate son. So after graduating from university, he joined the company. Back then, the company was full of stepmothers, and he didn't have a single trustworthy helper. Fortunately, he had good judgment and immediately took a liking to Jiang Ruochu, who had just joined the company. Over the years, the two became not only boss and employee but also friends. Jiang Ruochu, sipping her soy milk, reminded him, "Boss, this isn't your prized possession. It's a prized possession that's about to be sold. If you keep hiding it, how will the teacher appraise it?" Zhai Lu glared at her resentfully before stepping aside. "Could you please give me an estimate, teacher? I still need to take some nice photos of my baby after that." He brought 3 people with him this time. 2 appraisal experts were responsible for appraising and valuing the items, and they would jointly sign off on the appraisal. The other was a photographer who would take pictures of the items to be included in the auction catalog. Normally the process isn't this rushed, but Jiang Ruochu's 3 pieces of jewelry arrived suddenly, so Zhai Lu had no choice but to bring her directly to the scene. The expert put on gloves, first examining the artifacts with the naked eye, then using a magnifying glass for a closer look. Even having seen countless treasures, he found himself increasingly reluctant to put them down. Old Jiang couldn't help but sigh softly. This is truly a wonderful product. He looked at Jiang Ruochu, unable to suppress his smile. "Little Jiang, you're lucky this time. You've acquired 3 treasures." Zhai Lu immediately exploded. "Did you hear that? These are rare treasures. You actually put them in a drawer." Jiang Ruochu calmly retorted, "I'm just waiting for my boss to give me a raise. Once I move to a bigger house and buy a safe, I won't need to put in a drawer anymore." Zhai Lu immediately changed the subject. "I suddenly realized that although your room is small, the view from the balcony is quite nice." Soon, the 2 experts provided their valuations. The ruby and sapphire ring had a starting bid of 3.1 million, and the tourmaline 18B bracelet had a starting bid of 10 million. This is just the starting bid, not the final price. What really made them hesitate was the gold-embroidered multi-gemstone belt. The first 2 lots had similar sales records in the past, so estimating their prices wasn't difficult. However, this belt had never appeared at auction before, so there was no comparable price to refer to. After much deliberation, Mr. Zhang said to Zhai Lu, "Young Master Lu, we need to go back and discuss the price of this item." Zhai Lu disliked being called Little Boss Zhai. Firstly, it sounded like an insult, and secondly, it was his father's surname. Ever since he learned that his father had wronged his mother, there had always been a distance between him and his father. Jiang Ruochu sensed something was wrong and asked, "Elder Zhang, do you mean this thing is a unique piece?" A unique piece is a collectible item that is one of a kind in the world. Jiang Ruochu and Zhai Lu were meeting Master Zhang for the first time and didn't dare to set a price easily. Old Zhang explained, "Not exactly. Your uncle and I saw a similar one in a museum abroad before, but that one was inlaid with agate, while yours is multi-gemstone, making it more valuable. I need to go back and consult my teacher." Mr. Zhang's teacher is a leading figure in the field of antique appraisal and a specially invited researcher at the National Museum of China, renowned for his discerning eye. To have him appraise an item is already a rare honor. Jiang Ruochu nodded. "Then it's all up to you to decide." Her initial estimate for the gold-inlaid multi-gemstone belt was around 20 million. But judging from Mr. Zhang's reaction, that price is probably far from enough. Although Jiang Ruochu had seen many treasures, she never acted arrogantly, always leaving professional matters to professionals. Zhai Lu slapped his thigh, his eyes shining with excitement. "It's all set. I'm definitely going to steal the spotlight at this auction." Jiang Ruochu knew that he had always been competing with his stepmother and stepson. Although he had achieved success over the years, his stepmother and stepson were still eyeing the auction company and were unwilling to give up this lucrative opportunity. His younger brother even studied art, using the excuse of wanting to help his brother with a workload to try and get a job at the company, which disgusted Jai Lu. Ironically, his father praised the younger brother for being sensible, which in turn made Jai Lu feel respectful to his brother. At this auction, the stepsister acquired a pair of bright green jadeite bracelets, naming them Emerald Splendor, intending to make a big splash. Jai Lu was unconvinced and searched everywhere for imperial green jadeite, but imperial green jadeite is extremely rare, not something that can be found just like that. He'd been racking his brains over this for days, going crazy in the industry. Now that Jiang Ruochu had brought out these 3 auction items, each one a top contender, it's no wonder he was so happy. Jiang Ruochu was equally delighted. Since old Jiang was so optimistic about that sash, she would most likely make a fortune this time. As she watched Jai Lu and the photographer find the right angles and adjust the lighting in the cramped little house, she began to fantasize about moving to a bigger house in the future. When the time comes, I'll buy a scenic house with good lighting from all sides so that sunlight shines everywhere, and I won't have to squeeze into a small room to take pictures of my baby. The next day, we finally received news from old Jiang. According to his teacher, this gold-inlaid multi-gemstone belt is almost priceless in terms of both artistic and craftsmanship value. Therefore, the old man was unwilling to set a price for it, letting them decide for themselves. Mr. Zhang kept apologizing to Jiang Ruochu and Jai Lu, saying that he hadn't expected his teacher to give such a reply, and in the end, after going around in circles, the bottom price still hadn't been set. Jiang Ruochu could understand. The senior expert status was undeniable. Asking him to put a price on a priceless treasure would probably make even him feel guilty. Jai Lu, who was focused on business, felt only regret and was going bald. Jiang Ruochu quickly messaged him. Look at it from another angle. The fact that the old expert is unwilling to set a price means this thing is very valuable. Why don't you, boss, set a price boldly? When Jai Lu saw the message, his eyes lit up instantly. Yes, you're right, let me think about it. Seeing that he had been successfully fooled, Jiang Ruochu turned to Zhang Lao and privately messaged him. All right, you don't need to worry anymore. Let the boss worry about the price. Looking at Jai Lu, who had been sold out without even realizing it in the group chat, and then at Jiang Ruochu's private messages, old Jiang silently mourned for his boss for 3 seconds. He also deeply understood a principle. It's better to offend the boss than to offend Jiang Ruochu. Not long after Mr. Zhang showed his teacher the gold-inlaid multi-gem belt, the National Museum of China, and several museums in historically and culturally significant provinces all contacted Jiang Ruochu. Their only goal was to use this gold-embroidered, multi-jeweled brocade robe for an exhibition. Chapter 42, Mysterious Symbols. Jiang Ruochu never imagined that this gold-embroidered multi-gem belt would attract the attention of so many museums. She told them somewhat embarrassedly that the item was for auction and would be going up for auction soon. The museum, however, was very welcoming, saying they were aware of the situation and only wanted to exhibit it briefly before the auction, promising to return it in perfect condition afterward. Jiang Ruochu quickly realized that although the loan process was complicated, the value was extremely high. The greater the attention before the auction, the more favorable the sale would be. Being chosen by a museum was itself the best form of publicity. Several museums are quite renowned, but the National Museum is currently hosting a special exhibition of exquisite ancient jewelry, including a gold filigree and agate-inlaid belt borrowed from abroad. If these two treasures were to appear together, it would undoubtedly generate a lot of buzz. After weighing the options, Jiang Ruochu chose to collaborate with the National Museum of China. When declining offers from other museums, she was very polite, explaining that due to time constraints, she could only arrange one, and that the National Museum had contacted her first, adding that they could continue to collaborate if suitable collections became available in the future. She was leaving herself an out. After all, the things she would bring out later wouldn't just belong to one dynasty, but came from countless worlds. The other museums, sensing there was more to her story, readily accepted. A day later, the National Museum sent someone to pick up the ribbon and place it in the exhibition hall. At the same time, the auction catalog for the Hanyang International Summer Auction was also delivered to VIP clients ahead of schedule. These clients were wealthy and well-informed. They had already heard that an item from the auction had been exhibited in a museum, and they all called Jai Lu to inquire about it. Some couldn't reach him, and even went directly to old Jai himself. In contrast, The pair of bright green jadeite bangles that Zhai Lu's stepson had acquired were almost completely ignored. It wasn't that the bangles weren't good enough, but rather that the dazzling brilliance of the jadeite ribbon that had entered the museum overshadowed everything else. Zhai Lu was on the phone constantly. His hands were sore from answering calls, and he could practically walk around the house with his head held high. More importantly, not only were his old clients restless, but many new clients were also trying to contact him, wanting to participate in the auction. No matter how unhappy his stepmother and stepsister were, they could only suppress their displeasure and had to smile and praise Zhai Lu in front of their father for his ability to acquire such a treasure. Zhai Lu could hear the sarcasm in their voices, but he felt even better because the more sarcastic they were, the more it meant they had no choice. In high spirits, Zhai Lu even sent Jiang Ruochu a red envelope. Jiang Ruochu accepted it without hesitation and replied with a thank you, boss emoji. The exhibition of the Diexi ribbon indeed sparked heated discussions. Netizens were amazed by its gorgeous and exquisite craftsmanship, marveling at the incredible skills of their ancestors. They said that even modern machines might not be able to produce such complex effects, let alone the fact that it was all done by artisans who painstakingly crafted it bit by bit in ancient times. Some were curious about the owner of the treasure, exclaiming that this was truly an immense fortune. Others warned that if you wanted to see it, you should do so soon, as it would be auctioned off and might not be publicly displayed again afterward. While ordinary viewers appreciate its opulence and beauty, experts focus on its craftsmanship and age. They discovered that this piece has a patina of history, yet its style does not entirely match that of any known dynasty in Chinese history. This is actually quite easy to explain. The Empress's dynasty did not exist in Chinese history, but it belonged to the same ancient civilization and was similar to Chinese culture, which is why experts had a sense of ambiguity. The more uncertain something is, the more it fuels the desire to research. Not long after, the experts discovered another strange symbol on the belt, a discovery that immediately excited everyone and left Jiang Ruochu completely baffled. She didn't examine the item closely when she received it, so she was unaware of the markings on it. Experts began to analyze it, suggesting it might symbolize the owner's identity or belong to some unknown script. Netizens had even wilder imaginations, with some guessing it was an alien symbol and others saying it resembled a mark from a mysterious religious ritual. Only Jiang Ruochu was the most direct, deciding to ask the real owner. She contacted Meng Xian and asked whether the symbol on the belt was engraved by him or by the Empress. Meng Xian was initially confused, but he remembered when Jiang Ruochu sent him the photo. It turned out that it was the first time he had ever seen such a large piece of gold, and he was so excited that he casually pinched it a few times with his fingernails to test if it was real gold. Meng Xian was embarrassed and asked for forgiveness for his lack of worldliness and whether he had caused her any trouble. When Jiang Ruochu learned the truth, she was both amused and exasperated. She simply told him it was nothing, but everyone was guessing what the symbol meant. She even felt that it was like reading comprehension in Chinese, where the author clearly didn't mean it that way, but it could still be interpreted in countless layers of meaning. However, Jiang Ruochu was quite grateful for the marks Meng Xian had casually made. Simple beauty might only elicit a few exclamations before being quickly forgotten, but unknown symbols can continuously spark discussion and maintain the buzz for longer. However, Jiang Ruochu also discovered that things don't always go smoothly for people. When things go too smoothly for someone, something like stepping in dog poop will inevitably happen. Chapter 43, A Good Argument Makes You Feel Like You're in Heaven. Jiang Ruochu's aunt came again, and this time, she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by a man. The man was dressed respectably, but his eyes were sunken and his gaze was cloudy. He seemed to have lost all his energy. The moment he saw Jiang Ruochu, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes, and then he stared at her lecherously, his gaze practically glued to her. Today was the day of the auction, and Jiang Ruochu, as the auctioneer, would be going on stage later. She wore a well-tailored starry blue dress, paired with a delicate diamond necklace, looking elegant and dignified, eye-catching yet not overshadowing the auction items. This dress was a gift from her mother and younger brother when she first started working. She loved it and often wore it to auctions. Some people laughed at her behind her back, saying she was shabby, but Jiang Ruochu never cared. She was there to work, not to waste money comparing wardrobes. When her aunt saw the radiant Jiang Ruochu, She was stunned for a moment, but that initial amazement quickly turned into resentment and jealousy. A pang of bitterness shot through her. She thought that if she were 20 years younger, she too could stand out like that. "Xiao Jiang, are you going to work?" Annie forced a smile. Jiang Ruochu didn't reply, but asked directly, "What do you want?" The aunt immediately pulled out the stunned man beside her and said that it was the same thing they had talked about before. The young man really admired her and had come to visit her in person today. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the man indifferently. She was already 1.69 meters tall, and with work shoes, she was almost 1.75 meters tall, so she had to lower her eyes slightly when looking at him. The man clearly didn't like exercise. He was out of breath after only a few steps, and his hairline was receding precariously. What disgusted her most was the man's blatant gaze, like a sticky snake crawling across her skin, making her feel nauseous. The man stammered as he greeted him, but his gaze remained fixed on him. Jiang Ruochu's patience instantly ran out. Her first thought was that wearing a skirt today made it really inconvenient to unleash her full power. She coldly looked at her aunt. "Looks like you weren't satisfied with the beating last time, and you want another one? And you even brought someone for me to double team." Auntie's smile froze instantly. Recalling the power of Jiang Ruochu's punch, she subconsciously took a step back, but still stubbornly said, "You little girl, why do you hit people so easily? You're so fierce. Who will dare to marry you in the future?" She quickly praised the man for being considerate, saying that he specially drove a BMW to pick her up, a car worth several million, and that his family had several more, so she didn't have to squeeze onto buses or subways, and that she could even enjoy air conditioning while riding in the car. The man immediately chimed in, "I'm going to the auction too. It's on my way. I'll give you a ride." He said it on purpose to show off his wealth. After all, large-scale auctions like this have requirements regarding the assets of participants. Actually, it was the man's parents who first set their sights on Jiang Ruochu. They had seen her photos and thought she was beautiful and had good genes. They only wanted her to have a child for their family and didn't really intend for her to be their daughter-in-law. But after the man saw Jiang Ruochu in person, he did have some designs on her. Jiang Ruochu said coldly, "No need, someone will answer. Don't block the door." Annie didn't believe it at all and laughed sarcastically. "Who do you think you can get? You've already pawned your car. You can't expect your brother to come pick you up on his electric bike, can you? Don't be so concerned about saving face that you suffer for it." The man was about to persuade him again when a deep, steady male voice suddenly came from behind him. "Excuse me, please move aside. Don't block the way." The two turned around and saw four tall, heavily armed bodyguards standing behind them, blocking out the sunlight like a mountain. The lead bodyguard said politely, "Miss Jiang, we've come to pick you up." The aunt and the man fell silent instantly. Zhai Lu was worried about Jiang Ruochu carrying such a precious item around outside, so he specially arranged professional security for her. Coincidentally, these four people were the same bodyguards who had accompanied her to find Shui Xuehui's sister last time. The lead bodyguard glanced coldly at the aunt and the man and asked, "Are they harassing you?" The imposing presence they had developed over years of protection missions, coupled with their imposing height, made the two unconsciously shrink back. The aunt tried to argue, saying she was Jiang Ruochu's aunt, but before she could finish, Jiang Ruochu shoved her away. She staggered back a few steps, glaring angrily. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ruochu smiled brightly and scolded succinctly, "A good dog doesn't block the way." My aunt's face was contorted. Jiang Ruochu then added slowly, "What's wrong with an electric bike? When you're stuck in traffic with your four-wheeled vehicle and you're so angry that you're slamming your steering wheel, I could just ride by on my electric bike with a smile." She looked at her aunt, her tone even colder. "When I'm tired, my brother will come pick me up. When my mother is tired, my brother and I will go to pick her up. What about you? Who can pick you up? You can only busy yourself picking up your son from among the women and cleaning up his messes." These words struck a nerve with my aunt, making her face turn from white to red, then from red to purple, and finally almost black. Jiang Ruochu didn't bother to look at her again and left under the escort of bodyguards. The man was still staring at her back. Her aunt, fearing that she might introduce Jean Fei, quickly comforted her, saying that this girl had a strange temper and her family was poor, so she would win her over sooner or later. The man shook his head, as if under a spell. "It's normal for a beautiful woman to be a little proud. Before, like my parents, I only wanted to have a child with her, but now I really want to pursue her." My aunt had a belly full of foul language, but she couldn't utter a single word. On the other side, Jiang Ruochu got into a minivan and left. The car was big and sturdy, and it was equipped with bulletproof and explosion-proof glass. When it passed the man's BMW, it made his luxury car look pitiful. The man, who had been so smug just moments before, suddenly turned ashen-faced. Inside the car, Jiang Ruochu asked the system in her mind, "System, is my rotten zombie smell skill ready yet?" The system immediately chimed in, incredibly excited. "It can be used once a day. Are you finally going to make your move? I've been itching for this ever since they appeared. Let's get this done." Jiang Ruochu was amused by it and lowered her head to start throwing the dice, choosing today's lucky winner. 1, 3, and 5 were that clueless man, and 2, 4, and 6 were her aunt. Halfway through the roll, she suddenly remembered that the man was also going to the auction later, and if the skill landed on him, she might be the next one to suffer. Fortunately, the dice landed on a 6 in the end. 6s bring good fortune. The chosen one is destined by heaven. Jiang Ruochu was in an even better mood. Use it on my aunt today and arrange it for the man tomorrow. The system beamed with delight. All right, we'll get on it right away. The next second, the man next to the aunt's expression changed drastically. Before his aunt could react, she asked with concern, "Nephew, what's wrong?" The moment she reached out her hand, the man flung it away in terror and hurriedly backed away. But no matter where he retreated, the relentless stench continued to permeate the air, causing him to vomit on the spot. Passers-by covered their noses and frowned in disgust. "What's that smell? Who threw their stinky socks outside?" Ugh! The group quickened their pace, casting strange glances at the aunt and the man. The man shook his head frantically, insisting it wasn't him. He was a victim too. Chapter 44: The Battle for the Treasure. When Jiang Ruochu arrived at the auction, Zhai Lu personally greeted her, and even her father, Zhai Tianzi, came. Zhai Tianzi smiled broadly, praising Jiang Ruochu's competence. It was almost a first for the big boss to personally greet employees at Hanyang International, and the surrounding colleagues' gazes towards her immediately became complicated. Some were jealous that she had only been with the company for 2 years and had already gained the boss's favor. Some were disdainful, thinking she had climbed the ladder through her looks. Others gave her ambiguous looks, suspecting that her relationship with the junior boss was not simple. Of course, some close colleagues were genuinely happy for her, feeling that her abilities had finally been recognized. Facing Zhai Tianzi, Jiang Ruochu showed no panic or attempt to ingratiate herself, responding only politely and courteously. Her attitude, while not overly enthusiastic, was impeccable, leaving Zhai Tianzi to simply smile and remark that young people these days have a lot of personality. After Zhai Tianzi left, Zhai Lu immediately came over, secretly gave her a thumbs up, and said with a smile that she was amazing, completely had his father under her thumb, and saw how he was unhappy but helpless, which was really satisfying. Jiang Ruochu blinked, looking completely innocent. "I'm like this with everyone." In truth, she looked down on Zhai Tianzi. A broken relationship could end in divorce, but he couldn't bear to give up his wife's family's influence, complained about her controlling nature, and even sought pleasure outside the marriage, resulting in a son. It was truly disgraceful. Zhai Lu agreed with her, then remembered the bodyguard's report and asked if she needed help when she arrived in trouble. Jiang Ruochu found it amusing to think of her aunt's clownish behavior, and simply said no. Consider her a punching bag delivered to her door, something she might not even be able to find if she wanted to. Zhai Lu admired her ability to find joy even in adversity and told her to call him if she needed anything. Now, in his eyes, Jiang Ruochu was a cash cow, a lucky charm, someone he had to protect. Upon entering the auction venue, the space was divided into 2 sections. One side was the auction area, where the white auction table was located, and the other side was the client area. VIP clients who were present in person sat in the middle, while the side area was a telephone bidding area, where agents bid on behalf of clients who could not attend. The man who was pursuing Jiang Ruochu sat in the last row, while her aunt had no right to enter. Several media outlets were also present today, all drawn by the gold-inlaid multi-gemstone pendant. Zhai Lu had given prior notice that photographing the items was permitted, but photographing the guests was strictly prohibited. After all, everyone here values privacy, and anyone breaking the rules would be asked to leave. The media readily agreed. The people present were either not to be trifled with or not to be trifled with, and on the other end of the phone were many hidden billionaires, whose mere mention of their names could shake the financial world. They certainly wouldn't invite trouble upon themselves. Jiang Ruochu stood backstage, watching the guests enter one after another through the curtain. They were all impeccably dressed, discussing investments worth hundreds of millions, and talking about luxury cars, watches, private jets, and yachts. Under the crystal chandeliers, glasses clinked, elegant figures mingled, a scene of extravagance unfolded. The system suddenly appeared, staring at the food on the table and remarking, "So much food, and they haven't touched it at all." Jiang Ruochu was already used to its unpredictable appearances and couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think everyone cares about food as much as you do?" The system asked curiously. Jiang Ruochu told it that the most important purpose for these people coming here was not to eat, but to socialize. The system immediately became somber, saying that the greatest joy of being human is being able to taste food, and yet it envied humans. It then earnestly reminded Jiang Ruochu not to be so boring and to be a happy person. Jiang Ruochu's smile faltered slightly. Be a happy person was something her father used to tell her and her brother. Parents ask nothing more of their children than for them to be safe, healthy, and happy. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu's eyes softened, like peach blossoms reflected on the river, shimmering, gentle, and bright. The Hanyang International Summer Auction officially began at 2:30 p.m. Jiang Ruochu stepped onto the auction stage, switching fluently between Chinese and English to introduce the items to the bidders and moderate the bidding. This job, seemingly just a matter of calling out bids and setting the hammer, was actually far from easy. She had to be observant and attentive, making sure not to miss a single bidder, while maintaining a smile and impeccable manners throughout. Besides the gold-inlaid multi-gemstone ribbon, the red and blue double gemstone ring, and the tourmaline 18-bead bracelet sent by Jiang Ruochu were also highly sought after by the bidders. Especially the tourmaline 18-bead bracelet, which had already gone through more than 30 rounds of bidding, with someone raising the price every time the hammer was about to fall. Jiang Ruochu repeated her pre-hammer sales pitch over and over again, feeling tired but also happy, because all the extra money would eventually end up in her pocket. After more than 20 rounds of bidding, the tourmaline 18B bracelet was finally sold for $27 million, becoming the highest-priced item sold at auction so far. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Ruochu felt as if she had seen a ray of hope and couldn't help but smile, her smile as bright as spring flowers. Later, after the auction, Zhai Lu teased her, saying that she had smiled as if she had found money for free. Jiang Ruochu didn't explain, because to her, it was just like finding money. Finally, the gold-embroidered multi-jeweled belt made its appearance. As soon as the item was displayed, the room erupted in excitement, and flashes of light filled the air. Some whispered amongst themselves, while others raised their phones to take pictures, regardless of whether they could get a clear shot. The telephone bidding area was also noticeably busy, with agents frequently nodding and responding to clients' requests. With a smile, Jiang Ruochu announced that this item was extremely valuable and that Hanyang International had consulted many experts who were also unable to determine its price. Therefore, they decided to use the remainder of the previous item's sale price as the reserve price. The tourmaline 18B bracelet just sold for $27 million, so the starting price for the gold-inlaid multi-gemstone belt is $7 million, with each bid increasing by $1 million. The bidders at the scene all stared wide-eyed. This is incredibly daring. Upon hearing this, Zhai Tian's face turned green, and he glared fiercely at Zhai Lu, clearly blaming him for making a rash decision. His stepmother, however, was secretly pleased, saying sarcastically that even if the family was wealthy, they shouldn't squander money. Such a good item. Yet the price was set so arbitrarily. Zhai Lu retorted lazily, "This is a good item that has been exhibited in a museum. Why would I be afraid no one will want it?" In fact, after Jiang Ruochu reminded him, Zhai Lu had already spread the news that even masters cannot set a price. And with the museum's endorsement, the gold-inlaid multi-gem belt had long become a coveted item for many. They are not afraid of others seeking verification from masters, because every word they say is true. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, bidding began in quick succession. Chapter 45, if you're going to follow someone, follow the biggest boss. 8 million. 9 million, 10 million. Soon, someone, too lazy to add bids 1 million at a time, simply raised their paddle and made a cross shape with their fingers. Jiang Ruochu immediately understood and calmly offered 20 million. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see who was so unethical as to raise the price tenfold in one go. Jiang Ruochu switched between Chinese and English and calmly announced, "Number 27 has bid 20 million. Now that someone had made the first move, the other buyers weren't going to hold back. A proxy bidder in the phone bidding area quickly shouted out, 25 million. Jiang Ruochu smiled and surveyed the room, continuing to announce prices. Sure enough, the next second someone else raised the bid, 30 million, 35 million. With the first person taking the lead, everyone else started bidding in increments of 5 million. Zhai Lu casually shrugged and told Zhai Tianzi that the starting bid of 7 million was just a gimmick. The more attention an item received, the more suitable it was to create buzz, so that Hanyang International could be seen by more people. Zhai Tianzi's expression softened somewhat, but he still felt the approach was too risky. At his age, doing business required more caution. Zhai Lu didn't argue. All he wanted was to expand Hanyang International and reclaim what rightfully belonged to him and his mother. There was no need to fight with his father over something like this. The stepmother wore a refined yet insincere smile, saying that Xiao Lu was still young and inevitably prone to rash actions, and that he would learn more in the future. Her words seemed to be helping him, but in reality, they were implying that he was impulsive and not suitable to manage the household. Zhai Lu was no longer the naive young man he was when he first joined the company. He immediately smiled and retorted, saying that his younger brother was still young and that both brothers should learn more from their father. His stepmother could only laugh awkwardly and agree, telling Zhai Tianzi to take better care of her son. Zhai Tianzi was most susceptible to her coquettishness, patting her hand and saying that both were sons and he would raise them well. Even so, he knew in his heart that his eldest son could no longer be underestimated, and at least on the surface, he had to treat them equally. Each with their own thoughts, the group turned their attention back to the auction stage. Just then, in a moment of desperation, one of the bidders suddenly announced a bid in French. A brief silence fell over the room. In such settings, most people speak Chinese or English. If the auctioneer didn't understand and announced the wrong price, it would be a serious mistake. Many were waiting to see her fail, while others were worried for Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu remained calm. She first repeated the offer in French, then announced in Chinese. The bidder on the 18th will increase by 2 million. The price of the gold-embroidered multi-gem belt is now 62 million. After passing the 50 to 60 million mark, the bidding slowed down significantly. Zhai Tianzi, sitting in the audience, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that Jiang Ruochu, being young, wouldn't be able to handle unexpected situations. Fortunately, she not only didn't make any mistakes, but handled the situation exceptionally well. Zhai Tianzi couldn't help but praise Zhai Lu, saying that he had found such a beautiful and capable assistant, and that his younger brother should learn from his older brother and know how to recognize and utilize talent. When the price reached the 80 million range, many buyers withdrew. Although the bidding slowed down, a few people remained close, and the competition intensified. 87 million. 88 million. The price kept rising until buyer number 66 shouted, 93 million. The other two buyers at the scene frowned, because 90 million was more than their bottom line. Jiang Ruochu, seeing that the time was about right, raised the gavel according to procedure. 93 million for the first time, 93 million for the second time, 93 million for the third time. Her gaze swept across the room, not missing a single person's movement. Sure enough, at the last moment, someone else raised the price to 94 million. This sudden bidding surge, just before the sale is finalized, is a common psychological tactic in auctions, designed to catch the opponent off guard. Jiang Ruochu was prepared and continued counting 94 million for the first time, 94 million for the second time. Before she could finish speaking, another person raised their paddle. Jiang Ruochu maintained a smile on her face, but inwardly she couldn't help but complain that these buyers were all trying to sneak away and make their moves at the last second. Buyer number 66 was clearly unwilling to give up and immediately had his agent raise the price to 95 million. After Jiang Ruochu finished announcing her bid, her gaze locked onto buyer number 19, who had just bid 94 million. At this stage, it basically became a contest between 2 or 3 buyers. Buyer number 19's brow furrowed deeply, and finally, with a long sigh, he chose to give up. 95 million for the first time, 95 million for the second time, 95 million for the third time. Jiang Ruochu gently brought down the gavel, her voice clear and bright. Sold. This hammer fell, bringing the most anticipated item of the entire auction to a close. Jiang Ruochu earned over 100 million yuan from today's auction. The system's voice sounded at the opportune moment. That way, you can pay off all your debts. A light seemed to shine in Jiang Ruochu's eyes. If someone had told her a month ago that her family's debts would soon be paid off, she would have thought they were lying. 50 million yuan, it wasn't that easy to earn. But now, her wish had actually come true. Looking at the magnificent crystal chandeliers in the auction hall, she felt somewhat dazed, as if in a dream, yet even less real than a dream. After the auction, Jiang Ruochu returned backstage to rest. A colleague she was on good terms with handed her a glass of water, jokingly saying her throat must be burning. Jiang Ruochu took the water, smiled wearily, and said this monk fruit water was a lifesaver. There were so many bidding rounds today, with frequent last-minute price increases, that she couldn't relax for a moment, afraid of missing anyone's card. Her colleague jokingly reminded her that the commission this time would definitely be substantial, and she'd treat everyone to a big meal after payday. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. Not long after, Zhailu also arrived backstage. Upon seeing her, he was so excited that he wanted to hug this great contributor. However, there were too many people in the company, so he could only quickly step forward and pat her arm forcefully. Well done. If you weren't a girl, I'd love to hug you. Jiang Ruochu glanced at him and teased meaningfully. It's okay. I don't mind being your sister. Zhailu immediately clutched his chest, shaking his head in terror. No, I'd rather die than castrate myself. Then, recalling the scene from earlier, he couldn't help but praise her for even knowing French. Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly, a little guilty, and confessed that she only knew a little bit, mainly French for quoting prices. Besides that, she could also say quoting prices in German and Italian, plus hello, how much a discount, thank you, and goodbye. That was all. Zhailu was speechless for a moment, but thinking about it carefully, as an auctioneer, understanding the prices was enough, which seemed to make sense. Jiang Ruochu then asked him why he hadn't gone to the social event with his father. After the auction, it was a good opportunity for buyers to network, and Zhai Tian's personal presence certainly indicated he wasn't just there to make an appearance. Zhailu shrugged and said that his father was entertaining his wife and son, and the family was having a good time, so it wasn't convenient for him to go and join the fun. Jiang Ruochu patted his shoulder encouragingly, telling him not to be so melancholy, or he might time travel one day. Zhailu was completely confused. This wasn't just something she made up. After in-depth conversations with several time travelers, she discovered that Zhailu's current experiences and emotions also seemed to have the potential to become a time traveler. Of course, she didn't want anything to actually happen to him. Just then, several buyers found the back office. Upon seeing Jiang Ruochu, they were overjoyed and immediately surrounded her. Miss Jiang, we've finally found you. Zhailu lowered his voice and said to her, see, capable people make others come to them for socializing. Following my dad is not as good as following you. You'll naturally have powerful people coming to you. At that moment, Zhailu was simply expressing his feelings, which also carried resentment towards his father, stepmother, and stepsister. Years later, however, he genuinely wanted to kneel down and thank his past self. If you're going to follow someone, follow the biggest boss. Chapter 46, Jiang Ruochu becomes a hot commodity. Miss Jiang, I heard you were the one who bought that incredibly expensive item at auction. Do you have any other good items in stock? What's the seller's background? Would you mind revealing that? Mr. Fong, Mr. Zeng, and Mr. Tan gathered around, their words tinged with probing. Jiang Ruochu looked at each of them and politely replied, I'm sorry. The seller entrusted me to sell it because they didn't want excessive attention. I cannot disclose their names or backgrounds. The three men didn't make things difficult for her and all expressed their understanding. Mr. Zeng only regretted not being able to bid on the tourmaline bracelet and told her to let him know in advance if she came across anything similar good, so that she wouldn't be short of cash on hand. The other two quickly chimed in. One said his wife had her eye on a red and blue gemstone ring, but after failing to get it, she scolded him on the phone and he didn't dare go home. The other regretted his hesitation, saying he should have added a few million more. Jiang Ruochu smiled and advised, auctions are all about fate. If you really like something, you'll naturally make the purchase. The money's still in your hands. There's always a time when you'll find something even more appealing. Mr. Tan was pleased to hear this and praised her for her eloquence, reminding her not to forget to let them know if she had any good items in the future. Jiang Ruochu, however, steered the conversation back on track, saying that she was just an auctioneer and that she would always report the items to her boss first. Zhai Lu immediately picked up the conversation, smiling as he came to her rescue. Uncles and elders, please do make things difficult for Xiao Jiang. She's just a young girl. She'd be better off going to see handsome men than talking to us. The group burst into laughter and then naturally shifted the favor to Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu was also very good at socializing, chatting with them about art, luxury cars, fine wines, and famous watches, and soon the conversation became lively. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu finally managed to escape. After today's experience, she suddenly realized that if she wanted to expand her business, she couldn't do everything herself. In the future, she could completely leave these social engagements to Zhai Lu. He liked to build connections, which was exactly what she needed. All she had to do was quietly make money. At this point, Jiang Ruochu had lost all sense of employee responsibility and started figuring out how to boss her around. Not far away, Zhai Lu was chatting happily when he suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and then continued his pleasantries with a satisfied smile. But just as Jiang Ruochu escaped from one side, she turned around and ran into the museum staff again. She paused, and their eyes lit up. For some reason, a sentence suddenly popped in her mind. She ran away. They chased. She couldn't escape even if she had wings. Chapter 47 earned 100 million. Miss Jiang, we didn't know you had these two exquisite items, a ruby and sapphire double gemstone ring and a tourmaline 18-bead bracelet. Seeing the regret on the faces of the staff members, Jiang Ruochu immediately understood that they probably wanted to borrow more than one item. Sure enough, the staff from the National Museum and the Palace Museum quickly offered to lend their services, saying that both treasures could actually be exhibited. The staff at the National Museum were eyeing the ruby and sapphire ring, saying they also had a similar one, worn by a famous empress in history, which they treasured greatly. They added that if their museum could exhibit Jiang Ruochu's ring, it wouldn't necessarily be inferior. The museum staff were not to be outdone and immediately countered, saying that the National Museum's pink tourmaline bracelet was also a prized possession, and if they could borrow this 18-bead tourmaline bracelet, they could also outdo the other side. Both are national-level museums, located across the street from each other, and they both cooperate and bicker. The staff member from the provincial museum next door, who lives in a different city, is happy to stand aside and watch the show. After the two finished complaining to each other, they looked at Jiang Ruochu at the same time and said in unison that they must cooperate more in the future and share resources. Jiang Ruochu never expected that she would become a hot commodity not only among the wealthy, but also sought after by museums. Faced with their enthusiasm, she could only politely reply that she would likely need their help in many more places in the future. This wasn't just polite talk. If the time-traveling trading missions continued, it would likely become commonplace for the museum to be involved. The staff member laughed upon hearing this, saying they were actually worried she wouldn't bother them. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Ruochu said goodbye to them. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she turned around and was shocked to see Sang-won. Her shoulders instantly tensed. Sang-won's group of girlfriends and wives were also here today. Jiang Ruochu had seen them on the auction stage. Those ladies had astonishing purchasing power and even more astonishing conversational skills. If they wanted to chat, they could talk until the earth exploded. Jiang Ruochu subconsciously looked behind Sang-won. Thankfully, there was no one else. Seeing her like this, Sang-won covered her mouth and laughed, asking, "What? Do you see me like you've seen a ghost?" Jiang Ruochu quickly explained with a smile that she was too tired today and didn't have the energy to deal with any more people. She then massaged her shoulders and legs. Sang-won was not an assertive person to begin with, and she admired Jiang Ruochu's ability and composure. She liked Jiang Ruochu's natural sense of propriety, neither deliberately trying to get close nor intentionally distancing herself, so she felt no displeasure when Jiang Ruochu said she was tired. Sang-won teased her, saying that she had been busy on stage for more than 3 hours today, so of course she would be tired. The auction was originally scheduled to end in 2 hours, but the bidding was so intense that it dragged on for quite a while. She also told Jiang Ruochu to go back and soak her feet and rest, and told her not to worry, as she hadn't brought any of her friends over, and knew that Jiang Ruochu was probably trying to avoid people right now. Jiang Ruochu finally relaxed completely, smiling as she praised Sang-won for being beautiful, kind-hearted, and incredibly wealthy. Sang-won chuckled, secretly thinking how wonderful it would be to have such a thoughtful younger sister. However, Sang-won also said that although she didn't bring any friends, she still had to pass on some messages for them. Otherwise, those people would say that she didn't do her job and wouldn't hang out with her anymore. Jiang Ruochu immediately answered, saying she understood, but reminded them to let her know if there were any good items in the future. After all, not all items would be auctioned. Whoever bought them privately first would have to rely on their own abilities. Sang-won smiled at her for already answering so quickly and reminded her not to forget her in the future. She had a vague feeling that Jiang Ruochu, this little girl, would go very far and stand very high in the future. Jiang Ruochu put away her joke and said seriously, "It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow." She will never forget that Sang-won helped her when she was in her most difficult time. In the future, whenever there are styles that Sang-won likes, she will definitely let her know first. Sang-won had spoken up for Jiang Ruochu when she first started working, and when she bought the pearl and gold bracelet last time. Knowing Jiang Ruochu was struggling financially, she generously gave her extra money. For Sang-won, it might have been just a small favor, but for Jiang Ruochu at the time, it was like a timely rain. Sang-won was slightly taken aback after hearing this. She had only come to deliver a few polite words, but she hadn't expected Jiang Ruochu to be so sincere, and she was somewhat touched. She said with relief that she hadn't misjudged Jiang Ruochu, and that she had a bright future ahead of her. After saying that, Sang-won didn't keep her any longer and told her to go back and rest. After saying goodbye, Jiang Ruochu looked around and quickly made her way through the less crowded areas, heading straight for the gate, as if she would be caught if she was even a step too late. Sang-won watched her cautious yet swiftly disappearing figure and couldn't help but find it amusing. She didn't act like she was going home from get-off work. It was more like she was scavenging for landmines, afraid of stepping into a crowd. When Jiang Ruochu got home, she collapsed onto the bed. She was both exhausted and excited, and although she wanted to sleep, she just couldn't fall asleep. She immediately summoned the system to calculate the accounts. With the system around, she didn't even need to use a calculator. The system quickly reported the figures. She had earned a total of 167.4 million this time. After deducting the transmigrator's share in taxes, she still had 89.57 million left. Jiang Ruochu always created a separate account for each transmigrator, ensuring that every penny of their share was paid in full. Even if they didn't need the money immediately, she would still distribute it proportionally every time she earned it, to prevent the accounts from becoming chaotic as the amount grew larger. The system proudly stated that it had thoroughly studied tax laws and secured the most favorable tax rate for her. Jiang Ruochu immediately praised it as the best, saying that once she had enough money, she would hire its favorite celebrities to act in her films, and she could hire whoever she wanted. The system perked up immediately and asked if it could have its favorite actors co-star in the show. Jiang Ruochu was amazed by its learning ability. She hadn't expected it to even understand such words. Nevertheless, she agreed, saying that it could have the actors perform whatever plot it wanted to see. Looking at the large sum of money in her account, Jiang Ruochu still felt it was unreal, so she asked the system, how much would 100 million yuan be in 100 yuan bills? The system quickly projected a virtual image, showing stacks of pink banknotes piled up in front of her, like a sea of money. Jiang Ruochu was quite satisfied with what she saw, and sighed that she wished she could sleep with so much money under her pillow. But then she thought that money was too hard and wouldn't be comfortable to sleep on. So she asked the system to turn the money into a rain of money. The system was speechless, feeling that the request was both tacky and extravagant, truly detracting from its taste. However, it couldn't resist Jiang Ruochu's urging and finally showered down virtual currency in a rain of money. Hugging her pillow, Jiang Ruochu looked at the pile of banknotes and finally began to feel sleepy. Just as she was drifting off, she groggily asked the system if the zombie skill refreshed after midnight. The system replied that all skills are calculated from midnight to midnight. Jiang Ruochu closed her eyes and muttered to herself, when the time comes, I'll use the skill on that man and give him a surprise night. Jiang Ruochu can be very magnanimous, big enough to generously accommodate many people. Or she could be very narrow-minded, so narrow that she remembers every grudge clearly and will retaliate sooner or later. That night, she slept soundly, thinking about the more than 80 million. Meanwhile, in the man's house, a terrible stench filled the air. Chickens flew everywhere, dogs barked, and ghosts howled. A truly spectacular scene. That evening, Chui Shuehui suddenly called out urgently to Jiang Ruochu in the group chat. Yuan Tangdang saw the message and guessed that Jiang Ruochu was probably already asleep at this time, but would definitely reply when she woke up tomorrow. Time is not the same in different dimensions. It's already 2 a.m. in Jiang Ruochu's world, but it's 10 p.m. in Chui Shuehui's post-apocalyptic world. Yuan Tangtang knows this because her world's time is almost synchronized with Jiang Ruochu's, and she hasn't gone to sleep yet. She's just staying up late watching dramas. Meng Xian was also alarmed by the news and asked Chui Shuehui if something had happened. Chui Shuehui said that the temperature had suddenly dropped where she was recently, and many people had fallen ill. She had to find Jiang Ruochu as soon as possible to exchange for medicine. Otherwise, the survivor base might really have no survivors left. Yuan Tangdang and Meng Xian couldn't offer any real help, so they could only remind her to protect herself first, lest she collapse before Jiang Ruochu even arrived. The companionship of her group members brought Chui Shuehui a little peace of mind. But she was still worried that Jiang Ruochu might miss the group message, so she sent a private message. When you see this tomorrow, tap me. I'll be waiting for you. When Chui Shuehui said she was waiting, she really meant enduring a full 8 hours. She stared intently at the chat screen, not daring to miss any movement, because for her, this was a matter of life and death. Chapter 48, Jiang Ruochu deceives the system again. The next morning, Jiang Ruochu saw the message in the group chat and, without even washing her face, immediately sent a message to Chui Shuehui, asking her what medicine she needed. Chui Shuehui, as if she had finally found a lifeline, quickly said she needed cold medicine, fever reducers, and masks. Although Jiang Ruochu had prepared some medicine last time, the quantity was too small to cope with the large-scale infection of survivors in the base. During this time, everyone in the base who was still able to move went out to find medicine. But medicine was too hard to find, and if they couldn't find it, even if they weren't bitten to death by zombies, they might not survive the disease. Chui Shuehui couldn't help but sigh. Their post-apocalyptic world seemed to be completely locked in a battle with viruses. Zombie viruses, flu viruses, all sorts of troubles kept coming one after another. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are complex, and mutual distrust is the norm, but it is not entirely devoid of trust. When Chui Shuehui went out to find supplies, a teammate once took the initiative to cover her retreat when surrounded by zombies, so that she could go first. When she was sick and unable to go on missions, a neighbor shared a bowl of plain porridge with her. She could usually grit her teeth and bear it, but when it came to a life-or-death situation, she couldn't bear to watch those who had helped her die. She thought and thought, but she still couldn't bring herself to do it. Jiang Ruochu replied immediately, saying she would help buy the medicine right away. But Chui Shuehui quickly remembered something else. Their next transaction was still 7 or 8 days away, and even if they bought the medicine, they wouldn't be able to deliver it. Jiang Ruochu remained silent for a moment, then said she would discuss it with the system. Everyone in the group knew that she had a system, which was also the root of this transmigrator chat group's existence. Jiang Ruochu called out affectionately, "Little Commander." The system message popped up quickly, its tone full of vigilance. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Ruochu cut to the chase, saying that the rule of trading once a month seemed unreasonable. The system immediately reacted angrily, emphasizing that every rule was carefully written and verified by peers, and there could be no problem with it. It also suspected that she might want to change it to trading once a week. Jiang Ruochu quickly explained that she wasn't that greedy and would still trade once a month. It's just that the system calculates a month as 31 days, but in reality, some months have 28 days, some 30, and some 31. This shifting around reduces the number of transactions for everyone. She started doing the math for the system. There are 365 days in a year. Over 10 years, if we calculate based on a 31-day cycle, there can only be 117.7 transactions in total. If we calculate based on 30 days, it would be 121.6 transactions. And if we calculate based on 28 days, it would be as high as 133 transactions. The more the system listened, the more suspicious it became, and it couldn't help but shout, "You're so good at calculations, I guess you're the one who's amazing." Jiang Ruochu shamelessly accepted the praise and continued her analysis. since setting it to 31 days was unreasonable, and setting it to 30 or 28 days was also inappropriate. Why not just calculate it by months? She also emphasized the words fellow time travelers with a strong and clear voice, indicating that if everyone hadn't decided what to trade by the end of the 31 days and the trading time was further delayed, wouldn't they be at a great loss? She then added, if everyone loses, it's the same as the system losing, since points are the key factor. The system paused for a moment, then let her continue. Jiang Ruochu then proposed a new rule. Regardless of the date of the transaction between the transmigrator and her within a month, they could retrade the following month. This way, the year would always have 12 months, ensuring fairness and making it easier for the system to keep track of transactions. The system was speechless for a moment after hearing her words, and sarcastically remarked that she was really going all out, even coming up with a reason for it. Jiang Ruochu pretended not to understand and earnestly emphasized that this was a great thing that would benefit both people and the system. The system finally relented, stating that transactions would be calculated on a monthly basis. Since it's now July, group members who completed transactions in June can choose any day in July to trade again. In fact, the system wasn't completely fooled by Jiang Ruochu. Rather, the problem she raised did exist, and the solution was reasonable. As a knowledgeable, kind, and reliable system, it decided to accept the suggestion. Jiang Ruochu immediately sent the message to the group, announcing that starting today, transactions would be calculated on a monthly basis. In other words, any transaction date in June would not affect the trading days in July, and everyone could arrange their time freely. She then added a detailed explanation of the transaction rules in the group announcement. Yuan Tangdang was the first to cheer, saying that Chui Xuehue would be able to get the medicine immediately. Meng Xian also thought it was convenient. He wouldn't have to keep an eye on what to exchange for after 31 days, but could take his time throughout the month and make the transaction when he urgently needed it. This also has advantages for Jiang Ruochu. As long as Zhongzhen's qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill is ready, she can receive it immediately without having to wait for the full 31 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu happily poked Zhongzhen from the cultivation world. She received an automated reply. Currently chasing a runaway radish. Do not disturb. I refuse to believe I can't catch you, you radish. Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment and could only sigh that Xiao Zhong was indeed very busy. She then took the lead in speaking in the group, asking everyone to thank the great and understanding system. Yuan Tangdang, Meng Xian, and Chui Xuehue immediately followed suit, especially Chui Xuehue, who sincerely expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Just then, a group system announcement popped up. As of now, this group has 9,999 chat records, and the overall friendliness score has reached 600. The group atmosphere is healthy and positive. In order to further build a larger and stronger transmigrated chat group, we will soon be recruiting one new member. The next second, a new announcement appeared. Let us warmly welcome Fu Yinshi to this group. When Jiang Ruochu saw the tag, Immortal Demon Abusive Romance, her first reaction was that the name itself exuded an aura of dominating the three realms. Yuan Tangtang, on the other hand, instantly grasped the key point, excitedly stating that the words abusive romance made her eyes widen. Zhongzhen, who was originally AFK, chasing carrots, was also abruptly startled by the system's colorful banner with voice announcements. As soon as she saw that the new group members also had a fantasy background, she immediately chimed in. Zhongzhen asked excitedly whether the other party was a fellow Taoist or a celestial senior whom she needed to look up to. After a moment of silence in the group, Fu Yinshi finally sent out the first message. He said, "Sorry, I am a demon." Chapter 49. The New Transmigrator, Fu Yinshi. Where is this? Who are you? Why am I here? The three questions from the newcomer, as expected, came. Jiang Ruochu remained calm and simply replied with 3 words. Check the group announcement. Fu Yinshi must have gone to study the announcement, and the group chat fell silent for a moment. Jiang Ruochu took advantage of this time to quickly order medicine online. However, there were purchase limits on cold medicine and fever reducers, so she had to go to different pharmacies to buy them and called several errand runners to help. After piecing together the medicine, she finally managed to get it all and delivered it directly to Chui Xuehue. Chui Xuehue was busy battling the virus and didn't have time to chat in the group. So only Zhongzhen, Yuan Tangdang, and Meng Xian, the three water kings, were left in the group, chatting enthusiastically about Fu Yanqi's immortal demon tragic love tag. They even gave themselves a reason. Since new group members came in when we talked about 9,999, if we talk about 9,999 again, can we get another one? Jiang Ruochu felt that the system's assessment standards should not be so simple, but she suddenly had an even more outrageous guess that might be close to the truth. She asked the system, you didn't start recruiting people just because everyone praised you, did you? The system immediately denied it. How could that be? Am I such an unprincipled system? Jiang Ruochu added seriously, you have principles, but they're rather broad. The system was speechless and could only change the subject, saying that because Jiang Ruochu had already contacted and completed transactions with 4 group members, the group needed to recruit new members. Otherwise, there would be no source of tasks and points. Jiang Ruochu grasped the key point in a second. Previously, each task rewarded 100 points, and the extra points were also 100 points. There were 4 people in the group, so even if they completed all the tasks, they would only get 800 points. However, the upgrade points were usually round numbers like 1,000 or 2,000. She asked with a smile, did you realize you didn't have enough points after you distributed the rewards, so you quickly recruited new people to make up the numbers? The system fell silent, a silence so profound it was deafening. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. You really are a system full of loopholes. The system was so aggrieved, it was almost going to shut up. Jiang Ruochu had no choice but to comfort it, saying that systems are meant to be patched constantly. Android, Apple, Windows, even Jarvis and Ultron in the movies. Which one doesn't upgrade? Upgrading makes it stronger. The system instantly revived and solemnly declared that each transmigrator was not limited to issuing one mission. It had absolutely not miscalculated the points. It was simply building a stronger transmigrator group at the appropriate time. Jiang Ruochu gave a perfunctory The system hummed along, but it knew in its heart that Jiang Ruochu just liked to tease people, including the system, and it was just playing along. At this moment, Fu Yanqi finally returned. Fu Yanqi posted in the group chat. He understood. He had not only traveled through time, but he also had an organization. Zhongzhen immediately exclaimed that this rival seemed to be a smart and cool guy, and that there was finally a cool guy in the group. Meng Xian raised a question mark, indicating that she could be cool too. Fu Yanqi's next sentence shattered the illusion. He said he had no one to confide in about his grievances, and heaven and earth could bear witness that he had been a model student, an outstanding student leader, an outstanding member of the Communist Youth League, and one of the city's top 10 youth since childhood. Who would have thought that one day he would be transported to another world and become a demon? Zhongzhen immediately withdrew his cool guy comment. Yuan Tangdang was more concerned about his labels, asking who was being tortured in this tragic love story and who was being loved. Fu Yanqi explained that he was just a random passerby, and he wasn't the protagonist of the tragic love story between immortals and demons. Jiang Ruochu only replied with an "oh." Fu Yanqi keenly sensed her disappointment. Jiang Ruochu was indeed a little disappointed. She had originally wanted to hear a love story between immortals and demons to see how it differed from the ones in TV dramas. Fortunately, Fu Yanqi quickly added that although he wasn't the main character in the tragic love story, he could share gossip about the main character's story. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up, and she immediately replied with an exclamation, "Oh." Looking at these 2 sentences, the system suddenly grasped the profound depth of human language. The same word, with just a punctuation mark, can have completely different meanings. Jiang Ruochu urged him to speak quickly, but Fu Yanqi said that business was more important and they should solve the problem first before gossiping. The group members urged him to go quickly. Jiang Ruochu also asked him to message her privately. Jiang Ruochu felt a sense of familiarity when she saw the name Fu Yanqi. She casually searched online and was bombarded with news about the disappearance of Fu Yanqi, the 3rd son of the Fu family. Sure enough, this Fu was no ordinary Fu. The Fu family was one of the top wealthy families in Victoria Harbor City. Jiang Ruochu randomly clicked on a news article and quickly got the gist of it. Fu Yanqi went missing near a villa on the hillside at 11 p.m. on December 3, 2023. After he went missing, the Fu family immediately reported it to the police. The police deployed a large number of officers and police dogs to search for him, but they were unable to find him. Later, the Fu family offered a hefty reward and secretly enlisted the help of many underworld figures. During that time, people were searching for Fu Yinshi everywhere in Victoria Harbor City, turning up almost every patch of grass, but still without any clues. After a 3-month-long, high-profile search, the Fu family's activity gradually subsided. However, the wanted notice remained in effect until Fu Yinshi returned. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the comments. Some said that whoever found Fu Yinshi would have a lifetime of wealth and honor. Some guessed that an adult who went missing was probably already dead, and some joked that he might have time traveled while walking. Even more outrageous, some people are seriously discussing whether his death was accidental or murder. Jiang Ruochu's feelings were complicated. There were indeed many people spreading nonsense online, but sometimes you could stumble upon the truth. Fu Yinshi did indeed die, and he did indeed time travel. She scrolled through a few more gossip news articles and found that some media outlets were certain that Fu Yinshi was not missing, but dead, and even analyzed his interpersonal relationships and the internal relationships of the Fu family, speculating on who the murderer was. The first half seemed plausible, but it got more and more absurd as it went on. The most outrageous one was that it listed the possibility that Fu Yinshi was murdered by a ghost. Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment. Further down, the link accompanying this analysis was to the news that the magazine had been brought to bankruptcy by the Fu family. No wonder it went bankrupt. They're spouting such nonsense. If we don't teach them a lesson, who will we teach a lesson to? Chapter 50 Protective Magic Stone. After reading the news, Jiang Ruochu turned her attention back to her private chat. Fu Yinshi asked her if she could search for his information to see if the person who killed him had been found. There's no need to search again. Jiang Ruochu had already checked and told him directly that the police still classify him as missing, probably because his family doesn't believe he's dead. Jiang Ruochu pressed him for details of his disappearance. Fu Yinshi said he didn't really know either. He was just walking down the street when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and then passed out. When he woke up, he was surrounded by blinding light, had difficulty breathing, and struggled to breathe. After losing consciousness, he found himself transported to this place. Jiang Ruochu was stunned after hearing this. Most of the previous transmigrators died in accidents, but Fu Yinshi was clearly murdered. The nature of this matter was far more serious than she had imagined. Fu Yinshi wanted her to investigate the truth. Jiang Ruochu said she could accept the task, but not in a short time. To find the murderer, she would have to get close to the Fu family and deal with the people around him, which was impossible for her in her current status. More importantly, investigating a murder case was bound to be dangerous, and she currently did not have enough ability to protect herself. Fu Yinshi understood, saying the task wasn't urgent, and she could investigate later when she was able. After all, dying under mysterious circumstances was truly unjust. Jiang Ruochu agreed to help as much as possible, but couldn't guarantee she would find out the truth. After the two reached an agreement, the system still displayed the task dialog box as usual. Unlike before, this time the task included a time limit notification, a 5-year deadline. Fu Yinshi didn't insist, and simply thanked her again. Jiang Ruochu typed as she slowly said to the system, "System, look at the number of people you've shaken up. I can't complete this task for now." The system pretended to be dead. Jiang Ruochu said again, "Don't pretend. I know you're here." Only then did the system reappear, acting like a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. Jiang Ruochu then asked it to shake another person, but the system didn't expect to miscalculate again and could only say in frustration that it would try again. Jiang Ruochu continued chatting with Fu Yinshi, reminding him that the mission had been accepted and that they could also make transactions. She advised him to use up his monthly transaction quota within a month, as it wouldn't be carried over or accumulated, given the system's shady nature. The system immediately protested, but Jiang Ruochu pretended not to see it. Fu Yinshi asked her to help him collect evil thoughts. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, as expected of the world of immortals and demons, their needs are different from others. She then asked him what he wanted the evil thoughts for. Fu Yinshi explained that demons cultivate by absorbing evil thoughts. The more evil thoughts they have, the stronger they become. However, a celestial lord once swept across the land with a single sword strike, clearing away most of the evil thoughts in the world, making cultivation increasingly difficult for demons. Jiang Ruochu understood. It was as if the immortal clan's bigwigs had overturned the demon clan's dinner table, leaving them without food. She then asked how to collect and send such virtual items. Fu Yinshi said it was very simple. Online arguments, insults, and slanderous remarks are full of malice. She just needed to save them and send them to him, and he could absorb them. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but complain. Won't your stomach hurt from eating so much junk? Fu Yinshi was also helpless, saying that he didn't want to eat either, but what could he do? He was a demon. In exchange, Fu Yinshi was willing to pay with a magic stone. He said the magic stone could absorb evil thoughts from the surroundings. Don't people feel sad when they're insulted, feel chest tightness from being provoked by trolls, or turn pale and tremble when slandered? Wearing a magic stone will prevent you from being hurt by malicious words. Jiang Ruochu was taken aback. Her mental state was usually very stable. She wouldn't be upset by others' insults. But this magic stone's effects were too mild. Shouldn't a real magic stone punish whoever insults it? So she replied that the answer to all three questions was no. Whoever insults her, she'll insult them back. Whoever argues with her, she'll argue back. Whoever slanders her, she'll beat them up. Fu Yinshi was silent for a moment, then added that after absorbing enough evil thoughts, the magic stone can be converted into physical defense. Simply put, every time someone attacks her, it consumes one magic stone. Another attack consumes another. Jiang Ruochu quickly told him to stop, complaining that he was like Pinduoduo, a Chinese online shopping platform. Why was he attacking her endlessly? Fu Yinshi explained that he hadn't met a normal person in a long time and couldn't help but say a few more words. Jiang Ruochu thought about it for a moment and felt that this talisman was really good. After being upgraded, it could also protect against physical attacks and could save her life in critical moments. She then asked if it would count if it were any other weapon beside a knife. Fu Yinshi replied that any malicious attack from someone else would count. However, if there was no malice, it wouldn't. For example, if someone was using a knife to cut vegetables or peel fruit, and she deliberately ran into the blade, that wouldn't count. Jiang Ruochu was speechless, wondering if he could say something nice. Fu Yinshi sent a mouth-covering emoji and told her to keep the magic stone safe and nurture it slowly, so that if she really went to investigate the cause of his death in the future, she could rely on it to protect herself if she encountered danger. Jiang Ruochu finally understood that Fu Yinshi's mission was a long-term one. Soon after, she received 10 magic stones from him. These magic stones are all black, but they vary in shade, some light black, some grayish black, and some deep black. The 9 are roughly the same size and round, except for one that is large, black, and shiny, and its shape is also different, looking like an egg. Jiang Ruochu picked it up curiously and found that this little magic stone was quite unique. Even its outer skin was smoother than the others. She quickly made a plan to string the 9 magic stones into a bracelet and to make the remaining egg-shaped magic stone into a phone or keychain to carry with her, so that she could quickly turn them into real protective stones. Chapter 51, The Great Treasure Given by the Transmigrator. Jiang Ruochu accepted the things Fu Yinshi brought and immediately got to work. After washing up, she sat back on the bed, opened her laptop, and began to sort out the malicious comments online. Malicious attacks online never discriminate. Ordinary people sharing their lives, bloggers promoting traditional culture, celebrities participating in events, online influencers, and even hardworking workers can all be attacked by trolls. Fat people are called tanks, thin people are called ribs. Ordinary people are said to be ugly and pretentious, and pretty people are said to be posing. If someone tells about their suffering, they will be mocked for being poor. If those people are willing, they can find fault even in the smallest things. Looking at the screen full of malice, Jiang Ruochu felt that only 2 words best described them: idiots. She quickly completed the initial data collection. Most people would be affected by seeing so much filth, but Jiang Ruochu was completely different. As she watched, she would occasionally mutter idiot or heh, her emotions remaining remarkably stable. Then, she looked at the 10 magic stones on the table and casually said, "It seems like you're not very useful following me." The 9 round magic stones huddled together looked small and helpless. Black egg, however, sensed a strong malice emanating from the notebook. The smell was incredibly appealing to it. It glanced at the 9 magic stones, which seemed to be squeezed even tighter, as if to say, "Big brother, please go first." Without any hesitation, the black egg took a deep breath, absorbing all the evil thoughts into its shell. After eating and drinking its fill, it shook contentedly, and intricate and beautiful patterns appeared on its shell, which also glowed with a colorful, eerie light. As soon as Jiang Ruochu's gaze swept over, the black egg immediately froze, suppressing its light and continuing to disguise itself as an ordinary magic stone. Jiang Ruochu vaguely felt that the egg-shaped magic stone had seemed to glow, but when she looked closely, there was nothing there. She thought about it and assumed it was just an illusion caused by staring at the computer for too long. She closed her laptop. With her current status, there was no need for her to do many things personally, so she opened the old group chat. 8 men a day, smiling every day. Ginger Sauce General. I have a job. Want to take it? The group chat instantly erupted like a monkey mountain at mealtime, filled with shouts and screams. Rose was the first to chime in, asking what the sister wanted them to do. No word said they were ready to bite whoever she told them to. No Money was even more blunt, saying he'd do anything as long as it wasn't illegal. Jiang Ruochu quickly explained that there was no need to bite anyone, and it was absolutely not illegal. She just asked them to help collect online troll comments, take screenshots, save them, put them in a folder, and send them to her. She would be paid according to the number of pictures. She posted the screenshots she had previously compiled in the group as examples. When someone asked her if she was going to sue those people, Jiang Ruochu typed a lie without batting an eye, saying that she was just collecting materials for her social research paper. Several male students immediately sent starry-eyed emojis. It turned out they were female sociology students, which instantly boosted their enthusiasm. After arranging her work, Jiang Ruochu returned to the group of transmigrators, just as Fu Yinshi was about to gossip about immortals and demons. Yuan Tangtang had already asked the imperial chef to prepare some snacks and brew a pot of flower tea, just waiting to hear the story. Zhong Zhen also took advantage of his break to join in the fun, and Meng Xian even clamored for Fu Yinshi to tell some gossip so that his days of confinement wouldn't be so boring. After obtaining various manufacturing formulas, Meng Xian chose to confess to the Empress. The Empress both loved and hated him, and ultimately punished him by confining him to his home to reflect on his actions. But Meng Xian had nothing to think about. He was more likely to stay home and idly pick his toes. Anyway, with the transmigrator group around, he wasn't bored at all. He even happily told Jiang Ruochu that he had never had such a peaceful life before. Jiang Ruochu felt that the relationship between Meng Xian and the Empress was truly complicated and difficult to unravel. After the group quieted down, Fu Yinshi officially began telling the story of immortals and demons. In his world, demons are a very special species, neither alive nor dead, with extremely strong defenses and can absorb evil thoughts to enhance their attack power. In other words, demons have almost no upper limit to their growth, so their strength has always been above that of immortals, humans, and monsters. Fortunately, the demon lord at the time had no interest in ruling the three realms, so although the demon race was powerful, the world was relatively peaceful. However, demons have little sense of right and wrong. The demon lord in action did not mean that other demons would not cause trouble. Those demons like to poke and prod, like groundhogs digging holes everywhere, leaving the three realms full of holes. Simply put, the world has suffered under the demons for far too long. Just then, a celestial lord appeared out of nowhere in the celestial realm. He was transformed from a spiritual stone that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon. At the moment of his birth, the sky was filled with radiant light. Black birds flew about, dragons roared, and the sea was shaken, and spiritual energy filled the air. This immortal lord possessed immense magical power. With a mere flick of his sword, he could sweep away all evil thoughts in the world. While evil thoughts could not be completely eradicated, they were indeed significantly reduced in Fu Yinshi's world, making it difficult for the demon race to grow. No wonder he needed to cross realms to find food. After hearing this, Jiang Ruochu felt that the demons were exploiting a bug in the world's design, while the immortal lord was even more ruthless, directly exploiting the demon's bug in return. Since he couldn't destroy them, he would cut off their food supply, preventing them from growing powerful. As for the demon lord, his combat prowess was extraordinary, and he had long been invincible throughout the three realms. With nothing left to pursue in terms of martial strength, he changed his goal to marry the most beautiful person in the world. There happened to be a stunningly beautiful demoness among the demons, who also had a long-cherished wish to marry only the strongest being in the three realms. The two were a perfect match and both belonged to the demon race, so they happily married and gave birth to the young demon lord, who would later become the Demon King. Originally, the Demon Lord and his wife were a harmonious couple, but after the Immortal Lord suddenly appeared, the strongest being in the three realms, as everyone had assumed, had changed. The Demon Lord's wife immediately objected. She wanted a divorce and insisted on marrying the strongest Immortal Lord. The Demon Lord wouldn't stand for it. What kind of damned Immortal Lord was this? Not only did he steal his title of strongest, but he also wanted to steal his wife? Being the strongest isn't just about words. It takes a real fight to prove it. So the Demon Lord, wielding his battle halberd, stormed the immortal realm. Fu Yinchi deliberately stopped at the most exciting moment and leisurely teased the group. Guess what happened after the Demon Lord attacked the immortal realm? Everyone said they couldn't guess and didn't want to guess, urging him to stop talking nonsense. Only Jiang Ruochu, the honest person, cooperated. Jiang Ruochu. Could it be that after the Demon Lord stormed up, he was shocked when he saw the Immortal Lord, exclaiming, "Wow, beauty," and then decided he would marry no one but you? Fu Yinchi immediately replied, "Congratulations, you guessed right." He even remarked that Jiang Ruochu's eccentric state gave her great potential to develop in their immortal and demonic world. The story continues. The Immortal Lord is not only strong, but also beautiful. More importantly, he was formed from a spirit stone and doesn't actually have a fixed gender. He can choose to be either a man or a woman, but right now he probably doesn't want to be either. The Demon Lord did indeed fall for the Immortal Lord, but due to the Immortal Lord's special status, this relationship was destined to be fruitless. Thus, the Demon Lord suffered agonizing torment, went mad, and a three-way chase ensued between the Immortal Lord, the Demon Lord, and the witch. She loved him, but he didn't love her. He loved him, but he didn't love him either. In short, no matter who was with whom, it wouldn't end well. Unrequited love, fruitless affection, fuyanxi concludes, heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. Jiang Ruochu, however, felt that this world was completely out of control and didn't seem like a tragic love story at all. The people involved might even be quite happy about it. Yuan Tangdang was so shocked that she dropped her melon seeds, saying that even the fantasy dramas she watched hadn't been this dramatic. Jiang Ruochu added insult to injury, saying that a TV series written like that would never pass censorship. Yuan Tangdang thought it made sense and sighed that if the three of them could live a good life, that would be better than anything else. Zhongzhen's focus went astray. He expressed his indignation, saying that everyone is in the cultivation system, but immortal lords can choose their gender while he cannot. Jiang Ruochu's last sentence hit the nail on the head. What kind of tragic love is this? The children of demon couples are the ones who are truly suffering, stuck with such parents. Just then, the black, egg-shaped stone on the table suddenly flashed and swayed from side to side. The next second, it lost its balance and rolled off the table with a clatter. With a loud thud, Black Egg crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and seeing stars. He looked pitiful, but didn't dare to utter a sound. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Black Egg Stone. Hearing the noise, Jiang Ruochu looked over in confusion and saw the black egg fall to the ground, roll pitifully a few times, and finally stop when it hit the table leg. A gust of wind blew in through the window, lifting the curtains and brushing against the other 9 magic stones, making them teeter on the edge. Jiang Ruochu quickly got out of bed, picked up the egg-shaped magic stones, blew off the dust, and put them back in the box. She carefully collected the remaining 9 magic stones to prevent them from falling. After tidying the table, she closed the window, and the wind in the room subsided considerably. Back in bed, the group chat was still buzzing with questions about what would happen next with Fu Yinchi. Right now, this story of a chaotic war between immortals and demons, intertwined with a tragic love affair, had only progressed to the point where the immortal lord escaped, and the demon couple chased after him all the way to the human realm. Fu Yinchi said he would let everyone know when there were any new developments. Yuan Tangdang, Meng Xian, and Zhongzhen all said they would wait and see what happened next. But Jiang Ruochu felt that the 3 of them should wake up and stop messing around with romance. They should focus on their careers, and maybe then the world would be at peace. The black egg inside the box quietly stood up, leaning against the side as if deep in thought. The group chat temporarily ended, and Jiang Ruochu privately reminded Fu Yinchi to take advantage of the moment to recall the details of his death and, ideally, to write down all the clues. She did this because she was afraid that Fu Yinshi would gradually forget the key details after being in the world for so long. She wanted to be able to use the clues to help him find the murderer when she was able to in the future. Fu Yinshi immediately agreed and praised her for being reliable. Much later, Jiang Ruochu realized that she was indeed reliable, but Fu Yinshi, that troublesome guy, was the unreliable one. Then, she carried a box of magic stones out. If she were to open the box now, she would find all the other magic stones crammed into a corner, with only Black Egg sitting in the middle like a boss, bouncing up and down as she walked. Jiang Ruochu walked for about 10 minutes after going downstairs and arrived at an independent handmade jewelry shop. Masterin, who worked at the shop, had been a partner of hers for many years. He had helped connect her with other jewelry sellers before, offering prices more reasonable than pawn shops. Later, when they were looking for a rental near the hospital, it was Masterin who promptly notified them, helping them find a suitable location. Jiang Ruochu placed the box on the table and said, "Masterin, please make these 9 stones into a bracelet and this egg-shaped stone into a pendant with a clasp so I can hang it in different places." Masterin picked up the stone and examined it, but couldn't identify the material, only guessing it was obsidian. Jiang Ruochu vaguely agreed, and then specified that she didn't want to drill a hole, opting for the simplest setting. Before coming, she had tried it. These magic stones were ridiculously hard, and she estimated that it would be impossible to drill a hole in them. The Black Egg in the box was secretly relieved that Jiang Ruochu had just tested the hardness of other magic stones by tapping them on the table. But thankfully, she only tried 3 before stopping, otherwise it might have suffered the same fate. Masterin asked her if she wanted pure gold, carat gold, silver, or platinum, and reminded her that gold prices were high now, making it unprofitable to invest in gold, suggesting 14K gold instead. In the past, Jiang Ruochu might not have even been willing to spend money on silver, but now she was fearless. Just then, a new message popped up in the transmigrated chat group. Jiang Ruochu excused herself to answer a phone call and found a corner without cameras, where she had the system open the message. It turned out that Shui Xuehue was preparing to send her gold. Shui Xuehue said that she was in such a hurry to get the medicine that she forgot to give her the gold. When she went out to find the medicine, she passed by the bank and found a lot of gold bricks scattered on the ground. So she picked some up. Jiang Ruochu stared at the message in silence. Sister Chui's methods of giving gold were becoming increasingly simple and unpretentious. It had escalated from jewelry to gold bars. She told Shui Xuehue to wait about 10 minutes, and she would receive it at home. She could actually find a secluded spot to collect the gold now, but for safety's sake, home is still the safest place. More importantly, she doesn't want to carry a pile of gold outside, not because she's afraid of being robbed, but because she's afraid of neck pain. Jiang Ruochu went home to receive the gold from Shui Xuehue, then took a gold brick and rushed back to Masterin's shop. She placed the glittering gold on the table and calmly said, "We make pure gold items, and there's plenty of gold. You can keep the rest after the bracelets and pendants are finished." Chapter 53, Excellent Mindset. Instead of happily accepting the gold immediately, Masterin adjusted his glasses, looked Jiang Ruochu up and down through the lenses, and asked with a worried expression, "Girl, did you go and rob a bank?" Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. "Masterin, if I really robbed a bank, would I still be standing here? This is money I earned for my work. It's not free. It's payment for having you make jewelry." Masterin breathed a sigh of relief and asked her what pattern she wanted. Jiang Ruochu picked up a pen and paper and sketched a few lines. Her requirements were as simple as they could be, just enough to cover the stone and prevent it from falling out. Black Egg lay in the box, and although he only half understood what was being said, he was particularly attentive because he knew that this thing was related to him and a magic stone. But after seeing Jiang Ruochu's sketch, he only regretted that he didn't have eyes that had never seen anything like it before. "It's so ugly." Masterin clearly thought so too. After a moment of silence, he said tactfully, "Yours is a bit too plain. I'll make the egg-shaped stone into a leaf-shaped border for you, and string the 9 small stones together with a flower-shaped base." He then earnestly asked her if she preferred bamboo leaves, maple leaves, or ginkgo leaves, and whether she wanted lotus, peach blossom, plum blossom, or the currently popular lily of the valley petals. Jiang Ruochu quickly interrupted, "Masterin, you decide. I trust your taste." She couldn't be bothered with such things. Anyway, these stones would be used up eventually, and each one would be one less to use. Master could tell she was shirking her responsibilities, but the young woman's words were eloquent, so he could only give a soft snort and let it go. Jiang Ruochu asked when she could pick it up. Master estimated the time. This afternoon, I guess. So fast. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up, and she praised with a smile. Master is really amazing. I'll go to the auction house first, and then pick it up when I get back. Master waved his hand. I know you're sweet-talking. Don't try to flatter this old man. Go and get busy. Master used to rely entirely on traditional craftsmanship to make jewelry. Later, when Jiang Ruochu learned that 3D printing technology could be used in the jewelry industry, she quickly told him and helped him contact a company to learn the new technology. Despite his age, Master has an indomitable spirit. Combining new technologies with his traditional skills, he creates increasingly unique products. The company even wanted to hire him, but he preferred to stay and run his small shop. Master skillfully drew on the computer, while Black Egg kept its eyes fixed on the large, glowing box. It had originally thought that these square, flat, shiny things were all foods that emitted evil thoughts, but now it realized that not all of them were edible. Moreover, Master box was much bigger than Jiang Ruochu's. After pondering for a while, Hey Dan concluded, Jiang Ruochu seems to be a bit poor. It's alright, once it becomes powerful, it can help Jiang Ruochu as a way of repaying her for the meal she gave me, and also as a way of thanking her for criticizing her unreliable parents on my behalf. About an hour later, Master finished the design draft. He printed it out and then compared it to the egg-shaped magic stone on the paper. Black Egg saw 3 sketches: bamboo leaves, ginkgo leaves, and maple leaves. It fell in love with ginkgo leaves at first sight. Master seemed to prefer maple leaves, repeatedly gesturing to the maple leaf design. Just then, a customer arrived at the shop, and since the staff wasn't there, Master went out to greet him, casually placing the maple leaf design and the black egg on the table. Seeing that no one was around, Black Egg immediately rolled over to the picture of the ginkgo leaves. After finally rolling over, it adjusted its position, embedding itself perfectly under the ginkgo leaves, frantically implying, "This one looks better. When you're out and about, you should definitely choose your own nice clothes." Not long after, Master returned and was taken aback when he saw Black Egg lying on top of the ginkgo leaf design draft. He clearly remembered looking at maple leaves just now. After thinking for a moment, he simply assumed he had misremembered. Master picked up the maple leaf sketch and continued studying it, reaching out to grab the egg-shaped stone. The moment his hand touched it, the black egg rolled to the left. Black Egg was utterly speechless. Why is this old man so stubborn? He wants ginkgo leaves. Master fumbled around on the table for a long time, but couldn't find it. He looked down at the egg-shaped stone in confusion. The black egg immediately froze, motionless. Master stared at it for a moment, then carefully moved his hand over and suddenly pressed it down. The black egg remained silent. Master nodded in satisfaction. That was more like it. There was no way his hand would keep slipping. He looked at it for a while longer, and finally came to a conclusion. It's not suitable. Ginkgo leaves are better. Black Egg fell even more silent. That old geezer. Master chose ginkgo leaves as the base for the egg-shaped magic stone and ordered peach blossom bases for the round magic stone, then imported them into the 3D printer. The machine started working with a clattering sound, which Master was used to, but Black Egg was startled by the strange, buzzing sound. The sound reminded it of a fanged monster from the abyss. It stared warily for a while, but finding that the thing was noisy yet harmless, it slowly relaxed. After the wax model was printed, Master began cleaning, casting, and finishing the mold, and then gave the jewelry surface a preliminary polish. While polishing, he placed the setting on the black egg to compare, and then used tools to fine-tune the details. Finally, he created a semi-enclosed pendant resembling a birdcage. The base is a vine-covered, intricate ginkgo leaf design, while the top features a carved openwork vine motif. The connection point has a clasp, allowing for easy opening and closing. Master put the black egg in, poked it around, and shook it to make sure it wouldn't fall out before continuing to inlay the 9 round magic stones. Black Egg doesn't know what it looks like after wearing this clothes, but with a beautiful mother and a cold-blooded father, coupled with a carefully crafted shell, it must be incomparably handsome now. It caught a glimpse of its reflection in the glass next to it, and saw itself in that reflection. Yes, an incomparably handsome egg. It's all right. Black Egg has a great attitude. It's just that its transformation was a few years slower. Once it successfully transforms, inheriting the best features of its parents, it will definitely be good-looking. After all, their only advantage is that they're good-looking. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruochu went to the auction house mainly to go through the formalities. All the items she sold needed to be confirmed with her signature. After signing, she could wait patiently for the payment. When I asked the system to calculate the accounts last time, the auction proceeds hadn't actually arrived in my account yet. After all, the auction house process is complex, and it takes at least a week. But calculating in advance always allows me to enjoy the excitement sooner. Now, thinking about the money that will soon arrive in her account, Jiang Ruochu felt cheerful, and even the air seemed sweet as she walked down the street. What made her both amused and exasperated was that as soon as she joined the company, many people enthusiastically called her Sister Ruochu. This title had nothing to do with age or seniority. It was simply because she was now the most prominent auctioneer at Hanyang International and even in the entire industry. It turns out that when things are going well for someone, the attitudes of those around them tend to improve. Jiang Ruochu didn't want to deal with these opportunistic people. After finishing her business, she only invited a few former colleagues with whom she had a good relationship to go out for lunch together. Even if the others were unwilling, they could only watch. After all, they could no longer suppress Jiang Ruochu. Chapter 54: The Father Who Cannot Wake Up. When Jiang Ruochu returned to the jewelry shop, Masterin had just finished setting the round magic stone. Seeing that she had arrived at the perfect time, Masterin smiled and handed her the pendant and bracelet, adding that the bracelet had an extension chain for easy adjustment. Jiang Ruochu took them and was surprised to find that the gold and black colors were surprisingly harmonious, especially the egg-shaped pendant, which was exquisite and elegant. She thanked Masterin with satisfaction, then turned and went to the hospital with the finished bracelet and pendant. Black Egg, which had been cooped up in a box, could finally see this new world properly now that it was hanging on the bracelet. But as soon as it emerged, Black Egg discovered that this world was shockingly murky, filled with greed, anger, ignorance, delusion, jealousy, and rage. It found it disgusting, yet it also loved it immensely. This place was practically a treasure trove for cultivation. As it lay in its ginkgo leaf egg cage, munching away, it secretly resolved that once it grew strong enough, it would have to go back and make its unreliable parents apologize, and also teach that immortal lord who had cut off its food a lesson. Upon arriving at the hospital, Black Egg became even more excited. The negative emotions here were even stronger, not only filled with malice, but also despair, and the food smelled incredibly delicious. It didn't forget its little brothers, gesturing for them to eat with the small magic stone hanging on the gold chain. Only then did the little brothers cautiously begin their meal. When Jiang Ruochu pushed open the door to the ward, Yin Mingyu was massaging Jiang Sheng's arm. The doctor had said that people who are bedridden for a long time must be turned over and massaged frequently. Otherwise, they are prone to bed sores and muscle atrophy. For this reason, Yin Mingyu had even specially learned traditional Chinese massage. Jiang Ruochu went over and helped massage her father's other arm. Yin Mingyu looked up and smiled gently, asking if she had come. Jiang Ruochu stared at her mother for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "Mom, you look younger." This shows that the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill given by Zhong Zhun is not only effective, but also has a long-lasting effect. Yin Mingyu also happily touched her face and said that everyone said so, and she herself felt that her skin had become much smoother. She lowered her voice and whispered, "This must be thanks to that pill from last time. It's practically a miracle drug." Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, "I'll get some for Dad, and Shui too." Yin Mingyu immediately asked if she had any, and only nodded in relief when she heard that the whole family would get some. While massaging her father's hands, Jiang Ruochu suggested hiring a 24-hour caregiver so that the caregiver could look after him and Yin Mingyu would only need to lend a hand. Yin Mingyu shook his head, saying that caregivers were too expensive and the family didn't have that much money. Jiang Ruochu told her not to worry, saying that she had made a big sale at the auction and had some money in hand. But Yin Mingyu still advised her to save it for herself, that there were still debts at home, and that if she had any extra money, she should pay off the debts first and not keep delaying because the creditors were understanding. After saying that, she quietly comforted Jiang Ruochu, saying that Jiang Sheng's condition was stable now, but he just needed someone to look after him. She added that she had plenty of energy every day after taking that medicine, and taking care of her husband wasn't too tiring, so she told her daughter not to worry. Jiang Ruochu agreed verbally, but she already had a plan in mind. Once the debt was paid off, she would hire a caregiver for her father, open a card for her mother, so she could buy equipment and rest whenever she wanted, move to a bigger house, and get a bedroom with a workshop for her younger brother. While she chatted with Yin Mingyu, the black egg on her wrist was also observing the Jiang family. It had never seen parents and children get along so harmoniously and considerate of each other at all times. The demon realm has a unique method of nurturing demonic pearls. Couples cultivate together, using demonic energy to create a pearl, which is then fed daily with malevolent thoughts. No woman is needed to bear children. An ordinary demonic pearl takes a year to form and about 100 years to take human form, but black egg, as the son of the demon lord, is naturally in a more complicated situation. Unfortunately, before it could take human form, its parents suddenly divorced, and no one fed it evil thoughts anymore. It had to find food on its own, but then a celestial being smashed its food bowl, causing it to faint from hunger. When it woke up, it found itself here. However, black egg thought this place was good, with plenty of food. Once it had cultivated to its full potential, it would surely be able to rampage and kill everything in its path. It snapped out of its reverie and looked at Jiang Sheng on the hospital bed. This man was strange. Along its journey, it had seen people with abundant soul power, and it had also seen people in hospitals whose soul power was about to be exhausted and who only had one breath left. Soul power symbolizes the life force of the human race, but Jiang Sheng has no soul. He is empty, just a shell. For someone like this, ordinary pills are useless, not even the 9 cauldrons 3 elements pill from the immortal realm. However, Jiang Sheng was wrapped in many strange threads, one end connected to his body and the other to a beeping square box. Black Egg guessed that perhaps this world also had its own healing secrets, so he decided to continue observing. As it pondered, it realized that Yin Mingyu's small box also contained a lot of evil thoughts, so it immediately took a deep breath. It smells delicious. Chapter 55, Destroying the Contents of the Hard Drive. As He Dan absorbed the evil thoughts from Yin Mingyu's phone, Jiang Ruochu's gaze also fell on the screen. She knew her mother hadn't been having an easy time lately, but had been putting on a brave face. When her family faced a sudden crisis, Yin Mingyu didn't want to pass on the pressure to her children, so she quietly created an account online to record her life and express her emotions. At first, there were only sporadic words of encouragement, but gradually they began to support her. As Jiang Sheng recovered from her critical condition, she began sharing her experiences learning nursing and traditional Chinese medicine. Her simple and heartwarming content attracted a lot of attention, and her account gradually became popular. But after she became famous, malice followed. Some people said she was playing the victim, some criticized her for not doing her job properly, and some even sent her private messages advising her to remarry, saying, "Don't stay with someone who's half dead." At first, she found it hard to accept these malicious remarks, but later she gradually came to terms with them. The world is so big, there will always be all kinds of people. Jiang Ruochu had always known these things. A thought struck her, and remembering that the magic stone could absorb evil thoughts, she simply took off the bracelet and handed it to her. "Mom, you wear this." Yin Mingyu's first reaction was to stare at the gold. If this were melted down, it could sell for a lot, right? Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh. "This is for protection." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Ruochu had already taken off the black egg and put the bracelet on her wrist. The next second, Yin Mingyu's spirits lifted. "I feel like I can fight those people online for another 300 rounds. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. "It's good that you're in good spirits." She casually hung the black egg on her phone charm, and vaguely felt that it was a little heavier than before. After her visit ended that day, she went home. Soon it was time to attend the game party in Meng Xian's place, and before she left, she received more good news. Zhong Zhun finally caught the runaway radish, refined 3 qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pills, and immediately teleported them over. Jiang Ruochu received the medicine and rushed to the hospital. She dissolved the elixir in water and fed it to her father. As his complexion gradually returned to normal, she and her mother anxiously stayed by his bedside, waiting for a miracle to happen. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Sheng still didn't wake up. Jiang Ruochu's shoulders slumped slightly, her disappointment barely concealed. Yin Mingyu was more composed, gently comforting him. This isn't a magic pill. It's normal if it doesn't work the first time. As long as your body functions are still intact, there's hope. She held her daughter's hand, then placed her own hand on the back of her husband's. The three of them held hands together, their warmth passing between them. Jiang Ruochu nodded emphatically. Yes, we still have a chance. She believed that with resources from so many different dimensions, they could always find a way. Hey Dan watched quietly from the side, vaguely sensing her sadness, and for the first time felt a little envious of this kind of bond. It accidentally tilted and slipped off the edge of the table, dangling in midair and swaying uncomfortably. Fortunately, Jiang Ruochu caught it and brought it back. This act of helping her out made Black Egg instantly feel twice as grateful, and he silently regarded her as a good person. Before leaving, Jiang Ruochu told her mother that she was going to Guanghai City for 2 days. Yin Mingyu patted her head and said, "Another business trip? You must be tired." She chuckled and sidled over, the mother and daughter playing around like children, creating a relaxed and warm atmosphere in the ward that drew sidelong glances from onlookers. Sunlight streamed in, falling on the family. Bathing in the sunlight, Black Egg felt a comfort he had never experienced before. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Ruochu went straight to the supermarket and began a frenzy of buying all kinds of radishes, red, white, green, and even imported ones. She thought that with so many options, surely one of them would be usable. If all else failed, she could just give it to Zhongzhen to practice on. She also bought some chives. The doctor was just surprised by the improvement in her father's vital signs. If these ingredients could be used to make elixirs, then the significance would be entirely different. As she strolled around, she asked Zhongzhen if he needed anything. He replied that he hadn't finished reading the novel yet and didn't need anything for the time being. However, she suggested a new idea. The alchemists here are very particular about medicine bottles. You could buy some nice containers, and I can sell them and build relationships along the way. Jiang Ruochu immediately understood and agreed, even suggesting that the sword cultivators sell their sword tassels. Zhongzhen calmly replied, "Sword cultivators are all very poor." Jiang Ruochu was speechless and could only turn to the home decor section to pick out various exquisite jars. Hey Dan, standing beside her, was dazzled by the sights and found everything novel and fascinating. At this moment, Zhongzhen spoke again. "There's something else I'd like to ask you." She was a little embarrassed and said she wanted Jiang Ruochu to go and check on her cat. She explained that the cat has now been adopted by her best friend, and there's also a stray cat downstairs with a missing ear, but she doesn't know if anyone is taking care of it. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. "I'll go after I finish my mission." Zhongzhen immediately thanked her repeatedly. But then she added, "There's something else important. The passwords for my fingerprint lock and computer are..." Her tone suddenly turned serious. "Could you please delete all the erotic novels and pictures on my computer?" Jiang Ruochu paused for a second, then replied, "Don't worry, I'll bring the hard drive with me to inherit the estate. Is 100 gigabytes enough?" Chapter 56, I Want a Grand Funeral. Jiang Ruochu was probably inspired by Zhongzhen, and she also changed the group announcement, adding a new item called reselling after buying on behalf of others, watching on behalf of others, and playing on behalf of others. She felt that she was a very thoughtful group leader, as she would plan ahead for things that group members thought of and also make up for things that group members hadn't thought of. Fu Yinxi, curious, poked her head out and asked what she was selling. Jiang Ruochu replied directly, revealing something she didn't want others to see after her unexpected death. Fu Yinxi immediately denied it, saying he only wanted a grand funeral, preferably with a professional troupe playing instruments and singing for 7 days and 7 nights, so the whole world could see it. The other group members burst into laughter on the spot, and Jiang Ruochu only replied with 3 words, "Get out of here." Seeing that things were not going well, Fu Yinxi quickly slipped away. After ending the group chat, Jiang Ruochu organized her current tasks. Attend a game party in Meng Xian's place, look after Zhongzhen's cat, and help Fu Yinxi find the murderer. After sorting things out, she took a qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill and prepared to rest. Unexpectedly, the pill made her sleepy for a while, and then she felt refreshed as if she were fully charged, with no sleepiness at all. She finally understood what it meant when her mother said she could carry her father and run. Moreover, she was sleepy for a shorter time than her mother, so it seems that the effects of the pills vary from person to person. After figuring things out, Jiang Ruochu had the system use the Imperial Concubine's bed skill on her before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when she opened her eyes, the whole world seemed bright and clear. She used to be unable to see the small characters on the sign across the street from her window, but now they were crystal clear. She went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror, only to find that the pimple she had gotten a few days ago because of her period had completely disappeared without even leaving any acne scars. Jiang Ruochu tied her hair up and noticed that her hair volume had increased significantly. But since she already had a lot of hair, this feature seemed to only increase the hassle of haircuts in the future. It can remove acne scars, increase hair volume, repair eyesight, and boost energy. The things in the world of cultivation are indeed unreasonable. She left one pill at home and sent a message to her younger brother, reminding him to take it when he got back, but not before bed, lest he suddenly feels so energetic in the middle of the night that he wanted to go for a run after being sleepy for an hour or two. After making the arrangements, Jiang Ruochu set off for Guanghai City. Guanghai is located on the central coast of China and has a highly developed economy and cultural and entertainment industry. Every summer, it hosts a large-scale game season called Summer Heat Battle. This is the largest comprehensive gaming event in the country, with almost all well-known game companies participating. Jianghu Xiaoka, being a popular and pay-to-win game, naturally occupied the largest booth, offering a wide range of activities from cosplay and raffles to live-streamed PvP battles. Meng Xian's guild is called Asking Heaven and Earth, not oneself. Many of its members will be attending the grand ceremony, and several players who are close to Meng Xian have also warmly invited Jiang Ruochu to go with them. Jiang Ruochu didn't want to go into the crowd, and she was even more afraid that if she got too familiar with them, she would be exposed. She was only attending the party in place of Meng Xian, not the real Meng Xian, so she politely declined the invitation. The other party was still persistent, especially I Want 185. After adding her on WeChat, he kept persuading her, saying that they would meet sooner or later, so why not go to the event together first, and then go to the dinner venue later? Jiang Ruochu understood that it was precisely because they were all so familiar with each other that she couldn't go. So she replied using Meng Xian's account, saying that the long journey was too tiring and she wanted to go back to the hotel to rest first. Actually, she wasn't tired at all. She could even run 10 laps around the hotel. But seeing her resolute attitude, I Want to Be 185 centimeters had no choice but to give up and thoughtfully offer to let him know if there were any souvenirs she wanted to buy. Meanwhile, the group, having learned that Imao wasn't coming, could only continue their stroll. Princess Baofu was somewhat worried, asking if they were really going to gather with the people from Wenqing Valley this time, in case they got into a fight with Imao, which would make things ugly. To practice this skill, one must first comfort her by stabbing herself, saying that the matter was long past, and it was just a misunderstanding. The two gangs usually have a good relationship, and since they happen to be in the same city and have booked the same place for a meal, it's impossible for them not to run into each other. He told everyone not to overthink it, that Imao wouldn't be alone, and that they would still be there for her. They couldn't let her be bullied. Chapter 57 Sister Jiang is mighty. Wenqing Valley and Wentian Wendy Buwenji have always had a good relationship. They not only often cooperate, but also bring together many couples. Of course, many of them also break up, and in the end, most of them leave the guild. When a game launched the Qixi Festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, Duo Quest, which required male and female characters to team up, the reward was a limited edition accessory and special effects. Unfortunately, Meng Xian was busy working overtime, and by the time he logged in, all the slots were already taken. While complaining about his friend's lack of loyalty, he was also calling for people to team up in the guild, as long as they were female characters, regardless of their sect or gender. Soon, a female player named Can't Stay contacted him, saying she hadn't done the quest either and was willing to join him. Meng Xian was naturally happy, and the two successfully completed the quest. But he didn't know that he was a well-known technical player in the server, with a good reputation, and he never engaged in ambiguous relationships. In Lu Buzhao's eyes, he was a cool and aloof big shot. After the mission ended, he couldn't resist confessing his feelings and wanted to develop a romantic relationship through the game. Meng Xian, however, flatly refused. I'm a girl. Her reason was simple and blunt. He had never been rejected before, and when he couldn't save face, he left the guild and went to Wenqing Valley. Soon after, he got together with the vice guild leader, Bishui Yingchangkong. Bishui Yingchangkong and Meng Xian were of the same profession, but Bishui Yingchangkong suffered repeated defeats and harbored resentment. When Bisui Yingchanking appeared, he simply took the opportunity to form a romantic bond with her. On one hand, it was a matter of face since he had stolen the big boss's affection. On the other hand, he also wanted to use this to put Meng Xian in a better position. Outsiders were unaware of the inside story, only noticing that Cut a Penny Off hadn't been online since the couple's official announcement, leading to jokes that he had quit the game due to heartbreak. Even though they know that's not the case, they still accept this explanation because a misunderstanding is more dignified than being rejected. Later, Bishwing Chankangkong discovered that she was quite attractive in real life, so the two met in person and became a real couple. This incident was gradually forgotten. Until recently, the Cut a Penny Off promotion suddenly went live, and they even said they would have an offline gathering, which instantly piqued everyone's interest. The gathering was to be held at UNG Pavilion in Guanghai City, a place that combines food, drinks, and entertainment. When Jiang Ruochu arrived on time, the private room was already full. As she stood outside the door, she heard someone inside jokingly say, "Who's missing? Just 1 cent, huh? Too scared to come." Someone chimed in, I bet he wouldn't dare. He might be a transvestite." Bi Shui Ying Changkong was even more malicious, making extremely offensive remarks. I couldn't stand it anymore and slammed my hand on the table. "Watch your mouth." The brother and sister next to me also frowned and looked at the couple. But the reflection of the blue water in the sky only fueled their enthusiasm, and they began to provoke each other in a sarcastic and mocking manner, even taking the opportunity to ridicule the other party's gender, which created a tense atmosphere. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Jiang Ruochu walked in. As soon as she appeared, everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to her. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor was composed. She was captivating simply by standing there. Her gaze swept lightly over the crowd, finally settling on the reflection of the blue water in the sky. She smiled slightly, but her tone was cold. "Whether I have a relationship with him or not is none of your business." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized, "You are Yumo." Shocked exclamations rose and fell. Bishwing Chankangkong's expression also changed. He hadn't expected that the other person was not only a girl, but also so beautiful that she left him speechless. There was a buzz of discussion around me. Some were amazed, some were envious, and others were whispering about skincare products. I, however, stood frozen, my expression complex. Jiang Ruochu walked up to the clear blue sky reflected in the water, her smile undiminished. "You're in luck today." The other person didn't react for a moment, thinking she was being friendly. The next second, she casually picked up the wine bottle on the table, and after confirming that there was still wine, she suddenly grabbed his chin. The action was swift and ruthless. Bishwang Changkong, caught completely off guard, was forced to open her mouth. Then, she shoved the bottle opening in and began pouring water in forcefully. The liquor rushed down his throat, and he had no time to react, so he could only swallow it passively. The scene instantly erupted. Jiang Ruochu said coldly, "If your mouth smells so bad, you should wash it properly." Chapter 58, A Truly Happy Gathering. The blue water reflected the sky as it struggled desperately, but Jiang Ruochu's strength was absurd. He couldn't break free at all. The liquor poured into his mouth, its spiciness shooting straight to his throat, choking him and making his eyes red. The spilled wine trickled down his chin, wetting his collar, making him look utterly disheveled. Those around him froze for a few seconds before reacting. Some screamed, some backed away, and others tried to pull him away. Just as someone was about to touch her, Jiang Ruochu decisively let go. Bishwing Chankangkong finally caught her breath, coughing violently while frantically grabbing tissues to wipe her face. Lubu hurriedly helped him straighten his clothes, glaring angrily at Jiang Ruochu, but the words he was about to say were suppressed by a look from her, and he swallowed them back. Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You had some too. Do you want me to treat you to a drink as well?" Her tone was not harsh, but it carried a sense of pressure. Unable to keep quiet, he could only awkwardly look to others for help. The atmosphere instantly froze. At this point, the gang leader stepped in to smooth things over. "1 cent is enough. It's rare for us all to get together like this." His tone clearly showed favoritism. Jiang Ruochu slowly wiped her hands. Was I being unreasonable, or were they just being foul-mouthed? Since we rarely get together, we shouldn't act like idiots. The gang leader's face darkened. "Give me some face." But she wasn't having it. Face is mutual. You should be the one advising them. Some people around her chimed in. It was just a joke. Others whispered that she was being unreasonable. Ai Wu stood up directly and said, I'm not joking with you, of course you feel relaxed. Princess Baofu chimed in, wait until it's your turn to say you don't mind. A few words silenced the group, and the atmosphere in the private room became extremely awkward. Both gang leaders looked displeased, but their anger was subtly directed at Jiang Ruochu. She didn't care at all. On the contrary, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She had heard Meng Xian say long ago that this gang was no longer the same as it used to be. Veteran players are leaving one after another, and newcomers are taking over. Things appear amicable on the surface, but undercurrents are swirling beneath. Meng Xian is still foolishly holding on, simply unaware of what's happening. If it were him who came today, he would most likely just swallow his anger and suffer in silence later. Jiang Ruochu doesn't have that kind of patience. She simply said, this gathering is pretty boring. I'm leaving now. Then she added, I've booked a private room next door. Feel free to come if you want. Her gaze swept over the group of about 185 people, her meaning clear. She then turned and left, decisive and efficient. Lu Buju sneered disdainfully. She can still get a private room? You're kidding. After all, seats were scarce tonight, and only the most expensive room was left. At this point, Yibawu stood up first. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed too. He glanced at the gang leader, then turned and left. Someone said sarcastically, they fawn over others just because they have money. Princess, who is eager to get rich, immediately chimed in. That's right. We love to suck up to powerful people. The prince, wishing for wealth, smiled and echoed, the brother and sister singing in unison before leaving. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Immediately afterward, the man who said, to practice this skill, one must first master the sword, rose to take his leave, followed by several others. Some were old friends, while others were people who couldn't stand what had just happened. In no time, nearly a quarter of the people had left. The private room was no longer crowded, but the atmosphere had completely cooled down. On the other side, Jiang Ruochu had just stepped out when she sent a message to Meng Xian. Sorry, it seems I messed up your party. After hearing the whole story, Meng Xian was not angry at all, but excited. Holy crap. Holy crap. He was obviously extremely pleased. Jiang Ruochu was speechless. Can you use a different word? Meng Xian immediately changed his words. You are my forever group owner. Just as she was finding it amusing, she suddenly heard a noise behind her. She turned around, a smile playing on her lips, and said, Hi. The group of people who had just come out looked up and saw her standing not far away, waving gently at them. Chapter 59. Thank you, boss. Jiang Ruochu stood there quietly, smiling gently, as graceful as apricot blossoms in the misty rain, and as elegant as willow leaves in the breeze. Her whole being was like water and mist, poetic and picturesque, yet her eyes and brows also carried a touch of the beauty of peach blossoms in spring. Princess, eager to get rich, had her eyes light up and immediately rushed over to grab her arm, exclaiming, Holy crap, Imao, you're so beautiful. Why didn't you ever post pictures of yourself before? Occasionally, someone would post photos in the guild group chat. Everyone initially thought the person posting cut 1 cent less was a boy, but later, when it became clear she was a girl, everyone egged her on to prove herself. Meng Xian coldly replied, when the PK first. No one in the guild could beat him, so the matter was dropped. That's why the rumor later spread that she was afraid to post photos because she was ugly. The princess's idea of getting rich quick was simplistic. If she had Jiang Ruochu's face and figure, she would have been posting photos every day, making everyone swoon. She talked nonstop at a rapid pace. Prince, please get rich, walked over and said awkwardly, my sister gets like this when she gets excited. Don't mind her. Princess, please get rich, angrily punched him a few times, and he quickly changed his tune, saying that Sister Imao was always low-key in the game. Although Jiang Ruochu was unaware of the cause and effect, she simply smiled faintly and said, There's no need to prove anything to unimportant people. The princess, eager to become rich, immediately nodded. Yes, yes, whatever a pretty girl says is right. Another petite girl also gathered around, looking up at Jiang Ruochu and asking her curiously how she grew so tall. Jiang Ruochu answered honestly, There's no secret, I just grew like this as I went along, and I even grew a little more when I was 19. Upon hearing that she was 18, the girl suddenly felt hopeful. Princess, however, was shocked to discover that the other person was actually younger than her and was even forcing her to call him sister in the game. The two started bickering, and the others joined in the laughter. Jiang Ruochu grabbed one of them with each hand and said with a smile, "All right, if you want to have fun, go to the private room first. Every minute in the private room costs money. Don't waste it." I was stunned for a moment. "You're really going? I thought you were just saying it to spite them." Jiang Ruochu scoffed. "Of course I'll go. Why bother getting angry at them? They're not worthy." With that, she glanced at everyone and smiled sweetly. "Yimao's treating tonight." The 1 cent she mentioned actually referred to Meng Xian. Others might not have noticed the difference, but it was her way of showing her goodwill on Meng Xian's behalf. When everyone entered the private room, only I, at 185 centimeters, lagged behind, still looking somewhat confused. I nudged his arm and laughed. "Still angry about what happened earlier? It's nothing. That's just Yimao's temper. Who can bully her?" Someone chimed in. "Whoever messes with her is doomed." I shook my head at 185. He just felt that the cut a penny off you mentality was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Suddenly, Jiang Ruochu turned around and familiarly called out, "Brother Zidao, I heard you." Zidao replied without a hint of embarrassment, "I'm just praising you." Upon entering the private room, Prince Please Get Rich introduced himself first. "Sister Yimao, you weren't here earlier. I am Prince Please Get Rich, and this is my sister Princess Please Get Rich. We are both studying at university in Guanghai." I want to be 185 also nodded. "Yes, I want to be 185. Jiang Ruochu blinked, noticing his obviously tall stature. Seeing her confusion, "I want to be 185 centimeters, recounted an embarrassing incident from his youth. In his freshman year, he was only 179 centimeters tall. When he confessed his feelings, a girl rejected him with the phrase, 'I don't consider anyone under 185 centimeters. So he threw himself into gaming, adopted that name, and played basketball like crazy. Unexpectedly, he actually grew to 185 centimeters during college." Jiang Ruochu laughed and joked. "Then you can say that your wish has been fulfilled." Subsequently, Zidao and the others also gave their game IDs. After listening, Jiang Ruochu confirmed one thing in her mind. These people were basically the ones who had left messages for Meng Xian when she logged into Meng Xian's account last time. She invited everyone to eat and play as they pleased, away from the stiff atmosphere of a large gang gathering. This small get-together was much more relaxed. Everyone quickly loosened up. Some sang, some played board games, and the private room was incredibly lively. Midway through the call, Jiang Ruochu received a call from her younger brother, Jiang Chui. It was too noisy inside, so she had to go outside to answer it. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chui excitedly called out "sister" and asked if she had gone to Guanghai City. Jiang Ruochu knew immediately that he had something on his mind. Sure enough, he immediately brought up the Jianghu Heroes event, saying that players were showing off limited edition merchandise during the on-site PK competition, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. Jiang Ruochu deliberately dragged out her words, saying that the scene was crowded and stuffy, making it sound very difficult. Jiang Chui immediately added, "This summer, I'll take care of sweeping and mopping the house." Before Jiang Ruochu could relent, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll massage your shoulders and back 3 more times. It'll be effective anytime." Jiang Ruochu finally agreed, satisfied. Jiang Chui immediately thanked her happily and encouraged her, expressing his confidence in her skills. The phone call had barely ended when a voice message came in from her boss, Zhai Lu. The auction company's accounts had been settled, and the auction proceeds and her commission as auctioneer were due to be paid. Zhai Luxian said the money had been sent, then added that it was a token of his appreciation, and sent a red envelope. At this auction, Zhai Lu stole the show thanks to Jiang Ruochu, completely overshadowing his so-called younger brother, and the winds of change within the company shifted accordingly. Although he hadn't yet fully secured his position, this step was crucial for him, so the red envelope he gave was sincere and the amount was quite generous. Jiang Ruochu felt a little guilty looking at the red envelope. After all, Zhai Lu didn't know that the so-called big spender was actually herself. Despite her guilty conscience, she accepted it with a smile. Jiang Ruochu replied, "Thank you, boss. No wonder he can afford to book a private room. He's being kept by a sugar daddy." Chapter 60 Prank. A sarcastic, A mocking voice came from behind Jiang Ruochu. She turned around and saw Lu Buju standing not far away. His delicate face was distorted with jealousy and resentment. Black Egg, whose phone was hanging on the screen, immediately sensed a strong malice, even more intense than in the private room. Previously, Lu Buju and Bisui Yingchangking had been arrogantly mocking the cut a penny less policy, but with Jiang Ruochu's appearance, the situation reversed, and their malice naturally intensified. In contrast, Jiang Ruochu remained remarkably calm, while Haydn silently watched the show. After hearing the accusations, Jiang Ruochu found it laughable. Hearing that giving money means being kept? Did your brain grow up in a gutter? Not to be outdone, Lu Bu retorted, you spend your sugar daddy's money to act all generous, and you even hang out with so many men. Does your sugar daddy know? The girl next to her chimed in, saying that she was a womanizer and wasn't afraid of losing her allowance. Jiang Ruochu put away her phone and slowly walked towards them. Looks like it was my fault for not offering you drinks earlier. Lu Buju and her companions, remembering her savagery, immediately panicked and screamed, security! Someone's going to hit someone. The companion also called for a waiter. The shrill noise made Black Egg feel like its membrane was about to crack. Jiang Ruochu got annoyed and was about to take action when Black Egg also got annoyed and prepared to move the egg. Jiang Ruochu suddenly felt her phone move slightly in her pocket. She looked down and saw the corridor lights flickering and crackling. The next second, with a snap, the glass light above them shattered, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. In the dim light, their distorted shadows were reflected in the decorative glass on the wall. The shadows stretched longer and longer, as if they were alive, climbing up to the ceiling and lunging at them menacingly. Ah, a ghost! Lu Buju and his companions screamed in terror, covering their heads. Jiang Ruochu looked at the wall in confusion. Everything looked normal in the mirror next to her, except for her standing there. The two, terrified, pushed and shoved each other, scrambling to run backward. In the end, one bumped into the other, and both fell heavily to the ground. Black Egg laughed so hard his egg-like body trembled. Hearing the commotion, the staff at Yuanju Pavilion rushed over, quickly turned on the emergency lights, and anxiously inquired about the situation. Lu Buju cried and threatened to complain, saying the place was haunted and she needed to leave immediately. One had scraped her knee, and the other was crying uncontrollably. They were both in a terrible state. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the chaotic scene, thoughtfully clutching her pocket. She felt her phone was heavier than before and it wobbled slightly. A staff member asked if she needed to go to the infirmary, but she snapped out of her reverie and simply said she was fine. Jiang Ruochu, no longer wanting to witness the farce, returned to her private room alone. Upon seeing her return, Princess Baofu immediately asked what had happened outside. Jiang Ruochu calmly replied that she had encountered those she couldn't keep. Princess Baofu jumped up on the spot, anxiously asking if she had been taken advantage of. Jiang Ruochu shook her head. No, they just suddenly went crazy, saying they saw a ghost in the mirror. Everyone looked bewildered. Jiang Ruochu didn't seem to care. I guess he's done too many bad things, so he sees everyone as a ghost. Black Egg was amused by this and couldn't help but sway its egg body again. Princess, please get rich. She pulled Jiang Ruochu to continue singing. Jiang Ruochu, Princess, please get rich, and the short girl sang the game's theme song together. Jiang Ruochu stayed in tune the whole time. Princess, please get rich. Couldn't find the key at all, and the other girl kept jumping around in the middle. Prince, unable to bear it any longer, collapsed onto the sofa, covered his ears, and shouted, Why don't you let 1 cent sing by himself? I can't take it anymore. Princess, who was also eager to get rich, immediately went over, announced that her brother would sing for everyone, and then proceeded to beat him up. The brother and sister were like a pair of clowns, making everyone laugh. Jiang Ruochu wasn't idle either, silently taking pictures of many classic scenes with her phone, especially the clip of the princess sister beating up the prince brother, and then sending them to Meng Xian in real time. Chapter 61. True Friends. Meng Xian is currently in solitary confinement and is bored out of his mind, so he can only wait anxiously for Jiang Ruochu to post photos of the gathering. Upon receiving the photos, he immediately became excited. He hadn't expected Brother 85 to actually be a towering 1.85 meters tall, and he had finally met the princess and prince, the twin siblings. The princess had always said that the two looked alike, and now that he saw them, it was indeed true. Meng Xian was an orphan from a young age. Although he usually didn't want to think about it, he couldn't help but feel envious when he saw others growing up with brothers and sisters. He saw Zidao's photo again and remembered that the other person had said that he was good-looking. People even joked that he could play Dongfang Booby. Now it seemed quite true. Looking at the photos, Meng Xian felt increasingly nostalgic and couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could attend the gathering as well. Finally, he sincerely thanked Jiang Ruochu, saying that she had helped him fulfill his wish. The next second, a system notification sounded. Jiang Ruochu completed Meng Xian's task of attending the game party and received 100 points. Because Meng Xian's satisfaction rate reached 100%, she received an additional 100 points and gained the special skill Eternal Onefold. Jiang Ruochu looked puzzled. The name sounded absurd. She clicked on the skill description and found that while the content was written in a fancy way, the core meaning was the same. She could get a 10% discount on plane tickets, train tickets, and other public transportation tickets. Speechless, she told the system to keep the description simpler in the future. The system reluctantly gave an O, but in its heart, it decided never to change it. After all, it was the copy it had painstakingly written. This skill isn't exactly useless, since it is indeed practical. But for Jiang Ruochu, who already has tens of millions in assets and has not a dream of becoming hundreds of millions in the future, it's not that important. Later, Jiang Ruochu heard that the gathering of the neighboring Wenxing Valley and Wentian, Wendy Buwenji was terrible. The atmosphere became even more awkward after Lu Bu went crazy and said a penny will attract ghosts. She told Meng Xian about the farce, and the sensitive Meng Xian rarely joked, saying that with her help, his reputation of cutting a penny off every time would probably spread in the two gangs. Perhaps because she was no longer in her original environment, Meng Xian was more open-minded and cheerful than before. In contrast, Jiang Ruochu's gathering was exceptionally successful. Everyone played until midnight before packing up, taking a group photo before leaving, and promising to get together again sometime. After receiving the group photo, Jiang Ruochu immediately sent it to Meng Xian. Looking at everyone's happy smiles in the photo, Meng Xian said it was good that she could go in her place. At least it made everyone a little happier. Jiang Ruochu asked him why he said that. Meng Xian confessed that in real life he was not likable, not good at getting along with people, and had a twisted personality. He could only pretend to be decent online, but when he actually went to a party, he would mostly just shrink into a corner and do whatever others told him to do. But Jiang Ruochu was different. She went in his place, at least leaving everyone with a good impression that Yimao is both beautiful and knows how to get things done. Jiang Ruochu didn't comment on his personality, nor did she condescendingly advise him to change. She simply told him that being able to clearly recognize oneself was a great strength in itself. Many people live aimlessly, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge their own shortcomings. Hearing her comment, Meng Xian smiled and admitted that she did seem to be doing quite well. Seeing that the gathering was ending, Jiang Ruochu prepared to say goodbye. Meng Xian then reminded her to remind everyone to be careful on their way home. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile as she read this. Isn't that a great strength? At the entrance of Yuanju Pavilion, Jiang Ruochu hugged each of the girls who came to the party. Everyone thanked her for her hospitality, and some even joked that they had actually drunk such expensive wine and that they had really splurged for once. Jiang Ruochu was held by the hands of several girls, who were all reluctant to part. She smiled and told them not to be shy, to have fun, and to remember to let everyone know they were safe in the newly created group chat when they got back to their accommodation. Everyone waved goodbye and left one after another. Yibu stood silently to the side until almost everyone had left before stepping forward and looking at Jiang Ruochu with a hint of something unsaid. Actually, Jiang Ruochu noticed that he seemed a little absent-minded during the latter half of the party. She took the initiative to ask him what was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, I asked, "Actually, you're not a penny, are you?" Jiang Ruochu was not surprised, but asked him why he thought that way. I have to say, I usually have a lot of contact with Yimao, and I feel that Yimao is a very sensitive person. Although he makes grand pronouncements in the game, he probably wouldn't be able to say a word in person. Especially today's incident of getting someone drunk, I just can't imagine that Yimao could do such a thing. Meng Xian genuinely couldn't do it himself. So when he learned that Jiang Ruochu had done these things for him, he simply exclaimed how satisfying it was. In any case, he'd probably only ever be the one standing on the sidelines applauding for the rest of his life. I quickly added that I was just guessing and that people have many facets, different in games, chats, and real life. If I was wrong, I hope she wouldn't mind. Jiang Ruochu readily admitted, "Your feeling is correct. I am indeed not worth a penny." I was stunned for a moment, then I couldn't help but laugh and say that even if this guy was too shy to come, he didn't need to spend money to hire someone. Jiang Ruochu calmly told him that she was Meng Xian's friend. Meng Xian couldn't come, so she was fulfilling his last wish on his behalf. My expression changed drastically, and I repeated in shock, "Last wish." Jiang Ruochu nodded gently and said that Meng Xian, who was called Cut a Coin and Lose a Penny, had already passed away. She whispered Meng Xian's name, as if leaving him with the last trace in this world. The smile on my face froze, and shock slowly surfaced in my eyes. We finally processed the news. My eyes were even a little red. He murmured, "Dead? How could he be dead?" A gentle breeze blew by, and the night suddenly seemed very long. Chapter 62, Testing the Black Egg. I took a few deep breaths, wiped my face hard, and my lips were trembling. How did he leave? He was so young. How could he be gone? He still couldn't believe it. Jiang Ruochu sighed and could only tell the truth. I stayed up all night playing games, the one when I got the limited time reward. I want to be 185 and immediately fell silent. Jiang Ruochu looked at him and earnestly reminded him, "You guys shouldn't stay up all night playing games anymore." She really wanted to say that this was the advice of the person in question, but if she actually said it, she would probably be sent to a mental hospital on the spot. I nodded quickly. "I won't stay up any longer. I won't stay up anymore." After a few seconds, he asked again, "Has he been buried?" I remember Meng Xian had no relatives. Is anyone handling his funeral arrangements? The fact that he asked this far shows that he truly cares about Meng Xian. For someone like Meng Xian, who has no relatives, the funeral arrangements are usually handled by the neighborhood committee, collecting the body and closing the household registration. Jiang Ruochu had previously asked Meng Xian if he wanted a tomb built for him. Meng Xian said no, since no one would pay respects to him anyway. Others would receive offerings during festivals, but he wouldn't, which would only make him seem more lonely. So Jiang Ruochu calmly said, he said he doesn't need it. I was stunned. Jiang Ruochu added without changing her expression, "We've talked about this before." He knew he had no relatives, so he said in advance that after he died, he would return to dust and ashes, and there was no need to go through the funeral process. I lowered my head, as if slowly processing the fact that Imao was no longer there. After a while, I looked up and asked, "May I tell the people who came today this news?" As he spoke, he looked into the distance. Jiang Ruochu followed his gaze and saw Princess, Prince, and Brother Self-Knife all standing by the roadside, clearly waiting for his message. Jiang Ruochu thought for a moment and felt there was nothing to hide, so she nodded. "Okay. I want to rub my eyes. Thank you for coming to the party on his behalf. It's good that he still has a friend like you who is willing to go to great lengths for him even after he's gone." Jiang Ruochu said, "I didn't expect you guys could tell that I wasn't him. It's really good that he can meet friends like you who remember him and care about him." I chuckled sheepishly and said, "Actually, I've always thought Imao should be a boy, right?" "Yes. I knew it. I've always considered him a buddy." Sometimes, friendships don't just exist in real life. As long as you get along well and share similar values, you can become true friends even through a game. If you don't click, you might not be able to become close friends even after knowing each other for 10 or 20 years. I said goodbye to Jiang Ruochu and turned to find the others. After saying a few words to them, Jiang Ruochu suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and leaned on her brother's shoulder, crying. While comforting his sister, Prince King Fakai secretly wiped away his tears. The group consoled each other, and after calming down, they waved to Jiang Ruochu together. Jiang Ruochu waved to them and watched them leave. Afterwards, she sent a message to Meng Xian. "Jiang Ruochu, I told him you left." Meng Xian, actually it's not really necessary." Jiang Ruochu, "They realized I wasn't you and asked me about it. I didn't think there was any need to hide it." Jiang Ruochu, "It's not that no one cares about you in this world. You're not as bad as you think." These words, like a summer night breeze, traveled across vast distances to another world. The wind swept across the pond in front of Meng Xian's house, rustling the lotus leaves, rippling the water, and also seeping into his heart. Meng Xian sat by the window, staring at those lines of text, her nose and eyes stinging with tears. No matter how hard she tried to hold them back, they streamed down her face. He was abandoned by his parents, and his personality wasn't exactly likable. But it turns out he did have friends, including a good buddy who recognized him. Mang Xin laughed and cried at the same time, inwardly cursing himself for being so weak. A man doesn't easily shed tears, so why was he crying like this? But he never expected that his crying in a room, after being relayed to the Empress by a secret agent, would be interpreted as him being solitary confinement, feeling depressed, and weeping uncontrollably. In the end, Mang Xian was blessed with good fortune and was released by the Empress ahead of schedule. When he later learned the truth, he felt that rumors were more ferocious than tigers. The gathering was temporarily over. Jiang Ruochu checked her pockets. Her phone was still there, but Hey Dan was gone. Actually, she took the black egg off near the end of the party and deliberately left it in the private room. She had asked the system if demonic creatures would be sent over. The system replied that delivering living beings is not allowed, otherwise the world would descend into chaos. Jiang Ruochu then asked Fu Yinshi why one of the 10 magic stones was egg-shaped, unlike the others. Fu Yinshi explained that magic stones are not molded, but grow naturally, so it's normal for them to have different shapes. Fu Yinshi said that he only submitted carefully selected magic stones, so most of them were round and beautiful. In reality, most of the magic stones were pitted and oddly shaped. Jiang Ruochu, however, felt that the magic stone seemed to possess its own consciousness. After all, the explosion of the lights in the corridor just now was too strange. Upon hearing this, Fu Yinshi immediately became excited. Then you've encountered a mutated magic stone, a 1 in a million treasure. It's stronger than ordinary magic stones, and if properly cared for, it can even develop sentience, just like a magical pet in a TV drama. Jiang Ruochu then realized that if it really was a mutated magic stone, it had arrived in the modern world by exploiting a loophole in the system's rules. Because it wasn't a living being, it fit the delivery setting. She couldn't help but say to the system, "Small bug, you really have a lot of bugs." The system was silent for a moment, then spoke up, "Are you insulting me?" Jiang Ruochu naturally denied it. "Why don't you taste it again?" The system remained silent. It was unclear whether it had gone to savor the information or had already figured out. Jiang Ruochu continued to ask Fu Yinshi, "How can I determine if it is a mutation?" Fu Yinshi replied, "A magical stone with sentience will come to you on its own." Jiang Ruochu then asked, "What if it doesn't come?" Fu Yinshi calmly replied, "Jiyuan Pavilion, right? I know that place. The staff are very professional. They always return lost items they find." Jiang Ruochu thought his method was flawless and unparalleled, always finding a delicate balance between reliable and unreliable. So, she sent Fu Yinshi a Stephen Chow clapping emoji. Chapter 63, Staring Wide-Eyed at Little Egg. On the other side, Black Egg found the human gathering too noisy, so he switched to a don't listen, you bastard chanting closed-off mode and fell asleep peacefully. When he woke up, the private room was empty. Black Egg instantly became alert, spun around, and scanned the room. Where was everyone? He quickly discovered that he couldn't see the strange text messages as long as Jiang Ruochu was far away. This made him even more certain that his arrival in this world must be related to Jiang Ruochu. Hey Dan waited patiently for a long time. Time passed by, and he remained patient. After all, waiting was his forte. But as he grew sleepy, Jiang Ruochu still hadn't returned. He finally realized that Jiang Ruochu might have forgotten him here. This careless human was truly exasperating. Fortunately, he had absorbed enough evil energy these past few days and was now able to move on his own. It doesn't matter if Jiang Ruochu leaves him behind. He could go find her himself. Hey Dan has a very good attitude. There's food everywhere in this world, and he won't starve even if he doesn't follow Jiang Ruochu. But he knew that since he was connected with Jiang Ruochu, he would most likely have to rely on her to go back in the future, so he absolutely could not wander outside. Black Egg rolled off the sofa and all the way to the door, where it used its tiny egg-like body to shove open the heavy door of the private room. After creating a crack, it looked left and right, then chose the left side to continue rolling. He had a good memory. He remembered the way out of Yuanju Pavilion and the direction back to the hotel. More importantly, he deduced from the conversation between Jiang Ruochu and Yin Mingyu, as well as the attitude of the old man who had built him the small apartment, that his clothes must be quite valuable. Valuable items attract thieves, so Black Egg deliberately chose to travel in secluded places. When it encountered people, it would roll into a corner, shrink into a crevice, and only emerge again after the person had gone far away. He had seriously considered that Jiang Ruochu, who didn't seem wealthy, had spent a fortune to build him a beautiful little home. Even if they eventually parted ways, he should return the home to Jiang Ruochu. If Jiang Ruochu knew what he was thinking, she would probably feel a pang of conscience for a second. As the Black Egg rolled down to the first floor, it passed right by the terrifying escape room area. Screams echoed from inside. The soundproofing of the enclosed room was actually quite good, but Black Egg's hearing was too sharp, and he still caught those joyful screams. What followed was intense fear. This was one of his favorite wicked foods. Black Egg hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to eat a few bites before leaving. Anyway, going back half an hour earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. Jiang Ruochu waited outside for a long time, but neither saw the egg-shaped magic stone nor received a call from the staff of Yuanju Pavilion informing her of the lost item. She began to wonder if she was being too sensitive. Perhaps the shaking she felt earlier was just her imagination, and the corridor lights exploding might just be a coincidence. After all, Fu Yinchi had said that mutated magic stones were 1 in 10,000. It was almost time. After a long journey and a night of playing, Jiang Ruochu was also a little sleepy. She lazily yawned and went back into the Yuanju Pavilion to retrieve the magic stone. She hadn't gone far when she saw something glowing at the entrance to the terrifying escape room area. Jiang Ruochu walked over quickly. A person and an egg, staring wide-eyed at the small egg. Black Egg noticed her presence and immediately suppressed its light, pretending to be nonchalant. Jiang Ruochu found it somewhat amusing to watch its cautious yet feigned composure. She stepped forward and with clumsy acting said, "Oh, so it fell here." Although her acting was very fake, Hey Dan believed it and thought to himself, "What did I drop here? I clearly walked here by myself. Thank goodness I found it." Jiang Ruochu picked up the Black Egg, blew on it a few times, wiped off the dust, and then put it in her pocket. She felt lucky. She had probably really encountered the mutated magic stone Fu Yinchi had mentioned. This thing not only came looking for her, but it also knew how to hide, so its intelligence was clearly not low. Why did it stop moving after reaching the first floor? Did it get lost? At that moment, the door to the terrifying secret room next door opened, and several young people walked out, their faces pale and staggering, their eyes vacant and their steps unsteady. Some people were devastated, saying they would never play horror games again. Others mentioned that when a female ghost grabbed their feet, their hair almost stood on end. Jiang Ruochu then realized that Haydn wasn't lost at all. He just couldn't resist the sight of food, making her wait outside for so long in vain. She was both amused and exasperated, and a mischievous idea quickly popped into her head, to get a little revenge on Black Egg. Back at the hotel, Jiang Ruochu put the Black Egg on the table and muttered to herself, "It's so dark, I doubt anyone would pick it up if it fell on the ground." Black Egg fell silent. He was clearly clever. He knew to avoid humans. Jiang Ruochu then examined it seriously. "Sigh, it would be great if it were a different color, otherwise it looks a bit ugly when I take it out." After saying that, she left the Black Egg on the table and turned to go to the bathroom. Black Egg was immediately filled with doubt. Really? You shouldn't be ugly, right? Black, such a noble and beautiful color. But then he remembered that his mother didn't seem to like wearing black very much either. Could it be that Jiang Ruochu really didn't like black? Hey Dan was a little troubled. He was worried that Jiang Ruochu would dislike him and stop taking him out in the future. Although he could go out and find food on his own, what if Jiang Ruochu left him out of town again and didn't bother to look for him? It would be troublesome for him to find her then. He's waiting to grow bigger and stronger so he can go back and beat up his parents. After much thought, Black Egg decided that the most urgent task was to make Jiang Ruochu like him. He currently had enough magic power. Although he couldn't transform yet, changing his color wouldn't be difficult. The question is, what color does Jiang Ruochu like? She didn't say. Hey Dan recalled carefully and found that most of Jiang Ruochu's small items were orange-toned. Phone cases, keychains, and the pretty little nest he made for her were either gold or orange. Therefore, Haydn concluded that Jiang Ruochu might like orange tones. With a gentle spell, he transformed himself into gold. It must be said that Hey Dan is indeed very observant. Jiang Ruochu's phone case is printed with "Good things happen" and has many persimmons drawn on it. Her keychain also has a golden lion head hanging on it, which means may all your wishes come true. When Jiang Ruochu came out after washing up, she saw that the black egg on the table had turned golden, and she fell silent. She was certain that the black egg did indeed possess intelligence, but its taste was rather ordinary. If Black Egg knew what she was thinking, he'd probably vomit blood on the spot. Just then, Fu Yinshi sent Jiang Ruochu a message. Fu Yinshi, a tale of immortals and demons, so. Are you sure now? Chapter 64, Negotiation. Jiang Ruochu quickly replied. It's confirmed. It is a mutated magic stone. When Black Egg saw the message, its eyes widened like saucers. Considering that Jiang Ruochu had deliberately abandoned it earlier that day and said she didn't like black, it finally realized that it had been tested by this human. Since he couldn't hide it any longer, Black Egg simply laid its cards on the table and turned back to black in front of Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu paused for half a second, tapped her fingers lightly on the table, and quickly made a judgment in her mind. She was clearly chatting with Fu Yinshi, but the Black Egg suddenly changed color, indicating that it could not only see the chat content, but also realize that it had been exposed. Fu Yinshi was also surprised, saying that mutated magic stones were extremely rare and had very strong defensive capabilities, making them virtually untouchable in the modern world unless bombarded by missiles. Jiang Ruochu immediately reminded him to be careful with his wording, and Fu Yinshi quickly retracted his statement. Fu Yinshi then tentatively suggested that Jiang Ruochu deliver the mutated magic stone to him during the next transaction, and he would then exchange it for a regular magic stone or compensate her with something else. Black Egg clearly didn't want to go back. It was growing very fast here, and when Jiang Ruochu looked down at it, she could see a hint of gloom in the pitch-black egg. Jiang Ruochu only replied with 5 words, "I'll think about it." This statement simultaneously controlled both Fu Yinshi and Haydn. She wanted Haydn to understand that the decision of whether to leave or not was in her hands. She added that, given the current state of the demon realm, leveling up with the magic stones would actually be faster if they remained in the modern world. Fu Yinshi thought about it, and admitted that there was some truth to that. The item had already been sent. He could only negotiate, not force the issue. Fu Yinshi then said that he might be busy recently and wouldn't have time to go online, but that he could leave a message if he needed anything. Jiang Ruochu asked what had happened, and he said that the young master of the demon clan had gone missing, and the entire demon clan was searching for him. Jiang Ruochu casually sighed. That unlucky kid. Fu Yinshi reminded her that the other person was almost 300 years old, so he shouldn't be considered a kid. Jiang Ruochu's pupils dilated slightly, and she immediately corrected herself. That unlucky old man. Black Egg immediately bristled. What old thing? At its age, it was in its prime among demons. Of course, that was assuming it had already taken human form. Jiang Ruochu asked again. At 300 years old, it shouldn't matter if he gets lost, right? He'll always come back on his own. Fu Yinshi said he didn't know either. The demon lord had ordered a search for their son, but the couple was still chasing after the immortal lord. He was prepared to just give them a perfunctory answer. Black Egg silently turned around and looked at the moon outside the window, as if sighing, a casual father, a casual mother, and a casual son who went to wander. At this moment, Jiang Ruochu had a misconception. She thought that the 300-year-old demon prince must be in human form. Coupled with Fu Yinshi's misleading statement, she did not connect the Black Egg in front of her with the demon prince at all. After ending the chat, Jiang Ruochu looked at Black Egg and asked it directly if it could understand human speech, think, have emotions, and see her virtual chat. Black Egg was somewhat shocked, not expecting to have inadvertently revealed so much. Now that it had been seen through, it stopped pretending and shook its egg body up and down, as if to admit it. Jiang Ruochu asked it again if it didn't want to go back. The Black Egg first shook up and down, then left and right. Jiang Ruochu pondered for a moment and guessed that it didn't want to go back now, but would want to go back later. Black Egg nodded immediately. Communicating with smart people is indeed much easier. Jiang Ruochu then asked if it was Black Egg that caused what happened in the Jiuan Pavilion corridor earlier. Black Egg nodded slightly. At this point, Jiang Ruochu was basically certain that Black Egg was at least protecting her. She agreed to let it stay, and it could return when it wanted to. But she also made a condition. Before returning, it had to do what a magic stone was supposed to do. Black Egg nodded, indicating that it had no problem. Jiang Ruochu then asked it if it could actively disable her virtual chat. She suspected that Black Egg had become an unofficial group member because of its transmigration and could see her messages with others. The Black Egg swayed left and then right, as if unsure. Jiang Ruochu then summoned the chat page and asked it to try closing it with its mind. If it could, it would nod. If not, it would sway. A few seconds later, Black Egg nodded. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a big deal if they were seen chatting casually, but Black Egg couldn't see her private conversations with the transmigrator. Black Egg continued to nod. It didn't like watching anyway and found it annoying, so it simply jumped up and down a couple of times in protest. Seeing it jumping around so enthusiastically, Jiang Ruochu was afraid it would break itself, so she patted its head and said it was a deal, but warned it not to try anything funny. Since she could get it here, she could certainly make it break apart. This was just a bluff, but Black Egg wasn't really scared. Instead, it swayed rapidly up and down and side to side, as if asking if it was true or not. Jiang Ruochu smiled and simply replied, "You can try." Black Egg meant no harm and had no intention of testing, so it slowly lay down. Jiang Ruochu understood its meaning, and her smile deepened as she let it rest. She was about to go back to her bedroom, but then got up and went out again. She had booked a hotel suite, and Black Egg had been left on the sofa in the lounge area. When Jiang Ruochu came out, she saw it standing on top of the sofa, quietly gazing at the moon. She asked it if it was hot, and the Black Egg swayed from side to side. She then asked if it was cold, and the Black Egg continued to shake its head. Jiang Ruochu yawned as she returned to her room, reminding it not to wander off. This world is full of surveillance cameras. If it were captured and studied by a secret national department, she wouldn't be able to save it. As soon as she finished speaking, the sleep light in the room flickered, as if to say thank you. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, "Not bad, at least he's a polite magic stone." Chapter 65, Paying Off the Debts. The next day, Jiang Ruochu got up early and transferred part of the auction proceeds she received the night before into the repayment account. The 50 million debt has finally been completely cleared. The mountain that had been weighing on the Jiang family had completely disappeared. Jiang Ruochu stared at her phone screen for a long time, refreshing it several times to make sure her account was okay, before excitedly standing up and stretching lazily while gazing at the view outside the balcony. Being debt-free felt wonderful, especially since she still had millions in savings in her account. As the morning sunlight fell upon her, Jiang Ruochu felt for the first time that the whole world had brightened up. She initially wanted to call her mother and brother immediately, but then she thought it would be better to tell them in person. The whole family could celebrate together, and as for how the money came about, it wouldn't be clear over the phone. After figuring it out, Jiang Ruochu temporarily suppressed her impulse, cheered, pounced on the sofa, and happily rolled around a few times while hugging a cushion. Black Egg couldn't understand what she was so happy about. He only saw her laughing nonstop as soon as she woke up, walking around, her whole being radiant. That kind of emotion couldn't be eaten or filled his stomach, but as he watched, he inexplicably felt a little happy as well. Just then, a new message popped up in the group chat. Jiang Ruochu glanced at Black Egg and saw that it had rolled out onto the balcony to sunbathe, striking a haughty pose that said, "Stay away from me." Jiang Ruochu was speechless, but thinking about the chat history in the group that was always 99 plus messages, it was indeed quite noisy. Zhongzhen excitedly flooded the group chat, saying that the bottles and jars Jiang Ruochu had sent over last time were very popular among the alchemists, and everyone was chasing her for the new models every day. She felt like she was about to become the richest person among the sword cultivators. After saying that, she asked if the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill had any effect on Jiang Ruochu's father. Jiang Ruochu replied that it was effective, but the father was still unconscious. After taking the medication, his physical functions improved significantly, and the doctor even suggested transferring him to a rehabilitation and wellness hospital. Zhongzhen comforted her, telling her not to lose heart and that there would always be a way. Jiang Ruochu also understood that at least her father's condition was improving, which was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Afterwards, she asked Zhongzhen to help her inquire whether there were any miraculous elixirs in the cultivation world that could awaken people. After all, even ancient emperors couldn't find a true path to immortality when seeking elixirs, but this time she had truly found the cultivation world. Zhongzhen readily agreed. Ever since those bottles and jars helped her become familiar with the alchemists, asking for medicine wasn't difficult. Even if there wasn't anything readily available, she could probably ask someone to refine it. Jiang Ruochu thanked her sincerely. Zhongzhen said there was no need to be polite, as they were just helping each other out. She also mentioned that if her parents were still alive, she would definitely ask Jiang Ruochu to look after them. Among the transmigrators, Zhongzhen had the fewest worries and the fewest needs. She was willing to go to great lengths because, after spending time together, she truly considered Jiang Ruochu a friend. Jiang Ruochu, afraid of stirring up her sad memories, sent a comforting emoji. Zhongzhen quickly cheered up again, saying that perhaps her parents had also traveled through time like her and were now enjoying themselves in another world. Jiang Ruochu then suggested that Zhongzhen send her parents' grave address so she could help sweep the graves when she went to see the cat. Since time travel was possible, reincarnation was also a possibility, and she couldn't let her aunt and uncle suffer in poverty down there. Zhongzhen immediately got excited and told her to burn down a big house and a lot of money. She also specifically mentioned that her father liked electronic products and her mother loved beauty. Jiang Ruochu then chimed in, suggesting they burn them paper cell phones that were way ahead of the competition, along with several sets of top-tier luxury cosmetics. Zhongzhen immediately emphasized that they didn't want anything less than top-tier. They wanted the most expensive items. This interruption noticeably improved Zhongzhen's mood. In fact, Jiang Ruochu had also asked Fu Yanqi to inquire about news from the Immortal Clan. Fu Yanqi readily agreed, but after all, he was a demon and had limited knowledge of the Immortal Clan. Even if he knew, he might not be able to obtain anything from the Immortal Clan. Jiang Ruochu didn't insist. The myriad realms are so vast, there's always a way. Perhaps the immortal race hasn't reached a conclusion yet, but good news has already arrived from the cultivation world. After the chat ended, she noticed that Black Egg was standing on the balcony watching her, as if silently asking if she was done talking. Jiang Ruochu picked up her backpack and patted it. "Come on, let's go out." The Black Egg immediately rolled over, and she picked it up and hung it on her bag. Jiang Ruochu first went to the hotel buffet to eat and drink her fill, and then rushed to the game festival venue. Although it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Jiang Ruochu took a picture of the sea of people and sent it to Jiang Chui. Jiang Chui was very responsive and immediately replied with a shoulder massage emoji, and also wished her sister good luck. After queuing for about an hour, Jiang Ruochu finally entered the venue. The martial arts PK competition started at noon, with each round lasting 2 hours. She had already registered online, and since there was still time before the competition, she strolled around the exhibition hall. As Jiang Ruochu passed by a fantasy game exhibition area, her bag suddenly vibrated. Looking down, she saw that Black Egg had indeed turned around, with its rear end facing that direction. She asked curiously, "You like watching this?" Black Egg wasn't actually interested. It was just curious. Jiang Ruochu walked over and introduced it to a fantasy game called 10 Lifetimes of Love, with a background of romance between immortals and demons. Upon hearing the words, "love between immortals and demons," the Black Egg's whole body felt uneasy. There was a cosplay performance in the exhibition area. The most popular character was the tall and handsome Demon Lord, who wore large black wings and bullhorn props on his head. He had a tall and straight figure and looked really cool. Many players lined up to take photos with him. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but ask Haydn. The demon race also has a Demon Lord. I wonder how this cosplay version compares to the real Demon Lord. Although Black Egg couldn't speak, its attitude was clear. It wasn't good enough, completely incomparable. It even felt a little regretful, wondering why it couldn't be more ambitious and outdo its scumbag father. Regardless, Black Egg was quite the filial son. It helplessly turned sideways, and Jiang Ruochu understood. She hadn't expected this magic stone to be so picky. Not long after, a female fairy cosplayer appeared and engaged in intimate interactions with the Demon Lord, eliciting excited screams from the surrounding players. Black Egg, clearly unable to resist this fairy-demon romance, immediately dragged Jiang Ruochu away. Jiang Ruochu continued browsing the exhibition, and Black Egg followed her, broadening its horizons. It slowly came to understand that the large boxes in this world were called computers, and the small boxes were called mobile phones, like some kind of magical artifact that could connect everyone, and they contained all sorts of strange software. The original world's immortal and demonic structure not only didn't exist here, but it had even become a game played by others. On the nth day after transmigrating to the modern world, Black Egg felt a slight melancholy. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. "Oh, who is this? Isn't it our beautiful Emao?" Black Egg instantly sensed the intense malice and immediately stood up straight, looking at the newcomer with Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu turned around and immediately recognized the group of people who had sat next to Bishui Yingchenking at the gathering last night. They were most likely from Winching Valley. But she deliberately feigned a blank expression and asked, "Who are you?" The men's sneers froze instantly, as if they had punched cotton. All the sarcastic words they were about to say were forced back down their throats. Chapter 66. Fight me, I'll charge extra. A friend of mine, whose eyes reflected the sky, said sarcastically, "I heard you guys had a lot of fun last night." Jiang Ruochu countered, "Oh, it seems you guys aren't having fun?" At this moment, Bishui Yingchenking also met up with his friends. The moment he saw Jiang Ruochu, his face darkened, and his eyes blazed with anger. Last night's outburst had resulted in her breaking up with him, and he blamed Jiang Ruochu entirely for it. Friend A put his arm around his shoulder and angrily cursed, "Deputy, it's all this woman's fault that you broke up with your sister-in-law." Friend B chimed in, "That's right, your sister-in-law is such a good person, and she ruined everything." Jiang Ruochu almost burst out laughing when she heard this gossip. She pretended to be innocent on the surface, but secretly she quickly sent the message to the transmigration group. Jiang Ruochu. That gaming couple broke up last night. Love is so fragile. The group chat immediately buzzed with excitement. Yuan Tang Tang joked that this gossip even had after-sales service, while Chui Shuai was even more blunt, saying that this kind of relationship was so fragile it should be tested in a post-apocalyptic world. Meng Xian, however, was worried that Jiang Ruochu might get into trouble. Jiang Ruochu remained calm, saying that there were many people around and there was nothing to be afraid of, and told everyone to continue enjoying the show. Black Egg was also watching the spectacle. It could sense people's hearts and realized that while blue water reflecting the skies, two friends were saying they were indignant on his behalf, they were actually also jealous. Jealous that he had found a girlfriend in the game. Bai Shui and Chong Kong clearly didn't want to be exposed in front of Jiang Ruochu, and his expression grew increasingly grim. To make matters worse, his friends were still egging him on. "Vice Guild leader, go and duel her. Let's settle this in the game and win your sister-in-law back." Bishwing Chenking Kong cursed them inwardly for their harm. Everyone knew how effective the cut a penny off every time tactic was. His Wudong style was textbook perfect in the game. The guild leader disliked him, yet maintained a facade of harmony. Wasn't it all for the sake of that reputation? Friend A lowered his voice and advised him, "I don't believe she's really Emao. Maybe Emao is too ugly, so he paid to hire a beautiful woman who doesn't know how to play at all." Friend B chimed in, "Yeah, how good can a woman's skills be?" After listening to this, Bai Shui and Chongkong's resolve began to waver. Black Egg sensed their malice, and its body flashed slightly. Jiang Ruochu received a hint and guessed that they were plotting against her. The Black Egg flickered and then flashed faster, as if asking if they needed to be disciplined. Jiang Ruochu patted the golden cage and said softly, "No need, I can handle it." What she meant by getting things under control wasn't waiting for them to challenge her to a duel. She went directly to the martial arts PK arena. She had booked the 12 o'clock session, which was about to begin. Seeing her about to leave, Frenda quickly led a group to catch up and taunt her. "How about we PK in the game?" Jiang Ruochu looked them over and said in a light tone, "Sure, but you'll have to pay me to fight with me." The men's eyes widened immediately. "You're too arrogant. Who do you think you are?" Jiang Ruochu wasn't flustered at all. Every game she played before was paid for. Why would she play with these people for no reason? "Dream on," she calmly said. "I'm nobody special, but these are my rules. If you want to fight me, you'll have to pay extra. After all, it's reasonable to charge some workers' compensation for playing games with idiots." At this moment, a staff member holding up the PK list for the 12 o'clock session shouted, "Cut it down by 1 cent for every one cut." "They're here." Jiang Ruochu timed her arrival perfectly, entering the waiting area before the group could get in her way. Official security personnel were stationed inside, so no one dared to force their way in. Jiang Ruochu stood leisurely inside, even smiling and waving at them. Those men could only watch helplessly from outside. Black Egg's eyes widened too. So this was Jiang Ruochu's plan. Thinking about it carefully, it really wasn't worth wasting time with such a rogue. Black Egg silently learned a lesson. Next time you encounter this kind of person, just flick your sleeve and send them flying. If Jiang Ruochu knew what it was thinking, she probably wouldn't be able to resist asking, "Why don't you think about it again?" After all, she was just avoiding entanglement. She didn't actually send anyone flying. Chapter 6 After verifying her registration information with the officials, Jiang Ruochu calmly sat down on the competition stage. To ensure fairness, all PK matches will use official accounts. Each account contains 12 character classes and includes equipment and appearances accumulated since the server launch. Players can freely choose their class and character combinations. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the audience. Those people were still there, craning their necks to stare at her, as if waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Unfortunately for them, they were destined to see no joke. The real joke would only be themselves. She calmly chose Wudong. As soon as the role was decided, her friends A and B couldn't help but gloat. This is going to be interesting. Her opponent is one of the top monks in the entire server. Who cares if they actually cut the price by a dime? We're going to get crushed this round. In the game, Jianghu swordsmen, Shaolin players are often called monks, while Wudong players are called Taoist priests or nuns. Shaolin has a high defense and is particularly durable. According to official statistics, Shaolin's win rate against Wudong is about 60/40ths, which is why they were so sure that Jiang Ruochu would lose. However, reality quickly proved them wrong. Once the match began, Jiang Ruochu sat on the stage, her movements so fluid and almost without pause that she barely stopped. Wudong skills originate from the yin and yang of Tai Chi, while most other sects have a single system. Wudong uniquely uses two opposing forces, yin and yang. A well-coordinated Wudong skill set makes them a master of crowd control. A poorly coordinated one leaves them vulnerable to attack. Because of this high difficulty, Wudong players are rarely seen on leaderboards, but when they do appear, they are undoubtedly top-tier players. The cut-a-cut and get-a-dime feature was once on the list, but after not logging in for a long time, its ranking gradually dropped, and it eventually disappeared from the list of top 100 people. At noon, a time when many people are eating lunch and taking a break, many gamers clicked on the event's live stream, intending to just watch casually. However, as soon as they entered the Jianghu Xiaoka live stream room, they found their internet speed was choppy and unresponsive. Looking at the number of online users and the speed at which the comment section was flooded, everyone was shocked. Why is it trending so much today? The official title of the live stream for this round of the PK competition was changed to Wudong vs. Shaolin Peak Showdown. Holy crap, this Wudong is amazing. This game was completely under control. I was there. This Wudong practitioner is an absolutely stunning young lady. Just now, some people suspected she was trying to ride the wave of popularity, but now they've proven them wrong. She's got real talent. Looking for server ID, I want to become your apprentice. In front of the camera, Jiang Ruochu's fingers flew across the keyboard. The Wudong she controlled in the game moved gracefully, advancing and retreating with perfect control, and her key maneuvers were executed with extreme precision. 10 minutes later, the match ended. Jiang Ruochu took a risky move and narrowly defeated her opponent. The two game characters simultaneously finished their stances, clasped their fists at each other, and the pre-prepared message from the organizers appeared above their heads. May we meet again someday. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. The opposing Shaolin player was indeed skilled, and she hadn't won this game easily, but thankfully she still managed to win. As she looked up, her opponent also happened to be looking over. They smiled at each other, and the other person generously praised her. Impressive, impressive. After winning the match, Jiang Ruochu received a limited edition prize from the organizers. Because the match was so exciting, the official staff took the opportunity to interview her, and the clip was quickly posted online. She only said that she couldn't reveal her server name because she was busy with work and didn't play much. She was just collecting the reward on behalf of her younger brother. After watching the interview, netizens immediately began to envy her brother. I also want to be your younger brother. Not a blood brother, just a younger brother will be fine too. This girl looks familiar. She seems to be the same auctioneer who could switch fluently between English and Chinese and also understood French. The dimensional barrier has been broken. Talented people are truly talented at everything they do. This little incident didn't affect Jiang Ruochu for long. After netizens finished praising her, their attention shifted again when the next match started. Before leaving, Jiang Ruochu glanced at the spots where Bishwing, Changkong, and Wenkingu had been sitting. They were now empty. It seemed they were too ashamed to stay any longer. She shrugged indifferently, feeling that one should be discerning when making friends in games. At this point, I messaged her from 185, asking when she would be free to go online. They wanted to hold a ceremony for the cut 1 cent and reduce 1 cent promotion and invited her to participate. Jiang Ruochi replied, "I can do it now. I'll be online in half an hour after I get back to the hotel." Back at the hotel, she logged into her cut a cent off account. "I need 185 to send me the location. Come to the top of Wudong Mountain." Jiang Ruochi rode her horse to the top of Wudong Mountain. There are already quite a few people there. "I want to be 185 centimeters tall. Princess, please get rich. Prince, please get rich." And those who want to practice this skill must first cut themselves are all there. There are also a few familiar IDs next to her, some of whom she has attended the gathering, and some of whom she has not. I want to tell her that he didn't tell everyone about Mao's passing. Only his close friends knew. We've all gathered here today to bid farewell to Mao. Jiang Ruochi understood that this was probably the last thing these online friends could do for Meng Xian. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone simultaneously chose cut 1 cent less for every cut and set off fireworks. The fireworks are called Intimate Friendship, a paid item in the game. Every time a player uses it, both players will be logged into the world chat. Soon, notifications kept popping up in the world chat. So-and-so, a chivalrous heroine, used the Intimate Friendship skill in a 1 cut less than 1 cent exchange. Time may pass, but our friendship will endure. May we remain friends forever. Colorful fireworks illuminated the night sky over Wudong Mountain. Jiang Ruochi took a screenshot of this scene and sent it to Meng Xian. "You were born alone, but you are not alone. At least for a moment, you truly remain in someone else's heart." Meng Xian's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at those familiar IDs. Yuan Tang Tang exclaimed that it was like a cyberpunk funeral. Zhong Zhun said that friendship is not about quantity, distance, or manner. Sincerity is what matters. Meng Xian was so excited that she was almost incoherent, only able to thank everyone repeatedly, and then asked Jiang Ruochi to help her thank everyone. The atmosphere was still somewhat somber when Fu Yinchi suddenly blurted out, "Wow, Meng Xian got a grand funeral before me." The group chat instantly filled with laughing and crying emojis. Meng Xian, who was wiping away tears, was amused and accidentally choked on her own saliva. Fu Yinchi added that when his body is found in the future, everyone should hold a funeral just as grand as this one. The bigger the better, and then show it to the group members. Zhong Zhun thought about it, and felt that it would be quite awkward for them to witness his own funeral, or even for him to attend his own funeral. Jiang Ruochi then jokingly asked Fu Yinchi if 10 fireworks would be enough. She was just kidding, but Hey Dan silently remembered it. After all, if it weren't for Fu Yinchi's carelessness back then, he wouldn't have had the chance to come into this world and have a full meal. Jiang Ruochi promised to thank Meng Xian's game friends on his behalf, and she did so very directly. She bought the latest in-game fashion items and gave 1 set to each of her friends who came to attend this glorious funeral. She had originally asked Meng Xian if they wanted to leave a few words, but after thinking about it, they both felt it wasn't appropriate. Leaving a message in Meng Xian's voice would seem like a ghost coming back to life, and it might scare their friends quite a bit. Finally, Jiang Ruochi only left 2 words in the email. "Thank you." She then left her account, which had been reduced by 1 cent for every hit at the Wudong apprenticeship location. This was where Meng Xian's game began, and it also became where his game ended. Cut the price by 1 cent for every cut, and it's gone offline forever. Chapter 68, No More Worries About Money. After finishing her business with the game, Jiang Ruochi suddenly remembered that Meng Xian had mentioned wanting to compensate his landlord. After all, the person had died in the landlord's house, so the property would likely depreciate in value. Meng Xian hadn't had money before, but now he did, so this compensation was appropriate. So Jiang Ruochi contacted Meng Xian's former landlord and anonymously transferred a sum of money to him. With that, Meng Xian's matter was completely resolved, and she also mentioned it in the transmigration group. Meng Xian kept thanking her, surprised that Jiang Ruochi remembered even such a small thing. Jiang Ruochi replied in the group chat, "I remember everything you asked me to do, don't worry." Fu Yinchi chimed in jokingly, "Besides remembering things, do you also hold grudges?" Jiang Ruochi immediately replied, "Yes, especially for the one time I really did something to you." Fu Yinchi sent a crying emoji, and everyone else in the group burst into laughter. Haydn silently noted. Jiang Ruochu remembers both things and grudges. When Jiang Ruochu returned to Ming'an City, Jiang Chuyi was standing at the door as soon as she opened it, exclaiming dramatically, "Welcome home, my wise and mighty sister." Jiang Ruochu stuffed the game prize into his arms and laughed. "I think you're just after the prize. You got a tan after going out." Jiang Chuyi took the prize and his suitcase at the same time, chuckling and saying that a tan makes a man more manly. Jiang Ruochu changed her shoes and went inside. She quickly smelled the aroma of food and asked if her mother was home. Jiang Chuyi gave her the good news in advance. "Mom made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Mingyu came out of the kitchen carrying ribs, smiling broadly. "You're back? Quickly wash your hands and eat. It's been so long since our family got together." Jiang Ruochu could tell her mother was in a good mood, probably because there was good news from the hospital. Yin Mingyu then mentioned that the winter melon soup was ready, which moved Jiang Ruochu deeply. After all, when she and Jiang Chuyi were at home, they usually just made do with whatever they could cook, as long as they were full and nothing went wrong. After the family of three sat down, Yin Mingyu finally spoke. "Xiao Chu, I have some fantastic news for you. Your father's condition has completely stabilized, and the monitoring equipment can be removed." Jiang Ruochu had already guessed, but she still played along with the surprise. "Really? That's great." Yin Mingyu said that although the doctors were still unsure why Jiang's father hadn't woken up, his condition was improving. However, due to the shortage of hospital beds, he couldn't stay any longer, and she was hesitating whether to take him home to care for him or send him to a nursing home. Jiang Ruochu understood her mother's concerns. A nursing home was more convenient and professional, but expensive. Taking her home would save some money, but it would require buying a medical bed and 24-hour care, which would also cost money. In the long run, a nursing home was more suitable. Jiang Chuyi understood and immediately said that she could get a scholarship when school started and could talk to the school to get in advance so that she could get by for a month or two. Maybe her father would wake up soon. Yin Mingyu patted him with relief and said that it hadn't come to that yet, as the family still had some savings and she just wanted to discuss the decision with him. Jiang Ruochu said directly, "Mom, let's send her to the nursing home. Actually, I also have some good news to tell you today." She looked at her mother and younger brother, her tone light yet solemn. "Our family's debts have been paid off." Yin Mingyu froze on the spot, while Jiang Chuyi, who was gnawing on ribs, bit his tongue upon hearing this. The two of them stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ruochu, wondering if they had misheard. Chapter 69: Discharge from the Hospital. Seeing the surprise on her mother's and brother's faces, Jiang Ruochu guessed what they were thinking. She smiled gently and poured them celebratory drinks. She earnestly told them that the family's debts had been paid off and they no longer needed to worry about it. She still had some money left, enough to send her father to a nursing home. Jiang Chuyi looked at her cautiously and couldn't help but ask, "Sister, you didn't do anything that's against the law, did you?" After all, the most profitable methods are often written in the criminal law. Jiang Ruochu sighed deliberately. "Yes, what should we do then?" Jiang Chuyi knew she was joking as soon as she heard it, and immediately replied, "Then I'll become a lawyer in the future, specialize in representing you in court, genuinely get you out of trouble, and save on lawyer fees." Jiang Ruochu smiled and praised her for her accounting skills. Yin Mingyu, however, couldn't smile. Her eyes still held worry. She quickly interrupted the siblings, pressing her daughter for details. Jiang Ruochu held her mother's hand and comforted her, saying that she had met a benefactor and was now doing business with him. In addition, she had found many good items at auctions, and many people asked her to help them sell or find goods, earning her a considerable amount of commission. She repeatedly assured Yin Mingyu that the money was all legal income, putting Yin Mingyu at ease. Yin Mingyu was worldly wise and knew that making money was not uncommon as long as one had the right connections. But the money came too quickly, and she was still afraid that her daughter would take risks to pay off the debts. Jiang Ruochu could only tell a small lie, saying that it wasn't earned in just 2 months, but rather that it had been brewing for a long time. But she couldn't say anything before it was all done. Now that things were settled and she had the money, she dared to tell her family. She thought about it for a long time last night and decided not to tell her mother and brother about the system for the time being. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, but some secrets are safer the less people know. She had seen the system and experienced time travel, so she knew that strange things often happen in this world. If one day she really encountered someone who could read minds, It would be safest for her mother and brother not to know the truth. Of course, given their intelligence, they might discover something amiss later, but that's a matter for the future. As long as she doesn't reveal it, no one will know the real story. Except for that magic stone. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu gently patted Black Egg's head. Black Egg felt a chill on its head. It didn't know about the system, only that Jiang Ruochu had a virtual page where it could chat with many people. It had learned this term yesterday, while visiting a game expo. Black Egg, combining the fact that she was hiding the truth from her family and then suddenly patting herself, vaguely guessed that she was reminding it not to reveal anything recklessly. At the dinner table, Yin Mingyu carefully observed her daughter. Her complexion was rosy, her spirits were high, and her eyes were clear and resolute. She certainly didn't seem like someone who had done anything illegal. More importantly, she believed in her daughter. She held Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Chuyi's hands, marveling at how much good news she had received today. The siblings exchanged a smile and quickly served her food, urging her to eat more. Jiang Chuyi joked that this would prevent her father from waking up and seeing how thin her mother had become, and from scolding them for being unfilial. Yin Mingyu scoffed, saying that with her around, would Jiang Sheng dare to scold the child? Had he slept for so long? Did he think he was Sleeping Beauty? When Jiang Shenggang had his accident, she also broke down in pain. But after getting through these past few years, she can now say these things as a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Chuyi both laughed. After the move to the nursing home was finalized, the family finished their meal, tidied up briefly, and headed to the hospital. Jiang Chuyi went to complete the discharge procedures. Jiang Ruochu contacted the nursing home to process the admission, and Yin Mingyu stayed by the bedside to have a final conversation with the doctor. The patient in the next bed looked on with envy when she heard they were being discharged. As Yin Mingyu packed her things, she told her they were transferring to a nursing home and gently patted her hand, wishing her a speedy recovery. The patient smiled bitterly, saying that she knew her own body best and that every extra day she lived was a bonus. Yin Mingyu, who had been caring for her for many years, understood long ago that birth, aging, illness, and death were not entirely within her control and could only silently pat her hand. Just then, Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Chuyi returned, both announcing that the formalities were complete. The other patients looked at the siblings and envied the close bond within Yin Mingyu's family and how successful the two children were. Yin Mingyu gently comforted her, saying that her child also cared about her. The fellow patient nodded, watching the Jiang family leave, her eyes still filled with envy. The Health and Wellness Hospital is located in the east of the city and is equipped with a professional rehabilitation and nutrition team. After examining Jiang Sheng, the doctor repeatedly exclaimed that it was nothing short of a miracle. Only Jiang Ruochu knew that this was not a miracle, but rather the effect of the miraculous medicine. Black Egg, however, had been watching the Jiang family's movements. It felt that Jiang Sheng's inability to wake up might not be related to the medicine, but the matter was too complicated for it to tell Jiang Ruochu for the time being, and it could only tell her later. After completing the admission procedures, Yin Mingyu thought she could also look at rental apartments nearby. Once the lease on her current apartment next to the hospital expired, she would move here to make it easier to take care of Jiang Sheng. Jiang Chuyi was quite happy because the east side of the city was closer to his school. The school knew about his family situation and saw that he had good grades, so they waived his dormitory fees, allowing him to focus on his studies. Therefore, he usually lived on campus. He smiled and said that he could visit his parents more often after class. Yin Mingyu also said that he would have him spend more time talking to Jiang Sheng to stimulate brain activity. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruochu, holding her younger brother's hand with her left and hooking her arm around her mother's with her right, suddenly said boldly, "No need to rent anymore. Let's just buy a house." Yin Mingyu and Jiang Chuyi were instantly stunned, a string of question marks seemingly appearing on their minds simultaneously. The mother and son, unusually united, asked her in unison, "Sister Xiaochu, are you really sure you haven't violated any criminal laws?" Jiang Ruochu felt helpless. The mother and son exchanged a glance, and seeing her expression, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 70 Methods of Making Money are many and many. Although Mingan City cannot compare with the top-tier cities in China, it is a rising star, ranking among the best in urban construction, economic development, and medical care. As a city develops, housing prices naturally rise. Jiang Ruochu has enough money to buy a house outright, but now that interest rates have dropped significantly, it's better to take out a loan and keep more liquid funds than to pay in full at once. The Jiang family used to live in a villa, but Jiang Ruochu prefers a large single-level apartment of over 300 square meters, preferably with a terrace. This way, the view is better, and her parents can grow some flowers and plants. With their goals clear, choosing a house became much simpler. There were only 2 suitable properties nearby, so Jiang Ruochu took Yan Mingyu and Jiang Chui directly there. At the first property development, she took a liking to a 320 square meter apartment with an additional 20 square meter terrace. As the salesperson enthusiastically introduced the unit, Black Egg suddenly swayed. Jiang Ruochu let the salesperson continue talking to her mother, then whispered to Haydn, "Are you telling me not to buy here?" Black Egg nodded. Jiang Ruochu believed in it. The magic stone's perception of malice was far more acute than that of ordinary people. One could disregard evil, but one had to believe in the magic. But then she thought the magic stone inherently loved to consume evil thoughts. What if the Black Egg simply instinctively liked this kind of place? She then asked to confirm, "Is this place good or bad? If it's good, tap it. If it's bad, shake it." The Black Egg shook again. Jiang Ruochu understood. The fact that Black Egg loved to eat evil thoughts didn't mean it wanted to live in places with strong evil thoughts. At the same time, she suddenly discovered a new way to make money. She looked at the Black Egg and sighed softly. "If I were to learn some metaphysics and take you with me, I could help people with feng shui in the future. Although it might not bring good fortune, it would definitely help them avoid misfortune." Jiang Ruochu had met many wealthy people and knew that once people became rich to a certain extent, they would become extremely superstitious about these things. They would consult feng shui masters when buying a house, choose auspicious dates for their weddings, and even consult them when starting a business or having a child, all in the hope of becoming even richer and having the life to enjoy it. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Whose money is the easiest to earn in this world? Of course, it's the money of the rich. Black Egg seemed to fall silent as well. It was genuinely concerned for Jiang Ruochu, but it hadn't expected her to turn around and try to make money off it. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't entirely impossible as long as it received a share of the profits. It also plans to save money to buy some magical artifacts imbued with evil intent, so that it can return to the demon realm to recruit soldiers and horses and become the demon lord itself. Despite not being able to communicate in the same language as the egg, the 2 people shared a surprisingly similar goal when it came to making money. After the salesperson finished their presentation, Jiang Ruochu made an excuse, saying she wanted to take another look, and then took her mother and younger brother to the second property development. When they arrived, she patted Black Egg as if asking how the place was. Black Egg nodded. Jiang Ruochu felt reassured and said to Yan Mingyu, "Mom, let's take a closer look at this area." The salesperson recommended several apartment layouts, but Haydn didn't like any of them. In the end, the salesperson picked out a 15th floor apartment in a corner of the complex for her. The saleswoman was somewhat puzzled. Generally, wealthy clients would choose the penthouse unit. It had a better location, a better view, and a more prestigious feel. But the customer is always right, so she still smiled and led Jiang Ruochu and her family inside to view the apartment. Not long after, another middle-aged man came to look at the property. He was accompanied by another salesperson and a sorcerer. The master walked around the room with a compass, sometimes calculating, sometimes chanting incantations, the whole process taking more than 20 minutes. Jiang Ruochu watched intently from the side, taking the opportunity to learn about the working methods in this industry. After looking around, the master said to the uncle with certainty, "Boss, this is the one. This one is better than the king of the building. From a feng shui perspective, although this apartment isn't the most desirable building, its layout is auspicious for career advancement and family harmony." Black Egg doesn't understand these calculations. It only knows that this place is more prosperous than others. Once the man received confirmation, he immediately told the sales clerk, "I'll buy this one." The sales clerk looked embarrassed, glancing at him and then at the colleague who had brought Jiang Ruochu to see the apartment. She could only cough lightly and explain, "Sir, I'm sorry. This lady has already reserved this apartment shortly after you came in." She added that there were similar units in the development, and she could take him to see them. The middle-aged man was stunned. He had originally thought that Jiang Ruochu had taken the master's advice and then snatched the deal at the last minute. But according to the salesperson, the other party had actually placed an order earlier. He looked at Jiang Ruochu in disbelief. Young lady, you placed an order so quickly? Jiang Ruochu said vaguely but calmly. Yes, if you've set your sights on something, you should do it as soon as possible. Whatever you like here, I like here too. In reality, she didn't understand anything, but her words were profound and her sincere gaze made people believe her somewhat. The middle-aged man looked at Yin Mingyu, then at Jiang Chuyi, and finally his gaze fell on Jiang Ruochu. May I ask which one of you is the master? Jiang Ruochu remained expressionless. To be honest, I don't understand this master stuff. I just have a keen intuition. An ordinary person might say they know a little bit about the subject, but she really didn't know any of the technical terms. Rather than pretending, she decided to be honest. Unexpectedly, the uncle appreciated her attitude and immediately changed his address. Now that you have obtained the house, master, could you please come out of retirement and make another trip for me? Don't worry, I will pay you whatever you are owed. Yin Mingyu and Jiang Chuyi were speechless for a moment. Is this one of Jiang Ruochu's unspeakable ways of making money? It's really quite mysterious. Jiang Ruochu hadn't agreed yet, but Haydn was already excited. Order accepted, order accepted. Chapter 71 New Mission. The uncle and Haydn both looked at Jiang Ruochu eagerly. Jiang Ruochu deliberately hesitated for a moment, whetting the uncle's appetite before smiling and saying, Since you trust me, I can help you see if there are any suitable apartments. No need for payment. It's fate that we both like the same apartment, and I'm just helping out. She spoke frankly and openly, but she had other plans in mind. Wealthy people who believe in metaphysics often have a group of like-minded people around them. Giving it away for free once, if it works well, will naturally bring in more business in the future. Of course, there was another reason. Jiang Ruochu wasn't sure how effective the Black Egg's house selection would be, and she felt uneasy about receiving the money, so she decided to try it out on the older man first. When Black Egg heard that he wouldn't be paid, he was immediately annoyed. What's the point of doing work if you're not getting paid? Otherwise, he would just do half the job as a token gesture. Seeing Jiang Ruochu's open-mindedness, the uncle became even more convinced that she was truly capable, and his attitude became even more respectful. It is my blessing that the master is willing to help. If my friends ever need guidance in the future, I wonder if the master could offer some pointers? Blackie instantly understood. The uncle was offering connections. He immediately stopped being upset. Indeed, free things are often the most expensive. Jiang Ruochu simply replied, We'll see. She was just paving the way. Whether she could take over later depended on figuring out the Black Egg's functions. The feng shui master, standing nearby with his compass, looked speechless. He had calculated everything except that today was an inauspicious day to go out, and now he was running into someone trying to steal his business. Before leaving, Jiang Ruochu said to Yin Mingyu, Mom, you go and complete the formalities with the sales clerk later. I'll help this uncle choose an apartment first. Yin Mingyu nodded. Your brother and I will wait for you at the sales office. The uncle wasn't someone easily fooled. He deliberately separated Jiang Ruochu and the compass master, letting them choose their own rooms. Jiang Ruochu sensed he was testing her, but didn't mind. It's normal for business people to be cautious. Finally, with He Dan's guidance, Jiang Ruochu selected another apartment, which, coincidentally, was the same one chosen by the compass master. With both masters agreeing, the uncle beamed with joy and immediately paid the full amount up front. Jiang Ruochu said she wouldn't accept money, but the uncle still gave her a red envelope. Upon learning that they had arrived by taxi, he was puzzled as to why they were buying a luxury house without a car, but he didn't ask further questions, only offering to drive them home. On the way back, the car happened to pass by the property development Jiang Ruochu had looked at before. There were police cars parked at the entrance, and a bunch of police officers were standing there. She wondered what had happened. Upon seeing this, Yin Mingyu said with lingering fear, Why are there so many police officers? I'm so glad I listened to you and didn't buy anything here. Her words were both a genuine expression of gratitude and a prelude to her daughter's future actions. The uncle immediately perked up. Didn't Master Jiang take a liking to this place, either? Jiang Ruochu didn't give a definitive answer. She believed that everything was subject to change, and just because things weren't going well today didn't mean they wouldn't work in the future. So she simply replied, cryptically, not sure for now. After saying that, she gently patted Black Egg. She hadn't expected Black Egg's prediction to come true so quickly, and she thought she should treat it to something good when she had time. The uncle didn't need her explanation. He had already filled in the blanks in his mind and nodded repeatedly. The master I consulted also said that this place has heavy negative energy and is a sign of financial loss. Master Jiang is indeed amazing. He's even more skilled than him. You said it's not suitable for now, which means that if we change the feng shui later, it might not be impossible for things to improve. He laughed and said, "It's a stroke of good luck, but there's no need to take that risk right now." Then the uncle started talking about his experiences. After listening, Jiang Ruochu finally understood why he believed so much in good fortune coming. It turns out that the uncle used to be a hard-working employee. After his company went bankrupt, he used his savings and connections to start a trading business. For the first few years, it was very successful, and he made a considerable amount of money. However, when the company expanded, its funding dried up, and he lost everything overnight. Just when he thought all his hard work had come to nothing, his great-aunt abroad passed away. The old woman had no children and designated him to inherit her estate, so the uncle suddenly had more than a dozen small fortunes in one night. But after that, he lost money on every investment he made, and then he lost money on every subsequent investment, which is why he was in a hurry to buy a feng shui treasure land to change his luck. Jiang Ruochu really wanted to advise him. Why don't you try not to invest anymore? Maybe your luck will change. When she got home, Jiang Ruochu gave the red envelopes the uncle had given her to Haydn. She was just saying it casually, because in her eyes, Haydn was just a rock and didn't need money, but she didn't want to deduct Haydn's wages. Black Egg, however, was quite satisfied. It felt that it earned its first pot of gold, and its progress in defeating its demon lord father, beating up the immortal lord, and ruling the demon realm had finally reached 0.1%. Later, after the uncle bought that house, his luck really turned around. Several of his previous failed investments miraculously revived and came back to life. The uncle was overjoyed and boasted about it on his social media, and more people wanted to ask Jiang Ruochu to come out of retirement. Jiang Ruochu patted Haydn with a sigh. "Egg, if only you could go out and take orders yourself." Black Egg was speechless. It thought Jiang Ruochu was a heartless capitalist who not only wanted a magic stone to work for her, but also expected it to go out and come back on its own. However, Jiang Ruochu still had some conscience. As if hearing its complaint, she added, "Of course, you don't have to go and come back by yourself. I can hire a distinguished errand boy to take you there and back. Anyway, the tickets are only 10% of the original price, so why not use them?" This time, not only Black Egg, but even the system couldn't help but chime in. "You're such a nice person." After the little incident involving buying the house, Jiang Ruochu handed over the entire renovation to Yan Mingyu. They bought a ready-built house, so construction could begin immediately, and Jiang Ruochu's only responsibility was to be the ruthless person who swiped her card to pay the bills. Afterwards, Jiang Ruochu packed her things and headed to the city where Zhongzhen was located. Although Zhongzhen had cultivated for decades in the world of cultivation, she had only been dead for a little over 2 months in this world. She lived in a happy home community in Fenglu City. As soon as Jiang Ruochu entered the residential area, she heard a faint meow. She followed the sound and saw a child squatting on the ground, desperately poking at the cracks in the stones with a stick. Chapter 72, The Poor Kitten. "Come out, all of you come out, haha." The child squatted in front of the crevice in the rock. Seeing that the kitten inside wouldn't come out, he immediately picked up his toy water gun and sprayed water into the crevice. Not satisfied with that, he simply unscrewed the nozzle and tried to pour the whole bottle of water in. A sharp, mournful meow came from the crack in the rocks, filled with panic and fear. Jiang Ruochu stepped forward, grabbed the child by the back of his collar, and threw him backward. The child landed on the grass, his face full of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that an adult would dare to touch him. He sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum and yelling incoherently. Anyone else might have already tried to soothe him quietly, but Jiang Ruochu only gave him a cold glare. "Quiet!" The child shrank back in fright and immediately fell silent. Jiang Ruochu said irritably, "Go home," and squatted down to check the situation in the crevice between the rocks. The crevice was pitch black, but by the light, she could vaguely see 2 grayish kittens huddled inside. They were soaking wet, their heads hunched over, shivering violently. Only their size suggested they were very young. Seeing that Jiang Ruochu had her back to him, the child rolled his eyes, reloaded the water gun, and sprayed water at her. Just as the water jet was about to hit Jiang Ruochu, it suddenly veered to the side. She turned around and saw the child holding the water gun, looking unwilling. Thinking of what he had just done to the kitten, Jiang Ruochu's tone grew even colder. So young, yet so vicious. The child, thinking the water gun hadn't been used correctly, angrily pulled the lever again. None of your business. My mom said these things are animals, they deserve to die. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. He thought he was too young to do anything to Jiang Ruochu. Unfortunately for him, he ran into someone who actually dared to take action. Jiang Ruochu could understand that some people dislike animals, but she couldn't accept the wanton trampling of life. She snatched the water gun and sprayed the child with water, the jets almost entirely hitting his face. The force is just right, enough to confuse but not to hurt your brain. The child dodged and screamed, looking at Jiang Ruochu with a mixture of fear and dread. At that moment, she seemed like a terrifying giant to him. Mom, Dad, why Mom? The child couldn't fight back, so he could only run away crying, hoping to get his parents to back him up. Jiang Ruochu tossed the toy water gun on the ground, completely unafraid. If the brat's parents dared to come, she wouldn't mind dealing with them too. Parents who raise children who bully the weak and harm others are probably no better themselves. Another weak meow came from the crack in the rocks. Jiang Ruochu made sure the child had run far away before squatting down again. The two kittens huddled together listlessly, their breathing much weaker than before. She softened her voice and coaxed, "Come out, okay? I'll take you to the hospital." The two kittens stared at her timidly with their round eyes. But the crevice between the rocks was too narrow for Jiang Ruochu to reach, and if she frightened them, they would only crawl deeper into the crevice. If we leave like this, not to mention whether that brat will come back and continue to torment them, just looking at the current state of the two kittens, they won't last much longer. Jiang Ruochu shook the phone strap and coaxed softly, "I won't hurt you, meow meow. Come out obediently, okay?" The two kittens didn't move at first. Jiang Ruochu was just thinking about whether to buy a sausage when they suddenly moved, pressed against each other, and hesitantly crawled out from the gap. They didn't run away after they came out, perhaps because they were too well-behaved, or perhaps because they simply couldn't run. The two kittens remained close together, like two dirty little rice balls, looking both timid and pitiful. Jiang Ruochu's heart softened at the sight. Their fur was soaked and covered in mud, and their bodies were smeared with paint, clearly the result of a child's prank. She reached out to check and discovered that the two kittens weren't voluntarily sitting together. They had been taped together with double-sided tape. They were too small to break free and were forced to move forward and backward together. Jiang Ruochu was furious, and a curse was almost on the tip of her tongue. But when she spoke, she kept her voice very soft. "It's okay. I'll take you to the hospital." She put the two kittens in her bag and immediately searched for the nearest pet hospital. As she left, a pair of golden-orange eyes kept staring at her from the bushes behind the rocky hill. It wasn't until Jiang Ruochu stepped out of the happy home gate, and the child was pulling an adult along, that the owner of those eyes became alert, twitched their ears, and quickly disappeared into the bushes after a few leaps. Jiang Ruochu quickly took the two kittens to a nearby veterinary hospital. They were quiet along the way, just sticking their heads out of the bag and staring blankly at the outside world. Jiang Ruochu pushed open the door and carefully took out the kitten. "I found two cats. Could you please take a look? They have something stuck to them." As soon as the two kittens left their carrier, they seemed to lose their sense of security, just like when they were separated from their mother, and they started meowing anxiously. When the staff saw their appearance, they were first taken aback. Then their eyes showed pity. "It's all right. It's all right. You two poor little things." While comforting the kitten, they took out scissors and carefully trimmed the matted fur. As another staff member prepared cotton swabs and a damp cloth, he couldn't help but say to Jiang Ruochu, "I didn't expect you to find these two little guys. They're so timid and really hard to catch." Jiang Ruochu looked at her. "Do you know these two kittens?" The staff member sighed. "I know them. Their mother cat originally belonged to a resident in the community, but that family moved away and didn't want her anymore, so they threw the cat away. Some people in the neighborhood took pity on it and built it a shelter and would feed it from time to time. But its original owner didn't spay it, and it was already pregnant when it was thrown out. Several kind-hearted people who feed cats were originally planning to have the mother cat spayed after she gave birth to kittens." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu looked at the two tiny kittens in front of her and suddenly had a bad feeling. Logically speaking, a kitten this small shouldn't be too far from its mother. She frowned impressed, and then, Chapter 73, Missing Ear. The mother cat was cared for by someone, and although she didn't have a home, she was at least living a relatively peaceful life. But recently, a new family moved into the happy home community, and their child was particularly unruly, chasing and bullying the stray cats in the community every day. Many stray cats are already wary, and they hide from people except for the ant who usually feeds them. Since that child came, they have become even more afraid of people, and they will run away immediately as soon as they hear the child's voice. Unfortunately, this cat was originally a pet and had a friendly personality, so she didn't know how to avoid people. That day, she was eating when the child seized the opportunity and kicked her hard. Luckily, an adult happened to pass by and intervened, saving her life. When the woman who was feeding the cat arrived, the mother cat was lying pitifully on the ground, with two kittens meowing beside her. Seeing that the mother cat was not in good condition, the woman quickly took her to the vet. After examination, the vet found that the mother cat had a fracture and had to be hospitalized for treatment. The medical expenses were all covered by kind-hearted people. The aunt originally wanted to bring the two kittens to be fostered as well, but the kittens seemed to be traumatized and wouldn't come near no matter how much she called them. The aunt had no choice but to leave some food for the kittens where they were. But when she went back the next day, the kittens were gone. She didn't see them for the next few days, and everyone assumed they had starved to death. These two little guys are incredibly lucky. They've actually survived until now. The nurse looked at them with heartache and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what the mother cat did to offend that kitten to hurt it so badly. Jiang Ruochu gently stroked the kitten's head and said expressionlessly, "It's not necessarily because you provoked him, you just had a bad temper." She felt a little regretful. She should have splashed more water earlier to let that child know what the wickedness of the world was like. The two kittens seemed to understand that they were being talked about, and they both tilted their little heads back and meowed softly. The young man in charge of cleaning them was instantly charmed, and his voice even became adorable. "Your mom is here too. You can see her after you're cleaned up." The kitten seemed to understand, tilting its head and meowing twice, which made the two nurses burst into laughter. The double-sided tape was gradually removed, its body was wiped with wet wipes, and finally its fur was dried with a hairdryer, revealing the kitten's true appearance. One was a small orange and white kitten with somewhat messy markings, and the other was a milky gray kitten with only its white belly. Realizing that no one was harming them, the kitten actually nuzzled Jiang Ruochu with its head. Jiang Ruochu quickly rubbed their heads and said with a smile, "Be good, okay?" The nurse also smiled and said, "They really like you. It's quite rare for them to be so affectionate after such a fright, and they look much more energetic now." Jiang Ruochu squatted down, looked at the two kittens, and said, "This is called surviving a great calamity, means good fortune is coming, right?" The two kittens tilted their heads, as if thinking for a moment, then meowed again. The nurse then suggested, "Why don't you help them give them names?" Jiang Ruochu looked at the two kittens for colors and said, "Let's name one Orange Candy and the other Gray Wolf." The nurse nodded. "That's easy to remember. It's a good thing you rescued them. Otherwise they would have suffered a lot outside." The nurse asked her if she wanted to take the kitten with her. Jiang Ruochu was there on business, and her job required frequent travel. Her younger brother needed to go to school, and her mother was also busy with both work and family, so she couldn't take care of the kitten for the time being. She thought for a moment and said she would let the two kittens stay at the hospital first and then come back to pick them up after she finished her business or find them homes. If she really couldn't find homes, she would take them home for now. Now that she had found them, she couldn't just watch them die outside. The nurse agreed and then asked if she wanted to see the mother cat, saying it was a very beautiful calico. Jiang Ruochu immediately became interested and followed the nurse inside. The mother cat was a long-haired calico. Because she had just undergone surgery, all the fur below her waist had been shaved, and her body was wrapped in gauze. She lay listlessly in her cage. As soon as she saw someone coming, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she struggled to get up. The nurse quickly advised, don't move, little darling. If you move again, your wound will reopen." She added that although Manhwa had been kicked by the child, she was still very affectionate towards her. Jiang Ruochu meowed at Manhwa a few times through the cage and said gently, "Because we are a good little kitten, right?" Manhwa stared at her and meowed softly in response. Jiang Ruochu finally understood. The two kittens were just like their mother, affectionate and adorable. They would respond to anyone who called their name. When the two kittens in the nurse's arms saw the mother cat, they meowed even louder, whether they recognized her or were simply happy to see another cat. The mother cat, attracted by the meows, looked at the two kittens with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ruochu asked curiously, "Does she recognize her own children?" The nurse said it was uncertain, as each cat is different. Some cats seem to forget their kittens after giving birth, while others, under hormonal influence, may treat other kittens or even puppies as their own. Cats primarily distinguish their kittens by scent, but they've been separated for so many days, so the outcome is uncertain. Besides, the mother cat's current condition makes it impossible for her to continue caring for them. The nurse reassured her that the hospital was very experienced in caring for stray cats. Fortunately, the two kittens were already about 3 months old. If they were younger, it would have required even more care. The nurse placed the two kittens into their mother's cage. The calico cat cautiously sniffed them first. Although the kittens no longer smelled of her, out of maternal instinct, she lowered her head and began licking their fur. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu finally felt much more at ease. "Then I'll have to trouble you," the nurse said with a smile, adding that she should also thank her for her kindness, as the hospital offers a 20% discount on treatment for stray cats. Jiang Ruochu paid the money readily, then remembered her business and asked, "By the way, I wanted to ask you if there's a stray cat with a missing ear around here." The nurse immediately realized, "You mean you're missing an ear?" Jiang Ruochu paused, noting that the name was simple and easy to remember. The nurse said that the boy with missing ears was a local tyrant, both intelligent and fierce. Even after being neutered, he was still unbeatable in the surrounding neighborhoods. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat surprised. This was completely different from the pitiful little thing Zhongzhan had seen. She hadn't expected the kitten to have two faces, one where it would freeload in front of people, and another where it would beat up other cats outside. The nurse then asked, "I have a picture of someone missing an ear here. Would you like to see it?" Chapter 74. Can't remember the phone number. Jiang Ruochu nodded. Zhongzhen had only mentioned that the cat with missing ears was a tabby cat with one ear missing a corner, but she didn't know what it looked like. If she could see a photo, it would be easier to find it later. Soon, the nurse showed her a picture of a cat. In the picture, a tabby cat was squatting on the steps with a bowl of cat food in front of it. It was eating while its ears were perked up, alert to its surroundings. The cat had a pair of golden-orange eyes that shone like the sun. While tabby cats usually look cool, this one, missing an ear and sporting an innocent, pitiful face, combined with its imposing tabby markings, created a striking contrast. No wonder Zhongzhen felt sorry for it. The nurse said the photo was taken by a young lady who had fed it before. Jiang Ruochu instinctively felt that the person might be Zhongzhen, so she asked if she could send her a copy of the photo, wanting to keep it as a memento for Zhongzhen. The nurse readily agreed, but was curious why she was looking for the dog with the missing ear. Jiang Ruochu explained that a friend of hers used to love the dog and had fed it, but later moved to another city for work and was worried about it, so she asked Jiang Ruochu to come and check on it when she had time. The nurse nodded knowingly, saying that the missing ear was a sign of intelligence, and that it had been neutered at this hospital. As a result, it held a grudge and would occasionally run to the hospital entrance to urinate in retaliation. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated, thinking that it was normal for it to retaliate after the hospital removed its testicles. The nurse added that after spaying the cat with missing ears, they wanted to find a home, but domestic short-hair cats are different from purebred cats. Adoption is difficult, and they ultimately had to release it back into the wild. Many people say they like cats, but when it comes to actually adopting one, they still prefer purebred cats like ragdolls, American shorthairs, and British shorthairs. The nurse's tone turned somber when the topic turned to stray cats. They live hand to mouth, and no matter how clever they are, they can't escape bad people. Jiang Ruochu understood that individual efforts were limited. They could only help in the immediate situation. She could only pat the nurse's shoulder helplessly. After settling the two kittens in, Jiang Ruochu left the pet hospital. Since the missing ear was unpredictable, she could only do another thing for Zhongzhen first. Clean up the traces on the computer and check on how Zhongzhen's pet cat was doing. Zhongzhen owns a golden-shaded dog named Landlady. This name reflects Zhongzhen's biggest wish, to live off rent without having to work. Following the address Zhongzhen gave her, Jiang Ruochu quickly found the place. But as she stood at the door, she paused slightly. Zhongzhen had clearly said that her house had an electronic lock that could be opened with a password or fingerprint, but the door in front of her was clearly a traditional lock. Jiang Ruochu wasn't quite sure, so she went outside to take a look. Zhongzhen's house was on the first floor with a small yard. According to Zhongzhen, she used to plant many flowers in the yard, and to prevent the cats from running away, she had specially built a very high cat-proof net. The mesh of that net has very small gaps and an inward curving top, which prevents cats from squeezing out and also stops them from climbing up. However, this kind of net can probably only stop silly cats like the landlady, not agile cats like the one with missing ears. Before, the child with missing ears would often sneak into the yard, freeloading off food and drink, and also helping Zhongzhen catch mice. But the yard that Jiang Ruochu saw now was completely different from the garden Zhongzhen had described. The yard was piled with clutter, children's toy cars, oven packaging boxes that hadn't been thrown away, a complete mess, hardly the tidy place anyone had ever made. The only thing that made sense was the still-standing, upside-down cat netting. Jiang Ruochu took a picture at the gate of the courtyard and sent it to Zhongzhen, asking if this was room 2 on the first floor of Building 101 in Happy Home. Zhongzhen had just received the photo of the missing ear and was still happy, but after seeing the new photo, she was stunned for a long time. She replied hesitantly, saying it looked somewhat like it, but not quite, and asked Jiang Ruochu to take a few more pictures to confirm. Jiang Ruochu then took pictures from several different angles, one of which even captured a corner of the neighbor's yard. Zhongzhen immediately recognized the rocking chair in the neighboring yard and exploded. "Damn it, this is my house. Why has it become like this?" She looked more closely and vaguely spotted something familiar in the gaps between the clutter. She quickly asked Jiang Ruochu to help confirm whether the thing behind the large cardboard box was a cat tree. Jiang Ruochu looked at the location she was told to, then took another picture from a different angle. After sending the photo, Zhongzhen immediately confirmed that it was indeed the cat tree she had bought for the landlady. Why was the cat tree left outside? Zhongzhen panicked, worried that something had happened to the landlady. The cat had been with her since it was a kitten, had hardly ever suffered, and was more than just a pet to her. It was family who had stayed by her side after her parents passed away. Zhongzhen was extremely anxious in the other world. Jiang Ruochu, seeing that something was wrong, immediately asked her to give her best friend's phone number so she could call and ask the landlady how she was doing. She had originally planned to look for the cat with missing ears first, since stray cats are more likely to encounter danger, and then slowly try to contact Zhongzhen's best friend. But now that the yard is in this state, and the cat tree has been thrown out, it's clear that she can no longer proceed step by step according to the original plan. However, contacting her best friend is also a hassle. Jiang Ruochu has to come up with a plausible identity. Otherwise, any girl who receives a call from a stranger asking about her friend's cat for no apparent reason would probably think she's encountered a lunatic. But there's no time to worry about that now. Only by contacting Zhongzhen's best friend as soon as possible and finding out about the landlady's situation can Zhongzhen feel at ease. But then, Zhongzhen said she didn't remember her best friend's phone number, only where she lived. It's perfectly normal for modern people not to remember their phone numbers. Everyone's used to saving numbers in their phones, and most people only remember numbers like 110 and 120. Zhongzhen was both anxious and angry. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears and said regretfully that if she could live again, she would definitely memorize all the important people's phone numbers. She was frantic like a cat on a hot tin roof, her mind completely blank. Fortunately, Jiang Ruochu remained calm and immediately reminded her, "It's okay. Do you remember her social media accounts? WeChat, Zaya Hongshu, QQ, anything that can get in touch with her." Chapter 75, The Cat That Found the Transmigrator. Zhongzhen's best friend's WeChat ID was her phone number, but she couldn't even remember the number, let alone that unfamiliar QQ number. She racked her brains for a long time, finally managing to sift through her jumbled memories and find a clue. She remembered her best friend's little red book account, but wasn't sure if she had remembered it wrong after so much time. Jiang Ruochu asked her to send it over first, so she could see if the other party had posted pictures of cats on the platform, which would at least confirm the landlady's situation. Zhongzhen regretted not thinking of this before, but also said that she and her best friend didn't like posting on social media, and usually only looked at posts without posting themselves. Zhongzhen is now desperate, trying anything as a last resort. She doesn't want to let go of any possibility. Fortunately, her best friend's online name was particularly eye-catching. "I want to retire from this damn job," and there was no one with the same name on the entire platform. Jiang Ruochu quickly found the person and clicked into her profile. Indeed, there weren't many posts, only one note posted a month ago. In that note, the other person angrily cursed someone for being obsessed with money, and even sent a string of angry emojis. Jiang Ruochu didn't know who she was cursing, and when Zhong Zhun pressed her for details, she only said that she hadn't seen the cat photos and didn't mention the note, so as not to make Zhong Zhun anxious in the cultivation world. She left a message for the other party and told Zhong Zhun to notify her immediately if there were any new updates. Compared to empty words of comfort, having a clear progress made Zhong Zhun feel a little more at ease. Zhong Zhun also reminded Jiang Ruochu to be careful and to call the police if anything went wrong. After all, nobody knew who was occupying her house or what their background was. Other transmigrators in the group also chimed in to comfort Zhong Zhun. Although they couldn't offer any real help, having someone by her side was better than enduring it alone at a time like this. It has to be said that big data can be quite powerful sometimes. Just as Jiang Ruochu left Zhong Zhun's best friend's profile, Zaya Hongshu, a Chinese social media platform, recommended a post about selling cats to her. The other party's name is Happy and Fulfilling Family. The message reads, selling a golden shaded cat, 5,500 yuan. You can come to see the cat. Please call to chat privately. Jiang Ruochu paused when she saw the note, then immediately clicked on it. The photo showed a golden shaded cat sleeping in a wooden box inside a cat tree. She zoomed in and noticed a couplet pasted on the box. The horizontal scroll reads, Landlady's Home. The left side reads, No temper, only wealth, and the right side reads, Refuse overtime, leave immediately. A cat tree was placed by the window, and the person taking pictures of the cat casually snapped a photo of the scenery outside. Jiang Ruochu carefully compared the photos and quickly confirmed that the person in the photo was indeed the family in front of her. Just then, a woman's wary voice came from behind. What are you doing at my doorstep? Jiang Ruochu turned around and saw a middle-aged woman wearing an advertising t-shirt, carrying vegetables and meat, staring at her suspiciously. The woman looked tense, as if she might call the police at any moment. Jiang Ruochu calmly explained that she saw the seller offering golden shaded cats on Zaya Hongshu, a Chinese short video platform, and wanted to see the cats. When the woman heard that she had come to buy a cat, her expression immediately softened, and she told her to wait while she went to bring the cat out herself. But just as the door was halfway open, the woman suddenly turned around, frowned, and asked, I didn't post an address online. How did you find this place? Jiang Ruochu glanced at the adult men's clothing hanging in the yard, immediately pretended to be stupid, and said that her boyfriend had called to contact them. A man answered the phone and gave them this address so they could come and see the cat. She made up a boyfriend on the spot, just to shut him up and avoid further questioning. If pressed for details, she could say she didn't know anything and that her boyfriend was the one who contacted her. The woman then believed her and laughed, saying that her husband probably answered the phone. She even urged Jiang Ruochu to buy it quickly, saying that the cat was very popular recently and many people were looking at it. Jiang Ruochu understood that this was a common tactic used by sellers and simply said calmly, when buying a cat, you have to first feel a connection with it. The woman invited her into the yard and told her to wait outside while she went inside to get the cat. As she turned to leave, she muttered to herself, young people these days are so strange. They're willing to spend so much money on an animal. They have no idea how hard it is to earn money. She thought the voice was too soft for Jiang Ruochu to hear. But perhaps due to the effects of the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, Jiang Ruochu's senses were much more acute than before, and she heard the words clearly. As the woman entered the house, Jiang Ruochu took a few steps to the side and finally saw the cat tree piled behind the boxes. The couplets on it had been exposed to wind and rain, and had long since faded and turned white. The ink had been soaked by the rain, resembling streaks of black tears. Although the handwriting is blurry, the words Landlady's House are still legible. Not long after, the woman came out carrying a cage and casually placed it in front of Jiang Ruochu. This is the one, take a look. Jiang Ruochu crouched down and saw the golden British shorthair huddled in the corner of its cage, its green eyes filled with helplessness and unease. It seemed to have lost a lot of weight recently, its once round face now gaunt and streaked with tears. Jiang Ruochu's heart tightened, but she still pretended not to know anything about cats, and asked the woman what the cat was called. The woman mumbled something like, Pig Lady, then waved her hand and said it didn't matter, take her if you like, and we can just give her a new name. Jiang Ruochu first called out Meow and Little Mimi a few times, and when the cat didn't react, she tentatively called out the landlady's nickname. Piggy cat. Are you a little piggy? Upon hearing the familiar name, the landlady indeed moved. She approached the cage and tried to rub her head against Jiang Ruochu's hand, but couldn't reach it through the cage, so she could only desperately rub against the iron bars. Jiang Ruochu called out again, and the landlady became even more anxious. Unable to turn around in the narrow cage, she could only meow and squeeze forward, wishing she could immediately rush into Jiang Ruochu's arms. Jiang Ruochu put her finger into the cage and gently rubbed its head. The woman wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She could only warn her to be careful of being bitten, adding that she wouldn't pay for it if it bit someone. Jiang Ruochu ignored her and only asked why she didn't want the cat anymore. The woman said that the dog belonged to her husband's niece, but she wasn't here and couldn't take care of it, and they were too lazy to serve it. Halfway through her sentence, she clearly hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting nervously left and right. Listening to this, Jiang Ruochu was basically certain that the niece the woman was referring to was Zhongzhen. The other party was deliberately concealing Zhongzhen's death, most likely because they were afraid that the cat owner's death would affect the selling price. Chapter 76, A Telepathic Price Increase. My husband's friend said it's a purebred cat with exceptional looks, and it sells for a lot of money online. Several groups of people have come to see the cat before, but they just looked and didn't buy it. The woman's tone was complaining, as if she felt the woman was wasting her time. Jiang Ruochu was furious. The landlady looked so different now than in the photos. The photos were mostly taken when the landlady first came into the woman's possession, when her fur was fluffy, her eyes were bright, and she was in great condition. Those people were attracted by the photos, but when they arrived and found the cat had been raised like this, they naturally turned around and left. The woman didn't reflect on her own actions, but instead blamed others for being picky. The most pitiful one was the landlady. What was a treasure in Zhongzhen's hands became something easily discarded in hers. If the landlady wasn't a purebred cat that could be sold for money, she probably would have thrown her away long ago. The woman urged again, see if you like it or not. If you do, take her with you. Keeping her at home is just about shedding fur and feeding her, which is too expensive. Jiang Ruochu wasn't short of money, but she didn't want her to make money off the landlady, so she deliberately complained. This cat is different from the photo. Its fur is dark, it has a lot of eye discharge, and I don't know if it's sick. The woman panicked upon hearing this. After all, several groups of people had already left, and if she couldn't sell it soon, the cat would be stuck with her. She quickly changed her tune. Little sister, the price is negotiable. It used to be a really good cat. You could take it home and raise it. It's not sick. We just don't know how to take care of it. Jiang Ruochu thought she would take the cat away first and investigate later who the woman was and why she was occupying Zhongzhen's house. She then asked, how much less can you give me? The woman forced a smile. Name your price. Name your price. Jiang Ruochu remained expressionless. 1,000. The woman's expression immediately changed. 1,000? How come you're even more ruthless than that girl's friend? Jiang Ruochu immediately grasped the key point. Could the girl's friend be Zhongzhen's best friend? Just then, an urgent shout came from not far away. Landlady. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl running quickly towards her carrying a carrier, followed by 2 boys. The girl rushed up to the woman, trembling with anger. Why are you selling the landlady? This isn't your cat. It's my friend's cat. She said she had consulted a lawyer, and the landlady's estate belonged to her friend, so the woman had no right to deal with it. The woman, however, was impatient. Don't try to scare me with lawyers. We have no right to deal with it, do you? You, and she're just friends. Are you closer than our relatives? The girl, her eyes red, explained that her friend had previously said that if she could no longer support the landlady, she would give the cat to her. The woman, hands on her hips, threw a tantrum. What agreement? You're so young, you don't own a car or a house, and you not only want the cat, but you also want my niece's house, don't you? The girl's face turned red with anger. Don't slander me. You guys are the ones who stole Jinjin's house. I just want the cat. 2 boys chimed in, saying the woman was turning the tables, not only occupying someone else's house, but also taking the cat. The woman wasn't afraid of them, shouting, You brought people with you? If you dare to rob me, I'll call the police. She then changed the subject and threatened the girl. If you really want the cat, buy it now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long I can keep it. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ruochu and said, Look, this girl is here to see the cat too. The woman explained to Jiang Ruochu that the girl was her niece's friend and wanted to steal the cat because it was valuable. Jiang Ruochu, having overheard this, already had a pretty good idea of what had happened. After Zhong Zhen's death, because she had no immediate family, some distant relatives suddenly appeared and seized the house, even using her last possession as bait. The woman shamelessly asked for a higher price. How about you raise it a bit? 3,000? I'll sell it to you for 3,000. The girl sized up Jiang Ruochu and saw that she had a proper demeanor and was dressed appropriately, looking like someone who could afford money. She was both anxious and angry. What makes you think you can do this? She looked at the landlady meowing at her from inside the cage, gritted her teeth, and said, I'll pay 3,001. Jiang Ruochu felt a pang of unease. She wanted to tell the woman, Miss, we're on the same side. Don't let this cause a price gouging incident. But the woman, greedy for money, immediately raised her chin at Jiang Ruochu. See? She's already offered 3,100. Your offer just now won't do. Jiang Ruochu, of course, wouldn't give in to her wishes. She wouldn't skimp on the money she was owed, and she didn't want to pay a single penny more than she was entitled to. She calmly said, so many people left after looking at it, which means this cat is simply unsellable. If my boyfriend hadn't taken a liking to it, I wouldn't have bothered buying it. She continued to haggle. I'd rather spend 3,000 yuan on a kitten and keep it for a few more years. What's the point of an adult cat? You're just deliberately raising the price because we all want one. If none of us want one, who will you ask to raise the price? Jiang Ruochu finally gave her bottom line. I'll take the pig-like cat home for a maximum of 1,200. If you don't want that, I'll buy a kitten online. After speaking, she glanced at the girl, her implication quite clear. The girl was initially taken aback by the nickname Piggy Cat, but upon hearing Pioan.com, she felt something was amiss. That was a novel website she and Xinjin frequented. How could they possibly buy a cat there? She looked at Jiang Ruochu uncertainly, only to meet Jiang Ruochu's quiet gaze. Jiang Ruochu added, Miss, I just asked for 1,000. Now it's 1,200 at most, that's all. The rest is up to you. These words immediately thwarted the woman's attempt to raise the price. The girl finally calmed down and vaguely guessed that Jiang Ruochu might know Zhong Zhen. To avoid giving herself away, she glared at the woman and continued to play along. I'll offer 1,250. Take it or leave it. Even an extra 50 yuan would feel unlucky and disgusting to her. Hearing this price, Jiang Ruochu knew the girl had received a hint. She immediately messaged Zhong Zhen in the other world. I've found the landlady and connected with your best friend too. I have some things to take care of here. I'll contact you later. Just letting you know so you can rest assured. Zhong Zhen replied with great joy. Okay. Chapter 77 successfully takes away the landlady. Seeing that her plan had failed, the woman glared at Jiang Ruochu and said, You're such a pretty girl. How can you be so ruthless and cut off someone's livelihood? Jiang Ruochu just smiled faintly, but in her heart she thought, what is this? Soon she will know what it means to be double-crossed. The woman hesitated for a long time. The difference between 5,500 and 1,250 was too great. She couldn't make up her mind and could only say that she would ask her husband. Then she went to the side to make a phone call. The man on the other end of the phone sounded impatient, and the woman lowered her voice and asked, Are you really going to sell it to her like that? It's only a little over 1,000, which is 4,000 short. The man immediately raised his voice. It's bad. This beast barks at home every day. It's so annoying. If they keep bringing this up and make a scene about the house, do you want to lose more than you gain? Although Jiang Ruochu couldn't hear the whole story, she guessed it pretty accurately. The so-called relatives probably obtained the house through questionable means, which is why they were in a hurry to get rid of the landlady to avoid trouble. While the woman was on the phone, she leaned close to Zhong Zhen's best friend and whispered, Does she know your address, phone number, and name? Her best friend shook her head. I don't know. She can't even remember Xinjin's full name. Jiang Ruochu nodded and immediately asked the system in her mind, Can the refreshing effect after sleeping on the imperial concubine's bed be cancelled? The system replied that it could be controlled. Jiang Ruochu then instructed it to wait until the woman finished her call, use a skill on her that had no refreshing effect, wake her up in 10 minutes, and set up a countdown for her. The woman hung up the phone, walked back with a disgruntled look, nudged the cat cage with her foot, and pushed it toward her best friend. Fine, my husband said he'll sell it to you. Pay up. Her movements were rough, the cage rattling loudly, startling the landlady inside who shifted restlessly. Her best friend, furious, crouched down to protect the cage. "Can you be a little gentler?" The woman disdainfully handed over the payment code. "I've already given you the cat. Hurry up and pay." Jiang Ruochu glanced at the 3-minute countdown in front of her, deliberately stepped forward to block the two of them, picked up the cat cage, and slowly examined it. "Take a closer look. This cat is indeed quite nice." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately changed her mind. "Of course, why don't you add some more? There's another place next door. I'll give it to you there too." Jiang Ruochu put her hands behind her back and gave her best friend a secret signal. Her best friend immediately understood and pretended to be angry, asking, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you promise to sell it to me?" The woman's temper flared faster than turning the pages of a book. "Who said I'd definitely sell it to you? The highest bidder wins, understand?" The two continued their back-and-forth banter for another minute. The woman started to feel inexplicably sleepy, yawning and urging, all right, either of you can have it. Just hurry up and pay." She had barely finished speaking when her body suddenly went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her best friend, startled, took a step back. "You trying to extort money? I didn't touch you." The woman glanced at her listlessly, mumbled under her breath, and before she could finish speaking, she collapsed and fell asleep. The best friend was dumbfounded and quickly called the male friend who was with her to take a look. The male friend was a medical student. Although he disliked this family, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die, so he immediately went forward to check on them. Jiang Ruochu calmly said, "She's fine. She's just asleep." Her best friend was incredulous. "You just want to sleep like that?" After checking, the boy hesitated and said, "At first glance, there seems to be no problem. It seems like she really is asleep." Jiang Ruochu, without batting an eye, made up a story. "I just hypnotized her for only 10 minutes. Give her no money. Let's go." Her best friend and the two guys' gazes towards her instantly changed, their faces filled with admiration. Her best friend was already holding back her anger and felt that the woman had no right to accept this money. If they were truly good to the landlady, she might have given her some money for her nutrition, but there was absolutely no need for it now. Just as the group was about to leave, the iron fence around the yard suddenly rattled. They turned around and saw a tabby cat easily climb up the cat-proof fence, its paws gripping the wires, its muscular body particularly noticeable. My best friend exclaimed in surprise, "Missing an ear?" The man with missing ears climbed over the wire mesh and quickly ran to the sleeping woman's side. He raised his hind paws and began to dig in the mud, shoveling sand and dirt all over the woman's face. Jiang Ruochu fell silent. Now she truly believed it. This cat not only held grudges, but was also incredibly clever. Her best friend and the two boys couldn't help but gloat. After digging in the dirt, the man with the missing ear nimbly leaped onto the wall and disappeared in the blink of an eye, truly keeping his deeds hidden. Jiang Ruochu tugged at her best friend's sleeve. "Let's go." The girl nodded, and the four of them immediately left with the landlady. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a man leading a child. The man was visibly taken aback when he saw the airline-approved suitcase in a friend's hand. The child was stunned for a moment when he saw Jiang Ruochu, then screamed, "It's her! This bad Annie hit me!" Without a second thought, Jiang Ruochu and her friends turned and ran. Her best friend, carrying a heavy airline-style carrier containing her cat, started panting after running only a dozen meters, her steps growing heavier and heavier. Just as the two boys were about to help, Jiang Ruochu had already taken the airline case. Her physical strength was much better than before. She could carry more than 10 kilograms of things and still walk briskly, quickly running a long distance. The three were stunned and could only hurry to catch up. Before long, they had left the man and child behind. It's unclear whether the landlady knew she had escaped her clutches, but she was meowing excitedly inside the carrier. The group left the residential area, winding their way through several turns before stopping to make sure no one was chasing them. Zhongzhan's best friend leaned against the wall, panting, and asked, "I ran because I recognized that man as the woman's husband, and I was afraid he would cause trouble. What about you?" Jiang Ruochu touched her nose, a little embarrassed. "This morning I saw that kid bullying the kitten, so I retaliated in kind, and he ran away crying." Looking back now, it's not surprising that parents like that could raise children who carelessly trample on the lives of others. After hearing the whole story, her best friend burst into laughter, her face full of satisfaction. "Serves him right. Every time I come here, That brat bullies the stray cats. When I try to stop him, he spits at me. She paused for another minute, and once her breathing had calmed down, she suddenly looked at Jiang Ruochu and asked, "Do you know Jinjin?" Chapter 78, The Transmigrator's Will. Yes. Jiang Ruochu nodded. You must be Xian, right? She mentioned you to me. Zhongzhen's best friend is named Lan Jiaxuan. The two often joke around, calling each other Sister Xian and Sister Zhen. Upon hearing this nickname, Lan Jiaxuan's suspicions immediately dissipated. This was a little secret that only she and Zhongzhen knew. Yes, it's me. Lan Jiaxuan came to her senses, and thinking of Zhongzhen, she couldn't help but sniffle, forcibly suppressing her discomfort. The boy next to her patted her shoulder and whispered words of comfort, saying that people can't come back to life, but at least the cat has been brought back, and Zhongzhen can rest easy. Jiang Ruochu also reminded them to leave first. Lan Jiaxuan nodded, intending to take the landlady home and settle her in first, and then invited Jiang Ruochu to come along. There was a hot pot restaurant downstairs from her apartment, so they could eat and chat at the same time. Jiang Ruochu was also looking for information about what had happened from her, so she agreed. An hour later, the landlady was taken back to Lan Jiaxuan's house. As soon as the carrier was opened, it cautiously poked its body out, looked around, and after recognizing Lan Jiaxuan, it rubbed against her leg. Lan Jiaxuan's eyes welled up with tears, and she quickly pushed the cat food bowl over, coaxing it to eat something first. The landlady was clearly starving. She buried her face in the bowl and ate with gusto, as if afraid she would never get to eat again. Lan Jiaxuan felt a pang of sadness. When Zhongzhen was still alive, she would never have let the landlady suffer like this. She whispered that everything here would belong to her from now on, and she would live with her aunt. After settling the cat in, Lan Jiaxuan worried about the couple again, fearing they would come after her for not paying. Jiang Ruochu reassured her that they didn't know her name or address, and besides, they had their own troubles to deal with and had no time to bother with her. Lan Jiaxuan breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly said that she was very grateful to Jiang Ruochu today. Then she led everyone to the hot pot restaurant downstairs. At the dinner table, Jiang Ruochu finally heard the whole story from Lan Jiaxuan. After Zhongzhen's death, if there was a will, the estate would be handled according to the will. If not, it would be distributed according to the statutory order of inheritance. Zhongzhen is unmarried, has no spouse or children, and her parents have long since passed away. Logically, the inheritance would go to the second-in-line heirs, including her siblings, grandparents, and maternal grandparents. However, all of these relatives are gone, and she has no siblings, so the house has become an ownerless property. Although Zhongzhen had no direct relatives, she had quite a few distant relatives. When she inherited her parents' estate, some people from her father's side came to make trouble, saying that she was an outsider and had no right to take the Zhong family's house. Zhongzhen laughed in anger. That was the house left by her own father. She, as his daughter, had no right to it, but those distant relatives from who knows how many generations ago did. After that incident, she had a huge argument with those so-called relatives and completely cut off all contact with them. It was because of this incident that Zhongzhen had the idea of making will early on and even discussed with Lan Jiaxuan what would happen to the landlady if something happened to her. Lan Jiaxuan laughed at her at the time, saying she was too young to think about such unlucky things. No one expected that death would come so suddenly. Lan Jiaxuan was on a business trip when she received the news of Zhongzhen's death. She broke down in tears on the spot and immediately asked for leave to return home to handle the funeral arrangements. However, within just 2 days, Zhongzhen's home was occupied by others. The family that moved in was from the same village as Zhongzhen's father. They weren't exactly relatives, but they were related in some way. Yet, they were so distant that it was hard to pinpoint which generation they were related to. Ironically, the father of that family was a village official, and when a street office contacted the village, the call happened to go to him. Upon hearing that Zhongzhen had no heir to the house, his first reaction wasn't to inform others, but to keep the news a secret and use his connections to transfer the city house to his own name. That was a property worth millions. Of course, he was envious. So he told his son and daughter-in-law to move in first and occupy the house, instructing them to keep a low profile so that other villagers wouldn't find out and try to take a share. But the couple turned around and broke the lock and moved in. When Lan Jiaxuan went to the landlady's house to ask for help, the landlady said that the cat had been given to a friend to raise, and that the friend had many cats and would take good care of it. Lan Jiaxuan was skeptical, but as a girl going alone, she didn't dare to confront her on the spot and was also afraid that she would never be able to find out about the cat's whereabouts again, so she could only hold back for now. As for the house, she was even more helpless. She and Zhongzhen were just friends. Without legal authorization, she had no right to interfere in the inheritance. She also had to work and live her life and didn't have the energy to keep wasting time with that shameless family. After a while, the family suddenly contacted her, asking if the landlady had been spayed or neutered. Lan Jiaxuan immediately became alert and, after pressing for details, learned that they had not sent the cat to a good home at all. Instead, they had heard that golden-shaded cats were valuable and wanted to use the landlady to breed kittens for profit. Lan Jiaxuan was so angry that she had a big argument with them and demanded that the cat be returned. The other party found out that the landlady had been spayed and could not have kittens, and seeing that Lan Jiaxuan cared a lot about the cat, they simply made an outrageous demand of 20,000 yuan. Lan Jiaxuan naturally refused. The two sides pulled and tugged at each other, even involving the police, but the police could only mediate in such matters. In the end, the family only agreed to reduce the price by 5,000, insisting that she pay 15,000 to buy the cat. 15,000 yuan is no small sum, and Lan Jiaxuan could come up with it even if she gritted her teeth, but she was unwilling to let that family get the cat back for nothing. So she consulted a lawyer, hoping to see if the previous chat records could be used as evidence to get the cat back. Unexpectedly, during this time, the family listed the landlady online for sale. Others were offering her for 5,500, but if Lan Jiaxuan wanted to buy her, they insisted on 15,000. Lan Jiaxuan panicked and called two male friends to accompany her to negotiate the final deal. Jiang Ruochu already knew what happened after that. Lan Jiaxuan stirred the seasoning in her bowl, her voice muffled. The landlady used to be a big fat woman weighing 11 pounds, but they fattened her up to a whole size. I don't know how much she suffered. She paused, then said, "Luckily, I brought it back, so I didn't let Jinjin down." Jiang Ruochu nodded and told her that the most important thing was to ensure the cat's safety first, and that other things could be figured out later. Lan Jiaxuan sighed, most angry that Zhongzhen's house was occupied by those disgusting people. Jiang Ruochu suddenly spoke up, saying that Zhongzhen had actually made a will. She had a lawyer friend whom Zhongzhen had consulted, so she knew some of the general contents of the will. In short, those relatives didn't get a share. Even if the specific details are unclear for the time being, Jiang Ruochu is not worried. She can ask the person in question and find out soon. Upon hearing this, Lan Jiaxuan's eyes lit up instantly, unable to contain her excitement. That's wonderful. Chapter Shaptazit Shinoa Divinikat, Lan Jiaxuan said, feeling frustrated and indignant. I think no matter what, it's better for Jinjin's house to be donated than for it to end up in the hands of this damn relative. Jiang Ruochu told her that, in fact, according to Zhongzhen's wishes, she would leave the house to whoever was willing to take care of the landlady. Lan Jiaxuan was stunned, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She then realized that Zhongzhen had already made plans in mind. Besides Lan Jiaxuan, who had promised her, who else would genuinely take care of that cat for her? Jiang Ruochu added that the house could be put on hold for now, but Zhongzhen had made it clear that the savings should be left to Lan Jiaxuan so that she could realize her dream of retirement as soon as possible. The house, the money, and the cat were actually all guarantees that Zhongzhen left for her and the landlady. Lan Jiaxuan could no longer hold back. She choked up and couldn't speak a complete sentence. She could only repeat "this guy is gone" over and over again. Tears kept falling down her face, and she could only lower her head to hide her disheveled state. Two male friends wanted to comfort her, but Jiang Ruochu shook her head, handed her a tissue, and softly told her to let her vent. The group then sat quietly, waiting for her to calm down. Jiang Ruochu could tell that Lan Jiaxuan was truly heartbroken for Zhongzhen. Considering all the things Lan Jiaxuan had done for Zhongzhen, it was enough to prove that Zhongzhen hadn't trusted the wrong person. After a while, Lan Jiaxuan dried her face and comforted herself, saying she wouldn't cry anymore. Jinjin used to think she looked ugly when she cried. She took a sip of the tea her friend offered and finally got back to business. The biggest problem now is that they don't know where the will is. After confirming with Zhongzhen again, Jiang Ruochu said that the will was at her house. Lan Jiaxuan was even more worried. The relatives had been living there for a while and treated it like their own home, stuffing clothes and belongings inside. Who knew if they had found the will? Jiang Ruochu said that if the will could not be found, they should go to the lawyer who helped Zhongzhen make the will. Even if the lawyer might not have a copy, at least he knew about it and might have some evidence. Lan Jiaxuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ruochu subtly covered up her earlier statement, saying that the lawyer she had recommended was too expensive, and Zhongzhen had only consulted with him before ultimately finding someone else herself. Lan Jiaxuan nodded, but still found it strange that Jiang Ruochu knew even these details. Zhongzhen had initially asked a colleague's friend to contact a lawyer, and it took several rounds of searching to find someone with a suitable price. But now Zhongzhen doesn't remember the lawyer's phone number, and that colleague has already left the company. It will take some time to find him. Jiang Ruochu then suggested splitting into two groups. Lan Jiaxuan, familiar with Zhongzhen's interpersonal relationships, would be responsible for finding a lawyer. Jiang Ruochu would handle the matter of Zhongzhen's relatives. Lan Jiaxuan hesitated, reminding her that the family was shameless and worried that she would be taken advantage of. Jiang Ruochu, however, remained calm, saying that she already had a plan. The two became friends, and Lan Jiaxuan told her to contact her anytime if she needed anything, and never to venture out alone. Jiang Ruochu smiled and agreed, feeling her genuine concern. At this moment, Jiang Ruochu remembered that there was a task in the system to visit K. Erdwa. Although she had just seen K. Erdwa, the system had not indicated that the task was completed, so a brief visit did not count. The system reminded her that a visit required at least 10 seconds of eye contact with the target cat. If the cat refused to cooperate, the visit would be considered complete if it ate the cat food, she fed it, or spent more than a minute in close proximity to the cat. Jiang Ruochu understood. The request wasn't unreasonable. If a mere glance was considered a visit, then the system would be too easily fooled. She then asked Lan Jiaxuan if she knew anything about the cat with missing ears. Mentioning the cat, Lan Jiaxuan sighed again, saying that the cat with missing ears was exceptionally intelligent, sometimes even unusually clever for a cat. Zhongzhen used to feed it often. After it got used to it, it came to eat at regular times every day. It didn't just eat and drink for free. It even brought gifts for Zhongzhen. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat surprised and asked if it was something like a mouse. She had seen amusing stories online about cats giving their owners gifts. Twigs and stones were fine, but mice and cockroaches were really unbearable. Lan Jiaxuan smiled and said that K. Erdwa hadn't given him those things before. He'd given him leaves, fallen flowers, and little balls he'd picked up from the roadside. The most outrageous time was when he stole some sausages that his neighbor was drying and gave them to Zhongzhen, which made Zhongzhen and the neighbor laugh so hard. Another time, Zhongzhen was cleaning the yard when she suddenly encountered a large rat and screamed in fright. She had hoped that the landlady would catch the rat, but the landlady was even more frightened than she was, and the two of them ran around the yard in a panic. Later, K. Erdwa jumped into the yard like a divine soldier, descending from the sky, caught the big rat in a few moments, and then ran up the cat-proof, netting with the rat in his mouth. Standing on the wall, he looked back at Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen later said that at that moment, she actually saw coolness in a cat. Of course, that is if you don't look at the cat's pitiful face with a missing ear. Since then, no mice have been seen in Zhongzhen's yard. They even joked that the mice must have held a meeting and realized that there was a cat boss protecting them, so they never dared to come back. When Zhongzhen came home from working overtime, she often encountered K. Erdwa, missing ear. It would always follow her at a distance. At first, Zhongzhen thought it wanted food, but after teasing it a few times, she realized that it didn't eat anything, yet it would still follow her next time. They presumptuously thought that perhaps this was the cat's way of showing concern. After Zhongzhen left, the neighbor and often saw K. Erdwa wandering around on the road she took home from get-off work. Sometimes it would run into Zhongzhen's yard and continue delivering those little gifts. But each time, the family would chase it away with a broom. Later, it would often sneak into the house and cause trouble, and the neighbors could always hear the family screaming and cursing, "You damned beast!" After hearing this, Jiang Ruochu felt a little depressed. So there was such a connection between K. Erda and Zhongzhen. No wonder Zhongzhen couldn't let go of him. She suddenly realized that people often use the word beast when cursing others, but sometimes beasts might be more affectionate than humans. Jiang Ruochu spoke slowly. The one with missing ears probably didn't understand what death meant, only that Zhongzhen had suddenly disappeared. It was worried about her, so it continued to send gifts, hoping she would come back. But Zhongjin didn't come back. Instead, a group of fierce-looking people came and occupied her den. Missing Ears wanted to chase them away, but it was just a cat after all, and all it could do was cause trouble. After hearing this, everyone at the table fell silent. Lan Jiaxuan said in a low voice that after taking the landlady back, she wanted to find a way to take the missing ear with her, whether it was to find an adopter or send it somewhere else. It just couldn't stay here any longer. Even if a cat is smart, it's still just a cat with one ear missing. She was genuinely afraid that one day the family would lose their temper and kill it. This was also what Jiang Ruochu was worried about. She nodded and said seriously, "Okay, let's think of a solution together." Chapter 80, The New Plan. After finishing the hot pot, Jiang Ruochu returned to the hotel and told Zhongjun the whole story. Zhongjun was both happy and angry after hearing this. She was happy that she hadn't misjudged her best friend, that she had found a solution for the landlady, and that the cat with missing ears was such a loyal friend. But the thought of those relatives who suddenly appeared made her furious. She had no recollection of those people, yet they managed to do something so disgusting. Although Zhongjun was unwilling to have her house seized, she still reminded Jiang Ruochu that if things got really bad, she should just let it go and not confront these scoundrels head-on. Jiang Ruochu reassured her, saying she already had a plan, and whether it would work out was another matter, but she would give it a try. Taking back the house wasn't just to help Zhongjun, but also because she couldn't stand that family's behavior. Zhongjun's eyes welled up with tears, and she sent a series of thanks, saying that she would do her best to find medicine for her in the cultivation world. Jiang Ruochu replied with a funny face emoji, and said that she would find a safe place for the girl with missing ears, and that she couldn't let such a smart and loyal little cat suffer. At this point, other group members also chimed in. Everyone was furious with those unscrupulous relatives and joined in to curse them on Zhongjun's behalf, while also encouraging Jiang Ruochu to be bold and take action. Rather than offering verbal encouragement, the group members were more practical. Yuan Tangdang said that since there hadn't been any transactions this month, they could send over some more jewelry, so Jiang Ruochu could sell it to raise funds. Meng Xian also indicated that he had money. He had cried after receiving Jiang Ruochu's message last time, which was then reported to the Empress by secret guards. The Empress not only lifted his confinement, but also rewarded him with 10 boxes of pearls, enough to play with as marbles, as well as fine silks and a fine horse. Yuan Tangdang was shocked and hurriedly asked if the Empress was still forceful towards him. Meng Xian said that since he confessed at Jiang Ruochu's suggestion, the Empress had never forcibly summoned him to the palace again, and even when they met, she kept her distance. People in the palace thought he had fallen out of favor, but the Empress then rewarded him with a large amount of treasure, and no one could understand her meaning. Jiang Ruochu hit the nail on the head, saying that what else could it mean? Meng Xian had already become the white moonlight that the Empress loved but could not have, so he could just enjoy his happiness. After chatting about Meng Xian, Jiang Ruochu asked Yuan Tangdang about the plot developments. She loved following gossip, and the things her friends in the group were experiencing were happening right now, even more exciting than reading a novel. Yuan Tangdang said that the female lead had been framed and banished from the palace. The emperor had been depressed lately, and many concubines wanted to take advantage of the situation to rise in rank. But she was too lazy to provoke him, nor did she kick him while he was down, because she knew that the female lead would eventually come back and start a fierce battle. Of course, she wouldn't offer help in times of need. She didn't need to curry favor with the female lead, nor did she need to suppress her. Her safest course was to remain quietly a wealthy and carefree imperial concubine, avoiding any involvement in the main couple's relationship. Jiang Ruochu sighed. The more smug those who kick someone when they're down are now, the more miserable they'll be in the future. At this moment, Fu Yinshi also emerged after climbing the building. Apart from Cui Xuehui from the post-apocalyptic world, almost everyone else in the group was present. Cui Xuehui was always busy, so it wasn't surprising. Fu Yinshi offered Jiang Ruochu advice from her own perspective, saying that she not only needed to save money, but also to build connections and relationships. Some things that seemed difficult to handle might be resolved with just a word from the relevant authorities. He gave an example. Some people disappear completely after committing a crime, or even go to jail. Others commit crimes, but act as if nothing happened. Ultimately, the latter are bound by too many interests, too many people want to protect them, and as long as the bottom line isn't crossed, there's always room for maneuver. Jiang Ruochu knew very well that Fu Yinxi was right. This was already part of her plan. She countered by asking Fu Yinxi so-called interest groups. Is it about joining one or creating one yourself? After sending the message, she added a grinning emoji. Fu Yinxi was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Jiang Ruochu probably had this idea all along, and that she had quite a bit of ambition. Fu Yinxi said that no matter which one it is, Jiang Ruochu can ask him anything she wants to know in the future. He is quite familiar with the affairs of the wealthy circles, and he can use whatever he knows as a reference for her, at least to help her avoid detours. Jiang Ruochu jokingly remarked that President Fu was her biggest connection. This flattery greatly pleased Fu Yinxi. She then asked if, aside from serious matters, it was okay to gossip about the elite circles. Fu Yinxi immediately became excited and said, "Of course, there's plenty." Since he was dead anyway, there was no qualms about talking about gossip. The group members perked up at the mention of juicy gossip about wealthy families. Many of them had heard of these families, making the stories even more intriguing and sometimes even involving the film and television industry. Even Haydn, who usually wasn't interested in idle chatter, chimed in, listening with great interest. Of course, Jiang Ruochu didn't just sit around watching the drama unfold. She first messaged Yuan Tangdang and Meng Xian privately, asking them to deliver the jewelry later. She was out on business, and it wasn't convenient to carry the jewelry with her. Both agreed, telling her to contact them anytime when it was convenient for her. With the help of these two noble ladies in the palace, money was not a major concern. Jiang Ruochu wasn't actually short of money now, but she wouldn't complain about having too much, since the more fun she had, the easier it would be to get things done in the future. Subsequently, Jiang Ruochu contacted Brother Biao, who was in charge of debt collection, and asked him to take a few people to Zhongzhen's hometown village to spread the word that Zhongzhen's property, which he left behind after his death, had been secretly seized by his relatives in the village. Jiang Ruochu wasn't naively hoping that the villagers would uphold justice for her. What she needed to do was put this lucrative opportunity out in the open. Once the benefits were revealed, those people would naturally start fighting amongst themselves. She only had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation when the family was preoccupied with village troubles and had no time to attend to other matters. Chapter 81, Acquiring New Skills. Brother Biao has dealt with thugs and hooligans for many years and is best at dealing with these unreasonable people. As for how Brother Biao would spread the word, Jiang Ruochu didn't need to worry about it. Brother Biao naturally had his own methods. All she needs is money. When Brother Biao received the task, he was immediately excited to hear that it wasn't about collecting debts, but about being rewarded for doing something as easy and good as spreading gossip. Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely handle it perfectly for you, making sure every household in their village knows the news, even the dogs in front of their houses must know. After saying that, Brother Biao quickly led a few people to Zhongzhen's hometown overnight. On their way to the village, things didn't calm down at Zhongzhen's house either. The man and his son chased after Jiang Ruochu and the others, but failed to catch up, so they had to go home dejectedly. On the way, the son kept crying and complaining about how that aunt had bullied him, which annoyed the man. When he got home, he found his wife lying on the ground covered in dirt, which terrified him. He rushed over to check on her. The man immediately dialed 120, but the woman woke up as soon as the call connected. As a result, the operator mistook him for a prankster making random calls and gave him a lecture. The man, furious, could only yell at his wife. "What are you doing lying in the yard for no reason?" The woman had just woken up and was still a little groggy when a man pushed her. Now she was furious and started yelling at the man. Then, after her son cried and complained, she realized that the two girls who bought the cat without paying had run away right under her husband's nose. So she started cursing even more fiercely, criticizing her husband for being incompetent and unable to even catch up with two girls. The couple was arguing outside, and their son was crying beside them. The noise was so loud that neighbors next door and upstairs craned their necks to look, then couldn't help but shake their heads, lamenting that ever since this family moved in, there hadn't been a single peaceful day. That night, the family was holding their breath and preparing to go to sleep when they heard a crackling sound coming from the kitchen. The man and woman immediately got up to check the situation. The dog with missing ears was standing on the stove, reaching its front paws towards the bowl on the counter. When it was discovered, it looked at them with an innocent face, looking silly, but its round eyes revealed the cunning. The woman, who hadn't had a good day in a row, let out a scream of despair and cursed, "You damned beast!" The man, enraged, grabbed something from a nearby shelf and threw it at the object. The boy with missing ears nimbly dodged the first attack, then without hesitation slammed his buttocks into the ground, smashing all the bowls. Amidst the shouts and curses of men and women, he quickly darted out the window, ran onto the cat netting, and disappeared into the vast night. The woman turned around and started yelling again. "You can't catch people, you can't catch cats, you don't plan to get the money from selling the cat back, and you can't even get the house deed sorted out. What good are you? I live here with you, and just have to put up with this awful nonsense. You wretched woman, aren't you comfortable living in the city? You still have to put up with this? If you don't like it, go back to the village. You think I'm incompetent? Then you go and do it. I'm out there running around every day, trying to build connections. I'm exhausted, and when I come back, I still get yelled at by you." Unable to win an argument with her husband, the woman could only slap her thigh and cry, "I think it's because of the bad feng shui of this house. We haven't had a single day of happiness since we moved in." The couple's arguments startled the dog, which began to bark. The upstairs residents and next-door neighbors couldn't help but start cursing the couple who never stopped. The dog with missing ears trotted along the stone path, tail held high. As it ran, it saw a girl standing alone at the end of the path in the distance. This stirred up its distant memories. It meowed and quickened its pace as it ran over. When it got closer and saw that the person was not the familiar two-legged creature, it stopped and stood still, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, watching the person warily. Jiang Ruochu took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the man with missing ears recognized the person as the one who had chased away the child and saved the kitten earlier that day. Previously, the nurses at the pet hospital had wondered how kittens survived after being separated from their mothers. They didn't know that this was all thanks to Miss Ear. Although Miss Ear was a male cat and didn't produce milk, he could still find food for the 2 kittens. As for cats surviving in the wild, it's already a struggle to have anything to eat. They can't ask for anything else. At this moment, Jiang Ruochu squatted down, stretched out her hand, and softly called out, "K. Erdwa, come here." The fact that it has survived to this day, despite being missing an ear, is thanks to the ability to recognize people that it has accumulated over many years of wandering. It can distinguish between good and bad people. It stays far away from bad people, but tentatively approaches good people. The missing ear could sense that Jiang Ruochu was a good person, so it cautiously and slowly approached her. Jiang Ruochu asked Zhongzhen and found out that K. Erdwa liked to eat long strips of dried fish, so she specially bought a bag. She opened the package, took out the dried fish, and shook it. The animal with missing ears saw the familiar dried fish and moved closer more quickly. After it approached, it didn't eat immediately, but instead circled around Jiang Ruochu, sniffing her left and right. Jiang Ruochu was not in a hurry and patiently waited for the hearing impairment to be assessed. After the man with missing ears finished his inspection, he circled back to her and began to enjoy eating dried fish. The crispy dried fish made a crunchy sound as the cat nibbled on them. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for completing Zhongzhen's request to visit the cat. You have received 100 points. In addition, since Zhongzhen's satisfaction rate reached 100%, you have achieved a perfect achievement and will receive an additional 100 points and the special skill, the cat's gratitude. What worries could a cat have? What troubles could a dog have? Actually, both are possible, but humans are too dense to understand our troubles. Using this skill allows you to communicate with any animal for 15 minutes. The skill has a 1-day cooldown from midnight to 2400 hours. After 2400 hours, the skill can be used again. Please note that each animal has a different personality. Sometimes your willingness to communicate doesn't mean they will reciprocate. This skill cannot force animals to communicate. Just as Jiang Ruochu finished explaining the skill description, she felt her hand being rubbed by a furry head. She looked down and saw that the man with missing ears had finished eating a small dried fish and was staring at her longingly. Jiang Ruochu quickly fed the second dried small fish with the missing ear. Soon, the dog with missing ears finished the whole bag of dried fish, and after eating and drinking its fill, it began to lick its fur contentedly. Jiang Ruochu had the system use its skill on the person missing an ear. Chapter 82, The Cat's Gratitude. Missing Ear. The boy with missing ears looked up suspiciously, his round eyes staring at Jiang Ruochu. How about I help you find a new home? The dog with missing ears meowed a few times, and Jiang Ruochu understood. It was asking, "What is home?" Jiang Ruochu discovered that although it could understand what the animals were saying, the animal's intelligence was limited, and sometimes they couldn't understand what she was saying. "It means someone feeds you, and you have a big nest," Jiang Ruochu said, gesturing as she spoke. "I have a big den." The one-eared creature proudly wagged its tail. "Every day I go to my den to fight off intruders. Once the intruders are gone, the two-legged creatures come back." Jiang Ruochu understood that the nest K. Erdwa mentioned must refer to Zhongzhen's home, and the intruders were those relatives. Jiang Ruochu patted the head, missing an ear. "You don't need to wait anymore. She won't be coming back." "Why doesn't she come back? Did she go to a faraway place to find food?" "I can find food to feed her too." Jiang Ruochu didn't know how to explain the death to K. Erda, so she could only say, "Then let's work together to drive away the intruders." "Okay, good." After the human and the cat finished their discussion, the one with missing ears seemed to realize something and asked, "Meow, why can you understand what I'm saying?" "Because I'm stronger than other two-legged creatures." "Oh, cats are quite naive. They believe whatever Jiang Ruochu says." "Don't go to that house and cause trouble for the next few days. I'll get rid of them soon." "Okay." The one-eared girl nuzzled Jiang Ruochu with her head. 2 days later, Zhongzhen's other relatives from his hometown indeed came after hearing the news. These relatives stood outside the yard and started cursing, calling the man and woman shameless for occupying their deceased niece's house. And then they started complaining about Zhongzhen's bad luck. It was as if they were helping Zhongzhen seek justice. The woman was not to be outdone and had a big argument with these relatives. Jiang Ruochu stood leisurely behind the woods and watched the whole thing unfold. She held an ice pop in one hand and took pictures of the argument with the other, then sent them to the transmigrated group. What's particularly interesting is that these relatives all made a fuss, as if they were very familiar with Zhongzhen. In another world, Zhongzhen cried out in anguish, "Who is this? Who the hell is this? I don't recognize him at all." When both sides reached their breaking point and grabbed brooms and sticks, ready to fight, the neighbors, unable to bear the disturbance any longer, finally called the police. When the police arrived, they invited the entire family, who had already started fighting, to have tea. Everyone was there, not one missing. Because it happened so suddenly, the woman frantically called her husband and was taken away before she could even lock the door. Jiang Ruochu successfully entered Zhongzhen's home. She was very composed and did not believe that she was trespassing. On the contrary, she believed that the family was trespassing. This family only thought about occupying the house, so they could sell it later for money. They didn't cherish or care for it as if it were their home, so the house was a mess. Jiang Ruochu frowned, her disgust for this family reaching its peak. However, the most urgent task is to find the will as soon as possible. Zhongzhen said that she had just finished making her will, put it in her bag, took it home, and then rushed to the company to work overtime. As a result, she died. Zhongzhen is a very clean person. She always keeps her bags in the cabinet next to the entrance. Following Zhongzhen's instructions, Jiang Ruochu opened the cabinet in the entryway and found it filled with a jumble of plastic bags, but not the backpack Zhongzhen had mentioned. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat disappointed. It seemed the original will have been lost. At that moment, Zhongzhen sent a message. "Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, how was it? Did you find it?" Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, no. We can only see if there's any change in the lawyer's opinion. If not, we'll have to wait until next month. I'll send you paper and pen so you can write a new will. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, that works too. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, however, without a notarized will, we don't know if the court will recognize it. If your distant relatives want to cause trouble and file a lawsuit, it won't be settled in a short time. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, it's my fault for leaving so suddenly. Who would have thought that the day after she wrote her will would be the day after her accident? Life is indeed unpredictable. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, it's all right. Let's go to court. We can hire the best lawyers. At least until the court makes a ruling, we will temporarily seal off your house and not allow anyone to enter. Watching Jiang Ruochu and Zhongzhen chat, Dan felt that being a person was so difficult and tiring. If this were in the demon realm, it would kill anyone who dared to occupy its lair. Just then, a friendly meow sound came from the side. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction of the sound and saw K. Erdwa standing in the yard, his tail wagging happily. It thought the two-legged creature in front of it was too powerful. Yesterday it said it could drive away the intruders and today all the intruders have left. The creature with missing ears turned around, took 2 steps forward, then looked back at Jiang Ruochu, and then took another step forward. Although Jiang Ruochu didn't use any skills, she could still understand that the missing ear seemed to be a signal for her to follow it. Since there was no will to be found here and no point in staying any longer, Jiang Ruochu followed Kerdwa. A person and a cat wandered around the neighborhood, taking many turns, until they reached a corner of the residential area. Jiang Ruochu saw a small, square box placed in the bushes. A moment later, the boy with missing ears pulled a yarn mouse toy out of the tattered cardboard box. Then it used its nose to nudge the toy mouse towards Jiang Ruochu. Meow. Jiang Ruochu was flattered. Is this a gift from you? Meow. Jiang Ruochu chuckled as she rubbed the head of the cat with the missing ear, while out of the corner of her eye she noticed a bag in the cat's bed. Curious, she pulled the bag out. When she discovered it was a black canvas backpack, a slight unease stirred within her. An inexplicable premonition welled up inside her. Jiang Ruochu excitedly unzipped her bag and found a blue file folder inside. Inside was Zhongzhen's will, signed and stamped by the law firm. Jiang Ruochu was overjoyed. She never expected that what she was looking for would be found in Kerdwa. Jiang Ruochu used the cat's gratitude skill on Kerdwa, and then pieced together the whole story from Kerdwa's perspective. When that family moved into Zhongzhen's house, they complained that the things inside were used by the dead and were unlucky. They quickly sold everything they could and threw away anything they couldn't sell. Among the discarded trash was this black canvas bag. Zhongzhen often carried this canvas bag to work, so he recognized it and could smell its odor. The cat didn't have any other thoughts. It just felt that the smell of this thing was familiar and reassuring, so it dragged the bag back and put it in its bed, then slept on it every day and felt very comfortable. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, Zhongzhen's will was picked up by Kerdwa. This is the best gift you could give me. It was also the most powerful weapon to drive that family away. The creature with missing ears tilted its head and meowed, as if it understood, but didn't quite. Jiang Ruochu explained again in a language that cats could understand. You drove away those intruders. Now, the man with missing ears seemed to understand, proudly raising his head and holding his tail high. Perhaps even Zhongzhen never imagined that the seed of kindness she had planted would bloom into a beautiful flower in return for her at an unexpected time. Chapter 83. While passing on good fortune, perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was good fortune passed on by someone with missing ears. Good news also came from Lan Jiaxuan's side. She found a lawyer. Jiang Ruochu then hired a lawyer to apply to the court to have the family evicted from Zhongzhen's home. Court officials arrived quickly to enforce the order. This family had only been out of the police station for a short time and hadn't even stayed at Zhongzhen's house for a few days when they encountered public officials who came to carry out orders. They were initially stunned, then refused to admit it and sat on the ground, unwilling to leave. Why are you kicking us out? This is our home. My eldest niece passed away, and she had no children, so this house is naturally ours. The staff carrying out the court order, having seen many scoundrels, said in a tough tone, the homeowner made a will before his death, and this house has nothing to do with you. You changed the locks and forcibly moved in, which is illegal. We don't understand anything about wills. If we don't leave the house to our relatives, are we supposed to leave it to outsiders? There's no such logic in this world. That's right. You're the ones who broke the law. I think that what was forged by you. The couple's back and forth banter kept the staff's head spinning. Just as they were throwing a tantrum, Jiang Ruochu arrived with her men. She smiled slightly at the lead staff member and said, I'm a friend of the homeowner, and I came here specifically to help with the move. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she gave a wink, and the people she brought immediately stepped forward, grabbed the woman's wrist, and lifted her outside. Because it was so sudden, the woman didn't have time to react before she was carried outside. Immediately afterwards, the group began moving things around inside the house. The staff were dumbfounded. This was the first time they hadn't had to lift a finger. Someone was helping them with the work. What was even more surprising was that when they were halfway through moving the belongings, a cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started dragging the family's things out of the house. That's amazing. Upon seeing this, the man and woman began to cry and shout, pulling and tugging at each other. What are you doing? What right do you have to move my things? This is my home. This is my home. However, evil people will naturally be punished by evil people. Since the couple was able to leave the police station, Another group of people from Zhongja village were naturally released as well. Once they were released, they discussed it again at the hotel and decided that they absolutely could not let the couple take such a big advantage. With the idea that if you can stay here, then we can stay here too, they brought their tents and pots and pans and were determined to stay in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they saw the couple being driven out, and they immediately clapped their hands in delight, shouting that the upright and just magistrate had done justice for the people and punished the couple. The scene was both comical and laughable. Fortunately, it was these relatives who came, which changed the couple's target. With the combined efforts of Jiang Ruochu's team, staff, and the man with the missing ear, the couple's belongings were quickly loaded onto the vehicle. Of course, the move didn't go smoothly without the help of those unscrupulous relatives. If they hadn't held the couple back, the move probably wouldn't have been so easy. In any case, unethical relatives all have the same mentality. If they can't have it, then no one else should either. Subsequently, staff affixed a seal to the door of Zhongzhen's house, which will be lifted once the matter concerning the will is fully clarified. Jiang Ruochu looked at the seal affixed to the door frame and felt a sense of relief. Then she walked up to the couple and slapped the bill onto the man's lap. Pay for your own moving expenses. The woman was grabbing a relative from the same village by the collar, her face bearing red marks from the scratches. She hadn't noticed them in the chaos, but now that she had a moment to think, she recognized Jiang Ruochu after a closer look. You're the one who came to buy the cat that day. I came here specifically to handle this matter on behalf of your eldest niece. Jiang Ruochu raised the corners of her lips into a sinister and eerie smile. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at the two of them, as if she could see into their hearts and dig out all their dirty and sordid deeds to expose to the public. She told me to tell you, don't think that the dead won't cause trouble. If you do too many bad things, be careful of ghosts taking revenge. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, the black egg hanging on her bag flashed. Ultimately, the couple and their troublemaking relatives are just opportunistic and unreasonable. They appear strong on the outside, but are actually weak on the inside. They don't believe in the law or reason, but they are very superstitious. So Jiang Ruochu's casual remarks stirred up their hidden fears, which were then amplified infinitely by the black egg spell. Suddenly, a ghostly figure with long hair and a deathly pale face appeared before the couple. They were stunned for a moment, then took a few steps back and blinked hard. More and more dark shadows appeared in the house. These hideous shadows spread wildly upwards along the walls. When the shadows swelled to their maximum size, they suddenly broke off the walls and pounced on the couple. Yeah, there's a ghost. The couple stumbled backward, and in their panic, they fell hard on their backsides. After they fell, they screamed while clutching their heads and frantically tearing at their bodies, as if something was wrapped around them. Get away! Get away! Don't come any closer! Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow. She felt that the black egg hanging on her bag seemed to have become a little heavier. The couple's startled expressions were exactly the same as those of Lu Buju in Juyuan Pavilion. Therefore, Jiang Ruochu was certain that it was the black egg that was exerting its power. She patted the black egg hanging on the bag and praised it for doing a good job. The relatives standing nearby looked at the couple with bewilderment. Don't think that pretending to be crazy will work for you two. The couple, however, lay on the ground in fear, clutching their heads, ignoring their relatives from the same village. The relatives from the same village felt something was strange, so they looked up at Zhongzhan's house. They could vaguely see a shadow on the wall. At first, they thought they were seeing things, but then the shadow suddenly pounced on them, baring its teeth and claws as if it could swallow them up. These people were so frightened that they ran away with their heads in their hands, instantly getting more than 10 meters away from Zhongzhan's house. The court staff looked at the group of people who had been so arrogant just moments before, but were now trembling with fear. What happened to them? Never mind them. If they stop causing trouble, it'll save us some trouble. The staff member waved his hand, indicating that they were leaving. After the group left Zhongzhan's house, the house, which had been noisy for a long time, finally quieted down. The afternoon sun shone through the gaps in the trees and into the yard, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Ruochu noticed a small, unnamed flower stubbornly growing in the corner of the yard. Perhaps the couple missed it when they were damaging the renovation of the yard. The cat with missing ears slowly walked to the steps by the French windows, spread its front paws, raised its buttocks, stretched, and then squatted down to bask in the sun contentedly. Jiang Ruochu and Kei Erdwa exchanged a glance. She slowly walked over and used her skill on Kei Erdwa. The one with missing ears said happily, "Meow, the two-legged creature and the useless fatso can come back." The fat guy refers to Zhongzhen's golden shaggy dog, which has a round face and a large body, almost as big as a half-missing ear, yet it doesn't even dare to catch a mouse, which is indeed very useless in its eyes. Jiang Ruochu patted the head, missing an ear, and said, "The two-legged beast has gone to a very far place, and won't be coming back for the time being." The boy with missing ears tilted his head and thought for a moment, then innocently asked, "How far is it? How many roads are there lined with hairless beasts?" The road mentioned by the man with missing ears, referring to a hairless beast, probably means a road. In its eyes, running across a dozen or so streets might mean reaching a very, very far place. Further than this. "Oh," the one-eared man thought for a moment, "then I'll wait here for the two-legged creature to come back." Jiang Ruochu asked gently, "Why don't you come with me? I'll help you find another place to stay." The one with missing ears meowed urgently a few times. "I like it here. There are big caves and big pools, which is really fun. There are also slow-moving two-legged creatures that feed me good food. Once I leave, there won't be any cats to protect them anymore. Besides, the two-legged creature that beat me up is still around here. I'm going to be in front of his door to show them what I'm capable of." Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh and cry when she heard about the dream of someone with a missing ear. In the eyes of the missing ear, most of the neighborhood is its territory. It patrols its territory every day when it wanders around. Zhongzhen's home is its den, a place it needs to protect. In fact, every cat has a different personality. There are delicate and clingy cats like the landlady, who can't leave home or people. There are also chivalrous cats like the one with missing ears, who love to wander around and can knock 3 landladies away with one paw. This is also why Zhongzhen had not been able to successfully adopt a child with a missing ear before. She tried bringing the missing ear home, but the missing ear always managed to run away and come back for meals every day, so Zhongzhen had to give up. The same thing is happening now. Jiang Ruochu wants to take Kei Erdwa with her, but Kei Erdwa is unwilling and she can't force him. Fortunately, there was Lan Jiaxuan. With the help of a lawyer, Lan Jiaxuan successfully inherited the property according to the will. She then gave up her rental apartment and moved into Zhongzhen's home. Chapter 84. Can you cause trouble and still enjoy the gossip? It's quite amazing that Kei Erdwa is very hostile to that family, but not to Lan Jiaxuan. It still does what it always does. Come back every day to eat and drink for free, play with the big fat guy for a while, and then go out for a stroll. Lan Jiaxuan once thought that maybe it was because her appearance was similar to Zhongzhen's that Kei Erdwa thought Zhongzhen had returned. It wasn't until later, when she was organizing photos, that she came across a picture of her and Zhongzhen together, and the person with the missing ear meowed at the photo. Lan Jiaxuan then realized that the missing ear did not confuse them. Perhaps it simply accepted her. At that time, Lan Jiaxuan even posted a comment on her WeChat moments, saying that being missing an ear really shows a lot of intelligence. As for the 2 kittens and their mother that Jiang Ruochu found, she posted an adoption notice on her WeChat moments to find good homes for the 3 cats, 2 kittens, and 1 adult. Sangwon saw her post on WeChat moments and chatted with her. After hearing the story of the mother cat, Sangwon felt heartbroken. Her child was studying in another city, and her husband couldn't provide her with any emotional support, so she wanted to get a pet to keep her company. So she adopted the mother cat and 2 kittens, who were probably all mothers. Thinking about the suffering the mother cat had endured, Sangwon treated her exceptionally well, providing her with the best cat food, the best canned cat food, a super luxurious cat bed, and all kinds of cat toys. She originally wanted to adopt the child who was missing an ear. Jiang Ruochu. The person with a missing ear doesn't want to leave its original place, so let's respect its wishes. Sangwon looked at Jiang Ruochu's reply with great confusion. It was as if Jiang Ruochu was telling her directly that she didn't want to. Sangwon found it extremely amusing and replied in a childlike tone. "Okay, then we'll respect the cat's opinion." While Lan Jiaxuan was handling the inheritance process, Jiang Ruochu was also busy. She took Haydn to Zhongzhen's hometown village. She understood the evil in human nature. As long as these people don't completely give up, even if the court awards the house to Lan Jiaxuan, they will definitely still cause trouble. Such commotion was enough to drain Lan Jiaxuan's energy, making it impossible for her to live a peaceful life. Therefore, Jiang Ruochu wanted to eliminate any future troubles. At dawn, Jiang Ruochu arrived at the village entrance and gazed at the small village that was about to fall into slumber. Is this place enough for you to eat? If it is, then treat this place the same way you treated that couple. Black Egg could see that the village was filled with an aura of greed and jealousy. These primal evil thoughts were very pure. After indulging in elaborate meals like Buddha jumps over the wall in the city, it's nice to treat yourself to some simple dishes in clear broth. The Black Egg began to absorb these evil thoughts, and vein-like patterns appeared on its eggshell, radiating a colorful array of hues from within. Jiang Ruochu felt the Black Egg trembling, and the inside of the stone was filled with light and color, like a shimmering aurora. She opened the golden cage containing the Black Egg and saw the Black Egg slowly fly up and then hover in front of her. Immediately afterwards, the Black Egg began to spin rapidly, and the light inside the stone seemed to explode, changing rapidly. Countless dark shadows, invisible to Jiang Ruochu, surged toward the village. They rustled and crawled into the house, grabbing the feet of the sleeping people. As people impatiently opened their sleepy eyes, they saw countless dark figures lurking by the window, their mouths open without teeth or tongues, making clicking and gurgling sounds from their throats. Give me back my house. Give me back my house. Soon, Jiang Ruochu heard screams and howls coming from the village. Yeah, a ghost. That girl from the Zhong family is really back. It must be said that Jiang Ruochu's threat, combined with He Danlu's move, was very effective at Zhongzhen's house. The villagers have truly begun to believe in karma and retribution. Due to preconceived notions, they automatically attributed everything they saw tonight to Zhongzhen's ghost seeking revenge. Ghost! Ghost! Help! Lights were turned on in every household in Zhongjia village, and people who were originally deep in sleep were so frightened that they rolled out of their houses in a panic. In the pitch black, many people bumped into door frames and fell into the mud. Everyone who ran out was covered in dirt and had bruises on their face. Besides the ghosts in people's hearts, there are also thrilling gossips at night. As they stood on the village road, still shaken, a woman, whose husband was nowhere to be seen, saw him and, with her pants unbuttoned and barefoot, rushed out of another woman's house in a panic. You damned bastard! The man's wife screamed and rushed forward, grabbing the man's hair and starting to hit him. He told me he was going out of town on business, but it turns out he just wanted to sleep with other women. You shameless woman, you're seducing someone else's husband. How interesting. You call me shameless, but why don't you say it's because you're useless and can't control your husband? The woman swayed her hips, boasting smugly. He said I'm more seductive than you, that I moan better than you, and that he just likes coming to me. How about that? Let go. You crazy woman. All you can do is yell. Don't you even go home and look in a mirror? Look at yourself now. Your sister-in-law is absolutely right. Jiang Ruochu was standing quite far away, but since taking the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, her eyesight and hearing had completely surpassed those of ordinary people, so she clearly witnessed the entire event. She never expected that stirring up trouble would lead to such exciting gossip, and immediately exclaimed, wow. Black Egg's ability is not only to amplify all the evil thoughts in people's hearts, but also to make them reveal their truest thoughts. Normally, if this adulterous couple were caught in the village, they would probably cower and dare not speak. But now it's different. Under the influence of Black Egg's magic, they said what they dared not say. Sure enough, the woman was furious after hearing what the adulterous couple said, and she grabbed the trash can by the front door and was about to smash it. The whole village was filled with the sounds of roosters crowing, dogs barking, men and women shouting and cursing, and children crying. It was quite a lively scene. Jiang Ruochu listened with great satisfaction to the magnificent symphony played by the entire village, finding it extremely beautiful. Chapter 85 Hell Messenger Transmigrator Jiang Ruochu saw that the Black Egg spinning speed had slowed down, so she reached out her hand, and the Black Egg slowly landed in her palm. It was visibly larger and heavier than before, and the sudden increase in weight made Jiang Ruochu's hand drop downwards. Jiang Ruochu exclaimed in surprise, "You've gained so much weight. Black Egg, there's nothing I can do. This world is just too nutritious." Jiang Ruochu wanted to put the Black Egg back into the golden egg cage, but found that it could no longer be stuffed in. Jiang Ruochu remained silent for a while. Just then, she felt that carrying the heavy black egg on her back was also tiring. So she suggested, "You're so heavy. It's too tiring to carry you. Why don't you just roll back yourself?" "Get lost" is just the literal meaning, not an insult, Jiang Ruochu added considerately. Black Egg was heartbroken and speechless. Black Egg flew directly to Jiang Ruochu's backpack, used its shell to push the backpack open, and then tumbled inside. The weight of the object made Jiang Ruochu's shoulders sag. Jiang Ruochu tugged at her bag strap, both amused and exasperated. "Let's go back now." After she said that, I could feel something move inside her bag. "Don't move around. Do you know how heavy you are right now?" The black egg remained completely still. Of course, what Jiang Ruochu didn't know was that while the black egg itself wasn't moving, the yolk was throbbing wildly. They were basically cursing Jiang Ruochu, saying things like, "She's not human," and "She's worse than a demon." It's fine if Jiang Ruochu doesn't understand. Zhongzhen's hometown village is located in a corner of the county town. It takes about 40 to 50 minutes to walk from the village to the county town's bus station. It is not within the range of shared bicycles, and you can't call a Didi ride-hailing service there. Jiang Ruochu can only rely on her 2 legs, but fortunately, she has inexhaustible energy. She consulted Zhongzhen and learned that the health-enhancing pills not only help the body restore its functions, but also have the effect of developing the body's potential. However, how much of this potential can be developed depends entirely on individual fate, but at least one thing is certain. No matter how it is developed, it is impossible to exceed the limits of the human body and the upper limits set by the world. In other words, Jiang Ruochu could not possibly cultivate immortality. At most, she would have better physical strength than ordinary people, run faster than ordinary people, live longer than ordinary people, and have better hearing, vision, and sense of smell than ordinary people. But it would be absolutely impossible for her to fly into the sky or into the earth, fly on a sword, or block missiles with her bare hands. Jiang Ruochu walked slowly along the country path. The moonlight bathed the entire road, and the sky, free from light pollution, was exceptionally bright, dotted with stars and shimmering with light. The croaking of frogs could be heard from the rice paddies nearby, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees. Jiang Ruochu stretched and looked at the starry sky. She couldn't resist taking out her phone and taking a few pictures. Logically, she should feel fear walking on such a road at night, but now she feels an unprecedented tranquility, especially with Black Egg around. She has even less reason to be afraid. It was as if a generous gift of experience was offered to Jiang Ruochu to verify her idea. A man walked towards her, his hands in his pockets, his head down, walking slowly and furtively eyeing Jiang Ruochu. At this moment, the black egg in Jiang Ruochu's bag sensed a malicious intent and shook, reminding her to be careful. However, Jiang Ruochu didn't actually need Hey Dan's reminder. She had already guessed that the person opposite her was acting strangely. On a hot summer night, someone wearing a long-sleeve jacket and a hat is either crazy or plotting something. The man observed Jiang Ruochu warily, and after confirming that she was alone, he quickly stepped forward. Jiang Ruochu saw the man pull a gleaming silver knife out of his pocket. Before the robber could finish saying, "Hand over the money," he was punched in the face. The robber was stunned by the beating, and so was Hey Dan. Before he could even make a move, Jiang Ruochu had already taken action. Jiang Ruochu clenched her fist and mocked. "Your knife-wielding speed is too slow, and you call that robbery? It's hilarious." Robber. Confused as he was, the man felt that with a knife in his hand and in the wilderness, with no cameras or passers-by, he was completely helpless. Driven by wickedness, the robber brandished his knife and charged at Jiang Ruochu. However, before the knife even touched her, it bent 180 degrees out of thin air and became a folding knife. Black Egg was shocked. What a weak magical artifact. Black Egg assured him that he had only cast a small amount of magic, and he hadn't expected the magical artifacts in this world to be so fragile. So Black Egg bent the knife back a little, making it 120 degrees. The robber realized something was wrong and looked at Jiang Ruochu in horror. Jiang Ruochu was speechless. She hadn't done it. But Black Egg was actually quite kind-hearted. Jiang Ruochu calmly replied, "This is not my fault." The robber dropped his knife and ran. After running for a mile, he was panting heavily and stopped to catch his breath. A demonic voice rang out above his head. You run so slowly. The robber's pupils dilated suddenly. He looked up in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this woman had so quickly and silently circled around to in front of him. What was even more terrifying was that she was still holding the knife that had thrown him away. Jiang Ruochu said leisurely, You can't escape. Don't waste your energy. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she threw the knife in front of the robber. She was very careful. She wrapped the handle of the knife with a tissue to make sure no fingerprints were left on it. Then she dialed 110. The police arrived at the scene quickly. Upon seeing the police, the robber burst into tears and clung to their leg, crying, Help! Officer, help me! This woman is a monster! Police! Jiang Ruochu shrugged innocently. With the robber's help, she no longer had to walk, but instead got into a police car and returned to the county town. Although Jiang Ruochu was the victim, she still had to give a routine statement. However, the two sides have conflicting accounts of how the murder weapon became bent. Jiang Ruochu looked aggrieved and said that the knife the robber pulled out was bent. The robber insisted that Jiang Ruochu had bent the knife, describing it vividly, and concluded that Jiang Ruochu was a monster. Naturally, the police believed Jiang Ruochu more. Afterwards, the police arranged for Jiang Ruochu to stay at a nearby guest house and repeatedly reminded her that a girl should be careful and avoid walking alone at night, as it is dangerous even if she knows some martial arts. Jiang Ruochu nodded earnestly, indicating that she understood. Before going to bed that night, Jiang Ruochu told her fellow transmigrators about what had happened that night, as if it were an amusing incident. Yuan Tangtang, Meng Xian, and Shui Shuoe were still quite worried about Jiang Ruochu's safety. They reminded her that one man can't fight against many people, so she had to be careful. Since they weren't short of money now, they might as well hire a bodyguard. Zhongzhan said she would look for cultivation methods for ordinary people in order to help Jiang Ruochu become bigger and stronger. Fu Yinchi was very proud. My magic stone is very useful, isn't it? In fact, no bodyguard can compare to the magic stone. Black Egg was quite pleased with himself, which was only natural. Jiang Ruochu expressed her gratitude to each of the group members. Everyone chatted and joked for a while before going about their own business. The next day, the villagers of Zhongjia village went to worship their ancestors and Lord Guan, praying for the blessings of their forefathers and the gods. Meanwhile, rumors circulated in the village that Zhongzhan's house was unlucky. Otherwise, Zhongzhan wouldn't have died at such a young age. After this explanation, no one dared to covet the house anymore. After all, they loved money, but they were also afraid of death. Zhongzhan's matter has now been completely resolved. On her way home by high-speed train, Jiang Ruochu kept replying to her mother's messages. Because she bought a ready-built house, she can start decorating immediately. Although she said that she would leave the decoration to Yin Mingyu to make all the decisions, Yin Mingyu would still send the selected decoration styles to the family group for discussion. Jiang Chuyi is very smart. He didn't pay for the house, nor did he pay for the renovation. He didn't even put in any effort in handling the renovation, so he didn't have many opinions and just acted as the atmosphere maker. Every day after his mother posts a picture, he's responsible for exclaiming, beautiful, and mom's taste is the best, which amuses Yin Mingyu. Even the designer who saw their family group chat found it hilarious and praised the son for providing maximum emotional value. However, Jiang Qi still had his own aesthetic requirements for his room, and he found some decoration pictures he liked and posted them in the group. Yin Mingyu immediately understood. Her son liked things that were simple, cool, and had a futuristic, high-tech feel. As for Jiang Ruochu's preferences, that's even simpler. Jiang Ruochu, Mom, we share the same taste. The only one in our family with unique taste is Dad. Let's get the house renovation done before he wakes up, then he won't be able to object. Jiang Shang's taste in interior design is just like the popular online criticisms. He likes to decorate the TV background wall with a flowers and wealth motif, and he prefers mahogany furniture. He even has a huge wood-carved background wall in the living room as the main feature, which is both tacky and extravagant. This kind of interior design was quite popular with some wealthy business owners, which is why the Jiang family sold the house very quickly when they were selling it. The homeowner seemed to have found a kindred spirit after seeing the wood-carved background wall. Yin Mingyu. That makes a lot of sense. Jiang Qi, haha. I've already taken a screenshot to show my dad. Humph. Let him know how you guys are roasting him. The family members have started joking about Jiang Shang, which shows that they all believe he will wake up. At this moment, a new notification popped up in the group of time travelers. Welcome Lin Yuan Hang, Hell Messenger, to the Transmigrator chat group. Chapter 86. The system also fights Yuan Tang Dang. Ancient Palace Intrigue. Holy crap. What a cool alternate world. Meng Xian. Empress World. A newcomer has arrived. Fu Yanxi. A love story between immortals and demons. Oh no. It seems someone even cooler than me has arrived. Group announcement. Lin Yuan Hang, Hell Messenger, is currently in a dungeon and cannot chat with everyone. The new Transmigrator will be online in 90 hours at the latest. Please wait patiently. Fu Yanxi. A love story between immortals and demons. Then it's alright. I could continue to be the coolest guy for a few more days. Black Egg scoffed. Throughout the myriad realms, the demon race is the coolest. This Fu Yanxi is no good. He gave up so easily. At the same time, the system excitedly reported the good news to Jiang Ruochu. How about a new driver for you? This was carefully selected by me. I've communicated with the other party's system, and this Transmigrator is very eager to complete this mission. Jiang Ruochu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yes, 90 hours later. However, Jiang Ruochu did glean a conclusion from the group announcement. This was a Transmigrator with a system. Asterisk %. The system got so angry that it started displaying garbled characters. The other party system clearly told me it was urgent, but it still dragged the bound user into the dungeon. No way. I'm gonna deal with this guy. Oh dear, your systems are fighting? Jiang Ruochu found it amusing. Tongzi, wait a minute. Jiang Ruochu's tone revealed a hint of anxiety, which pleased the system. Don't worry, I'll be back after I've finished the fight. No, I meant to ask, can you beat them? Oof. I'm incredibly strong. The system went silent. It looks like they've really gone into a fight. Although the system was annoyed that the second person who entered couldn't be assigned a task immediately, Jiang Ruochu was still quite happy. This means she has at most 90 hours of rest time. Making money can be fun, but having time to spend it and enjoy it makes the process even more valuable. After returning home, Jiang Ruochu contacted Yuan Tangdang and Meng Xian to receive the new items they had delivered. Meng Xian presented a box of pearls. He was quite meticulous, gathering all the pearls together and then selecting the ones with the best luster for Jiang Ruochu. Therefore, all Jiang Ruochu received were round, large, and bright pearls with almost no flaws. Moreover, these pearls also included black pearls, aurora peacock green pearls, and golden pearls. Judging from the sheer number of pearls of different varieties that she could collect, Jiang Ruochu guessed that the Empress's dynasty must be vast and powerful, with the air of having all nations paying tribute to it. While delivering supplies to Jiang Ruochu, Meng Xian also shared his recent situation. In short, Meng Xian began to present treasures to the Empress, offering up the manufacturing methods for various items he had previously obtained from Jiang Ruochu. This amazed the Empress, who, in addition to liking him, also developed a deep respect for him. With the recipes for these items, the Empress's dynasty was able to expand its territory and sweep across the world. Meng Xian works so hard because he has a great dream to help people 1,000 years from now not have to learn bird language, since he himself went through that painful experience. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World have lofty aspirations and work hard. As for Yuan Tangtang submissions, they included a Hatian jade openwork sachet, a golden-laid jade and pearl ring, and a carved jade pendant. The sachet can be opened and closed to hold spices, and the fragrance can be released from the openwork. This golden-laid jade ring is also quite unique. When put together, it resembles a thumb ring, and when separated, it becomes 2 rings. The jade pendant is carved with a bat on the front and a gourd on the back, symbolizing many children and many blessings. This layered openwork carving is a testament to the craftsman's skill. Because the patterns on the 2 sides are different, it is very difficult to achieve a delicate, smooth, and well-arranged design. However, the royal craftsmen were able to do it to the extreme, which makes people marvel at their ingenuity. After tidying up all the items, Jiang Ruochu first sold the second batch of gold she had previously stored at home. Recently, the price of gold had risen, soaring to 500. She specifically switched to a different pawn shop to sell the gold and made a fortune of millions. Next came the pearls and 3 pieces of jewelry. Jiang Ruochu did not forget her promise to Sangwon. After receiving the pearls, she first showed them to Sangwon. Sangwon, beautiful, truly beautiful. Sangwon, I think I've collected so many pearls that I'm no longer interested in many of them, but this box of pearls of yours is truly beautiful. Sangwon, if you have time, come sit here and we can choose something together. Jiang Ruochu, okay, then I'll go over tomorrow afternoon. Is that convenient for you? Sangwon, okay, what would you like to eat? I'll have Annie prepare it. Jiang Ruochu, everyone says that the cookies made by Sister Sangwon's aunt are especially delicious, and I've been craving them for a long time. Sangwon smiled gently. Okay, I'll ask Annie to make you more, so you can take some home to eat. Chapter 87 The Villa That's Not Right. After Jiang Ruochu and Sangwon made an appointment, she contacted her boss, Zhai Lu. Early in the morning, Zhai Lu was sleeping in when he saw the jewelry pictures sent by Jiang Ruochu. He immediately woke up as if he had drunk 10 cups of coffee and replied to Jiang Ruochu in a solicitous manner. Boss, what can I do for you? Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. Zhai Lu was truly exceptionally adaptable. Jiang Ruochu arranged a time with Zhai Lu, asking him to send someone to pick up the items and deliver them to the company for safekeeping. Zhai Lu happily agreed. Since the previous loan cooperation had been quite pleasant, Jiang Ruochu sent photos of the ornaments to the museum staff, indicating that these items could also be loaned out for exhibition before the next auction. For specific lending times and procedures, just contact her boss, Zhai Lu. The museum staff responded quickly, saying they would send someone over to take a look at the artifacts immediately. While she said she was just taking a look, Jiang Ruochu understood that the museum needed to inspect the items, which was normal, since not just any jewelry could be exhibited in a museum. Turning her head, Jiang Ruochu said to Zhai Lu, the free and professional appraiser will be here soon. Jiang Ruochu, they're from the museum, so let's treat them well. There might be many collaborations in the future. Zhai Lu discovered that Jiang Ruochu truly had the potential to be a shrewd businesswoman. After arranging all her work, Jiang Ruochu went to the same leisure center she had visited before and once again ordered a private room to relax. The system went to fight and hasn't returned yet, so this time the person who monopolized the projector became Black Egg. The two, Magic Stone and System, have quite distinct tastes. Magic Stone prefers ancient romance dramas, while System prefers modern romance dramas. It makes sense, considering that neither the Magic Stone nor the System has seen much of the world, so naturally they're interested in movies and TV shows with rich storylines. However, what Jiang Ruochu didn't know was that the System liked to watch, while Hey Dan simply liked to make sarcastic comments. Black Egg, why do these demons have so many shadows on their faces? Are they not eating well? Or are they very tired? Black Egg, cheer up. Don't lose. Black Egg, don't have such a long wind-up for fighting. You'll be dead by the time the wind-up is over. Black Egg, why is the demon clan losing again? Oh no, let's switch to another one. Black Egg pressed the channel change button with its eggshell. Jiang Ruochu was eating potato chips while watching a TV series, but when she saw the demons being beaten up, she suddenly changed the program. She paused for a moment, then looked at the Black Egg. It seems that Black Egg is quite upset about the demons being attacked. She couldn't help but find it funny, and anyway, she drifted off to sleep amidst the constant channel flipping. The next day, Jiang Ruochu went to Sangwon's house as promised, bringing a box of pearls. The door was opened by Sangwon's housekeeper, who warmly ushered Jiang Ruochu inside. Miss Jiang, please come in. Madam is waiting for you in the garden. Jiang Ruochu followed her aunt methodically, and after passing the villa, she saw a parasol in the back garden, under which sat Sangwon and a woman Jiang Ruochu did not recognize. However, this woman has an excellent appearance and temperament, and should be a member of Sangwon's group of close friends. Sangwon waved to Jiang Ruochu. Little Jiang, come and sit down. Jiang Ruochu walked over with a smile, and heard Sangwon explain, I've been feeling very tired these past few days, and I feel more comfortable when I'm in the sun. Are you afraid of the sun? If you are, let's move inside. Don't worry, the sun is shining brightly today, Jiang Ruochu said, then sat down and placed a box on the table. Sister Sangwon, these are the pearls I brought. Please take your time choosing. I didn't notice it when I saw the photos before, but this box for holding the pearls is quite unique, Sangwon said, sharing with her friend beside her. Look, isn't it exquisite? The woman next to her examined it closely and smiled. It is indeed very exquisite. I've been to many countries and collected many artifacts, And this one is definitely one of the best in my collection. While listening to their chatter, Jiang Ruochu began to eat cookies. Sangwon couldn't help but find it amusing to watch her eat one piece after another. I thought you were just being polite when you said you wanted cookies, but it turns out you really do like them. Jiang Ruochu said sincerely, I might be polite with other people, but there's no need to be with Sister Sangwon. Upon hearing this, Sangwon smiled broadly and couldn't help but say to her friend beside her, See, I told you this girl has a sweet tongue. She can make anyone happy with whatever she says. By the way, Xiao Jiang, let me introduce you. This lady is my friend, named Panine, or Penny in English. She grew up in the United States and works in the medical industry. She knows many doctors abroad. You can tell her about your father's situation or give her your father's medical records. Perhaps she can help you connect with experts abroad. Panine nodded. Although it may not be effective, seeing more doctors might bring a change in the situation. Jiang Ruochu was taken aback. She hadn't expected Sangwon to still care about her family's affairs, and she said gratefully, Thank you for your kindness, Sister Sangwon and Sister Panine. However, my father's condition has improved a lot. He has been discharged from the hospital and is now staying in a sanatorium. Jiang Ruochu understood her father's situation. She estimated that modern medical methods would not be of much use, and they would still have to rely on the help of her fellow transmigrators. Upon hearing this, Sangwon was genuinely happy for Jiang Ruochu. Really? That's good. It shows that miracles can happen in the world. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. But if possible, there is another thing I would like to ask Sister Panine for help. You say, I wonder if Sister Panine is familiar with foreign chambers of commerce. Jiang Ruochu asked, then paused for a moment before continuing after receiving a signal from Panine. I'm looking for someone whose real name is Zhu Yifei. He's 52 years old this year. He was my dad's business partner. He cheated my dad and ran away. He not only caused my family to be burdened with huge debts, but also caused my dad to have an accident and become a vegetable. Previously, the Jiang family was in debt, and Jiang Sheng's condition was unstable, so Jiang Ruochu had neither the heart nor the strength to do anything else. Now that the Jiang family situation has improved, she naturally wants to take revenge. After Zhu Yifei fled to the United States, he completely lost contact with China. I guess he has changed his life and is living a different life now, but I have some old photos of him. Jiang Ruochu gritted her teeth. So if possible, I think Sister Panine could help me keep an eye out for him. Panine understood, and she and Sangwon exchanged a glance. If you find it, what will you do? Jiang Ruochu's gaze narrowed slightly, her expression as cold as frost. He should pay the price he deserves. Finding medical resources and finding an enemy are two different things. The latter is obviously much more complicated. If Jiang Ruochu had concealed anything at all, Panine would not have agreed to help. I like your frankness, so I can keep an eye out for you. Send me his photo later. Jiang Ruochu said with delight, Thank you, Sister Panine. If you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Panine didn't stand on ceremony and laughed. Then I'll remember this favor. All right. Let's go look at the pearl so that Wanwan won't keep staring at it with wide eyes, thinking about the pearl. I'm not that impatient. That's what she said, but Sangwon had already opened the pearl box. She loved the round, bright pearls. This peacock pearl has a better luster than the ones I've collected before. I'll take it. This black pearl, well, I already have something similar. Never mind, but Xiao Jiang, when you ship it out later, you need to pay attention to the price. It's big and round enough, it's top quality. Don't sell at a loss. Sangwon evaluated the goods as she selected them, and she gave a pretty good estimate of the price of Jiang Ruochu's box of pearls. Jiang Ruochu also took notes carefully for future shipping purposes. Jiang Ruochu easily made a few million from this afternoon tea. As she was preparing to leave, Jiang Ruochu suddenly felt the black egg in her bag move. She lowered her head in confusion, placing her palm on her bag. She could sense that the black egg was pointing towards Sangwon's villa. Chapter 88, The Entrustment of the Messenger of Hell. Seeing Jiang Ruochu stop and look at her room, Sangwon casually asked, What's wrong? Jiang Ruochu felt that the magic stone must have sensed something was wrong and wanted to go inside to check. She glanced at the furnishings through the floor-to-ceiling windows before quickly making up an excuse. Is that painting hanging on the wall of the small living room the secret realm that was auctioned off at Garland Auction House the year before last? I thought it was very artistic when I saw the auction catalog before. I didn't expect that Sister Sangwon would buy it. You have a sharp eye and a good memory. If you like this painting, let's go inside and take a closer look. I also have a few other paintings by the same artist in my collection, which we can look at together. Okay, then I'm going to see it for myself. Jiang Ruochu followed Sang-won into the house and, taking the opportunity to look at the collection, toured the entire first floor of the villa. Sang-won was completely unguarded with her and generously showed her around, even sharing in detail the various collections in the house with her. Finally, as she passed the display stand next to the stairs, a stone statue caught Jiang Ruochu's attention. When Sang-won saw her stop, she explained that her husband had brought it from abroad, saying it had the power to ward off evil spirits and protect the home. Others couldn't see it, but Haydn could see it clearly. A cloud of black mist was rising from the top of the stone statue's head and floating in midair. The black mist twisted its body and bared its teeth fiercely at the black egg. Black egg, what the hell is that? Black egg, it looks strange and scary. Without saying a word, Black Egg swallowed the menacing evil spirit inside the stone statue in one gulp. It tastes good and very authentic. Therefore, the Black Egg weighed a full pound more. He would lie down after eating, and it was Jiang Ruochu's shoulder that got tired. Jiang Ruochu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was shocked. How much evil had she consumed? What surprised Jiang Ruochu even more was that Sang-won's family harbored such malice. This stone statue seems rather eerie. It's best to avoid collecting things of unknown origin. Although the magic stone had absorbed the evil intent within the statue, Jiang Ruochu didn't know if the evil thing would return after they left. So, after thinking it over, she found a suitable excuse to remind Sang-won. I've dealt with some masters before, and they all said that if these stone statues are not purified, they're most likely to attract evil spirits and cause trouble. So I still don't recommend that Sister Sang-won place stone statues at home. You've been better off not mentioning it. Now that you brought it up, I've remembered that I've been feeling unwell lately ever since this stone statue was moved in. That's why I've been sunbathing outside. Maybe it's this thing causing it. Sang-won waved her hand dismissively. No, I have to get rid of this thing right away. Jiang Ruochu felt relieved when she saw that Sang-won believed her. After Jiang Ruochu returned home, she took all the pearls out of the box and put them into other boxes. During their conversation today, she noticed that Sang-won liked pearls, while Pan-in preferred the boxes that held pearls. At the same time, Jiang Ruochu recalled that when they first met, Pan-in mentioned that the pearl box was one of the most valuable items in her collection, which meant that collecting these exquisite jewelry boxes was Pan-yin's hobby. So Jiang Ruochu took out the pearl box separately, packed it up, and had the client deliver it to the hotel where Pan-in was staying as a gift for their first meeting. Pan-in was indeed very happy when she received the gift. This happiness came not only from receiving the gift, but also from the fact that a casual remark she made was remembered by Jiang Ruochu. This keen insight is rare at her age, and Pan-in took it to heart. She chatted with Jiang Ruochu on WeChat for a few more minutes and promised to help her find out more details. A few days later, Sang-won called Jiang Ruochu to say that she felt much better after the stone statue was moved. Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow. It seemed the magic stone was indeed very useful. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuanheng also emerged from the instance. The system also returned, and according to it, it gave Lin Yuanheng's system a good beating. Jiang Ruochu simply listened to what it said, without knowing whether it was true or false. However, even though Jiang Ruochu was just going through the motions with the system, she acted very convincingly, so the system was very satisfied. Lin Yuanheng, who came with his own system, skipped the 3 questions a newcomer would ask and went straight to Jiang Ruochu. Lin Yuanheng, Hell Messenger, I beg you. Can you please check on my mother? I'll do anything you ask. Group member Lin Yuanheng, Hell Messenger. S request for help. Visit your mother who lives in the modern world. Do you accept? Upon completion of the task, you will receive points and extra rewards. It seems the system wasn't making things up. Lin Yuanheng is indeed very eager. Jiang Ruochu, modern world of course. Give me your home address, and I'll go check it out for you. Lin Yuanheng quickly gave Jiang Ruochu an address. Lin Yuanheng, Hell Messenger, the system has already told me the rules of the Transmigrator group, but this is the Hell world, so I can't give you any material rewards. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's alright. I'm not short of money right now. Our exchanges don't need to be so limited. Every world is different, so the things we can exchange are naturally different. Whatever you have, we'll exchange. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Speaking of which, do you have any medicine that can wake people up? Lin Yuanhang, messenger of hell. You mean resurrection? Jiang Ruochu, modern world. No, I meant the medicine to wake up the patient. Lin Yuanhang, messenger of hell. I don't have any, but hell is very big. I can ask around for you. Maybe other indigenous people know. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Thank you. Soon, Lin Yuanhang delivered what he had. 10 ghost-controlling talismans can summon 5 little ghosts to help with tasks. Once completed, simply burn some paper money for them, and they will be very happy. 5 hell flowers. Consuming these flowers can achieve analgesic effects without side effects, but it should be noted that hell flowers cannot have a therapeutic effect. 11 sticks of hell incense, when used, can cause hallucinations, allowing one to see the dead. The 13 ghost fire talismans can create light and shadow effects when the hell messenger appears. 16 ghost notes can create a sonic atmosphere when the grim reaper appears. 9 ghost smoke talismans can create an atmosphere when the hell messenger appears. Jiang Ruochu, you hell messengers have quite a lot of entrance props, and your buffs are so full. The items Lin Yuanhang threw over were not only numerous, but also varied in size and quantity, even including useless items like ghost fire talismans and ghost sound talismans. It's clear that Lin Yuanhang is now grasping at this lifeline like a drowning man, afraid that Jiang Ruochu will run away. So he's given her everything he can. After studying it carefully, Jiang Ruochu discovered that this set of tools from hell was quite suitable for pretending to be a shaman. If she needed to pretend to be a shaman again in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Before Jiang Ruochu could ask Lin Yuanhang what supplies he needed to exchange, he had already sent a long message. Lin Yuanhang, hell messenger, I regret it so much. I really regret it. The person I've wronged the most in this world is her. It is clear that Lin Yuanhang's most pressing need is not to exchange for supplies, but to have someone help him fulfill his last wish. Jiang Ruochu was puzzled when she saw Lin Yuanhang's remorseful attitude. After asking him in detail, she learned that Lin Yuanhang had died by suicide. Chapter 89, visiting mother. Lin Yuanhang grew up in a single-parent family. From a young age, he showed extraordinary talent in painting and was well-liked by his teachers. However, having a hobby is one thing, but pursuing a professional career in painting is another. Learning to paint professionally is a considerable expense. Xinlan originally wanted to persuade her son to give up, but she accidentally discovered that Lin Yuanhang was secretly picking up paints and brushes that his classmates had thrown away. She softened and felt sorry for him. Xinlan felt that no matter what, she couldn't let her son's life be full of regrets, so she decided to save money and grit her teeth to support her son's painting studies. Fortunately, Xinlan's efforts paid off. Lin Yuanhang was admitted to the Academy of Fine Arts with excellent grades and began to try taking orders online. Although I can't make a lot of money, it's enough to supplement my household income. Later, Lin Yuanhang happily used his first earnings to buy his mother new clothes, cosmetics, and a bouquet of flowers, and posted a photo of himself and his mother online. Unexpectedly, this group photo was screenshotted and posted on other platforms with the caption, "Rich woman is keeping young man as her sugar daddy. Young men are the best nourishment." The person who posted the message had malicious intentions. Their words were full of ambiguous, provocative, and suggestive language. The comment section was even worse, filled with either bandwagon mockery or requests for rich women to support them. Later, someone sent the post to Lin Yuanhang privately, reminding him that he had been framed. At first, Lin Yuanhang was furious and demanded that the other party delete the post, but the other party ignored him. Soon, the accompanying image was taken by other marketing accounts, who used it to create all sorts of sensational headlines. Male college student says, "I don't want to work hard anymore. Annie, please take care of me. A young man born in the 2000s is kept by a rich woman. He abandoned his girlfriend to climb the social ladder, publicly showing affection. The rich woman and the young man call each other mommy and son. What conditions are needed for a man to be with a rich woman?" Lin Yuanhang never imagined that simply sharing his life would attract so many malicious rumors. He explained frantically, "That's not how it works. This is my mother. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Yuanhang originally thought that the storm would pass once the clarification was done. But individual voices are too insignificant and are instantly drowned out by countless malicious taunts. Some people sent private messages to Lin Yuanhang, asking how much it would cost to be kept by a sugar daddy. Others asked Lin Yuanhang how he found a rich woman to keep him, begging him to share his experience. Still others directly scolded Lin Yuanhang for being shameless, saying that he has hands and feet but goes to find a rich woman, which is a disgrace to men. Of course, there were also righteous netizens who helped Lin Yuanhang condemn the rumor mongers and comforted him, telling him not to take what was said online to heart and that living a good life was the most important thing. Even so, some people still sarcastically argued with netizens who believed in justice. Her husband died early, and she won't remarry. She spends all her time doting on her son, who's quite good-looking. Who knows if he might develop a mental disorder? We don't know what's going on behind closed doors, and we dare not ask. This comment alone received thousands of likes and was prominently displayed among the popular comments. As the rumor continued to circulate, some people started posting old photos of Lin Yuanhang, subtly suggesting that because he looked so effeminate, he wasn't dating a rich woman and might have found a boyfriend instead. They even mocked him, saying that his appearance was the perfect taste for older gay men. Because the photo spread so widely, even people close to Lin Yuanhang knew about it. Although these people wouldn't discuss it in front of Lin Yuanhang, he always felt that their gazes were like a shadow, like nails stuck to him, making him uncomfortable. The final straw that broke Lin Yuanhang's back was that Shi Xinlan lost her job because of this incident. Shi Xinlan said it was nothing, that she could find another job. But he knew that his mother was already over 40 years old, and finding a new job would be no easy task. When he saw his mother hiding alone on the balcony, secretly wiping away her tears, and the dim light shining on her thin and frail body, Lin Yuanhang broke down. He went from fiercely resisting at the beginning to struggling painfully, and finally became taciturn. Lin Yuanhang stopped blaming those who cyberbullied him. He began to wonder if it was his fault. If he hadn't posted that photo, none of this would have happened. It won't cause my mother to be ridiculed, and it won't cause her to lose her job. He spent so much of his mother's money from childhood to adulthood, but it was all for nothing. He's truly a piece of trash, a complete and utter burden. Trash like him should just die. He's dead, and that's the end of it all. Finally, on a summer night in 2023, Lin Yuanhang committed suicide by burning charcoal. When he died, the bouquet of roses he had given to his mother was still on the dining table. The flowers had not yet completely withered, but his life had come to an end. Lin Yuanhang did not find liberation after death. He went to another world and became bound to the Hell Messenger system. The mission is to help those ghosts who linger in the human world and are unwilling to leave it to be reincarnated as soon as possible. Lin Yuanhang was numb. He refused to carry out the mission. The system patiently guided him, promising an unexpected reward after he completed the 12-cycle mission. Lin Yuanhang scoffed. When the system realized that gentle persuasion wasn't working, it resorted to force. He couldn't refuse the tasks assigned by the system, even if he wanted to. Lin Yuanhang reluctantly began to carry out the mission of the Messenger of Hell. In mission after mission, Lin Yuanhang witnessed countless partings of life and death, and he gradually realized, what might his death mean for his mother? It is not liberation, nor rebirth, but endless suffering. In a recent reincarnation mission, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, he and the spirit of the deceased watched as the elderly mother sat at home, picking the green beans that her son loved to eat, and murmuring her son's name. The soul of the deceased was weeping, and Lin Yuanhang began to regret his actions. He proactively asked the system what the unexpected reward was. The system told him that Lin Yuanhang from the modern world was dead and his body had been cremated, so Lin Yuanhang could not go back. However, it could allow Lin Yuanhang to contact people in the modern world. Lin Yuanhang immediately had a goal and began to actively complete tasks. After accumulating 12 tasks, he joined the Transmigrated chat group and met Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu had very mixed feelings after hearing Lin Yuanhang's story. There is regret for Lin Yuanhang and hatred for those who engage in cyberbullying. Jiang Ruochu sent Lin Yuanhang a head-patting emoji and said she would go check on Shi Xinlan for him right away. Shi Xinlan lives in Ningyi City. Before Jiang Ruochu was about to leave for Ningyi City, she felt that the names Lin Yuanhang and Shi Xinlan looked familiar. So she searched online and found news about Lin Yuanhang and Shi Xinlan. Even after Lin Yuanhang's suicide, the online violence against him did not stop. Some people still ridiculed him as a coward, but many others regretted that a young life had been lost. Jiang Ruochu was relieved that Shi Xinlan did not become depressed and follow her son in death after his passing. Instead, she bravely took up legal weapons and fought against those who had cyberbullied her son. The lawsuit was long and agonizing, and it's unknown how much suffering Shi Xinlan endured during that time. Looking at the photos online, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at Shi Xinlan's resolute gaze and gaunt face. The current Shi Xinlan is so different from the one in the previous photos. When she took a photo with her son, she was gentle and spirited. Now, she has shed her gentle shell and grown sharp thorns, like a tenacious warrior. Before leaving, Jiang Ruochu told her mother, Yin Mingyu, that she would be away on a business trip for a few days. Unexpectedly, Yin Mingyu knew Shi Xinlan. In Chapter 90, after changing lawyers, Jiang Ruochu inquired about the situation from Yin Mingyu again. It turns out that after her son died, Shi Xinlan felt that her life had collapsed, and she confided her pain to the relationship blogger Yin Mingyu. With Yin Mingyu's encouragement, Shi Xinlan improved slightly and found a new direction in life, to sue the culprits of this cyberbullying. Later, she started fighting lawsuits and devoted herself to them. She gradually became busy, and I lost touch with her. Yin Mingyu said hesitantly, but I still kept an eye on her activities. I felt that the lawyer she hired was a bit unreliable. Jiang Ruochu nodded. I understand. I will bring a lawyer with me. Yin Mingyu had always been confident in Jiang Ruochu's abilities, so she didn't ask any more questions, but she was still a little curious. How do you know her son? Lin Yuanhong's paintings had been exhibited before. A client admired his paintings and was interested in buying them, but the client was abroad and asked me to make the contact. I never expected that such a thing would happen later. Jiang Ruochu's cleverness in lying lies and combining the real experiences of the parties involved, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Yin Mingyu understood. She sighed and said, after Lin Yuanhang died, Shi Xinlan took care of his funeral arrangements and hired people to handle the lawsuit. In addition, her own health was deteriorating and she needed to take medicine for a long time, so her life was quite difficult. If we can still sell her son's paintings now, the money should be enough to improve her life. Go ahead. Yin Mingyu patted Jiang Ruochu on the shoulder. Be careful on the road. Jiang Ruochu packed her luggage and headed to Ningyi City with her lawyer. After arriving in Ningyi City, Jiang Ruochu called Shi Xinlan, expressing her desire to purchase her son's paintings and asking her to discuss the details. Shi Xinlan was reluctant to part with her son's belongings, feeling that they were her only keepsake, but Jiang Ruochu's words changed her mind. Your son's paintings deserve to be seen by more people. Shi Xinlan's eyes were slightly red, and after learning that Jiang Ruochu was actually Yin Mingyu's daughter, she agreed to meet Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu then subtly inquired and learned that Shi Xinlan would be meeting with her lawyer that afternoon to discuss the lawsuit. When the lawsuit was brought up, Shi Xinlan's tone was full of disappointment. She said frankly that she and her lawyer were having some disagreements, but she would not back down. During the conversation, Jiang Ruochu could sense that Shi Xinlan was facing great difficulties, but even so, Shi Xinlan remained tenacious and clear-headed and did not try to gain sympathy or ask Jiang Ruochu for help. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ruochu went directly to the law firm with her lawyer. Inside the law firm, Shi Xinlan kept a straight face and said firmly, I will not reconcile. Attorney Wang advised, your son's death has no direct connection to the other party. Even if you win a case in the end, you won't get much compensation. You might as well take advantage of the fact that the other party is willing to spend money to settle this matter and close the case as soon as possible. I'm not fighting this lawsuit for the money. I want justice for my son. Attorney Wang initially agreed to take the case because of its high profile, accepting it at a low price and then cultivating a positive image of himself as a good lawyer online. Now that the case has cooled down, Shi Xinlan is acting like a madwoman again, wanting to sue everyone. Attorney Wang was extremely annoyed and just wanted to end the case as soon as possible. Shi Xinlan couldn't see through Attorney Wang's tricks, but Jiang Ruochu had already seen through them. This is thanks to the changes her family has experienced in recent years, which makes Jiang Ruochu more perceptive of people than her peers. During her phone call with Shi Xinlan, she had vaguely guessed the lawyer's true purpose. Upon arriving at the law firm, she happened to overhear this conversation outside Attorney Wang's office, which confirmed her suspicions. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath and gestured for Attorney Wang's assistant to knock on the door. The assistant then gently knocked on the office door. Attorney Wang, a client is looking for you. Attorney Wang said impatiently, wait a minute. He then said to Shi Xinlan, I have a new client to communicate with. You should go back first. Anyway, I have already made everything clear to you. Only by settling privately can you gain the greatest benefit. Upon hearing this, Shi Xinlan sat down in a chair, feeling both angry and helpless. She felt that she had been blind to have entrusted herself to the wrong person. Just then, Jiang Ruochu pushed open the office door and said firmly, This isn't about profit or loss. It's about Lin Yuanhong's life. Shi Xinlan's shoulders trembled suddenly. She looked up at Jiang Ruochu and felt that the beautiful girl in front of her was like a spring breeze blowing into the oppressive room, bringing new hope. Since Attorney Wang is reluctant to take on this case, then we won't trouble you. My lawyer can handle it. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Shi Xinlan and introduced herself. Annie, hello. My name is Jiang Ruochu, the person who contacted you by phone at noon. If you wish, you can change your lawyer to seek justice for Lin Yuanhang. Lawyer Wang was shocked. He had seen people steal business before, but he had never seen anyone come to his door to steal business. He looked at Jiang Ruochu with displeasure and said in a deep voice, Isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate? Intercepting business halfway through is against the rules of the trade. Ridiculous. Shouldn't the choice of a lawyer be based on the client's wishes? Attorney Wang, where did your legal studies go? Wang Lu was so angry that smoke was practically billowing from his head. Jiang Ruochu had no interest in arguing with Attorney Wang and continued to ask Shi Xinlan, If you find changing your lawyer too troublesome, no problem, my lawyer will handle the change procedures for you. You don't need to worry about the money. Before Jiang Ruochu could finish speaking, Shi Xinlan stood up, her expression resolute. I'm changing lawyers. For no other reason than what you said. This is Hong Hong's fate. Shi Xinlan is not worried about money. Even if she has to sell everything she owns and work like a slave, she will still manage to raise the lawyer's fees. Before Shi Xinlan left, Attorney Wang said indignantly, If you don't reconcile now, you'll regret it. Shi Xinlan stopped and looked deeply at Attorney Wang, then shook her head and said, You don't understand. You really don't understand. After leaving the law firm, Shi Xinlan took Jiang Ruochu and the new lawyer home, and she politely inquired about the new lawyer's fees. Jiang Ruochu pressed down on Shi Xinlan's shoulder and made her sit on the sofa. I can pay your lawyer's fees, but you must promise me one thing after the lawsuit is over. Shi Xinlan was taken aback. She couldn't quite figure out what Jiang Ruochu was up to. Don't worry, what I ask you to do is not illegal. Jiang Ruochu looked at Shi Xinlan and said softly, Actually, this is an agreement between Lin Yuanhang and me, and it is also the purpose of my visit this time. When Shi Xinlan heard her son's name, her soft spot was instantly struck. She lowered her head, remained silent for a long time, and then nodded vigorously. To be honest, she was very curious about what agreement her son had made with Jiang Ruochu. Chapter 91, The Best Companionship. Jiang Ruochu smiled when she saw that Shi Xinlan had agreed. Okay, then let's go shopping tomorrow. Go shopping? Shi Xinlan was completely confused. Jiang Ruochu blinked, her eyes sparkling. This is the promise I made to Lin Yuanhang. Lin Yuanhang had a regret from his past life. When he was a child, he and his father were often dragged shopping by Shi Xinlan. Before his father passed away, the family was relatively well off, and Shi Xinlan could indulge in a little luxury. After her father passed away, the family was supported solely by Shi Xinlan's salary. She was short of money, and when she went shopping, she would only look and try things on, but she wouldn't buy anything. Later, as Lin Yuanhang grew up, perhaps due to his boyish nature, he didn't like shopping. So, after he started earning money, he was willing to buy his mother clothes, cosmetics, and flowers, but he didn't like going shopping with Shi Xinlan. Shi Xinlan expressed her regret, saying she hoped her son would find a girlfriend soon so she could go shopping with her son's girlfriend. Therefore, Lin Yuanhang hoped that Jiang Ruochu could help him make up for this regret by accompanying his mother shopping. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. Let's go shopping. She's very good at it. Upon hearing this request, Shi Xinlan probably realized her son's purpose, and her eyes immediately reddened. She held Jiang Ruochu's hand, her voice choked with emotion, and said, Okay, let's go shopping. You're both good children. You're both good children. After leaving Shi Xinlan's house, Jiang Ruochu glanced at the chat messages, all from Lin Yuanhang, anxiously inquiring about his mother's condition. Shi Xinlan is currently in a state of being both strong and vulnerable, but ultimately, she is stronger. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Ruochu replied with 4 words to Lin Yuanhang. A mother's love makes her strong. Lin Yuanhang was stunned for a moment, unable to speak for a long time. He sat alone on the dark red rock, the sky pitch black, lava gushing from the cracks in the ground, and all around him, souls howling in agony. The next day, Jiang Ruochu got up early, rented a very spacious Maybach, and hired a driver to drive the car to Xixinlan's building. Jiang Ruochu stood by the car door and greeted Xixinlan. "Good morning, Aunt Xinlan." Looking at the scene, Xixinlan felt a moment of disorientation. She remembered a painting her 5-year-old son had drawn before. The painting depicts large houses and large vehicles. Her son stood by the car, holding his father's hand, his smile so wide it seemed to reach the sky, while she, wearing a red dress, happily walked out of the big house. When her husband saw the painting, he was both amused and exasperated, and hugged his son tightly, giving him a big kiss. "My precious son is putting pressure on me. You want me to buy a big house and a car?" Lin Yuanhang shook his little head and said in a childish voice, "No, it's because I'll buy my mom and dad a big house and a big car in the future." Lin Yuanhang's words made his parents burst into laughter. Good memories are always fleeting. Xixinlan pulled herself out of a reverie, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. "Good morning. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Chui, have you eaten?" Chui Xiuming said softly. "Hello, Auntie, I haven't eaten yet." Jiang Ruochu didn't come alone today. She also invited Chui Xiuming. Since school hasn't started yet, and Chui Xiuming is just sitting alone anyway, she might as well come over and hang out with us. Most importantly, Jiang Ruochu felt that Chui Xiuming and Xixinlan, one lacking paternal and maternal love and the other having just lost her son, might be able to get along. Of course, relationships between people depend on fate and cannot be forced. Xixinlan said warmly, "The child is still growing, so he can't go hungry. Here, I have some steamed buns and homemade soy milk." Jiang Ruochu took the bag and smelled it. "Is it sauerkraut and beef filling?" Xixinlan was stunned for half a second, but then she thought that it was not surprising that Jiang Ruochu would know this since she knew her son so well. "Yes, do you like it?" "Hee. I like it. Thank you, Aunt Xinlan." Jiang Ruochu happily accepted the steamed buns and soy milk, and while distributing them to Chui Xiuming, she said, "Let's get in the car. We'll chat as we drive." Because the Maybach was so eye-catching, many neighbors would take a second look when they passed by. The eyes of these people held surprise, envy, doubt, and curiosity. In fact, many people, both in real life and online, doubted Xixinlan's motives for her tough stance in the lawsuit, believing that she was trying to create hype and use her son's death to obtain more compensation. Jiang Ruochu was worried that Xixinlan would be upset by the strange looks from those around her, so she wanted to comfort her. But Xixinlan spoke first, shaking her head. "Don't pay attention to them." One thing she learned after her son's death was not to care too much about what other people thought. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat surprised, but still nodded. Since it was still early and the mall hadn't opened yet, Jiang Ruochu and Chui Xiuming accompanied Xixinlan to the local mountain and water park first. Ningyi City is very suitable for retirement, with a pleasant climate all year round, with summers that are not too hot and winters that are not too cold. The three of them strolled around the park, and the morning sunlight instantly soothed their spirits. At first, Chui Xiuming was a little reserved, but gradually she opened up, displaying the liveliness and energy unique to her age. A year after her son's death, Xixinlan had a rare, radiant smile on her face. Jiang Ruochu also took many photos of Xixinlan, and of course, she didn't forget to send these photos to Lin Yuanhang at the same time. At this moment, Lin Yuanhang is wandering around the hell world, helping Jiang Ruochu find medicine that can wake people up. When he received the photo, his flight slowed down, and he finally landed gently on the ground, tenderly stroking his mother's face in the photo. After strolling through the park, Jiang Ruochu and Xixinlan, guided by Xixinlan, went to a snack shop together. It seems Xixinlan is a regular customer, because when the owner saw her, he greeted her warmly. "You haven't been here in a while. You look great today," Xixinlan said with a smile. "It's been a long time since I've been here. I really miss the owner's cooking. Today, my son's friends came to visit me, so I specially brought them here for dinner." Xixinlan has already defined Jiang Ruochu as her son's friend. When the owner served the food, he also added a side dish. "I know that child's case is about to go to trial. Good luck." Xixinlan's smile paused slightly, and finally she slowly nodded. Along the way, She has indeed suffered a lot of malicious attacks and criticisms, but there are also kind-hearted people who support and encourage her. This made it less unbearable for Shinlan while she was struggling to hold on. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to the mall. Stepping into the mall again felt like a lifetime ago to Shinlan. She looked around, and when her gaze fell on the clothes in a store, Jiang Ruochu pulled her inside. The shop assistants greeted them very warmly. Jiang Ruochu asked the shop assistant to take the clothes off the mannequin and let Shinlan try them on. Isn't red too bright? Shinlan stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself from left to right. Although she liked the style of the top, she was worried that red was not suitable for her age. Jiang Ruochu carefully provided Shinlan with her advice. This is dark red, not bright red. It's not too bright, but it really complements your complexion. Chui Xiuming also showered her with compliments. Annie looks absolutely stunning in this outfit. Is that so? Shinlan said hesitantly, but I'm already quite old. What do you mean by at an old age? Jiang Ruochu said disapprovingly. Women shouldn't limit themselves. They should wear whatever color they want. If you like it, wear it now. It's neither too early nor too late. Shinlan was somewhat tempted by Jiang Ruochu's words, so she took out the price tag to check the price, but before she could see it clearly, Jiang Ruochu blocked her way. Annie, don't worry about the price. I'll help Lin Yuanhang deliver it to you. Shinlan quickly waved her hand. No. How can I let you pay for it? Lin Yuanhang used to have a few paintings at my place, which I recently helped sell. So to be precise, he paid for them. The money for the lawsuit also came from there, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. After hearing this, Shinlan finally let go of the label. As Jiang Ruochu was about to pay for the clothes, she pressed further. Do you have enough money? If not, Jiang Ruochu comforted her. It's more than enough. More than enough. After paying the bill, Shinlan touched the new clothes with great affection, as if they really were a gift from her son. Chapter 92 held judgment skills next. Jiang Ruochu accompanied Shinlan shopping again, buying a new pair of pants, trying a new milk tea, and playing the claw machine game that young people like to play. The three people bought 100 coins, and soon only 10 coins remained. Jiang Ruochu got hooked too. I'm going to exchange some more game coins. When she returned, she saw Chui Xiuming and Shinlan pressed against the window of the claw machine, their eyes fixed on the doorman inside. Shinlan nervously manipulated the joystick, and after setting the position, she pressed the button. The mechanical clamp slowly descended and successfully caught Doryman. Immediately afterwards, a thump sound came from the exit, and Doryman rolled out of the passage. Although Chui Xiuming knew that winning the claw machine was a matter of probability, she still excitedly shouted, Auntie, we did it! You're amazing! Seeing that they got along very well, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Before setting off, she had already told Shinlan about Chui Xiuming's experience. Shinlan was shocked and bewildered. She couldn't believe that there were parents in this world who treated their daughters like commodities. You know, she had wanted a daughter before, but hadn't been able to have one, so Shinlan took good care of Chui Xiuming during this trip. Jiang Ruochu shrugged, holding her newly purchased game tokens, and strode over. I've exchanged them for new game tokens. Let's continue the battle. Good. Jiang Ruochu, Shinlan, and Chui Xiuming, three people who were originally strangers, came together because of the time travel group and enjoyed a happy time in their lives on this summer afternoon. An hour later, they had a great haul, but before leaving, Shinlan and Chui Xiuming discussed it and exchanged all the little dolls for a super prize, which they then gave to Jiang Ruochu. Holding the heavy prize, Jiang Ruochu felt the deep gratitude from Chui Xiuming and Shinlan. Pleasant times are always fleeting. Before parting, Jiang Ruochu hugged Shinlan. Auntie, I'll go to court with you in a few days. Shinlan froze for a moment, then hugged Jiang Ruochu tightly, choking back tears as she said, Thank you. After she finished speaking, she hugged Chui Xiuming again. And Xiaoming, thank you too. This is the happiest day I've had in a year. I should be thanking Auntie. Chui Xiuming leaned on Shinlan's shoulder reluctantly, enjoying the warmth of a mother she had never felt before. That evening, Jiang Ruochu posted a group photo of the three of them in the group chat. Chui Xiuehue, apocalyptic world, is this my sister? Chui Xiue, doomsday world, the little girl has changed so much, I almost didn't recognize her at first glance. Lin Yuanhang gazed silently at his mother in the photo, remaining silent for a long time. But Jiang Ruochu received a notification that the task was completed, a message that was more practical and effective than any words. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for completing Lin Yuanhang's request and receiving a reward of 100 points. Additionally, since Lin Yuanhang's satisfaction level reached 100%, you achieved a perfect achievement and receive an extra 100 points. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for acquiring the special skill Judgment of Hell. This skill can send a person's consciousness to the underworld for judgment once every 12 days. Jiang, you're amazing. You're the most skilled binder I've ever seen. You always manage to get extra points. We now have 1,000 points, enough to upgrade the group function. The system then displayed an upgrade page. Do you wish to upgrade the group system to obtain new group features? Jiang Ruochu rubbed her hands excitedly. She had finally made it through. Promote him quickly. Okay, the system quickly got to work. This system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Upon completion, it will include group storage and group video chat functionality. Group storage. Each group member will receive 50 cubic meters of storage space. This storage space is not subject to time restrictions and can only be accessed by the group member themselves. Jiang Ruochu had been looking forward to this feature, which meant that in the future, whether it was her or other transmigrators, they could freely receive supplies anytime, anywhere. Especially in dangerous places like the post-apocalyptic world, it greatly ensures the safety of items, and the space is not limited by time. Items are exactly the same when they are put in and taken out, making it even better than a refrigerator. Group video chat. The group owner can initiate group video chats, and group members can freely choose whether to participate. From now on, we are no longer just online friends who can only chat via text. Currently, the group upgrade is at 10%. Because this is a group feature, a system announcement will automatically pop up in the group, so not only Jiang Ruochu knows, but other group members also know. Yuan Tang. Ancient Palace Intrigue, what the heck? Doesn't that mean we can meet up virtually? Yuan Tang. Ancient Palace Intrigue, I need to lose weight, I need to be thinner to look good on camera. Meng Xian. Empress World video chatting is no problem at all. To be honest, the appearance of this body I have after transmigrating is really quite handsome. Yuan Tang. Ancient Palace Intrigue, I am very curious about what kind of face could make the Empress so fascinated. Fu Yanxi. A love story between immortals and demons. Video chat. Then when immortals and demons fight in the future, can I turn on the video and show you? Jiang Ruochu was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't this more exciting than a TV series? Chui Shuewe, Doomsday World, I like this group storage function. In the future, I can exchange for more fresh fruits and vegetables and won't have to eat canned food anymore. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World shocked. Doesn't that mean getting a free storage space? Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, haha, this is awesome. You guys don't know how expensive storage artifacts are here. Wah, sword cultivators are poor. I've only saved up 2/3 of my money. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, don't worry, everyone. The group system upgrade will take some time. Our group will continue to be upgraded in the future, and the functions will become more and more complete. Jiang Ruochu's words sparked even more excitement among the group members, who began to fantasize about what other group features might be available in the future. Jiang Ruochu then began to study her newly acquired skill, Judgment of Hell. Does this skill send people to Lin Yuanhang's hellish world? What state will the person be in after being sent away? Yes, the person sent there won't die, but their consciousness will. After their consciousness leaves, their body in the real world will fall into a deep sleep. The skill lasts for 1 hour, but for this person, it feels like they've been in hell for a year. It shares a common limitation with other skills that can be used on people. The person must be someone you've seen within the last 3 days. Jiang Ruochu was very satisfied with this skill, which meant that those who committed heinous crimes had a good place to go. Chapter 93, Please control your emotions in the blink of an eye. It was time for Lin Yuanhang's case to go to trial. As this is the first case in China where a victim died due to cyberbullying, and the victim's family sued the cyberbullies, the trial attracted widespread attention as soon as it began. Many people have brought up the events of that year again for study and analysis. Some media outlets contacted Xinlan, wanting to interview her, but her lawyer advised her not to accept media interviews before the case is officially decided, because they don't know if the media will take things out of context. And if the judge thinks that Xinlan is playing the victim, trying to manipulate public opinion, and attempting to interfere with the law, then it would be a losing proposition. Shi Xinlan accepted the new lawyer's advice, feeling that the new lawyer was much more appropriate than the previous one. The lawyers used to be so eager to promote themselves that they practically wore Shi Xinlan on their belts and took her with them when they went out for interviews. However, her refusal to give an interview does not mean that the defendant will also refuse. The defendant's parents gave interviews on behalf of the defendant to several media outlets. They vaguely indicated that the matter could have been settled privately, but Shi Xinlan was not satisfied with the amount of compensation and insisted on going to court. During this period, their family was also caught in the vortex of public opinion and suffered a lot of criticism. They also felt deep self-blame, regret, and pain. This statement immediately caused a huge uproar online. Many people insist that Shi Xinlan is not seeking justice for her son, but rather doing it for money. In my opinion, this is a case of insatiable greed. If she doesn't seek compensation now, the amount she receives in court might not be more than what she would have received through a private settlement. They put on airs all day, packaging themselves like warriors, but in reality, those in the know understand. Using public sympathy is utterly ridiculous. Who knows, they might even start live-streaming e-commerce in the future. Jiang Ruochu read the defendant's interview and gave a cold smile. What a pretentious act. If a defendant's parents truly felt remorse and regret, they shouldn't have brought up the fact that Shi Xinlan refused to accept a private settlement. They brought this up specifically to increase the pressure on Shi Xinlan. Jiang Ruochu closed the interview article, picked up her bag from the table, and prepared to go to the court. She paused as soon as she picked up her bag. Why do I feel like you've gained weight again? You've been having too many bad thoughts, haven't you? Black egg. It's not just too much, it's an overwhelming flood of evil thoughts, like a torrential downpour, all splashing onto my face. At this moment, even the demon Haydn admired Shi Xinlan a little, for she could hold out for so long. Shi Xinlan is suing the person who first posted the defamatory message about her son. Shi Xinlan rarely went online, but for her son's case, she began to learn how to use the internet. She put in a lot of effort to gather evidence online and finally succeeded in getting the case filed in court. After the case is filed, she can use official channels to get the platform to hand over the cyberbully's registration information. The person with the ID, it's so funny, turned out to be a child about the same age as her son. When she painfully pressed the other party for an explanation, asking why they had spread rumors and slandered her son, the other party didn't even lift an eyelid, acting as if they were completely unfazed. Auntie, what reason do you need? I was just saying it casually. Who knew your son would be so desperate as to try to kill himself over something so trivial? Instead of blaming me, you should think about how you usually raise him. He's so fragile. Besides, I'm not the only one who criticized him online. Other people have said it too. Why are you keeping harping on this? Do you think I'm easy to bully? With so many people, how can you sue them all? Do you even know the law? No matter how many times you sue me, your son's death has no direct connection to me. I won't go to jail. At most, I'll just have to pay you some compensation for defamation. I advise you, instead of spending so much energy and money on the lawsuit, you should save that money for your retirement. I am my only precious son, and I am not short of money. If you really want to sue me, I am not afraid to spend the time with you. Shi Xinlan never expected that the other party would show not the slightest remorse for her son's death, and even act arrogantly. She was so angry at the other party's shameless behavior that she fainted and ended up staying in the hospital for a few days. It was this incident that prompted Shi Xinlan to resolutely pursue the case to the end. But as the other party said, their family had some wealth and their parents had connections, so the lawsuit dragged on for a long time. In cases like this, even in the final round of hearings, the verdict is not announced on the same day. The legal battle between the two sides often takes several days to reach a conclusion. The lawyer Jiang Ruochu hired was very capable, or rather, she was doing her best in her work, unlike the previous lawyers who just wanted to go through the motions, gain enough fame, and then close the case as soon as possible. Throughout the trial, the defendant, Huang Jiansheng, kept his head down. Only when questioned by the judge did he tearfully admit his mistakes, a stark contrast to his previous mockery of Lin Yuanhang's cowardice. I am still young, and I beg the judge to give me a chance to reform. Sitting in the audience, Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. She subconsciously patted the black egg in her bag, as if discussing with it. Has he really repented? Black egg doesn't have the ability to listen to people's voices, but he is very sensitive to people's emotions. This person is dark-skinned, smells delicious, and tastes especially good. How could he possibly repent? The black egg shook its body. Jiang Ruochu understood. It was indeed an act. It must be said, however, that this kind of acting was very effective. Because in such cases, judges do indeed consider the defendant's remorseful attitude as a criterion for judgment. Shi Xinlan suppressed her anger and choked back tears as she accused. You're still young. You have a chance to start over. But what about my son? My son has no chance left. If you were truly repentant, that would be one thing, but you are not. Shi Xinlan turned to the judge and accused him. Your Honor, he is lying. He is really lying. He has never sincerely repented. He just wants to settle this matter with money. But I'd rather not have the money. I don't want the money. What good is it to give me more money? Can my son come back to life? Can he come back to life? Shi Xinlan broke down in tears at the end, pounding her fist on the table uncontrollably. The judge felt sorry for the plaintiff, but still needed to maintain order in the courtroom. Plaintiff, I understand you very well, but please control your emotions. The lawyer also pressed down on Shi Xinlan's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Huang Jiansheng hunched his shoulders, shook his head, and said with snot and tears streaming down his face, I didn't, Annie, I really sincerely admit my mistake. I never expected that a joke I made would cause such a big problem. As Huang Jiansheng spoke, he lowered his head again and wiped away his tears with great regret. Shi Xinlan cried out in anguish, A joke? A joke? Do you know that your joke cost someone their life? You ruined my son. You ruined me. When the judge adjourned the court, Jiang Ruochu stepped forward to support Shi Xinlan, who was nearly exhausted. Auntie, you need to take care of yourself. Jiang Ruochu's biggest worry was that Shi Xinlan would get so angry that she would be hospitalized again. Shi Xinlan grasped Jiang Ruochu's hand and said resolutely, I'm fine. I can still hold on. I will definitely hold on until the day I get justice for my son. At this point, Shi Xinlan mustered all her strength and glared at Huang Jiansheng. By this time, the court personnel had already left, and Huang Jiansheng no longer needed to act. He immediately reverted to his nonchalant attitude, bared his teeth at Jiang Ruochu and the others with disdain, and then swaggered away from the scene. Jiang Ruochu could have used her skills on Huang Jiansheng, but she didn't act rashly because whatever she did to Huang Jiansheng could become an excuse for him to postpone the trial. This case cannot be delayed any longer. She needs to wait until the day the case is decided. Jiang Ruochu coldly scrutinized Huang Jiansheng's swaying figure. Chapter 94, Fulfilling a Wish. After Jiang Ruochu accompanied Shi Xinlan home, Cui Xiuming had already thoughtfully prepared a table full of dishes for them. Auntie, sister, you must be tired. Come and eat. Shi Xinlan walked over as if in a daze, looked at the table full of dishes, and murmured, Girl, you're amazing. Cui Xiuming chuckled. I just made it casually. I don't know if it will suit your taste. Before, Cui Xiuming not only had to do housework at home, but also cook for the whole family. So at only 17 years old, she was already a little expert in life. Jiang Ruochu jokingly praised, Xiao Ming is really a hidden talent. Aunt Xinlan, let's sit down and eat quickly. Don't waste Xiao Ming's good intentions. Okay. Shi Xinlan pulled Jiang Ruochu and Cui Xiuming to sit down. Before starting to eat, she gave the two girls a deep look. Thank you so much for these past few days. Jiang Ruochu gently patted her arm. Everything was understood without words. That night, after Shi Xinlan and Cui Xiuming had fallen asleep, Jiang Ruochu quietly entered Shi Xinlan's room and slowly lit the incense of hell. The method of using hell incense is very simple. The user only needs to silently recite the name of the person to be inhaled while lighting it. Jiang Ruochu also asked Lin Yuanheng, those who smell the fragrance of hell, do they see only an illusion, or do they see the user as the person they yearn for day and night? The answer is the latter. In other words, the beauty of hell's fragrance lies in the fact that the user can impersonate the person the other party wants to see and say anything. This function is also to facilitate the work of the messengers of hell. After lighting the incense of hell, Jiang Ruochu started a video chat with Lin Yuanheng. Through the video, Lin Yuanheng finally saw his mother whom he had been longing for. He used all his points to exchange for a soul manifestation item from the Hell Messenger system. This item allows Lin Yuanheng's soul to have a physical form and briefly appear in the real world. However, this real world does not refer to the plane world where Jiang Ruochu is located, but rather to the plane world of their Hell Messenger. However, the system could open a back door slightly, allowing Lin Yuanhong's soul to be projected into Jiang Ruochu's dimensional world via video chat. However, this screening was restricted. Simply put, Lin Yuanhang could touch Shi Xinlan, but Shi Xinlan could not see him. The Hell Messenger system felt that consuming all the points in this way was quite wasteful. These are the points they accumulated after completing 12 cycles of missions. However, Lin Yuanhang insisted on exchanging the money. So, with the combined effects of Jiang Ruochu's group abilities, the fragrance of hell, and Lin Yuanhang's props, Shi Xinlan, who was fast asleep, slowly sat up and looked at Jiang Ruochu blankly. At that moment, in her eyes, Jiang Ruochu was the image of Lin Yuanhang. She was overjoyed and rushed over barefoot, hugging Jiang Ruochu tightly, without even putting on her slippers. Hang, you come back to see your mother. Shi Xinlan hugged her son tightly, afraid that this beautiful dream would end at any moment. Jiang Ruochu looked at Lin Yuanhang, who was in a spirit state beside her. At this moment, Lin Yuanhang was already in tears. Although he knew that Shi Xinlan could not feel him, he still couldn't help but gently put his arm around Shi Xinlan's shoulder. Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Yuanhang regretted it deeply. His death would not torment or punish anyone. Only those who cared for him the most would suffer. Jiang Ruochu softly repeated Lin Yuanhang's words. Lin Yuanhang looked at Jiang Ruochu in surprise, and Jiang Ruochu gestured for him to continue with her eyes. Across vast distances of time and space, Jiang Ruochu acts as a middleman, connecting this bond between mother and son. Shi Xinlan responded immediately. How could that be? Silly child, don't say such foolish things. Mom, you've lost so much weight. Lin Yuanhang knew that the incense of hell had a time limit. Once the incense burned out, the dream would end. Therefore, he needed to try his best to comfort his mother. Actually, I went to another world after I died, and I'm doing quite well now. Don't let my situation upset you anymore. By the way, I'm a person of status now, practically a half-deity. A deity? Shi Xinlan said, laughing and crying at the same time. You made up such a lie to make your mother happy. Really? Otherwise, why would I come to see you? I also know that you've been putting a lot of effort into representing me in this lawsuit lately. Mom, I regret that I can't be by your side when you need me most. A sour feeling, like a wad of cotton, stuck in Shi Xinlan's throat and chest. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and then said haltingly, Don't say such silly things. She choked back tears and waved her hand, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Mom, the time God has given me is limited. If I don't speak now, there won't be any more time. Lin Yuanhang used the explanation of ghosts and gods because it was easier for Shi Xinlan to understand. Upon hearing this, Shi Xinlan gently stepped back, her eyes brimming with tears, and gazed at Lin Yuanhang with a kind look. Over the years as a messenger of hell, Lin Yuanhang has come to understand one thing. To be born is to be born, and to die is to die. Life is so precious. I have only one request. After the lawsuit is over, I hope you can live your life well. Life always moves forward. Shi Xinlan stared blankly at Lin Yuanhang. Lin Yuanhang pleaded, Promise me, okay? Okay, I promise you. Then I can go back with peace of mind. Shi Xinlan clung to Lin Yuanhang reluctantly, which also meant she was clinging to Jiang Ruochu. Hang, take good care of yourself over there. I can do it. I'm really good at it now. Really, so don't worry. As the incense of hell burns out, the figures Shi Xinlan sees become increasingly blurry, and she grows more and more sleepy until she falls asleep again. Just as Lin Yuanhang's soul was about to disappear, as if sensing something, Shi Xinlan suddenly murmured, Hang, towards the empty space beside her. Lin Yuanhang's soul paused slightly, and he smiled and waved to Shi Xinlan. Goodbye, Mom. As the incense of hell burned out and the beautiful dream ended, Shi Xinlan reluctantly drifted off to sleep. Jiang Ruochu helped Shi Xinlan back to bed, covered her with a blanket, and then left the bedroom. After a night of turmoil, and with the scenery stirring up emotions, Jiang Ruochu couldn't sleep. So she took a bottle of drink, went up to the rooftop, felt the breeze, and gazed at the city's night view. While expressing his gratitude to Jiang Ruochu once again, Lin Yuanhang also remembered the favor Jiang Ruochu had asked him to do earlier. Lin Yuanhang, messenger of hell, I asked all the other messengers, and they all said there was no medicine that could bring people back to life. In their view, having a medicine to save lives was tantamount to shooting themselves in the foot. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's all right. Thank you. If there is no hope in this world, perhaps there is hope in other worlds. Jiang Ruochu continued gazing at the night view, the wind ruffling her hair and brushing against her beautiful eyes, revealing a subtle hint of melancholy in them. Suddenly, the black egg lying in her bag flew out, flashing with light, and flew back and forth in front of her. The light emanating from the black eggshell was dynamic, shimmering, and dazzling. One look, and you'll never forget it. Jiang Ruochu chuckled, speechless. Are you trying to comfort me? Black Egg was neither lit nor shaken. The reason I didn't order it was because Black Egg was too embarrassed to admit it. They don't shake because the great demon race disdains lying unless necessary. Thank you. Jiang Ruochu patted Haydn and said earnestly, You seem to be in good spirits. You can fly back to the hotel by yourself. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she quickly covered the gaps in the bag to prevent the Black Egg from getting inside. Black Egg. Chapter 95, Sending You Away the Next Day. After Xinlan woke up, she remembered the dream she had last night and was in a daze for a moment. She then pondered the dream for a long time and felt that it was too real, to the point that she doubted that it was a dream. She couldn't help but share it with Jiang Ruochu. As someone who experienced it firsthand, Jiang Ruochu naturally knew every detail, but she still listened patiently to Xinlan's account. Xiao Jiang, do you think I'm dreaming? It was a dream, but it wasn't the kind of dream we usually talk about. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night. It might be that Lin Yuanhang was sending a message to us in a dream. A dream? Xinlan looked at Jiang Ruochu in confusion. And Xinlan, there are many things in this world that we cannot explain with science. Perhaps your son really did go to another world and live there, just as he said. Otherwise, how would he know you've been involved in a lawsuit recently? To be honest, I also had a dream last night. In the dream, Lin Yuanhang told me a lot about you and asked me to give you some advice. To make her words more credible, Jiang Ruochu shared a few more stories about Lin Yuanhang's childhood. These are things that Xinlan did not tell Jiang Ruochu. If it wasn't her who said them, then it could only be that Lin Yuanhang told her in a dream. A glimmer of hope shone in Xinlan's eyes. Then is it true? He really came back to see me? Xinlan grabbed Jiang Ruochu's hand and looked at her expectantly. Jiang Ruochu nodded. He may have always been fighting alongside you in a place you can't see. As soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, Xinlan perked up as if a withered tree had been revived in spring. This is incredible, absolutely incredible. Xinlan suddenly straightened up, and her entire spirit and energy also lifted. I want him to see my best side, so that he won't have to worry about me, even after he goes to the other world. Xinlan looked in the mirror. Her hair was dry and straw-like, sticking messily on her head, making her look particularly listless. Xiao Jiang, I want to get a haircut. With Jiang Ruochu's help, Xinlan regained her confidence in life and no longer lived just to fight lawsuits. Jiang Ruochu smiled at Xinlan. Okay, we'll have the hairdresser design a smart hairstyle for you. As the two were talking, two small birds flew to the balcony, perched on the windowsill, and chirped excitedly. They shook their wings, full of energy. When the court hearing resumed a few days later, Xinlan changed her usual behavior and actually wore the dress that Lin Yuanhang had bought for her before. She believed that her son was with her. At the final court hearing, a large number of media reporters gathered outside the courthouse. The defendant and his family of 3 appeared together, dressed in black and gray outfits. Huang Jinxing's mother walked in the middle, her shoulders hunched, her eyes red, clearly having just cried. Huang Jinxing and his father stood on either side of him, one with his arm around his mother's arm and the other with his arm around his wife's shoulder. The 3 of them had dark circles around their eyes, their hair was slightly messy, and their eyes were full of fatigue, looking like they had been suffering greatly. Their attire, whether intentionally or unintentionally, perfectly conveyed the exhaustion after the lawsuit. Those who don't know the situation might think they are the victims. As soon as the media saw them appear, they immediately surrounded them. This lawsuit has lasted for a year and attracted attention from all sides. Today, this lawsuit is finally coming to a close. What would you like to say now? Huang Jinxing's father sighed with deep sorrow. Actually, we never expected or wanted such a thing to happen. Over the past year, our whole family has felt guilty and in pain. Now we can only wait for the court's judgment. We will do whatever the court tells us to do without delay. He had just finished speaking when someone said, Shi Xinlan is here. Immediately afterwards, the media all rushed to the back. Huang Jiansheng and his parents exchanged glances. The lawyer advised them that today was the last day, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, it would be best not to run into Shi Xinlan outside the courthouse. So the three of them walked quickly into the courthouse. The media immediately swarmed around Shi Xinlan. However, everyone was a little stunned when they saw Shi Xinlan. They had originally thought that the plaintiff would look as haggard as the defendant. Today, Shi Xinlan's hair was neat and her clothes were appropriate, a stark contrast to her previous appearance. She even took the initiative to greet the media. Thank you to all the media colleagues for your attention and concern for the lawsuit. Shi Xinlan resolutely showed off her clothes for the day. These are clothes my son bought for me. He will stay with me to watch this trial. I could already foresee the verdict in this case. Shi Xinlan paused for a second after saying this. This 1 second is very short for others. But for her, it was a very long time. Yes, she knew that Huang Jiansheng was not the direct perpetrator. And even if the case reached the maximum penalty, it would only involve paying compensation and issuing an apology. The law can give me a fair judgment, but it can't give me what I really want. However, I believe that justice resides in the hearts of the people. I hate cyberbullies and wish they would go to the deepest hell. If it were before, I would have grabbed you and poured out my pain, begging you to convey my anger. But I don't think that way anymore. I want to tell people who have had the same experience as my son. Don't be afraid, don't do anything foolish, and don't give up. When Shi Xinlan said this, her eyes were no longer filled with hatred, but with loving kindness. The surrounding media reporters had been following this news for a long time and had dealt with Shi Xinlan many times. They witnessed her resentment and obsession, her despair and breakdown. After her son's death, she carried thorns, wanting to hurt the world, but in doing so, she hurt herself. Now, after experiencing many ups and downs, she seems to have slowly changed. One reporter, who had just given birth, understood the feelings of motherhood even better. She rubbed her eyes and said, Auntie, keep going. You've already done a great job. Your son will be proud of you. Shi Xinlan nodded to the reporter and stepped into the courthouse. After a 3-hour hearing, the case reached its final verdict. The plaintiff, Huang Jiansheng, was ordered to pay Shi Xinlan 12,000 yuan in damages for emotional distress and to apologize to Shi Xinlan in court. Huang Jiansheng shrugged indifferently, bowed to Shi Xinlan, and said nonchalantly, sorry. Shi Xinlan collapsed to the ground, looking away without uttering a word. Shi Xinlan only began to move slowly after Huang Jiansheng's family and court staff left. She silently packed up the documents, putting the evidence she had personally collected into a bag. Seeing this, the lawyer felt a little sorry for Shi Xinlan and patted her on the shoulder. After the court hearing ended and the isolation barriers were removed, Jiang Ruochu came over and helped Shi Xinlan tidy up. Shi Xinlan smiled and wiped away her tears. It's okay, it's all over. I still remember my dream last night, and I will live my life well. Jiang Ruochu said softly, let's go back. After they left, they encountered Huang Jiansheng driving a new car at the entrance of the courthouse. Having received advice from his lawyer, Huang Jiansheng dared not be as arrogant as he was when he first met Shi Xinlan, lest she find something to use against him. He said in a pretentious tone, Auntie, please accept my condolences. My mom bought me a new car to celebrate the end of the lawsuit. Huang Jiansheng patted the steering wheel proudly and whistled. Want me to drive you home? Shi Xinlan clenched her fists, glaring at Huang Jiansheng through gritted teeth. Get out. Huang Jiansheng gave a small snort, started the car, and drove off. Jiang Ruochu handed Shi Xinlan to the lawyer. Could you please help Annie back? I have something to take care of. The lawyer glanced at Jiang Ruochu with concern and reminded her, assaulting someone can lead to detention and even jail time. Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly. Her smile seemed harmless, but also subtly revealed a dangerous edge. How could I hit someone? I'll almost see him off. If the timing is right, we can make a few more trips. Chapter 96 Punishment. Welcome to the Hell World Garage. Huang Jiansheng made a phone call while parking his car. Yes, I'm here. Which private room are you in? Yes, the lawsuit is over. Haha. I couldn't wait to come and have some fun with you guys. What can happen? It's just a little money loss. It's not like you'll go to jail. That little bit of money is nothing. We offered her 30,000 yuan in compensation, but but she refused and insisted on suing us to get justice for her deadbeat son. In the end, the court only awarded her a little over 10,000 yuan, saving us money. It's ridiculous. I've been to court before, and now people on the forum admire me. They all call me brother. They say I'm their role model. Huang Jiansheng felt incredibly awesome, thinking he would become a keyboard warrior who could command the wind and rain. These past few days, my lawyer has been telling me to put on an act. Damn it, I'm almost getting depressed from it. When I get back, I'm gonna go find that girl from last time. If she dares to ignore me again, I'll put her picture up as an ad and post it on some special forums. Huang Jiansheng had previously browsed Zaihongshu, a Chinese social media platform, and took a liking to a girl who shared her graduation photos, finding her to be pure and cute. He messaged her privately, wanting to add her as a friend, but she refused. He persisted, and she blocked him, even calling him disgusting and a lunatic. Huang Jiansheng was furious, but he was embroiled in a lawsuit and didn't have time to argue with the girl. Now that he had finished his lawsuit, he had boundless energy. He was prepared to give the girl another chance. If she dared to insult him again, he would do the same thing he had done before. He refused to believe he couldn't teach this woman a lesson. Afraid? What am I afraid of? What can they do to me? They'll just cry and threaten to sue me, Huang Jiansheng said, mimicking a woman's crying voice. Just then, the garage lights flickered. Huang Jiansheng looked up in confusion, and then he heard footsteps approaching from afar. Huang Jiansheng looked away and saw a slender figure slowly walking towards him. As the person got closer, he realized it was the girl who had been following Xinlan around for the past few days. If the girls who post photos on Zaihongshu are top-notch, then the girl in front of me is the best of the best. She doesn't seem like someone you can easily manipulate. Huang Jiansheng hesitated for a moment, but lust is a dangerous thing, and he couldn't help but take action. Huang Jiansheng wiped his mouth and said to the person on the other end of the phone, all right, I'm done chatting. We'll talk more when we meet. I'm in for a treat. I'll bring a girl up with me later. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately without waiting for his friend's response. Huang Jiansheng sized up Jiang Ruochu with ill intent. What? You've taken a fancy to me? Want to have sex with me? Before he could finish speaking, the light above his head suddenly exploded. He instinctively shrank his neck and cursed. What utter bullshit! Without the light, Jiang Ruochu's expression was somewhat blurred, but her face was covered with a layer of cold frost. You really have no remorse at all? Huang Jiansheng's smile vanished instantly, and he immediately became wary. What are you trying to do? You're not planning to record this and then report me, are you? Don't think I'm as stupid as that old woman. How could that be? In the short span of time it took to finish speaking, Jiang Ruochu had already reached Huang Jiansheng. Huang Jiansheng stared in horror, completely bewildered as to how she had gotten there. Jiang Ruochu's eyes and brows held a cold smile. I'm sending you to hell. Each word was exceptionally clear, like a death knell. When the drumming stopped, Huang Jiansheng suddenly saw a crack appear in the ground. The phenomena that defied common sense made the fear in Huang Jiansheng's eyes even more tangible. Just as he was about to escape, a pair of blood-stained hands emerged from the crack and grabbed Huang Jiansheng's ankles tightly. He struggled desperately, but could not break free from the ghost's grasp. More and more ghostly hands emerged from the ground, climbing up his ankles. Sharp claws ripped through his waist, tightened around his neck, and tore at his hair. More and more ghosts appeared. As they roared and pounced on Huang Jiansheng, he discovered that these ghosts had no tongues or teeth, and their open mouths resembled dark and deep caves. The scalding hellfire gushing from the ground burned every inch of his skin, and excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Huang Jiansheng was unable to escape, his body sinking deeper and deeper, his lower body almost melting into the hellfire. He clung desperately to the edge of the crack. Help! Help! He looked up and cried out to Jiang Ruochu for help. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Help! Jiang Ruochu remained unmoved, coldly looking down at him. Gradually, Huang Jiansheng was completely engulfed by hellfire and demons. But this was not the end. A strange man with black wings and strange runes on his face appeared before him. The man slowly landed in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, Do you remember me? I am Lin Yuanhang. When Huang Jiansheng heard this name, his breath caught in his throat. Oh, I look very different now than before, but it's okay. I'll help you recall it slowly. First, there's the punishment of cutting off the hand. Lin Yuanhang's tone was casual and understated. Immediately afterwards, the ghosts pounced on him with sounds, grabbed Huang Jianqing's hand, and bit it down. Ow! Huang Jianqing let out a miserable scream as excruciating pain shot through his hand. Some of the little devil's teeth seemed not sharp enough. They took a bite, but didn't bite it off completely. They could only grind it down with their teeth, making Huang Jianqing's hand bleed profusely. The bones were broken, and only a little skin was left connecting them. Does it hurt a lot? Lin Yuanhang squatted down and stared at Huang Jianqing. Huang Jianqing looked at Lin Yuanhang in fear. All 10 of his fingers were now broken, and grayish-white bones were visible through the blurred flesh. Don't be afraid. You won't die here, and you'll be exceptionally lucid. Feel each punishment with full awareness. Oh, right, I almost forgot to say that signature line. Welcome to the world of hell. Chapter 97 Livestream Punishment. I was wrong. I was wrong. Huang Jianqing was so scared that his whole body was trembling. The pain of the severed finger was tearing at every nerve in his body. In a real world, someone would have fainted from the pain long ago. But this is the hellish world, and no matter how much pain he is in, he can only consciously experience it. The inability to die, even when you want to, is the most terrifying aspect of hellish punishment. Really? Lin Yuanhang raised an eyebrow. You really realize your mistake? Huang Jianqing knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. I'll never do it again. Please, please let me go. All right, I'll give you half an hour. Run as far as you can. Huang Jianqing was overjoyed. Was this a genuine reprieve? However, if I catch you in half an hour, I will break your legs. The joy on Huang Jianqing's face froze instantly, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Aren't you going to run? The countdown has already started. Lin Yuanhang waved his hand, and a huge timer appeared in the sky. Huang Jianqing burst into tears, scrambling and crawling forward in a panic. Meanwhile, in the time traveler chat group, everyone was watching the live stream while chatting on video. Everyone was present in the video chat. When the video call first connected, Jiang Ruochu remarked that there was a handsome man and a beautiful woman, the kind that would shock the entertainment industry if thrown out. Yuan Tangtang is a noble consort, and Meng Xian is the empress's beloved. These two are capable of fighting their way through the palace, so their looks must be exceptional. Zhong Zhen is a cultivator, and Fu Yanxi is a demon. These two have their own racial buffs, making their looks unmatched by ordinary people. Cui Xuehui has survived in the apocalypse for many years. Although she is not as refined as others, her resolute and decisive temperament is something that others lack. The group members were also pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Ruochu and showered her with compliments. Jiang Ruochu chatted with her friends in the group and then went upstairs to find a restaurant. It must be said that the place Huang Jianqing and his friends went to had a lot of delicious food. Jiang Ruochu was very satisfied. As for Huang Jianqing, who fainted in the garage, unimportant. Anyway, once a passerby finds him, they will naturally take him to the hospital. She doesn't need to be this kind person. After going upstairs, Jiang Ruochu chose a Sichuan restaurant and ordered mapo tofu, maoxuang, a spicy Sichuan dish, boiled sliced pork, and spicy pig brain. These dishes paired perfectly with a hellish video, which she specially showed to her group members. This spicy pig brain is really flavorful, and the texture of the pig brain is soft, smooth, and refreshing. At this moment, Lin Yuanhang from the hellish world had caught up with Huang Jianqing. When he fell from the sky, there were light and sound effects, and hellfire like molten lava spewed out from the ground, which was particularly exciting. Before he could do anything, Huang Jianqing was already so frightened that he turned into a limp lump of mud. I gave you a chance, Lin Yuanhang grinned, but unfortunately you were useless. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of little devils pounced on Huang Jianqing, excitedly nibbling at his legs. Boundless despair completely engulfed Huang Jianqing. Jiang Ruochu wiped her mouth. No wonder there were so many atmosphere items among the hellish items you gave me. You hellish messengers are really good at showing off. The group members looked at the all-red gourmet meal on Jiang Ruochu's table. They were all thinking to themselves, your atmosphere items are just as good. Lan Yuanang, Lin Yuanhang immediately transformed from the high-class messenger of hell into a humble modern version of Lin Yuanhang. Personalized persona. It's all just a persona. Zhong Zhen sighed deeply, then called out to Fu Yanxi, who was in the world of immortals and demons in a tragic love story. Demon brother, do you have such class? Fu Yanxi certainly didn't. To be honest, Firstly, he was a half-demon, with half of his bloodline being that of a demon. He had to figure out his own cultivation methods, so his cultivation was relatively slow. Secondly, precisely because his cultivation is relatively slow, he is currently unable to create light and sound effects. Fu Yinchi asked with a smile. I don't. Do you cultivators have that kind of prestige? Come on, let's hurt each other. Zhongjin choked. To be honest, there really wasn't any, or rather, her cultivation hadn't reached that level yet, so there wasn't any. Wow, I lost. It's okay. Just because it's not happening now, doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. You two still have a chance. Jiang Ruochu was quite good at comforting people. Zhongjun, with a man's face, said tearfully, Jiang is still the best. Jiang Ruochu's eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help but say, Zhongjun, just talk, don't act cute. Although I know you're a girl, when you act cute with me like a man, I can't control my violent impulses. Yuan Tangdang and Shuehui seconded the motion. Zhongjun cried even harder. Hey Dan, who had witnessed the whole thing, scoffed at both Fu Yinchi and Zhongjun. Zhongjun is one thing, since they're from different worlds, so he can't control him. But Fu Yinchi is a disgrace to the demon clan. It's just a matter of adding some light, some fire, some background music, right? No problem. He could do even better. He could even make the background music play on a loop and make the flames strike a pose. The more enjoyable the video chat was in the crossover group, the more miserable the howling was on the other side of Hellworld. Yuan Tangtang, munching on a roasted pigeon, asked curiously, how long does this skill last? An hour. I estimate he'll wake up soon after he's found and taken to the hospital, but his time in hell will be very long. It can be described as an eternity. Jiang Ruochu noticed that Yuan Tangdang also had a lot of food in front of her, so she asked, what are you eating? It looks fragrant and crispy. These were all made by the imperial chefs. Want some? If you do, I'll send you some next time we trade. Let me tell you, the imperial chef's braised pork and crispy glass pigeon are absolutely amazing. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up. Great. To eat dishes made by the imperial chef. This is a pleasure that no one else can ever enjoy. Meng Xian said, I also have dishes made by the imperial chef, and they taste quite good. If you want some, I can send you some next month. Jiang Ruochu teased him. Tang Tang is a noble consort, so it's normal for her to be able to eat dishes prepared by the imperial chefs whenever she wants. But you can actually eat them too, and even order them. It seems the Empress treats you very well. Meng Xian touched his face sheepishly. It must be said that Meng Xian is indeed handsome, and his handsomeness is not at all effeminate, but rather fair and clean-cut. No wonder the Empress likes him. Fu Yinchi couldn't help but sigh. There's nothing good to eat in the demon realm. The meat of the demon beasts is all old and tough. It's truly a food desert. The evil thoughts you collected for me before were enough to fill my stomach, but my mouth wasn't full at all. I'm a demon, and I can't just wander around the human world. The cultivation world is also a food wasteland, but Zhongjun is happier than Fu Yinchi. At least she can go to the lower realm to eat something delicious without worrying about being hunted down. Black Egg watched as their conversation gradually veered off topic and began to revolve around food. As Fu Yinchi said, there's not much to eat in the demon realm, and since the Black Egg can't transform, it can't eat anything else. So he couldn't help but wonder what these delicacies tasted like that made people so engrossed in talking about them. After the lawsuit, Shi Xinlan donated the more than 10,000 yuan in compensation she received, completely silencing those netizens who said she only chose to sue to get more compensation. Furthermore, she also posted her final message on social media, expressing her gratitude for everyone's attention over the past year and thanking the kind netizens who believed in and supported her. At the beginning of the case, these netizens selflessly offered her help, instruct her on how to collect evidence online and how to find a lawyer. At the same time, she was even more grateful to the two girls for their companionship during this period. She had never met them before, but they were able to accompany her through this difficult time. Now that the lawsuit is over, whether for her own sake, to put her son's mind at ease, or to repay the kindness of those who helped her, she should move on from the shadows and start a new life. Oh my God, Annie is willing to let go. That's wonderful. Congratulations. I was worried that my aunt wouldn't be able to cope after the lawsuit, but after reading your blog post, I can finally relax. Annie can go out more often to relax. You can come visit me. My mom and I can pick you up. After Shi Xinlan finished posting her blog entry, she took Jiang Ruochu into Lin Yuanhong's room. The room was completely unchanged and spotless. Shi Xinlan carefully took out all the paintings she had put away. These are all my son's old paintings. Which one do you want? Jiang Ruochu approached Shi Xinlan under the pretense of buying paintings. Although it was just an excuse, Shi Xinlan took it as fact and kept it in mind. Jiang Ruochu had never seen Lin Yuanhang's paintings before, but after seeing them today, she realized that Lin Yuanhang was truly talented. At the age of just starting university, he had already mastered space and color very skillfully. Art is indeed a cruel thing. Both hard work and talent are indispensable, but there is often a huge gap between hard work and talent. After looking through 2 paintings, Jiang Ruochu's gaze was fixed on the third one. This is a painting with a dark red background. The figure in the painting is trapped in a mud pit, and blood-red lines come from all directions, tightly binding him, making it hard to breathe. He painfully stretched out his hand towards the sky, where a faint golden light shone. The world was too dark, and this ray of golden light could never break through the thick fog and dark clouds to shine on people. This is the last painting Hang Hang will ever create. Do you like it? Jiang Ruochu hummed in agreement. The other paintings were also beautiful, but this one was the most breathtaking. Then you can take it. It's the best place for this painting in your hands, Shi Xinlan said solemnly. It's a gift to you, not something to sell. Fearing that Jiang Ruochu might refuse, Shi Xinlan said firmly, For me, these paintings cannot be measured in money. Giving them to you is the most appropriate thing to do. Jiang Ruochu gazed at Shi Xinlan's determined eyes, and after a long while, she nodded seriously. Okay, I will send it to where it should be. Auntie, I'm going back now. Come visit me sometime. Cui Xiuming added, Auntie, I'm going back now too. Take good care of yourself. I can come visit you often during winter and summer vacations. Okay, thank you so much. You're both good kids. Shi Xinlan reluctantly put one arm around each of them. I wish Xiao Chu all the best in her work, and Xiao Ming all the best in getting into a good university. The 3 of them hugged each other, and the sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in a brilliant golden glow. As long as the sun shines, hope will shine too. After Jiang Ruochu returned, she indeed found the best place for Lin Yuanhang's paintings. Art exhibition. This is a traveling exhibition spearheaded by the National Art Center. The exhibition is divided into 3 main sections: ancient Chinese history, modern Chinese history, and rare foreign items. Modern exhibitions select only paintings by contemporary masters, so in principle, Lin Yuanhang's paintings should not be eligible for inclusion. However, the National Art Center wanted to borrow the auction items that Jiang Ruochu had brought out for an exhibition. Since they wanted to borrow them, they had to show some sincerity. The person in charge of the exhibition originally had some complaints, but after seeing Lin Yuanhang's paintings, they were quite impressed and agreed to Jiang Ruochu's request. Jiang Ruochu added a golden, cool light above the painting, turning it into a dynamic exhibition. At first, only one lamp was turned on, and a beam of light shone down. Then, the second light came on, and the second beam of light shone down. More and more light converged and shone on the people in the painting. The intense light seemed to dispel the surrounding darkness and give people hope. Below the painting was a label with Lin Yuanhang's name on it, and under the light, the dim nameplate became brighter and brighter. This dynamic display, coupled with a recently concluded cyberbullying lawsuit, immediately sparked heated discussions online. Wow, this design paired with this painting is absolutely stunning. To be able to draw like this in college, I punch myself twice while I'm still learning to draw. There will always be sunshine. May you all take care on your journey. Who came up with this idea? It's amazing. I was fortunate enough to see it during the preview. Everyone should definitely go see it in person. It's truly breathtaking, especially when Lin Yuanhang's name lit up. It gave me goosebumps. If there were more positive comments, many tragedies wouldn't happen. Let's all try to be more optimistic. Ugh, it's not that I don't want to see it. It's just that tickets for the official exhibition are impossible to get. All the tickets for the week are sold out. Official announcement. New tickets will be released at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Ladies, hurry up and grab them. Why did you say that? Now, it'll be even harder to steal it. Shi Xinlan, who was traveling out of town, couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw the news about the art exhibition. Jiang Ruochu kept her word. She gave her son's painting the best place, giving it the most important meaning. The art center was delighted and satisfied with the excellent results of the preview and warmly invited Jiang Ruochu to visit before the official opening. This means that Jiang Ruochu can quietly and freely appreciate each exhibit. This is a level of treatment that money can't buy for a super IP. Jiang Ruochu works in the auction industry, and it would be good to be able to appreciate these exhibits up close and broaden her horizons, so she readily agreed. The art center also assigned a guide to accompany Jiang Ruochu and explain the exhibits to her. This is a sacrificial cauldron from the West anime. They believed that by sacrificing humans, they could obtain the protection of the gods and ensure good weather and a bountiful harvest in the coming year. These sacrifices were usually slaves and prisoners of war. The cauldron we see now was used to hold human blood in the past. There's a small hole at the bottom of the cauldron that looks like a mouth. Experts now speculate that it was a tool used to drain the stored blood. Even though 3,500 years have passed, traces of blood can still be detected in the container. Along with this sacrificial cauldron, 99 skulls inlaid with jewels and shells were also unearthed. For this exhibition, we have borrowed a human skull. Jiang Ruochu examined the sacrificial cauldron and the human skull. Over the past 1,000 years, the surface of the sacrificial cauldron had long been covered with green patina, exuding a sinister aura. The skull looked even more bizarre. It was covered in jewels and looked quite magnificent, but the empty eye sockets resembled a dark abyss. Just looking at it made one feel terrified. Jiang Ruochu could sense the unsettling aura emanating from these two artifacts, let alone the black egg. As he approached the two artifacts with Jiang Ruochu, he could see a dark, malevolent aura and resentment rising into the sky. The sacrificial cauldron existed from the beginning of the Western Anums dynasty and was used by the dynasty's rulers for more than 400 years. Tens of thousands of innocent souls died in this cauldron. Slaves and prisoners of war had their limbs cut off while they were still alive, and then, like objects, they were held up on the edge of the sacrificial cauldron to draw blood. They were filled with fear of death, resentment, and hatred towards their rulers. After accumulating resentment and hatred for thousands of years, there is no dish more fragrant than this. Black egg inhaled deeply, and the abundant power filled his entire body. It was as if heaven and earth were colliding. Bones began to grow, and blood began to circulate. He can finally shapeshift. Chapter 99, quite a few little tricks. Jiang Ruochu was originally visiting the site, but she felt her bag getting heavier and heavier, and it even felt a little hot to the touch. She immediately sensed something was wrong, so she made an excuse to say goodbye to the tour guide. "Miss Jiang, are you going back?" "Yes, it's urgent." The tour guide glanced at the sky outside. It was already quite late. He then asked, "Would you like a car to take you?" "No need. I can go back by myself, thank you." "Okay." The guide reminded, "The art museum is newly built, and the surrounding facilities are not yet in place, so there are relatively few people. Please be careful on your way back." Jiang Ruochu said, "Don't worry," but in her heart she was thinking that this was exactly what she wanted. What she needs now is to find a secluded place to investigate what's going on with the black egg. As she walked out, she tugged at her heavy backpack. "Jiang Ruochu, modern world Fu Yinshi, come out. Why is the magic stone getting hot? And this thing weighs almost dozens of kilograms." Jiang Ruochu found a secluded blind spot in the surveillance cameras and placed the black egg on the ground. The surface of the black egg developed vein-like cracks, and the light inside flowed very quickly. Jiang Ruochu felt that the black egg was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Fu Yinshi hasn't replied yet. If she could, Jiang Ruochu really wanted to jump into the transmigration group and drag Fu Yinshi out. Suddenly, Jiang Ruochu heard a rustling sound coming from the flower bed next to her. Her ears twitched, and she looked warily into the bushes. "Who's there?" Jiang Ruochu's hearing and vision are now better than before. She stares at the shadows in the bushes. "Come out." A moment later, a man who looked like a dried sausage emerged hesitantly. He was listless, and his drooping head, like a balloon, rested on his stick-like body. The man looked at Jiang Ruochu with his sunken eyes. "I was wrong, please, have mercy on me. I don't want to go to that world again." When the other person looked up, Jiang Ruochu recognized that this sausage was none other than Huang Jianqing. Huang Jianqing's shoulders trembled and his body swayed. Although he didn't know why he was having such a vivid dream, he was certain that his dream was related to the woman in front of him. Jiang Ruochu remained unmoved. Her apology, delivered only when faced with dire consequences, was meaningless. Besides, She wasn't a victim and had no right to forgive Huang Jiansheng. This punishment would only end if Lin Yuanheng said he didn't want to play anymore. Seeing Jiang Ruochu's cold expression, Huang Jiansheng felt as if he had collapsed. After a few seconds, he suddenly straightened up and stared fiercely at Jiang Ruochu. At that moment, a cold light flashed in Huang Jiansheng's hand. He gripped the knife hilt and charged at Jiang Ruochu. "You devil! Go to hell!" Jiang Ruochu was prepared. She raised her bag in front of her to block the attack, and to disarm the attacker if he charged at her. Just as Xiao Dao was about to get close to Jiang Ruochu, a tall, dark figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It wasn't a shadowy figure that was too dark to see clearly, but a real, distinct human-shaped shadow. The dark shape was as thick as a cloud, yet as light as mist. At the same time, the surrounding streetlights began to flicker violently. An eerie yet stirring music resounded in the void, as if an ancient god had descended. "I am the demon." Black Egg's sense of demonic honor was extremely strong. His voice was sharp and hoarse, slowly drifting out from the night, carrying a faint chill. Upon hearing the shadowy figure's self-identification, Jiang Ruochu glanced at the ground beside her. The Black Egg had disappeared, indicating that the shadowy figure was related to the Black Egg. Since the Black Egg claimed to be a demon, it meant that he was indeed related to the world of immortals and demons, but he might not be a demon stone. Of course, it's also possible that the Dark Shadow is actually a magic stone, which, like in many fantasy dramas, has transformed from a mutated magic stone with sentience into a spirit pet. However, no matter what, Fu Yinshi had better give her a reasonable explanation, otherwise she would send Fu Yinshi the Lotus Sutra, the Great Compassion Mantra, and the Tao Te Ching next time. Huang Jiansheng's knife pierced into the fog and then stopped, as if an invisible force was resisting him. He looked up in horror and saw a face gradually appearing in the black mist. Huang Jiansheng was so frightened that he let go and sat down on the ground with a thud. The knife remained stuck in the black mist body, neither inserted nor falling out. "Devil! Devil!" Huang Jiansheng shouted, waving his hands and clutching his head. Jiang Ruochu stared at the dark figure in front of her. Regardless of what the Black Egg was, at least from the current situation, the other party did not intend to harm her. Otherwise, it would not have protected her again, and even comforted her in its own way when she was in a bad mood. Forget it. She'll just send Fu Yinshi one less copy of the Tao Te Ching, since the book is so expensive. Jiang Ruochu quickly stepped forward, walked to the side of the dark figure, lowered her eyes, and looked at the small knife trapped inside the dark figure's body. Then she saw a pair of hands emerge from the middle of the shadow. The fingers of these hands are clean and slender, but the skin is very pale, as if it has no human body temperature. Having witnessed countless encounters with time travel, systems, hell, and immortals and demons, Jiang Ruochu's ability to remain calm under pressure had reached a new level. Upon seeing such a bizarre scene, she remained completely composed, instead calmly reminding, "Don't touch it or throw it away. This is evidence." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the knife slowly float to Huang Jiansheng's front, then move left and right, and finally adjust its angle so that the handle itself was back in Huang Jiansheng's hand. Jiang Ruochu. Should she praise her, saying, "Great job, very considerate, well done"? Huang Jiansheng looked at the knife that flew back to him, as if it were a giant beast that could devour him. He yelled and tried to throw the knife away, but the knife was stuck to his hand like it was glued on. Jiang Ruochu quickly dialed 110, explained the situation, and waited for the police to arrive. Huang Jiansheng shook his hands frantically as if he had seen a ghost. "Stop yelling. Can you please be quiet? When the police arrive, you'll be in jail to reflect on your actions." While cyberbullying may not land you in jail, Huang Jiansheng has now committed a knife attack. If he hires a skilled lawyer, it could easily put him in jail for several more years. He's been hit by a boomerang. Black Egg also found Huang Jiansheng's shouting annoying, so he snapped his fingers and cast the spell cleanly and efficiently, causing Huang Jiansheng to faint. Jiang Ruochu looked at the Black Egg, which had now revealed its complete human form. The man in front of her was tall, probably around 1.88 meters, with cold and stern eyes and clean, sharp facial features. The light shone on him. "Wait, light?" Jiang Ruochu noticed the light on the top of the Black Egg, and then realized that the faint, Almost imperceptible music had started playing when the black egg appeared. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. Take down your lighting and sound effects. Oh, after black egg responded, the light effect above its head faded and the sound effect disappeared. Chapter 100 Cooperation achieved. Jiang Ruochu looked the black egg up and down and muttered, "How come you turned into a human and are still wearing clothes?" Logically, shouldn't a naked handsome man suddenly appear with a bang? TV dramas are all lies. Black egg said smugly, "I'm not stupid." Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, that smug look of his is quite silly, and she lowered her guard against Haydn a little more. "Are you black egg?" Upon hearing the name, Haydn's face showed a hint of awkwardness. "My name is Isha. Please don't call me by such an old-fashioned name as Haydn. The name Nightshade is so cringe-worthy. I don't think it sounds as good as Black Egg." Of course, Jiang Ruochu only thought it to herself and wouldn't actually say it out loud. After all, anyone who can be called that name must have some villainous genes in them. The name Nightshade was given to me by my father after he got the right to name me, which my parents had a fight over. I don't really like it and I plan to change it. Okay, the parents are at odds and even commit domestic violence against each other, so we've added another villain element to the list. Black Egg was unaware that he was now covered in labels. Jiang Ruochu felt that some things didn't necessarily need to be asked of Fu Yanxi. She could ask him directly. "So you're not a magic stone?" "Just something similar to a magic stone." Nightshade frankly admitted, "I am the son of the demon lord." Jiang Ruochu. The system suddenly popped up with "Wow." Jiang Ruochu spoke to the system in her mind. "Wow, look what you sent me. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The system cannot teleport living beings." Jiang Ruochu was taken aback. She remembered something and asked Isha to confirm. "Are demons neither alive nor dead?" "Yes, demons have no life." Jiang Ruochu and the system immediately understood. "He got here by exploiting a bug, so it's not my fault." Jiang Ruochu said disdainfully, "You go stay over there. Now that she has figured out who Black Egg is, she needs to figure out his purpose. You are the young master of the demon clan. You absorbed evil thoughts here and cultivated into your current form. So what are your plans now?" Jiang Ruochu was very worried that the man in front of her had a delusional dream of ruling the world. If that was the case, she could only keep him calm for now, and then send him back to the world of immortals and demons when the transaction time was up. "This is precisely what I want to discuss with you. First of all, thank you very much." Jiang Ruochu subconsciously responded with an, and half a second later, she suddenly exclaimed, "Thank you for helping me condemn those heartless parents, and thank you for spending a lot of money to build me a beautiful home." Yisha said seriously, "Because of the immortal lord's sweep, food was scarce in my original world. That's why I fainted from hunger, and then I was sent here as a magic stone while I was unconscious." As Jiang Ruochu listened to his story, she found it both tragic and amusing for some reason. "This world has plenty of food, which is helpful for my cultivation. I want to stay here and send me back after I become stronger." Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow slightly. Fortunately, this young master of the demon race had no ambitions in this world. Nightshade, full of energy, declared, "The day I return will be the day of my revenge. I will give those damned parents and the immortal lord a good beating. Then I will rule the demon realm." Nightshade coughed lightly. Thankfully, he managed to stop the car, otherwise it wouldn't have been cool enough. Jiang Ruochu watched as he forcefully suppressed his laughter, thinking to herself, thank goodness he stopped himself. Otherwise his Chinibu, middle school syndrome, tendencies would have been exposed. However, through a brief exchange, she determined that Black Egg, or rather, Nightshade, was not a high-risk individual. In return, I can protect you for the rest of your life, doing what a magic stone should do. Huang Jiansheng, who was next to him, held his head and woke up shakily. Nightshade snapped his fingers. Don't interrupt. Huang Jiansheng collapsed again. Although Jiang Ruochu knew that human life was short, she couldn't help but laugh and cry when she heard Isha describe her lifespan so bluntly as the years of one's lifetime. What if I don't want to? I'll send you back right now. Nightshade was a little confused and surprised. Why don't you want to? Let me think about it. I didn't expect you to refuse. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, oh, you're quite domineering. Fine, think again. Let's see what else you can say. After a moment of contemplation, Yisha advised, why don't you reconsider? This deal is very worthwhile. I'm much more useful than magic stones. Magic stones disappear after each use, but I can exist forever until the day you die. Wait a minute. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but say, language is an art. If you want to negotiate with people and rule the demon realm in the future, you'd better learn this art properly. Can't you make your promises sound a little better? Upon hearing this, Yisha's expression immediately turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. Okay. However, he sees no need to negotiate with others. He usually chooses to take direct action and subdue the other party by beating them into submission. Jiang Ruochu. Does this guy think that sounding better just means changing the language? In fact, Jiang Ruochu was just testing Yisha to see his attitude. Judging from Yisha's current reaction, he should be a very strong, communicable, emotionally stable, and harmless type who only wants to focus on his career. If you're unwilling, then I'll have to run away. I'll come back to you after I finish my cultivation. Run away? Didn't you ever think about threatening me or anything? Jiang Ruochu was already giving advice to Haydn. Okay, but I don't want to do that. You've been so good to me, even better than my parents. Yisha spoke with great sincerity. His pupils were dark and bright, like the slowly flowing water of a lake in the cold night. Jiang Ruochu found it particularly rare. She saw sincerity and clarity in the eyes of a demon. Then she added another label to Haydn, grateful and repaying kindness. This is very important. I have no reason to threaten you. Anyway, I'm going to run away, and you can't catch me now. The day you can catch me, at most you'll just send me back, and then I'll happily go back. Jiang Ruochu realized that Haydn was indeed not stupid. Even if she did not agree to the deal, Haydn could resolve the crisis in the easiest way. Just as Yasha said, she is currently unable to capture the black egg. If Nightshade really escaped and had no intention of doing evil, she wouldn't need to rack her brains to deal with him. In short, Jiang Ruochu refused the deal. Yisha suffered no loss, but she would lose an excellent bodyguard. However, Jiang Ruochu is not a passive person, and there is one thing. Yisha has miscalculated, and she is not without ways to deal with Yisha. She could have simply thrown Yisha into the group's storage space, but she didn't need to reveal her trump card, especially since Yisha's offer to protect her for life was incredibly tempting. It's worth considering. We might as well take advantage of this negotiation opportunity to gain even more benefits. Protecting my safety is too easy a condition. Why don't you tell me what else you can do? When Jiang Ruochu negotiates business deals or terms with others, it's based on understanding the other party. She clearly knows what the other party can and cannot give her. However, Jiang Ruochu did not understand what Yisha possessed or how far he could go. So instead of making random demands like a headless fly, it's better to let Nightshade make her own demands. She might even get a pleasant surprise. Jiang Ruochu said lazily, anyway, human lifespan is very short. For you, it's just a blink of an eye. You won't lose out no matter what. After a moment's thought, Yisha increased his stakes. I can help you make money. Oh, Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up. Tell me more about it. Didn't you say that yourself? It would be best if I could go out and work and then roll back on my own. A smile appeared in Jiang Ruochu's eyes. This little black egg was quite vengeful. Now that I can transform into human form, I can help you pretend to be a god or a ghost to fool people. Choosing a house is a piece of cake. I can help them get rid of their demonic obstacles. Remember when you went to Sang Wan's house last time? She only felt relaxed after I ate all the food in her house. You set the price and we'll split the profit 70/30ths. I get 70% and you get 30%. Jiang Ruochu readily extended her hand. Deal. Yisha glanced at Jiang Ruochu's hand with a puzzled look, but he still followed Jiang Ruochu's example and stretched out his hand. Jiang Ruochu understood that he did not understand the etiquette of people in this world, so she took the initiative to give him a high five. What she valued was not the 30% of the profits that Yisha would give her, but rather Yisha's unparalleled ability to succeed in the field of metaphysics. This will help her expand her network. Chapter 101. You wouldn't happen to be my dad, would you? After Jiang Ruochu reached an agreement with Yisha, she breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the person still lying on the ground. Although she was able to dodge Huang Jinqing's attack, she still had to thank Yisha for taking the blow for her. However, she was a little puzzled. Why did you block it directly? I remember you could bend the knife before. Why didn't you do that this time? Let's try out the magical artifacts of this world. Before, Yisha couldn't transform, so he could only use magic to protect Jiang Ruochu from attacks. Now that he has a physical body, he naturally wants to try them out himself and see just how powerful the magical artifacts of this world are. Jiang Ruochu. So he's actually an experience-oriented person. I also want to thank you for not using me to test weapons. After trying it, I found it to be utterly vulnerable. Nightshade's tone was neither regretful nor contemptuous, but simply a statement of fact. Jiang Ruochu chuckled dryly, quite relieved that Yisha had no interest in ruling the world. When the sound of police sirens reached her ears in the distance, Jiang Ruochu didn't forget that there was an unregistered person beside her. She was about to ask Yisha to leave, but before she could say anything, the person beside her had already disappeared. Instead, a cat with glossy black fur stood quietly by the flower bed, almost blending into the night. The black cat spoke to her in a human voice. "I'm here." When a cat is just a cat and meows, it's cute. But when a cat starts talking like a human, it's not only weird but also really annoying. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath. If you're using the appearance of a cat, it's better not to speak human language. The black cat paused for half a second, tilted its head, and meowed. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but think to herself, this guy learns pretty fast. And I have to say, being looked at by a beautiful little black cat with its big, round eyes is quite pleasant. Oh, right, I have something to tell you. Your father's illness is not being treated with any miraculous medicines. Perhaps you could try some kind of secret technique, like soul summoning. Yisha was afraid that Jiang Ruochu wouldn't speak to him in a normal way, so he simply finished speaking in one breath, without even using punctuation marks, and didn't give Jiang Ruochu a chance to stop him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately picked up the black cat and asked with a mixture of surprise and delight, "You know about my father's situation? Did you call the police just now?" When Yisha saw the police arrive, it meowed cutely again. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and went over to talk to the police. Since Jiang Ruochu was both the complainant and the victim, she had to go back to the police station with the police to give a statement. She omitted the existence of Yisha, only saying that Huang Jiansheng failed to take revenge with a knife and even fell unconscious. The police had no suspicions and, after completing the routine questioning, told Jiang Ruochu to go home and rest early. As for Huang Jiansheng's knife attack, he will definitely be detained. Jiang Ruochu also contacted a lawyer and entrusted her to handle the situation here. After leaving the police station, Jiang Ruochu couldn't wait to take Yisha to a corner without surveillance cameras. "What did you mean when you told me to try the soul summoning technique?" Yisha transformed back into human form, tugged at his collar, and explained earnestly, "When I went to the hospital with you before, I discovered that your father had no soul inside him. That's why he can't wake up. So no matter what elixir you give him, it won't work. You can collect soul summoning spells from other worlds." When it comes to the soul summoning technique, Jiang Ruochu immediately thinks of the world of immortals and demons, the world of cultivation, and the world of hell. When she lifted her eyelids and her gaze fell on Yisha, Yisha understood what she meant. There is indeed a soul-swapping technique in my world that can exchange the souls of two people, but it is a forbidden technique, so I don't know how to perform it. After listening to Yisha's description, Jiang Ruochu lowered her shoulders and said, "I feel that this forbidden technique is neither suitable nor appropriate for my father's current situation. If what you're saying is true, then my father's soul left after the accident." Jiang Ruochu analyzed carefully. Assuming his soul entered someone else's body in this world, he will definitely come back to find me, my mother, and my brother. But obviously not, so this hypothesis can be ruled out. Then there are two other possibilities. He is still in this world, but for some reason, his soul is trapped and cannot return. Secondly, he's not in this world. He's traveled through time like the other people in the group. As Jiang Ruochu was speaking, she was suddenly startled. Could this be the reason why she suddenly possessed a time-traveling group? Even so, it still doesn't explain why she is different from the other group members. She clearly has more power and advantages than the other group members. Regardless, at least she now understands why her father has been in a coma, and all she needs to do next is treat the underlying cause. After clearing her thoughts, Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath and looked at Yisha again. "Thank you." If Yasha hadn't told her about the situation, she doesn't know when she would have realized the problem. Yisha didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't need verbal thanks, just practical ones, so he ordered directly, "I want to eat Mao Shui Wong, spicy pig brain, and mapo tofu." I want to eat everything you've had before. Now that he's in human form, he can finally eat whatever he wants. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yi Sha, who was earnestly reciting the names of the dishes, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. She checked the time on her phone and said, "Okay, the night market is still open. I'll take you there. There are lots of delicious things to eat." The news brought by Nightshade is extremely important. Not to mention one meal. She could treat people to 100 or even 1,000 meals. On the way to the night market, Jiang Ruochu communicated with the system. Did my dad's soul travel to another world? The system. This is something I don't know. Perhaps you have something to do with my father? Hey there. Hey, you idiot. The system complained. Why are you swearing? Jiang Ruochu probed indirectly. You wouldn't happen to be my dad, would you? The system was full of questions, overwhelming Jiang Ruochu's mind. Okay, I got it, you're not. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Thank goodness you're not." The system suddenly realized that its reaction was too direct. Jiang Ruochu tricked me again. If my dad really time-traveled, will he appear in the group chat one day? Jiang Ruochu asked without waiting for the system's reply. All right, I know you won't tell me. In fact, Jiang Ruochu was worried about both her father joining the group and him not joining. If she's joined the group, it means her father is in another world, and finding him will be a huge problem for her. If she doesn't join the group, her father's spirit is probably still wandering somewhere. The system noticed Jiang Ruochu's disappointment and encouraged her, saying, "Keep upgrading, and you will find the truth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu was no longer troubled. Perhaps with future system upgrades and the addition of more and more functions, a way to save her father would naturally emerge. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. While Jiang Ruochu was chatting with the system, she and Yisha had already taken a car to the night market. We don't have Sichuan cuisine here, but we have other food. Order whatever you want. We can have the Sichuan food tomorrow. As Jiang Ruochu spoke, she kept observing Yisha's expression, afraid that if this demon lord's appetite was not satisfied, he would overturn the table on the spot. Fortunately, Yisha wasn't persistent. He was like a young man who had just come to the city from the mountains, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the bustling night market, and then he plunged headfirst into the sea of snacks. Jiang Ruochu was relieved. It seemed that Yisha was indeed a demon with very stable emotions. Then, one of them was in front, eating and eating with gusto, while the other was in the back, absent-mindedly scanning QR codes to pay. The street was lined with snacks that made the night market's mouth water. Accordion potato chips, chicken wings wrapped in glutinous rice, stinky tofu, and a glass of passion fruit and sugar cane juice. At this moment, Fu Yinshi finally appeared. Chapter 102, A Beautiful Mental State. Fu Yinshi, Immortal Demon, Abusive Romance, huh? How would this be? I've never heard of such a thing before. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Could it be that the world is different now, and a mutated magic stone has become even more mutated and abnormal? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. I'm sorry. I've been busy looking for the young master of the demon clan lately, and that's when I noticed your information. Fu Yinshi then gave a special explanation of the reason. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, no need to look anymore. Your demon clan's young master is in my hands. When Fu Yinshi saw this line of text, he was filled with question marks and exclamation marks. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, oh literally. Yisha, who was eating barbecue, looked up and said, "Please say hello to him for me." Jiang Ruochu, modern world, he also asked me to say hello to you. Fu Yinshi, a tragic love story between immortals and demons. Fu Yinshi, a romantic tale between immortals and demons. What on earth is going on? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, your so-called mutant, monstrous, and magical stone is none other than your beloved young master. Fu Yangxie se pupils dilated. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Oh no. Oh no. If the demon lord finds out, he'll make me vanish into thin air. Soon, Fu Yinshi realized. If he can get there, does that mean I can too? He immediately told Jiang Ruochu about his idea. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, maybe it won't work? I remember you told me you were half demon and half spirit. I suggest you don't try it. If something goes wrong, you might not be able to be reborn and travel back in time. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons, that makes sense. Although Fu Yinshi felt a little regretful, his life was more important. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't tell anyone that your young master is here. Just slack off for now. Fu Yanxi was a smart man, and he quickly guessed the young master's purpose. The fact that the young master is not in a hurry to return shows that he has great dreams and far-sighted plans. Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons. Please say hello to my future boss for me. Since we can't rely on the old big shots anymore, we can try relying on the new ones. Nightshade took a sip of sugarcane juice with a smile. No problem. I'll definitely protect him when we get back. Jiang Ruochu glanced at Yi Sha, who was engrossed in the delicious food, and felt that the future of the demon realm was worrying. But what does it matter? It's irrelevant to this world anyway. Jiang Ruochu didn't forget her main task. She asked Fu Yanxi to keep an eye on the soul summoning technique for her. Fu Yanxi agreed. Jiang Ruochu then contacted Zhong Zhen and Lin Yuanhang. She briefly explained the situation to Zhong Zhen, but Zhong Zhen wasn't online at the moment, so she turned her attention back to Lin Yuanhang. Jiang Ruochu, modern world in the coming days. Huang Jiansheng will probably be in jail, and I won't be able to send him to see you. Judging from his mental state, even if he doesn't go to jail, he's probably ruined. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, then he deserved his punishment. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, actually, I was just about to tell you that I don't want to see him anymore. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, I have let it go. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, letting go is good. Hatred torments not only others, but also oneself. As a messenger of hell, Lin Yuanhang has a long future ahead of him, so there's no need for him to be trapped in the past forever. Lin Yuanhang, messenger of hell, what did he do? Why is he in jail? Jiang Ruochu then told Lin Yuanhang what had just happened. Lin Yuanhang was shocked and repeatedly apologized to Jiang Ruochu, feeling that he had dragged her down. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's alright. My physical strength is now superior to that of ordinary people. In addition, I have learned self-defense and fighting skills. He can't hurt me. Besides, I have bodyguard with me. Lin Yuanhang was finally relieved. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, you can send other people down here later, and I'll help you. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, no problem, no problem. Jiang Ruochu did have someone she wanted to send a gift to, but she needed to find that person first. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I have something else I'd like to ask you. It's about my father. I've heard that he might not wake up because his soul is wandering outside. Do you have any secret techniques for calling back a soul? Lin Yuanhang, messenger of hell, yes. This is my old profession. All I need to do is collect 199 hell flowers blooming on the edge of the underworld, then temper them with hellfire and use them together with hell incense, along with the call of my blood relatives to summon souls. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, I'll go collect it for you right now. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, it's just that recently, for some reason, there are far fewer hell flowers. But don't worry, even if I search the entire Yellow Springs for you, I will definitely collect enough hell flowers for you. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, thank you. Lin Yuanhang, Hell Messenger, I wish your father a speedy recovery and that your family can be reunited soon. Jiang Ruochu believed it would definitely happen. She rubbed her sore eyes, and then she suddenly noticed a gaze. She raised her eyelids and met the gaze of the person who was looking at her. Being stared at usually makes people uncomfortable, but Yi Sha's gaze was pure, without a trace of strange or romantic thoughts. So Jiang Ruochu asked very patiently, what is it? Nightshade asked curiously, do you want to cry? Jiang Ruochu readily admitted, a little. Why do humans cry when they are happy and cry when they are sad? Hearing his naive question, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but find it amusing. This question is a bit complicated. Why don't you tell me what your demon race does when they're happy? When I'm happy, I'll find other demons to fight, and I'll be even happier if I win. What about when you're feeling sad? When I'm sad, I find other demons to fight, beat them until they cry, and then I'll feel happy. Jiang Ruochu. The system couldn't help but chime in, are you crazy? Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruochu said, this idea is good. It's good for your physical and mental health. Cheers. Oh no, Jiang, shouldn't you reconsider? This lunatic's thinking isn't quite right. Yi Sha was delighted to receive the affirmation, and he raised his drink glass to clink glasses with Jiang Ruochu. At this moment, Lin Yuanhang continued to send messages to Jiang Ruochu, asking her to send some money from the Heaven and Earth Bank in large denominations. The economy of the hell world was expanding rapidly, and with money, he could ask the little devils to help him collect the hell flowers. Jiang Ruochu said she would make arrangements for Lin Yuanhang immediately. Chapter 103 Burning Paper Money. Jiang Ruochu was in a hurry to burn paper money for Lin Yuanheng, so she immediately searched online for local shops that sell funeral and sacrificial supplies. After searching around, she finally found a shop that was still open, so she quickly placed an order. Just as the deliverman called Jiang Ruochu to ask whether to deliver it to her door or leave it at the front desk, she and Yisha returned to the hotel. Jiang Ruochu asked the deliverman to wait, and then said to Yisha, "Go pick up the delivery. I'm going to the supermarket across the street to buy some things." Having just eaten and drunk his fill, Yisha happily agreed. When Jiang Ruochu returned from the supermarket, she happened to run into the deliverman, who was pale-faced and had even forgotten to ride his electric scooter. She looked confused. Could it be that Nightshade would reveal his true nature as soon as she left? Jiang Ruochu quickened her pace toward the hotel. From afar, she saw Yisha carrying a bag of paper money, standing obediently at the hotel entrance, looking unapproachable, cold yet with a hint of well-behaved. If Jiang Ruochu had to describe it, she felt that Yisha was like a German Shepherd police dog, standing there quietly with a unique majesty. Why is the rider running so fast? I don't know. As soon as he saw me, he gave me the things and ran away without looking back. Yisha's innocence was tinged with confusion, and her confusion was tinged with grievance. I sculpted this face very carefully. Even the individual strands of hair were meticulously crafted. It shouldn't be ugly, right? As Jiang Ruochu approached, she caught a glimpse of Yisha's feet out of the corner of her eye and realized what the problem was. "Where are your feet?" Yisha looked down and saw a blurry black shadow outside his trouser leg. Oh, no wonder he ran so fast. When he left, he even told me to enjoy my meal. After he finished speaking, 2 feet slowly appeared. It's a bit unstable since it just transformed. After transforming into a foot, Nightshade raised and lowered the 4-foot to confirm it's ready now. Jiang Ruochu shook her head, both amused and exasperated, then silently tipped the delivery rider on the food delivery app and gave him a 5-star review. That night, a legend about a legless ghost ordering paper money delivery in the middle of the night appeared in the local delivery rider group. "Rider, I really felt at the time that if I had run a second later, my leg would have been gone." Rider B, "Dude, what about your bike?" Rider, "I didn't even think about getting the bike back then. I'm too scared to go back for it now. I'll wait until it's daytime." The other riders comforted Rider, "It's okay. At least you're out of danger." Rider A, huh? Rider B, "What's wrong?" Rider C, "What's wrong? What happened?" Rider A, "The legless ghost tipped me 1,000 yuan. Rider B, "Damn, this isn't some legless ghost. It's clearly a legless immortal." Rider C, "I dream of receiving such a tip. I'm moved to tears." Rider D, "This is clearly the god of wealth. I must go and pay my respects if I pass by tomorrow." Rider E, "It's obvious. Anyone who can afford to stay in that hotel is rich. And the same goes for ghosts. They must be rich ghosts." Jiang Ruochu had no idea that Yisha's unintentional act would become a hot topic of discussion among local riders in the middle of the night, and later, as it was passed around, it became a widely circulated urban midnight legend. She brought the legless immortal back to the hotel, and seeing the living person in front of her without an ID card, she could only ask the system for help. The system was responsible for this problem, so it agreed to help Nightshade obtain an identity certificate. Jiang Ruochu and Yisha have a huge difference in their names and ages. Jiang Ruochu set the age for Yisha to be 25. Yisha felt that according to the egg's age, he was already 278 years old. According to his birth age, he was actually less than a day old. In any case, he could not possibly be 25 years old. After listening to Yisha's explanation, Jiang Ruochu nodded. "What you said makes a lot of sense." Yisha was overjoyed, but before he could say, "Then please write 278 years old for me. That would be more mature," Jiang Ruochu said without changing her expression, "But the protest is invalid." Nightshade. Joe. The system seemed to be gloating over finding a common victim. Yisha sat by the hotel window, sulking. Jiang Ruochu chuckled and called the hotel reception to order 2 late-night snacks. A little while later, the late-night snack arrived, stir-fried snail slices and mustard green and shrimp cakes. Yisha smelled the aroma and hesitated before looking at Jiang Ruochu. "Want to eat?" Nightshade acted cool and didn't say a word. Jiang Ruochu didn't rush to help, but instead turned around and went to the bathroom. It wasn't that she needed to use it, but rather that she wanted to give Yisha some face and space. Sure enough, after Jiang Ruochu left, Yisha jumped off the windowsill, paced around the table twice in a daze, then stopped, thought for a few seconds, and finally began to eat heartily. After enjoying the delicious food, Yasha immediately stopped being angry. When Jiang Ruochu returned, she looked at Yisha, who was eating his late-night snack without any hesitation, and asked, "Are you really not full at all?" As if he had forgotten that Yisha was angry, he replied, "Demons do not need food to survive, so I don't know what it means to be full or hungry. I can eat as much as I want, or I can not eat at all. From this perspective, being a demon is actually a bit boring." Yisha did not refute, presumably agreeing with Jiang Ruochu's opinion. The system, seeing that Nightshade had switched sides so quickly, was quite disdainful. Spineless. Jiang Ruochu listened to the system's sarcastic remarks and looked at Yisha, who could be easily appeased with a few treats. She felt like she was taking care of two overgrown children. You're still complaining about others? If you don't recruit more people now, it'll be next month, wasting trading and task opportunities. Do you still care about your KPIs? Do you still want to earn points? Hurry up and recruit new people to join the group. It's shaking. It's shaking. Jiang Ruochu then began to reason with Yisha. No matter how long a human lifespan is, it's only about 100 years. If you put a number over 200 on your ID card, it's obviously a fake. Nightshade paused for half a second. Fine, I can compromise on the age, but not the name. I want to change my name. Change it. Change it however you like. Jiang Ruochu still thought that writing the name Yisha on an ID card was too childish. May I borrow your phone? During this time, Nightshade's infiltration was not in vain. He could now accurately name many everyday items. Jiang Ruochu, without suspecting anything, unlocked her phone and handed it to Yisha. Nightshade took the phone and, though clumsily, tried his best to poke at the screen with one finger. Modern people, whether they are 8 or 80 years old, are already skilled at using mobile phones, but the way Yisha uses his mobile phone is like a living antique that has just been unearthed playing with modern electronic products. Jiang Ruochu suppressed a laugh. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Okay. Yisha kept his head down, continuing his arduous battle with his phone. A minute later, he finally finished typing what he needed to say. He looked as if he had accomplished something great, and his brows relaxed. Jiang Ruochu glanced at it, and found that Yisha was actually searching on Xiaohongshu for grand, spirited, and morally ambiguous demon names. Jiang Ruochu, 6. The demon boss's modern life is going quite smoothly. He even knows how to use apps now. Take your time choosing. I'm going to burn paper money. Seeing this, the system got excited. Jiang, I also want to have a name. No, you don't want to. I want to think. The system repeated it 3 times. Calling him Tongzi all the time sounds rude and distant. Jiang Ruochu quickly came up with a name for it. How about you be called Jiang Tong, like me? What is the symbolic meaning? Unifying the country is so majestic and domineering. That seems good. I'll think about it. After dealing with the 2 troublemakers, Jiang Ruochu went to the balcony outside the room to burn paper money. She had been burning up for a short while when Zhongzhen sent her a message. Jiang Ruochu was overjoyed, but as she looked at the scene, her smile faded. Chapter 1:0 for Acquaintance Transmigrator. While the cultivation world does indeed have soul-summoning techniques, only cultivators at the Mahayana level or above can use them. In Jiang Ruochu's modern world, ordinary people are restricted and unable to cultivate, so it's impossible for them to use the soul-summoning techniques of the cultivation world. It's like hope is right in front of you, but you can never reach it. However, Zhongzhen still encouraged Jiang Ruochu not to give up. Now that the problem has been found, the right medicine can be prescribed. She would ask other cultivators to see if there were any pills that could summon souls. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath and sent Zhongzhen a thank you emoji. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing in fresh air, and the fire in the bucket, which had previously been just a few scattered embers, suddenly became much brighter. It was as if hope that was about to be extinguished had been rekindled. The firelight illuminated Jiang Ruochu's eyes, and she felt it was a good omen, so she couldn't help but smile. You are the most persistent person I have ever met. Hearing Yisha's steady voice behind her, Jiang Ruochu chuckled twice, then used the fire tongs to rummage through the paper money in the bucket, subtly changing the subject. Have you chosen a name? Not yet. No rush. There's still time. We can think about it slowly. Yisha then turned the topic back to Jiang Ruochu. I've seen all kinds of obsessions. Some of these obsessions are filled with resentment, some with jealousy, and some with greed. But your persistence is different. Jiang Ruochu turned her head and teased. You don't mean to say that my persistence is full of love, do you? When Yisha heard this word, he involuntarily felt a shiver run down his spine. It was like a cat not liking water or a dog liking to eat meat. It was an instinctive reaction. No, I just think your persistence is very pure and calm, which is a very powerful force. Of course, it's not appealing to me. Nightshade's disdain was written all over his face. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh. All you think about is food. After watching the fire in the bucket completely disappear, she stretched and said, "Get some rest. We have to attend the opening ceremony of the art exhibition tomorrow." Nightshade asked sincerely, "Or should I turn back into an egg and hang it on your back?" Jiang Ruochu, with a stern face, firmly refused. "Don't even think about it. Although you can't cultivate, I can. You can still ask Zhongzhen for the soul summoning technique. Once I've mastered it, we can try it out." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately put on an extremely broad smile. "My lord, please turn into an egg. I can take you to the ends of the earth." "Nothing's changed, go to sleep." Nightshade waved his hand, displaying his rebellious nature to the fullest. Then he took a step forward, and when his front foot landed, he had already transformed into a black cat. He lightly jumped onto the windowsill and rested with a cushion under his head. Seeing how relaxed he was, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but feel envious of his ability to change his appearance at will. The next day, the touring art exhibition officially opened. The organizers not only invited Jiang Ruochu to participate, but also included her as one of the members of the opening ceremony and specially arranged a business car to pick her up. This activity was unpaid, but it was a great way to gain exposure, so Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. On her way to the venue, Jiang Ruochu received a call from her best friend Xiao Yuning. "Honey, how's your work going?" "It went smoothly. What's up?" "Well, here's the thing. Several of my girlfriends and my sister-in-law want to go to the exhibition, but tickets are sold out. They saw the news and know that you have connections with the organizers, so they asked me to ask you." "It's nothing. I'll ask the organizers later." Jiang Ruochu knew that these people didn't really want to see the exhibition, but rather that tickets for art exhibitions were very hard to come by, and getting one would be a great honor. To put it bluntly, during a frenzy of looting, even excrement smells good. "Hey, thanks. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my nephew's birthday and also my mom's birthday. My family is planning a birthday party. Remember to come and join us. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. We should definitely get together." "Okay." Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but share with her best friend. "The butterfly cookies at the hotel I'm staying at are especially delicious. I'll bring you a few over. I knew my baby was the best to me. He even thought of me while he was away on a business trip." Just then, Xiao Muning heard a child crying. She sighed, "My little nephew is making a fuss again. I can't handle it. I'll go check on him and we can talk when we meet." Go ahead. Jiang Ruochu also looked worried for Xiao Muning. The young master of the Xia family was at the age where even dogs find him annoying. If it weren't for the comparison, she wouldn't have known that her younger brother was as well-behaved as an angel when he was little. Is it annoying? Yisha rarely saw Jiang Ruochu with a troubled expression and asked with a hint of eagerness, "Do you want me to help you?" Nightshade made a throat-slitting gesture. "No need," Jiang Ruochu solemnly reminded him. "You must never do something like slitting someone's throat." "Oh." Nightshade shrugged with a hint of regret. Seeing his dejected look, Jiang Ruochu felt that Yisha really needed to improve his moral knowledge. In addition to ordering a mobile phone overnight, she also ordered a set of criminal law and civil law textbooks, as well as a set of elementary school moral education textbooks. Just then, a system notification sounded in her mind. As expected, the system did what it said and randomly selected new members to join the group. "Welcome Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, to the Transmigrator chat group." Jiang Ruochu was stunned. Xia Mingchen? Was it just a coincidence, or was it really that simple? As soon as Xia Mingchen joined the group, he asked the same 3 questions as other newcomers, but he quickly showed that he was different from the other transmigrators. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress Jiang Ruochu? Okay, Jiang Ruochu is now certain that she has run into someone she knows. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, are you the Jiang Ruochu I know? Or are you just someone with the same name? Xia Mingchen clearly shared the same doubts as Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Brother Chun. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, it really is you. How'd you die too? You. And I both time traveled? I told you, you and my sister should read fewer novels, lest you get yourselves into trouble. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. Yuan Tang Dang. Ancient Palace Intrigue, do you know her? Meng Xian. Empress World, wow, what a small world. We're destined to meet across countless realms. P.S. The group leader isn't dead. She's still in our world. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Brother Chun. I'm doing just fine. Don't curse me. Judging from your words, did you transmigrate into a novel? Xiao Michen, the real and fake heiress, yes. Xiao Mingchun, true or false heiress. It's that novel about a true or false heiress that you and my sister were complaining about before. You even said that the male lead had the same name as me, and you made me memorize the whole thing to be careful of time travel. Little did you know that your words would come true. Chapter 105 Whose Son? Jiang Ruochu really didn't expect to meet Xiao Mingchen in the group one day. Xiao Mingchen is Xiao Muling's older brother, and Jiang Ruochu still remembers the novel about the real and fake heiresses that he mentioned. At that time, she and Xiao Muling read a novel about a real and a fake heiress. The male protagonist in the novel was the real heiress's brother, named Xiao Mingchen, while the female protagonist was the fake heiress, Xiao Jingshu. After returning to her biological parents, the female protagonist changed her surname back to her original surname and her name to Ling Jingshu. In this novel, after the female protagonist Ling Jingshu leaves the Xia family, Xiao Mingchen can no longer control his feelings for his fake sister, and a tragic love story unfolds between him and her, with him chasing and escaping, rejecting and forcing her, and clinging to her and leaving. They pushed the novel to Xiao Mingchen overnight, jokingly urging him to take a look. Surprisingly, Xiao Mingchen actually read it. He was greatly shocked and puzzled after reading it. Why can a novel contain so many illegal and criminal acts in just 10 chapters? Why is Xiao Mingchen, who shares the same name as him in the book, such an idiot? The fake heiress had already been sent back to the countryside, and all she did was send Xiao Mingchen a message on his birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Xiao Mingchen went mad. After receiving the blessings and realizing his feelings for the fake sister, he neither secretly helped her nor kept his feelings to himself and became a stranger. Instead, he drove all night to her place and accused her of being shameless and scheming, saying that her purpose in sending him messages was to return to the Xiao family. He advised her not to have unrealistic fantasies, saying that someone who had stolen his own sister's life didn't deserve his affection and deserved to suffer poverty and hardship for the rest of her life. As expected, Ling Jingshu started to distance herself from him, but he refused to accept it and insisted on clinging to her, then started all sorts of "I love you, but you don't love me" scenarios. Upon reading this, Xiao Mingchen could no longer contain himself. He cursed crazy, closed the novel, and forgot all about it. Not long after, Xiao Mingchen died in a diving accident abroad. When Xiao's parents received the news, they fainted on the spot and stayed in the hospital for half a month. Later, Jiang Ruochu accompanied the Xia sisters to retrieve the body from abroad. That was the closest and most direct experience she had of death. The handsome Xiao Mingchen's body was bloated from being soaked in water. His whole body was swollen, and his face was ashen white, no longer showing any of his usual radiant handsomeness. Xiao Muning had a very close relationship with her brother. When she saw his body, she cried so hard that she collapsed to the ground. During that time, Xiao Muning was in a daze. If Jiang Ruochu hadn't been there for her, the Xia family would probably have had to hold a second funeral. Just as the Xia family was immersed in grief over Xiao Mingchen's death, an unexpected piece of good news arrived. Xiao Mingchen's girlfriend is pregnant, which is great news and a great comfort to Xiao's parents who have just lost their son. Xiao Mingchen's girlfriend's family strongly urged her to abort the child. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for her to find a partner again in the future. She was very conflicted. After Xiao Mingchen passed away, she wanted to keep a memory and a bond. In addition, the elderly couple of the Xia family pleaded with her and promised that they would not mistreat her and her child. They said that all the child's expenses would be covered by the Xia family, and they would also give her a house and a car. In the end, Xiao Mingchen's girlfriend agreed to give birth to the child. Because the child's biological father passed away early, the Xia family elders treated the child exceptionally well, almost to the point of spoiling him, and the rest of the family also indulged him. This is why Xiao Muning has such a headache with this child. She can't hit him. She can't scold him. She can only coax him. She often thought that if her brother were still alive, the child wouldn't be so difficult to teach, and given her brother's personality and temperament, she would definitely have a sensible and well-behaved little nephew. Now, that Jiang Ruochu and Xia Mingchen have met in the transmigration group, he immediately asked the question that he cared about most. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, how is things at home after I left? Are you all right now? The Xia family has 3 children. Xia Mingchen and his sister are twins, and later they had a younger sister, Xia Muning. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, they were all very sad. After all, you were their proudest son and brother. Lemon was always in a daze during that time. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, but things are much better now. Jiang Ruochu omitted the fact that Xia's parents had fainted and been hospitalized. After all, it was all in the past, and Xia's parents had long been discharged from the hospital. There was no need to bring it up again, lest it only add to Xia Mingchen's troubles and distress. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, that's good. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's mainly because you left behind a son, which gave him a lot of comfort. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I'm going to your son's birthday party in a few days. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, whose son is he? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, your child with your girlfriend. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, oh, right. You probably don't know this, but after you passed away, your girlfriend was also very upset. She almost fainted at your funeral. Later, she went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, wait a minute. Let me find some photos of your child. Jiang Ruochu scrolled through Xia Muning's WeChat moments, found a few family photos of the Xia family, and then sent them to Xia Mingchen. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, look, the child standing between your parents is your child, who is 5 years old this year. Xia Mingchen remained silent for a long time before replying. My family seems to be doing well, so I'm relieved. Jiang Ruochu felt something was strange. Why didn't Xia Mingchen ask about the child? Logically, shouldn't a person be excited if they know they have descendants after they pass away? However, it's also possible that Xia Mingchen has never spent time with the child, so he doesn't have any feelings for the child. Xia Mingchen did not reply, and just then they arrived at the exhibition venue. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I'm going to get to work now, Brother Chun. If you have any other questions, feel free to leave a message, and I'll get back to you when I'm done. Also, trading is possible in the group. If you have any questions, you can ask other group members. Xia Mingchen replied hesitantly with an okay. Jiang Ruochu felt that Xia Mingchen's reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Chapter 106, The Touring Exhibition Shines. Jiang Ruochu got out of the car, and the staff of the touring exhibition warmly greeted her. Miss Jiang, welcome, welcome. Thank you for your help. Jiang Ruochu replied with a smile, glancing at the long queue at the entrance of the traveling exhibition. This touring art exhibition was a great success. Jiang Ruochu winked and joked. You've got your year-end bonus, haven't you? The staff member said with a smile. This is all thanks to Ms. Jiang's ingenious idea, which made the touring exhibition a hit even before it opened. I only suggested an idea. It was our staff who brought it to fruition, so it's all thanks to everyone. Upon hearing this, the staff members' smiles became even more genuinely happy. What these working people felt most deeply was that with just a word from the boss, everyone below would be working themselves to the bone, and afterwards, all the credit would go to the boss. The last time the staff met Jiang Ruochu, she was alone. This time, however, Jiang Ruochu was accompanied by a tall, handsome man. Everyone loves beauty, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Nightshade noticed her gaze, looked over expressionlessly, his eyes cold and sharp as knives. The staff quickly looked away, not daring to look any longer. This man is handsome, but I always feel he's not easy to get along with. When Yisha was with Jiang Ruochu in private, he had many expressions, curious, innocent, and happy. But in public, he would put on a stern face, revealing his sharp and serious temperament. When his dark eyes stared at someone, there was a kind of cold sternness that remained unseen. This peculiar contradictory temperament was perfectly integrated into his appearance. He's my bodyguard. He doesn't talk much and looks a bit intimidating, but he's a very nice person. Nightshade seemed quite pleased with the assessment that it was a bit scary, a barely perceptible smile flashing across his lips. The staff member nodded shyly and gestured pleased to the side. As the three were about to go inside, they encountered several workers in overalls carrying ladders and toolboxes, heading towards the back of the art center. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction the repairmen were heading, which was clearly the place where Huang Jiansheng had been arrested last night. What are they going to do? Jiang Ruochu was a little worried that Huang Jiansheng's attack on her last night would expose the fact that Yisha had transformed into human form. It's a minor issue. Several streetlights mysteriously exploded last night. They can be fixed in half an hour and won't affect our activities. Jiang Ruochu recalled that when Yisha appeared last night, the surrounding streetlights did indeed flicker, but she was too preoccupied to notice at the time. She silently glanced at the culprit, Yisha. Nightshade chose to look up at the sky. Even if he was pretending to be stupid, he had to be cool. Miss Jiang, please come in. The opening ceremony lasted a full hour, with performances and speeches. Nightshade was almost yawning, thinking how boring the humans were. Jiang Ruochu was used to it and always maintained a polite smile when interacting with everyone. After the ceremony, it was time for a tea party for the staff. Since the touring exhibition invited well-known figures in the art world, Jiang Ruochu recognized most of them after a quick glance. However, most of these people were arrogant and looked down on Jiang Ruochu, an auctioneer. In their eyes, Jiang Ruochu was just a middleman and a laborer, not worthy of being on equal footing with them. Yisha whispered a reminder to Jiang Ruochu. Those people are quite hostile towards you. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction Yisha pointed. There were 5 or 6 people standing there. The one in the lead had thinning hair and was as shallow as he was. They had been observing Jiang Ruochu since the start of the event. The world is both lenient and cruel to beautiful people. After the Jiang family fell, Jiang Ruochu encountered not the cold shoulder, but opportunistic exploitation and prejudice. Taking advantage of her misfortune, many rich second-generation heirs and playboys who had met her a few times offered to support her and help relieve her stress. It can be said that if it weren't for the fact that we live in a society governed by the rule of law, and that Jiang Ruochu's mother and younger brother are upright people, she would probably have long since fallen into a miserable situation of being surrounded by wolves and isolated and helpless. Jiang Ruochu's tough and reckless personality was honed over the past few years, as was her impressive fist-fighting skills. After she entered the art auction industry, she encountered even stronger malicious stares because those who were powerful and influential preferred to treat beautiful women as a resource to be purchased and entertained. The ball painters group clearly viewed things with prejudice, believing that Jiang Ruochu only managed to get into their noble circle because of her looks. The other museum teachers got along well with Jiang Ruochu, especially when they heard that Jiang Ruochu had insightful views on many exhibits. Their appreciation for her talent grew even stronger, and they even praised her as being more capable than their own graduate and doctoral students. Jiang Ruochu smiled modestly and said, "My understanding of the exhibits is more about variety than expertise. If any of you teachers ask me a few more in-depth questions, I'll be exposed." Upon hearing this, several museum teachers burst into laughter. Xiao Jiang is being modest. If you're interested in studying this further, that's fine too. You can take the postgraduate entrance exam, and I'll help you connect with a supervisor. Thank you for your kind offer, but I graduated 2 years ago. If you ask me to go back to school now, I'm afraid I'd be in a real bind. I'd better not trouble you all. Jiang Ruochu could handle any topic with ease and even make these highly knowledgeable and somewhat arrogant scholars laugh. The staff member accompanying them was full of admiration. As the teachers chatted, they couldn't help but bring the topic back to the multi-treasure belt that Jiang Ruochu had lent out earlier. The mysterious mark on that belt is still a hot topic of discussion in the industry. Seeing that these teachers still remembered the items she had lent out for auction, Jiang Ruochu said in a light-hearted tone, "Perhaps this was the item whose owner thousands of years ago saw the gold and was so happy that he couldn't help but pinch it, leaving a special mark." The teacher's eyes widened, and after thinking for a few seconds, he chuckled. "That's a good idea. Young people have such unconventional thinking, haha." The teachers didn't think Jiang Ruochu was talking nonsense just because she was knowledgeable. On the contrary, they found it interesting. Sometimes, people need to step outside their own professional limitations to see more. Another teacher said, "Actually, I guess many cultural relics are like this. We've been studying them for years, but it's all in vain." Upon seeing this, Jiang Ruochu said, "You can't say that. You never know which is the right answer. That's probably the most fascinating and interesting thing about historical artifacts." I knew Xiao Jiang was so insightful. It's a pity he's not pursuing a research career. Ms. Jiang has so many insights into historical artifacts. I wonder what your thoughts are on the paintings in the exhibition. Seeing that Jiang Ruochu was getting along very well with the teachers, those noble painters couldn't help but come over to cause trouble. They are all well-known figures in the contemporary calligraphy and painting circles. When they were alive, being selected for a traveling exhibition would have been something to brag about. However, because of Jiang Ruochu, a college student's work was somehow included in the art exhibition. This work was the most eye-catching piece in the exhibition, and it was the focus of both news reports and official publicity. I heard that a collector has already offered to buy the painting, but Jiang Ruochu has not yet agreed. They were both angry and annoyed, as their limelight had been completely stolen by a dead college student. Naturally, they turned their attention to Jiang Ruochu. On the surface, they were exchanging ideas, but in reality, they were completely arrogant, as if they were testing her. Chapter 107, A New Invitation. Jiang Ruochu had encountered many such confident examiners before, and she was already able to calmly deal with idiots. There are many paintings in the traveling exhibition. I wonder which one you are referring to. The leading great painter scanned the room and chose an obscure painting. Jiang Ruochu said a few words, which, though brief, revealed that she did indeed have some knowledge of the painting and the artist. The great painter was unconvinced and asked Jiang Ruochu for her opinion on the painting of the alley next to them. The painter of this painting is Jiang Hao, who is even less well known than the previous one. It is estimated that only people who have studied painting professionally have heard of him. As the staff accompanying Jiang Ruochu listened, they suddenly sensed something was wrong and wanted to speak up to stop her, but Jiang Ruochu stopped them. She knew that she had shown weakness today, and in the future, when others mentioned her, they would say things like, Jiang Ruochu is nothing special, or she thinks she can charm rich people and get some rare items so she can sit on equal footing with us at art exhibitions. It's ridiculous. Jiang Ruochu didn't care about other people's opinions. But sometimes, when you're navigating the social world, you have to pay attention to what others think. After all, other people's opinions will affect how quickly you make money. Jiang Ruochu would never allow anyone to affect her earning speed. Master Jiang inherited the techniques of traditional Chinese painting and also widely absorbed the excellent techniques of Western painting. He was ingenious in composition, perspective, and texture expression. This kind of painting is not rare now, but it was quite rare 80 or 90 years ago. Unfortunately, he wasn't famous back then, so his paintings didn't receive much attention and didn't sell for a good price. On the contrary, it was only more than 10 years ago, after his family donated all his paintings, that people discovered his talent. He may not be on par with famous artists in history, but he was at least a pioneer in combining Chinese and Western painting techniques. Oh, Miss Jiang, you seem to know quite a lot. It seems you did a lot of research beforehand. You must have read a lot of books on Chinese art appreciation. Your memory is good. You know all the information in those books. As soon as the great painter finished speaking, the men who came with him all showed smug expressions, as if they and Jiang Ruochu were sitting on opposite ends of the scale, and as long as they stepped on Jiang Ruochu, they could float up. Seeing this, the teacher from a nearby museum frowned and was about to say something, but Jiang Ruochu had already spoken. She calmly replied, I'm naturally aware of the things I participated in organizing and compiling. This set of books has 6 main categories. Back then, my teacher specifically chose me to do the work of collecting and organizing the calligraphy and painting category. What a coincidence. You just happened to ask the right question. Jiang Ruochu had already set her future career goals while she was in college. She knew very well that this industry was very much about networking, so she had good relationships with many professors in related fields. During that time, her graduate students lived in her shadow. After all, the teacher's most frequent comment was about their capable, diligent, beautiful, and serious junior sister. These teachers knew she was short of money, so they would introduce her to any odd jobs they could find. It was through this opportunity that she became involved in the organization and compilation of this book. The great painter's expression stiffened. The sound of snickers, which the staff tried to cover up, came from the side. Even several museum teachers turned their heads, pretending to look at the exhibits, but actually they were laughing. The great painter failed in his challenge and left dejectedly. Jiang Ruochu secretly gave them a pinky finger as they walked away. Nightshade noticed her subtle movement and, intrigued, asked in a low voice, Are you going to bite off their little fingers? The system couldn't help but pop up again. What kind of outlaw did I just send in? Jiang, tell me about him. Why are you biting it? Don't you find it disgusting? I didn't mean for you to say that about him. The system was still complaining, but Jiang Ruochu decided to ignore it. Nightshade said innocently, I wouldn't eat it either. Human flesh doesn't taste good. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yisha in surprise. I've never eaten it. I've only heard other demons talk about it. While Jiang Ruochu and Yisha were making things up, the museum teachers also said goodbye to Jiang Ruochu. Before leaving, they comforted her and asked for her contact information. Jiang Ruochu accompanied the teachers to the entrance of the exhibition hall and watched them leave as a sign of respect. You've offended them. You'll be in for a world of calligraphy and painting trouble from now on. Jiang Ruochu turned around and saw a woman wearing a modified cheongsam, with her hair styled in a bun and adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding elegance. This woman was Jiang Ruochu's target. Unexpectedly, before she could even strike up a conversation, the other woman came to her door first. Now that Jiang Ruochu's physical condition has improved significantly, and with Yisha protecting her, she feels she can begin investigating Fu Yinqi's death. After all, the longer a person has been dead, the harder it is to collect evidence, so she thought it best to resolve the matter as soon as she had the ability. The Fu family in Victoria Harbor is a top-tier wealthy family, not one that ordinary people can easily approach. Jiang Ruochu thought the best way to avoid alerting the Fu family was to use her profession as a starting point to make contact. The woman in the cheongsam, wearing a jade hairpin, is named by Manzi. She is a well-known socialite in the Victoria Harbor elite circle. She is in her early 40s and takes excellent care of herself. Time has only left faint traces at the corners of her eyes. These traces do not make her look old, but rather add to her unique charm. Bai Manzi comes from a prominent family. 100 years ago, her great-grandfather was an official who had also studied abroad on official business and had good relationships with many historical figures. In today's terms, he was a highly educated intellectual. No one in the Bai family for 2 generations was as socially adept as her great-grandfather until Bai Manzi was born, who completely inherited her great-grandfather's talents. Bai Manzi organizes various charity galas, auctions, and art exhibitions specifically for the wealthy residents of Victoria Harbor. Companies or individuals from other places who want to hold similar events in Victoria Harbor consult with Bai Manzi and seek his assistance. There was a minor celebrity who, upon arriving in Victoria Harbor, unwittingly offended a local bigwig and was almost sent abroad. It was only through the intervention of Bai Manzi that the bigwig was able to escape. In short, Bai Manzi is a very shrewd person. With such a person, you should neither be too arrogant nor too humble. Jiang Ruochu shrugged indifferently. It's okay. The world is so big, no one can control everything. Besides, even if they don't do business with me, there are other people. Perhaps it was a mutual appreciation, for Bai Manzi showed a hint of admiration on her face after hearing Jiang Ruochu's answer. Ms. Bai, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jiang Ruochu. I attended your class when I was a sophomore. Jiang Ruochu smiled and extended her hand. Oh, that means we're destined to meet. But it's only been a little over 4 years, and you're already allowed to enter the exhibition. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older one. I'm getting old. Even if you brave the wind and waves, you can only have the last laugh if you can safely reach the shore. Someone like Miss Bai, who has landed steadily and is now able to steer the ship with ease, is someone I should learn from. Jiang Ruochu's attitude was very sincere. Working in their line of work exposes them to far too much money and fame. Some people become so immersed in this world of extravagance that they can't escape, eventually turning to crime to obtain an expensive silver bracelet and decades of worry-free life. It is extremely rare to find someone like Bai Manzi who can navigate the world of fame and fortune with such ease, build a successful business, and develop their own unique style. Bai Manzi smiled and said, "The young lady is quite good. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person." Chapter 108 My Best Friend's Brother's Plea for Help. In October, there will be a large charity auction in Victoria Harbor. I would like to invite you to host the auction. I have already spoken to that kid Jai Lu, and he specifically reminded me not to treat you unfairly. Hey, what does he take me for? Bai Manzi recounted her conversation with Jai Lu as a joke. After finishing, she glanced at Jiang Ruochu and said, "It's up to you." To be honest, those old guys in Victoria Harbor are not easy to deal with. Jiang Ruochu was of course willing, because then she could openly and legitimately contact the Fu family. It seems like today went very smoothly. She didn't even need to take the initiative. The opportunity just came to her. Jiang Ruochu put on a grief-stricken expression. For the sake of money, I'll endure it. Bai Manzi laughed out loud, very satisfied with Jiang Ruochu's courage. Don't worry, I invited you, and I won't stand by and watch them bully you. When we get back, I'll send you the list of participants and the auction list. Take a good look at them, and ask me if you don't understand anything. Keep it up. Bai Manzi patted Jiang Ruochu on the shoulder encouragingly. Thank you, Sister Manzi, for giving me this great opportunity. Jiang Ruochu and Bai Manzi have made contact, and the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Not long after she returned to the hotel, she received a message from Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu, you've gotten in touch with Sister Bai, haven't you? Jiang Ruochu, I've already connected with her. I've accepted her invitation. Zhai Lu, that's fine. I think the auction industry is so big that Hanyang International can't possibly take it all. It's better to cooperate amicably and achieve mutual benefit. Jiang Ruochu largely agreed with Zhai Lu's point of view. Sometimes, when you want to expand your social circle, you realize that interpersonal relationships are built on money. Rather than trying to force them, it's better to cooperate. On the contrary, Zhai Lu's father and brother did not think so. They felt that instead of sharing the pie with an outsider, it was better to try to break through. If they failed, they could simply retreat back to their own territory. Zhai Lu had many arguments with his family about Hanyang International's business strategy. In the past, Zhai Lu could only give in, but now that he was independent, he could make his own decisions. Zhai Lu, my great, wise, beautiful, and powerful auctioneer Jiang, you won't just disappear forever, will you? After Zhai Lu finished speaking, he sent a pitiful, cute emoji. Zhai Lu's meaning was clear. He was very worried that Jiang Ruochu would switch jobs. Jiang Ruochu, Miss Bai is certainly good, but we are only suitable for cooperation, not for long-term collaboration. Jiang Ruochu, take the time I put the auction items in the drawer, for example. You might grumble about me, and that's all you'll do. If it were Miss Bai, she definitely wouldn't accept me being so capricious. She might even dock my pay. Jiang Ruochu responded to Zhai Lu in a joking manner. Zhai Lu, I'll take that as a compliment. Zhai Lu was not a boss who only offered empty promises. His conversation with Jiang Ruochu was genuinely sincere. Zhai Lu, I've already arranged for HR to raise your base salary. Once we pull off a few more big deals, we can legitimately promote you to a partner. The auctioneer receives the money from the items they sell, while the partner receives a share of the company's profits. For Jiang Ruochu in the past, this was great news, but for Jiang Ruochu now, Hanyang International is just a medium for her, and whether it's a raise in base salary or bonuses, it doesn't mean much. However, she wouldn't refuse Zhai Lu's kindness. After all, if she did, Zhai Lu might not be able to sleep and would even wonder if she was planning to quit. So she happily replied, "Thank you, boss." Jiang Ruochu felt she had appeased Zhai Lu, and Zhai Lu also felt he had appeased this outstanding employee. Both sides were satisfied with today's conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingchen also sent a message to Jiang Ruochu. He had been struggling with this for a long time because it was a matter of dignity. If he could, most people would keep this a secret, especially since the person on the other end is his sister's best friend, someone he watched grow up. This makes the shame of revealing the truth even greater. But if he doesn't speak up, the consequences could be even more serious. After thinking it over, Xiao Mingchen could only ask indirectly, "How are my girlfriend and child? How is her relationship with my family?" Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't worry. Your parents take good care of her and her child. They provide the best in everything, and they are grooming her to be their successor. That's right. Jiang Ruochu felt that this child had completely lost Xiao Mingchen's intelligence and personality. Of course, Jiang Ruochu would never say this out loud. Otherwise, Xiao Mingchen would probably be jumping up and down in regret. Xiao Mingchen was an outstanding person from a young age. Like Jiang Ruochu, he was the legendary neighbor's child. His playmates of the same age, the phrase their parents said most often was probably, "Look at that Xia family boy, and look at you." Sigh. Xiao Mingchen excelled academically from a young age. By the age of 6 or 7, he could recite poems in English and communicate with foreigners. After graduating from university, he went on to study at a business school abroad for 2 more years with excellent grades. But his son is 5 years old and struggles to even memorize the English alphabet. When Xia Mingchen saw Jiang Ruochu's message, his mind went blank. He could no longer sit idly by. This is no longer a matter of saving face. Xia Mingchen gritted his teeth and sent a message to Jiang Ruochu. There is no way we can have a child. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, huh? Jiang Ruochu waited for a while, but Xia Mingchen still hadn't sent a message. She could only urge him, Brother Chun, don't hesitate to say something. What's going on? Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, we've never had a relationship. How could we possibly have a child? Jiang Ruochu never expected that after so many years, she would suddenly hear such a shocking piece of gossip. Xia Mingchen hesitated for a long time. One reason was that it was a matter of face, and the other was that his parents were already suffering from the pain of losing their son and had now moved on. Did he really want to reopen their wounds? But if he didn't say anything, this child from who knows where would take over his place, which was something he didn't want to see. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, was this child born at full term? Jiang Ruochu understood that the key to Xia Mingchen's question was whether his girlfriend cheated on him while he was alive or after he died. If it was after he died, then at most their relationship wasn't deep, and she quickly found a new boyfriend. If the person on the other end wasn't someone she knew, Jiang Ruochu might have just thought of it as a big, green melon. But since the person opposite her was someone she knew, the melon didn't smell so good anymore. Jiang Ruochu, modern world sufficient. There was another long silence on Xia Mingchen's end. Jiang Ruochu, modern world brother Chun, don't be too sad. The eloquent Jiang Ruochu was momentarily speechless. She felt incredibly awkward talking about this kind of thing with her best friend's brother. Or should I talk to him for you? Jiang Ruochu turned around and saw Yi Sha with his eyes shining brightly. Jiang Ruochu, are you demons the kind of demons who are obsessed with gossip? Chapter 109, admitting you're incompetent. As he spoke, Yi Sha had already teleported to Jiang Ruochu's side. Jiang Ruochu looked at the tall and imposing Yi Sha. Forget it. If Brother Chen finds out that there's a third person who knows he's been cuckolded, he'll probably be so ashamed and indignant that he'll hang himself from a tree. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she saw that Yi Sha looked confused, so she explained, hanging oneself in the southeast branch is just a playful way of saying hanging oneself. Yi Sha said, oh, and asked in confusion, what's so shameful and indignant about this that you'd even consider suicide? Shouldn't we celebrate recognizing someone who doesn't love us? The point of this matter is not infidelity, but deception. Deceive? That makes things even easier. Jiang Ruochu's expression instantly turned serious. She felt that she had guessed Yi Sha's next line. Sure enough, she heard Yi Sha say slowly but decisively, kill the person who deceived you. Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu grabbed the newly arrived criminal law book and threw it to Yi Sha. This is the most powerful cultivation manual in our world. All Chinese people must abide by it. Take a good look at it. Stop fighting and killing all the time. The thick book was caught steadily by Yi Sha. He looked at it as if he had found a treasure, and an interested expression appeared on his face. I want to drink milk tea. When Jiang Ruochu heard this request, she couldn't help but turn around, wanting to see what this childish brat looked like now. However, when she saw Yi Sha sitting on the sofa, engrossed in reading, she swallowed her complaints. I have to say, Nightshade is quite handsome when he's quiet. At that moment, Xia Mingchen sent a message in the group. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heirs, I'm not sad. I'm just a little surprised and angry. In the past, when Xia Mingchen was angry, he could go out for drinks with a few buddies. Now that he's angry, he can neither confide in Jiang Ruochu nor drink with any of his buddies, so he can only sulk. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, could you please help me expose her lies? I don't want my family to continue being deceived. Group member Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, request for help. Find the child's biological father and expose his ex-girlfriend Xu Huiji's lies. Would you accept the request? Jiang Ruochu quickly chose to accept. Jiang Ruochu, modern world sure, but Brother Chun, this is a bit troublesome. Jiang Ruochu sighed. Such matters involving privacy were indeed quite troublesome. She couldn't just barge into the Xia family home and say the child wasn't Xia Mingchen's, could she? After all, when the Xia family reunited with the child, they had done a DNA test. Now it seems that the test was probably tampered with. If you want to redo the DNA test, you must first convince Xia Mulin to help you. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu had already come up with a rather unethical solution. At this moment, Xia Mingchen sent her more than a dozen photos in one go. These are the antiques I found at home. Consider them payment for your help. Xiao Mingchun, true or false heiress. I've studied it carefully. Because this novel's world uses the cultural and historical background of China, the antiques in this world are the same as those in our original world. You can sell them with confidence. It has to be said that Xiao Mingchun has a great eye for choosing things. Putting aside the considerable value of these antique porcelain and jade pieces, the most important item in the photo is a Rococo-style gold and silver carved mother-of-pearl fan. Jiang Ruochu remembered going to an auction with her parents when she was in junior high school. She really liked a fan with a similar style, but the auction price exceeded her bottom line, so she gave up. Later, she mentioned it to Xiao Muning and Xiao Mingchun in casual conversation. She didn't expect that Xiao Mingchun would still remember it to this day. Jiang Ruochu looked at her favorite items and the priceless antiques. No trouble at all. Xiao Mingchun replied knowingly, right? I instantly feel energized and my brain works faster. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress anyway. The Xiao family in this world is about to go bankrupt, so let's just give you these antiques to exchange for money first. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, huh? Xiao Mingchun, true or false heiress. This is the me in this world who abused a female, lead physically and emotionally, incurring the wrath of many and attracting the siege of her pursuers, the second and third male leads. Now the Xiao family's business is facing a major crisis and will soon go bankrupt, so I don't have any cash to give you. I can only give you the family's antiques first. Although Xiao Mingchun hadn't finished reading the novel The Real and Fake Heiress at that time, he remembered that when he exited the page, he accidentally saw someone in the comment section saying that the male supporting character did a good job avenging the female lead, ruining the Xiao family's business, and confiscating the Xiao family's assets. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. I don't understand why there would be a plot like confiscating property in a modern world, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be confiscated. Before it's confiscated, I might as well move quickly. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. No wonder Xiao Mingchun's chat was intermittent. It wasn't just because he was being cuckolded, but also because he was going through a crucial plot point. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Wait a minute. Let me find this novel and send it to you first. You can study the later plot and find a way to solve it. Don't worry that such a hasty transaction will waste this exchange opportunity. Anyway, we can exchange again next month. Thinking about finishing the novel, Xiao Mingchun replied with a pained expression. Okay. Jiang Ruochu found the novel online, downloaded it quickly, and sent it to Xiao Mingchun. Then she continued to talk to Xiao Mingchun about serious matters. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. I've already come up with a solution. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. However, this method might cause a slight damage to your reputation, so we need your consent. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Tell me about it. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. I can tell Lemon that I accidentally saw your medical report and know that you are impotent and cannot have children. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Brother Chun, your silence is disturbing me. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Jiang Ruochu, I haven't offended you before, have I? Jiang Ruochu sent several crying emojis. Brother Chun, I didn't mean to slander you. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Is this the only way? Jiang Ruochu, modern world. There are ways to enter a dream, but it's very passive. What if you enter Lemon's dream and Lemon doesn't take the dream seriously? Jiang Ruochu, modern world. If I want to investigate this matter, I definitely can't avoid Lemon. I can only persuade Lemon to help me get the child's hair and then do a DNA test with her. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. If this child isn't yours, then he and Lemon definitely won't test positive for blood relation, and that will be solid proof, so your parents will believe it. Xiao Mingchun, after much agonizing thought, said, Fine, I'm dead anyway. With tears in his eyes, he reluctantly accepted Jiang Ruochu's suggestion. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. But there's a flaw in your plan, isn't there? The child is already 5 years old. My sister will definitely be wondering why you only thought of this now. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. That's simple. Remember when we went abroad together? We had to collect everyone's documents to get them processed. You didn't have time to process them, so I did. I mentioned that when I was organizing things at home, I found these documents and accidentally saw this appraisal report among the documents you submitted. Xiao Mingchun, the real and fake heiress. Sure. Although this story won't really fool me, it might fool my sister. Besides, she trusts you a lot, and won't doubt your story. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Hey, how can you talk to your own sister like that? Xia Mingchen sent a smiley face. Anyway, now that I'm talking to her, she can't cry and scold me anymore, so I'm going to loudly call her an idiot. Xia Mingchen's words came out without thinking, but after he finished speaking, both he and Jiang Ruochu were suddenly stunned, and then a trace of melancholy flashed through their hearts. In the past, Xia Mingchen had both his brother's thoughtfulness and his brother's strictness. When Xia Muning and he had a fight, she would yell at him loudly, and then she would cry herself. In the end, Xia Mingchen would have to comfort her. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. Now that I can't hear Lemon scolding me anymore, I feel lonely and not used to it. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. If you want to hear her curse you, you can wait until after this is over. I will use the fragrance of hell to help you. This fragrance will allow her to see you in her dreams. At that time, she will definitely have a set of 18 lemon curses to greet you, and then she will hug you and cry her heart out. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. You're actually a pretty nice person. After exchanging a few playful banter, the faint sense of melancholy in their hearts quickly disappeared. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. Let's forget about it. She probably doesn't mention me as often now, right? Jiang Ruochu, modern world. It's less, but I know she still cares about you. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. That's fine then. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. They're already dead, so I don't really want them to worry about me too much. I'd rather they could move on. So just tell me their news. I don't need any mystical methods to let them see me and upset them. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. I understand. Each time traveler has a different personality, a different view of death, and naturally, different desires. Each has its own choice, and there's nothing wrong with that. Chapter 1, 10. You lied to me. After Jiang Ruochu finished talking with Xia Mingchen, she began to sort through the antiques he had sent over. Now that she has access to group storage, receiving any supplies is very convenient. She took photos while tidying up and then sent them to Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu replied directly with one sentence. Ancestor, what are your orders? Jiang Ruochu was amused and exasperated by Zhai Lu. Boss, I can't say anything when you say that. Zhai Lu, there's no need for you to respond. If you want to see it, I can put on a monologue and make sure the topic stays on track. Jiang Ruochu, okay, let's get down to business. I acquired these antiques from a private buyer. Zhai Lu, the other party wants to ship so many goods? This must be a huge problem. Jiang Ruochu told the truth. This guy's house was raided. Zhai Lu, haha, your joke is really funny. Okay, I understand. I might want to pry. I was just asking casually. Have you checked the goods yet? Jiang Ruochu, I've seen it. It should all be true. Auction houses do not guarantee the authenticity of items sold. Buyers rely on their own abilities and discernment. There have been cases where buyers have purchased items that they believe are fake and subsequently sued the auction house. Of course, while it is standard practice in auctions not to guarantee authenticity, Hanyang International will not intentionally sell counterfeit goods. Zhai Lu, okay, I'll go get the goods when you get back. After finishing her work, Jiang Ruochu stretched happily. When she looked back, Yisha had already turned into a cat and was curled up asleep on the sofa, covered with the book of criminal law, with his tail curled up under his belly. Jiang Ruochu slowed her pace and walked over gently, curiously looking up and down at the cat that Yisha had transformed into. I wonder what the difference is between a cat transformed from a demon and a regular cat. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but reach out and stroke the black cat's back. And I must say, the fur has a velvety texture and feels very comfortable to the touch. At this moment, the black cat slowly opened its eyes, its cat-like pupils quietly looking at Jiang Ruochu, and its tail, which had been curled up under its body, was also revealed. Jiang Ruochu noticed that Yisha actually had two tails. She calmly withdrew her hand and casually asked, "Why do you have two tails?" Jiang Ruochu waited a few seconds, and seeing that Yisha did not answer, she asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you forbid me from speaking in cat form?" Yisha yawned lazily, cleaning the places Jiang Ruochu had touched earlier, while twirling his two tails and saying in a boastful tone, "The more tails I have, the stronger I am. Isn't that amazing?" Okay, Jiang Ruochu is now certain. The cats that demons transform into are just like ordinary cats. They don't like others messing up their fur, and they will definitely lick the places that were just touched. Moreover, they are particularly arrogant and smug. Jiang Ruochu patted the cat's head. "If you're that capable, then hurry up and finish reading this criminal law book. You're lying to me. This is not a cultivation manual at all. Nightshade pushed the torture device with its paw. When a cat stares at a person, it has a cold and stern look, especially a cool, dark cat like Nightshade, where that coldness is even stronger. This isn't something that can be solved with a cup of milk tea. Just when Jiang Ruochu thought his next words were, "I'm going to kill you," she heard him say in a calm voice, "At least 2 cups of milk tea are needed." After Yisha finished making his request, he seemed a little guilty, turning his head away from the cat and not daring to look directly at Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu's mind was filled with nothing but, "That's it." She tried her best to suppress her laughter. "Your Majesty, you can have 3 cups if you want." Worried that Jiang Ruochu might change her mind, Yisha immediately said, "Deal." It's settled, 3 cups. Nightshade emphasized, turning over and pressing the torture manual under his paws to continue reading. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Jiang Ruochu wouldn't have believed that demons were so easy to raise. The next day, Jiang Ruochu returned to Ming'an City and immediately made an appointment with Xiao Muning. The location was Xiao Muning's favorite coffee shop. Jiang Ruochu sat for a while and then heard the wind chimes at the door ring. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Muning floated in like a summer sea breeze, her face beaming with a bright smile that made the whole room brighter. Because Xiao Muning comes from a wealthy family with older brothers and sisters, she has no worries or pressure about inheriting the family business. She could just spend money and be a happy little princess. So even though she graduated 2 years ago, Xiao Muling is still not haggard from work and has always been sunny and cheerful. Jiang Ruochu used to be like that, but since her family suffered a misfortune, she has become more mature and resilient while maintaining an optimistic and cheerful attitude, as well as a seasoned and unassuming demeanor. The change is subtle, but the contrast is particularly striking when Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Muning are together. Chapter 111 Appraisal Results. As soon as Xiao Muning saw Jiang Ruochu, she waved enthusiastically and walked over excitedly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ruochu smiled and waved. Xiao Muning hugged Jiang Ruochu and patted her. "It's been so long. I missed you so much. Do you miss me?" "Of course I want to. If I didn't want to, would I have brought you a gift?" Jiang Ruochu said, pushing the gift box on the table. Xiao Muning happily accepted the gift. "Hee. Am I the only one who gets this?" "Yes, besides my mom and my brother. You're the only one." Xiao Muling immediately showed a satisfied expression. "I also brought you a gift." She took a bracelet out of her bag and said, "I bought this during my trip abroad. It's a matching pair for my sister." Jiang Ruochu smiled and opened the gift, which was a bracelet inlaid with topaz and tanzanite, which complemented her skin tone very well. Xiao Muling knew that Jiang Ruochu wouldn't accept overly expensive gifts, so this bracelet was just right. Sure enough, Jiang Ruochu did not refuse, but happily put on the bracelet and praised. "Our lemon's taste is still so good." Of course. Jiang Ruochu looked Xiao Muning up and down. "You've gotten a lot darker since you went on this trip." "Of course. I've applied so much sunscreen, but it's no use." "But it's okay. I've already made an appointment with a beautician to get some treatment." Xiao Muling looked Jiang Ruochu up and down. "But you—" "The changes are huge." Jiang Ruochu asked calmly. "What changes have occurred?" "I feel like your skin is better, your eyes are brighter, and you look more energetic." "Did you secretly get cosmetic surgery behind my back?" "Which clinic did you go to?" "The results are amazing." Xiao Muning felt that Jiang Ruochu's facial features hadn't changed much, but it seemed like every part had been improved a little. With this combination of enhancements, she looked much more radiant. Jiang Ruochu said ambiguously, "It's probably because people are in high spirits when they have a happy event." "That's true. Once Uncle Jiang's condition improves, your pressure will be greatly reduced. This is a case of heaven helps those who help themselves. By the way, didn't you call me here this time to discuss something?" Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly and said seriously, "This matter is quite serious, so please be prepared." Upon hearing this, Xiao Muning sat up straight nervously. Jiang Ruochu took out the forged medical examination report from her bag and handed it to Xiao Muning, then relayed the story she had discussed with Xiao Mingchen to Xiao Muning. Xiao Muning had no doubts, but stared blankly at the medical report. When she saw the diagnosis of azoospermia, the smile on her face vanished instantly. She flipped through the pages in disbelief, checking several times, until finally her shoulders trembled with anger. "Azoospermia? Then my brother can't possibly have children? Xiao Muling realized she couldn't call her sister-in-law anymore in this situation, so she immediately changed her address. That woman lied to us? My parents treat her so well. How could she do this to me? I'm going back to expose her. Xiao Muning stood up angrily. Don't rush. Jiang Ruochu grabbed Xiao Muning's wrist. Although Xiao Mingshun said that he had never had a relationship with his girlfriend, she still felt that something was strange. So, to be on the safe side, she thought it would be better to check again. This was done for Xiao Muning's sake. If Xiao Muning were to go back and expose the truth so brazenly, her parents would definitely get another DNA test. If the same inexplicable test results occurred again, Xiao Muning would be in an awkward position within the Xia family, and such a rift would be irreparable. First, test the boy's hair against your own hair, and then we'll talk about it after the results are in. Xiao Muning's mind was in a mess. She hadn't figured out the intricacies of the situation yet, but after hearing Jiang Ruochu's reminder, she subconsciously replied, yes, you're right. It's also a matter of probability. Xiao Muning patted her forehead. I was too hasty and confused. Maybe they're just incredibly lucky. Jiang Ruochu didn't rush to conclusions, but quietly took a sip of coffee. Don't overthink it, and don't give yourself away at home. Jiang Ruochu's biggest worry right now is that Xiao Muning will give her a hard time when she gets back, and might even blurt out what happened. Shu Huijie will definitely be on guard then. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Xiao Muning was both angry and anxious. But if that child really isn't my brother's, my parents will definitely be very sad and angry. Xiao Muning's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she sadly wiped away her tears. Jiang Ruochu handed her a tissue and gently comforted her. It's better to have a short pain than a long one. Xiao Muning took the tissue and wiped her tears. I understand you're right, but sigh. Jiang Ruochu picked up the thread. You understand rationally, but you can't accept it emotionally right now, right? Chiamo ning notte silently. I'll always be there for you. Get yourself back on track soon. It will be a huge change for your family. Jiang Ruochu's gentle tone and calm demeanor gave Xiao Muning tremendous encouragement. Xiao Muning was very fortunate to have a calm friend who could offer her support and companionship at this time. She downed her coffee in one gulp, then grabbed Jiang Ruochu's hand and shook it, saying, it's on me today. I'll head back now. Xiao Muning hurriedly paid the bill and left the coffee shop. DNA testing can be done on child's blood, saliva, and hair with follicles. Of these, collecting a child's hair is the least noticeable. Xiao Muling had just returned from a vacation abroad and brought gifts with her, so it was only natural for her to visit Shu Huijie and her child. After receiving the child's hair, she couldn't wait to go to the testing agency and applied for an expedited test. But even with the expedited service, the results wouldn't be available until the next day. The next day, Jiang Ruochu accompanied Xiao Muning, who hadn't slept well all night, to the testing agency and obtained a report, which showed that the child was related to Xiao Muning by blood. Xiao Muning's eyes widened. How could this be? She quickly came to her senses, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a light tone, that puts my mind at ease. After all, azoospermia isn't 100% certain. My sister-in-law didn't betray my brother, nor did she deceive us. Thank goodness I didn't act impulsively. Xiao Muning smiled broadly, but then noticed that Jiang Ruochu was frowning and looking serious. What's wrong? This is good news. Why are you frowning? Jiang Ruochu gazed at Xiao Muning. Actually, there's another possibility. The confusion that had been lingering in Jiang Ruochu's heart finally found its answer at this moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muning's heart skipped a beat. She nervously pursed her lips, her fingers crumpling the paper report. Jiang Ruochu held Xiao Muning's arm and said, this child may be hers with other members of the Xia family, which could explain why you and the child are related by blood. This also explains why the previous test showed that the child was your brother's, because someone from the Xia family helped her switch the samples. This person who was able to switch the samples is not only the child's biological father, but also has the deep trust of your family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muning's body slumped slightly, but fortunately Jiang Ruochu supported her and prevented her from falling to the ground. During that time, her brother had just passed away, her parents were ill, and she and her sister had to take care of their parents, handle her brother's funeral, and deal with company matters. They were simply too busy to manage everything, so they had to rely on relatives to handle many things. After receiving the test report, they no longer had any doubts and never imagined that they would be deceived by relatives and outsiders. Chapter 112, Who is the child's father? Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Muning's expressions softened somewhat, and she suggested, let's find a place to sit down. Xiao Muning nodded numbly. She was now like a puppet, completely led by Jiang Ruochu. When she arrived at the coffee shop near the testing center, she didn't even know how she walked in or how she sat down. Xiao Muning squeezed the crumpled paternity test report. What should I do next? Find the child's biological father and have him undergo a DNA test to prove that he is not your brother's child. Jiang Ruochu had suspected something before because she had seen the child and felt that he resembled the Xia family members somewhat. That's why she insisted on having the child and Xiao Muning undergo a DNA test, just to prevent any dramatic events from happening. Xiao Muning scratched her hair in frustration. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You know my family situation. When we have family gatherings, we can fill 3 large tables. There are some people whose names I can't even remember. Xiao Muning's father is named Xia Dongnan. He has an older brother and a twin brother. The 2 brothers have not only been married twice, but they're also exceptionally prolific, so Xiao Muning has 6 cousins. The more impatient Xiao Muning became, the more composed Jiang Ruochu had to be. Let's check them one by one. In the past few years, have you noticed that Shu Huijia has been close to any of your cousins? Xiao Muning thought about it carefully, then pouted and said, they're all pretty close. After my brother passed away, neither my sister nor I were interested in taking over the company. My parents focused their efforts on raising their grandson, which meant that he would be in charge of the Xia family business in the future. Therefore, my eldest uncle and third uncle treated this child very well, almost like their own child. They're already so attentive, let alone my cousins. They practically treat this child like a prince, fawning over him every day like eunuchs. Now, the thought that it was a scheme orchestrated by her relatives and Shu Huijia makes Xiao Muning feel nauseous and want to drag them out and beat them up and kick that little bastard out of the house. Xiao Muning was completely exasperated. She clutched her head and asked, can we stop looking and just use each of their hair samples to test them? Whoever is found will be the one. It is possible, Jiang Ruochu said slowly, if you can collect that many people's hair. Xiao Muning. Because her older brother was so outstanding, Xiao Muning had a sense of superiority since childhood, thinking that none of you are as good as my brother, so she was not close to her other cousins. However, to successfully obtain the hair, physical contact is necessary. The testing center has reminded them that the sample should ideally be taken from the other person's head or from a recently fallen hair, rather than from their clothes, as this does not guarantee that the hair is genuine. The thought of having to get to know 6 cousins she wasn't close to made Xiao Muning so embarrassed she wanted to scratch her toes. It seems that we should choose a target and be embarrassed once. Xiao Muning quickly accepted Jiang Ruochu's suggestion, then took her hand and shook it, pleading, Ruochu, I know you have a good eye for people. At the birthday party, I'll trouble you to observe them carefully. Jiang Ruochu nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you with this. Even if Xiao Muning wasn't her best friend, she would still do her utmost for the sake of the huge pile of antique Xiao Mingchen gave her. However, when you go back, you don't need to observe the adults, but rather the children. Why are you observing that brat? Xiao Muning had always thought the child was a brat, but she had only tolerated him because she had a good relationship with her brother. Now that she knew the child wasn't her brother's, she even changed how she addressed him. Jiang Ruochu stirred the coffee stick and explained, adults can pretend, but children can't. You can see who the child prefers to stick to. In fact, children are very good at reading people. When they are with their mother, they will automatically distinguish who has a good relationship with their mother and will be closer to that person. No matter how well Shu Huijia disguises herself, she will easily be exposed in front of her children. Her children know best who she is closer to. Xiao Muning beamed with delight. You're absolutely right. You really are my brain trust. I'll go back and observe you closely. Jiang Ruochu glanced at Xiao Muning and felt that she was still a bit unreliable. It wasn't that she didn't trust Xiao Muning, but rather that Xiao Muning was naturally carefree and easygoing. The advantage of this personality was that she wasn't bothered by details and was generous and cheerful. But the disadvantage was that she wasn't careful enough and easily overlooked some details. Maybe in a few days, Xiao Muning will say to her with a bitter face, Baby, I feel like that child is good with everyone. Jiang Ruochu's assessment was very accurate. In fact, when she relayed this to Xiao Mingchen couldn't stop smiling. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, you're absolutely right. I can already picture the tone of my sister's voice when she said that. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, you're making my sister go see people. You're putting her in a difficult position. Jiang Ruochu, modern world brother Chun. So that's why I came to you. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, I met Xu Huiji at a gathering organized by my second cousin. She and my second cousin were college classmates. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, but after I started dating her, I took her home, and she got to know my family. So, she has actually met all my cousins. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't you have anyone to suspect? Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, to be honest, no. If I had any doubts, I would have broken up with him then and there. Since we're still dating, I wouldn't make baseless assumptions. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, the foundation of a relationship is trust and respect. I will not interfere with her friendships, nor will I arbitrarily inquire about who she associates with. Xiao Mingchen is an excellent son and an excellent older brother, but he may not be an excellent boyfriend. It was Xu Huijie who pursued Xiao Mingchen. Xu Huijie was beautiful and came from a good family. Although Xiao Mingchen was focused on his career at the time and had a nonchalant attitude towards dating, he had no reason to refuse a suitable partner when one appeared, so the two started dating. However, after dating for a while, Xiao Mingchen began to get tired of it. Xu Huijie is quite clingy and has a rather feminine personality. She hopes that Xiao Mingchen can spend every holiday with her, be by her side anytime and anywhere, and show her care and concern every day. Clearly, Xiao Mingchen couldn't do that. He was too career-oriented and didn't like to revolve around his girlfriend. Apart from his good family background and good looks, Xiao Mingchen didn't meet her requirements for a partner at all. Back then, Xiao Mingchen complained to his friends that dating was more complicated than work, and that he preferred independent women. My friend felt that he was not satisfied with having a sweet and lovely wife, and that it was better for his girlfriend to be affectionate and clingy. Xiao Mingchen didn't say anything more. Actually, neither of them is wrong about their needs. It's just that they're not a good match. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, looking back now, I realized I didn't know her very well, and I wasn't very dedicated to the relationship. I couldn't give her what she wanted, and what she could give wasn't what I wanted either. At that time, I had actually considered breaking up, but I didn't have the chance to say it before the accident happened. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, you're starting to reflect so quickly? Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, it's not really a reflection, just telling the truth, so I don't angrily point out a suspect and mislead you. My sister is already unreliable enough. I won't make things harder for you. Jiang Ruochu could tell from Xiao Mingchen's tone that he had completely let go of this relationship, and he probably cared more about his family's feelings. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, but I remember before my accident, she asked me to go to a party with her. I had work and couldn't go. If you count the days, it was exactly 2 months before my accident. We even had a fight back then. Jiang Ruochu understood Xiao Mingchen's meaning. Logically speaking, Xu Huijie should have been serious about dating Xiao Mingchen from the beginning and wouldn't have cheated on him right away. It's only after dating for a while that she discovers Xiao Mingchen doesn't meet her expectations, and this is when she's most likely to cheat. If Xiao Mingchen's cousins had been present at that gathering, and the timing and atmosphere had been just right, it would have been the easiest place for trouble to have occurred. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I understand. Xiao Mingchen felt that talking to smart people was easy. If this were my sister, she would definitely keep asking me why. Jiang Ruochu laughed. Stop complaining about lemons. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, I used to think it was good that she was so silly, since I could protect her and her sister for the rest of my life. Now I regret it, because I realize that I can't actually protect them for their whole lives. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, I'm really counting on you this time. Xiao Mingchen had previously thought it was just a simple case of being cuckolded, but now it seems the other party wants the Xiao family's assets. If they succeed, his parents will likely face a miserable old age, and his sister and younger sister will certainly not have a good life either. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, speaking of which, are the antiques I gave you before enough to pay off your family's debts? Xiao Mingchen joined the group late and had an information gap with the others, so his memory was still stuck on the fact that the Jiang family owed a huge debt. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, thank you, Brother Chun. My family's debts have long been paid off. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, that's good. I'll leave for a while. The male supporting characters who like the female lead are causing trouble again. Xiao Mingchen helplessly sent a silly, headache-inducing emoji. Jiang Ruochu thought that Xiao Mingchen, a smart man with a strong sense of career, must have suffered quite a bit after transmigrating into a novel about a real and fake heiress who was both physically and emotionally tormented and obsessed with romance. Just then, Jiang Ruochu heard a rustling sound coming from the window. She turned around and saw a black cat earnestly scratching at the window with its paws. Chapter 113, like an uncle after the black cat noticed Jiang Ruochu's gaze, it looked at Jiang Ruochu, then silently stopped what it was doing and squatted there coolly with a little brother, come open the window, cat boss expression on its face. After returning to Ming'an City, Jiang Ruochu stopped having Yisha follow her around and instead introduced him to a place to cultivate. After all, the sooner Yisha succeeds in breaking through, the sooner he can learn the soul summoning technique of the cultivation world. Seeing that Jiang Ruochu remained motionless, Yisha assumed that she had not recognized him, so he meowed and spoke in human language. "It's me. Here he comes." Jiang Ruochu stood up, both amused and exasperated. After opening the window, Yisha jumped in and instantly transformed into a human. He stretched and said cheerfully, "The place you recommended is really great." The Zaoba subway station was filled with resentment, but the food was absolutely delicious. Yisha's rosy complexion and clear, bright eyes perfectly illustrated how happy he was compared to how miserable others were. Jiang Ruochu used to be a resentful person, but after her work improved, she no longer needed to strictly clock in and out, so she looked at Yisha with mixed feelings. "You should just keep those words to yourself. Saying them out loud is really annoying," Nightshade said fearlessly. "Anyway, no one can beat me up." Jiang Ruochu thought Yisha was right, so to stop him from being smug, she changed the subject. "By the way, come with me to the birthday party the day after tomorrow." Yisha's eyes lit up, and he moved closer to Jiang Ruochu. "Is it because of that cuckold thing? Are you going to go and beat someone up for him? I've been studying criminal law these past few days, and I've found a way to beat someone up without going to jail. Leave it to me, no problem at all." Nightshade was very proud. Jiang Ruochu's eyes widened, becoming bigger than copper bells. That's not how criminal law is used. On the day of the Xia family's birthday banquet, Jiang Ruochu brought Yisha along. The child from the Xia family is named Xia Qingxi. It is said that Xia's parents specially sought out a master to calculate the name, just to bless their precious grandson to grow up safely. Xia Qingxi's birthday banquet was a grand affair, with an entire estate booked and all his classmates and friends invited, including many of the Xia family's business associates. Xia Qingxi was like a little prince, surrounded by everyone and placed in the center position. Xu Huijia, who was by his side, was also very impressive. She was dressed in the latest Chanel clothes, expensive from head to toe, which was something she could not have before. However, since Xia Qingxi, the crown prince, came into the picture, Xia's parents had been able to give her whatever she wanted. Xia Muning glared angrily at the mother and son. "I really want to drag this brat and Xu Huijia down right now." Seeing that her eyes were swollen, Jiang Ruochu asked, "Have you been crying? Did you have a conflict with them?" "Yes." Xia Muling recounted what had happened last night. Because the manor not only hosted birthday parties but also provided food and lodging, the Xia family didn't want their child to travel back and forth so much. So they simply moved in the night before, so the family could play together for a day and then have a birthday party the next day. Behind the manor is a small farm where a pony is kept. It was originally ridden by Xia Muning's sister's child, He Jiao Jiao. Xia Qingxi saw this and wanted to ride it too, not wanted to wait a moment longer, and wanted He Jiao Jiao to get off immediately. He Jiao Jiao was only 2 years older than him, but she was very well-behaved and sensible, so she took the initiative to get down and give it to him. For some reason, the pony wouldn't cooperate and wouldn't let Xia Qingxi mount it. Since he couldn't ride it, He Jiao Jiao naturally took the pony back. But Xia Qingxi's stubbornness kicked in. He couldn't ride it, so he wouldn't let He Jiao Jiao ride it either, and even said he wanted to stew horse meat for them. Xia Muning felt that he was arrogant and domineering. She used to think that this was her brother's child, so she tolerated it. But now she had no reason to tolerate it. She cursed Xia Qingxi on the spot. Xia Qingxi burst into tears, and when her parents arrived, the small farm was in chaos. After they found out the reason, they felt that Xia Muling was making a mountain out of a molehill and arguing with the child, and they insisted that she apologize. Xia Muning refused to apologize, which led to an argument with her parents. She went back to her room and cried all night, seething with anger. Even now, Xia Muning is still angry when she thinks about it. Just as Jiang Ruochu was about to comfort her, she heard a childish voice behind her. "Auntie, don't be angry." The two turned around and saw He Jiao, wearing a pink dress, looking at them with her big, bright eyes. He Jiao is the eldest child of the Xia family. In fact, her name was given by Xia Mingchen, which means the bright moon shines among the clouds, and the blazing leaves illuminate China. This child is very smart. She can play the piano and violin at a young age. While other children are still learning the English alphabet, she can already have simple English conversations. People jokingly say that she is as smart as her uncle. Chapter 114, a boring gathering. After He Jiao finished speaking, she threw herself into Xiao Yuning's arms, nuzzled her head against her affectionately, and then turned her head and softly called out, "Hello, Aunt Ruochu." He Jiao's face was pink and tender, so cute that you wanted to pinch it. Jiang Ruochu softened her voice and replied gently, "Hello, Jiao." Xiao Yuling now felt that compared to that brat Xia Qingxi, He Jiao was an angel, so cute that it melted her heart. She bent down and hugged the little girl. Don't be angry, I'm not angry at all. Jiao, don't worry about me." After comforting Xiao Yuning, He Jiao hugged Jiang Ruochu lightly and said, "Aunt Ruochu, I missed you so much. You haven't come to see me in so long." Jiang Ruochu hugged her back. "It's my fault. Didn't I come to see our Jiao today? You look so beautiful today, and you've grown even taller. Of course, I eat my meals obediently every day and never pick at my food. My mom says that only in this way can I grow up quickly. This is a gift I brought for you." He Jiao's eyes lit up with surprise. "Do I get a gift too? I thought I wouldn't get a gift today." He Jiao said the last sentence in a very soft voice, almost like a mosquito's buzz. But Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Yuling still heard it clearly. Xiao Muning felt a little sad and guilty. Since Xia Chengxi was born, he has received more attention and importance from his family. Even He Jiao's mother would tell He Jiao to give in to her younger brother whenever her daughter and nephew had a conflict because of Xia Mingchen's death. As a result, Xia Chengxi received more love or even favoritism. In the past, both children received gifts on either He Jiao's or Xia Chengxi's birthday. However, Xia Chengxi made a scene last year, saying that his sister received a gift on his birthday, and that shouldn't all the gifts be his? He felt that he should be the star of his birthday party. Xia's parents were initially a little angry, feeling that Xia Chengxi was being unreasonable. But Shu Huijie explained with red eyes that Xia Chengxi was scolded at kindergarten for not having a father, which made him feel bad. Xia's parents immediately calmed down and started to feel sorry for their grandson again. So this year, Xia Qingxi's birthday banquet was exceptionally large, just to support their grandson and vent their anger. Jiang Ruochu had also heard Xia Muning mention this matter before. She felt that the Xia family spoiled their grandson too much, and that he would probably not become the successor when he grew up, but instead become a lawless little bastard. However, while the Xia family indulged this little tyrant, Jiang Ruochu was not so lenient. He Jiao often thought of her, and when she won a prize at the school fair, she would save one for Jiang Ruochu. She treats Jiang Ruochu well, so Jiang Ruochu will naturally treat her well in return. In Jiang Ruochu's view, unreasonable demands from children must be refused. If Xia Chengxi was upset at the kindergarten, he should have confronted the kindergarten teacher and the parents of the child who scolded him, instead of letting him vent his anger and causing He Jiao to suffer an undeserved misfortune. Ultimately, however, this was an internal matter for the Xia family, and as an outsider, she had no say in it. So, she simply took He Jiao out for a day. At this moment, He Jiao excitedly opened the gift, which contained a set of English poetry and fairy tale picture books. He Jiao's eyes lit up, and she stroked the cartoon figures on the cover with great affection. "Thank you, Aunt Ruochu. I love the gift you gave me. I've already solved half of the 9 linked rings you gave me last time." "Wow, that's amazing. Once you've solved them all, remember to tell me right away, and I'll give you a new toy set." He Jiao nodded vigorously. Okay. Only the gifts you give me are my favorites." He Jiao always receives gifts like dresses and Barbie dolls, but she doesn't like these gifts. Jiang Ruochu rubbed her head. "Wouldn't the others be very sad if they heard what you said?" He Jiao blinked, then hugged Jiang Ruochu's neck and whispered in her ear, "I'll only tell you, not them. I'll act really happy when they give me gifts." Jiang Ruochu's smile deepened, and she gently pinched He Jiao's nose. "You little rascal." Xiao Muling looked at the English book, feeling overwhelmed. She covered her eyes and said, Jiao Jiao is really amazing. Her aunt, am ashamed of myself. Jiao Jiao smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons after receiving the praise. Xiao Yuning glanced at the bustling crowd and said, "My cousins have arrived. Let's go over there." Okay. Jiang Ruochu didn't forget that she still had important business to attend to, so she said goodbye to Jiao Jiao, who happily carried her books in the house. Then Jiang Ruochu turned around to call Yisha, but saw the tall and proud Yisha looking down, seriously studying Aunt's moving house. Most importantly, he was surrounded by 3 beautiful and charming girls who were trying to chat him up. Yisha remained unmoved, his attention focused on the ants. This forced the girls to change the subject and even watch ants with him. Jiang Ruochu. These past few days, Xiao Yuning has been preoccupied and has had no time to appreciate handsome men. However, now that she feels she is getting closer to the truth, she has finally found the peace of mind to care about other things. "Where did you find this ridiculous bodyguard?" Jiang Ruochu told Xiao Yuling that Yisha was a bodyguard assigned to her by the company. Xiao Yuling had no doubts and kept remarking on how good the benefits were at their auction company, not expecting Zhai Lu to be so generous. Jiang Ruochu wasn't worried that Xiao Yuning would ask Zhai Lu about it. Given Zhai Lu's shrewdness, even if Xiao Yuning did ask, he would immediately realize what was going on and cover it up for her. However, Zhai Lu would most likely suspect that Yisha was her kept man, and because she couldn't say it outright, she called him a bodyguard. Well, it's okay. She doesn't care about being misunderstood by Zhai Lu anyway. As for Nightshade, he probably doesn't care about such things at all. Jiang Ruochu merely glanced in Yisha's direction, and he noticed her presence. He then ignored the girls surrounding him and walked over on his own. Seeing this, Xiao Yuning praised again. She's also very smart. She knew to come over with just a glance. Jiang Ruochu said, both amused and exasperated, "Don't you have anything good to praise?" "Well, actually, being incredibly handsome is enough. What more could you ask for?" When the girls saw Yisha walk towards Jiang Ruochu, they immediately realized that Yisha was already taken, and they all showed regretful expressions. Obviously, they had misunderstood the relationship between Yisha and Jiang Ruochu. After Yisha walked over, he took the initiative to say, "They asked me for my contact information, and I gave them yours." Jiang Ruochu took out her phone and glanced at it, only to find that there were indeed 3 friend requests. She felt a sudden heart attack. "If you want me dead, you can just say so directly. You don't have to beat around the bush." Nightshade was confused. What did this have to do with wanting Jiang Ruochu dead? Humans are really strange. Jiang Ruochu felt that Yisha had too much to learn in the human world and couldn't explain it all in a short time. So she said, "Let's take care of business first." Xiao Muning has 6 cousins. The eldest, 2nd, and 4th are her uncles, while the 3rd, 5th, and 6th are her uncles. The 6th cousin is only 20 years old this year. 5 years ago, he was 15 years old, so he can basically be ruled out. That leaves you with a choice of 1 out of 5. With a bunch of Xia family relatives there, Xiao Yuning couldn't possibly not go over. She patted Jiang Ruochu and said, "Take a closer look. I'm going over now." After Xia Muning finished speaking, she took a deep breath and entered her relative's masquerade ball. Nightshade yawned. "Are all human gatherings this boring?" Jiang Ruochu responded absent-mindedly while observing. "They're all hypocritical and fake. The demons never do such pointless things." Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, "Humans naturally have their own survival rules. This birthday banquet may seem like an ordinary gathering, but in fact everyone has their own purpose. Whether it is useful or not depends entirely on how you look at it. Look at those men in suits over there. Did they come just to attend a child's birthday party? Of course not. They came for the Xia family's business, so they brought their whole families along. They've given us a lot of face, which will make future cooperation easier. This gathering is actually filled with everyone's desires. You can see who is begging whom, who hates whom, and who loves whom from it. If your goal is simply to defeat your parents and rule the demon realm, then it's actually quite simple. Just use your fists. Whoever has the strongest fist gets to speak. But you can't manage the demon realm with just your fists. The true power of the demon race lies not in their inability to consume, but in their ability to control the desires of others and use them for their own purposes. Or do you think I sent you here just to protect my safety?" Upon hearing this, Yisha indeed showed a hint of interest and began to observe carefully along with Jiang Ruochu. When Yisha opened up her mind and followed Jiang Ruochu's advice to observe these people's desires and study whether she could use them, she suddenly felt that the gathering was not so boring anymore. Chapter 115, Whoever Bullies You, Beat Them Up. Yisha opened a new world and was observing with great interest when Jiang Ruochu noticed Xia Chengxi enter the house. A little while later, she heard He Jiao Jiao crying from inside. The crying was very soft, but she still caught it. Jiang Ruochu glanced around, but didn't see Xia Muning or Xia Muning's sister, so she went into the house by herself. There she saw Xia Chengxi holding the set of children's picture books and flipping through them casually. He Jiao Jiao stood to the side, clutching the hem of her clothes helplessly, her eyes filled with tears. When Jiang Ruochu entered the room, both children looked at her. Xia Chengxi snorted, neither greeting nor running away, but continuing to look at the picture book. His hands were still covered in cream, which had made a mess of the pages. He Jiao Jiao called out in a wrong tone, Aunt Ruochu. Jiao Jiao, what happened? Jiang Ruochu pulled out a tissue to wipe the little girl's tears. He Jiao Jiao looked at Jiang Ruochu pitifully, then weakly pointed with her hand, My little brother stole my book. What robbery? Xia Chengxi immediately jumped up and argued. I just wanted to borrow it to take a look. You wouldn't read it anyway, you wouldn't understand it, and you always make my books dirty and crumpled. I don't want to lend them to you. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath. She could tell that He Jiao Jiao had suffered a lot of grievances. She wasn't a member of the Xia family, so there was no need for her to give in to this brat. She suppressed her smile and said coldly, She said she doesn't want to lend it to you, understand? Give it back to her. Xia Chengxi raised her chin proudly and said, I want to see it. I want to see it. Jiang Ruochu took a step forward with a cold face. Say it again. Xia Chengxi had never encountered anything like this before. In this family, no one had ever spoken to him with a stern face, nor had anyone ever refused his requests. He first looked around and found that there were no other adults to support him, so he could only shrug his shoulders and say, it's just a book, what's the big deal? Xia Chengxi reluctantly handed the book to He Jiao Jiao. He Jiao Jiao looked delighted, but just as she was about to take the book, Xia Chengxi deliberately let go, and the book fell to the ground. He Jiao Jiao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, Xia Chengxi jumped up and stomped on it twice. Ha ha, you two big idiots, you big fools. I tricked you, didn't I? He. Xia Chengxi made a face at Jiang Ruochu. Xia Chengxi stood on the books, hands on her hips, pointing triumphantly at Jiang Ruochu and He Jiao Jiao, saying, Everything in this house belongs to me. Why should I return it? It's only right that she gave it to me. Seeing the unruly attitude of this brat, Jiang Ruochu's fists hardened. She stepped forward and grabbed the brat by the collar before she could even raise her hand. Xia Chengxi was the first to burst into tears. Wah! That mean Annie hit me. You're such a big person bullying a child. You have no shame. I know you're my aunt's friend. You're bullying me. I'm gonna tell Grandpa and Grandma to kick you and Annie out. Jiang Ruochu remained unmoved by his threats and found them quite ridiculous. She never imagined that Xia Chengxi, at such a young age, had already learned to threaten to tattle and fake cry. Jiang Ruochu did not let go, but she also did not intend to do it herself. Today, He Jiao Jiao was the one who was bullied, so she should be made to retaliate herself. Otherwise, she will still be bullied after she leaves. Jiao Jiao, come here. He Jiao Jiao walked over timidly. Xia Chengxi panicked when he saw that Jiang Ruochu still wouldn't let go of him. He felt that he had met someone who was completely different from the adults he used to know. She was not afraid of him crying, making a fuss, or complaining. In his panic, he opened his mouth, intending to bite Jiang Ruochu. Just then, a short figure suddenly darted out and kicked Xia Chengxi to the ground. Xia Chengxi fell and hurt herself, and finally let out a loud cry. The brave kid plopped down on him, pressing down on him, a milk-flavored lollipop dangling from his mouth, and said coolly, She can't do anything, but I can, right? This kid who suddenly appeared was so arrogant and cocky. Who else could it be but Nightshade? So this is how this guy learned to beat people from criminal law, using magic to defeat magic. It's unreasonable for a 25-year-old to fight a 5-year-old. It's perfectly reasonable for a 5-year-old to discipline another 5-year-old. Xia Chengxi grimaced and tried to fight back, but he was no match for Xiao Yesha. Xiao Yesha pinched his face. Are you still going to bully me? Aren't you going to pay me back? He now speaks in a boyish voice, both childish and fierce, so peculiar that even Jiang Ruochu, who was comforting He Jiaojiao, couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Xia Chengxi lay on the ground, twisting and turning like a wriggling caterpillar. He wouldn't admit his mistake, just kept crying wah in an attempt to attract the attention of the adults outside. Jiang Ruochu picked up the picture book from the ground, wiped the cover clean, and handed it to He Jiaojiao. He Jiaojiao was still staring in disbelief as her younger brother was beaten by a child of peer age, unable to process what was happening. Jiang Ruochu patted He Jiaojiao's head and asked gently, "Are you scared?" He Jiaojiao looked at her younger brother who was being held down on the ground, then gently shook her head. "I'm not afraid. I'm even a little happy. Am I a bad child?" "How could that be? You're great. Very good. Jiaojiao, remember this. If anyone bullies you or steals your things, beat them up like this, understand?" He Jiaojiao nodded, seemingly confused. Chapter 116 Gossip surfaces encouraged by Jiang Ruochu. He Jiaojiao mustered her courage and walked over to Xia Chengxi, who was lying on the ground, and said, "This book is mine, and I don't want to lend it to you. If you steal it again, I'll beat you up." He Jiaojiao clenched her little fist and waved it threateningly twice. Zhao Yesha patted Xia Chengxi's face. "Did you understand?" Xia Chengxi couldn't beat them in a fight, and even if he cursed them, he would still get beaten. So he could only throw a tantrum and wail loudly. This finally drew the attention of those outside. Jiang Ruochu saw that Xia's cousins had different expressions. The eldest was surprised, the second was flustered and angry, and rushed forward the fastest, even ahead of Shu Huijia. The third, fourth, and fifth brothers had different expressions, but they all seemed to be watching a good show. It was clear that their concern for the children was just a pretense. The sixth brother was rather strange. He seemed to care about the situation inside the house, but he followed Shu Huijia closely. Jiang Ruochu looked away, but before she could speak, Xiao Yesha had vanished without a trace. This guy runs faster than a rocket. The second lesson Yasha learned from criminal law was that as long as you run fast enough, no one can catch you. So he quickly disappeared before the adults could rush in. Jiang Ruochu discovered that Yi Sha was extremely talented, flexible, good at fighting and running away, and not restrained by his high moral standards. Given time, he would surely become a great man. Xiaoxi, Shu Huijia rushed in and helped Xia Chengxi up from the ground. She anxiously opened his clothes and checked his injuries. "How are you? Does it hurt anywhere? Tell your mother quickly." The elderly couple from the Xia family anxiously surrounded their grandson. "Wah, mommy, a bad guy hit me. It hurts so much, wah." When he cried, Shu Huijia and the Xia family elders felt even more sorry for him and hurriedly comforted their precious child. "Baby, don't cry, don't cry." He Jiaojiao watched longingly, without saying anything, but simply snuggled closer to Jiang Ruochu and obediently rested her head on her arm. At this moment, He Jiaojiao's mother also came in. When she saw her daughter hiding behind Jiang Ruochu, she quickly came over to check if her daughter was hurt. Seeing that things were not going well, the Xia family began to persuade the onlookers to leave. Although the guests were eager to gossip, they couldn't be too blatant, so they could only crane their necks and reluctantly leave the room. In the end, only Jiang Ruochu and the Xia family members remained in the house, while some Xia family relatives stayed outside to entertain the guests. Once everyone had left, the second son of the Xia family loudly asked Jiang Ruochu, "What happened inside just now?" Jiang Ruochu glanced at him and said meaningfully, "You seem to care a lot about your cousin." Upon hearing this, the second son of the Xia family's face darkened, just as he was worried that Jiang Ruochu was about to spout more nonsense. He heard her change the subject and recount the argument between Xia Chengxi and He Jiaojiao. Most importantly, he repeated the phrase, "Everything in the Xia family belongs to me," verbatim. Xia Muning's older sister, Xia Mingxing, looked bitter and gently hugged her daughter. She used to think that Xia Mingchen had died early and Xia Chengxi had no father, so she always made her daughter give in to her younger brother. Now she regretted it. She regretted that she had always tolerated Xia Chengxi, which not only made Xia Chengxi more and more domineering, but also made her daughter suffer so much. As soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, the Xia family members all had different expressions. Even the elderly couple from the Xia family stiffened, their expressions turning displeased. They do have the idea of grooming Xia, she to be their successor, but that doesn't mean the Xia family belongs entirely to them. They also have 2 daughters and a granddaughter. Fearing that Jiang Ruochu would say something even worse. The second son of the Xia family immediately interrupted. That's enough. He then turned around, showing concern for Xia Qingxi while observing the expressions of Xia's parents, and said, Uncle, Aunt, it was just a child's joke. Children say the darndest things, so please don't take it to heart. Let's take Xiaoxi to the hospital for a checkup right away, in case she gets hurt. Is that so? Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly. Children's jokes are the most genuine, but it's possible that I heard it from somewhere. The speaker meant well, and the listener took it even more to heart. The second son of the Xia family glared at Jiang Ruochu angrily, as if someone had dug up something he had been carefully hiding. Xia's parents sighed, and Xia Muning's father, Xia Dongnan, spoke first. Forget it, they're just kids, a little roughhousing won't hurt. Little Creek, does it still hurt? The child was very sensitive, and he felt that his grandfather was a little different today. Although he was showing concern for him, there was a hint of seriousness in his kind face than before. Xia Qingxi shrank her neck, shook her head, and dared not cry out in pain again. Xia Muling's mother also pulled Jiang Ruochu over and said, Little Jiang, I'm sorry you had to see this. Don't you love cheesecake the most? I specially asked the pastry chef at the manor to make you a special flavor. Come on. Jiang Ruochu knew that eating the cake was a pretense. Her real intention was to pull her away. Watching the spectacle only allows you to see the beginning, not the end, which is truly a pity. Just as she was about to leave, He Jiao Jiao suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her, then stuffed the candy in her hand and whispered, Aunt Ruochu, please thank that little brother for me. He Jiao Jiao knew that Jiang Ruochu definitely knew the child, but she didn't say it. Okay. Jiang Ruochu ruffled He Jiao Jiao's hair. Remember what I said? Yes. He Jiao Jiao nodded heavily. Before Jiang Ruochu left, she heard Xia Muning's older sister formally protest. Dad, I know you're very good to Xiaoxi because of Xiaoqin's death, and I have no objection to that, but I can't watch him bully my daughter. The root of the Xia family's problems is not whether Xia Qingxi is Xia Mingchen's son, but the distorted education. Even if Xia Qingxi really is Xia Mingchen's son, continuing like this will lead to big problems. Xia Mingchen's death may seem like a thing of the past, but it has been hanging over the Xia family like a dark cloud. Over time, even the best relationships will develop cracks. The only way to stop the cracks from widening is for Xia Mingxing to protest to his parents, which is beyond Jiang Ruochu's control. However, after this incident, Jiang Ruochu has basically identified the suspect. She messaged Xia Muling, telling her to take Xia's second son's hair and Xia Qingxi's hair for testing. However, before Xia Muning could even start working, a major event occurred at the manor that very night. It turns out that Xu Huijie and the sixth son of the Xia family had a secret rendezvous, which was discovered by the second son of the Xia family. Then the two cousins got into a fight in the manor and finally exposed that Xia Qingxi was not Xia Mingchen's child. Good grief, the werewolf self-destructed. However, Xia Muling was sleeping and only came downstairs to see what was going on because she heard an argument. So she didn't know what had happened. All she knew was that when she went downstairs, her parents were so angry that their faces turned pale and they were sitting in chairs clutching their chests. The second and sixth cousins fought so hard their clothes and faces were covered in bruises. Xu Huijie wiped away her tears, not caring about the second cousin, but instead concerned about the sixth cousin. Then, when the sixth cousin's parents saw this scene, they screamed and rushed over, grabbing Xu Huijie and about to hit her. Just as Xia Muling finished speaking, she said that the whole family was getting ready to go to the hospital, and then she didn't reply to Jiang Ruochu's message again. Jiang Ruochu was halfway through eating melon seeds when she felt a bit stuck in a rut. Before she could even complain, the system started complaining first. We shouldn't have left so soon. At this moment, Yisha suddenly spoke up and added, Six Brothers' mother slapped her and scolded her for being shameless and seducing her own brother-in-law. But Sixth Brother is really a romantic. He rushed forward and took the slap for Xu Huijie. Sixth Brother's father was furious and wanted to beat his good-for-nothing son. Now, Sixth Brother's mother and Xu Huijie wouldn't stand for it and rushed forward to stop Sixth Brother's father. The description of the night market was vivid and detailed. Jiang Ruochu raised her eyes and looked at Yisha in surprise. How do you know so much about this? Oh, Nightshade said without changing his expression, I watched the whole thing. What? The gossip-loving system also popped up. What? I sneaked back in the middle of the night and heard them arguing, so I lay on the roof and watched the whole thing. Jiang Ruochu asked suspiciously. What were you doing sneaking back in the middle of the night? Are you still going to listen to gossip? How could Nightshade possibly reveal that he sneaked back just to pack up some particularly delicious lemon tea from Manor? Jiang Ruochu immediately said, Listen. The system got excited too. Listen. Thanks to Yisha's vivid retelling, Jiang Ruochu finally understood the cause and effect. Chapter 117, Where is my system reward? Back when Xu Huijia started dating Xia Mingchun, she was initially quite satisfied, but after a while, she became dissatisfied with her boyfriend for being too focused on work and neglecting her. He wouldn't even accompany her to gatherings with friends. At these gatherings, everyone else was in pairs, but Xu Huijia had a wealthy husband, whom she couldn't show off and couldn't become a status symbol. Xu Huijia harbored resentment and drank a lot of alcohol. In her drunken stupor, she had a one-night stand with Xia's second son, who had also attended the party. The second son of the Xia family is different from Xia Mingchun. He is very good at sweet talk and can make girls swoon. This is something that Xia Mingchun, who is focused on his career and can only provide his girlfriend with material satisfaction, does not have. That's how people are. The more they lack something, the more they want it. Xu Huijia is no longer short of money. She just wants more love and attention. But when she realized that Xia Mingchun might want to break up with her, she panicked. The second daughter of the Xia family was not as well off as Xia Mingchun's family. Just as she was in a panic, Xia Mingchun passed away unexpectedly, and she became pregnant. So she discussed it with the second son of the Xia family, and they decided to go all out and stage a substitution act. Of course, Xia Mingchun's parents weren't stupid. They remembered to get a DNA test done. But with Xia's second son around, switching samples was a piece of cake. In the end, the test showed that the child was Xia Mingchun's, and they happily took the child back. Xu Huijia originally thought it was a good idea. This way, she could enjoy the luxurious life provided by the Xia family and continue her sweet relationship with the second son of the Xia family. Even if she didn't stay with the second son in the future, she could find a new boyfriend. But she was wrong. Ever since Xia Mingchun's parents intended to groom Xia Qingxi as their successor, the second son of the Xia family shifted his focus to his son. He only thought about cultivating a better relationship with his son, so that if his son took control of his second uncle's wealth, it would be the same as him owning his second uncle's wealth. That's why the second son of the Xia family doesn't want Xu Huijia to find another partner. Otherwise, will his son call Xu Huijia's new boyfriend uncle or dad? Therefore, the conflict between Xia's second son and Xu Huijia deepened. This is why Jiang Ruochu observed that Xia's second son was very enthusiastic towards children, but not so warm towards Xu Huijia. Just then, the sixth son of the Xia family appeared. He was much younger than his cousins and was a marginal figure in the Xia family, but he also had ambitions. His ambition was that since he couldn't become successful himself, he might as well cling to his cousin's wife and get close to Xia Qingxi, so that when his second uncle and aunt kicked the bucket, their family's property would be his. With his cousin's wife being beautiful and feeling that he wasn't at a disadvantage, Lao Lu began to secretly pursue Xu Huijia. At his age, Lao Lu can't give Xu Huijia much money, but what he can give her is care and love. This perfectly meets Xu Huijia's needs. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but sigh that among Xia Mingchun's cousins, all of them were quite talented. Nightshade lay lazily on the sofa, drinking lemonade he had brought from the estate. Their whole family is now in the hospital. Some were angered, some were beaten, and several ambulances have arrived. Once we're in the hospital, they can do that DNA test properly. Anyone can get tested, and they won't even need to pluck any hairs. You should have done this a long time ago. Make a big scene, have the Xia family members fight each other, and then have them all hospitalized. Then cross-test them however you like. Yisha was in a good mood, seemingly very satisfied to see this chaotic scene. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu simply smiled and did not argue. As Yisha spoke, he stopped and kept looking at Jiang Ruochu without shifting his gaze. Nightshade's eyes are very dark and bright, and the shape of her eyes is the legendary beautiful peach blossom eyes. When she stares at people, she has a unique magic. Jiang Ruochu's heart skipped a beat when he stared at her. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yasha said matter-of-factly, "To observe you." Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment. This guy was staring straight at her, truly single-minded and straightforward. Nightshade pondered, "No, that's not right. You never used the simplest and most direct method from the beginning. That's not like you." "I see." Jiang Ruochu glanced at him and asked with a hint of helplessness, "What else do you know? Do you think this is ultimately a private matter for Xiao Yuling and Xiao Mingchen's family? So you always think you can find out about it discreetly and properly, lock onto the target, then quietly tell Xiao's parents, and then kick Xu Huijie and Xia Qingxi out, instead of making a big fuss about it?" Jiang Ruochu didn't expect Yi Sha to discover her little scheme. She smiled and said, "Indeed. Actually, it's very simple to prove that Xia Qingxi is not Xiao Mingchen's child. Just have him and Xiao Mingchen's mother take a test. But that would only prove that Xia Qingxi is not Xiao Mingchen's child, but it would still not find the child's father. The wolf lurking in the Xia family is still there. He could have changed the sample 5 years ago. If we don't find him, he can quietly change the Xia family's medicine, the Xia family's company documents, or other things that are fatal to the Xia family 5 years later. Once you get the idea of taking over someone else's place and the benefits are enough, you're absolutely right. You should know very well how crazy people can be." As soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she saw a thick cloud of black mist floating behind Isha. Through the thick black mist, she could almost see the ferocious, ravenous desires. Nightshade tilted his head. Indeed, after Xu Huijie was kicked out, the wolf hiding in the Xia family might worry that she would expose herself and get rid of her, or he might be smart enough to talk to her about cooperation without revealing who the child's biological father is. Regardless of the type, as long as the wolf remains hidden, the Xia family will be on the defensive. They could be wary of 1 or 2 relatives, but they can't be wary of all of them. Therefore, only by grasping all the truth can one always maintain control. However, Jiang Ruochu spread her hands. It's all good now. Anyway, the wolves hiding in the Xia family have exposed themselves. I overestimated them. I thought they would be more formidable after enduring 5 years of hardship, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient. Anyway, things have come to this point, and although it's not a perfect solution, it's at least resolved. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for completing Xiao Mingchen's request and receiving a reward of 100 points. Jiang Ruochu waited a few seconds, but still did not hear any news about the distribution of extra points and extra rewards. Master, what about my extra points and rewards? Chapter 118 Brother Awakens, Jiang Ruochu asked suspiciously. System, you haven't been in the modern world for too long and started to pick up some of the bad habits of network operators, causing delays and speed reductions? Why hasn't the extra reward arrived yet? The system protested angrily. What kind of shady system do you take me for? Although the system was angry, it continued to work. After review, there were indeed no reward points or skill rewards. Why don't you ask Xiao Mingchen? Since it's not a system delay, the problem must lie with Xiao Mingchen. Jiang Ruochu gritted her teeth and went to find Xiao Mingchen. At this moment, Xiao Mingchen was chatting with his friends in the group. He was talking about how, after reading the novel The Real and Fake Heiress, he had acquired an extraordinary cheat ability. After much agonizing thought, he decided to turn his love rival into a business partner. He was just trying to persuade the supporting male leads and the domineering CEOs to cooperate with him on business, but they all refused. They kept a straight face and insisted that he was just pretending and that he was definitely plotting something against his sister. Yuan Tangtang and Zhong Zhen both burst into laughter. Yuan Tangtang. Ancient palace intrigue, it fits the plot of the silly novels I read. Xiao Mingchen, The Real and Fake Heiress, I almost swore at that moment. How do they manage to have assets worth hundreds of billions when they're so stupid? Zhong Zhen, Cultivation World Big Brother, don't be sad. If they don't pursue their careers, you should do it yourself. Xiao Mingchen, The Real and Fake Heiress, they're not focused on their careers, but on messing with me. Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons. Please speak more clearly, otherwise it's easy to misunderstand. Jiang Ruochu glanced at their chat history and thought with heartache, Xiao Mingchen, aren't you also messing with me? Jiang Ruochu recklessly went to cause trouble for Xiao Mingchen. Of course, she did so via private chat. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Chen, brother, I went through so much trouble to help you uncover the wolf hiding in the Xia family. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Why didn't I get any reward points? Xiao Mingchen, The Real and Fake Heiress, huh? Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, don't play dumb. The task you entrusted to me will have a points reward. There are 2 parts to the points reward. Points for completing the task and point for task satisfaction. You can get the former as long as you complete the task, but I can only get the latter if the client satisfaction reaches 100%. Xia Mingchen touched his nose guiltily and explained, I have no complaints whatsoever, but this is something beyond my control. I know you helped me, and I'm very grateful, but even if I wanted to be satisfied, I'm stuck here. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. Jiang Ruochu understood Xia Mingchen's meaning. Essentially, Xia Mingchen had been cuckolded. Even if he said he was okay with it, it was impossible for him not to feel any resentment. However, the system is also very intelligent. It can detect the client's true satisfaction level, which cannot be faked. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. I never expected that the one who hurt me the most would be one of my own people. Jiang Ruochu rattled off all the idioms she knew. I'm truly heartbroken, devastated, and utterly grief-stricken. Not content with just talking, she also searched for synonyms on Baidu and then sent them all to Xia Mingchen. She never expected that Xia Mingchen would break her perfect mission completion record. Xia Mingchen sent an awkward, sweating, laughing emoji. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, to express my apology. I'll get you a few more antiques once things stabilize here. Without saying a word, Jiang Ruochu continued to send crying emojis. Since I can't get the system reward, I can extort a few more antiques. Xia Mingchen was so frightened that he quickly agreed to increase the stake even further. I've unearthed some treasures while sorting through my family's assets this time. I'll invest them all in you during the next transaction. Xia Mingchen did feel quite guilty because this level of satisfaction was truly beyond his control. Of course, Jiang Ruochu wouldn't really get angry with Xia Mingchen over a reward point or skill reward. Her complaints and crying just now were more of a joke at Xia Mingchen. Moreover, based on previous experiences, skill rewards are always closely related to the mission content. So this mission reward probably won't be anything good. Oh well, if there's nothing, there's nothing. System. Jiang Ruochu, having pretended enough, changed the subject at the opportune moment. Looking at your chat history in the group, do you have a plan to rebel against the novel's plot? Xia Mingchen had had enough of the brainless domineering CEOs in this novel. Even when he genuinely wanted to cooperate with them and do business, those CEOs would say with a mix of indifference, mockery, and nonchalance, "You think you're worthy?" In the middle of all this, the fake heiress sister also had to get involved, shouting, "Don't lay a hand on my brother and adoptive parents." Then the CEOs got even angrier, convinced that the fake heiress still had feelings for her brother Xia Mingchen, and vowed to make the Xia family pay with their lives. Fine, he doesn't deserve it. He's just part of their sadomasochistic play. Go play by himself. Chapter 119, Has he been sterilized? Xia Mingchen's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, yes. They're currently targeting the Xia family's businesses and blocking their funds, but they can't block my mind. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. I've been binge reading this novel these past few days, and I found a few lines of business news amidst the various tragic love stories. These are all business opportunities, and as long as I seize them, I can develop again. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, in order to avoid being discovered by those supporting characters and domineering CEOs, I'm going to put on a disguise. Jiang Ruochu remembered that there were many aliases in this novel. One moment, there was a masked man from a mysterious family, and the next there was a prince from a certain country. It was quite reasonable for Xia Mingchen to wear an alias, which could be considered as him integrating into the world. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, this is just the startup capital. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, you want to borrow money, right? Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, clever. Xia Mingchen invested the antiques in Jiang Ruochu for two reasons. First, the supporting characters and domineering CEOs were well aware of the Xia family situation. It would be difficult for him to sell the antiques behind their backs to raise funds. It would be better to give the antiques to Jiang Ruochu so that she could sell them, and he could then borrow funds from her. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, how much do you need? Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, 10 million. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back in the future. If Xia Mingchen sold all the antiques he gave to Jiang Ruochu, he would get several 100 million yuan. 10 million yuan would be just a drop in the ocean. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, Brother Chun, you're being narrow-minded. Forget about lending or borrowing. Just consider this 10 million as my investment. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, okay. Once the investment is successful, I will return the investment returns to you as promised. Xia Mingchen was able to become the successor because of his real talent and hard work. Even if he doesn't take over the family business, with his abilities, he will definitely be in the management level. Therefore, Jiang Ruochu believed that he could make a name for himself in the world of real and fake heiresses. She was confident that this investment would not result in a loss, but rather in making money from money. Although Jiang Ruochu and Xia Mingchen were very familiar with each other, she still needed to make things clear. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Brother Chun, the antiques you gave me won't be sold anytime soon, and even if they are, the money won't arrive immediately. So, this 10 million is the most I can offer right now. After those antiques are sold, you'll have 30% of the proceeds to distribute, so Brother Chun, you can work with peace of mind in that world. Xia Mingchen, true or false heiress dam. I've even thought of a battle name. My friends in the group helped me come up with it. It's called The Brother in the True or False Heiress Story Has Awakened. What do you think? Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. Jiang Ruochu felt that Xia Mingchen blended in quite well with the world of a novel. Just then, the door opened, and Yin Mingyu returned home. Jiang Ruochu looked over and greeted her naturally, Mom. However, just after she finished greeting them, she suddenly remembered Yi Sha lying on the sofa, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked over. At the same time, Yin Mingyu's joyful voice rang out. Oh my, where did this adorable little kitty come from? On the sofa, a black cat was lying upright, with an iced lemon tea between its two paws. The cat's whiskers were still a little damp, and if you got close, you could smell the lemonade. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she didn't need to remind Yi Sha to turn into a cat as soon as he saw someone coming. Yin Mingyu stepped forward and picked up Yi Sha. The kitten looks quite thin, but has quite a bit of weight to it. Nightfall. Jiang Ruochu gave Yi Sha a wink. Just bear with it. You bought this cat? Yin Mingyu rubbed the cat's head. Jiang Ruochu made up a story. No, it's a stray cat from nearby. I fed it a few times, and it started coming up to me. It even knows how to climb the building and jump out of the window to come in. Yin Mingyu softened her voice to coax the kitten. Such a smart kitten, it even knows how to find its way home. Sigh, it's a pity that no one is home often. Otherwise we could have adopted it and given it a home. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself. It's okay, he's not around often anyway. But she replied aloud. Look at its agile limbs and fierce eyes. It looks like it could beat up anyone in the neighborhood. It doesn't need a home. The whole world is its home. Fierce. Yin Mingyu looked at Mimi suspiciously. She's just all black and looks fierce. But actually our little Mimi is super cute, right? Yi Sha didn't want to answer such a childish question, so he turned his cat head away. Even so, he could still make Yin Mingyu very happy. At this moment, Yin Mingyu's gaze fell on the sofa. Why did you put the drink here? What if Mimi knocks it over and scares her? Besides, Mimi hates the taste of lemons and oranges. Yin Mingyu said, taking away the half-finished lemon tea. Nightshade's expression could only be described as pitiful. Jiang Ruochu could only innocently return her gaze. Just bear with it a little longer. However, Nightshade could not bear it any longer and could only protest by meowing. Yin Mingyu, not understanding why, could only happily distort the truth and say, look, even the kitten says I'm right. Jiang Ruochu. Nightfall. That's absolutely not true. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yi Sha, who was lying in her mother's arms looking utterly dejected, and couldn't help but find it amusing. She stepped forward, rescued Yi Sha from Yin Mingyu's arms, and placed it on the ground. Nightshade was agile and jumped onto the windowsill in a few steps. Before leaving, it looked back at Lemonade with reluctance. Yin Mingyu, sensing that Mimi was reluctant to part with her, waved enthusiastically and said, Mimi, come play again next time. Annie will buy you some cat food. Nightsha slipped and nearly fell off the windowsill. Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She thought that Yi Sha probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of her mother in cat form again next time, lest she be fed cat food, and then be left wondering whether to eat it or not. But a few seconds later, Yin Mingyu asked an even more fatal question. Has this stray cat been spayed or neutered? Yin Mingyu asked seriously, as if she were about to take action. Nightshade, let's go. For the first time, Jiang Ruochu felt that the cool lord's back view looked a bit disheveled. Chapter 120 Another System Reward. Even Yin Mingyu noticed the cat running incredibly fast and asked in surprise, does it understand what I'm saying? Does it know I want to neuter it? Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly a few times, neither confirming nor denying. This little black cat is really interesting. After saying that, Yin Mingyu turned her gaze to Jiang Ruochu and asked with concern, "By the way, did you get an upset stomach at the Xia family's birthday banquet?" Jiang Ruochu asked blankly, "Did you get an upset stomach? Didn't the Xia family all have an allergic reaction after eating mangoes and end up in the hospital? How's that little girl Lemon doing? Allergies can be a serious matter. They could even be fatal." Jiang Ruochu understood. The incident that night had caused such a big fuss, and everyone had ended up in the hospital. People in the wealthy circles are well-informed and love to gossip, so there must have been many people trying to find out more. No one wants such a big scandal to be spread and become the subject of gossip. So the Xia family told the outside world that it was a food allergy and that the person had been hospitalized. Jiang Ruochu didn't point it out and followed the excuse given by the Xia family, saying, "Lemon and I are fine. It's just that a few people in their family suddenly had allergies, so they thought of getting the whole family checked together to put their minds at ease." Food allergies can often be passed on to offspring, so it's not surprising that the whole family gets screened. This reason is perfectly reasonable. Yin Mingyu nodded. It's always good to be careful in this matter. Once Yin Mingyu was sure Jiang Ruochu was all right, she relaxed and said, "I came back to tell you something. I have to go on a business trip for a few days. Your father will be in your care during these days, so you and your brother will have to look after him." Jiang Ruochu excitedly hugged Yin Mingyu's arm and said affectionately, "Mom, you're still on a business trip? Your business is doing well." "Hey, actually, it was an invitation from a fellow patient. That family has a child who is also in a vegetative state. They learned about our situation from the doctor and knew that your father had been discharged from the hospital, so they wanted to invite me to give them some advice. You know, I'm not a doctor, so I can't really offer any treatment advice, but I have a lot of nursing experience that I can help the family. And most importantly, my presence can provide psychological support to the patient's family. When there is a patient in the family who is bedridden for a long time, sometimes it is not only the patient who needs treatment, but also the patient's family members. The former treats the physical body, while the latter treats the mind. Mom, don't worry, my brother and I are still here home." Jiang Ruochu put her arm around her mother's shoulder and nuzzled her forehead. At this moment, Yasha lay on a treetop not far away, silently watching the mother and daughter embracing each other. Late at night, Jiang Ruochu was lying in bed playing on her phone when she suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the window. Jiang Ruochu didn't need to turn around to know that Yi Sha had arrived. Without turning her head, she instructed, "Remember to close the window when you come in so that mosquitoes don't get in. They'll bite me, but not you. There's some freshly ordered lemonade on the table. Consider it compensation for you. It's not as good as the one from the estate, but it shouldn't be bad either." Yasha glanced at the lemonade on the table, feeling happy inside, but still maintaining composure on the surface, before jumping directly onto the bed. Jiang Ruochu could clearly feel the cat hopping towards her, and then a fluffy cat's head appeared in front of her. When Yasha transforms into a cat, its eyeballs are light gold, and its pupils are deep gold. Being stared at by such eyes is like being bathed in sunlight. Jiang Ruochu stared at the suddenly appearing Yisha, her nerves tightening, and angrily questioned, "Did you wash your paws?" Nightshade was stunned for a full second, muttering to himself, "People are so troublesome," while obediently raising his paw to show Jiang Ruochu. The black cat's paw pads are chocolate-colored and look round and plump, much like chocolates embedded in cream. Nightshade was also a straightforward demon. Not content with just showing what had happened before, it turned half a circle and raised its hind paws for Jiang Ruochu to examine. Strangely enough, after Nightshade turned into a cat, he climbed trees and walls, yet his paws remained completely clean. Jiang Ruochu didn't expect Yisha to cooperate with her so seriously, so she could only agree, "Okay, this is acceptable." Just as Jiang Ruochu relaxed, the cat's head suddenly grew bigger. But she quickly realized that the cat hadn't grown bigger. It had simply moved closer, its furry forehead pressed against hers. "What you do?" Jiang Ruochu's heart skipped a beat. The image of Yisha in human form flashed through her mind. If the person in front of her was a human and not a cat, this would be blatant lewd behavior. With lightning speed, she grabbed Yisha by the back of the neck, giving off an air of, "I'll cut you to pieces right now if you don't give me a reasonable explanation." Yisha said in confusion, "When I saw you and your mother with your heads touching, you seemed to become stronger. I thought this was a special cultivation method of your human race." Jiang Ruochu, "You mean what happened just now between me and my mom?" "Yes." After figuring out it was a misunderstanding, Jiang Ruochu suddenly felt a bit dumbfounded. You can put me down now, right? Nightshade, still looking innocent, was being hoisted up by the back of his neck. This is not a method of cultivation. It is a method of communication and emotional connection between people. Only close friends, relatives, and lovers do this. As for what you said about becoming stronger, Jiang Ruochu understood that Yisha could see things that people couldn't. It's probably because unity is strength. Jiang Ruochu patted Yisha's head. Unity. The strength of 2 or 3 people is always greater than that of one person. I understand. Humans are too weak, so they like to stick together. Demons don't need that. Before Jiang Ruochu could make another move, Yisha jumped off the bed and walked coolly to Lemonade, saying arrogantly, demons only need to fight alone. All right. I know you guys are amazing, Jiang Ruochu said dismissively. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yisha perform another magic trick, then lazily sit on the sofa and start drinking lemon water. Your heart was beating very fast just now. Is something wrong? Demons are neither alive nor dead, so they have no heart and no heartbeat. But Nightshade knows that humans have hearts, and that these hearts are related to human life. Jiang Ruochu's heart was fine and very resilient, but it couldn't withstand Yisha's sudden attack. Please don't die so young, Yasha prayed sincerely. Shut up, Jiang Ruochu retorted. You're better at making eggs. Yisha seemed to understand, but not quite. When he looked over, Jiang Ruochu had already laid back on the bed with her back to him. Although she had pulled the blanket up to cover most of her body, the bright screen of her phone showed that she was not asleep. He didn't understand why Jiang Ruochu liked him when he made eggs. Wasn't he handsome and majestic enough as a cat and a human? He quite liked himself the way he was now. At least he could communicate with Jiang Ruochu. Moreover, every exchange was quite pleasant. If Jiang Ruochu knew Yisha's definition of pleasure, she would probably want to dissect this guy's head to see how the brains of demons are structured. 2 days later, Jiang Ruochu, who was brushing her teeth, suddenly received a message from the system. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for completing Xiamingchen's request. Since Xiamingchen's satisfaction rate reached 100, Jiang Ruochu received an additional 100 points and gained the Green Hat Aura skill. Jiang Ruochu paused for half a second. Arriving early or late, the Green Hat will still come. Chapter 121, The Mysterious Skill. Just as Xiamingchen said, he wasn't intentionally dissatisfied and didn't give Jiang Ruochu a reward. Now, 2 days later, his resentment has subsided. Once the data targets are met, the reward will be given. Jiang Ruochu's face turned green as she activated the Green Hat skill to check the situation. The Green Hat, Halo, are you still suffering from your obscurity? Won't. Are you still troubled by not being the center of attention at every party? No. The system is issuing a serious protest. Stop arguing for the sake of arguing, or the system will get angry. Jiang Ruochu asked curiously, what happens when you get angry? Do you come out and punch me a couple of times? The system couldn't do that, so it could only continue with the introduction. This skill allows you to place a bright green hat on your head and gain an aura effect that is impossible to look at directly. During the aura's duration, everyone's attention will be drawn to you, making it easier to convince people of whatever you say. The aura lasts for 1 hour. Removing the hat will remove the aura effect. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. As if worried about being interrupted by Jiang Ruochu again, the system finished describing all the skills in one go. After reading the introduction to the Green Hat Halo, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but sigh that this green hat was so dazzling that it was hard to look directly at it. It was especially suitable for people who dreamed of becoming leaders or stars. Can the Green Hat Halo be applied to other people? Of course you can, but please use it with caution. Because when someone is cheated on, others might develop a sense of admiration for them. You can think of it like a crazed fan seeing their older brother or sister. The more Jiang Ruochu listened, the more she felt that this skill was quite sinister. If it were obtained by someone with evil intentions, it might defy the heavens. While Jiang Ruochu was communicating with the system, Yisha was also quietly observing her. He noticed that Jiang Ruochu would sometimes enter a state of reverie. It wasn't quite like she was daydreaming, because Jiang Ruochu was radiant and her eyes were bright. Then, sometimes when Jiang Ruochu chatted with people in the group, she would mention words like task and system. However, despite following Jiang Ruochu for so long, he has yet to see the so-called system. Therefore, he guessed that the system was a kind of artifact that others could not see, could not communicate with, and could not steal. This artifact should be the source of the strange chats that he could see. Sometimes Jiang Ruochu would be in a daze, her expression changing from time to time, which was probably because she was communicating with the artifact called the system. Although Yasha had his own deductions, he did not ask them aloud. Everyone in this world has their own unspoken rules for survival. Even Jiang Ruochu's family didn't know about the existence of the divine artifact, so there was no need for him to ask. Therefore, when Jiang Ruochu looked over, he pretended to look back casually. Jiang Ruochu said with a smile, "Let's go to the Xia family's house. Lemon is treating us to dinner." Yisha immediately perked up and walked in front of Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu watched his retreating figure and muttered to herself, "What a glutton." Unexpectedly, Yisha replied with, "I heard you." Jiang Ruochu, without changing her expression, made up a story. "I was just telling you." All right, now that she's tested how good Nightshade's hearing is, at least she won't be able to mutter to him when he's around anymore. When Jiang Ruochu arrived at the Xia family, she witnessed Xu Huijie being kicked out. After Xu Huijie's affair with Xia's two cousins was discovered, Xia's parents kicked both Xu Huijie and Xia Qingxi out without saying a word. It's impossible for Xia's parents to say they had no feelings for this child after raising him for 5 years. But the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. They now have absolutely no desire to see Xu Huijie and the child. Xia Mingxing and Xia Muling were worried that their parents would get upset and cause problems, so they told their parents to rest and that they would handle the situation themselves. All of Xu Huijie's personal belongings were packed up by the Xia family's housekeeper and neatly placed at the door, which was the last bit of dignity that the Xia family gave to her and her own family. I won't go, wah. Mom, why does Annie want us to leave? I want my grandpa and grandma, wah. Although Xia Qingxi was still young, he vaguely understood that once he stepped out of this house, he would have to say goodbye to his past life forever. Xia Muning said disdainfully, "Take him away quickly and stop making a scene in front of my house, making it seem like we're abusing you." Xia Qingxi was unaware of what had happened. All he knew was that overnight his aunts had become fierce and his grandparents wouldn't see him. Having been domineering since childhood, he didn't even think twice before lunging at Xia Muning to hit her. "I'll beat you to death, you wicked woman." Uncle and Mom said that everything in Grandpa and Grandma's house belongs to me. Aunt is the one who should leave. Get out, get out. Upon hearing this, Xia Muning was furious. She pushed Xia Qingxi back into Xu Huijie's arms and glared at her, saying, "What have you been teaching the child all day? Stop coveting other people's things all the time. I was so blind before. I thought he was my brother's child." Xu Huijie, her neck stiff, retorted firmly, "How I raise my child is none of your business, Miss Xia." Given the current situation, Xu Huijie didn't bother pretending anymore. She scoffed, "So what if he's your brother? Is he any good? I wouldn't even want to have a child with him." When Xia Muning heard the other person insult her brother, she was so angry that she wanted to tear her mouth apart. Jiang Ruochu felt that in this relationship, Xia Mingxin's attitude was far superior to Xu Huijie's. From the beginning until now, although Xia Mingxin was angry, he never spoke ill of Xu Huijie, but Xu Huijie seemed to be full of resentment. This made Jiang Ruochu unable to resist saying a few words for Xia Mingxin, this dead man. If Xia Mingxin knew, he would probably be so moved that he would cry. Xia Mingxin is indeed not a perfect boyfriend, but at least he is very devoted to this relationship. In this respect alone, you are inferior to him. When you were with Xia Mingxin, you wanted love. When you were with other people, you wanted money. Wanting both, being so greedy, you deserve to end up with nothing. Xu Huijie's body stiffened suddenly when her lung was poked, and she glared fiercely at Jiang Ruochu. Chapter 122 Gray, Transmigrator Jiang Ruochu, faced Xu Huijie's resentful gaze without fear and glanced back lightly. Jiang Ruochu's gaze was sharp, and her clear pupils reflected Xu Huijie's disheveled appearance. Her direct gaze made Xu Huijie feel uneasy. Xia Qingxi was originally being held in his mother's arms, but he could clearly feel that his mother was backing away. He vaguely felt that ever since the child who beat him up appeared, and then the beautiful Aunt Jiang Ruochu appeared, he had lost everything. Not to mention that this aunt was also bullying his mother. His previous resentment towards his two aunts was immediately transferred to Jiang Ruochu. "It's all your fault. You jerk." Xia Qingxi pushed away her mother's hand and rushed towards Jiang Ruochu again. When children hit others, besides kicking and punching, they also bite. He grabbed Jiang Ruochu's arm and opened his mouth to bite her. Yisha tried to stop her, but Jiang Ruochu gave him a wink. Yisha was puzzled, thinking that he couldn't very well turn into a child in front of everyone and then teach Xia Qingxi a lesson. At this moment, he Jiao Jiao rushed out and shoved Xia Qingxi aside, saying, "You're not allowed to bully Aunt Ruochu." He Jiao Jiao is 2 years older than Xia Qingxi. As long as she tries her best to resist Xia Qingxi, it's as easy as pressing an ant. Caught off guard, Xia Qingxi took 2 steps back and plopped down on the floor. He couldn't believe it. Even his sister, who usually let him take things from her and squeeze them at will, was now pushing him away. Little stream. Jiao Jiao. The 2 mothers rushed forward and hugged their children. "If you dare to bite people, I'll beat you up." He Jiao Jiao waved her little fist and snorted loudly. After completing this set of movements, he Jiao Jiao cautiously glanced at Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu noticed her little glance and bumped fists with her. This is their celebratory gesture. Jiang Ruochu smiled and praised. "Well done." He Jiao Jiao immediately straightened her back and became much more confident after receiving the affirmation. Xiao Yuning was already impatient. She picked up Shu Huijia's things and threw them out, cursing without any mercy. "Get out." Shu Huijia, dragging large bags and small packages, along with her son who was still crying and wailing, left the Xia family's villa in a disheveled state. "I don't want to go, Hua. I don't want to ride in this lousy car." Xia Qingxi protested with exaggerated gestures. Although he couldn't distinguish the car's brand, he could tell that this taxi was much worse than the ones he had ridden in before, so he absolutely refused to get into the taxi. However, no matter how stubborn a child is, he can't outdo an adult, and in the end, Shu Huijia forced him into the carriage. After the taxi drove away, the world went quiet. Xia Mingxing looked at Jiang Ruochu and said gratefully, "Jiao Jiao has already told me about what happened at the last birthday party. Xiaochu, thank you for protecting her. Sister Xing, you're too kind. Jiao Jiao is my little friend, isn't she?" Jiang Ruochu looked down at He Jiao Jiao. He Jiao Jiao said with a smile, "Yes." Xiao Mingxing laughed along, gently stroking He Jiao Jiao's head and softly saying, "Baby, go inside first." She didn't want the messy things that happen between adults to affect He Jiao Jiao. He Jiao Jiao blinked, then nodded obediently and turned to go inside. After the child had walked away, Xiao Mingxing continued, "Thanks to you, otherwise I might not have realized my mistake until much later. Actually, regardless of whether Xia Qingxi is my brother's child or not, I shouldn't have spoiled him so much and made Jiao Jiao suffer. Sister Xing, you shouldn't say these things to me. You should say them to Jiao Jiao. I know it's a little hard to apologize to a child." Jiang Ruochu didn't finish her sentence because everything was understood without words. Xiao Mingxing pondered for a moment. "I understand. I'll apologize to her properly after things settle down at home. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I know you made plans with Lemon, so I won't disturb your gathering. Have fun." Xiao Mingxing patted Jiang Ruochu on the shoulder. Xiao Muling also happily clung to her, saying, Let's go, let's go." A new coffee shop opened in the east of the city. Their coffee smells amazing, and their new coffee cake is especially delicious. As she spoke, she waved to Xiao Mingxing, "Sis, we're leaving now." Jiang Ruochu politely waved to Xiao Mingxing and left. Half an hour later, Jiang Ruochu and her 2 companions sat down in the coffee shop. She noticed Xiao Muning's gaze kept drifting towards Yisha, so she asked, "What are you trying to say?" Xiao Muning smiled sheepishly. "Actually, at the birthday party that day, one of my girlfriends took a liking to your bodyguard and wanted to ask him how much he costs." Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow. "We don't do illegal business." "Papa, look at what I said. What I meant was how much he earns a month. That lady wants to hire him, and I said we'll have to ask you first." "Oh, so you're trying to poach people." She said she was willing to give you some extra money in addition to your salary. Xiao Muning held up a number. I said it was too little, so I asked her to add some more. Hee, isn't that generous? Xiao Muling now believes that Jiang Ruochu is still in debt, which is why she's thinking of helping Jiang Ruochu get as much money as she can. Jiang Ruochu wouldn't make the decision for Yisha, so she raised her hand, signaling Xiao Muning to ask Yisha. Yisha calmly said, "I only protect Jiang Ruochu." Huh? Xiao Muning glanced hesitantly at him and Jiang Ruochu. Then a teasing look appeared in her eyes. She gave an ambiguous "oh" and said, I understand, I understand." Jiang Ruochu had gotten used to Yisha's outrageous remarks, or As the saying goes, a dog's mouth can't produce ivory. In fact, she understood Yisha's meaning very well. For a demon, protecting her was already the limit, so how could she possibly protect others? To an outsider, however, the answer was clearly too ambiguous. Yisha drank the coffee, and it was so bitter he almost went berserk on the spot. What kind of bathwater is this? How can anyone drink it? Xiao Muning actually likes it so much. She's a true warrior. But this shop only sells coffee, and even a cappuccino with lots of cream isn't his liking. Yisha doesn't have the habit of holding back. When he's unhappy, it's written all over his face. So Jiang Ruochu ordered milk tea for him to take away. The food delivery arrived, so he went out to get it himself. After he left, Xiao Muning whispered, "The little wolf dog you found is quite interesting." Jiang Ruochu said ambiguously, "He's not some kind of little wolf dog, and our relationship isn't what you're imagining. You can think of him as the brains." As Jiang Ruochu spoke, she stretched out her finger and pulled at her temple, as if drawing a very long line. "He's stubborn and inflexible. When he said he would only protect me, he meant it literally." Xiao Muling's brain is a single-core processing machine. She listened to so much, but only grasped the key points from the beginning. Huh, not a little wolf? Could he be a little puppy? Xiao Muning found it a bit unbelievable. His cool and arrogant appearance doesn't seem like that of a little puppy. Is there a big difference between him in public and in private? Jiang Ruochu stroked her chin. "If I had to say, Cerberus might be more suitable for him." The three-headed dog of hell is named Cerberus, and is the guardian dog of hell in ancient Greek mythology. Unexpectedly, Yisha returned at this moment. He had been reading about the mythology of this world recently, so he knew about the three-headed hellhound that Jiang Ruochu was talking about. So he replied in a serious tone, "It's not suitable either. It's just something I eat." "Oh, you've eaten it before?" "I've never eaten them, but I've encountered similar ones before. They carry me around for a while." The demon realm also has demonic beasts similar to hellhounds, but no matter how ferocious they are, when they encounter Nightshade, even if he was still an egg at the time, he can only obediently submit, because Nightshade has a powerful background. Xiao Muning laughed out loud. "You two are singing in unison, just like it's real. It's so funny." Xiao Muling assumed they were joking, unaware that not a single word they uttered was a joke. After the Xia family's matter was completely resolved, although no new people joined the transmigration group for the time being, it was quite lively for a while. Especially with the addition of Xia Mingchun, a career-driven individual and the star of the battle of wits between the real and fake heiresses in the novel. Everyone watched it like a TV series, having him report on the progress from time to time. Yuan Tangdang no longer enjoys watching dramas, and Zhongjin no longer wants to read novels. All they want to see is Xia Mingchun battling the crazy couple. Fu Yinshi didn't know Xia Mingchun, but his mind had also been tempered by the experiences of a wealthy family. The methods he learned from childhood were not very useful in the demon realm, but they were just right for Xia Mingchun's world. So the two got along, they almost became sworn brothers. The recent plot of the real and fake heiresses has progressed to the point where the supporting male characters, including the domineering CEOs, are falling ill to gain the attention of the fake heiress heroine. One has a stomach ailment, another has claustrophobia, and yet another suffers from insomnia and bipolar disorder. Each one needs the heroine's care. Xia Mingchun thought they were crazy. Wouldn't it have been better to find a professional medical team? The group members laughed uncontrollably and told Xia Mingchun that the broadcast absolutely could not be stopped, as they loved watching it. After watching the TV series, everyone started betting on what kind of person the next new group member would be and what world they would be from. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Jiang Ruochu decided to act as the banker and set up a betting game. Yuan Tangdang. Ancient palace intrigue. We have both modern and ancient times, so the next group member might be from the future world. Zhongjun. Cultivation world like interstellar space, wasteland, or something similar. Fu Yinshi. A love story between immortals and demons. We have demons and immortals, but we don't have an immortal yet. How about we have an immortal who becomes one, so we can make up the rest and stir up the myriad realms, haha. Chui Shuoe. Apocalyptic world. I don't know much about it. But is anything okay? If I really have to gamble, how about a martial arts world? Meng Xian, Emperor's world. I wonder if it's possible to travel into an online game. If it is, it would be nice to have someone travel into the game. Lin Yuanhang. Home messenger, there's nothing I can't wear. Anyway, this world is already riddled with holes from all the wear. If I had to come up with a design, I'd bet I'd travel to the world inside the painting. Jiang Ruochu started the conversation, and everyone got into a lively discussion. In fact, she didn't care what kind of world it was. She treated everyone the same. Amidst everyone's eager anticipation, the new group member finally arrived. Welcome Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, to the time travel family. Unlike the others, this time, Traveler's name is Gray. Chapter 123, Collision, Mission. Jiang Ruochu paused for half a second when she saw Gu Dongfeng's name. She felt like she had heard this name somewhere before, and it was recently. She tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that she had heard the name from her mother. Jiang Ruochu immediately sent a message to Yan Mingyu. Mom, was the patient you want to see this time named Gu Dongfeng? Yan Mingyu replied quickly. Yes, what's wrong? Good heavens, she bumped into her mother's client. Yuan Tangdang. Ancient palace intrigue, there's a new girl. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, finally here after much anticipation. Why is his name grayed out? Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, this modern world isn't the modern world I'm thinking of, is it? Gu Dongfeng, modern world, who are you? Where's this? This time, Jiang Ruochu didn't need to say it. Someone in the group said it for her. Please see the group announcement. Gu Dongfeng rushed back quickly. So this is a transmigrator organization? Group leader, can you save me? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Gu Dongfeng sent several crying emojis in one go. His reaction made everyone very certain that the era he had traveled to was the time they were thinking of. Everyone touched their noses, unsure of what to say. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, why is my name different from everyone else's? It's gray. Does this mean I could die at any moment? Gu Dongfeng became more and more frightened as he spoke, his heart almost stopping. Chui Shui, Doomsday World, I could die at any time in the Apocalypse World too, but my name would still be black, so it shouldn't be related to this. Don't scare yourself. Gu Dongfeng didn't receive much comfort. For someone living in a peaceful era to suddenly be transported to a war-torn time, it's a miracle he didn't die of fright. Xiao Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, don't worry about this for now. You should hurry up and exchange some life-saving items with Ruochu. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, oh, okay. The arrival of the new group member brought with it the fear of war and death, as well as the heavy memories of that history, making everyone feel uneasy. Jokes were naturally out of the question, and everyone tacitly remained silent, waiting for Jiang Ruochu to understand the situation before speaking. Just as Gu Dongfeng was about to send a private message to Jiang Ruochu's message arrived. Jiang Ruochu, modern world here. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, is your home in Yanhai City? Jiang Ruochu glanced at her phone screen and rattled off all the information she had just gotten from her mother. Your father's name is Gu Zhenxin? Gu Dongfeng, modern world, how did you know? Does the group automatically collect family background information after joining? Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath. No, I think I know why your name is gray now. Jiang Ruochu's hands trembled slightly with excitement. After she learned that her father had no soul, she suspected that his soul had gone to another world. But those were just her guesses, and Gu Dongfeng's appearance just confirmed her guesses. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, you haven't died in this world. You've just become a vegetable. I think that's why your name is a different color from the others, because they're all truly dead, their bodies have been cremated, and one of them hasn't even found his body yet. Just moments ago, Gu Dongfeng was in excruciating pain and felt his future was bleak, but suddenly he perked up again. Does this mean that as long as the doctor cures me, I can go back? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I think that's probably the case, but it might not be. After all, this is the first time someone like you has encountered such a situation. These are all just my speculations. Jiang Ruochu also asked the system, but the system wouldn't give her a clear answer on this kind of matter. Moreover, the system had become smarter and knew that Jiang Ruochu was good at getting information out of her. So this time the system simply pretended to be dead and kept quiet. Chapter 124, Fear, Gu Dongfeng. Modern world, although it's uncertain, at least there's hope. Right? Jiang Ruochu did not give Gu Dongfeng a definite answer. She was worried that Gu Dongfeng would be disappointed, so she told him the truth. I need to go to the hospital to check on your health. After Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, she turned around and glanced at Yisha. Gu Dongfeng's current situation is the same as my father's, but whether his soul has left his body or not, we need you to determine that. Yasha nodded, indicating that he could help with this. Jiang Ruochu withdrew her gaze and continued talking to Gu Dongfeng. If your soul really has left your body, modern medicine alone probably won't be enough. You'll probably need to use a soul summoning technique. Of course, it's also possible that you can come back after completing a mission. Jiang Ruochu, modern world in short, we can only grope our way forward in this matter. However, you are in the same situation as my father. If I can save you, it means that my father can also be saved. So I will do my best. Jiang Ruochu said this partly to appease Gu Dongfeng, and partly in the hope that he would cooperate. Gu Dongfeng immediately felt hopeful. Okay. I'll cooperate fully. As long as you can save me, I'll agree to anything. Gu Dongfeng was afraid that Jiang Ruochu wouldn't believe him, so he started to take stock of his assets. I have a villa in Yanhai City, a vacation home in Wuzhou Bay, and several cars. You can have all of these. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, if this is not enough, feel free to make any demands. As long as you can save me, I will definitely have my family reward you handsomely when I get back. Jiang Ruochu believed that the Gu family valued Gu Dongfeng highly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically invited her mother to share her experience in caring for vegetative patients. A request for help from group member Gu Dongfeng. Modern world, visit Gu Dongfeng's body in the modern world. Do you accept? Upon completion of the task, you will receive points and additional rewards. Jiang Ruochu quickly chose to accept. Given Dongfeng's current situation, even without a mission, she would definitely go to Yanhai City to take a look. Jiang Ruochu is neither short of money nor assets, but she can retain the connections of the Gu family. If the Fu family is the leader of the Southern Capital Group, then the Gu family is the pillar of the Eastern Capital Group. The two families have different focuses in their business industries, so she doesn't need to be polite. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, we can talk about the reward after you wake up. Anyway, I still need your help in this process. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, okay. No problem. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, by the way. Could you help me find some materials on modern history? I mean all the war dates, and also help me find out where in China is still safe. Please. Gu Dongfeng's biggest regret now is that he didn't study history properly when he was in school. He doesn't remember any important time points in modern history, which means he couldn't avoid danger in advance. Now, whenever Gu Dongfeng thinks about this, he feels like hitting his head repeatedly. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's that I can't send it. The system has already restricted it. Jiang Ruochu had already consulted the system before Gu Dongfeng made this request. The system means that the world Gu Dongfeng lives in is quite special. It is the modern world we are familiar with, but it is not actually the same. Simply put, it's a parallel universe. But even in a parallel universe, there are countless connections between the two worlds. History cannot be changed at will, otherwise it will trigger a terrifying butterfly effect. Therefore, the system will block all major events, times, and important figures mentioned in the chat. After listening to the system's description, Jiang Ruochu felt that it was pretty much what she had guessed. She couldn't help but sigh. System, it's a good thing you're working with me. If you had fallen into the hands of someone with malicious intentions, this world would probably be doomed. The system said with lingering fear, Yes. The world will undergo irreversible and unimaginable changes then. Gu Dongfeng was afraid of death and also afraid of changing history, so he could only reply regretfully, Fine. Gu Dongfeng couldn't get what he wanted most, and for a moment, he didn't know what to exchange it for. He decided to save the trading opportunity for now and see what happens later. Afterwards, Jiang Ruochu inquired about Gu Dongfeng's family situation and his situation after he transmigrated. Gu Dongfeng is 22 years old this year. He is the youngest in his family and is very spoiled. He has an older brother and two older sisters who are shrewd and capable, so he doesn't need to worry about the family business at all. Compared to his older brother and sister who are successful in the outside world, he is just a playboy who only needs to eat, drink, and have fun. Of course, he had absolutely no desire to compete for the family fortune. What a load of rubbish, being a CEO, working overtime every day, he wouldn't even be a dog. Anyway, he's doing just fine as he is now. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless or start a business, he'll have more money than he can spend. Gu Dongfeng was spoiled since childhood. He was the kind of pampered young master who would immediately call the family doctor if he got even a minor scrape. By the time the family doctor arrived, his wounds had already healed. He didn't know how he traveled through time. He had just been having a gathering with a group of friends, eating and drinking, and then went back to his hotel to rest. When he opened his eyes again, he was in this world. The person Gu Dongfeng was wearing was named Gu Jingtai. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. It's quite a coincidence that they both share the surname Gu, and perhaps that's why he ended up in this body. But none of that matters. The most important thing right now is to survive. Gu Jingtai has 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters in his hometown. His family is relatively wealthy and can afford to support his studies in the big city. But in this day and age, what good is money if you're still alive to enjoy it? Gu Dongfeng reads newspapers and searches for news every day, trying to find some memories of the war's timeline from fragments of his mind. However, he can only remember a few well-known major events, but he can't remember which year it was or even what exactly happened. He has completely forgotten them. The more ignorant he was, the more afraid he became. He lived in constant fear and anxiety. Just then, his classmate came to him asking if he wanted to join the army. Join the army? Are you kidding me? Bullets have no eyes. They can kill you in a flash. Gu Dongfeng was even afraid of the pain from a fall, let alone going to the battlefield. He shook his head frantically. You don't care about your life, but I do. I'm not going. The classmate was utterly bewildered. Didn't you drag me into signing up for the army before? You even said young people should serve their country. How come you've changed your mind today? Gu Dongfeng thought to himself. Because it wasn't me who signed up. It was Gu Jingtai. But how could he explain all this to his classmates? So Gu Dongfeng kept shaking his head. I'm not going. You go if you want to. The classmate was first surprised, then confused, and finally, seeing Gu Dongfeng's hunched shoulders, he was filled with rage. Gu Jingtai, you coward, deserting your post. You have no backbone at all. Gu Dongfeng did not refute him. He was indeed cowardly and lacked courage. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, the classmate could only leave in disappointment. Gu Dongfeng watched his classmate's retreating figure and subconsciously called out, Chang Yin. Hearing his call, Chang Yin turned around in surprise. You changed your mind? Gu Dongfeng felt a lump in his throat. It wasn't him who made the sound, just now. He felt that the owner of his body had such a strong desire to join the army that he unintentionally made the sound out. But soon, the original owner's consciousness dissipated again, so he forced himself to speak softly under the piercing gaze of Chang Yin. Isn't it good to be alive? Chang Yin felt even more like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat than he did. I really misjudged you. Gu Dongfeng touched his cheek, watched Chang Yin's resolute back as he walked away, stood there blankly for a while, and then returned to his residence. His family is well off, and they bought him a house here to make it easier for him to study. This house was considered very good in this era, but for Gu Dongfeng, who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, it was nothing special. His neighbors were a family of 3, and in the original owner's memory, this family had taken good care of him. Gu Dongfeng kindly advised, you should pack your things and go abroad to hide for a while. My neighbor, who had just returned from dancing at a nightclub, asked in bewilderment, what were you doing abroad? Chapter 125, wanting to escape, Gu Dongfeng stammered. There's going to be a war. Of course I know, but they can't hit us here. The neighbor lady pinched her pinky finger. Let me tell you, there's no safer place in the world than here. We've signed an agreement with the islanders, and see the neighbors next door? They're all foreigners. No matter what, the islanders won't be able to hit us here. Don't worry. The city may seem impregnable now, but in Gu Dongfeng's memory, it should fall eventually, though he doesn't remember the exact year. All right, look at you, you're scared by the news outside, aren't you? Don't overthink it. The war will be over soon. My housekeeper made some fish soup. Take some home to nourish yourself and go to bed early. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongfeng's expression changed drastically. No, it won't end anytime soon. It's just the beginning. The whole country and the whole world will be engulfed in war. Why was he so unlucky to be transported to this world? Gu Dongfeng grew increasingly terrified, and without even bothering to get the fish soup, he rushed back into the house in a daze. The neighbor lady stared blankly at his retreating figure and muttered, what a young man, already scared out of his wits. Madam, what about the fish soup? Never mind. We'll stew pork ribs tomorrow and send them to him then, so he can have some nourishment. The neighbor lady hummed a little tune as she swayed her hips back into the house. A little while later, the sound of a gramophone came from inside the house, and the neighbor lady slowly began to practice ballroom dancing. Gu Dongfeng hid in the house, with a little tune playing nearby. On the street, students were chanting slogans like, we will never be slaves of a conquered nation. Almost half of these students were his classmates, and Chang Yin was standing at the front. On one side was a scene of peace and prosperity, and on the other side were calls for resistance against Japan. He felt a sense of unreality, as if in a dream. At that moment, Gu Dongfeng really wished he could take a nap and then open his eyes to find himself back home. Unfortunately, even though he was in a coma all day, he was unable to return to the modern world. He then thought of saving himself. Based on his limited knowledge of history, he knew that the whole world would eventually be engulfed in war, but America would be safe. So now he just wanted to take his family fortune and escape to America. He didn't forget that the original owner still had relatives in his hometown, so he wrote a letter asking them to come to the big city and meet him. Gu Dongfeng felt that it was better to take his family with him than to go alone. At least they could look after each other. However, after waiting for several days, he did not receive any of the original owner's relatives, but instead received a letter from home. The letter said that their hometown had fallen to the Japanese. His father and brother were stabbed more than a dozen times by the Japanese in order to protect the women in their family. Their heads were cut off and hung at the entrance of the town. His grandmother was nailed to the old locust tree in front of the house and died in agony. Most of the able-bodied men in the town died, and all the houses were burned down. Later, the Red Tiger Regiment passed by and rescued the remaining people in the town. In his family's reply, many words were blurred because of tears, but every word seemed so clear, filled with hatred for the island invaders. In addition, his family also told Gu Dongfeng to be careful. Due to the interruption of road traffic, they could not go north to meet Gu Dongfeng. They would be migrating with the Red Tiger Regiment. Gu Dongfeng stared blankly as he finished reading the letter, feeling as if each word was a man-eating demon, biting his hands and making his heart ache. Suddenly, the roar of airplanes filled the sky. Before he could react, he heard a deafening roar from not far away, the explosion seeming to tear the world apart. The sky was shrouded in thick black smoke, and a shockwave from the explosion shattered all the windows of Gu Dongfeng's house. Debris, mixed with dust and fragments, fell down with a clanging sound. On the streets, people were in a panic, scattering like birds and beasts, their screams and cries mingling together like waves rising and falling. Gu Dongfeng realized it was a bombing, and he quickly crawled under the table. Bombers roared through the sky, dropping more bombs. Each explosion was accompanied by ground tremors and screams from the people. Gu Dongfeng covered his ears and prayed to the heavens. He saw that half of his house had been blown up, and that the neighbor who had invited him to drink fish soup just yesterday was blown to pieces, her body completely destroyed. Gu Dongfeng was terrified. He was completely stunned for a long time. His mind was blank. When he came to his senses, his legs were weak, and he could only crawl out of the ruins with trembling legs. In the ruins, the newspaper boy was buried deep beneath the rubble, his thin hands still clutching the newspaper that had just come out that day. The newspaper read, "When will the 1,000-year-old dream end? Who will sound the alarm bell in this slumbering land? 400 million people shed tears. Where in the world is our homeland? I vow to shed my last drop of blood to defend my last inch of land." The lines of black text on the blood-stained newspaper were both burning hot and fiery, shimmering like stars in the dust, and standing tall with unyielding spirit. A once thriving city was reduced to ashes in an instant, a living hell filled with pain and despair. The classmates he talked to yesterday, the teachers he saw every day, and the neighbors who cared about him, all of them died in this bombing. Gu Dongfeng didn't know where to go. There was gunfire everywhere outside, and nowhere was safe to go. The only thing to be thankful for was that after listening to the gunfire for a while, he wasn't as scared as he had been at the beginning. Going anywhere else now would likely result in bombing, so it's safer to stay on the ruins. Logically, the enemy shouldn't bomb the ruins anymore. So Gu Dongfeng squatted on the ruins of his own house for a few days. When he was hungry, he picked up garbage to eat. When he was thirsty, he drank rainwater. And when he had free time, he dug through the ruins of his own house to see if he could find anything useful. This bombing only strengthened his resolve to buy a ticket to the United States. So he had to find something valuable to sell for money. He waited, and then the International Red Cross came to him, which provided him with temporary assistance. Then, while waiting, he suddenly entered the group of transmigrators. Chapter 126 Subtle Changes. When Gu Dongfeng learned that he had a chance to go back, he was truly willing to exchange all his wealth for it. He desperately wanted to leave this terrifying era of war. Of course, when Gu Dongfeng confessed to Jiang Ruochu, he did not tell her all his experiences. Instead, he selectively concealed many things. In fact, he was a little afraid of being looked down upon by Jiang Ruochu and other group members and being accused of being a coward so that he would not receive help. Gu Dongfeng thought he had concealed it well, but Jiang Ruochu noticed something was amiss from his stammering description, and even Yi Sha sensed that something was wrong. Nightshade frowned. Is he hiding a lot of things? Jiang Ruochu nodded. He was probably afraid of dying and wanted to run away, but he felt it was dishonorable to talk about it and was worried about being criticized by us. So when he was telling his story after he transmigrated, his words were obviously incoherent. Of course, you shouldn't expect an ordinary person who has experienced a life-or-death ordeal to maintain good linguistic logic. Jiang Ruochu understood Gu Dongfeng's concerns, but she felt that Gu Dongfeng was overthinking things. To be honest, given Gu Dongfeng's current situation, if he wanted to save the country and its people, Jiang Ruochu would do her best to help him and even praise him as a hero. But if he wanted to live a life of ignominy, Jiang Ruochu had no right or standing to criticize him. She has no interest in being a keyboard warrior. Oh, Yi Sha asked Jiang Ruochu curiously. Are you afraid of dying too? Of course I'm scared. Jiang Ruochu patted Yi Sha's shoulder. You must protect me well, Demon Lord. Yi Sha stared at Jiang Ruochu for a few seconds, then snorted. 1 minute you're calling yourself the Venerable Lord, the next you're calling yourself the Demon Lord. It's clear you're not sincere at all. Jiang Ruochu sighed. Haydn was becoming increasingly difficult to fool. She checked the flights to Yanhai City, and the earliest flight was tomorrow at noon. Jiang Ruochu now understands why wealthy people like to own private jets. It's probably because they want to be able to leave at any time. Seeing Jiang Ruochu's eagerness, Yi Sha suggested, I can take you there by flying. Jiang Ruochu looked at him in surprise. You can fly now? Nightshade said smugly. Of course, demons who have cultivated to a certain level can fly. Jiang Ruochu looked at his smug expression and had a rebellious thought in her mind, but she didn't dare to say it. She thought that if the human form of Yi Sha had a tail, it would probably be sticking up to the sky. Want to? Nightshade probably really wanted to show off his ability to fly, so he asked again. If there were no surveillance cameras in the world, Jiang Ruochu probably would have actually agreed. Thanks, but if you take me flying in the sky, we might be shot down as UFOs, so I'd better not. Be careful when you're flying, don't get caught. Unable to display its peacock-like plumage, Nightshade gave a disappointed How long until you reach the level required to cultivate the soul summoning technique? It could take a year at the fastest, or 2 or 3 years at the slowest. Yi Sha glanced at her and touched his nose. This can't be rushed. I'm considered to be cultivating very quickly. Jiang Ruochu nodded. She had heard Zhongzhen say that in the world of cultivation, it would take at least 100 years to reach the level required to use the soul summoning technique. Unless one is a genius who can achieve mastery in a few decades, most cultivators may not reach such a level even after a lifetime. In comparison, Yi Sha had the advantage of favorable timing, location, and people, so his cultivation speed was already considered very fast. Jiang Ruochu prayed, if my dad really did time travel, I just hope he doesn't go to such a dangerous dimension. Then, as long as she continues to do the tasks, she might be able to reunite with her father in the group chat. Yi Sha silently gazed at Jiang Ruochu. Seeing how worried she was about her family, he was inexplicably moved and subconsciously replied, yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu paused for a moment, then smiled and teased. Oh, our great demon has learned to comfort people now. Yi Sha remained silent, and in just half a day, he had amassed a whole host of nicknames. This should have been an infuriating thing, but when he faced the smiling Jiang Ruochu, he actually felt a little embarrassed. Nightshade's ears twitched as nimbly as a cat's, and he quickly changed the subject. You're not going to ask Gu Dongfeng to exchange things, but instead start helping him with his work? Jiang Ruochu said softly. No rush. He'll know what to change once he's thought it through. In another world, Gu Dongfeng continued digging through the ruins, searching for useful supplies. After the chaos caused by the bombing subsided, able-bodied people, regardless of age or gender, began to clear the rubble. Some dug out their relatives, some their friends, and some their neighbors. Gu Dongfeng hears people crying every day, and the more he listens, the more desolate he feels. He doesn't know whether death or going home will come first. However, this couldn't go on every day, so Gu Dongfeng joined the International Red Cross rescue efforts. He was young, not seriously injured, and literate, which allowed him to work as a doctor's assistant. Every time he helped treat the wounded, The wounded would pull him aside and thank him profusely. He wasn't actually that noble. He just wanted help so he could get clean food. When he was tired from working, he would sleep in the corridor, on the floor, or on a chair. He didn't have to worry about these places being uncomfortable to sleep in, because a bed that he could lie down and fall asleep in was too luxurious and was only for the wounded. This was unimaginable for him before. He was very picky about his bed and pillows, and if anything was slightly unsatisfactory, he would have a sleepless night. One day, the excavators brought in another batch of corpses. The faces of the victims were deformed by the bricks pressing against the walls, and their limbs were still intact. Gu Dongfeng could only tell from their clothes that they were his classmates. Gu Dongfeng glanced around again and saw the ground littered with the corpses of his classmates. He swayed, his mind went blank, and he almost fainted. The original owner's emotions and memories seemed to be influencing him. Gu Dongfeng remained silent for a long time, then silently wiped away his tears and continued to take care of the other wounded. While helping out, Gu Dongfeng overheard others chatting that the international community and people from all walks of life were condemning the island nation's indiscriminate bombing and denouncing it as a shameless act. With so many people speaking out for us, does it mean we're saved? These bastards, worse than animals. Let's see how they'll ever have the face to show in the international community again. At this time, many people still pin their hopes on outside rescue efforts. Although Gu Dongfeng lived a carefree and unrestrained life before his transmigration, ignoring everything else and having no interest in international news, he still understood one principle. Whoever has the stronger fist gets to decide. Condemnation and morality are all empty talk. Gu Dongfeng worked silently for a week and finally saved enough money to buy a ticket to the United States. He resigned from the International Red Cross, which puzzled both the doctor and the priest who came to help. Dongfeng, things are very chaotic outside right now. It's safest for you to stay here. Besides, there are very few people like you who can read and speak a little English. The implication was that Gu Dongfeng could be of great help. Gu Dongfeng knew it was dangerous outside, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one knew what might happen here in the future, so escaping abroad was the safest option. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to go back to find my family." Gu Dongfeng wasn't lying. It's just that his relatives lived in the distant modern world. Upon hearing this, the doctor and priest stopped trying to persuade him and instead hugged him, wishing him a safe journey. Just as the doctor and priest were about to go back to their work, Gu Dongfeng suddenly called out to the priest, "Father, you're not Chinese. Why are you still here?" The priest made the sign of the cross. God so loves the world, regardless of nationality. God will bless you. You are a kind and brave child. Go and reunite with your loved ones. After saying this, the priest followed the doctor and went against the flow of people. At this time, the sound of airplanes flying overhead could be heard from time to time. Everyone instinctively crouched down and covered their heads. Gu Dongfeng was the same. He covered his head and hunched his shoulders, praying it wasn't a bomb. Fortunately, it really wasn't a bomb. He breathed a sigh of relief, raised his eyes, and stared blankly at the busy backs of the doctor and priest. He felt very guilty and thought he wasn't brave at all. He had no lofty ambitions or ideals. At most, he would lend a hand to the doctors. He would never dare to go to the battlefield. Chapter 127, the second stone statue, Jiang Ruochu, arrived in Yanhai City the next day. Through her mother, she and Yisha were able to meet Gu Dongfeng, who was lying in a hospital bed. Yin Mingyu was taken aback when she saw the tall man following behind Jiang Ruochu, but she didn't show it in front of outsiders. "Hello, I'm Xiao Mahjong's older sister. My name is Gu Tianzhou." After saying that, Gu Tianzhou added, "Afraid that Jiang Ruochu might not understand. My younger brother always thinks that the name Dongfeng is too old-fashioned and doesn't like people calling him that. At home, he asks us to call him by his nickname, Mahjong, but outside, he likes people to call him Winston." Jiang Ruochu politely shook hands with Gu Tianzhou. "Hello, my name is Jiang Ruochu. Dongfeng Express, such a cool name. Would he really think it's too rustic?" When Gu Tianzhou mentioned his younger brother, his tone was a mix of doting and helplessness. "Of course, he's just a kid. There's nothing we can do about it. He used to clamor to change his name, but our names are all chosen by our elders in the family. Not to mention Mom and Dad. Even his grandmother, who has always doted on him, wouldn't agree to him changing his name." Gu Tianzhou didn't want to talk too much about family matters, so he changed the subject and said, "Aunt Yin told me that you helped a lot with your father's illness. I only helped out by taking care of her, It was really my mother who took care of her. Your family is blessed and lucky. Gu Tianzhou held his younger brother's hand, a hint of melancholy on his face. The Gu family had sent a doctor to check on Jiang Sheng's condition and confirmed that he was recovering very well, which made the Gu family very envious. Ever since Gu Dongfeng's accident, he had become thinner and thinner every day, and no matter how many nutritional injections he received, his health was getting worse day by day. Jiang Ruochu deduced from Gu Tianzhou's reaction that her mother probably hadn't told the Gu family about the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, so the Gu family just assumed that they had taken good care of her and were lucky. Thank goodness, her mother was indeed a great teammate. Jiang Ruochu comforted her. Both my father and your brother will get better. Gu Tianzhou said with unwavering conviction. Yes, I believe it. At this moment, Gu Tianzhou's secretary came in and whispered a few words in her ear. She nodded and then said to Jiang Ruochu and Yin Mingyu, I still have some company matters to attend to. Please make yourselves at home. If you need anything, you can have your mother pass on the message, and my secretary will handle it for you. Thank you for your kindness, second sister. Gu Tianzhou was taken aback. Did she mention her birth order? Probably not, right? But then I thought about it again, and I guessed that Jiang Ruochu had checked the Gu family's information. Rankings aren't a secret, so it's not surprising that she knew. However, this incident also made Gu Tianzhou take a second look at Jiang Ruochu, which at least proved that Jiang Ruochu was a meticulous person. After Gu Tianzhou left, only his own people remained in the room. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yi Sha, who said succinctly the same. Seeing her daughter exchanging glances and speaking in riddles with a strange man, Yin Mingyu cleared her throat, coughed, and asked with a smile, Xiao Chu, who is this? She knows her daughter very well. Over the years, many people have pursued her daughter, but this is the first one who has been taken by her daughter's side. The young man is tall and good-looking, but I don't know what his personality and temperament are like. He hasn't said a word since he came in, and he seems like a calm person. Yin Mingyu understands Jiang Ruochu, and Jiang Ruochu understands her just as well. As Yin Mingyu smiled and looked Yi Sha up and down, Jiang Ruochu had already guessed most of what she was thinking. Mom, this is my bodyguard. Jiang Ruochu gave a heads-up beforehand, both in a physical and metaphysical sense. Upon hearing that there was no chance between the handsome young man and her daughter, Yin Mingyu's interest immediately waned. Oh, the young man is quite good-looking. She then asked, what is the meaning of metaphysics? Jiang Ruochu said very seriously, he's good at catching ghosts. Yin Mingyu then looked at Yi Sha. Impressive. When Yi Sha saw Yin Mingyu again, he was still a little intimidated. It's unclear whether it was due to an innate fear of the identity of mother, or because Yin Mingyu had previously tried to castrate him. In short, regardless of the situation, he unconsciously straightened his back and dared not be arrogant or smug, but humbly replied, It's all right, it's all right. Mom, how is Gu Dongfeng's health? He is still young, and the Gu family has been using the best medical resources to treat him, so his physical condition is relatively stable. However, in the long run, his muscles will atrophy and his functions will gradually decline. His family also consulted leading international neurosurgeons, but they couldn't find the problem. I heard they even recently hired a so-called expert. Yin Mingyu was used to this. After spending so much time accompanying patients in the hospital, many people, unable to find a medical solution, would seek out so-called experts. When people are in dire straits, they are willing to try anything. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Ruochu told Gu Dongfeng about his current physical condition, hoping to put his mind at ease. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World next. I need to stage a dream to ask your family to entrust you to me. Who is the person in your family who loves you the most and cares about you the most? Whether it's feeding Gu Dongfeng, the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill from the cultivation world, or using the soul-summoning technique later, it's necessary to gain the trust of the Gu family before it can be performed. The fastest way to gain someone's trust is, of course, through a dream. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World. My mother passed away early, and my father was busy with work, so he didn't have much time to take care of me. Therefore, the person who loved me the most in the family was my grandmother. Moreover, my grandmother was a Buddhist and probably believed in dreams. Most importantly, she had a say in the family. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. To make your family believe it without a doubt, it would be best to have another one, so that they will dream about you and think it's real. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World. My second sister, Gu Tianzhou, is the one I have the best relationship with among all my older brothers and sisters. After Jiang Ruochu made her choice, she had Yi Sha bring the incense of hell and sneak into the Gu residence in the middle of the night. As Yi Sha passed by the entrance hall of the Gu residence, he saw a familiar stone statue. Do wealthy people like to wholesale stone statues? There was one at Sang Wan's place last time, and now there's one here too. Have you seen Gu Dongfeng's grandmother? Jiang Ruochu's voice came through Yi Sha's earphones. Not yet. Nightshade simply gave a look, swallowing all the evil thoughts in the stone statue, and then leisurely walked upstairs. Chapter 128, Insufficient Magic Power. Yi Sha did not take the stone statue to heart. To him, it was as commonplace as eating, and there was no need to pay attention to it or that it was worth paying attention to. Nightshade moved very fast, yet remained completely silent. He practically floated upstairs. After entering Grandma Gu Dongfeng's room, he glanced at the sleeping old woman on the bed, and then lit the incense of hell following Jiang Ruochu's instructions. As the white smoke slowly rose, the old man on the bed slowly sat up. The old woman was slow, and her movements were very slow. She stood holding onto the edge of the bed for a while in a daze before she realized that there was someone standing in front of her. The old woman was startled at first, but upon closer inspection, she was overjoyed and immediately hugged Gu Dongfeng, bursting into tears. The moment the old woman embraced him, Yi Sha's body stiffened abruptly, and he almost slapped her away. But just as he raised his hand, he heard the old woman call out to him with tears streaming down her face, "Xiao Feng, you've finally come back to see Grandma." Her choked voice was filled with longing and concern for her grandson. Nightshade was stunned. Is this the kinship of the human race? He was slightly shocked. At the same time, Yi Sha felt a little incredulous. Despite the old woman's small and frail appearance, she was surprisingly strong when she hugged her, and her embrace was very warm, something Yi Sha had never experienced before. Grandma stepped back slightly and affectionately stroked Yi Sha's face. "You've grown quite a bit taller and stronger, child." As Grandma spoke, she patted Yi Sha's arm with satisfaction. "Nightshade, time is limited. Don't forget to get to work." Jiang Ruochu's reminder sounded again in the earphones. Yi Sha came to his senses and gave Jiang Ruochu a brief recitation of the lines she had written in advance. To be honest, although Jiang Ruochu didn't see it with her own eyes, she could tell from Yi Sha's tone of reciting from the script that Yi Sha's acting skills were really bad. However, despite his poor acting skills, Yasha's acting was still good enough to deal with his grandmother who was eager to have her grandson. Grandma even asked, "Where's this girl named Jiang Ruochu from? How old is she? I need to remember her so I don't mistake her for someone else." Grandma, being a devout Buddhist, knew that when asking gods and Buddhas for favors, it was best to provide her ID number and home address. Her grandson's dream visitation was also based on this. Nightshade said with a straight face, "It's far away, yet right before our eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the incense of hell burned out. Just as Grandma collapsed, Yasha caught her and then put her back on the bed. Do humans need to cover themselves with blankets when they sleep? When Yi Sha sleeps, he can use the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mat, but he has observed that humans and demons are different. Humans are very delicate. Jiang Ruochu didn't understand the meaning of Yi Sha's question at first, but soon she realized the purpose of Yi Sha's question and then confirmed with an This is especially true for the elderly. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the rustling sound of fabric rubbing together in her earphones. Jiang Ruochu noticed that Yi Sha seemed to be slowly changing. From demons who knew nothing about human emotions to those who began to understand warmth and cold. Gu Tianzhou and his grandmother did not live together. So after Yi Sha left the Gu family mansion, she flew to Gu Tianzhou's house without stopping. The previous steps were the same, except that when Gu Tianzhou opened his eyes, he didn't call out his younger brother's name, but instead stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise, "Husband!" Nightshade. Jiang Ruochu. Gu Tianzhou, his eyes red, cursed, "You damn devil! You still know how to come back to see me." Nightshade was startled and asked in a low voice, "How come this is different from what's written in the script?" Jiang Ruochu was also surprised. This was different from what Gu Dongfeng had said. She quickly went online to check and found that Gu Tianzhou had a childhood sweetheart husband, and the two were deeply in love, but her husband passed away 2 years ago. After the incense of hell is lit, the person who smells it will see the person they most want to see. It is estimated that although Gu Tianzhou has acted as if she is used to it in the past 2 years, she actually misses her husband very much. In addition, her younger brother is still alive, so this dream came about unexpectedly. Jiang Ruochu quickly adjusted her plan. How about you say that you met Gu Dongfeng down there, and that he asked you to pass on a message? The system chimes in, playing the straight man. Brilliant! Compared to the supportive system, Nightshade was less enthusiastic. I don't believe you for a second. For the first time, Yisha felt that Jiang Ruochu was unreliable. No, I should say she's often unreliable. Just as Gu Tianzhou was about to hug her, Yisha created an air wall between them, and then used his magic to create a cloud of smoke. He thought for a moment, and then quietly added some lighting effects. Anyway, Jiang Ruochu isn't here, so adding some cool atmosphere that demons should have is fine, right? After he finished everything, his face was barely visible in the smoke, and Gu Tianzhou could no longer see it clearly. Just now at the Gu family mansion, Yisha saw a photo of Gu Dongfeng, so while recalling what Gu Dongfeng looked like, he transformed into his appearance. When the smoke cleared, Gu Tianzhou saw Gu Dongfeng. Younger brother? Upon hearing this, Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, and then removed the invisible barrier. Unexpectedly, Gu Tianzhou slapped him and cursed, "You brat, all you do is cause trouble." Fortunately, Yisha reacted quickly and caught Gu Tianzhou's palm in time. He couldn't help but think to himself, the invisible wall was removed too early. The next second, Gu Tianzhou suddenly started crying again. Women are truly unpredictable. You never give me a moment's peace. Seeing you at the hospital during the day wasn't enough. You even came into my dreams. You're still so young. How come you're already sleeping all day? Gu Tianzhou grabbed Yisha's arm and shook it, sounding somewhat disappointed and sad. Wake up soon and continue being your rich young master. Aren't you happy? I've been telling you to stay away from those shady friends, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. 2 baptisms of family affection in one night were hard for Yisha, who had never experienced family affection before, to digest. He didn't reply, but quickly told Jiang Ruochu to help him, then waved his hand and extinguished the incense of hell. It wasn't because he was being frugal, but because he was so awkward that he wanted to run away as soon as possible. As the incense burned out, Gu Tianzhou fell into a deep sleep once more. Nightshade didn't even bother taking the elevator. He simply opened the window and jumped out. Jiang Ruochu was startled when she saw a dark figure jump from the 18th floor in the distance. This guy won't take the elevator or the stairs. He insists on finding another way. After landing lightly, Yisha felt his magic power was a bit weak, but he didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Ruochu's figure that he completely relaxed. His body slumped down and turned into a cat, squatting softly on the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu thought something had happened to Yisha, so she quickly walked to Yisha's side, squatted down, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The black cat stubbornly raised its head, licked its paws, and tried to pretend that nothing was wrong. Chapter 129, A Transmigration Worse Than Death. Jiang Ruochu ruthlessly exposed Yisha. "All right, stop pretending. You can't even maintain your human form anymore." Yasha was silent for half a second, then listlessly admitted, "It's tiring to look like someone else." Demons can transform into 2 forms. One is the ability to freely change their form, such as a cat, a dog, or even a bird. The higher their magical power, the more forms they can transform into. The other is to imitate the appearance of other people. Compared to the former, imitating someone else's appearance consumes more magic power and energy. Novice envoys are also more likely to be exposed halfway through and revert to their original appearance, which is one of the reasons why he was in a hurry to leave just now. After learning the whole story, Jiang Ruochu patted his cat head and said, "You've worked hard." She then opened her bag and invited with a smile, "Come, Demon Lord, let me take you back." Nightshade didn't refuse and quickly slipped inside. The cat's body is very flexible and can squeeze into any small space. He tucked his tail in, curled up his fluffy body, and nestled in the bag, which fit perfectly. On the way back, Yisha asked curiously, "Why did Gu Tianzhou suddenly attack when she saw her brother?" But I think she wasn't angry. She just cares a lot about her brother. Jiang Ruochu teased him. "You actually noticed that? Not bad. Not bad at all. Congratulations." Nightshade paused for a second. "You often say I can't speak human language, but aren't you the same?" At least I'm a demon, so it's normal for me not to speak human language, but you're different. Instead of getting angry when Jiang Ruochu heard his complaints, she laughed out loud. That's how it is between family members, and sometimes friends are like that too. Jiang Ruochu explained to the demon leader in a light-hearted manner. Like my brother and me, we often bicker and fight, but that doesn't stop us from having a good relationship. It's a special way of communicating. I have no brothers or sisters, and no relatives. When Jiang Ruochu thought of Ishana's terrible parents, it really made no difference whether they were there or not. It's alright. From now on, you have friends. Friends can care for each other. For example, you can tell me in advance about things that demons need to be careful about, so that if something unexpected happens to you and I don't find out in time, it will harm you instead. Jiang Ruochu held out her fist. Extend your claws. Let's touch. It sounds ridiculous that humans can harm demons. But Nightshade couldn't resist the temptation and stretched out its paw. The human and the cat's paws touched gently. Nestled in the bag, Yisha raised his cat head and looked up. From his perspective, he couldn't see Jiang Ruochu's entire face, only the corners of her lips turned up and the sky illuminated by the city lights. The night sky in this world is neither as dark nor as lonely as that of the demon realm. The naive young demon lord is still writing sentimental and heartfelt essays. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself, a cat's paws are indeed soft and cute. If the young demon lord knew that Jiang Ruochu was craving his claws, he would probably be furious again. It takes at least 2 cups of milk tea to appease her. The next day, Gu Tianzhou mentioned in the family group chat that he had a strange dream. She initially thought it was because she had seen Jiang Ruochu during the day and that she was dreaming about her because she had been thinking about her during the day. However, her grandmother Zhang Xun, who rarely spoke, also spoke up. She was not good at typing on her phone, so she asked the housekeeper to help her send a message. Zhang Shuyuan, I had the same dream as you. 2 people in a family had the same dream on the same night. Most importantly, the grandmother had never seen or heard of Jiang Ruochu, yet she also dreamed of her. This forced the Gu family to take it seriously. Even the eldest brother of the Gu family, who did not believe in gods and ghosts, became concerned and asked a few more questions in the group chat. The more they talked, the more mysterious it became. Since it concerned her grandson's recovery, Grandma Zhang Xun didn't want to wait a second longer and quickly asked Gu Tianzhou to help make arrangements so she could see Jiang Ruochu. Before the Gu family could even come knocking, Jiang Ruochu contacted Gu Tianzhou first. She said she dreamed of Gu Dongfeng last night. In the dream, Gu Dongfeng kept crying, saying that he was afraid of pain and begged her for help. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianzhou was extremely anxious. Miss Jiang, I'll send a driver to pick you up right away. My grandmother, and I also dreamed about my brother last night. Jiang Ruochu feigned surprise. Really? That tone, that expression, his acting is on a whole level above Nightshade's. On her way to the Gu family, Jiang Ruochu received a request for help from Gu Dongfeng. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, there's a war here, and many people are trapped. We need a large amount of medicine and food. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, I'm sorry, I don't have anything valuable on me right now, so I can't exchange it with you. But don't worry, I'll definitely repay you 100-fold or 1,000-fold when I get back. Jiang Ruochu knew that Gu Dongfeng would definitely not contact her unless it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I don't need you to repay me. Just tell me what you need. Consider it my small contribution to the elderly folks. As Gu Dongfeng read Jiang Ruochu's words, the air in his chest seemed to be sucked away instantly, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, I hate it so much, I really hate it so much. Gu Dongfeng is currently in a state of extreme emotional instability, which has affected even the chat system, which is controlled by his mind. He meant to send a private message to Jiang Ruochu, but accidentally sent it to a group chat. He didn't even realize it until other group members showed up to ask him what was wrong. Chui Shuoe, Apocalypse World, what happened to my brother? Yuan Tingdang. Ancient palace intrigue. My grandmother said that her grandmother and mother died at the hands of the Japanese, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Who wouldn't hate them? Meng Xian. Emperor's World Xiaophone. Did you run into some Japanese people? Even now, when Gu Dongfeng closes his eyes, all he sees is a bloody scene. That day, he said goodbye to the doctor and the priest, and had barely left the city when he heard the sound of bombers again. He watched helplessly as countless bombs fell from the plane. The hospital where he had been staying was razed to the ground, and the huge shockwave knocked him unconscious. When he woke up, the island nation stragglers were gathered in twos and threes, stabbing people on the ground with sharp knives. If they found someone who was still alive, they would immediately call their friends and laugh as they stabbed the person to death. If they found a real corpse, they would kick it a couple of times in disappointment and continue looking for the next survivor. No matter how much you've heard or seen before, nothing compares to the terror of experiencing it firsthand. Just then, Gu Dongfeng heard a shrill scream. It turned out that the Japanese soldiers had found a little girl alive. She was very thin, probably only up to Gu Dongfeng's shoulder. Because her face was covered in dirt, it was impossible to tell her actual age, but her round eyes were filled with terror. The kind of fear deeply stung Gu Dongfeng. The scattered soldiers around them, like zombies smelling blood, excitedly swarmed over. Gu Dongfeng lay amidst the pile of corpses, thinking of the original owner's murdered relatives, and of the doctor and priest who had always cared for him, who were probably now nothing but bones. He thought of this damned, unbearable transmigration. Suddenly, he didn't know where the courage came from, but he grabbed a burning wooden stick next to him and threw it at the island nation stragglers. Chapter 130. Working together, the island nation stragglers were so excited to see that there were still living people that their eyes lit up. They gripped their guns and all surrounded Gu Dongfeng. Gu Dongfeng picked up 2 more flaming sticks and brandished them wildly. Seeing that they couldn't get close to him for the time being, the Japanese soldiers pulled the trigger to prepare to fire. Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly grabbed to the side, picked up a brick, and smashed it hard at the Japanese soldier with the gun, causing him to bleed from the head and scream. Immediately afterwards, she picked up the flaming stick that Gu Dongfeng had just thrown at her and waved it as she joined Gu Dongfeng. The islander scratched his head, muttering curses in a language they couldn't understand, but judging from his tone and expression, he was definitely very annoyed. The islander angrily opened fire on Gu Dongfeng and the little girl. Gu Dongfeng and the little girl weren't stupid either. They retreated while dodging bullets. Fortunately, the firearms of that era were not very advanced, and their accuracy was poor. In addition, the marksmanship of these skirmishers was also not good to begin with, which gave Gu Dongfeng and the little girl a chance to catch their breath and dodge. They are now in a dilemma. If they run, they will definitely be shot in the back. If they don't run, their fire sticks will burn out sooner or later, and then they will be no match for these vicious islanders. The little girl cowered beside Gu Dongfeng, but she still held the torch high in her hand, which was their only means of survival. As the firelight grew weaker, the little girl became increasingly desperate. She pleaded, "Brother, please, please kill me." She felt that dying now was better than falling into the hands of the islanders. Gu Dongfeng's heart clenched as he heard her childish voice. Just as they were trapped in a desperate situation with nowhere to retreat, gunshots rang out in the distance, knocking down the Japanese stragglers surrounding Gu Dongfeng and the little girl. Gu Dongfeng was startled and looked toward the source of the gunfire. Amidst the swirling dust, he saw his savior. The Red Kirin Regiment has arrived. Gu Dongfeng's heart trembled. He gripped the wooden stick, which was still glowing with fire, tightly and choked out, "We're saved." The Red Kirin gang engaged in fierce fighting with other islanders in the city and annihilated this group of enemies. They not only saved Gu Dongfeng and the little girl, but also the other surviving people in the city. However, since this small group of enemies was only an advance team, the Red Kirin Regiment was not strong enough to engage the main force in a direct confrontation, so the city was no longer safe. The survivors now have only 2 options: either retreat with the Red Kirin gang or stay behind. However, staying behind might mean facing a large enemy force, where living might be worse than dying. Some people chose to evacuate, while others felt it was safer to escape. Still others felt that the enemy had already bombed the area twice. There were no more resources to plunder, and the enemy probably wouldn't come back, so staying was safer. Besides, where could they possibly escape to? In chaotic times, everyone has their own choices. The little girl tugged at Gu Dongfeng's sleeve, looking at him expectantly. "Brother, are you planning to leave with me or stay? My mom, dad, grandpa, and grandma are all gone. I want to stay with you." Gu Dongfeng had just saved her, so she naturally relied on and trusted him a lot. Gu Dongfeng didn't answer. He just touched his pocket and took out the crumpled ticket. He found that the ticket was stained with blood at some point, and the destination printed on the ticket was completely blurred. Gu Dongfeng then realized that he had been injured in the explosion, but his survival instinct made him completely forget the pain. It wasn't until he could catch his breath that he felt the pain again. Gu Dongfeng gripped the boat ticket tightly, clutched the wound on his stomach, and said in a hoarse voice, "Follow the Red Kirin group." Later, Gu Dongfeng and many other civilians followed the main force to evacuate. Along the way, he saw many burned-down villages and corpses scattered in the weeds. What touched him most was that there were many soldiers in the Red Kirin regiment who were younger than him. They were only 16 or 17 years old when they took up arms. They were not happy when they killed the enemy, but afraid and would be awakened at night by blood-stained ghost faces. They wore clothes covered in patches, and their happiest moment was being able to eat a full meal. In modern times, someone this age would be sitting in a bright classroom, either dozing off in math class or diligently studying. Or perhaps you're lying at home, enjoying the air conditioning, watching variety shows and TV dramas, and praising how beautiful your sister is. They might also be complaining to their parents that this dish isn't good, or that dish isn't good. The more Gu Dongfeng thought about it, the more upset he became. Their retreat was not without its challenges. The main force frequently encountered island nation soldiers. In what felt like the umpteenth engagement, Gu Dongfeng saw a young soldier, a fellow villager, and someone he had chatted with just yesterday, fall in the flames of war. He gritted his teeth, risked his life to crawl out, and dragged the wounded soldier into the trench, but blood kept flowing from the wound and could not be stopped. Gu Dongfeng kept calling out to him, "Don't die, you have to hold on." The young soldier could only weakly gaze at Gu Dongfeng, mumbling incoherently, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Will it stop hurting in the future?" With such a beautiful wish, the young soldier opened his eyes and breathed his last. This is a merciless battlefield. The enemy could attack again at any moment, and Gu Dongfeng wouldn't even be able to collect his body. During this battle, Gu Dongfeng lost contact with the main force. Their group of several hundred people found a nearby village to stay in for the time being. The village had just been looted. There were no supplies or medicine. Gu Dongfeng had no choice but to ask Jiang Ruochu for help. Gu Dongfeng finished recounting his experiences over this period in a rambling manner. The group members' eyes and noses felt sore and swollen for watching it. Yuan Tang Tang started rummaging through her jewelry box, but then she realized that jewelry was too slow to be converted into cash, so she took out gold ingots instead. Meng Xian was also searching through the rewards he had just received. If it weren't for the restrictions on interdimensional trade, preventing the exchange of items between different worlds, Fu Yinshi would have really wanted to ask Jiang Ruochu to teleport the magic stone there. At least that way, many people could be protected. However, he also understood that the magic stone could only withstand damage once, while people at that time faced countless dangers. Yuan Tangdang, ancient palace intrigue Jiang. I've given you some gold ingots. You can exchange them for money and use them to buy supplies for our ancestors. Meng Xian, Emperor's World, me too. Me too. I'll give them all to you, Xiao Chu. Just buy with confidence. Don't worry about the money. Chui Shuoei was in the apocalypse and didn't have many resources, but she had accumulated a lot of survival skills, which she shared with Gu Dongfeng in the group. Zhong Zhen and Xiao Mengshen were both disappointed that they couldn't be of much help. Magical artifacts from the cultivation world are unusable without spiritual power to activate them, even if they were sent over, let alone being transferred to Gu Dongfeng's world. Even so, Gu Dongfeng still felt everyone's goodwill. The warmth from all realms, at this moment, twisted into one rope. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, thank you everyone, thank you so much. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, we should thank you, as well as countless predecessors. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, don't worry, everyone. I have enough money to buy supplies. I'll go and make the preparations first. Chui Shuehui's method of making traps was very useful, allowing Gu Dongfeng and his men, who were trapped in the village, to spot the enemy in advance. When Gu Dongfeng relayed these methods to the commander patted him hard on the shoulder. Good lad, you've really been hiding your true abilities. Soon, everyone, the surviving villagers, the migrants, and the other soldiers in the Red Kirin regiment, mobilized and began making traps. If Gu Dongfeng encountered anything he didn't understand, he would immediately ask Chui Shuehui, who would always be there to answer him. The other group members weren't idle either, helping to come up with ideas. Although these ideas may not necessarily be used, it is like a rescue operation that transcends time and space, where everyone works together with one heart and one mind. Chapter 131, Preparing Supplies. Among the list given by Gu Dongfeng, there was one very important item, a telegraph machine. Only with a radio transmitter could Gu Dongfeng and his men contact the main force, reunite as soon as possible, and escape their predicament. Telegraph transmitters from that era were not available for purchase on the market. Jiang Ruochu's first thought was to ask Zhai Lu and the museum staff for help. Zhai Lu was naturally helpful, as he already knew many collectors. The museum staff, due to the nature of their work, also had access to many private collectors and private collections. Jiang Ruochu expressed her willingness to pay a high price to purchase a working old telegraph machine. Zhai Lu was very curious about why she would accept this thing. Jiang Ruochu answered directly, "It's for saving lives." She said no more and immediately contacted Gu Tianzhou. It would be much faster to use the Gu family's resources than for her to purchase a large amount of supplies on her own, especially since some of these supplies are not something ordinary people can obtain. Gu Tianzhou had considered that Jiang Ruochu might want money, a house, a car, a luxury yacht, or 3 promises from the Gu family, but he never expected that Jiang Ruochu would want so many strange things. Gu Tianzhou pondered for a moment, then asked, "Miss Jiang, what do you need these things for?" China has strict regulations on firearms and ammunition, and their trade is strictly prohibited. Even explosives like gunpowder are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. However, through the Gu family's connections, the latter was able to acquire some. But wanting these things is truly absurd. If it weren't for last night's dream, Gu Tianzhou probably would have called the police. Jiang Ruochu couldn't very well tell her that it was being transmitted to another world, so she could only make up a story. It's needed for performing rituals. Gu Tianzhou. Second sister Gu, to tell you the truth, I didn't come here to see my mother. Instead, I was asked by your brother in a dream. He told me that I should call you second sister. He also told me a secret. He calls you second sister not only because you are the second oldest, but also because you are the second oldest. Gu Tianzhou took a deep breath and cursed through gritted teeth. That brat. He tells everyone everything. This was indeed a joke between her and her brother. Outsiders can find out her birth order, but they certainly can't find out how she and her brother teased each other. Gu Tianzhou lowered her guard, but she still hesitated. Gunpowder was, after all, a dangerous substance. The Gu family could obtain it, but they would bear a great risk. What if Jiang Ruochu's motives were impure? Jiang Ruochu keenly noticed Gu Tianzhou's hesitation and said, "Miss Gu, I promise I will not use these things to do evil." Jiang Ruochu understood that verbal promises were meaningless. Gu Tianzhou genuinely wanted to save his brother, but maintaining the stability of the Gu family was also essential. So Jiang Ruochu said very honestly, "As long as I can get on the Gu family's big ship and save Gu Dongfeng, what I get will be far beyond my imagination. There is no need to be a fugitive." The implication is that following the right path guarantees a comfortable life and a bright future. Only someone with a brain full of water would resort to crime. This explanation was reasonable and logical, so Gu Tianzhou agreed. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you." After Jiang Ruochu finished communicating with Gu Tianzhou, her car arrived at the Gu family mansion, where she met Gu Dongfeng's grandmother. Perhaps due to his long-term Buddhist faith, Zhang Shuyuan had a kind face and seemed very easy to get along with. As soon as she saw Jiang Ruochu, she excitedly walked over quickly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ruochu quickly went to greet him, and the old man tightly grasped her hand. "I just heard what Xiaozhou said. I believe you, and I will listen to you. Whatever you want, we will give you. Miss Jiang, you can definitely save my grandson, right?" "I'll give my best." Jiang Ruochu never makes promises she can't keep. But the more she acted this way, the more sincere she seemed. Only liars like to exaggerate and make grand claims. Okay, as long as you said that, that's fine. Anyway, it will take some time to prepare the supplies. Please come in and sit down. I asked the ant to prepare some food. Let's have a good chat. I want to know what my Xiaofeng said in his dream. Zhang Xuan warmly invited Jiang Ruochu into the house, while his gaze fell on Yisha behind Jiang Ruochu. "He is my bodyguard and assistant. I am skilled in psychic abilities, and he is skilled in exorcism. Nightshade? ? When you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. All right, let's do the exorcism." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan immediately asked sincerely, "Anyone who can follow Master Jiang must be a capable person. I wonder if my grandson is unconscious for no reason because there are evil spirits in our house." The ant who was taking care of Zhang Shuyuan became wary, worried that the man and woman were a pair of swindlers. These so-called masters love to swindle rich people. They would probably say that the Gu family's house was in trouble and needed exorcism, and the cost of the exorcism would be up to you. The best and most expensive way to deal with rich people is to give them whatever they want, because if they worry that they haven't given enough, it means they're not sincere. Unexpectedly, Yasha said, whether it's related to evil spirits or not, I didn't witness the incident, so I can't make a hasty judgment. The aunt thought to herself, here it comes as expected. The next step is to exorcise the evil spirits. But your house is very clean, so there's no need for exorcism. When he said that, Zhang Shiyuan and Gu Tianzhou were happy, but the aunt was shocked. As for Jiang Ruochu, she was definitely curious, because she knew she was talking nonsense, but it sounded like the truth. But Nightshade was different. What he said was absolutely true, it just sounded like a lie. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Ruochu's eyes, Yisha kindly explained, the Gu family is protected by a strong, righteous energy. This is the blessing accumulated over many years, as well as the protection of our ancestors. This is why the same stone statue made the owner of Sang Wan's house feel uncomfortable, but didn't cause much trouble when placed in the Gu family's house. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiyuan was indeed delighted. She put her hands together and said, thank you, Buddha, for your blessing. We also hope that Buddha will bless Xiaofeng to recover soon. Please come in, both of you. Jiang Ruochu slowed her pace, moved closer to Yisha, nudged him with her elbow, and whispered, you're pretty good. I'm not lying. Jiang Ruochu blinked. I know you're not me. Eloquent, but only half-truthful. Nightshade. Yisha discovered that Jiang Ruochu's mindset was truly flexible and adaptable, even in her self-evaluation. When they get ruthless, they'll even criticize themselves. Chapter 132, Transmigrating into Zheng Buogong's body, some people's extravagance lies in their extremely flamboyant appearance. Some people's wealth is hidden in the details. The Gu family mansion is the latter. At first glance, the furnishings may not seem expensive, but those in the know can see that everything in the house, from the sofas and chairs to the wall decorations and cabinet handles, exudes understated luxury. Moreover, every design element in the house has been carefully considered, making it very suitable for elderly people like Zhang Shiyuan to live in. Jiang Ruochu glanced around, her gaze suddenly landing on the display shelf. She quickly walked over and asked with delight, Grandma, is this a telegraph machine? Zhang Xian looked approving. Yes, many young people nowadays don't recognize what it is. Xiaofeng even asked me before if it was an old-fashioned camera. After hearing her grandmother's complaints, Gu Tianzhou touched her nose sheepishly. When she was little, she thought it was a television. This telegraph machine is a product of the 1920s. It was bought at an auction by Xiaofeng's grandfather. Actually, the telegraph machine wasn't worth much, but 50% of the proceeds from that auction would be donated to veterans. So Xiaofeng's grandfather bid higher and bought it without hesitation. We grew up listening to stories about Xiaofeng's great-uncle. He used to be a soldier and fought against the Japanese. He said that on the battlefield, the telegraph machine was the lifeline of the communications officer because it was a matter of life and death for the whole team. Jiang Ruochu was stunned for a moment, and a faint clue in her mind finally came together. Grandma, was Xiaofeng's great-uncle named Gu Jingtai? Zhang Shiyuan asked in surprise, how did you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shiyuan patted his head again. Oh dear, look at my memory. I forgot you're a fortune teller. You must be able to predict this. Jiang Ruochu pursed her lips. It wasn't something I foresaw. Gu Dongfeng told me it in a dream. Huh, Zhang Shiyuan said incredulously. This kid can still remember his great-uncle's name? Gu Tianzhou, fearing that Jiang Ruochu might not understand, added, my younger brother always falls asleep when we go back to our hometown to pay respects to our ancestors. He can't even remember the names on the tombstones, let alone the names of our living relatives. We all thought he was being irresponsible, but we never expected that he would still have some conscience. I think, Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath, he will probably remember this forever. Grandma Zhang, what happened to Uncle Zheng of Dongfeng? Jiang Ruochu paused, then continued. How did he become? Zhang Xian sighed. When I married into the Gu family, my great-uncle had already passed away, so I don't know much about him. I only know that he was seriously wounded on the battlefield, but in those days medicine was scarce, so his injuries were left untreated. Before his death, his great-uncle had one regret. he was not able to live to see the founding of the People's Republic of China. Oh, by the way, his grandfather's name was given by his great-uncle, Gu Fuxing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but feel a little emotional, realizing that Gu Dongfeng's time travel was actually a series of interconnected events. Grandma Zhang, I want to buy this telegraph machine. Zhang Xian looked puzzled, wondering what she wanted it for, but still agreed. If you need it, just take it. But I'm still curious, what do you need the telegraph for? Jiang Ruochu said, half jokingly, I needed to communicate with Gu Dongfeng from another world. Zhang Shiyuan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Jiang Ruochu's wrist. Jiang Ruochu continued her fabrication without batting an eye. Gu Dongfeng hasn't woken up yet because his soul is wandering outside. This radio transmitter has a deep connection with your Gu family. I need to find a time when the timing is right, and I can use the radio transmitter to contact Gu Dongfeng. Is there anything you need me to tell him? Yes. Zhang Shiyuan seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, rambling on and on about many things. Jiang Ruochu showed no impatience whatsoever. Instead, she diligently took notes in front of Zhang Shiyuan. After staying at the Gu family mansion for about 2 or 3 hours, Gu Tianzhou informed Jiang Ruochu, Miss Jiang, everything is ready and has been delivered to your hotel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately stood up. I need to go back. Gu Tianzhou asked in surprise so fast. Jiang Ruochu's expression was serious. Yes, it's urgent. Seeing this, Zhang Xian did not insist on keeping her. Xiao Zhou arranged for a driver to take Miss Jiang home immediately. After she finished speaking, she reluctantly held Jiang Ruochu's hand and said, I'm entrusting Xiaofeng's affairs to you. Grandma, don't worry. Jiang Ruochu patted her reassuringly. After Jiang Ruochu left, Zhang Shiyuan asked Gu Tianzhou, have you investigated this girl's background? The Gu family has built their business to its current scale, so naturally none of them are naive or innocent, except for Gu Dongfeng. It would be fine if Jiang Ruochu wanted other supplies, but the supplies happen to include dangerous items like gunpowder. Just to be on the safe side, they naturally had to investigate Jiang Ruochu's background. Otherwise, if she harmed someone else while trying to save Gu Dongfeng, that was something the Gu family didn't want to see. Fortunately, Jiang Ruochu has a clean background and is not afraid of being investigated. If checked, Miss Jiang is a kind-hearted person. Although what she's been doing lately is strange, it's all good things. Gu Tianzhou told Zhang Xian about Jiang Ruochu's recent schedule. Most of the people Ms. Jiang helps are ordinary people, and she has a very good reputation at work. Zhang Xian nodded. Such a filial person can't be too bad-hearted, so I'm at ease. We'll do our best to cooperate with her, whatever help she needs, as long as Xiaofeng gets better. Good. On her way back, Jiang Ruochu also sent a message to Zhai Lu and the museum staff, informing them that she had found the transmitter and would not trouble them any further. Regardless of whether the deal went well or not, she made a point of sending the other person a small red envelope as a way of thanking them for their help. Zhai Lu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the gift, even jokingly replying, Thank you, Boss Jiang. After returning to the hotel, Jiang Ruochu immediately passed all the supplies to Gu Dongfeng. At the same time, exciting news also came from Gu Dongfeng's side. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World the Trap we set successfully wiped out a small group of enemies, and we even captured a lot of guns. Group members chimed in, congratulating them on their first victory. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, I received my sister's supplies. I have to go now. I'll update everyone when I have time. After he finished speaking, he went to chat with Jiang Ruochu privately. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World sister, what should I say to the company commander about taking so many supplies? Will he think I'm a monster? Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, just say it was given to you by a deity. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, huh? They can believe that? Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, what's going on here? Believe me, for your company commander, where these things came from isn't important. The most important thing is that everyone can get through this hurdle. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World besides. Do you even know how to use a telegraph machine? Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, no. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, so you can't hide it anymore. You can only hand everything over. Jiang Ruochu thought for a moment and decided not to tell Gu Dongfeng about Gu Jingtai's matter for the time being. After all, Gu Dongfeng is in a dangerous situation right now. If we rashly tell him that Gu Jingtai is his great-uncle, Gu Dongfeng will definitely ask about Gu Jingtai's fate. We don't know what he will think or what he will do then. It It would be better to wait until Gu Dongfeng gets through this hurdle before making any further decisions, and then she could test Gu Dongfeng's attitude. After making up her mind, Jiang Ruochu saw Gu Dongfeng and said with surprise, "Sister, the time and packaging of these supplies have changed after they arrived. This is so smart. This is a recently upgraded feature in the system, a patch called Little T Oyster Omelet." When Jiang Ruochu first heard the name of the patch, she wondered if the system wanted to eat oyster omelets. However, the system replied smugly, "No, this is a patch I made after reading other system documents and gathering feedback. This patch can help Jiang Ruochu fix the differences in the resources exchanged between different world planes. The repair time depends on the difficulty of the repair. For example, if Jiang Ruochu collects resources from other ancient worlds in the future, she will no longer need to worry about the appearance of the resources not conforming to the historical understanding of this world, because the system will help to correct it. This feature not only benefits Jiang Ruochu, but also other transmigrators from other worlds. Heaven knows, Cui Xuehui had been cutting off the time markers on the medicine boxes so many times she was practically numb with it, all to avoid revealing the time discrepancy. On the other side, Gu Dongfeng took photos of the supplies and happily showed them to Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu discovered that the system was lazy. It simply erased all the text on the packaging bag. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. You really have a foolproof way of doing things without using your brain at all. Don't waste your brain power on things that can be done easily. Save the brain-intensive stuff for when we're modifying historical items later. After spending a few months here, the system has also learned the greatest invention in the world, slacking off. Chapter 133 Divine Dishes. Jiang Ruochu not only gave Gu Dongfeng medicine, but also found him a time-traveling divine book, Barefoot Doctor, whose treatment methods were very suitable for that era. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, hurry up and distribute the items to everyone. Don't worry, we can exchange them next month. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, okay, I'll go right now. Following Jiang Ruochu's advice, Gu Dongfeng couldn't wait to knock on the company commander's door. In reality, what they called a door was nothing more than a rotten wooden plank, offering neither shelter from the wind nor from people. At this moment, the company commander was frowning with worry about the shortage of resources and the inability to contact the main force. They had dug up all the wild grass in the vicinity. He also discovered that some villagers had saved their rice for them so that they could have food, while they themselves were secretly cooking sand into porridge. When the company commander found out, he was moved, anxious, and guilty. His eyes were almost bleeding. He was furious at the time, but he also knew that it was the villagers' good intentions. If we also fail to address the issue of not needing food, everyone's physical strength will severely decline, making it even more difficult to fight the enemy, and the outcome may still be death. Just then, Gu Dongfeng arrived, saying he had medicine and food. According to Gu Dongfeng, when he went out to find food, he accidentally fell into a pit. He prayed to the gods and asked God to save him. As a result, God not only saved him, but also gave him a lot of food. Is everything you're saying true? The company commander found it hard to believe that God would actually send down food and medicine. Really, Gu Dongfeng pointed outside and said that the food and medicine were still in the pit. Please send someone with me to get them quickly. Although Gu Dongfeng's experience sounds incredible, when people are in dire straits, they don't care about anything else. Without saying a word, the company commander led his men to follow Gu Dongfeng. They indeed found the pit that Gu Dongfeng had mentioned, and there was indeed a lot of food piled up inside. Clean, white rice, fragrant dried meat, and strange dried-out vegetables. Most importantly, a large quantity of life-saving medicines. Great! We have food! We have food! Everyone got excited, their eyes practically gleaming, but the team had its own rules. Before the company commander gave the order, no one dared to make a move. They all turned their heads and looked intently at the company commander. The company commander slapped his thigh and yelled, "What are you looking at? Move it!" Everyone cheered and jumped into the pit to carry the supplies. My goodness, this rice is so white and clean, just like snow, and it smells so good. In those days, ordinary people couldn't afford to eat refined rice at all. Even if they could, the quality of refined rice back then was incomparable to that of modern refined rice. So it's no wonder that everyone was so surprised. This is flour? There's actually flour that's so white and fine. Gu Dongfeng watched everyone's happy faces with a smile, and he became happy too. However, He had just started to laugh when he pulled on the blister in his mouth, making him wince in pain. The reason he developed blisters was naturally due to a vitamin deficiency. Were these dried-out vegetable leaves? Gu Dongfeng guessed that since no one knew what compressed vegetables were, he made up a nice-sounding name. This is divine vegetable. A divine vegetable? The young soldier looked puzzled. It's vegetables that can grow really big after being soaked in water. Gu Dongfeng wrote that he needed vegetables on the supplies list, but fresh vegetables take up too much space. So Jiang Ruochu modified the requirements and asked the Gu family to arrange compressed vegetable packages. The young soldier's eyes widened. That's amazing. Has the company commander ever seen anything like it? These were treasures that even the company commander had never heard of. He patted the young soldier on the head and said, "These are things from the gods. Of course, I've never seen them before." Now the company commander truly believed Gu Dongfeng's story. If it wasn't given by God, then who else could it be? When the young soldiers returned carrying supplies, the whole village was as happy as if it were New Year's Day. However, the more joyful it was to carry supplies, the more painful it was to count them. "Brother Gu, what is this? Brother Gu, what is this again?" Gu Dongfeng was kept busy by everyone asking him all sorts of questions. With the medicine, many injured people received effective treatment. Chapter 134, What Will the Future Hold? Company Commander. "Look, it's a telegraph machine." The company commander jolted, jumped into the pit, and stared intently at the radio transmitter. He treasured it greatly and solemnly handed it over to the communications soldier, instructing him to keep it safe, as this would allow them to contact the main force. The communications soldier hugged the transmitter tightly, nodding with overwhelming joy, and vowed, "I will protect it with my life." Gu Dongfeng couldn't help but share the good news with the people in the group. "Do you know what? The doctor told me today that a 12-year-old child's foot was saved because of a certain medicine. And when we were cooking the compressed vegetables, everyone gathered around to watch. They were all extremely surprised when they saw the vegetables grow bigger. All right, there's also dried meat. We haven't seen meat in so long, but everyone is so frugal. They cut the dried meat into slices, put them in water, and let them soak until they expand before they're willing to eat them. My fellow villager told me he had never seen rice without any pebbles mixed in. I don't really understand. How can there be pebbles in rice?" Gu Dongfeng had never lacked food or clothing since childhood and had no idea about this matter. Other group members, either very young or from wealthy families, naturally didn't know about this. Only Chui Shuihui knew some of the facts. 20 or 30 years ago, it really was like that. There was a lot of sand in the rice. But now that industry is developed, it's hard to find even a stone or a grain of sand in the rice. Gu Dongfeng and his group members suddenly realized what was going on. Gu Dongfeng then happily thanked Jiang Ruochu. "Sister, the book you gave me is really useful." The doctor accompanying their team, well, he was a doctor, but his medical skills were definitely not comparable to those of doctors in the modern world. He only knew some basic knowledge of medication and simple bandaging. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Thanks, Netizens. This is a compilation of amazing time travel novels. By the way, did you eat enough? Was it to your liking? Gu Dongfeng, Modern World Enough. Nobody cares about taste anymore. We're just glad we have something to eat. Most importantly, we have a telegraph machine now. As long as we can rejoin the main force, we're safe for now. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World Sister, you're amazing. You managed to get your hands on an old-fashioned telegraph machine. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, this is your family's stuff? It's a collection your grandfather bought. Have you forgotten? Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, huh? Gu Dongfeng thought for a moment, then touched his nose and replied awkwardly, "Oh, I seem to have some memory of it." Although Gu Dongfeng said that he actually had no memory of it at all, since it was all a long time ago. Looking at Gu Dongfeng's memory, Jiang Ruochu thought it was no wonder that he would completely forget what his great-grandfather's name was. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, I have already met your family. Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, how are my family members? My grandma must be very worried about me. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, your grandmother is in good health, so you don't need to worry too much. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World anyway, you must live well. Then we'll work together to find a way to help you come back. Okay? Gu Dongfeng, Modern World, don't worry. I'm just missing my life. Once I'm out of this predicament, we'll study this properly. In a short period of time, Jiang Ruochu clearly felt that Gu Dongfeng had undergone significant changes. He is no longer timid. Instead, he has become more responsible and optimistic. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, they've called me to dinner. I'll go first. Gu Dongfeng had never been so happy to hear the word eat as he was now. In the evening, everyone gathered around the pot, their eyes sparkling as they watched the steaming vegetable and minced meat soup. As the meat flakes swirled on the surface of the soup, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes shining like light bulbs. It's been so long since I've smelled such delicious meat. My family used to only be able to eat meat during the Chinese New Year. This smells so good. It makes me want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. What are you thinking? There's no way you'll get that much food. No, that's not true. The company commander said we can eat as much as we want tonight, so eat without worry. Once the food in the pot was cooked, the aroma made everyone's mouths water. Although everyone was excited and looking forward to it, they still maintained strict self-discipline and kept the order of the team in mind, letting the villagers go first, which was an ironclad order from the company commander. The villagers, however, declined, letting the young soldiers serve first. Gu Dongfeng spoke up again. Stop being so polite, the food's getting cold. Let's all line up, get our food together, and eat together. We're all one family. The company commander patted Gu Dongfeng's head. Look at you. You're so capable. He then waved his hand cheerfully. Okay, let's line up together. Upon hearing this, everyone brought their bowls and happily lined up. In the long queue, there were elderly people, children, and soldiers from the Red Kirin Regiment. Everyone was in high spirits. After getting their food, they found a place to sit down and start eating. The enticing aroma wafted from everyone's bowls. Some ate heartily, while others chatted as they ate. It was not just a satisfying meal, but also a lively and heartwarming night. Brother Gu, what did you say when you prayed to the gods? After dinner, I want to try it too and see if the gods will listen to my prayers. Me too. Everyone was enthusiastic, eager to try their luck. The company commander raised his hand and tapped each of them on the head. What are you begging for? So many people are chattering away. If you don't find it annoying, even the gods would find it annoying. The company commander was older than them, more experienced, and more composed. He didn't want these soldiers to place their hopes on some ethereal deity, since a deity might help them once, but not every time. Ultimately, people have to rely on themselves. Gu Dongfeng, knowing exactly where he got his things, quickly chimed in. Yes. The company commander is right. It all depends on fate. The company commander patiently lectured the group. Besides, do you have as much knowledge as Xiaogu? Do you know as many words as he does? He can even speak a few words of that foreign language. Can you do that? Everyone obediently shook their heads in unison. The company commander's words made Gu Dongfeng feel particularly guilty. He knew very well that he was just an ignorant rich kid with no real knowledge. However, the little knowledge he had was nothing in modern times, but in this world, he could be considered quite learned. Do you know why your prayers are useless, but Xiaogu's are effective? It's because Xiaogu is more learned than you. If you really want to pray to the gods, wait until the war is over, then study hard and learn to read. Then the gods will grant your wishes. In the past, Gu Dongfeng would have thought the company commander was talking nonsense, but now he has matured and can understand the company commander's good intentions, and will nod in agreement. Yes. Understand. I will study hard from now on. I'll start with the 3 classics. Everyone in our school memorizes these. It's the 3-character classic. How about Brother Gu teaches us a few foreign phrases first? Everyone was talking about their dreams for the future. Suddenly, a very young voice rang out. But when will this end? Someone said this, and everyone fell silent again. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavy at that moment, with only the crackling of firewood and the firelight illuminating everyone's somber faces. No one knows when the war will end, where there will be tomorrow, or what the future holds. Chapter 135 Our Future. Just as everyone was looking bewildered, Gu Dongfeng couldn't help but shout, "It will end." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him. Gu Dongfeng's throat tightened, and due to excessive tension, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. It was a deity who told me. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up immediately. Really? The company commander couldn't help but ask, what else did the deity say? Tell us quickly. Yes. Brother Gu, tell us about it. Gu Dongfeng took a deep breath and tentatively said, the deity told me that we will be victorious in the future. He realized that he was not restrained by any invisible force when he uttered those words. This shows that he can say anything as long as it doesn't involve specific dates or events. We can drive all those island scum away. One of the villagers asked excitedly. Gu Dongfeng answered him loudly and firmly. Yes, we can. His words were quite inspiring. Gu Dongfeng shouted again, we will win. In the darkness, a loud voice followed. We will win. Then the voices grew louder and louder, and the shouts of the crowd coalesced into a strong force, a bright light, and a blazing fire. We will win. Gu Dongfeng looked at those faces again and felt that they were much brighter than before. One villager chuckled and imagined, I think we'll definitely be able to eat meat and drink soup to our heart's content in the future, living like gods every day. The young soldiers of the Red Kirin Regiment, clutching the captured weapons, said with bright, expectant eyes, maybe we'll have such good weapons someday. The more they talked, the happier they became. Even though they couldn't see some of these things now, just thinking about them made them happy. Gu Dongfeng said very firmly, the gods told me that we won't only be able to eat meat during the new year in the future. I can eat whatever I want whenever I want. I can eat whatever I want. Everyone present looked on with longing upon hearing this. They had heard that only men could eat meat at every meal, and that everyone would be able to live the life of a master in the future. Let me tell you, people in the future won't even like to eat meat anymore. And that gun, Gu Dongfeng glanced at it and gestured dismissively. What's that? We'll have better things in the future. The bullets are that big. Gu Dongfeng stretched his arms straight out, his expression excited. They're even longer than that. It can strike from east to west, spanning thousands of kilometers. Actually, Gu Dongfeng didn't know the exact figures, but if it could strike overseas, it should be about the same. Young man, are you bragging? What kind of bullet can go that far? Gu Dongfeng racked his brains to recall the scenes he had seen during the National Day celebrations, and explained, to be precise, those weren't bullets, but missiles and rockets. They could fly very, very high and were much more powerful than bullets. With them, no one would dare to bully us anymore. I know, you're talking about the treasures of the gods, right? Gu Dongfeng knew that people today couldn't understand things that appeared 100 years later, so he could only agree, yes, it's pretty much like a divine artifact of the gods. These amazing gadgets are called Dongfeng Express. Gu Dongfeng knew this nickname because his friends always teased him about Dongfeng Express. Haha, I know now. No wonder the gods are looking for you. It's because your name is similar to a god's treasure. Brother Gu, I remember that's how it's written in myths. The mountain treasures of gods can turn into people. You wouldn't happen to be a god's treasure that turned into a person, would you? Gu Dongfeng pretended to be angry and said, go away. I'm a living, breathing person. What treasure? Do you want to hear the story or not? The others, fearing that Gu Dongfeng would stop talking, ganged up on the young man who kept asking questions. The young man covered his head in grievance. Listen, I'll listen. I won't say anything more. The others urged. What else did the deity tell you? There are so many. Just like the myth I just mentioned, Chang'e flying to the moon, you all know that, right? We really will be able to send rockets to the moon someday. Wow, what's on the moon? Are there really rabbits there? Do gods live on the moon? Gu Dongfeng said regretfully. Well, actually there's nothing on there. Alright, we also have trains, which will be called bullet trains in the future. They'll be super fast, and they'll be called fuxing. It will only take 8 or 9 hours to get from Beiping to Guangxi. Everyone stared wide-eyed, exclaiming incredulously, is this flying? Are there trains that fast? Someone asked, isn't that a seat only for big bosses? No, everyone can sit here. We also have large airplanes. Airplanes are faster and can carry people in the sky every day. It only takes 1 or 2 hours to get from Beiping to Shanghai. They had never heard of what Gu Dongfeng was talking about before, so they all stared wide-eyed, unable to ask a single question. The company commander took a deep breath, gazed at the deep sky, and suddenly interjected, so, do we have fighter jets now? Gu Dongfeng paused, his eyes reddening. Yes, there are many. You can rest assured. As he finished speaking, Gu Dongfeng choked up and hurriedly lowered his head. That's wonderful. The company commander was overjoyed. Seeing that Gu Dongfeng was actually crying, he patted him on the back. This is a good thing. Why are you crying? Yes, that's a good thing. Xiaogu, what else did you see? Tell us more. Gu Dongfeng looked up again and realized that more and more people were gathering around to listen to his story. Everyone stared at him expectantly, their eyes filled with longing for the future, and everyone wished they could hear more. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He usually didn't pay attention to these kinds of news, so he could only talk about what he had experienced and heard, and couldn't report more to his predecessors. Fortunately, although he didn't remember, Jiang Ruochu was there. As long as it doesn't involve a specific time, Jiang Ruochu can still tell him. After receiving Jiang Ruochu's reply, Gu Dongfeng then translated it into something that was easier for everyone to understand. For example, a telephone without wires that can be carried around, a house that can fly in the sky, and rice that yields 3,000 caddies per moo. The former may be too far removed from people's lives, but rice is very close to them. After all, most people here have been dealing with farmland for generations, and no one knows the fields better than them. How much? How much? 3,000 caddies? The villagers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How many people can this one moo of land feed? That's amazing. I really want to see such incredible land. An old man said regretfully, "It's a pity I'm too old to see this, but I have children. It would be good if my children could see this day. Even if they can't see it, they still have children. Someone in our family will be able to see it." The company commander rubbed his face and said in a deep voice, "The old man is right. I may not be able to see this heavenly life, but my children will, and my children's children will." Chapter 136, new version of nourishing chi and rejuvenating pill. The company commander looked intently at the young soldiers and the villagers' children and said with a smile, "We are too old to have a chance, but you are different. You still have a chance." A little boy, only 5 or 6 years old, shouted, "From now on, I'm going to help the gods fly their big, buzzing airplanes. If anyone bullies us again, I'll beat them up." What ambition! The company commander and the villagers all gave him a thumbs up. The little boy scratched his head shyly and smiled bashfully. Seeing this, everyone laughed along, and a joyful atmosphere slowly spread in the quiet night. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair trembled and pleaded, "Young comrade, could you say a little more? I want to hear more." Okay. Gu Dongfeng agreed, while urging Jiang Ruochu from the other world to send him more stories to tell. Jiang Ruochu thought that since the person asking Gu Dongfeng was from the same hometown, ordinary people were most concerned about things like their livelihoods. So she sent Gu Dongfeng some good news about agricultural development. They huddled together, completely absorbed in Gu Dongfeng's story. Gazing at the bright campfire, they seemed to see the distant future with a real sense of wonder. That night, everyone had a beautiful dream. In their dream, they saw their prosperous, peaceful, and powerful motherland. They stood in the clean, spacious square, waving flowers and small flags, listening to rousing songs, and welcoming the red glow that rose with the sun. As the sky began to lighten, they both cried and laughed. Tears tinged with a smile were forever etched on her face. There is a time difference between Jiang Ruochu's world and Gu Dongfeng's world. Her world is a few hours behind Gu Dongfeng's. That is to say, while Gu Dongfeng is still having dinner, it is already midnight in her world. Although Jiang Ruochu was very tired, she persevered until Gu Dongfeng said that everyone should get ready to rest, and that he also had to go on night patrol. Jiang Ruochu finally relaxed completely. She yawned, and then a cup of hot water was handed to her. The water was warm and smelled of honey. The hand holding the cup had very white skin, a kind of white that could make you feel cold, and that was indeed the case. Nightshades do not have a normal human body temperature. Once when Jiang Ruochu touched his hand, she felt that its temperature was cool and refreshing, which was very comfortable in the summer. However, in winter, it would probably be too cold. Jiang Ruochu raised her eyes and looked at the owner of the hand. She saw a pair of exceptionally clear and foolish eyes set in that handsome and noble face. The contradictory nature of Yisha often made Jiang Ruochu want to laugh. "Drink some hot water." When Yasha said this, his face was expressionless. When he noticed that Jiang Ruochu hadn't gotten any water yet, he asked in confusion, "When humans are sleepy, tired, or feeling unwell, shouldn't they drink more hot water?" Jiang Ruochu then realized that Yisha was concerned about her, and that this guy was secretly upgrading the human race experience pack, and even knew about drinking hot water. Jiang Ruochu was flattered and took the water glass. "Where did you learn that?" Yisha asked excitedly. "How's your online learning going?" Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, "You've learned well, thank you." Although the idea of drinking hot water is often used as a joke to mock straight men, drinking some water can indeed relieve discomfort when you feel unwell. As for why Yasha did this, if we think about it from a human perspective, it can be quite complicated. However, after spending some time with Yasha, Jiang Ruochu realized that she didn't need to use any complicated methods to understand what Yasha was doing. Nightshade acts on impulse, without much deeper meaning. He was probably just showing concern for the weak human race on the side. You've already provided the supplies and haven't taken any money from them, so it's considered even. Why are you willing to stick around with this kid? Yisha had not experienced that turbulent era, nor had she received a Chinese education from a young age, so it was indeed difficult for her and Gu Dongfeng to understand their feelings. Jiang Ruochu found several ebooks online and forwarded them to Yisha via WeChat. You can take a look and you'll understand why I'm willing to stay up all night. Curious, Yisha opened his phone, looked at the few books with bright red covers, and then quickly lay down on the sofa to start reading. Jiang Ruochu stayed in a hotel suite. She rested in the bedroom, while Yisha read in the study, so the two could avoid disturbing each other. Just as Jiang Ruochu was about to rest, Zhongzhen suddenly sent her a message. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World Treasure. Ah, ha ha ha. Our new version of the Qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill is complete. Because Zhongzhen was so happy, he couldn't help but send several laughing emojis with his hands on his hips. Jiang Ruochu was overjoyed and immediately sat up in bed. Before she could reply, Yisha's complaint came from the study. Zhongzhen is too noisy. Jiang Ruochu laughed and joked. If the demon lord is not satisfied, when you reach your full potential and can travel freely, go to that world and fight her. Nightshade scoffed. Don't think I can't do it. If Zhongzhen knew about this whole affair, she would probably hug Jiang Ruochu with tears in her eyes and say, "Thank you, my good sister." Jiang Ruochu, modern world, you call it the new version of the Qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. So it seems its effect have been reduced? Zhongzhen, cultivation world, you're quick-witted. You guessed right. Because radishes and leeks in the modern world lack spiritual energy, the pills only have about 1/10 of their original effect. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, oh right, there's a chance of failure when refining this. Last time, after deducting the failed ones from the materials you gave me, I refined a total of 15. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, even if it's only 1/10, the effect is already quite significant. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, yes, this 1/10 is meaningless to the cultivation world, but it's enough for humans. I'll send it to you now. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, okay. Do you need anything? Zhongzhen, cultivation world, I don't need anything for now, but don't worry, even if I don't need anything, I'll still help you if you do. When you have time, send over some radishes, chives, and pretty bottles, and I'll continue searching for pills and cultivation medicines. Jiang Ruochu's kindness and dedication were rewarded at this moment. Initially, the time-traveling group was just a way for everyone to exchange resources, with the primary motivation being mutual benefit. However, as they spent more and more time together and talked more, their relationship became more like that of friends from different dimensions. In particular, Gu Dongfeng's appearance this time has united everyone and brought them closer together once again. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, I remember Gu Dongfeng is still lying down, right? Why don't you give him one to try? Although it can't send him back, at least it can help him recover. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, that's what I was planning to do too. Anyway, thank you so much this time. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, don't be so polite. With your help, I've also built good relationships with the alchemists and obtained many spiritual herbs that can promote cultivation. Come to think of it, I'm the one who profited more, haha. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, okay. It's getting late here, I'm gonna rest now. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, okay. After the two finished their conversation, Jiang Ruochu received a system notification that 15 new versions of the Qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pills were now in her personal space. Chapter 137, a different feeling. Jiang Ruochu took out a bottle, opened the cap, and smelled it. There was a faint fragrance, but the fragrance was much weaker than that of the original Qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. Jiang Ruochu put the pills back and lay on the bed to think about how to distribute them. She still has her grandmother, maternal grandparents, and other elderly people in her hometown. All three elders treat her very well. Although she has fewer opportunities to go back after starting work, her feelings for them remain, so it is only right that she leave 3 for them. Then there's Xiam Yuling. During the years when she was struggling financially, Xiam Yuling took great care of her. She would often invite her out to eat, saying that she had ordered too much and couldn't finish it, urging her to come and eat with her so as not to waste food. Or sometimes she would say that the clothes she had just bought didn't fit and that she was too lazy to return them, so she would give them to her. In fact, Jiang Ruochu understood that Xiam Yuning was just looking for an excuse to help her. Don't underestimate the value of a meal or a piece of clothing. They may not be expensive, but they represent the unwavering support of friends during a person's lowest point. She remembered all the good things Xiam Muning had done for her. So Jiang Ruochu also saved one for Xiam Yuning, and then gave one to Gu Dongfeng, leaving 10 left. Who you sell the first batch of these 10 pills to is crucial. Generally, the wealthier people are, the more cautious they are, and they won't easily eat things of unknown origin. But if something is proven to be effective, they will pay a hefty price for it. Therefore, if Jiang Ruochu wants to make money and build connections, she must choose someone with advertising potential. Jiang Ruochu felt increasingly sleepy as she thought about it, so she slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Sha in the study was engrossed in his studies and became increasingly absorbed in them. Nightshade has witnessed all sorts of desires, most of which are driven by greed and ultimately cost them their lives. But he never knew that there were people in the world who would give up their lives for their ideals. This was somewhat beyond his comprehension. The more he looked, the redder his head seemed to become. The next day, Jiang Ruochu woke up feeling refreshed and saw Yi Sha sitting by the window, staring blankly with his eyes downcast. She paused for a moment, then quickly walked over and waved her hand in front of Nightshade's eyes. Yasha turned his head to look at her. Great. The demon stayed up all night, but apart from a few red eyes, his face didn't look haggard at all. In fact, it made his handsome face look even more broken, which made him even more handsome. Moreover, Jiang Ruochu could tell that Yi Sha's red eyes weren't from the discomfort of staying up all night, but rather, "You didn't cry while reading a book in the middle of the night, did you?" Jiang Ruochu asked in surprise. Yosha didn't seem to think that shedding tears was shameful and readily admitted, yes. This unexpected and straightforward approach caught Jiang Ruochu completely off guard. Nightshade touched his eyes. It's quite amazing that water came out of my eyes. It's just that tears are salty and they don't taste good. You really need to change your habit of trying everything. Have you finished reading it? After reading half of it, I realized that in addition to desires like greed, anger, ignorance, and delusion, people also have higher-level emotions. When Jiang Ruochu saw Yi Sha looking as if he had been given a second chance at salvation, she thought to herself, what if this guy stays in the mortal world for 100 years and then decides he doesn't want to be a demon anymore and wants to go back to cultivate immortality? But if that's really the case, it doesn't seem so bad. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, there are many things about the human race that you can't imagine. Experience them slowly. Come on, let's go to the hospital. What are you going to the hospital for? After all, we took so many supplies from the Gu family, so we have to do a ritual to make it look real, and then give Gu Dongfeng some medicine so that his physical functions can slowly recover. That way, our reputation will be established. If he wakes up in the future, our fame will be even greater. Jiang Ruochu pondered deeply last night and realized that she had overlooked this point. Instead of looking for your first client elsewhere, why not just make Gu Dongfeng your first client? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the way to the hospital, Jiang Ruochu asked Yi Sha for advice. Do you know how to perform a shamanic dance? Before you cast your spell, are there any steps involved? There are steps to casting spells. Is that courting death? The stronger your skill, the shorter the charging time for casting spells. Jiang Ruochu explained. Humans fall for this, understand? The more mysterious it sounds, the more expensive it is. Nightshade said with disdain, humans are such a hassle. Jiang Ruochu ignored him and silently took out a video tutorial, pulling Yi Sha to watch it together. Why should I watch it too? Learn more. It will be useful. Jiang Ruochu's answer was perfunctory, but in fact she had her own plans. In the future, when there were things that were inconvenient for her to do in person, it would be best for Yi Sha to step in. Moreover, Nightshade's imposing presence and style are quite impressive. Although Yi Sha said he was unwilling, his body betrayed him, and he obediently followed Jiang Ruochu to watch. When 2 people watch videos on their phones together, they tend to move closer together because the screen is small. Jiang Ruochu wasn't wearing perfume, but she had a faint scent of shower gel on her body, a fresh, plant-like fragrance. The fragrance is like a slender hand reaching out from behind a beaded curtain, gently stroking it, causing the clear beads to collide and make a tap-tap-tap sound. It keeps your mind busy, but doesn't make you feel annoyed. In the past, when Yisha was closer to Jiang Ruochu, he never had such strange thoughts, but this time it seemed different, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. The system looked at the two of them and suddenly began to doubt the system's existence. A person is actually teaching a demon how to deceive people. This truly broadened Tongzi's horizons. After a brief moment of confusion, Yisha quickly regained his composure and began watching the video. As he watched the people in the video dancing silly dances, his nerves started pounding, and he said with great resistance, "If you want me to do something so stupid, I'd rather kill my employer." Only at this moment does Nightshade resemble a demon. Hearing his words, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Nightshade really knows how to make her laugh. In another world, new situations have arisen for Gu Dongfeng. I've made contact with the main force. The correspondent's eyes were brimming with tears, but he tried very hard to hold back his sobs. Seeing the communications officer's expression, the company commander suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 138 Fight Back. The day before yesterday, the neighboring city of Wayne fell. The Japanese were there raping, looting, and committing all sorts of atrocities. They even took pleasure in killing unarmed civilians. They even had a killing contest to see who could kill the most. As the correspondent spoke, his lips trembled, and intense hatred flashed in his eyes. The company commander clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could tear the enemy to shreds. These beasts! What a scoundrel! They're bastards! Bastards! Overwhelming hatred and resentment swept over everyone in the room like a fierce storm. Gu Dongfeng opened his mouth in surprise, but in the end he didn't say anything. Only at this moment did he realize that no description in any book could compare to personal experience. He glanced around and saw that everyone's face showed resentment. The company commander pressed further. What did the regimental commander say? "We are preparing for a counterattack." They were anxious because they couldn't contact us before. Now that we have made contact, they have discovered that our location is perfect for us to join forces with the main force and encircle the enemy. "Fine," the company commander said fiercely. "Let's fight back." The crowd, their spirits high, shouted, "Fight back." When news spread that the Red Kirin Regiment was preparing to launch a counterattack, all the young people in the village stepped forward, carrying hoes and shovels, expressing their willingness to join the Red Kirin Regiment in the counterattack. "Fellow villagers, listen to me," the company commander said to the agitated villagers. "I know you all hate the Japanese as much as I do, and I understand your desire to fight the enemy together. But this time it's no small matter. We are facing the elite troops of the Japanese. Unlike before, this time it will be extremely dangerous. War is never without danger. If you're afraid of dying, you won't go. Yes. If you don't step forward now, when will we? Yes, company commander. My parents were killed by the Japanese. I have an irreconcilable hatred for them. Company commander, I'm illiterate and can't articulate any profound truths, but I know that if I don't stand up today, it will be my turn sooner or later. Looking at the eager faces, the company commander was filled with mixed emotions. Actually, the Red Kirin clan is quite short of members, so it's a good thing that everyone is joining voluntarily. After careful consideration, the company commander finally agreed to everyone's request. The elderly who couldn't go to the battlefield weren't idle either. They started preparing rations, sewing clothes, and making traps for the soldiers who were about to go to the front lines. On the eve of the attack, the company commander suddenly pulled Gu Dongfeng aside again. "Xiao Gu, I always felt that you were different from us," the company commander said earnestly, putting his arm around Gu Dongfeng's shoulder. Gu Dongfeng was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the company commander. Did the company commander guess something? Gu Dongfeng was a man who couldn't hide his thoughts. His every thought was written on his face, and the company commander saw right through him. "Don't worry, I don't want to pry into your amazing experiences. It's going to be a little confused sometimes. I just want to confirm once again whether we can really win." The company commander looked intently at Gu Dongfeng. With a major battle imminent, he really wanted to confirm it one more time. So that's what the company commander wanted to ask. Gu Dongfeng nodded vigorously. "Company commander, that's not a dream. It's real." That's good. Even if it means sacrifice, it's worth it." The company commander's last words were spoken softly, but they carried an extraordinary weight, like a small mountain pressing heavily on Gu Dongfeng's heart. After a few seconds of silence, tears welled up in the company commander's eyes. He quickly wiped them away and then patted Gu Dongfeng's back hard. Little Gu, live well. Gu Dongfeng understood that this battle was different from the previous ones. Previously, he only faced scattered soldiers and small squads from the island nation, which he could still put up a fight against. But now, he is about to face a large force from the island nation, which has better weapons and more people. It's impossible not to be afraid. Gu Dongfeng leaned against the wall, gazing at the sky free from light pollution. Although the sky was full of stars, he felt a sense of loneliness. He has so much to say, but he can't tell anyone in this world. In the end, all he could do was poke Jiang Ruochu. Chapter 139 Gu Dongfeng. Modern world sister, are you there? Jiang Ruochu is now paying close attention to Gu Dongfeng's messages. To avoid missing any important information, she makes sure the system notifies her immediately as soon as it receives a message, so that it can wake her up even if she is sleeping. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, yes, what's wrong? Gu Dongfeng, modern world, I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow. Gu Dongfeng paused for a few seconds, then sent another message. It's a real battlefield. Although I shouldn't be overthinking things and should conserve my energy, I just can't sleep. Do you think I can come back alive? Gu Dongfeng is wearing the body of Gu Jingtai, who, according to the history of this world, lived until the end of the war. However, Jiang Ruochu knew that Gu Dongfeng probably didn't want an answer. He just wanted to talk to someone to calm his chaotic mind. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, of course you'll live. I'm on my way to the hospital now, preparing to give you the medicine I got from the cultivation world. Maybe you'll be back soon. Gu Dongfeng just wanted some psychological comfort. At this moment, as long as Jiang Ruochu replied to him, he would feel more at ease. Okay. Jiang Ruochu casually started a conversation with him. You don't seem as scared as you used to be. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, at first I was so scared I couldn't walk, but now I'm used to it. I'm used to sleeping on the floor, and I'm used to eating coarse flour buns. I can eat several in one go. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, I used to think that steamed buns and manta were not classy. I had to eat steamed buns with crab roe, and my bed and pillow had to be custom-made. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, sometimes I wonder if it's because I was too spoiled and reckless in the past that they threw me into this world to experience life again. Gu Dongfeng, modern world sister, if I don't contact you anymore, it might be because you know what I mean. Please tell my family for me. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, let them not be too sad, and there's no need to waste medical resources dragging my body down any longer. Let me be free sooner. Gu Dongfeng, modern world, oh right. Let them help me choose a good burial plot. I don't want to be buried too deep, but rather somewhere where I can bask in the sun and see lots of flowers. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't despair too much. Perhaps when you start a change, that will be the opportunity for you to come back. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongfeng's eyes lit up, and he perked up again. I think what you said make a lot of sense. Gu Dongfeng chatted with Jiang Ruochu casually, and gradually, he became less afraid of what was about to happen. He eventually fell asleep while they were talking. Before dawn the next day, Gu Dongfeng set off with the team. Their mission was to sneak up on the islanders' outpost outside Wayne City, and launch an attack to capture the outpost when it was just dawn and people were most tired and confused. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruochu and Yisha arrived at the hospital. Although they had been studying along the way, neither of them was willing to do the shamanic ritual because it was too embarrassing. So, in the end, Jiang Ruochu simply held Gu Dongfeng's hand briefly, closed her eyes, and recited a few words, then dissolved the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill in water and fed it to Gu Dongfeng. Seeing how perfunctory Jiang Ruochu and Yisha were, the system even started criticizing the two of them. You two are really not cut out for it. Jiang Ruochu retorted naturally. Why don't you do it? Oof. Stop whining. You have no hands or feet. The system was heartbroken. While Jiang Ruochu was performing with great focus, Yisha kept observing Gu Dongfeng. Just as she finished her performance and was about to speak, Gu Tianzhou couldn't wait to push the door open and come in. Miss Jiang, how is my brother? Even the original qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill wouldn't take effect so quickly, let alone this one, which only has 1/10 of the effect. So Jiang Ruochu said, his bodily functions will gradually recover, and we'll see results in a few days. But when he'll wake up depends on the right opportunity. By the way, second sister Gu Dongfeng appeared in my dream last night. Gu Tianzhou asked in surprise, what did he say? He wants to see lots of flowers. Any kind will do. He's not picky. Huh, Gu Tianzhou looked a little confused. It was rare for this kid to appear in a dream, and all the requests he made were strange. Oh well, he was his own brother. What else could he do but spoil him? Okay, I understand. She then instructed her secretary to change the flowers in Gu Dongfeng's hospital room every 3 days. After Gu Tianzhou left, Yisha said softly, Gu Dongfeng's soul power is stronger than before. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yisha in surprise. So my premonition was right? Nightshade nodded. Jiang Ruochu stroked her chin and began to ponder how her father would return using the same method. First, we can rule out debt repayment because the Jiang family's debts have been cleared, but her father still hasn't woken up. Does that mean they caught the swindler and brought him to justice? Chapter 140. The name of revival. A few days later, Gu Dongfeng's physical condition gradually improved. Although he was still unconscious, after a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that his bodily functions were recovering. This delighted the Gu family, who felt that Jiang Ruochu was truly capable. Grandma Zhang Shuyuan specially selected a jade Buddha from her collection to give to Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu opened the gift box and saw a crystal-clear green jade on a red velvet cloth. It's obviously top quality. This smells like incense. Nightshade made no attempt to hide the disgust on his face. It's what you humans call a good thing that has brought good karma. Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow and handed the jade Buddha to Yisha. Yisha stepped back without changing his expression. Move it away, you stinky thing. Jiang Ruochu chuckled and put the jade Buddha back in the box. When she got back, she planned to have it made by a craftsman so she could carry it with her. Although Nightshade was disgusted, he still suggested, wearing this more often will have some benefits, although its effects are not as good as magic stones. Jiang Ruochu teased. Even a magic stone can't compare to you. Upon hearing this, Yasha's expression became more varied, with the corners of his lips clearly turning up, looking very happy and smug. That's natural. Jiang Ruochu discovered that Yisha's personality was like both a cat and a dog. They're usually aloof and don't like to talk to anyone, but sometimes just stroking their fur can make them very happy. Yisha's purity was especially rare to Jiang Ruochu. When she was with Yisha, she didn't need to have too many concerns. She could joke around freely and didn't need to be perfect in her dealings with others for fear of offending Yisha. And Eve offended Nigrotskade. It's no different from kicking cotton. This atmosphere made her feel very relaxed. Jiang Ruochu once asked Yisha out of curiosity what would make him angry. Yisha was somewhat bewildered and asked Jiang Ruochu, why are you angry? If you're really unhappy, just deal with the person or thing that's making you unhappy. There's no need to get angry. Jiang Ruochu felt that Yisha's spirit was very beautiful, comparable to her own. Pulling her chaotic thoughts back, Jiang Ruochu saw that Yisha had already drifted away and was continuing to read on the sofa. She shook her head, both amused and exasperated. Then she looked at the jade Buddha in her hand and glanced at the transmigrated chat group. Gu Dongfeng's name was still grayed out, and there had been no news for several days. She gripped the jade Buddha tightly, praying for Gu Dongfeng's safe return. In another world, Gu Dongfeng's squad launched a final attack on the Islander sentry post. As the explosion rang out, a tremendous shockwave sent Gu Dongfeng flying, and sand, gravel, and bricks rained down in an instant, plunging the world into darkness. Sand filled his mouth and nose, and the feeling of suffocation drove him to the brink of collapse. He struggled desperately, but found that the sand and gravel pressing down on him were getting heavier and heavier, and he couldn't move at all. In less than a minute, Gu Dongfeng's consciousness began to blur. He felt his body becoming lighter and lighter, drifting into nothingness. Opposite him stood a person who was both familiar and unfamiliar. It's familiar because he's been living with this face for a while now. It felt unfamiliar because it was the first time he had observed the other person from this angle and at such close range. Gu Jingtai maintained a smile throughout, gazing at him with a kind expression. In his excitement, he tried to get closer to the other person, but found himself unable to move. At this moment, Gu Jingtai raised his hand, waved at him, and said softly, "Let's go home." Immediately afterwards, Gu Dongfeng's world spun around, and the scene before his eyes changed again. He was floating in midair, watching a group of comrades desperately digging through the broken bricks and tiles. Their hands were already bloody and mangled, but not one of them was willing to stop. There are still people buried underneath. Dig them up quickly. Help! Help people quickly! Someone shouted hoarsely. Soon someone shouted urgently, "Quick! There's someone here!" Everyone rushed over upon hearing the commotion and helped dig. Gu Dongfeng saw Gu Jingtai, whose face was covered in dust, being dug out. Xiao Gu, wake up!" His comrade patted his cheek hard, checked his breathing and pulse, and then began CPR without saying a word. This is the first aid method that Gu Dongfeng taught them. "You must hold on. You said we would win. You must live to see that day." Gu Dongfeng floated in midair, watching his comrades take turns performing CPR on his body. When one person ran out of strength, they would move on to the next. A dozen minutes later, Gu Jingtai suddenly coughed and then slowly opened his eyes. "It's alive. It's alive. That's wonderful. You've survived a terrible ordeal. You're bound to have good fortune in the future." Ha ha ha. Gu Jingtai smiled weakly at his comrades, then murmured and said thank you in a feeble voice. When Gu Dongfeng saw Gu Jingtai open his eyes, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally calmed down. At least he hadn't killed the original owner of this body. He had saved them before, and now they were saving him in the same way. In the grand scheme of things, this is the cycle of cause and effect. Just then, Gu Dongfeng saw Gu Jingtai suddenly raise his head and look in his direction. Gu Dongfeng was stunned. Could Gu Jingtai see him? As if to verify his guess, he suddenly saw Gu Jingtai smile gently at him. This eye contact was like a shot of adrenaline, piercing Gu Dongfeng and making him feel as if he had suddenly come back to life. Before he could think further, a tremendous force pulled him sharply, and he instantly plunged into boundless darkness, losing consciousness. After the battle, the Red Kirin Regiment suffered heavy casualties, but they were victorious and successfully joined forces with the Red Tiger Regiment. Gu Jingtai was finally reunited with his family, who had always followed the Red Tiger Gang. This reunion was joyful, but also shrouded in sorrow, because his parents, grandparents, and other siblings had mostly died at the hands of the islanders. Originally, the Gu family had 4 generations living together, and the house was always very lively during holidays. But now, the family is dwindling, and even a large round table can't be filled. Amidst this gloom, there is good news. His sister-in-law safely gave birth to a child after a difficult 10 months of pregnancy. Because Gu Jingtai was the most learned person in the family, the Gu family all asked him to help name their child. During this time, Gu Jingtai felt like he was in a dream. He was still conscious, but he couldn't control his body. His body had been taken over by another person. He went from initial fear to unease, and finally to having no choice but to accept it. He can only view himself from the perspective of an outsider. The creature occupying his body was cowardly and timid, which he initially looked down upon. But slowly, the creature began to change, and he gradually felt gratified. Fortunately, he was not forced to become a coward and a deserter. Until that night, as he listened to Gu Dongfeng talk about many strange things, he was not as surprised as others, or thought it was a world where gods lived. He firmly believed that was their future. Big brother? Gu Jingtai snapped out of his reverie, looked at his younger brother and sister-in-law, and slowly said under their earnest gaze, "Let's call him Gu Fuxing." Revival. The younger siblings murmured several times, and finally said with burning eyes, "A good name. The hope for the revival of our nation lies in the children." Gu Jingtai lowered his eyes and gazed lovingly at the infant still in swaddling clothes. Not only that, Gu Jingtai said firmly, he can witness even more. For example, seeing the Fuxing bullet train that travels from north to south in just 8 or 9 hours, seeing our own airplanes, cannons, and missiles that are even more powerful than bullets. The road to rejuvenation never stops. The light of the spirit will never be extinguished. When Gu Jingtai named his child Gu Fuxing, Gu Dongfeng suddenly disappeared from the Transmigrator chat group. Chapter 141, The Transmigrator Returns. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for successfully completing her mission to visit Gu Dongfeng and assisting him in returning to the modern world. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for earning 100 points and 100 bonus points. Congratulations to Jiang Ruochu for acquiring the special skill, Dawn Guardian. In this world, there will always be those who bear the burden in the darkness, and there will always be a ray of light to illuminate your path in the cold night. Only by enduring the darkness and cold can we usher in the dawn. As long as we unite as one, the disaster will eventually pass. Using this skill will activate Dawn Protection, which can block any damage. Please note that due to the special nature of this skill, It can only be used once. Please use it with caution. Jiang Ruochu was stunned. A one-time skill? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? Before the system could respond, some group members had already noticed that Gu Dongfeng had disappeared from the group. Yuan Tangtang. Ancient palace intrigue. Gu Dongfeng isn't in the group chat anymore. Could something have happened to him? Does Jiang know what's going on? Meng Xian. Empress World, do we even have a way to leave a group? Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons. When he joined the group, his name was a different color than ours, which I think must have a special meaning. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't worry, he's fine. The group system just told me he's gone home. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress go home? Yuan Tangtang. Ancient palace intrigue, can we go back? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, yes, I went to see Gu Dongfeng. He was in a vegetative state, so his name was grayed out when he joined the group. I hadn't told him before because I was worried he would overthink it. Actually, the person he transmigrated into was his great-grandfather's brother. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I think he must have unintentionally completed the task he had with his family and then returned. Everyone immediately understood. Gu Dongfeng from the modern world hadn't died. He had simply transmigrated, and his soul returned after completing the mission. This is a good thing, and everyone is very envious. Yuan Tangtang. Ancient palace intrigue, this brat. I don't know whether to say he's lucky or unlucky. If he's lucky, he can go back. If he's unlucky, the era he traveled to is extremely dangerous. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress, I still envy him for being able to go home. After really leaving my original world, I realized that what I can't let go of the most is my family. Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons, I'm also incredibly envious. Meng Xian, Empress World, I'm fine. I'm doing well in this world. Apart from some inconveniences in the ancient world, most of the time things are going smoothly. Meng Xian said a little embarrassedly. I feel that I'm living better here than before. Zhongzhen, Cultivation World, I'm alright. At first, it was quite difficult to get used to, but now that time has passed, I can hardly tell whether I'm the one in this world or the one from the previous world. Chui Shui, Apocalypse World, I've gotten used to life here. Sometimes I feel uncomfortable if I don't fight zombies, like I haven't exercised at all. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World Sister Chui, is awesome. Soon, everyone lined up, chanting Sister Chui is awesome. Seeing the joyful atmosphere in the transmigration group return, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but smile. There are many time travelers in the group, and everyone has different concerns. Many people spend their entire lives busy trying to earn more money. Those concerns are not usually obvious. But if you actually time travel, you'll find that money isn't something worth worrying about. What people truly find hard to let go of are family and friendship. Only those with weak family ties, like Meng Xian, Chui Shui, and Zhongzhen, might be able to adapt to time-traveling life more quickly and effectively. Soon, everyone went from showering Gu Dongfeng with compliments to discussing what would happen after he returned. Seeing that everyone had gone off to talk about other things, Jiang Ruochu began to settle accounts with the system. Brother Tongzi, are you sure you're not mistaken about your skill descriptions? I'll give you a chance to patch it up. I'm not a system that constantly needs patches. I'm absolutely certain the skill descriptions are correct. How powerful is this skill? It can only be used once? Can it even withstand missiles? The system smugly commented, you've narrowed your perspective. Jiang Ruochu jokingly asked, could it withstand a nuclear bomb? Too small. He, the Dawn Guardian, possesses power capable of contending with all laws of all realms. Jiang Ruochu immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. She felt that the system wouldn't give her such an awesome skill for no reason. Chief, you wouldn't expect me to protect the peace of all world from now on, would you? Well, you're feeling guilty. The system shook its head frantically if it had a head. I don't. Are you not guilty? Or do you not want me to protect the peace of all worlds? I don't have such grand dreams. I just hope you can stay safe and sound. If possible, I'd even prefer you never have to use this skill. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, you talk just like my parents. All right, I won't press you anymore. With your little brain, don't let me question you until it crashes. At this moment, the system really wanted to communicate with Yi Sha and discuss the years they were persecuted by Jiang Ruochu. Although Jiang Ruochu didn't ask the system any further questions, she guessed that this skill would play a big role in the future. Anyway, having something is better than not having anything. She wasn't one to worry unnecessarily, whatever. Not long after Jiang Ruochu received the system reward, she received a call from Gu Tianzhou, whose excited voice came from the other end. Xiao Jiang, my brother has woken up. Do you want to come and see him? But he's still a little groggy. Jiang Ruochu was determined to go. Even though Gu Dongfeng wasn't a former group member, she still wanted to see the effects of the new version of the qi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill. On the way to the hospital, Yisha suddenly asked, will that kid remember what happened in the group chat? Why are you suddenly interested in this? It concerns your safety. The transmigration group is a double-edged sword. It can take you to the pinnacle of life, but it can also put you in the most dangerous situation. So, the fewer people who know about its existence, the better. Human desires are more terrifying than you can imagine. Once there are enough benefits, they might do anything crazy. Yisha looked at Jiang Ruochu quietly, his concern genuine. Gu Dongfeng won't remember what happened in the group chat, nor will he remember my existence. He only vaguely remembers what happened after he traveled through time, but the memory is incomplete and unclear. It's like he had a very long dream in which all the resources he received were given to him by the gods, and had nothing to do with me. Jiang Ruochu had asked the system before, and this was the system's answer to her. To maintain secrecy, it could only modify Gu Dongfeng's memories of time travel. After Jiang Ruochu finished explaining, she smiled faintly at Yisha. Thank you for your concern and reminder. Yisha stared at Jiang Ruochu's bright smile, momentarily stunned. He felt inexplicably embarrassed, and quickly turned his head to look out the window. Even if he remembers, it doesn't matter. If he really has any ill intentions, I will protect you. No one can hurt you. Jiang Ruochu was still secretly moved when she heard Yisha say in a low voice, or I could beat him up and help him forget. Hey, Demon Lord, you just want to beat someone up, don't you? Chapter 142, The Metaphysical Duo, Jiang Ruochu and Yisha arrived at the hospital and saw that the ward was surrounded by crowds of people who had come after hearing the news. Among these people were business partners of the Gu family and relatives from collateral branches of the Gu family. They carried large and small bags, all craning their necks and gazing eagerly inside. If it weren't for the fact that this is a private hospital, the way they were surrounding the nurse's station would probably have been filmed by some busybody and sent to a local news outlet as gossip. The nurse politely declined, saying, I'm so sorry. Miss Gu has already said that the patient has just woken up and is not accepting any visitors at the moment. Please go back. Nurse, I've come all this way. It's really not easy. Could you please ask Miss Gu for me? I'm not an outsider. I'm a relative of the Gu family. Can I come and see my nephew? Nurse, I'm not asking you to let me in, but could you please give this to Miss Gu for me? The nurses felt somewhat helpless. These people were rarely seen here before, but they swarmed over as soon as they heard someone was awake. Some people even tried to give her money, which is outrageous. She wouldn't dare release him for such a small gain. If she did, she'd probably lose her job. Jiang Ruochu glanced around and spotted Gu Tianzhou's secretary in a corner. Upon seeing her, the secretary immediately waved and didn't dare to come out. Jiang Ruochu walked over with amusement, and then heard the secretary say apologetically, Master Jiang, I'm sorry. Miss Gu originally wanted to come out and pick you up in person, but as you can see from the situation here, if she shows up, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Jiang Ruochu shook her head. It's all right, I don't care about these things. It's you who's having a hard time, like you're doing something wrong. Upon hearing this, the secretary gave a wry smile. That's right. Just as Jiang Ruochu followed her secretary inside, a sharp-eyed visitor spotted her and exclaimed, Hey, how come she can? Yisha turned around and glanced at the person casually. The man stood frozen in place, as if his legs were filled with cement, and suddenly couldn't make a sound. The next second, the man collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. The nurse crouched down and asked worriedly, Sir, what's wrong? The others also looked at the man with confusion. The culprit, Yasha, was speechless. This is too frightening. Boring. Nightshade didn't give him another glance and left gracefully. However, this little incident did manage to divert the attention of those who insisted on visiting Gu Dongfeng. Jiang Ruochu entered the ward, where only Gu Tianzhou was present. It was said that after Grandma Zhang Shun visited Gu Dongfeng, she happily went to the temple to pray and express her gratitude to the ancestors and bodhisattvas enshrined there. When Gu Tianzhou saw Jiang Ruochu come in, he warmly greeted her and introduced her to Gu Dongfeng. Xiaofeng, this is Miss Jiang. She and her mother help a lot to help you wake up. When Jiang Ruochu saw Gu Dongfeng's blank and confused expression, she knew that he really didn't remember anything. The system is still very powerful. Jiang Ruochu smiled and extended her hand. Welcome home. Everyone else congratulated Gu Dongfeng on waking up, but only Jiang Ruochu, who knew the whole story, welcomed him home. Gu Dongfeng stared at Jiang Ruochu for a long time, which made Gu Tianzhou feel that he was being a little impolite. She explained, Xiaofeng just woke up and his reaction is a little slow. Please don't mind. Gu Dongfeng spoke up as soon as Gu Tianzhou finished speaking. Sister, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gu Tianzhou involuntarily coughed lightly and gently poked her younger brother's shoulder, signaling him to behave. Gu Tianzhou understood her younger brother. Although he was young, he had dated countless girlfriends. He especially liked older women who were beautiful and had good figures. But Jiang Ruochu is different. She is the benefactor of the Gu family, and Gu Dongfeng cannot be allowed to be so rude. Gu Dongfeng, stop with your flirting routine. Besides, it's so outdated. Gu Tianzhou's tone was full of disdain. She couldn't hit Gu Dongfeng on the head for fear of hurting him, so she could only pinch his arm instead. Gu Dongfeng cried out in pain, ouch, and said aggrievedly, I'm telling the truth. I wasn't flirting with girls. But that shouldn't be the case. Gu Dongfeng scratched his head in confusion. I can't remember other things, but I should be able to remember pretty women perfectly. Gu Tianzhou rolled his eyes, feeling that his younger brother was hopeless, but thankfully Jiang Ruochu didn't seem to care much. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, Of course we've met. You even appeared in my dream, but you just don't remember what happened in the dream. In your dream, you were crying and begging me to save you. You said you would agree to anything if you came back, including a house, a car, and even your beach vacation home. Sigh, it's a pity you've forgotten all that. Jiang Ruochu wasn't really chasing after the dead. She was just teasing Gu Dongfeng. Gu Dongfeng exclaimed ah. Although he didn't have much an impression of it, it did sound like something he would say. Especially since the seaside vacation home was something he had just bought and hadn't even received the keys yet. It could only have been him who told Jiang Ruochu, and definitely not someone else. Gu Dongfeng didn't consider himself to have any great strengths, but he was good at keeping his word, especially to the pretty lady. Yes, I'll repay your life-saving grace tenfold. Besides, you're beautiful, so whatever you say is right. I have a red Lamborghini, a black Hummer, and a pink Ferrari. Which one do you want? If you don't like any of them, you can buy a new car. As for houses, I have 2 in the local area, 1 by the sea, and I also own property overseas, Gu Dongfeng said, listing his assets with ease, almost revealing everything about himself. Most importantly, he seemed to be getting healthier as he talked. Yisha glanced at Gu Dongfeng and thought that the kid's glib tongue was even more annoying than his previous timid and hesitant manner. Nightshade silently muttered, limp. The system even chimed in with a yo-ho, seemingly finding the kid quite interesting. Jiang Ruochu said to Gu Tianzhou, the fact that your brother can remember his assets so clearly shows that he has recovered well. Gu Tianzhou smiled to herself. She could tell that there was no greed in Jiang Ruochu's eyes just now, so Jiang Ruochu was not really asking Gu Dongfeng for a reward, but was just joking. But jokes aside, it doesn't mean Gu Jiao will renege on his debts. What my brother promised you in the dream is true, and if you need any help in the future, just ask. Material rewards were no longer important to Jiang Ruochu. What's important is the commitment to taking care of the family. Besides, in helping Gu Dongfeng travel back in time, she was just a go-between. The supplies were all bought by the Gu family, and the important radio transmitter was also provided by the Gu family. Jiang Ruochu blinked and said with a smile, Actually, I don't remember the things of the dream very clearly, but I remember very clearly what second sister Gu is saying now. Jiang Ruochu's meaning was clear. She didn't need the house and car that Gu Dongfeng was giving her. Gu Tianzhou was not surprised at all by Jiang Ruochu's choice. She thought Jiang Ruochu was a very clear-headed and sensible girl. I just have a small request. Miss Jiang, please speak. If anyone asks how Gu Dongfeng woke up, please just tell them the truth. Gu Tianzhou hesitated for half a second, then asked cautiously, Are you referring to that part where you were performing shamanistic rituals in a hospital room and seemed to be in a lot of pain? As Gu Tianzhou spoke, he glanced at Yisha. Clearly, she regarded Yisha and Jiang Ruochu as a metaphysical duo. Jiang Ruochu. Nightshade. Chapter 143 The Wind Changes. The past is too painful to recall. Jiang Ruochu waved her hands repeatedly. Let's skip it. let's just talk about the part about taking medicine. Gu Tianzhou understood that Jiang Ruochu just wanted a publicity effect, and she laughed heartily. Okay, I understand. Speaking of which, I'm very curious about what kind of special medicine you gave my brother. Why did his health recover so quickly? Even the doctor was surprised. Jiang Ruochu didn't read novels for nothing all those years. He casually rattles off a sophisticated and high-class identity. To be honest, Nightshade is not my bodyguard, but my guardian. I don't think second sister Gu cares about the difference between a guardian and a bodyguard, so I won't go into details. In short, his significance is far greater than that of a bodyguard. The real reason she didn't elaborate further was that she was too lazy to make things up. Changing the term was just to elevate her image. Yisha was born into a secretive family. This family is skilled in martial arts, metaphysics, and traditional Chinese medicine. The pills I gave Wu Dongfeng were made using a recipe passed down in their family for thousands of years. Nightshade? ? Guardians? Within a clan? What the heck? Although Yisha was completely confused, he still cooperated by putting on a calm and composed demeanor when Gu Tianzhou cast a scrutinizing glance his way. He remained calm and composed, his serene and arrogant demeanor exuding an air of mystery that made Jiang Ruochu's description of him believable. Jiang Ruochu shifted the focus of the conversation back to the elixir, which was what Gu Tianzhou truly cared about. Although their secret remedy cannot cure diseases, it can strengthen the body, help people restore their energy and spirit, and also has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Scammers often exaggerate the effectiveness of their medicines, claiming they can cure all diseases. Jiang Ruochu's description was very conservative, and Gu Tianzhou had witnessed the effects of the medicine. Miss Jiang, I wonder if I could buy one? Oh no, Gu Tianzhou counted the number of people in her family, and she probably needed about a dozen. Refining elixirs takes a very long time, at least 1 or 2 months, and it is also very easy to fail. So I don't have many left. If you want them, second sister Gu, I can sell you 2 first. After you and Grandma take them and feel that they are effective, you can come back to me to buy more. Okay, Gu Tianzhou readily asked, how much is one? 1 million. Without saying a word, Gu Tianzhou transferred the money to Jiang Ruochu. After leaving the hospital, Yisha frowned slightly. Next time you make up an identity for me, at least let me know beforehand. Don't do it so suddenly. Jiang Ruochu praised. Didn't you do quite well? Yasha, who was initially a little unhappy, was quickly appeased. Is that so? Yasha recalled for a moment. I didn't have much an expression just now. Jiang Ruochu was surprised by his strict requirements, so she readily agreed and said, I just want you to have no expression. Being cool is enough to intimidate people. Jiang Ruochu returned to the hotel pretending to get medicine, but the medicine was actually stored in her transmigrated space. So she just went back to the hotel for a quick look, went through the motions, and then delivered the medicine to Gu Tianzhou. The medicine in the red bottle helps with beauty and skincare, while the medicine in the blue bottle helps with health. Gu Tianzhou was overjoyed. After giving him the money, he wanted to express his gratitude even more. Yisha thought to himself, Jiang Ruochu is such a con artist. Actually, the 2 medicines are the same. He now strongly suspects that Jiang Ruochu's praise of him earlier was also a lie, but he has no proof. Distressed. After visiting Gu Dongfeng, Jiang Ruochu stayed for a few more days at his and Gu Tianzhou's warm invitation. Gu Dongfeng had just woken up, but at his family's insistence, he had to stay in the hospital for a few more days of observation. He couldn't play with Jiang Ruochu, so he could only call her sister on WeChat every day, acting as enthusiastic as a husky. Jiang Ruochu was fine, but Yisha found him annoying. Yisha's displeasure was written all over his face, so Jiang Ruochu didn't need to guess why he was unhappy. Even before Jiang Ruochu noticed, Yisha could still get close to her and mutter, this kid is really annoying. Jiang Ruochu suspected that Yisha disliked Gu Dongfeng so much because of the repulsion between similar species, since one was clearly cat-like and the other was clearly dog-like. Cats and dogs often don't get along. Besides constantly pestering Jiang Ruochu, Gu Dongfeng also suddenly started watching the news during his recovery period. He even took the initiative to ask Gu Tianzhou about the charity work done by the Gu family. Furthermore, he became less picky about food and often praised how delicious it was. He didn't know why he had changed like this. He just suddenly couldn't help but start watching. Therefore, Grandma Gu went to the temple to burn incense again, celebrating that my grandson has finally grown up. Gu Tianzhou also told Jiang Ruochu about Gu Dongfeng's changes. Actually, she was a little worried that her brother's sudden change in temperament might be a sequela of being in a vegetative state. Jiang Ruochu understood that this was not a sequela of being in a vegetative state, but a sequela of time travel. Although Gu Dongfeng had forgotten that experience, it shaped him, and this change was ingrained in his bones, becoming an instinct. Jiang Ruochu comforted him, saying, "You can't think of it as a rebirth, which is a good thing." Jiang Ruochu also recalled the last time she visited Gu Dongfeng. If there was even the slightest noise outside, Gu Tianzhou's body would involuntarily tremble. This trembling was very slight, but it was also caused by Gu Dongfeng's experience. The sudden noise reminded Gu Dongfeng of an explosion. He didn't remember it, but his body did. The Gu family didn't understand what was going on, so they even invited a doctor to come and see, but the doctor couldn't find the cause either. Jiang Ruochu knew this wasn't an illness, and that she would recover gradually over time. Jiang Ruochu knew that Gu Dongfeng would be discharged from the hospital soon, and the Gu family would inevitably have a celebration. So she reminded him, "Don't let Gu Dongfeng hear any loud noises lately, like fireworks or firecrackers, or it will frighten him." Gu Tianzhou was very relieved to hear this. "It's good that you reminded me. We just prepared fireworks to celebrate his discharge from the hospital tomorrow. If this really frightens him, the surprise will turn into a shock." Later, when Gu Dongfeng found out, he specially thanked Jiang Ruochu on WeChat. It turned out that the reason he was always terrified when he heard loud noises was because his soul was frightened. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently, offering no further explanation, but simply reassuring him, "It will get better slowly." Gu Dongfeng said happily, "Although I don't know why, I inexplicably trust my sister. I'll come and visit you after I'm done with my work here." Okay. A few days later, Jiang Ruochu returned to Mingan City. Her return has changed the entire atmosphere in Mingan City. In the past, many people avoided the Jiang family like the plague, fearing that the Jiang family would come to their door asking for help or borrowing money. But now many people are sending invitations to Jiang Ruochu, wanting to invite her to dinner. Chapter 144. Jiang Ruochu's past. Jiang Ruochu understood that these people were after the Gu family behind her. Recently, the Gu family has been considering investing in the South, and Mingan City is one of their alternative cities. Although no one is sure about Gu Jia's specific investment intentions yet, rumors mean there are opportunities. If they don't seize the opportunity, they won't even be able to get a chance to eat hot shit, let alone drink meat soup. So many people in Mingan City have started to have their own ideas. But many people couldn't even get close to the Gu family. Just when they were at their wits' end, they received news that Jiang Ruochu had actually received a warm welcome from the Gu family. They can't contact the Gu family, but they can contact Jiang Ruochu. So the invitations drifted into Jiang Ruochu's hands like snowflakes. Along with the invitations came a series of bank cards. Although the bank cards were light, the money inside them was quite substantial. Jiang Ruochu remained unmoved and returned the invitation and bank card intact. However, among all these invitations, she kept the one from her former school. Jiang Ruochu's former private school is about to celebrate its anniversary. As is customary, the school will send out public invitations to all alumni, welcoming them to come back to their alma mater. Only a small number of outstanding alumni receive a special invitation from the school. Outstanding alumni include those who have donated enough money to the school, those who have made significant achievements in their professional fields and brought honor to the school, and those who have made outstanding contributions to society. Jiang Ruochu is clearly the second type. In addition, she is now a hot commodity in the wealthy circles of Mingan City. Even if Jiang Ruochu changed schools halfway through her studies, the school would not forget her, both morally and logically. There's a saying that goes, when you're poor, you live in a bustling city and no one cares. When you're rich, you have distant relatives even in the deep mountains. Xiam Yuli was naturally the happiest when she learned that Xiam Yuli would be attending the school anniversary celebration. As soon as Jiang Ruochu returned, Xiam Yuning invited her to go shopping to buy clothes for the school anniversary celebration. Xiam Yuning sat on the sofa in the IP area, drinking coffee, while having the sales assistant show her the latest styles. Why did you suddenly change your mind this time? In the past, your classmates would send you invitations to class reunions, but you never came. The school anniversary celebration probably doesn't have that much influence, does it? Jiang Ruochu explained. It was teacher Zhang who extended the invitation. I have to give her face, and besides, she's about to retire, so it's only right that I go and visit her. When Jiang Ruochu's family had a misfortune, she couldn't afford to continue attending a private school. Teacher Zhang specifically approached her and said he could help her apply for a reduction or exemption of tuition and fees. However, tuition and fees are only a small part of attending a private school. The main expense is other costs. So Jiang Ruochu ended up in a public key high school. Teacher Zhang felt sorry for her, but would call her from time to check on her studies. Jiang Ruochu is someone who remembers the kindness of others. If it were an invitation from the school, she would probably consider it. But this time, it was Teacher Zhang who sent her the invitation, and it just so happens that it is Teacher Zhang's birthday during the school anniversary celebration. The whole class will be there to celebrate with the teacher. Xiao Muning patted Jiang Ruochu on the shoulder. You really haven't changed at all. You're just like those guys in class. She hesitated, looking worried. Jiang Ruochu blinked. Are you worried I'll get taken advantage of? Xiao Muning nodded. Don't worry. Jiang Ruochu still had a smile on her face. If they really act crazy, we don't know who will suffer the consequences. Have you forgotten how my mom and I became famous in that battle? Jiang Ruochu's words reminded Xiao Muning of what happened that summer, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's true. I was just worrying unnecessarily. Jiang Ruochu leaned affectionately on Xiao Muning's shoulder. You're just concerned about me. How can you say I'm worrying unnecessarily? It should be said that our Miss Xiao is kind, charming, and loved by everyone. With just a few words, she easily made Xiao Muning's heart flutter with joy. Jiang Ruochu was very popular when she was in school. Many boys pursued her, and some bold boys even confessed their feelings to her. But Jiang Ruochu rejected them all on the grounds of studying. One of them, Xan Xianghua, pursued Jiang Ruochu very persistently. He often gave her expensive gifts, but Jiang Ruochu never accepted them. The more Jiang Ruochu acted this way, the more excited he became. Amidst repeated humiliations and the ridicule of his classmates, his affections slowly turned into resentment. But his family is rich and powerful, and so is the Jiang family. They're not people he, who is still a student, can deal with. After Jiang Ruochu's family went bankrupt, Xan Xianghua felt his opportunity had come. He deliberately ran up to Jiang Ruochu and asked, "Regret it now?" Jiang Ruochu was puzzled, but since the other person was a classmate, she was a little patient and stopped to look at the other person, waiting for what would happen next. If you had accepted those gifts, you could have sold them to help your family pay off their debts. Jiang Ruochu truly regretted it. She shouldn't have given the other person the opportunity to have an attack. Jiang Ruochu turned to leave, but was stopped by Xan Xianghua, who wouldn't let it go. How about you be my girlfriend for 3 months? I'll give you pocket money every month. Don't think I still like you. I just feel sorry for you. You're short of money right now, aren't you? Xan Xianghua said smugly, shaking his head. You'd better agree while I'm in a good mood, or you won't have another chance. Jiang Ruochu said disdainfully, so the reason you're not doing well in your studies isn't because you haven't been studying hard, but because you're a bit slow on the uptake. Upon hearing this, Xan Xianghua's temper flared up instantly. What are you so arrogant about? Acting all high and mighty. Aren't you just like those women my dad is outside? Wanting more money? I'll give you more. Don't push your luck. Perfect. Jiang Ruochu loosened her joints. There have been too many flies buzzing around me lately, so I'll use you as an example. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch, making Xan Xianghua cry out in pain. He tried to run away, but Jiang Ruochu caught him and continued to beat him. Xan Xianghua's screams later attracted his classmates and teachers, and a one-sided beating finally ended. My perfectly healthy son got beaten up like a pig's head just for going to school. Xan Xianghua's parents immediately went to the school to demand an explanation. They demanded that Jiang Ruochu apologize in person and compensate their son for medical expenses and emotional distress. They also demanded that the school expel Jiang Ruochu and called Jiang Ruochu's mother, Yin Mingyu, to the school. Jiang Ruochu remained unmoved by the previous requests until she heard them call her mother. At that moment, she finally reacted and asked the teacher not to call her mother. Seeing this, the other parents assumed Jiang Ruochu was scared and immediately insisted, "Come. Her mother must come. I'll show your mother what kind of good daughter she's raised." To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ruochu said, "I'm afraid you'll regret it if I call my mom over." Xan Xianghua's parents were amused and annoyed. As soon as Yin Mingyu arrived, they angrily berated her. Yin Mingyu simply asked, Why did my daughter hit your son? This caught Xin Xiangwa's parents off guard. Actually, they weren't entirely sure why. They had only rushed to the school after receiving the call and learning that their son was injured, and then proceeded to give a long, detailed account to the teacher in Jiangruochu. Xin Xiangwa's mother hugged her son with heartache and said angrily, "No matter what, you can't hit people. My perfectly healthy son has been ruined by your daughter. I've always thought he was a bad guy." After saying that, Jiang Ruochu revealed that Xin Xiangwa wanted to keep her as a sugar daddy. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingyu smiled and said, "I see." She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward with lightning speed, pinning down Xin Xiangwa's father and started to beat him severely. "I didn't scold you for raising your son, and now you're scolding me. My daughter, Yin Mingyu's daughter, won't be bullied like this. Like father, like son. She hit your son, so I'll hit you. I'll teach you how to be a decent human being." The teachers were stunned. Yin Mingyu was always gentle and polite, and was the easiest to get along with among the students' parents. They never expected that Yin Mingyu would have such a cruel side. The office erupted into chaos, with parents screaming, teachers trying to break up the fight, and Jiang Ruochu watching the spectacle unfold. Actually, Jiang Ruochu didn't want to call Yin Mingyu at first. Not because she was afraid Yin Mingyu would blame her, but because she was afraid that her mother would beat her even more severely if she came. This situation is going to be difficult to resolve. But so what if things don't end well? Let's have some fun first. Chapter 145, the relationship got even better. When Xin Xiangwa's mother saw that this mother and daughter were not easy to deal with, she immediately made a threat, saying that she would sue them for assault, ruin their reputation, and make them unable to go to school. Jiang Ruochu calmly took out her phone. "Annie, when your son said he wanted to take care of me, he said he learned it from his father." After she finished speaking, she played the recording on her phone. After hearing this, Xin Xiangwa's mother turned green with anger. She glared fiercely at her husband and son. "Is this true?" Xin Xiangwa's father stammered, feeling that he had given birth to a son who had brought him trouble. Seeing his guilty look, Xin Xiangwa's mother knew what was going on. She screamed wildly, rushed over and slapped the man, making her pig-headed husband scream in pain. This tactic of diverting blame was extremely successful. Xin Xiangwa's parents were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about Jiang Ruochu. Later, naturally, no apology was offered, no compensation was paid, and the matter was simply dropped. Jiang Ruochu and Yin Mingyu became famous overnight. It was also because of this battle that many people learned that the Jiang family had gone bankrupt. However, they were not lambs to be slaughtered. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of their family again should think twice. Not long after, Jiang Ruochu, carrying her reputation, transferred to a prestigious high school and began a new academic life. What do you think of these two dresses? Xiaomu Ning was currently struggling to choose between the red and blue dresses. Jiang Ruochu snapped out of her reverie and replied with a smile, "Red is suitable for taking photos, and blue is suitable for attending art gatherings. If you like, you might as well buy them both." "That makes sense." Xiao Muling happily decided to take them all. She said to Jiang Ruochu, "You should pick one too. I'll give it to you." Although Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Muling were close friends, their tastes in clothes were completely different. Jiang Ruochu quickly said, "No need. No, you have to accept it." Xiao Muling acted like a domineering CEO. Then she said to the saleswoman, "Go get some more styles for my friend to choose from." "Yes, Miss Xia." While the sales assistant went to get the new styles, Xiao Muning got up and went to the restroom. After she left, Yi Sha, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up curiously. "Judging from Xiao Muning's tone, you didn't have a good life before?" Jiang Ruochu said calmly, "It's not so bad. It will all pass." After a half-second silence, Yi Sha slowly said, "Yes, everything will pass. I didn't have a good time before, but now I'm thriving." Jiang Ruochu could tell that Yi Sha was trying to comfort her, but his comfort was so subtle that it was hard to notice unless you paid close attention. These few words are probably the limit for the young demon lord. Jiang Ruochu turned around with a bright smile and returned her concern. "Speaking of which, how's your training going?" Jiang Ruochu has many kinds of smiles: perfunctory, polite, distant, angry. But this time, she was very sincere, like peach blossoms in March reflected in a lake, rippling with spring light when the wind blows. Yisha had never seen spring in this world, but he could feel Jiang Ruochu's bright smile. He paused slightly before continuing. According to the standards of the demon race, I have already broken through to the 3rd rank. In the demon realm, this would take at least 100 years to achieve. However, we are still a long way from using the soul summoning technique. Yisha knew that this was the issue Jiang Ruochu was most concerned about. Jiang Ruochu was taken aback. That's not what I wanted to ask. Jiang Ruochu was naturally concerned about when Yisha could use the soul summoning technique, but that wasn't the purpose of her question to Yisha. She was simply genuinely concerned about him. Like a friend. There is no ulterior motive involved. After spending this time together, she genuinely considered Yesha a close friend. However, Yasha probably still thought the two were in a contractual relationship. Just then, Xiam Yuling returned. Have the new clothes arrived? If they have, let's continue choosing. What are you two staring at each other for? Jiang Ruochu readily chimed in. We're comparing whose eyes are bigger. After the competition, my eyes are still bigger. Nigshade retorted defiantly. Imakat. He originally meant to say that I looked like a cat, with really big eyes. But realizing Xia Mu Ning was still there, he changed his tune. My cat's eyes are bigger than yours. Jiang Ruochu thought of the black cat Yisha's round eyes and couldn't help but laugh out loud, admitting defeat. That's right. I can't beat you. Xia Mu Ning laughed loudly. You two are really funny, especially Yisha. No matter how strange or inexplicable my Jiang's train of thought is, you can always pick up on it. You are a devil. Jiang Ruochu. Nightshade. More or less, I suppose so. Before we knew it, the school anniversary arrived. Colorful flags fluttered and drums resounded throughout the school. The entire campus was immersed in a joyful and festive atmosphere, and even the streets in front of the school were jammed with long lines of people. Looking around, it seems that all the luxury cars in Mingan City have come here. Several limited edition models that are rarely seen in normal times can be seen here today. Jiang Ruochu had already guessed that there would be traffic jams that day, so she rode her beloved electric scooter out the door. As he was leaving, Yisha looked at the pink car, his usually calm face breaking into a furious expression. He stubbornly refused, saying, I won't ride in it. In Yisha's eyes, the pink electric car was practically a pink mount. How could he, the young master of the demon race and the future demon lord, ride a pink mount? Despite Yisha's haughty demeanor, the next second, Jiang Ruochu forced him to put on a helmet. So he compromised, I won't sit in the back. If you don't sit in the back, how will you drive? Nightshade really doesn't know how. Finally, under Jiang Ruochu's strong pressure, Yisha reluctantly got on the electric scooter. His two long legs had nowhere to go, so he could only squeeze awkwardly on the frame. From a distance, it looked ridiculously incongruous. Hold on tight. Today I'm going to show you the power of our little electric scooter. As soon as he finished speaking, the electric scooter sped away like lightning. Chapter 146 Tacit Understanding and Mischief. The early autumn wind blew on Yisha's face. It was neither as hot as summer nor as cold as winter. It was just right and very comfortable. The wind carried a faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Ruochu. Yisha lowered his eyes and could see a small patch of skin behind Jiang Ruochu's ear, which was fair and translucent. His hand gently rested on Jiang Ruochu's waist, which was even more slender than he had imagined. Jiang Ruochu, who was sitting in front, suddenly asked, Is it okay? Nightshade snapped out his daze. What? I'm asking you if you're used to it. Jiang Ruochu was genuinely worried that Yisha, who had never ridden an electric scooter before, would throw up on her. Yasha bent his legs, clearly feeling very uncomfortable, but said, I'm all right. Hee, that's fine then. Looking at Jiang Ruochu, so close to him, Yisha suddenly felt that the pink mount wasn't so bad after all. Jiang Ruochu had a smooth journey, but when she arrived near the school, she saw that the main road was completely blocked, with luxury cars crawling along at a snail's pace. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ruochu was very glad that she was riding an electric bike, and she continued to ride forward along the non-motorized vehicle lane. When the light ahead turned red, she stopped. Just then, an excited shout came from the side. Jiang Ruochu! Jiang Ruochu looked toward the source of the sound and saw the car window next to her roll down, revealing a beautiful face inside. Every part of this face, from her hair to her eyebrows, was meticulously groomed. Di Rojin greeted her with a charming smile. What a coincidence. Jiang Ruochu recognized him. He was her former classmate. However, the two did not get along well, because Jiang Ruochu's grades were always better than hers back then. Later, when the classmates were bored and held a school beauty pageant, Jiang Ruochu beat her again. This resulted in Rojin earning the nickname perennial runner-up for those 2 years, and she would occasionally make sarcastic remarks. Jiang Ruochu felt that the school assignments were indeed too few, leaving them with so much free time. After all these years, our Miss Jiang is still riding an electric scooter? In Jiang Ruochu's eyes, she rides an electric bike for convenience. In other people's eyes, she was struggling financially and in dire straits. Rojin was beaming with joy, feeling that she could finally outdo Jiang Ruochu, and the resentment she had harbored for many years was relieved at this moment. Hey, do you want to ride? It's an old classmates reunion. You should at least look your best. Just then, the red light ahead turned green. Jiang Ruochu glanced at her leisurely and said calmly, "Your car is good. Your car is so good that it's causing this traffic jam." Dirugines is my froze instantly. It's a rare reunion with old classmates. Don't be late. See you later. After saying that, Jiang Ruochu happily sped off on her pink electric scooter. Rojin gritted her teeth and took out her phone, preparing to take a picture of Jiang Ruochu's disheveled figure riding an electric bike, so she could post it in the class group later. As she pointed her phone at Jiang Ruochu, the man sitting on the back of the electric scooter suddenly turned around and looked at her with his deep, dark eyes. Rojin had seen many handsome men, but the one in front of her still made her eyes light up and her heart pound. At the same time, she couldn't help but complain in her heart about how lucky Jiang Ruochu was to find such a handsome boyfriend. The next second, the car window suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces. Rojin was terrified, her face paling as she clutched her head and screamed. Her phone also fell to the ground, its screen cracking into spiderweb patterns. Hearing the scream behind her, Jiang Ruochu didn't turn around, but simply smiled and asked, "Did you do something?" Yisha was initially worried that Jiang Ruochu would accuse him of wrongdoing, but he disdained to lie, so he readily admitted, "I shattered her car window. It's really fragile." "Ha ha!" Jiang Ruochu laughed heartily. "Tell me before you make your move next time, so I can enjoy watching." Nightshade scoffed. "You didn't even inform me beforehand when you suddenly gave me an identity outside. Still holding a grudge?" Jiang Ruochu teased, then laughed even louder. Nightsha was infected, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The laughter of the man and the demon, who were colluding in evil, was quite pleasant to hear. The system slowly appeared, and surprisingly, this non-human entity wasn't swearing. "I'm starting to worry about the future of humanity." Chapter 147. Superstar Jiang Ruochu and Xiam Yuning arranged to meet at the school gate. As soon as Xiam Yuning saw her, she pouted and said, "Why aren't you wearing the dress I gave you the day before yesterday? I was thinking you could go and dominate the battlefield." Jiang Ruochu rubbed her stomach and said expectantly, "Tonight we're having a buffet, so of course I'll wear loose clothes and try to eat as much as I can." After she finished speaking, she patted Yisha, who was following behind her, and said, "Remember to eat more then too." Nightshade nodded seriously. Xiao Muning blinked. "I'm really impressed with you too. Is the food the most important thing about a class reunion? What matters is saving face." Xiao Muning patted her face. "This is a great opportunity to finally hold my head high." "It's okay," Jiang Ruochu said lightly. "I'm shameless, okay. Ruthless people always kill themselves. Jiang Ruochu has already said that, so what can Xiam Yuling say? By the way, on my way here, I saw a lot of people who looked like reporters and some students holding signs. They didn't look like they were from our school." "Oh, you mean them? They're all here for the big star. Have you forgotten that Chu Morong graduated from our school? She's a rising star now. The school invited her back to give a speech a few times before, but she refused. This time is different, since it's the school anniversary, so she's giving us face by coming." "Chu Morong? Is it the senior who is 5 years ahead of us?" Yes, that's her," Xiam Yuning said as she put her arm around Jiang Ruochu and led her inside. "She hasn't been back since graduation. I wonder how much things have changed." As soon as Jiang Ruochu and her classmates entered the school gate, students put red scarves on them and reminded them that they could check the schedule of today's activities on the school's official WeChat account. Jiang Ruochu wasn't very interested in the event schedule. She wasn't there to socialize or show off, so there was no need for her to squeeze into crowded places. After greeting a few of the teachers who had taught them, she wanted to find a quiet place to stay. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just because she doesn't contact people doesn't mean people won't contact her. Jiang Ruochu, Xiang Yuning. Jiang Ruochu saw a group of moving luxury brand logos walking quickly towards her from afar. As if sensing something, she coughed lightly and whispered to Yisha, "They're here to cause trouble. Don't blow up all the lights here later." Nightshade's thirst for knowledge was extremely strong. "Why can't we blow it up? These all belong to the public." Jiang Ruochu was very considerate of public interests. "Oh, actually I can blow people up." Nightshade's dark eyes sparkled, looking eager to try. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath. "That's not necessary." "All right then." Nightshade reluctantly agreed. As the two were whispering to each other, the luxury brand logo tree came into view. The luxury brand logo trees looked Jiang Ruochu up and down, revealing arrogant smiles. "Long time no see. You really haven't changed at all." "Jiang Ruochu, I remember you were an auctioneer, right? You must be making a lot of money. When you have money, dress yourself up more often. Don't be stingy. I heard you have connections with the Gu family? It can't just be a casual delivery arrangement, can it?" They had also heard the rumors circulating in the industry recently, with everyone saying that Jiang Ruochu had risen to a higher social status and become a phoenix. They were quite curious and were all eager to come and see. It would have been better not to watch it. After watching it, it turned out to be nothing special. In their minds, they believed that if Jiang Ruochu truly achieved great success, she would definitely appear at the school anniversary celebration dressed in a lavish and extravagant manner, rather than in such an ordinary and simple way. "I haven't changed, but you've changed quite a bit," Jiang Ruochu said with a smile, hitting the nail on the head. "You've gotten older." Luxury brand logos. They can attack Jiang Ruochu's clothes and appearance, and they can attack Jiang Ruochu's poverty, but they can't attack Jiang Ruochu's looks. Thinking about it this way, the luxury brand logo trees got even angrier. Most importantly, if they looked closely, they could see that Jiang Ruochu was even prettier than she was in high school. Her face had fully matured and was no longer so childish. Her figure was also better than before. How could someone in this world have a bust and a butt and not look fat, and have such a slim waist? The more the luxury brand logos were thought about, the angrier and more resentful they became, especially when they discovered that Jiang Ruochu wasn't as miserable as they had imagined, but rather quite composed and even more radiant than in high school. Someone finally couldn't help but retort, "Jiang Ruochu, what's there to be proud of? You're just a small-time auctioneer. Who knows what underhanded methods you use to catch the eye of the Gu family." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else laughed. Jiang Ruochu suppressed her smile and pondered how best to allocate her system skills. However, there were too many people in front of her, making it seem impossible to distribute them evenly. Just then, a clear female voice came from the side. "Your thoughts are so filthy. I think you're all more terrifying than ghosts." Everyone looked to the side and saw that it was none other than the famous star, Chu Morong. Luxury brand logos are clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and their standards for soft and hard are still very superficial. In their eyes, Jiang Ruochu is soft and Chu Morong is hard. "Senior, we were just joking." "Really? I don't find your jokes funny at all," Chu Morong said coldly. "Aren't you leaving?" The luxury brand logo trees exchanged glances and walked away dejectedly. "Don't take it to heart." Chu Morong comforted Jiang Ruochu. "You did a great job." Jiang Ruochu shrugged indifferently. "There are too many people and things in this world that are not worth it. If you take them all to heart, you won't be able to live your life. I just need to keep the people and things that are worthwhile in my heart." Chu Morong was slightly taken aback. She had encountered a lot of unpleasant things recently, but after hearing Jiang Ruochu's words, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She then said with a smile, "I originally wanted to comfort you, but I didn't expect that you would comfort me in the end. If it could make you happy, that would be the best thing. Besides, thinking about it, meeting them isn't so bad." Chu Morong asked in confusion, "Why do you say that? If we don't do this, how can we know that you are not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted, senior?" Jiang Ruochu wasn't just flattering her. She genuinely felt that way, which is why her smile was so sincere. Chu Morong smiled broadly. "Junior, if you were to work in brand public relations, you could definitely win over those difficult clients." Jiang Ruochu shook her head. "I have a bad temper and I can't really coax people. I'm afraid of encountering terrible clients, and I'll be faster with my fists than my words." "Oh." Chu Morong looked unconvinced. Xiam Yuling explained, "Senior, you had already graduated when we enrolled, so you didn't know Jiang Ruochu's reputation. She might be kind with her words, but she won't be kind with her fists." Xiam Yuling used to chime in, But later she discovered that Jiang Ruochu could single-handedly wipe out those people, and Jiang Ruochu didn't let her get involved. In Jiang Ruochu's words, "Don't deprive me of the joy of swatting flies," so Xiam Yuling could only watch the show from the sidelines. Just then, Chu Morong's manager called her. She responded while saying, "Keep it up, Junior. Stay strong. I have to go now. Bye." Jiang Ruochu and Xiam Yuning also waved politely at her. Xiam Yuning watched Chu Morong leave. Sigh, seeing your sister probably felt sorry for you when she saw your situation, which is why she stepped forward. Jiang Ruochu nodded. Although she didn't usually pay much attention to gossip in the entertainment industry, she only knew that Chu Morong was famous and had acted in several popular dramas. She didn't know anything else about him, but she knew one thing. The road to fame for popular female stars is a bloody battle. There must have been a lot of hardships and struggles that no one knew about, and they must have suffered a lot of criticism and slander. It was probably because Chu Morong had suffered such hardship that he spoke out for justice. At this moment, Jiang Ruochu noticed several uncles looking around in the distance. These were the people who had sent her the invitation. It wasn't just her imagination. She strongly suspected these people were there to see her. She didn't want to deal with both the younger and the older ones. After all, she could watch the younger ones being sarcastic and then give them a piece of her mind. However, the older ones were polite and adept at playing the game of Tai Chi. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. If you can't fight, then you can only hide. I'll find a quiet place to stroll around. You can take your time and enjoy yourself. I'll come back when we have dinner this afternoon. Before Xiao Mu-ning could react, Jiang Ruochu had already slipped away. Nightshade pointed in a direction. That's where there are the fewest people. Jiang Ruochu looked over and saw the laboratory building. Students only went there when there were laboratory classes. Otherwise, it was basically empty. Jiang Ruochu happily pulled Yisha along. "Let's go." Was pulled away by Jiang Ruochu like a dog. From a distance, the two, one human and one demon, looked utterly comical, and the pink bubbles vanished with the wind. Private schools are financially well-funded, and their laboratories are highly specialized, including biology, physics, chemistry, and even astronomy labs. Even on the school anniversary, the doors to the chemistry labs are closed for safety reasons, but the biology and physics labs are open for public tours. Nightshade was drawn to the specimens in the biology lab. "You people are so strange. Why would you soak a corpse in water? This is a specimen, preserved in formalin to prevent it from decaying." "Why preserve it from decay? Is it so that it can be fully appreciated during rest?" Jiang Ruochu felt that Yisha's thinking was approaching a bit abnormal. "Of course not. It's for research." Nightshade quipped, "Humans are really good at this. They even study corpses. It's so perverted." Jiang Ruochu found herself unable to refute it. Just then, a powerful shout of curses came from the corridor next to the laboratory. "Invest 20 million and you think you can sleep with me? You should take a piss and look in the mirror. With your looks, let alone 20 million, even if it were 200 million, I wouldn't play with you." Chapter 148, Making Your Own. Capital. Jiang Ruochu left the classroom and curiously craned her neck to look down. Chu Morong stood at the entrance of the building, looking as angry as an angry bird. "Chu Morong, don't be ungrateful. When you were begging me for investment, you didn't act like this at all." "Yes, I do lack funds, but I haven't stooped that low." "If you don't want to, that's fine too. Doesn't your company have a lot of new people? There must be a few who want resources and to get ahead, right? You can introduce them to me, and we'll call it a day. I'll still invest the money. How about that?" The other party seemed to think that their compromise was very magnanimous, but Chu Morong was even angrier than expected. "You think I'm a brothel, madam? Introducing you to new girls? You think you can't control your lustful desires just because you have a little money? Take your measly pennies and get out of here." "Chu Maozong, you're so arrogant and haughty. Do you think your arrogance and haughtiness will put food on the table? Don't come crying back to me when you're down on your luck." The person on the other end of the phone was shouting loudly, and the sound echoed in the hallway. Since Jiang Ruochu's hearing was now very good, she heard it all clearly. Phrases like "you're aloof," "you're arrogant" sound so familiar, and Jiang Ruochu often heard them too. When chaos and unspoken rules become the norm, being clear-headed and disobeying those rules becomes a sin. "Please? What a joke. If you're so capable, then cut off all my funding. I'd like to see just how capable you are." Chu Morong angrily hung up the phone. If she hadn't retained a shred of reason, she would have smashed the phone in her hand. The agent standing next to him said with a worried look, "If you want to refuse, you can do it more tactfully. If you offend him, it's not just a matter of money. He'll also cause trouble behind your back when your film is released." Brother Chong, didn't I try to be tactful before? But he doesn't understand human language at all. He's already attacking me head on. How could I be tactful? What about the funding? Every day you stop work, you lose money. The longer you stop work, the longer you lose money. By then, it will probably be a matter of 20 million. If the project fails, all the money you've invested will be wasted. Upon hearing this, Chu Morong's anger was extinguished by reality. She suddenly felt a little regretful, but she didn't regret not helping the other party pimp. Instead, she regretted that she had lost her temper and hadn't been more restrained. But what's the use of regretting it now? Chu Morong pouted. "You know my temper." The agent sighed deeply. "Don't be discouraged. There's always a way out. We'll think of other ways to cover the missing money." Just when the two were at their wits' end, a clear and gentle voice came from above. "Senior, do you want a drink after you've finished yelling?" Chu Morong and his agent looked up and met a pair of beautiful, smiling eyes. When they looked over, Jiang Ruochu smiled and waved the unopened lemon tea in her hand. When the agent saw that there were outsiders there, his first reaction was that things were in trouble. If the other party filmed Chu Morong cursing and then posted out of context, he would be finished. My second reaction was that I didn't know how much it would cost to buy this material. However, Chu Morong felt much more relieved after seeing that it was Jiang Ruochu. She went upstairs, took the lemon tea, and said wearily, "Thank you." Jiang Ruochu noticed her manager's wariness and worry. "Senior just helped me. I won't leak it, don't worry." Even if Chu Morong hadn't helped her, she wouldn't have been so bored as to reveal it. The agent, having his little scheme exposed, gave an awkward laugh. "Thank you for understanding. Thank you for understanding." After he finished speaking, he began to carefully examine Jiang Ruochu and Yisha. Both of them were promising talents for entering the entertainment industry. This school really is full of hidden talents. Perhaps because the manager's gaze was too direct, Yisha misunderstood his meaning, so he silently turned away, clutching the only remaining box of lemon tea. Jiang Ruochu would generously offer drinks, but he wouldn't. He's very stingy. Jiang Ruochu noticed Yisha's little actions and thought to herself that this guy was really something else. Was it because he had been hungry before that he was so obsessed with food? However, the manager didn't think much of it. He thought Yisha was just shy. When Yisha turned around, he thought the other person's profile was absolutely stunning and very photogenic. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and the more his heart fluttered. Jiang Ruochu felt that the two of them must have misunderstood, but she didn't have time to deal with them for the moment. Instead, she asked, "Senior, what trouble have you run into?" Chu Maozong sighed. She didn't want her family to worry, so she always reported good news and kept the bad news from her circle of friends. As for her friends, those outside the circle don't understand. They even think that since she's made so much money, she only complains about things in Versailles. She understands that people's joys and sorrows are not shared, so she rarely talks about these things with her friends outside the circle. As for her friends in the industry, there are too many interests involved, and there are some things she absolutely cannot say. People who hold things in for too long will eventually run into problems. Now, Chu Morong is troubled by having nowhere to confide her worries and grievances, and now that Jiang Ruochu has asked, she doesn't want to keep it to herself anymore. Chu Morong gave a helpless twitch of his lips. "Do you know why I help you just now?" "Because seeing you is like seeing my former self. I climbed up here on my own merits, yet there are always people who question me and smear me. They either suspect me of siding with a sugar daddy for a role, or they suspect me of using underhanded methods to steal resources from my contemporaries. But I have never done that. I, Chu Morong, have always been upright and honorable in my journey to this day. Being upright and honest is good, but I've also offended a lot of people." Jiang Ruochu asked, "Like that person on the phone just now?" "He's just one of them," Chu Morong said helplessly. "Actually, I majored in directing in college, but in the directing industry, without a very strong background and resources, it's almost impossible to get a chance to direct. At the time, my agent," Chu Morong pointed to the man next to her with her chin. "Look, it's him. He said that my appearance is very suitable for being an artist, so why don't I become an artist first, and then switch to being a director after I make a name for myself, have money, and connections?" I thought what he said made a lot of sense, so I accepted his opinion. Gradually, I made money and accumulated some resources, so I thought about transforming my career and realizing my original dream. The agent interjected, "Dreams aren't so easy to come by. There's so many male directors in this industry. They practically control all the resources. You hardly ever see a female director. If it's not difficult, how can it be called a dream?" After replying to his agent, Chu Morong looked at Jiang Ruochu and continued, "I turned down a lot of work in order to prepare for this film because I wanted to dedicate all my time to it. The funding and personnel were all in place, and we had already started pre-production filming. But then an investor suddenly said that he wanted me to accompany him, or he would withdraw his investment. He timed it perfectly, knowing I was in a difficult situation, before making unreasonable demands. Of course I refused. Then he wanted me to introduce him to pretty girls. Screw him. He's got a little money, and he's already got a big nose for it." Chu Morong touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, my purpose in agreeing to come to the school anniversary celebration this time wasn't entirely pure. I wanted to see if I could attract investment from alumni." Jiang Ruochu asked very patiently, "Senior, what kind of project are you preparing to film?" "It's a martial arts movie. The script was written by a screenwriter I know. I've read the script, and it's very well written. Unfortunately, martial arts movies are declining now, and there are very few people willing to invest. The few who are willing to invest will make all sorts of demands. It's already good if they want more people, but some people are just taking advantage of others and only thinking about taking advantage." The agent advised, "These kinds of things happen all the time in the industry, and it's always consensual. I know you're upset, but try to think more positively. The entertainment industry is a big melting pot." Chu Morong looked displeased. Clearly, she disagreed with her manager's words, but couldn't refute them. Indeed, there are some people in the industry who are willing to sacrifice themselves in order to get a chance to rise to the top. Jiang Ruochu said with amusement, "How can you talk about unspoken rules so confidently and naturally? If there were truly a fair chance to compete, who would want to contribute? Ultimately, it's because resources are controlled by a few people, and they set the rules and regulations, which allows them to act with impunity and manipulate others. Don't take advantage of someone and then claim it was voluntary." Chu Morong immediately responded, "That's exactly right. If I could get a fair audition opportunity, I would rely on my real skills and not bother try to curry favor with everyone. Is the script not good enough, or the role not appealing enough? Why do I have to study those bosses?" The agent looked at Jiang Ruochu, then at Chu Morong, and said with a wry smile, "Everyone understands the principle, but it's difficult." The agent was no longer a naive, fresh graduate. He had long since lost his passion and was more realistic. Fu Yinchi had previously suggested to Jiang Ruochu that she join a certain capital camp, as this would allow her to make money more safely and quickly. At that time, Jiang Ruochu had already considered that she was unwilling to join any capitalist camp. Her ambitions were greater, and she chose to become a capitalist camp herself. The idea is great, but deciding which project to start with and what kind of partners to find are things that need careful consideration. This is a great investment opportunity. Chapter 149, if the person who changes the rules chooses to start with the cultural and film industry, then new problems arise. Invest in movies and TV series, or nurture new talent. Now, Jiang Ruochu has the opportunity to invest in a film. In terms of character, Chu Morong is without fault. In terms of choosing scripts, Chu Morong is definitely more professional than her. A script reviewed by Chu Morong is better than one she chooses blindly herself. Anyway, it's only 20 million, so she won't lose anything by investing it. After making up her mind, Jiang Ruochu smiled brightly at Chu Morong. "Senior, are you interested in changing the rules?" She didn't have money before, so she couldn't change the rules. Now that she has money and ability, she can naturally try boldly. To hell with those disgusting, bullshit, unspoken rules. Chu Morong was taken aback. "Change the rules of the game?" Jiang Ruochu joked, "At least I'm investing money in you, not trying to sleep with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Morong burst out laughing. Jiang Ruochu's eyes were burning. "I just want my senior to be able to make a film without any worries. If this is successful, I will have made a female director." Chu Morong was deeply moved by these words, so much so that she couldn't help but urge Jiang Ruochu to think it over carefully. "But if I don't succeed with my junior, 20 million is no small amount. Martial arts films are a niche genre, and to be honest, I don't plan to hire popular actors for my films because it's too expensive and the cost will skyrocket. Furthermore, Many popular actors have very busy schedules and don't have much time for pre-production martial arts training, so I don't think it's appropriate to invite them to film martial arts movies. Without a large audience and not a hot topic, if the movie is a flop, you might, Chu Mo-rong said apologetically, lose everything. The agent was getting anxious. Who talks about disadvantages when they want to invest? He quickly added, Rong Rong is telling the truth, but I've also read the script for this movie. In my 10 years in the industry and with my experience reading so many scripts, the script for this martial arts film is indeed very good. Although Rong Rong's drama doesn't have a big star, the production team we hired is top-notch, and we put a lot of effort into the costumes, makeup, and props. I can send you the detailed project proposal, and you'll understand once you see it. It's precisely because martial arts is a niche genre right now, with no competitors, that we might be able to pull off a miracle. I think many Chinese people still have a martial arts dream. Jiang Ruochu blinked and joked. Senior, in the future, when you go out to talk about projects, you should stop mentioning them and let your agent do it. Chu Mo-rong and his agent understood the teasing in Jiang Ruochu's voice and laughed. Chu Mo-rong said, Brother Sun has been in this industry for a long time and is very good at recommending things. I was recommended by him. Jiang Ruochu nodded and continued. No investment is without risk. There are countless investment opportunities in this world. I don't choose projects, I choose people. I think my senior is worth investing in. Jiang Ruochu grabbed Yisha's wrist and pulled him over. Although Yisha was full of questions, he still followed Jiang Ruochu's actions. Then, Jiang Ruochu touched the lemon tea in Yisha's hand to Chu Mo-rong. Keep striving for your dreams, and I wish us a successful collaboration. Chu Mo-rong and his agent exchanged a glance, both feeling like they were dreaming. They never expected that the new investment would be secured so easily. The agent was the first to come to his senses. He made a cup-holding shape with his hand and touched it with the agent's. For the sake of our dreams, the collaboration went smoothly. Chu Mo-rong said, Then let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you the project proposal. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. If you have any questions after reading the project proposal, feel free to ask me. Okay. Jiang Ruochu agreed readily as always. But could you promise me one thing, senior? You say, if anyone asks, don't say that I invested in you. I want to keep a low profile. This request was so low that Chu Mo-rong agreed without even thinking about it. As Chu Mo-rong was about to leave, his agent finally couldn't help but ask, I wonder if this handsome young man has any ideas about entering the entertainment industry? Chu Mo-rong chimed in. You have the potential to be a star. There's even a role in my martial arts drama that would be perfect for you. Both of them stared at Nightshade with anticipation. Chapter 150 Protective Stone. Faced with the two's enthusiastic invitation, Yisha made up a lie without revealing his true feelings. My family has a rule that I cannot get involved in the entertainment industry before completing the mission. Jiang Ruochu glanced at Yisha in surprise. This guy was actually starting to take advantage of the situation. She had given him an identity before, and he was slowly delving deeper and solidifying his identity. Most importantly, Nightshade was clever. His refusal left room for maneuver and didn't completely shut down his escape route. That way, even if he wants to join the circle in the future, he can use the excuse that he has already completed his mission to ask Chu Mo-rong to act as a go-between. I'll consider it after I finish my mission. Nightshade lied without batting an eye, appearing completely believable. Chu Mo-rong and his agent were taken aback. Family? Family? Such a cringe-worthy description, but they only dared to mutter it to themselves and didn't say it aloud. Chu Mo-rong asked again, What kind of strange rule is this? Yisha gave an ambiguous reply, then silently looked at Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu suddenly felt the weight on her shoulders increase. ? The two exchanged glances. Nightshade dug a hole for me, and then acted all innocent. The message in his eyes was, I'm not well educated and not good at this, so you can continue making things up for me. Jiang Ruochu glared at him, implying that he hadn't read enough books and should read more in the future. The boomerang that Jiang Ruochu threw earlier still ended up piercing herself. Jiang Ruochu smiled at Yisha with dissatisfaction, which earned her a shameless and gloating smile from Yisha. Jiang Ruochu had to rack her brains to help Yisha cover up his lie. Nightshade comes from a secretive family that specializes in metaphysics. Before their descendants leave the mountains, they all have their own missions. Nightshade's mission is to help 101 people solve 101 problems. Only after completing the mission can he do whatever he wants. To be honest, people in the entertainment industry have heard all sorts of strange and unusual things and are very accepting of them. Plus, since it was Jiang Ruochu who said it, Chu Mo-rong and his agent believed it without a doubt and exclaimed, "Wow. Senior, you just took money from me, so don't even think about taking my manhood now," Jiang Ruochu said jokingly, cutting off Chu Mo-rong's chance to continue asking questions. Sure enough, once Chu Mo-rong was distracted by her, he forgot to ask how many people Yisha had helped and when he could join the circle. Okay, I understand. Chu Mo-rong asked curiously. By the way, is Mr. Yisha's surname the same as EZ's? Night as in night, and Sha as in Shama. Before, Yisha had searched through Zaihongshu, Little Red Book, and picked and chose, but in the end, she felt that her own name was the best, so she didn't change it. His unusual name now adds to his mystique. People in the entertainment industry tend to believe in metaphysics. Chu Mo-rong felt that if Yisha wasn't incredibly lucky and truly skilled, she wouldn't dare use the word Sha. Since she had been having a lot of bad luck lately and was feeling troubled, she thought it best to consult a master nearby. "Mr. Yi, I'm so annoyed lately." Yisha looked Chu Mo-rong up and down. "You have a lot of treacherous people around you. Metaphysics is actually a form of psychology. Only people with troubles seek help from it. Who would look to metaphysics if they have no troubles or needs?" So Chu Mo-rong immediately felt that she had been hit the nail on the head. She had been surrounded by petty people lately. Her face lit up with joy. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Yi has any brilliant ideas? Nightshade pretended to be profound, rummaging in his pocket for a moment before pulling out a black stone. "This is a protective stone. It will keep you safe." Jiang Ruo felt that this thing looked very familiar, and it was very similar to her magic stone. She guessed that the effect of this thing was similar to that of the magic stone. Chu Mo-rong asked sincerely, "How much would it cost to hire it?" Normally, Yisha would have offered 100,000, but he knew that Chu Mo-rong was borrowing money everywhere to raise funds for the film. If he offered another 100,000, Chu Mo-rong would definitely hesitate. However, he felt that Chu Mo-rong was a good brand, so he lowered his standards. 10,000. This is a special price. The implication is that prices are subject to change at any time. The protective stone cannot be pierced. You can put it in a safety bag and carry it with you. When cracks appear on the surface of the protective stone, it means that it has protected you from enough disasters. You can return it to me and I will replace it with a new one. 10,000 yuan is indeed not expensive. You should know that in this circle, it can cost 6 to 7 figures to ask a master to change your name, not to mention things like warding off disasters and bringing good luck. Chu Mo-rong immediately accepted the protective stone respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Yi." The agent was tempted by the reasonable price and asked, "Master Yi, I'd like to hire one too. Being taken advantage of once is a good test, but being taken advantage of twice is just foolish." Nightshade certainly wouldn't sell the protective stone for 10,000 anymore, so he lowered his voice and said, "The opportunity hasn't come yet. Not making money when you can make the Night Slayer seem even more authentic." The agent, instead of being angry that he couldn't buy the protective stone, sighed with regret. "In that case, I won't force you. If my opportunity comes in the future," the agent said, pressing his palms together sincerely, "I'll trouble Master Yi to tell me." Okay. Nightshade perfectly captured the aloofness a master should possess. This display of power made Jiang Ruochu unable to help but give Yisha a thumbs up. After obtaining the protective stone, Chu Mo-rong bid farewell to Jiang Ruochu and Yisha. "How am I doing?" Yisha asked Jiang Ruochu with great interest. Before Jiang Ruochu could answer, Yisha analyzed the situation himself. "I'll test the waters first. Once Chu Mo-rong finds the protective stone useful, he'll definitely buy it from me again, and might even help me promote it. Then I'll raise the price. I'll learn all of this from you." Yisha knew that Jiang Ruochu had 10 nourishing and rejuvenating pills left, but she only sold 2 to the Gu family, with the aim of using the Gu family's background to endorse her. Jiang Ruochu patted Yisha on the shoulder. "Very good. You are ready to graduate. But what is the protective stone you gave me? It looks a bit like a magic stone to me." "The protective stone I created with my magic can absorb the evil thoughts around a person. Once absorbed, the wearer will feel refreshed and invigorated, as if bathed in a spring breeze. In addition, it can indeed ward off disasters. This warding off disasters is not limited to malicious harm, but can also resist accidents. It is much more advanced than magic stones. Of course, although it can withstand accidents, its protection level is not as good as that of magic stones. When you calculate it that way, 10,000 yuan isn't expensive. You asked your senior to return the protective stone to you after it cracked. Is it because the protective stone lost its effectiveness after warding off disaster once? Yes, and it also shows that it has reached its limit in absorbing evil thoughts. If it continues to be worn, it will have a negative effect on people. That's why I brought her back. Once I get the protective stone, I can absorb the evil thoughts in the protective stone for my own use, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Good heavens, it turns out that Nightshade has already pioneered a new method of cultivation, fishing. Let's continue looking at the specimens. Nightshade seemed quite interested in the specimens. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jiang Ruochu asked suspiciously, "You don't mean to go back and make a bunch of demon specimens, do you? You can take a look." Nightshade had very lofty ambitions. Jiang Ruochu could only silently pray for the demons. Wait. Jiang Ruochu grabbed Yisha and waved her hand. "My phone." Nightshade was confused, but he still obediently handed over his phone. Jiang Ruochu downloaded several novel apps for him, some with 10 years of super IP subscriptions and others with 1,000 yuan worth of IP coins. Then she returned the phone to Yisha and said with a sinister smile, "Read more books, and you can write your own stories later." Nightshade turned his head expressionlessly, staring at the specimen with an innocent look, as if he wanted to compete with the specimen in eye size. Jiang Ruochu chuckled lightly, no longer bothering with Yisha. While introducing the specimens to him, she was mentally calculating the costs and benefits with the system. After receiving the batch of antiques from Xia Mingshun, she commissioned Jai Lu to sell 2 small items, and she plans to sell the rest at auction. There are also pearls that Meng Xian gave her. After she sold all the good ones, she still had some loose pearls left. Since they couldn't fetch the best price, she asked Meng Xian to find a court craftsman to design a piece of jewelry. Then she found a master craftsman to make it according to the design. While making the jewelry, the master craftsman remarked that the design exuded the style of a master, something that ordinary designers could not create. Jiang Ruochu felt a deep resonance with this sentiment, noting that many ancient court artisans had little leisure or material temptations, spending their entire lives researching their respective fields. Coupled with the oppressive power of the emperor, everyone was living in constant fear, with the threat of exterminating 9 generations of their families at any moment. Under such high pressure, the designs produced were naturally extraordinary. Sure enough, this ingenious design led to the immediate sale of the remaining pearls. According to Jai Lu, this design has recently become a hot trend among wealthy women, with everyone wanting to find a designer to create a new piece of jewelry for them. However, Jiang Ruochu doesn't have time to deal with this matter right now, so she'll leave it for now. This can also be considered part of the scarcity marketing strategy. The longer it drags on, the more enthusiastic the wealthy women become. Jiang Ruochu continued to calculate the money. After deducting the money for buying a house and investing, she now had more than 20 million yuan left in her account. Great, she can still have her fun. After Jiang Ruochu accompanied Yisha on a tour of the laboratory, it was time for the class reunion before they knew it. She also received a message from Xiam Yuning. "Come quick, the teacher has arrived." Chapter 151A system that complies with labor laws. Jiang Ruochu's original classmates were all wealthy and powerful, so naturally they wouldn't go to ordinary restaurants. They booked the most stylish restaurant in Mingan City and had it serve a buffet. Anyone who has attended a class reunion knows that although it's called a class reunion, it can actually be called a bragging session of old classmates. Nearly 2/3 of the people present came with the intention of comparing and contrasting. Moreover, their competition didn't start with the dinner party. It had already begun long before. 3 days ago, a classmate was showing off in the group chat, saying that he had specially ordered lobsters and champagne crab from abroad for the school anniversary. Soon another student chimed in, saying they had ordered top-grade caviar, followed by another student saying they had ordered wagyu beef. In short, it's a constant cycle of one person taking their turn, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Jiang Ruochu felt that if they were happy, the restaurant must be happy too. As for her, she was even happier. After all, there are so many delicious foods. Teacher Zhang arrived at the restaurant early. When Jiang Ruochu arrived, she greeted Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang was very happy to see her and kept asking her how she had been doing and if her work was going well. After Jiang Ruochu answered all the questions, other classmates came over to say hello, and then she and Yisha went to get something to eat. After Jiang Ruochu left, Teacher Zhang's life became less relaxed. Two groups of people came to chat with her, and these two groups were constantly vying for power. To be precise, the flaunting of wealth reached a fever pitch from the moment Teacher Zhang appeared. One person sent a designer silk scarf, another a custom-made high-end fountain pen, and someone even sent flowers made of money. It was all extremely extravagant. Teacher Zhang was so surprised that she waved her hands repeatedly and declined, saying, "It's been 6 years since you graduated, and you still thought of inviting me to the party to celebrate my birthday. I'm already very happy. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept these gifts." Student A, seemingly wealthy, said arrogantly, "Teacher Zhang, are you refusing to accept our gift because you don't appreciate our good intentions?" "That's right, teacher, please accept it. There's no reason to take back a gift that's already been given. We're all successful people now, so it's not illegal to give a gift to our teacher, is it?" Teacher Zhang looked at the students with difficulty, still unwilling to agree, her eyebrows almost furrowed together. "Sister Zhang, could you please try to persuade Teacher Zhang as well?" A student asked Teacher Zhang's daughter for help. The daughter is a clear-headed person. She understands her mother's concerns, but because she is introverted and not good at smoothing things over at the request of her classmates, she just smiled awkwardly but politely and did not try to persuade her mother. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. While they were showing off their wealth in a flamboyant way, Jiang Ruochu and Yisha were whispering among themselves in front of the dazzling buffet. Nightshade recommended, "This salmon is very fatty and fresh. Don't even try the tuna. It's said to have died with its eyes wide open and a lot of resentment, and eating it will give you diarrhea." Jiang Ruochu was surprised. "Really? You can even tell that? Do you think only humans have grievances? Animals do too, and I know a lot more. Don't underestimate me." "I didn't underestimate you. Demon Lord, you're the best." Nightshade, "Why do I feel so good even though I know Jiang Ruochu isn't telling the truth?" Jiang Ruochu stopped picking up the tuna and instead picked up the salmon. Then she thoughtfully shared her experience. "Their lemonade is not good. You should never try it." Nightshade's pupils dilated in shock. "What? Does that mean half the happiness is gone?" "It's okay, try the mango mousse. It's sweet, but not cloying. It's all right. Let me go and judge this." The two of them were enjoying their meal, while the system became melancholic. "The happiness belongs to you. I have nothing." Jiang Ruochu asked with amusement, "Can you conjure up a body? Then you can enjoy this feast just like us." The system was disappointed. "That's difficult." Jiang Ruochu encouraged her. "It's okay. Keep going. That day will come." The system felt that Jiang Ruochu's empty promises were exactly the same as when it encouraged her to do tasks. "By the way, how's the recruitment of new members for our group going?" "On their way. Aren't you going to Victoria Harbor soon?" "Once Fu Yinshi's matter is resolved, the new recruits will be joining soon." "You seem to have a good work-life balance." "I'm part of a system that adheres to labor laws, not a capitalist who hangs streetlights." At this moment, someone jeered at Jiang Ruochu. "Jiang Ruochu, even though you're no longer in our class, you've always been Teacher Zhang's favorite student. Why don't you say something?" "Yes, why don't you help persuade Teacher Zhang too?" "What gift have you prepared?" Chapter 152 Classmates Show-Off Meeting. There are always some people in this world who feel that they can highlight their superiority by stepping on others. Some of Jiang Ruochu's classmates were like this. Most of them had a look of schadenfreude on their faces, thinking that Jiang Ruochu, who was strapped for cash, couldn't afford to give any valuable gifts. There were also some classmates who, although they were not targeting Jiang Ruochu, felt that this matter had nothing to do with them, and that helping would not bring them any benefit and would easily offend people, so they simply stayed out of it and watched from the sidelines. Nightshade, having finally seen the light, snorted coldly. "A bunch of demons and monsters. I can scare them away with a snap of my fingers." Nightshade's cold gaze swept over them, as if he were looking at a group of corpses. "Hey, no, that's so boring. Having some entertainment while eating makes the food taste better." Nightshade asked again, "You really think so?" Jiang Ruochu nodded vigorously. "There's no need for you, Lord Demon Lord, to take action." "All right." Nightshade didn't insist any further. "I just ordered the freshly grilled wagyu beef and lamb skewers. Please remember to get them for me, and don't let anyone else take them. Go and come back quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Over there, some classmates were already impatiently urging Jiang Ruochu to stop dawdling. Xia Muning, who was watching Jiang Ruochu and Yisha's conversation, was completely dumbfounded. The group of classmates thought they were hitting Jiang Ruochu's sore spot, but in reality, Jiang Ruochu didn't care at all. Jiang Ruochu leisurely walked over with a plate full of snacks in her hand. Speaking of which, ever since she took the chi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, Jiang Ruochu found that she had grown 2 centimeters taller, and all 2 centimeters had grown her legs, which made her already tall figure even more proportionate. Her composed and confident demeanor was as radiant as a rose, captivating and beautiful. The male students' eyes lit up, but along with that, they were also somewhat disappointed. Men are often like this. Beautiful people and things that they can't have are meaningless. So when they look at Jiang Ruochu, in addition to admiration, there is also resentment and hatred. The best way to vent these emotions is to belittle her. Undeterred by the stares of the crowd, Jiang Ruochu walked over to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, your back is not good. Please sit down first. We are all young people. It's no problem for us. You don't need to stand with us. Seeing this, Teacher Zhang's daughter looked at Jiang Ruochu gratefully. She had just advised her mother, but the students kept coming over to say hello. Although the people opposite her were all her students, her mother felt it was impolite for her to sit while the others stood, so she insisted on standing the whole time. When Jiang Ruochu said that, the others seemed to come to their senses. Oh, right, Teacher Zhang. Please sit down. Teacher Zhang patted Jiang Ruochu with satisfaction. So many years have passed, and you are still so considerate. You are the most reassuring child. Jiang Ruochu blinked, her gaze and tone gentle. I also brought your favorite shrimp. Oh my this. Teacher Zhang smiled broadly, looking at Jiang Ruochu with a kind expression. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, I know that when we were in school, you were afraid of being gossiped about, so you never accepted our gifts during holidays. Jiang Ruochu's words struck a chord with Teacher Zhang, who indeed had this concern. If it were just a regular little gift, she might have accepted it. But what could be more ordinary than a gift from a student at her school? Take that custom-made fountain pen, for example. It cost tens of thousands of yuan. It's not surprising that Teacher Zhang hesitated. After all, it's not good for this kind of thing to get out. However, Jiang Ruochu changed the subject and comforted them, saying, but we've all graduated now, so giving gifts won't make a difference. Besides, if you don't accept them, they probably won't enjoy their meal or sleep well when they get back. Jiang Ruochu looked at the others, her eyes still bright, but without the gentleness of before, instead a cold, arrogant feeling. The others chuckled awkwardly. They had always thought that Teacher Zhang refused the gifts because they thought they were too expensive, but it turned out that's what she was worried about. Seeing that the atmosphere had been set up, Xia Muning chimed in, Teacher Zhang, if you don't accept valuable items, then surely you can accept the travel vouchers that Jiang and I gave you. Having seen so many gifts, Teacher Zhang had never heard of this before. Even her daughter was curious, and the two of them asked in unison, a travel voucher? It's like sending you and your family on a private, customized trip. After you retire, you can go and have a good time. Jiang and I personally chose all the destinations. Having said all that, Teacher Zhang's daughter nudged her and said, Mom, this is all from the students' hearts. Please accept it. Teacher Zhang looked at Jiang Ruochu and Xia Muning, then at the other students behind them, and after thinking for a few seconds, nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhang's granddaughter had met Jiang Ruochu and Xia Muning, and she was deeply impressed by these two beautiful and kind aunties. She wasn't interested in any of the previous gifts, but she was very interested in going out to play, so she happily asked, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Lemon, where can Grandma and I go to play? Jiang Ruochu knew that Teacher Zhang's biggest dream was to go to Beijing to see the flag-raising ceremony and visit the Forbidden City, so she arranged for him to go to Beijing. The itinerary was relaxed, but it included all my desired goals. Jiang Ruochu also specially arranged a 2-day museum trip and hired the most famous guides. Every time she saw them, the little girl was overjoyed and would always hug Jiang Ruochu and Xia Muning reluctantly, asking them when they could come again next time. Now, after hearing the arrangements, she broke down for the first time, her whole little face scrunched up. Aunt Jiang, Aunt Lemon, I'm now going to call you lovely, beautiful, and kind Sister Jiang and Sister Lemon. Is there still a chance to change the location? I want to go to the amusement park. I don't want to go to the museum. The child's innocent and clever words made Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Muning laugh out loud. Teacher Zhang quickly pulled her granddaughter aside and taught her, when you receive a gift, you can only say thank you and express your happiness. You shouldn't make any more demands on the giver. That's greedy and impolite, understand? The little granddaughter gave a disappointed, oh, but still obediently said sweetly to Jiang Ruochu and Xiao Muling, thank you, sister. Jiang Ruochu squatted down and gently pinched the child's nose. You want to go to the amusement park? Sure, if you can improve your ranking by 10 places in the final exam this time, I'll treat you to a trip to the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang's daughter hurriedly said, no, this won't do. This is too much of a burden for you. When the Zhang family first encountered their misfortune, Teacher Zhang tried many ways to help her. Even after she transferred schools, he collected study materials and sent them to her. Each school has its own unique teaching characteristics, and Jiang Ruochu could be said to have combined the strengths of two schools. Now that Jiang Ruochu is financially well off, hiring someone for a trip or an amusement park is a piece of cake. It's okay. I've already promised her, so I have to keep my word, otherwise she'll be sad. Seeing how generous Jiang Ruochu was, managing to win over Teacher Zhang and his family with smiles and complete obedience, the other students felt their gifts were rather unimpressive. Although the students worked very hard afterward, their gifts could only elicit a polite smile from Teacher Zhang, but not a genuine smile from her heart. This makes them seem inferior. An hour later, the students had given their gifts, offered their blessings, and eaten the cake. Teacher Zhang's granddaughter is still in the developmental stage, which is when she is most prone to sleepiness. Before long, she fell asleep in a noisy environment. Reluctantly, Teacher Zhang said goodbye to the students and took the two children home first. Before leaving, Teacher Zhang pulled Jiang Ruochu aside and whispered, Little Jiang, tell me how much the trip cost, and I'll transfer it to you later. You've been having such a hard time. How can I let you spend so much money? Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, No need. I'm running a small business now and have already paid off my debts. I even bought my own house, and my finances are much better than before. Teacher Zhang exclaimed in shock. They've already paid it all off so quickly? After a long pause, Teacher Zhang sighed again. So, all the rumors about you in the industry are true? There are countless rumors about Jiang Ruochu, so she had to ask, which rumor are you referring to? Teacher Zhang chose the slightly more palatable rumor, since she didn't believe the others. That refers to the rumors about your collaboration with the Gu family. Jiang Ruochu readily admitted, Yes, that's why I've made quite a bit of money. Teacher Zhang, you really don't need to worry. I can afford to cover your travel expenses, especially since it's a joint investment between me and Lemon. You're truly amazing. Teacher Zhang patted Jiang Ruochu's head with a proud yet affectionate smile. Keep up the good work in the future. Chapter 153. After Teacher Zhang left, Jiang Ruochu returned to the restaurant. Her hearing is very good now, and she vaguely heard a few classmates talking about her. The gist of it was that she was a lousy auctioneer who only sold other people's things. Could they possibly be her own? They didn't know why she was so arrogant. One classmate made a special trip to make sure Xiao Muning wasn't around before speaking up. The travel vouchers were probably given by Xiao Muning alone, and Jiang Ruochu just added her name to the list. It definitely wasn't her who paid for it. Everyone knows her family situation. After saying that, the classmate looked at a male classmate with a sarcastic tone. Old Pang, it's a good thing you didn't pursue Jiang Ruochu back then. Otherwise, you would still be helping her family pay off their debts. The girlfriend you found now is no worse than Jiang Ruochu in terms of height and looks. The male student said smugly. I'm very fortunate now. Xin, Xiangbo rolled his eyes at him. You couldn't even catch up with Jiang Ruochu. So what are you celebrating? You're crazy. The male student continued to boast. My girlfriend is pretty, but that's secondary. Her biggest advantage is that she's obedient and well-behaved. If I tell her to go east, she won't go west. Wow, you're so lucky, the male student said enviously. Who wouldn't want a beautiful and obedient girlfriend? In my opinion, it's not that Lao Pang is lucky, it's that his girlfriend is lucky. Look at all those designer clothes she's wearing. They must all be gifts from Lao Pang. The male student became even more smug. Of course, I can't let her go out dressed too poorly and lose face for me. You should be careful not to run into gold diggers. Women like that are only suitable for dating and casual flings, not for marriage. If you want to get married, you should be like me and find a fiancé who is your equal. My fiancé, treats me very well. Do you know that pearl jewelry designer who's become very popular lately? However, this master craftsman doesn't come out of seclusion easily. My fiancé went to great lengths to find her and design an anniversary bracelet for me, the female student said, and even stretched out her wrist to show everyone her bracelet. Oh my god, I'm so envious of you. I also want a bracelet designed by Master Jiang Run. Your fiancé is so good to you. You should find a partner like him. Jiang Ruochu knew that the pearl jewelry they were talking about was designed by the court artisans she had commissioned. Recently, Jailu's phone had been ringing off the hook, with many people wanting to order custom pieces. So she knew it was popular, but she didn't expect it to be this popular, to the point that it had become a tool for showing off. Then she told Jailu that it was designed by an old craftsman. I guess after Jailu told people, the designer's name became Jiang Run over and over again. This is enough to show that some things, unless heard with one's own ears, will become distorted as they are passed around. A classmate nudged Xian Xianghua. Old Xian, why aren't you saying anything? Xian Xianghua had been beaten by Jiang Ruochu, and even after 6 years, the trauma remained. So he didn't dare to speak much and could only force a laugh, thinking that Jiang Ruochu would be back soon and probably wouldn't be able to hit him anymore, since he hadn't said a word. It's so lively. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Jiang Ruochu suddenly appeared beside them, looking at them with a smile. When Xian Xianghua saw Jiang Ruochu, he silently stepped aside. As soon as teacher Zhang left, Jiang Ruochu stopped pretending. She talks about whoever criticizes her. You're so upset because you don't have any friends to give gifts with? You're all huddled together, discussing my relationship with Xia Muning. The essence of arguing is not to prove yourself. That only leads to internal conflict. They mocked Jiang Ruochu, and all Jiang Ruochu had to do was mock them back. That's why Jiang Ruochu didn't need to prove to them that the travel vouchers were indeed given by her and Xia Muning together. As for this pearl bracelet, sorry, the first one was designed by a designer that a lousy auctioneer found. As far as I know, the designer hasn't been taking any work lately, and his name isn't Jiangren. Old classmate, don't be fooled by your fiancé. The female classmate's face turned green, and she vehemently denied it. Don't talk nonsense. What do you know? That's true. But once the seed of doubt is planted, it will surely take root and sprout. The female student subconsciously covered her wrist. That's right, Jiang Ruochu said shamelessly. I shouldn't have exposed you, lest it affect your relationship. A liar and a fool complement each other perfectly. I wish you a long and happy marriage, and may you be forever united in heart. You, Jiang Ruochu, don't make false accusations. At this moment, other classmates came over to talk. This girl was the class monitor. She was not in the same circle as this group of people, but she had never been too lazy to stand out. Now she felt that this group of people were making too much noise. My aunt bought the first pearl bracelet. I heard her say that the designer was indeed Jiang Ruochu's person, so I think Jiang Ruochu should be very clear about it. Moreover, my aunt has also approached the designer several times, hoping that the designer could come out of retirement. But the designer has declined each time, saying that whether or not to take on the job depends on Jiang Ruochu's decision. I don't know about the others, but as for your fiancé, you'd better go back and ask him again, just in case he's been deceived too. The class monitor gave the other party a way out. With someone vouching for them, the expressions on the small group's faces immediately became subtle. Just moments ago, she was the envy of everyone, but now her pride has been completely shattered, and she's even been stepped on twice. She angrily ripped off her pearl bracelet, stuffed it into her bag, and looked like she was going to have a fight with her fiancé when she got home. And you, Pang Zizha, you're really something. People say your girlfriend is after your money, and you not only don't defend her, but you even tacitly agree? Aren't you after her looks too? Even if she's after your money, so what? Who's more noble than whom? You should be glad you were born into a good family and have money to be after, otherwise you wouldn't be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Haha, Nightshade laughed heartily. Unable to win the argument with Jiang Ruochu, these people glared at Yisha when he showed up at their doorstep. Pang Zizha angrily asked, "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Yisha looked innocent, then handed Jiang Ruochu a glass of iced cola. "Have some." Jiang Ruochu happily accepted the cola, thinking to herself, what a sweet little cotton devil this is. The next second, the thoughtful little cotton demon silently smashed the wine glass in Pang Zizha's hand. Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha took a sip of cola at the same time, enjoying Pang Zijia's terrified expression and screams. Yeah! Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha happily clinked glasses. The fun at the class reunion really added a lot of flavor to this buffet. Chapter 154, When Cats and Dogs Meet. They're extremely jealous of each other. The surrounding classmates were shocked and started shouting, calling the waiter to handle the situation. Just then, Pang Zijia's girlfriend, who had just gone to the bathroom, returned. When she returned, she heard her boyfriend praising her for being obedient, while his friends mocked her for being a gold digger. Her boyfriend didn't defend her. Instead, he tacitly accepted that she was a gold digger. She had been holding back, wanting to hear what brilliant ideas her boyfriend, no, to be precise, her ex, could possibly have, until Jiang Ruochu interrupted the conversation of the group of eccentric people. Only then did she rush out, grab a plate of food scraps, and dump it on Pang Zijia's head. The broth, mixed with shrimp shells, slowly dripped down Pang Zijia's noble hair. Jiang Ruochu, Yi Sha, and the system all exclaimed wow in unison. Pang Zijia, holy shit, when you were pursuing me, you were all humble and subservient like a lapdog. But after you got me, you started saying I was after your money and that I was completely obedient to you. Have you no shame? The woman was furious and kicked Pang Zijia twice more. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, and under their watchful eyes, Pang Zijia lost face and raised his hand to hit the woman. Without making a single unnecessary movement, Yi Sha silently cast a spell, causing Pang Zijia's slap to miss its mark. Pang Zijia's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if an invisible force had been controlling him. As for the others, they just assumed he regretted it and suddenly couldn't bear to hit his girlfriend after slapping her. After the woman finished venting her anger, she proudly straightened her hair and clothes, regaining her previous radiant appearance, and then said to Jiang Ruochu, "This classmate is right. So what if I'm after your money? With my qualifications, do you expect me to be doing charity work? If you didn't have money, I wouldn't even look at you with that face of yours. They're all a bunch of worthless bastards who live off their parents, and they still have the nerve to laugh at me." After saying that, the woman turned and left. Meanwhile, the fiancé of the female classmate who had just been showing off her pearl bracelet arrived to pick her up. As soon as he arrived, the female classmate, at the urging of her friends, confronted her fiancé. Soon, Jiang Ruochu saw the engaged couple start arguing, and then the female classmate immediately abandoned her work and left, with her fiancé chasing after her to coax her. Everyone originally wanted to see Jiang Ruochu's performance, but unexpectedly, they ended up becoming the performance themselves. Jiang Ruochu asked contentedly, "Are you full?" Yisha took the last sip of his iced cola and replied cheerfully, "I'm full, and I've seen enough." Xiao Muling also happily said, me too. This is the most wonderful class reunion I've ever seen. I think it will be something that everyone will still remember vividly even in 10 or 20 years. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently. "Then let's go back." Yisha and Xiao Muning both happily replied, "Okay." After Jiang Ruochu went out, she ran into her uncles who had heard the news and chased after her. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw Jiang Ruochu. "Little Jiang, I finally found you. I just found out from my son that you came to the class reunion. I wonder if you had a good time tonight. To put it nicely, buffets are a trend for you young people. To put it bluntly, you don't get any good service. If you don't enjoy your meal, your uncles and elders will treat you to another meal. Xia and your friends are welcome to come." The good service this uncle was referring to was, of course, the kind of restaurant where a waiter would peel the shrimp and crab for you. Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly. "No need. I'm already stuffed from the punishment drink, so I won't eat with you uncles and elders." A person's character is revealed by their upbringing, and character is very important to Jiang Ruochu. No matter what business Jiang Ruochu wants to do in the future, she will never cooperate with these uncles. The uncles were taken aback. "A penalty drink?" Before Jiang Ruochu could answer, several classmates from the restaurant came out, and upon seeing the men, all called out in unison, "Dad! Dad!" Seeing their father treating Jiang Ruochu so politely, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous and involuntarily walked over quickly. Jiang Ruochu turned around and gave her classmates a meaningful look. Then, taking advantage of the fact that her uncles and aunts were busy helping their own children and had no time to pay attention to her, she quickly ran away. Seeing Jiang Ruochu's reaction and their child's embarrassed expression, and recalling the earlier remark about punishment, the uncles and aunts roughly guessed what had happened. The uncles and aunts were immediately filled with disappointment and angrily grabbed their child's head. I told you to be polite to Jiang Ruochu when you see her, but you ignored me. I was hoping to benefit from your friendship with me, but it turns out you're a complete useless person. Oh, Dad, don't believe everything you hear. Maybe Jiang Ruochu has nothing to do with the Gu family at all. If she did, would she have come here so casually? She would have been living the high life by now. So you know how to argue now. Are you the one with the better connections, or am I? The uncles grabbed their son by the ears and gave him another beating. Xiaomu Ning was still laughing when she left the restaurant. Haha, Jiang. I can already imagine how those guys will get beaten up by their dads after you leave. They might even have their cards suspended. Jiang Ruochu was also delighted. Actually, attending class reunions occasionally is quite fun. Xiam Yuning chuckled to herself. I reckon they won't dare invite you again. Jiang Ruochu was delighted. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Sister Ruochu. Just then, a refreshing voice came from not far away. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was Gu Dongfeng. Next to him was a cool green sports car that looked particularly environmentally friendly. At this moment, Gu Dongfeng had already walked over quickly, taking 3 steps at a time. Jiang Ruochu looked her up and down. You've been discharged from the hospital? You look like you're recovering well. Gu Dongfeng waved his arms happily, his face beaming, and said, I've recovered much better than I thought. I think this hospitalization was amazing. After waking up, I feel much better and more energetic. I heard you're attending a class reunion today, so I came to support you. Look at this sports car, isn't it eye-catching? I guarantee that tomorrow, no one in Mingyan City will dare to say you're riding on the coattails of the Gu family. During this time, Jiang Ruochu was living in the eye of the storm. The Gu family, who are always well-informed, must have received the news as well. Gu Tianzhou didn't want his benefactor to get into chaos, and coincidentally, Gu Dongfeng, who had just been discharged from the hospital, insisted on coming to see Jiang Ruochu. Gu Tianzhou then invited him along. The fact that the young master of the Gu family, who had just recovered from serious illness, came to pick up Jiang Ruochu is enough to show that the relationship between the Gu family and Jiang Ruochu is closer than imagined. Jiang Ruochu understood the Gu family's good intentions, but she found the green car an eyesore. At this moment, the uncles and elders also came out and saw Gu Dongfeng smiling at Jiang Ruochu. However, before they could get close, they were stopped by the Gu family's bodyguards. Seeing Gu Dongfeng's fawning manner, Yi Sha felt inexplicably annoyed. He never held back, so he bluntly said, What's a car? I can fly. Gu Dongfeng scoffed, Keep bragging. You can fly, but I can burrow underground. Nightshade scoffed dismissively, talking big. Gu Dongfeng retorted indignantly. Aren't you one too? Nightshade proudly declared, Of course not. Chapter 155 Investigating a New Case. Alright. Jiang Ruochu quickly stopped the two of them. She was afraid that if they continued arguing, Yisha would really fly one to show Gu Dongfeng, and then she would have no way to explain it. You two, one can fly and the other can burrow underground, are a perfect match for this green car. We mere mortals are not worthy of it. Jiang Ruochu shoved the 2 elementary school kids into the sports car, then stood outside and waved to them. The sports car only had 2 seats, and Jiang Ruochu felt that her arrangement was quite good. Gu Dongfeng and Yi Sha sat in the green sports car, looking completely bewildered. Jiang Ruochu patted Gu Dongfeng's shoulder, who was sitting in the driver's seat. What are you standing there for? Drive. Take Yi Sha back. Yi Sha knows the way. You can ask him to give you directions. I'll just go back with my friend. Gu Dongfeng. Nightshade said coldly. I'll show him the road to the underworld. Gu Dongfeng's stubbornness flared up. Oh ho, you're so great, so amazing. If you got the guts, then go ahead and point. I don't believe it. Let's go take a walk on the road to the underworld. The provocation tactic proved very effective on the primary school student. Gu Dongfeng completely forgot that he had come to pick up Jiang Ruochu. He stepped on the gas, and the green sports car sped away, leaving only a trail of dazzling exhaust fumes. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. She pulled Xiam Yuning along and said, All right, those 2 childish devils are gone. We can have some peace and quiet now. Let's go. Xiam Yuning asked worriedly, Won't Yisha beat up the young master? I feel like he's the kind of guy who could punch Gu Dongfeng to pieces. Not even a punch, just a finger will do. What? Jiang Ruochu. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. Xiao Muning said in surprise. You haven't known Yisha for very long, but I feel that you trust him a lot. Most of the time, he is very reliable. And what about the rarer times? It seems very reliable. Unless Nightshade is deliberately trying to sabotage things. Xiao Muling felt that this was the highest praise Jiang Ruochu could give to a man. Because Jiang Ruochu lived in an old-style residential area with narrow streets. It was difficult for Xiao Muning's car to turn around and leave once it entered. So she asked Xiao Muning to drop her off at the entrance of the residential area. When Jiang Ruochu arrived home, she saw Yisha standing at the door, but Gu Dongfeng was nowhere to be seen. This was a bit strange because given Gu Dongfeng's persistent and clingy nature, she shouldn't have been able to shake him off. Jiang Ruochu teased Yisha. "You didn't eat Gu Dongfeng, did you?" Yisha could tell she was joking, so he went along with it and replied, "Yes, men's flesh doesn't taste good. It smells awful." Jiang Ruochu chuckled. Yisha was quite the joker these days. Seeing that she smiled, Yisha explained, "I took him to Shanghai Street. His car ran out of gas, so while he was refueling, I flew away." Shanghai Street and Jiang Ruochu's house are in completely opposite directions, so Yisha was definitely not lost, but did it on purpose. Jiang Ruochu. Yisha glanced cautiously at Jiang Ruochu and protested in a low voice. "I didn't smash his car window. I was already being very polite." Jiang Ruochu retorted, "You're quite proud of yourself?" For some reason, Jiang Ruochu remembered an amusing story she had seen online before. A border collie took a husky out for a walk, then left the husky outside, and the border collie happily trotted home on its own. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the two of them were just like a border collie and a husky. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. She opened her phone and, sure enough, received a 1-minute and 59-second voice message from Gu Dongfeng. Every second was an accusation against Yisha, every word dripping with anguish. If you don't look at his face, this kid's voice is actually quite pleasant. Yisha's words were dripping with sarcasm. "How old are you and how old is he? Why are you still arguing with him?" Nightshade's skin was much thicker than before. "I'm only a few dozen days old." Even so, Yisha didn't want to cause trouble for Jiang Ruochu. "Otherwise, I'll go find him and bring him back." "No need, I'll just tell his sister, and the Gu family will make the arrangements." Jiang Ruochu could see that Gu Dongfeng had an unusually warm attitude towards her. She thought it was just a side effect of his time travel, which made Gu Dongfeng feel a natural closeness to her. This closeness could easily be misinterpreted by him as affection. Therefore, she did not pick up Gu Dongfeng herself, but sent the Gu family instead. Her intention to refuse was very clear. Gu Dongfeng should be able to understand. Let's go back. We're about to go to the auction in Victoria Harbor. Just the information on the auction items and the list of clients will keep me busy for a while. There's also Fu Yinqi's case, which needs some preparation so we don't end up clueless when we get there. Nightshade suddenly said, "I want to earn money to buy him out." Yisha thought to himself, "It's just a bright green car. I can buy that too. Help me take orders. Anyway, you've been staying home studying materials lately and haven't needed to go out much. I can also test my current abilities." Jiang Ruochu happily replied, "Sure, I'll keep an eye out for you." To be honest, she had been waiting for the day when Yisha would take the initiative to offer to make money, since she could keep a 30% cut, which would be wonderful. After Jiang Ruochu returned home, she rested for a while before messaging Fu Yinqi in the group chat. "Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I'm going to Victoria Harbor. After the auction ends, I can find your body and investigate the cause of your death. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons, I can finally clear my name." Crying and sobbing. "Jiang Ruochu, modern world during this time, based on the various memories you sent me, I have carefully analyzed them. The person who attacked you is very likely to be either rich or powerful. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons, why do you say that? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, first of all, the fact that your body has not been found yet indicates that the other party is a meticulous person, not a mobile criminal. Mobile criminals are mostly after money. If the other party was after money, kidnapping you would be more profitable. Killing you would not get them anything except the things you were carrying. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, furthermore, the route you were jogging on at night, although relatively secluded, is still part of a luxury residential area, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Fu Yanqi thought Jiang Ruochu's analysis made a lot of sense. So it seems that the murderer is more dangerous because he is powerful and influential. You should be careful. I don't want you to be in danger because of me. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, it's alright. No matter how dangerous it is, your demon clan's young master will take care of it. Fu Yanqi, a tragic love story between immortals and demons. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, you've done something for yourself. Fu Yanqi, a love story between immortals and demons, I suspect you're mocking me. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, you're overthinking it. I'm actually quite grateful that you threw Yisha over here. At least I have a good helper now. Yeah, a good helper to cover for you. Yisha said quietly behind Jiang Ruochu. Chapter 156 Taboos of Major Clients. Nightshade walked as lightly as a cat, suddenly appearing behind Jiang Ruochu and startling her. Jiang Ruochu turned around and scolded. People can scare each other to death. It's the demons who scare people. After correcting her, Yisha still had a complaint about Jiang Ruochu. People are very cunning, so it's okay to scare them a little. Jiang Ruochu realized that Yisha was teasing her, so she smiled and didn't argue with him. She said with amusement, "Didn't you complain that the transmigration group was too noisy? Why do you still want to read it?" Just passing by. As long as Yisha gets close to Jiang Ruochu, the message from the transmigration group will be automatically shared. After he finished speaking, he slowly went back to lie down on the sofa. Jiang Ruochu continued chatting with Fu Yanqi. She would see many new faces at the charity auction in Victoria Harbor. As an auctioneer, she not only needed to know the auction items inside and out, but also the activities of major clients. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I'll investigate your case in more detail when I get there. I'm planning to attend a charity auction. I'll be the auctioneer. There's some things I'd like to ask you. Do you know anything about the wealthy businessmen in Victoria Harbor? Fu Yanqi, Immortal Demon Romance. Which ones are you referring to? The younger ones, I probably wouldn't recognize. The ones who are on par with my family, I have more contact with. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, okay. Enough with the Versailles. Fu Yanqi sent a grinning emoji. Show me, I'll tell you everything I know. Jiang Ruochu sent over the list of clients who would be attending the charity auction. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I want to know if they have any particular taboos or preferences. The wealthy businessmen in Victoria Harbor are far more obsessed with metaphysics than those in other regions. They even have their own personal feng shui masters and will undertake large-scale construction project for the sake of feng shui. There was an auctioneer who offended a major client at a pre-auction exhibition, causing the client to withdraw from the auction in anger. Since the client left, people in his circle naturally gave him face and followed suit, resulting in many exhibits going unsold at the auction. The auction house owner was so angry that he fired the auctioneer and even went to the auctioneer's house in person to apologize and maintain client relations. Fu Yanqi, Immortal Demon Romance, yes. Lots of them. I think the group members would love to hear them, so why don't we talk about it in the group? Just as Fu Yanqi was saying this, Jiang Ruochu felt a shadow drift past her. She looked up and saw that the shadow was none other than Yisha. Because the nightshade was so tall, it blocked the sunlight from the window when you got close, which is why it looked like a shadow. Jiang Ruochu didn't speak, but with just a glance, Yisha understood that she wanted to ask, "Why did you come here?" Nightshade replied calmly, "The signal is better here." The implication is that he also wants to be a spectator. Jiang Ruochu saw through it, but didn't say anything. She just wanted to watch the drama unfold. "All right, bring a chair over here, or you can drag the sofa over, but you have to put it back in its original place when you're done." Without making a sound, Yisha transformed into a cat, easily jumped onto the table, rested her little head on the keyboard, and gazed at Jiang Ruochu with her two round, glass-like eyes. That way, we won't need a sofa or chairs. Jiang Ruochu, I'm not afraid of demons being fierce. I'm afraid of demons being cute. At this moment, Fu Yanqi was already shouting in the group. Fu Yanqi, a love story between immortals and demons. Don't miss out. Everyone come and enjoy the gossip. Yuan Tangtang was the most proactive, quickly popping up. What's the gossip? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I was just asking Fu Yanqi about the wealthy families in Victoria Harbor, and I felt that everyone would love to hear about these things, so he came to the group to gossip. Zhongzhen, cultivation world, hurry up. My fun is about to begin. Meng Xian, Empress world, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. I also love to hear it. The history of Victoria Harbor's development could probably fill 3 thick books. Victoria Harbor enjoys a superior geographical location with favorable timing, location, and people. It has been developing rapidly for a century. Many wealthy families here have been rich for 3 or 4 generations or more. Among them, the Fu, Qin, Duan, Li, and Zhou families are the most wealthy and famous. However, in recent years, with the development of emerging industries and other cities, Victoria Harbor's economic status is no longer as unique as before, but the old money's heritage and prestige remain. The Qin family made their fortune in real estate, owning many buildings in Victoria Harbor. The current head of the family strongly dislikes people born in the year of the tiger, as well as all items and elements related to tigers, and he also dislikes felines. The auctioneer who was previously fired had recommended the Sphinx statue to him at an exhibition, thus violating his taboo. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Do you know why he hates tigers so much? Zhongzhen, cultivation world. Could it be because he was born in the year of the dragon? In the Chinese zodiac, the dragon and tiger fight, which is considered unlucky, so he doesn't like tigers? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. No. Yuan Tang Tang, ancient palace intrigue. Was he bitten by a tiger when he was a child? Jiang Ruochu sent a laughing emoji. Then he wouldn't be alive now. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. I suspect it has something to do with his first wife. Jiang Ruochu had heard some rumors before, but she wouldn't dwell on things that didn't interest her. Xia Mingchun, true or false heiress? The rumor I heard is that his first wife was born in the year of the tiger, and she later died mysteriously from an illness. Ever since then, he has developed a strong aversion to tigers. People outside suspect that he wronged his wife, has a guilty conscience, and his avoidance of this zodiac sign has reached a pathological level. Xia Michun, the real and fake heiress, his son's girlfriend, was born in the year of the tiger, but he forced them apart. Later, his son got angry, drank and raced, had a car accident, and became disabled. Now he can only live with special care every day. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. After this incident, he disliked people born in the year of the tiger even more. Xia Mingchen, the real and fake heiress. I heard that he looks at the zodiac signs of his secretaries. Is that true? Kyochola Fu Yangxi. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. It's true. Some people changed their birth year to get a job and were fired after it was discovered. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. I was thinking, maybe next time the Qin family's business rivals will print out 1,000 pictures of tigers and put them on old man Qin's door. Maybe they'll scare him. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Cough. Actually, some people have done this. Zhongzhen, cultivation world. Meng Xian, empress world. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. I'm telling you this, and I'm not afraid you'll spread it around, but it was actually the Li family who were fighting him for the land who did it. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. High-end business battles are often so simple and unpretentious. Chui Shuohui, doomsday world. Rich people are so willful. If they don't like something, they just don't want to watch it, but they insist that the world revolve around them. Jiang Ruochu, modern world. Actually, people without money think the same way, but they don't have the qualifications or resources to make the world revolve around them. Jiang Ruochu's single sentence was incredibly sarcastic. Chapter 157. The Demon Clan begins taking orders. Fu Yinshi, immortal demon, abusive romance. Okay, let's continue. That guy from the Duan family only likes to speak in gibberish, and he has to have a perfect London accent. Every time he speaks gibberish, he likes to throw in technical terms and speak at lightning speed. If you can't keep up in the first round, he'll look down on you, but if you can understand him, he'll think highly of you. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. How's your bird language? Jiang Ruochu, modern world. That's not difficult. Let's continue. What about the Li family? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. The man in the Li family has 3 wives who have given birth to a total of 8 children, not including illegitimate children born outside the family. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Each of his wives has given birth to a son, so these young masters are fiercely competing with each other. Just don't get too close to any of them. As for making things difficult for you, they probably won't, but they don't like reading the written descriptions of the exhibits, so they might ask you questions on the spot. The eldest son likes anecdotes and doesn't like listening to serious stories. The second son is henpecked, and the third son loves to hear about the ways of wealth. Yuan Tangdang, ancient palace intrigue, I saw on a gossip account that the three wives of the Li family are fighting fiercely among themselves. Is that true? Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons, it's true. But on the surface, they're all very friendly. They can play mahjong together and call each other sister or brother. But in private, they probably wish the other would die sooner. Jiang Ruochu. Modern world, the truly deadly conflicts are the most subtle and inconspicuous. It's not the open rage that's scary, but the hidden stabs. Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons that makes sense. Speaking of which, I remembered that I had a fight with the third son of the Li family before I died. I don't know if my death was related to him. Moreover, he lived in the same luxury residential area as me, which made him a good match for me. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, okay, I understand. Fu Yanxi, a love story between immortals and demons, the person from the Zhou family who went to the auction this time is a good friend of mine. We used to go out to sea together. He likes sea, fishing, and fine wine. You can start with his hobbies to get closer to him. If that doesn't work, you can just say that you are my friend. He won't make things difficult for you for my sake. After making inquiries, Jiang Ruochu basically understood the quirks of these important figures. The reason she asked so many questions wasn't just for the auction, but also to investigate Fu Yanxi's death. To find clues from these people, she needed to do some basic research. Troublesome, Black Cat Nightshade said coolly. Which of them dares to cause you trouble? I can talk to them for you tonight. Jiang Ruochu smiled and happily accepted Yisha's kindness. She rubbed the black cat's head and said, it's not impossible. However, you're my trump card. Usually, trump cards are used as a last resort. Let's be polite first and then use force. Nightshade said lazily, okay. After saying that, he remembered that Jiang Ruochu didn't like him speaking human language when he was a cat, so he immediately shut his mouth and pretended to lick his cat paws nonchalantly. Jiang Ruochu saw it all and smiled to herself. In fact, a person's level of tolerance depends entirely on the object of their tolerance. Jiang Ruochu used to think it was strange for cats to talk like humans, and even annoying. But after spending so much time together, she's come to accept it. It's not that she accepts the situation itself, but rather that she can accept it because the other party is Nightshade, or because of a loyal little cat like Missing Ear who speaks human language. Jiang Ruochu put her mind at ease and continued to look at the messages in the group. At this point, the group members' conversation had drifted far and wide, verging into the dramatic love-hate relationships of the wealthy, and these topics inevitably included various male and female celebrities. Jiang Ruochu glanced at them and saw quite a few familiar faces, most of whom were involved in scandalous rumors. However, she just glanced at it casually and didn't take it to heart. She began to delve deeper into the client's information and the stories behind the auction items, following the information Fu Yanxi had given her. Charity auctions are different from regular auctions. They are more about interpersonal relationships, supporting the audience, and socializing, with charity being the ultimate goal. Therefore, Jiang Ruochu did much more research on people than she had done at other auctions before. During this time, Jiang Ruochu stayed home studying materials, while Yi Sha went out to take orders. The first order came from Sangwon. Ever since Jiang Ruochu visited Sangwon's house when she bought pearls last time, and Yi Sha devoured the evil thoughts in the stone statue, Sangwon felt much more cheerful. Later, she learned from Jiang Ruochu that it was Yi Sha who had done this good deed in secret, and she even sent a gift to thank Yi Sha. Recently, her friend ran into trouble and warmly invited Yasha to help. The reward was quite high, and Jiang Ruochu happily relayed this to Yi Sha. Here's what happened. In Sangwon's group of wealthy wives, there was a lady who felt that her son had been acting strangely lately, as if he were possessed. For example, when he was sitting in a chair, he would laugh at his phone screen. At first, she thought her son was looking at his phone messages, but when she went over, she realized that her son was laughing at a dark screen. The scene horrified the noblewoman. She immediately questioned her son, but he stammered and couldn't explain why he was laughing at the dark phone screen. Seeing that her son, though hesitant, was clear-headed and did not seem to be possessed by something evil, the lady began to wonder if she was being paranoid. A few days later, she got thirsty at night and got up to drink water, only to find her son not sleeping in the middle of the night, laughing at the floor-to-ceiling glass, and even twisting and turning. This terrified the wealthy woman. Afraid of startling anything on her son, she held back her screams and had to call Sangwon for help in the middle of the night. Sangwon told her to calm down first, and then she sought help from Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu felt that no matter what kind of dirt it was, it probably wouldn't even be enough to fill Yisha's teeth, and it should be easy to solve. Unexpectedly, Yisha had been gone all day, and it was almost 1 a.m., but he still hadn't returned, which was rather unusual. Jiang Ruochu texted Yisha, asking if he had run into trouble. Yisha is not good at typing on his phone. Every time he replies to a message, he types one letter at a time, like a little old man. Nightshade. Nothing major happened, just a bit strange. Nightshade. I clearly can't see any evil spirits on him, and he's perfectly healthy, but just now at midnight he suddenly went crazy, fell to the ground crying and laughing, which terrified his mother, who kept asking me what to do. Chapter 158 The Truth Behind Feigning Madness. Jiang Ruochu found Yisha's description strange, so she replied, "Are you sure he's not possessed?" Nightshade confirmed. After replying confidently, Yisha paused for a moment, thought it over carefully, and then retracted the previous message, replying, "The world is full of wonders. Perhaps the evil spirit on him is unique to your world. Since I have never seen it before, I cannot sense it. Although Yasha is arrogant, he is not haughty." Jiang Ruochu thought for a moment. "How about I go take a look tomorrow?" Nightshade, "No need, I can handle it." Jiang Ruochu didn't press the matter. She replied, "If you're sure he's not possessed by evil spirits, then perhaps he has something to hide." Jiang Ruochu, "This can be considered a unique monster among humans." Nightshade, "Is there a guilty conscience?" Jiang Ruochu, "Yes, for example, if he has something he wants to hide from his mother but can't hide it anymore, he can only pretend to be crazy." Jiang Ruochu has seen many people like this during her work. The funniest time was when someone bid on an item, then regretted it, didn't want it anymore, and wanted to break the contract, but was unwilling to pay the penalty. In the end, they made up a story that they were possessed by a ghost and inexplicably bid on the item. The auction house could not possibly agree to this, and when the other party realized that this tactic was not working, they claimed that they had a mental illness. In short, when a person acts abnormally, 90% of the time, it's because they have something to hide. With Jiang Ruochu's reminder, Yisha also had a direction for his investigation. The next morning, Yisha returned as expected, with a dark expression. He had returned in the form of a little black cat, so logically his expression shouldn't be visible. But for some reason, Jiang Ruo felt that he had a dark expression. Even with a dark expression, Yosha still had a bag dangling from his mouth, containing freshly baked cheese and grape tarts. Despite his small cat body, Nightshade possesses immense energy, making carrying a box of egg tarts a piece of cake for him. Egg tarts are a new product from a nearby cake shop and are very popular. The first batch is baked at 8:30 every morning, and if you go too late, you won't be able to buy them. Jiang Ruochu managed to snag 2 boxes before, but then she suddenly had to go to work. By the time she finished, the egg tarts were cold and had lost their flavor. Yasha remembered this, so after dealing with the laughing son incident, he bought it on his way back. Jiang Ruochu's eyes lit up when she smelled the aroma of the egg tarts. She was delighted and a little surprised by Yisha's thoughtfulness. She happily accepted the egg tarts and said, "Thanks. You're welcome. Consider my way of thanking you for reminding me. Otherwise, I might never have discovered that human secret." Jiang Ruochu understood from his tone that this matter had nothing to do with ghosts or monsters, so she asked with some curiosity, "What exactly is going on with him?" With a somber face and deep sorrow, Yisha said, "I suffered a work injury." Jiang Ruochu looked Yisha up and down in surprise. "No one should be able to hurt you, right? It's not the body that's injured, it's here." Nightshade pointed to his chest, but then suddenly realized that he didn't have a beating heart, so he couldn't be injured. He didn't dwell on the matter too much, and quietly explained the whole story. Last night, after being reminded by Jiang Ruochu, Yisha quickly adjusted his plan. When a noblewoman's son went mad again, he held him down, first muttering some incoherent nonsense, and then said with great certainty, "I have suppressed the evil spirit in his body. He will be fine after a good night's sleep." The noblewoman's son glanced at his words instinctively, then fell asleep. In fact, Nightshade had not cast any spells. Seeing how cooperative the other party was, he knew that the other party had been pretending to be crazy all along. After the noblewoman helped her son into the room to rest, she thanked the knight sergeant profusely and generously paid him his reward. After receiving the money, Yisha pretended to leave, only to sneak back late at night and discover the other party's secret. It turns out that this wealthy woman's son has recently developed a peculiar fetish. He likes to wear women's clothing. This shameful hobby made him always stammer, and he would do strange things in a secretive manner. His mother naturally interpreted his unusual behavior as strange and erratic. For example, he was laughing while sitting in a chair because he was learning a girl group dance. He didn't dare to dance at home because he was afraid his mother would scold him for being a pervert. So he could only practice his expressions in front of his phone screen. His mother saw him dancing in front of the French windows in the middle of the night because he thought his mother wasn't home, so he was just being reckless. But he still got caught. The boy even started live streaming online, dressing up in women's clothing and dancing to girl group songs. Surprisingly, he gained over 100,000 followers in just a few months. However, the wealthy woman has been keeping a close eye on her son lately, causing him to hold back from going live for several days and also from wearing women's clothing for several days. If this continues, his feigned madness will turn into real madness. Fortunately, the night raider arrived. When Yisha said he was all right, he immediately cooperated. Sure enough, his mother was relieved and stopped watching him. When it was late at night, the boy changed into a shiny, bling-bling dress and quickly started streaming, only to be caught red-handed by Yisha. They didn't catch the ghost, but they did catch the noblewoman's son's unique hobby. The whole thing was absurd yet funny, and funny yet tinged with helplessness. But Yasha didn't care whether the boy was helpless or not. His eyes were really hurting. After hearing the whole story and seeing Yisha's angry expression, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yisha glanced at her and suddenly felt that what happened last night wasn't so bad after all. He slowly sat back down on the sofa and started eating egg tarts. I've been working too much overtime these past few days, and I also need to sort out the upcoming plot, which is about to reach a turning point, so I'll only be posting one chapter today, and I'll continue with 2 more tomorrow. I'll move it to the author's notes in a few days. Chapter 159, A Twist of Fate. Although Yisha's first job resulted in a major blunder, the matter was at least resolved, the money was received, and most surprisingly, Yisha's reputation actually improved. It turns out that outsiders also knew about the noblewoman's son being possessed by evil spirits, but the noblewoman couldn't reveal the truth about her son's love of wearing women's clothing and even live streaming himself dancing to girl group songs. So she simply admitted that her son was indeed possessed by evil spirits and was then saved by Master Yisha. With the noblewoman's testimony, the superstitious people in the circle naturally no longer doubted Yisha's abilities, and they all wanted to invite Yisha to come out of seclusion. However, after this incident, Yasha was somewhat traumatized and said he would only leave the mountain for major events. But it seems difficult to imagine that something extraordinary would happen in this world that only a demon lord could suppress. This made Nightshade a little depressed. Seeing this, Jiang Ruochu teased him, "If you really can't make a living by performing, why not make a living by selling your looks? Aren't you waiting for me to make it in the entertainment industry?" Nightshade, "Of course, it's okay if you don't want to go into the entertainment industry. I can still support you anyway." Jiang Ruochu's previous statement that Yisha was her trump card wasn't a lie, but a genuine compliment. A knife as sharp as Nightshade is rarely used. It can only be used in critical moments. So even if Nightshade doesn't go out to earn money and is entirely supported by her, she won't lose out. The phrase, "I can support you," sounds really strange, but what's strange about it? Yosha can't quite put his finger on it. He didn't understand, but the system knew quite a bit. The system snorted, "I know, this is what a live-in son-in-law is like." The system is still showing off its knowledge. Dragon King's son-in-law. You know what I mean? Extremely popular. Cough. Jiang Ruochu was startled by the system's recognition. Nightshade looked at her suspiciously. "What's wrong?" It's nothing. Jiang Ruochu muttered to the system in her mind. "Read less weird novels." The system changed its tune. "That's a demon son-in-law. You and your son-in-law are really at odds, aren't you? I just think the little black egg is all right. Perhaps it's because we share a similar plight." Jiang Ruochu. Over time, the system even learned to mock. However, the system's words still managed to resonate with Jiang Ruochu. Sometimes she would subconsciously glance at Yisha and find that Yisha was quite superior in terms of personality, appearance, and everything else. In particular, Yisha is able to remain very quiet most of the time. He usually reads books or watches TV by himself. When he doesn't want to watch anymore, he will tell Jiang Ruochu, then turn into a cat and go out for a stroll. But when Jiang Ruochu needs Yisha at crucial moments, he will appear out of nowhere. This feeling of not disturbing each other, yet being together at all times, made Jiang Ruochu feel very at ease and comfortable. If you really want to find a boyfriend, Nightshade would be a good fit. But Jiang Ruochu didn't think too deeply about it, because she knew that Yi Sha was a demon, and there was a problem of time between them the humans could never overcome. Jiang Ruochu doesn't want to change anything right now. She's content to just let things take their course. Meanwhile, Nightshade's business also suddenly took a new turn. After wearing the protective stone, Chu Morong felt that it was effective and recommended it to her girlfriends. Her girlfriends are all wealthy. They can easily spend hundreds of thousands on a designer bag, so spending a little money on a protective stone is nothing to them. As a result, Yisha suddenly received a lot of orders for protective stones. He would spend his free time at home using magic to make protective stones, and then sell them to Chu Morong and his friends in the industry. How much they sell depends entirely on the mood of the night market that day. Nothing more than being willful. This is the Demon King. As the days went by, Nightshade had saved up quite a bit of money during this time. When he was preparing to leave for Victoria Harbor with Jiang Ruochu, he bought 4 gifts and gave them to Jiang Ruochu, Yin Mingyu, Jiang Chui, and Jiang Sheng respectively. When Jiang Ruochu received a gift, she was very surprised. Why did you think of giving me a gift? Most importantly, even her family members are included. Jiang Ruochu opened the gift box. Inside was a jade bamboo bracelet, the fresh green color complementing Jiang Ruochu's skin tone. She adds another advantage to Nightshade's reputation. Nightshade does have quite good taste in aesthetics. Nightshade's thinking was simple. Happiness makes humans live longer. You could have wished me a long and healthy life, but you had to say it in such an annoying way. Thank you so much. After saying that, Jiang Ruochu suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly remembering something. Yasha was very pleased. Receiving a gift is always a happy thing. Jiang Ruochu glanced at the smug Yisha with a broad smile. She wasn't actually happy because of the gift, but because of Yisha's actions and his innocent thoughts. The gift Yisha gave Yin Mingyu was a travel package, which he learned from Jiang Ruochu. For the past few years, Yin Mingyu had been burdened by debt and her husband who had become a vegetable. Now she was relieved and had time to travel, so the gift Yisha gave her was exactly what she wanted. However, Yin Mingyu was puzzled as to why her daughter's bodyguard would give her a gift. When she asked Yisha, Jiang Ruochu was afraid that Yisha would say something like, "I hope you live to be 100 years old." Fortunately, Yisha was straightforward but not stupid. He half-jokingly said that it was because Jiang Ruochu had introduced him to many jobs, which made him money. Yin Mingyu nodded and accepted the gift, and also reminded her daughter not to be a wicked capitalist boss. It was one thing to make Xiaoyi a bodyguard, but why make her do extra work when there was nothing else to do? Yisha explained to Jiang Ruochu, "I was short of money, so I asked her to help me find a job." Upon hearing this, and seeing Yisha's obedient demeanor, Yin Mingyu felt even more sorry for him. "And he doesn't have anything good to give you, so why don't you take this bracelet with you? Don't underestimate this thing. It's good for your health." Young man, health is your most valuable asset. As long as you're healthy, you can earn whatever you want. Yin Mingyu said, taking off the magic stone bracelet from her wrist. "Don't be disgusted that I've worn this before. It really works, which is why I thought of giving it to you." Jiang Ruochu and Yisha looked at the magic stone together and fell silent. The silence of the magic stone minions was deafening. Jiang Ruochu felt that giving this gift was not as practical as treating Yisha to a barbecue. Coincidentally, Yisha thought the same thing, and he even boldly said, "Auntie, this thing is useless to me." Before Yin Mingyu could ask why, Yisha continued, "If possible, I'd like to eat a meal cooked by my aunt. I've never eaten my mother's cooking." Nightsha quickly changed his tune. It was Mom's cooking. Yisha was very curious whether the food his mother cooked tasted different from what he ate outside. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingyu seemed to imagine something, and the heartache in her eyes became even more apparent. She readily agreed. "That's no problem at all. When you get back from your business trip, I'll cook you a big meal. Just tell me what you want to eat." Yisha was very happy. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Yin." Later, Yin Mingyu secretly asked Jiang Ruochu, "Did Yisha's parents die young?" Jiang Ruochu paused for half a second, then said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "No, it's just that his parents have both fallen for other people and don't really care about him anymore. He even fainted from hunger once before. It's almost the same whether it's there or not. Yin Mingyu sighed. What a hard life this child has been living. Jiang Ruochu felt that her mother was also a ruthless person when she spoke. Yin Mingyu passed this test smoothly. The next test is with her younger brother, Jiang Chui. Chapter 160, The Mysterious Clown Man. Initially, when Jiang Chui returned home, he suddenly discovered a strange man in his house. He was not only resistant, but also very wary. Even after knowing that Yisha was a bodyguard, he still did not let his guard down. He felt that any man, except for him and his father, was dangerous. So he kept observing Yisha with a scrutinizing gaze. And he even asked Jiang Ruochu why she let Yisha appear in her home. Didn't he have his own home? Even if he was a bodyguard, he could just protect him when he was at work. In fact, Nightshade really doesn't have a home. Jiang Ruochu's reason for deceiving her younger brother was that Yisha's salary was paid by the company and settled monthly, and the price was the same whether he worked 30 days or 24 days. If we follow Jiang Chui's request and prevent Yisha from appearing, given Jiang Ruochu's current travel volume, we'll be losing money. Although the younger brother was very clever, he was no match for Jiang Ruochu, that old fox. Most importantly, he felt that this set of twisted logic and nonsense perfectly matched his sister's persona. I think you make a lot of sense. No wonder you're my sister. You're cut out to be a ruthless capitalist, spending the same amount of money. Of course, it's more cost-effective to use it for 30 days than for 24 days. You might as well use it 24 hours a day, like crazy. Jiang Chui's hostility towards Yisha turned into sympathy. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently, then hugged her younger brother and started scolding him forcefully. I'm not only a heartless capitalist, but also a heartless older sister. In fact, Jiang Chui is much taller than Jiang Ruochu, but he still pretends to be unable to beat her and screams for mercy. Because of this incident, Jiang Chui always felt that his relationship with Yisha, while not exactly strained, was at least rather distant. Therefore, when he received Yisha's gift, he was more surprised than anyone else. I'm involved too, Nightshade replied calmly. Of course. Jiang Chui suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The other person was being so polite, but he had initially been so hostile. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding, and he who takes another's money is bound to do his bidding. Jiang Chui accepted Yisha's gift, and that afternoon invited Yisha to play basketball together. Jiang Chui was surprised to find that although Yisha did not understand the rules of basketball or how to play basketball, he was very athletic and learned in just one afternoon. He was immediately convinced and automatically included Yisha in his list of good friends. As Jiang Ruochu and Yisha were setting off for the airport, Jiang Chui specifically discussed with her sister, my brother Yi is a good person, so don't be too heartless. Jiang Ruochu, ? You little rascal, you betrayed us way too quickly. Jiang Chui said mysteriously, friendship between men can sometimes develop so quickly. You don't understand. How old are you? And you're already a man. Jiang Ruochu poked Jiang Chui's arm with amusement. Jiang Chui covered her arm and said righteously, don't judge a man by his age. Look at this. He pointed his head. Some people are in their 50s or 60s and still haven't been weaned, while some people are young but can be very mature. Jiang Ruochu looked Jiang Chui up and down. This doesn't sound like you. Jiang Chui said proudly, well, my brother Yi said makes a lot of sense to me. All right, you keep calling me brother Yi. Go back now. Take good care of mom and dad while I'm gone. Yes, ma'am. Sis, be careful too. Jiang Chui hugged Jiang Ruochu reluctantly, then said warmly to Yisha, brother Yi, we'll be waiting for you to come back and play ball. Nightshade nodded coolly. He found playing ball quite fun, but he had to control his strength every time he jumped to avoid flying too high. After Jiang Ruochu and Yisha entered the waiting room, Jiang Chui and Yin Mingyu left the airport together. More than an hour later, the plane landed at Victoria Harbor Airport. Gu Dongfeng, who had disappeared for almost half a month, suddenly reappeared. Actually, he didn't really disappear. He was just busy with charity work. Gu Dongfeng took the initiative to propose to his family that he would take charge of the veteran support program that the family had always supported. So after being tricked by Yisha to go into the suburbs last time, he had no chance to cause trouble for Yisha again because he was running around outside. The Gu family was very pleased with Gu Dongfeng's change, so naturally, he was the one to participate in this charity auction in Victoria Harbor. Gu Dongfeng greeted him with a smile. Hello. Jiang Ruochu was not surprised that Gu Dongfeng would appear. You should have arrived before us, right? Yeah, I wanted to wait for you to arrive so we could go into the city together. I waited for 2 whole hours. Hee hee, see how sincere I am? Unlike some people who can give you the wrong directions. I was really worried about them. I didn't want them to lead you astray. Gu Dongfeng gave Yi Sha a sarcastic look. It won't lead you astray, Nightshade readily admitted, because I deliberately gave you the wrong directions. Gu Dongfeng. Some people are very bad, and they openly admit that they are bad. Nightshade looked at him with a go-ahead and hit me if you dare attitude. After deep consideration, Gu Dongfeng realized that he was unlikely to defeat Yi Sha, so he could only grit his teeth and snort. I'm not going to talk to someone as cunning as you. Sister Huachu, come on, I've arranged the car and driver. Gu Dongfeng enthusiastically helped Jiang Ruochu carry her suitcase, while glaring at Yi Sha as he did so. Jiang Ruochu figured it out. If Gu Dongfeng came to pick her up last time, then this time he must have come to annoy Yi Sha and get revenge for being abandoned last time. Unfortunately, he couldn't add to the chaos. Instead, he was outmaneuvered by Nightshade. These 2 elementary school kids are really going at it. Jiang Ruochu guessed that Gu Dongfeng had more tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, they arrived at the airport parking lot. The driver and assistant were waiting by the car. Gu Dongfeng said in a pretentious manner, I'm sorry, although there are 4 seats this time, I have a driver and an assistant, so it seems there aren't enough seats for you. Or you could fly to the hotel. Yi Sha glanced at Gu Dongfeng and coldly uttered 2 words, naive. Then, without batting an eye, he easily jumped onto the hood of the car, took another step, and jumped onto the roof. If it weren't for the need to hide and avoid scaring this idiot to death, he could have jumped directly onto the roof from the spot. I won't fly, you could drive. I'll just sit here. Gu Dongfeng. With someone sitting on the roof, it's impossible to drive the car out of the parking lot, let alone on the road. Later, they had to change the seating arrangement so that Gu Dongfeng would sit in the front passenger seat, Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha would sit in the back, and the assistant would have to take a taxi into the city. Of course, the fare would be reimbursed, and he could enjoy the spaciousness all by himself. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem so bad after all. When Jiang Ruochu and her group arrived at Victoria Harbor, it was already evening. Outside the car window were brightly lit buildings, dense traffic, and hurried pedestrians, all of which symbolized that the city's nightlife was just beginning. In a corner of Victoria Harbor, a man wearing a clown mask sits on a table, gently wiping his beloved gun with a soft cloth. At this moment, 2 men wearing animal masks walked in and respectfully reported, "Boss, everything is ready." Upon hearing this, the man in the clown mask raised his head and let out a sinister laugh. Then he raised his gun and fired a shot at the target, hitting the bullseye. The clown jumped off the table excitedly and said, "Great! I'll give those rich scumbags a surprise." Chapter 161, The Mysterious Venerable 1A Short. While later, the clown man's men carried wooden crates and excitedly entered the warehouse. The clown man swaggered over to the wooden crate, brandishing his crowbar. He first danced around the crate, then kept tapping it with the crowbar. When he was done playing around, he slowly pried open the sealed wooden lid. Among the piles of paper were brand new guns and even grenades underneath. Another box was filled with heavy weapons. Upon seeing so many wonderful things, the henchmen wearing animal masks around them let out excited shouts, exclaiming how amazing their boss was. The entire warehouse was like a large circus. The clown man thoroughly enjoyed being surrounded by his henchmen. He felt like a conductor on a stage, reveling in the joy of controlling everything. At that moment, a henchman wearing an elephant mask walked up to the clown man. "Boss, it's His Excellency's call." Upon hearing this, the clown immediately dropped his smugness and grin, and instead took the phone with great respect. The clown's actions were full of humility. "It's so late. Haven't you rested yet?" In Buddhist terminology, the Venerable One represents someone who excels in both wisdom and virtue. In the eyes of the clown man, the Venerable One is the God of light, and now that the God is willing to call him, is a great blessing to him. "I'm so happy for you that you're about to fulfill your long-cherished wish, so I can't sleep." The clown-like man gripped his gun tightly with excitement. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency, and thank you for your support. Feeny, you've come a long way. It hasn't been easy. You must work hard and make those who look down on you open their eyes and take a good look." Feeny means phoenix, and it refers to the clown's rebirth. When he received this new name, he almost knelt down to express his gratitude to the Venerable One. Upon hearing this, the clown man's eyes showed both emotion and gratitude, as well as fervent admiration. When he was in dire straits, even his closest relatives abandoned him. It was the Venerable One who saved him and gave him a new name. From that day on, he became the Venerable One's faithful messenger. When the hatred in your heart can no longer be suppressed, then let it burn freely. Burn away all the garbage. Burn away all the people who are in your way. In short, whatever you do is better than hurting yourself. The Venerable One patiently and skillfully guided people, as if he were a demon leading them to hell. But to others, he is a God who leads people to heaven. As the Venerable One murmured, the clown's expression gradually twisted and turned mad. His burning hatred was meant to consume those who had abandoned him, mocked him, and wronged him. Feeny, please be careful. The Venerable's tone was full of concern, so sincere that it brought tears to one's eyes. He paused for half a second before saying in a slow, deliberate tone, "My soul is with you. Thank you for your blessing, Your Excellency." The clown's pupils dilated, his excitement like that of a child receiving praise. After the call ended, those around the Venerable One cautiously inquired, "This journey is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid Feeny may not return." A hint of mockery flashed across the Venerable One's lips, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Without me, he would have died long ago, wouldn't he?" The man immediately lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "It was Your Excellency's supreme divine power that saved Feeny. It is a blessing from heaven that he is still alive. It is only right that he does anything for Your Excellency." The Venerable One glanced at the other party, but said nothing. Then he slowly swirled his wine glass, arrogantly admiring the wine inside. On the way to the hotel, Gu Dongfeng earnestly invited Jiang Ruochu to rest at the hotel he had booked, praising the excellent service and beautiful scenery there. However, Jiang Ruochu had already booked a hotel and didn't want to go through all that trouble, so she decided to go back to the hotel she had booked. Gu Dongfeng could only respect Jiang Ruochu's wishes and waited until they arrived at Jiang Ruochu's residence. Gu Dongfeng poked his head out with a grin. "Sister, this hotel looks pretty good. Why don't I stay here with you? We can go to the exhibition together." As Gu Dongfeng was speaking, he was about to open the car door, but Yi Sha, who had already gotten out of the car, grabbed his hand and pressed it down. Strangely enough, the night brake seemed to have immense strength. The car door he was holding down was as if it were welded to the car, and no matter how hard Gu Dongfeng tried, he couldn't move an inch. Nightshade said disdainfully, "Are you still in kindergarten? You follow us to the exhibition. Do you want to follow us to the bathroom too?" Gu Dongfeng retorted without hesitation, "Even my sister didn't object, so why should you? You're with me every day. That's my job." Gu Dongfeng couldn't refute it, so he could only look to Jiang Ruochu for help, as if hoping that Jiang Ruochu would speak up for him. Yi Sha also looked at Jiang Ruochu, but his expression remained unchanged, clearly more composed than Gu Dongfeng. Jiang Ruochu coughed lightly and advised, "It's so late. If you check out now, they'll still charge you the full amount. It's a waste to leave it empty." Previously, Gu Dongfeng had no feelings about the word waste, and he was even the spokesperson for waste. But after being discharged from a hospital this time, he felt uncomfortable as soon as he heard the word and felt that waste was a very shameful thing. "All right, then I won't waste the room I've already booked. I'll come find you again tomorrow." After Gu Dongfeng finished speaking, he pointed threateningly at Yi Sha, meaning "You just wait." Jiang Ruochu suppressed a laugh. "I feel like you're coming to see Yi Sha tomorrow." Gu Dongfeng's eyes widened. "Sister, what you said is too shocking. Don't scare me." Nightshade was utterly blunt. "Then you'd better get out of here." Gu Dongfeng glared at Yi Sha, and finally left reluctantly. The next day, Gu Dongfeng naturally did not come. After all, as soon as he set foot in Victoria Harbor, he was already arranged by other wealthy families, and various invitations came one after another. As for Jiang Ruochu, she wasn't idle either. Tomorrow was the charity auction exhibition, so she naturally had to go to the exhibition site first. Chapter 162 Auction Exhibition. The so-called auction exhibition refers to the exhibition of all auction items a week in advance, which is open to bidders, the media, and the general public. It is also a good opportunity for bidders to appreciate the exhibits in advance. After all, items that cost millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars at auction shouldn't be something you can't even see in person. At the exhibition, bidders also have a privilege that others don't have. They could get a closer look at the exhibits and examine them more closely. At this stage, some bidders will bring along appraisers they know to authenticate the items. However, charity auctions usually do not have an exhibition process, since the purpose of a charity auction is different from that of a formal auction. However, this time Jiang Ruochu suggested adding it to the exhibition process. She had two reasons. Firstly, because we haven't done an exhibition before, we're doing it this time to better highlight the uniqueness of this charity auction. Rich people don't love anything else. They just love being different. Secondly, 2/3 of the items in the charity auction were donated by various families, and money no longer held much significance for these families. Compared to that, a good reputation is more important. Therefore, holding exhibitions, and even opening them to the public and the media to introduce the exhibits and the stories between the various families can create suitable topics and meet the needs of the wealthy families. Bai Manzi thought Jiang Ruochu's suggestion was excellent, so she fully supported the exhibition. As expected, when the news of the exhibition was released, the members of all the families were secretly delighted, actively cooperated in the promotion, and increased their contact with Bai Manzi. Bai Manzi was naturally happy, and as she moved among these wealthy families, she also laid a lot of groundwork for Jiang Ruochu. The official exhibition starts tomorrow, so she'll definitely be here today to oversee the final setup. I heard you gave a lot of good suggestions for the exhibition. Bai Manzi's gaze fell on an embroidered silk exhibit not far away. This exhibit was a single-sided tiger embroidery, which happened to touch on the Qin family's taboo. However, if it was not exhibited, it would offend the family that gave it the exhibit, especially since this exhibit was quite special, as it was embroidered by the family's great-grandmother herself. Even if the tiger embroidery were exhibited, as long as Jiang Ruochu didn't specifically introduce it to the Qin family, she wouldn't offend them. However, Jiang Ruochu came up with a unique idea. She had a rotating display stand made. Behind the display stand was a biography of the maker of the exhibit, who was also the great-grandmother of that family. You see, this great-grandmother was a remarkable woman worthy of being written about in detail, so her life story was quite interesting. This way, when the Qin family members appear, the tiger embroidery can be rotated around, and when they leave, the exhibit can be rotated back. This way, neither the Qin family nor the family that donated the exhibit are offended, and the biographical information accompanying it adds to their family's prestige. This move takes interpersonal skills to the extreme. Regardless of whether the Qin family patriarch will actually never see the tiger again, at least his intentions have been conveyed. If he tries to cause trouble again, then he's in the wrong. Bai Manzi said regretfully, "If it weren't for that kid Jai Lu's unwillingness to let you go, I really would have liked to snatch you away." Jiang Ruochu only returned a polite smile. Bai Manzi understood Jiang Ruochu's meaning, so she tried to save face for herself. "I was just saying it casually. Don't put too much pressure on me." After saying that, she patted Jiang Ruochu on the shoulder. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You did a great job this time." Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, "It's all the duty. I also hope that this charity auction can be successfully completed." Bai Manzi blinked and asked with an expression of anticipation, "I heard that painter contacted you last time?" In this charity auction, some of the items are works donated by contemporary artists. It was Jiang Ruochu who decided whether or not they wanted to be included in the auction. This is a tremendous opportunity for contemporary artists. Just being able to participate in this auction is like being gilded, and their value will skyrocket in the future. That's why many people secretly gave Jiang Ruochu gifts when she was in Ming'an City. Even the great painter, who had tried to test Jiang Ruochu at the previous touring exhibition, but ended up losing face instead of gaining any advantage, shamelessly came to give her a gift. Jiang Ruochu readily admitted, "Yes, it wasn't just him. Other people also approached me, but I didn't accept any of them." "Why?" "First of all, the painting he sent was too tacky and didn't qualify for the exhibition. Secondly, I do have the right to select items, but it's not entirely up to me. To be honest, my understanding of calligraphy and painting is only superficial. In terms of professional expertise, I can't compare to the calligraphy and painting appraisal teachers in the company. Letting me select items would not only be like showing off my limited skills before an expert, but it would also be extremely tiring. So I had the company's professional instructors do the final product selection. After they selected the products, they showed them all to me, and then we finalized the list. Indeed, doing everything yourself will only exhaust you. Delegating appropriately is the best choice." By Manzi smiled slyly and asked jokingly, "When you see people who once looked down on you come to ask you for help, don't you feel a sense of satisfaction?" Jiang Ruochu thought about it seriously for a moment, then smiled and replied, "No." "Oh." By Manzi raised an eyebrow. "Don't you feel good?" There's no fun in stepping on a sycophantic opportunist or a spineless coward. If it were someone with a strong backbone, well, I don't think I would do it either. Even if someone has a different opinion from me, or we're at odds, I can still admire them. Why would I step on them? So, in general, stepping on people is pointless. By Manzi chuckled, "That's great. I really like your idea. I know you've done a lot of preparation lately, and it's been very hard work, but you don't need to be too nervous. You can relax at tomorrow's exhibition. No one will make things difficult for you." By Manzi's implication was that she had taken care of everything. Jiang Ruochu wasn't afraid of making things difficult for others, but she was also very grateful for Bai Manzi's help. So she smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Bai. I'll try my best to earn more for you at the charity auction." On the third day, the charity auction and exhibition officially began, and the huge exhibition hall was packed with guests. Just as Jiang Ruochu had expected, although the people from those families each had their own characteristics and were not easy to deal with, they did not make things difficult for her. In fact, many of her peers were quite enthusiastic toward her. These peers weren't really interested in the exhibits. They were more interested in gossip, especially gossip involving supernatural events. They surrounded Jiang Ruochu, asking neither about the exhibits nor their prices, and their mouths were full of gossip. "Miss Jiang, I heard your bodyguard is also skilled in metaphysics and exorcism. Is that true?" Jiang Ruochu glanced at Yisha, then nodded mysteriously. "Yes, but my bodyguard doesn't act lightly unless it's for something truly evil." "Or, is it really that amazing?" These people were actually asking the questions out of curiosity, and although their words carried a hint of doubt, they meant no harm. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently. "He is very capable, but I still wish you that you don't encounter anything that requires his intervention." Whether Jiang Ruochu's words were true or false, at least they were a blessing, so everyone laughed happily. "Was the time you helped the Gu family before, because their young master was possessed by an evil spirit?" This inquiry seems to have ill intentions. The idea of being possessed is taboo for people in Victoria Harbor, and no one wants to have this mentioned in public. Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with slanted eyebrows, asking lazily. Chapter 163, investigating the murderer today. The people who came to the exhibition were either wearing haute couture or new products that had not yet been released to the public this season. Although the man who asked the question was also dressed up carefully, he was wearing last year's style. This clearly shows that his family's assets are a level below those of these guests. When the other guests saw him, although they did not show obvious disdain, they were certainly not very attentive. They simply smiled and nodded politely as a greeting. Jiang Ruochu recognized the man as Yu Changcheng, whose family had also donated an item for the auction, and thus she naturally received a ticket to the charity auction. In earlier years, the Yu family situation was similar to that of the Gu family, and they were even old friends. Unfortunately, his father chose the wrong side, lost power, and failed in business. Now, their situation is far worse than that of the Gu family. Later, Yu's family moved to Victoria Harbor City. Because they arrived late, they didn't fit in with the local wealthy families. Therefore, the Yu family belongs to a family that has always hovered on the fringes of the mainstream high-class circles in Victoria Harbor. Of course, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse in such a family. The money and wealth his family has accumulated are enough for him to live on for several lifetimes. Yu Xiangqing rarely interacts with the descendants of these large families. Instead, he gets along better with some wealthy people who have recently moved here. "Mr. Yu," Jiang Ruochu reminded him with a polite smile, "there are some taboos that we should respect." Yu Xiangqing was stunned. He probably didn't expect Jiang Ruochu to call him by name. He had always thought that someone from a family that had fallen on hard times would not be noticed by others. At previous auctions, there had been many instances where he greeted people, but they couldn't remember his name. When you first encounter something like this, it's really unpleasant, but once you get over it, it passes. Even today, when Yu Xiangqing met Gu Dongfeng and saw that the former spoiled brat had changed his ways and was being fawned over by many people, and thinking back on his family's past glory, Yu Xiangqing's heart was thrown off balance, which is why he couldn't help but say that Gu Dongfeng was possessed by an evil spirit. "I'm not a local from Victoria Harbor, so I don't have as many rules as they do. Ms. Jiang, since you didn't deny it, Does that mean you admit it? Before Jiang Ruochu could answer, Gu Dongfeng rushed out instead. You Xiangqing. You start making things up about me the moment I'm not around, don't you? You even say I'm possessed by evil spirits. I think you're the one who's possessed. Yu Xiangqing's face instantly turned sour, and then he let out a heavy snort. You think you could just hum? Gu Dongfeng also hummed heavily. The others watching the two argue wanted to laugh, but dare not, probably because it was rare to see them arguing so openly and directly. They usually disliked someone, but were too embarrassed to break off the relationship, since they saw each other every day. At this moment, a young lady noticed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she changed the subject and asked, Miss Jiang, did you and Master Yi encounter anything like ghosts or something? Why don't you tell us about it? Yes, I also bought Master Yi's protective stone. Another young lady said, raising her hand to show off her protective stone. Seeing everyone looking at her with eager eyes, Jiang Ruochu felt it was time to unleash her talent for making up stories. You probably don't know the people and things I've encountered, so there's not much point in talking about them. But you'll probably be more interested in what happened to me recently, because you all know this person. Jiang Ruochu's words piqued everyone's interest, and they eagerly asked, What is it? What is it? Last night, as soon as I arrived at Victoria Harbor, I dreamed about Fu Yinqi. Upon hearing the name, everyone immediately exchanged bewildered glances. Why would you dream about him? Oh, how is he now? The person who asked the question swallowed nervously. Is he dead or alive? After Fu Yinqi disappeared, the police were unable to find her. Left with no other choice, the Fu family sought help from many metaphysical masters. These masters spoke in mysterious and esoteric terms. Some said that Fu Yinqi's kinship with the Fu family had come to an end, and that he had been taken away by a god. Others said that he had run away from home for a shocking love. Actually, there are some rumors circulating outside. For example, it is said that when the Fu family's development stagnated, they secretly sacrificed their son in exchange for their own development. Some say that Fu Yinqi believed in an evil god and followed him to his death. The reason is that a young master once mentioned Fu Yinqi's name and fell seriously ill the next day because he had offended the evil god Fu Yinqi. It was precisely because of these strange rumors that everyone's expression was particularly odd when they heard Fu Yinqi's name. But even strange emotions come in many forms. Jiang Ruochu had been observing the expressions of the people present. Most of them were surprised and bewildered, yet also harbored a hint of curiosity. Only Yu Xiangqing glanced to the side, seemingly a little nervous. With a goal in mind, Jiang Ruochu continued, I couldn't see him very clearly in the dream, but it seemed like he had something to say to me. I listened carefully several times, and finally I could make out what he was saying. Jiang Ruochu said, deliberately lowering her voice and speaking in a hoarse tone. He was saying, my head hurts so much. Ah! A timid rich girl couldn't help but scream, startling everyone else. Why did you suddenly yell? You scared us to death. That's right, the wealthy heiress said somewhat aggrievedly. I just think what Miss Jiang said was a bit scary. Another person kindly advised, Miss Jiang, you'd better go and pray, lest you attract that thing, you understand? Jiang Ruochu laughed lightly. There's nothing to worship. If you really want to worship someone, you might as well worship Master Yi, who's right next to me. Oh, you're right. Jiang Ruochu's gaze swept around again before finally settling on Yu Xiangqing. After everyone had left, Gu Dongfeng cautiously asked, Sister, did you really dream about Fu Yinqi? Yes, I dreamed about it. Gu Dongfeng shuddered. Actually, I find it strange. I didn't know him before, but ever since I entered Victoria Harbor, whenever I hear his name, I feel like I've seen it before. Jiang Ruochu gave him a meaningful look. In fact, Gu Dongfeng had chatted with Fu Yinqi a few times in the group, so it wasn't just a matter of déjà vu, but a real acquaintance. So, I think his situation is a bit mysterious. You should be careful. If all else fails, find a real master and don't trust a quack. Gu Dongfeng said, glancing at Yisha. Nightshade didn't mince words. You don't need to worry about it. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Jiang Ruochu quickly patted Gu Dongfeng's arm to send him away, saying, someone is calling you over there. Gu Dongfeng looked over, and the person over there also looked over. When their eyes met, they naturally greeted each other. Gu Dongfeng had no choice but to go over anyway. I'll go first. After Gu Dongfeng left, Jiang Ruochu said, let's go find Yu Xiangqing. After circling around and chatting with several wealthy young men who came to see her, Jiang Ruochu finally saw Yu Xiangqing. He was standing under the portrait of an angel, his hands clasped together, looking as if he were praying sincerely. Jiang Ruochu bid farewell to the young men and women, then slowly walked to Yu Xiangqing's side. Is Mr. Yu more interested in Western paintings? Yu Xiangqing was startled, but he quickly composed himself. I was just looking around. I'm not particularly interested. Mr. Yu seemed particularly nervous when I mentioned Fu Yinqi earlier. Chapter 164, Eliminating Suspect. Number 1. Yu Xiangqing pursed his lips and chuckled dryly. You suddenly bring up someone who's been missing for so long and has such a strange story. Wouldn't be nervous? Jiang Ruochu did not rush to reply, but stared at Yu Xiangqing with a half-smile. Yu Xiangqing's forehead was sweating profusely from her gaze. If you really have any clues about his whereabouts, you should contact the Fu family as soon as possible and help them find Fu Yinqi. The Fu family will definitely reward you handsomely. Jiang Ruochu said slowly. That's what I was thinking too. I was originally planning to contact the Fu family after the auction, but I guess they'll contact me soon. Yes, I wish you all the best. Yu Xiangqing didn't want to say more and immediately turned and left. Yi Sha stared at Yu Xiangqing's retreating figure. Do you want me to help you bring him back, scare him a bit, and trick him into saying something? No need for now. He's not the murderer. We don't need to alert him. If the real culprit notices, he won't show his face again. Why do you think he's not the murderer? To outsiders, whether Fu Yinqi is dead or alive is a mystery. Only the murderer is certain that Fu Yinqi is dead. Upon hearing this, Yi Sha quickly understood. What Yu Xiangqing just said was that Fu Yinqi is missing, not that Fu Yinqi is dead, which means he has no idea that Fu Yinqi is dead. Yes, and the fact that the murderer was able to hide the body until now without being discovered and evade the Fu family's investigation shows that he has good mental fortitude. But look at Yu Xiangqing. He couldn't control his expression just by hearing Fu Yinqi's name. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that Yu Xiangqing has a strong sense of counter-surveillance and performance. He has been acting against us since the first meeting, but the probability of this is extremely low. Nightshade nodded. If it's not him, then who could it be? Notarus. Jiang Ruochu, check the time. Those people who overheard the gossip have probably already started spreading the news. Those with guilty consciences will naturally come knocking on our door. This time it's a murderer. My safety will depend on you. Jiang Ruochu patted Yi Sha on the shoulder, as if entrusting him with an important task. In fact, Jiang Ruochu was just teasing Yi Sha, but Yi Sha seemed to take it very seriously. He solemnly took out a black protective stone bracelet. This protective stone is more powerful than others. You should wear it, just in case. Jiang Ruochu was taken aback. She took the bracelet. The protective stone on it was heavy, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, just like Yi Sha's sincerity. Jiang Ruochu realized this, and her smile deepened. Thanks. Jiang Ruochu messaged Fu Yinqi in the transmigration group. Do you know Yu Xiangqing? Have you ever had a grudge against him? His reaction was a little strange when he heard her name. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons. I like to go yachting, sea fishing, horseback riding, and the like. He has more artistic interests, like going to concerts and stargazing, so we don't have much in common. Besides, his family is now quite poor, so we have even less contact. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons. It seems there was a time when my friend and I were having a party on a yacht. Yu Xiangqing's house is right by the sea. He complained that we were noisy and filed a complaint against us for disturbing the peace. However, our decibel level was below the threshold for disturbing the peace, so the police could only let it go. After the police left, my friend was still angry and went to fight with Yu Xiangqing. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons later. My friend was sailing out to sea on a yacht. He was being intimate with his girlfriend on the boat when Yu Xiangqing saw it through binoculars and reported it, saying that someone was having a sex party on the boat. My friend and his girlfriend were surrounded by the Coast Guard halfway through their encounter. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World. So, you don't actually have a deep grudge against him, but rather he has a deep grudge against your friend? Fu Yinqi, fairy demon sadomasochism, you can say that. So if he really wanted to kill, he would kill my friend, not me. Later, I don't know if he was afraid of being beaten by my friend, so he never reported or complained again. Fu Yinqi, a love story between immortals and demons. He's a really sleazy guy. When something happens, all he does is complain and report. He doesn't even dare to confront things head on, so I don't think it's likely him. Jiang Ruochu, Modern World, I also think it's unlikely to be him. but he's definitely keeping something from me. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'll let you know if there are any further developments. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. By the way, there's something that the young master will definitely be interested in. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I'm interested too. Tell me quickly. Nightshade. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. A few days ago, the immortal lord and the demon lord fought a great battle, and were all scattered and are now resting. Nightshade, two useless guys. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, what about Yisha's mother? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. The lady had no interest in the man lying half dead in bed, so she ran away, and now no one knows where she went. Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yisha with sympathy. Yisha said without changing his expression, every family has its own troubles. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. I don't know why, but I felt that the immortal lord and the demon lord seemed to breathe a sigh of relief after they found out that the lady had run away. Nightshade grumbled, after running around like crazy, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He paused for half a second, then his eyes lit up. Can you ask for me? The immortal lord and my father are both lying down. What about their weapons? If they are, can they be brought over? The system suddenly popped up. I've just been quiet lately. I'm not dead. I will not allow the transfer of weapons belonging to the demon lord and the immortal lord, and I need no reason. Jiang Ruochu was amused by the system's loud and boisterous voice. She actually guessed that the system wouldn't allow it. So far, the items that the system allows to be transferred are actually harmless. Whether it's food, entertainment, antiques, gold, silver, jade, or elixirs, they're all like a drop of water, containing the universe within a drop of water, and have endless uses for Jiang Ruochu and other transmigrators. However, if this drop of water were thrown into the vast ocean of the world, it would quickly disappear. However, if teleportation were unrestricted and a world-destroying artifact suddenly appeared in the modern world, not only would Jiang Ruochu's world be thrown into chaos, but other worlds as well. Jiang Ruochu understood this principle. Anyway, she wasn't greedy and didn't plan to become the world's king, so if she couldn't teleport, she wouldn't teleport. Find a reason to persuade Yasha, like for the sake of world peace. Jiang Ruochu felt that the system's flimsy excuses were better left unsaid. In the end, it still had to be her who wrote it. Even if Fu Yinshi can get your father's weapon, he can't transfer it to you. Why? You're too strong. You can't get a weapon, otherwise you'll be invincible. Who in this world can stop you? Nightshade seemed to have only heard the first half of the sentence, and the second half was not very important. He said very happily, yes, I am indeed very strong. We don't need weapons, it's fine. Even the system was speechless. Chapter 165 Suspect number 2, as the saying goes, you can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. Jiang Ruochu and Fu Yinshi were just discussing his friend when a young master of the Zhou family arrived uninvited. Zhou Yifan cut to the chase, asking with a mixture of delight and concern. Miss Jiang, I just heard from others that you dream about Xiao Fu. How'd he look? Did he tell you where he is now? Zhou Yifan asked several questions in a row. Jiang Ruochu did not answer Zhou Yifan's question, but instead asked in return. Mr. Zhou seems to care a lot about Mr. Fu. Just now, no one else asked me about Mr. Fu's whereabouts, but only about my dream experience. Zhou Yifan sighed deeply. To be honest, we're good friends. I've been very worried about him since he disappeared. I have also hired a private investigator to help find his whereabouts, but unfortunately, we have not found any useful clues. Jiang Ruochu pretended to comfort him, saying, Mr. Zhou, don't be too sad. Zhou Yifan lowered her eyes in disappointment, but after a few seconds, she couldn't help but ask again. Did Xiao Fu give you any other explanation in the dream? I think Miss Jiang can tell me. I know him very well. I'll gather the information, and maybe I can find some useful clues. Seeing his eagerness, Jiang Ruochu's suspicions grew. Rather than worrying about Fu Yinshi's safety, she felt that Zhou Yifan seemed more concerned about what they said in their dream. He said a lot, but Jiang Ruochu slowed her speech, carefully observing Zhou Yifan's expression, and then pretended to tap her head in distress. But after I woke up, I forgot almost everything. Forgot. Yeah, who can remember things from dreams so clearly? Zhou Yifan chuckled awkwardly. That's true. If Miss Jiang remembers anything later, it's not too late to discuss it with me. Of course, Yanxi told me that he and Mr. Zhou are very good friends. Zhou Yifan looked puzzled. You two knew each other before? Judging from how you addressed him, you seem to be quite familiar with each other. But I don't recall ever hearing Xiao Fu mention Miss Jiang. Because I don't have anything worth mentioning that Yanxi would specifically bring up, Jiang Ruochu quickly skipped over the topic after planting a seed in Zhou Yifan's heart. But he often mentions you to me. Zhou Yifan realized that Jiang Ruochu was changing the subject. Since she was deliberately hiding something, there was no point in pressing her for an answer. So he decided to tease her. What did he say about me? He didn't say anything bad about me, did he? How could that be? He just said that you two often go sea fishing together, and you're much better at fishing than him. Once you caught several yellowfin tuna, which made him very envious. Haha, I didn't expect this guy to still be thinking about this. Zhou Yifan said, his expression darkening. He lowered his head and wiped his moist eyes. I really hope that one day we can go fishing at sea together again. Jiang Ruochu felt that Zhou Yifan's feelings were either genuine or that he had excellent acting skills. After a few sighs, Zhou Yifan looked up at Jiang Ruochu and said, Since Miss Jiang is Xiao Fu's friend, she is also my friend. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in Victoria Harbor, you can tell me. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou, but I feel that everyone has been very friendly to me, and I shouldn't encounter any trouble. Zhou Yifan laughed heartily. That's right, everyone is quite patient and tolerant towards beautiful women. By the way, Miss Jiang, have you ever gone sea fishing before? If not, I can take you there after the charity auction. Okay, but I've never done sea fishing before, so there are probably many things I don't understand. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed, wanting to see what Zhou Yifan was up to. Don't worry, sea fishing isn't difficult, and with an experienced angler like me here, I guarantee you'll catch a big fish, Zhou Yifan assured him confidently. Afterward, he added Jiang Ruochu as a friend and left. After Zhou Yifan left, several wealthy young men and women came to Jiang Ruochu to gossip, but they seemed to be purely there to hear the gossip and were not very suspicious. Jiang Ruochu dismissed them with just a few words. At 6 p.m., the exhibition ended and the exhibition hall began to be cleared out. Jiang Ruochu stood on the second floor, watching the flow of people leaving the exhibition hall. Nightshade observed the crowd. Something strange. Chapter 166, Suspect Number 3. Jiang Ruochu lazily responded with The Fu family didn't even contact you. You noticed it too? Jiang Ruochu looked at Yisha. Not bad. Yisha raised the corners of his lips smugly. He never hid his joy and smugness, just as he never hid his anger. Yisha asked, Did the Fu family members not come? Or are they unaware of the news? First of all, it definitely won't be the latter. These people are very gossipy. After they get the gossip from me, they will definitely tell the Fu family. Secondly, I asked Sister Bai, and she said that the eldest sister of the Fu family came, but there were too many guests today, so she only chatted with her for a few words. When I asked her about it, she also asked me if I wanted to get to know the Fu family, and if so, she could introduce me. Yisha understood. So even though she knew you dreamed about Fu Yanxi, she deliberately didn't ask you? Not everyone in the Fu family cares about Fu Yanxi's safety or wants him to come back. After all, having one less sibling means one less competitor. Even siblings in ordinary families can fight tooth and nail over a few houses or a few $1 million in inheritance, let alone the top wealthy families, who are fighting for assets worth tens or hundreds of billions. It's not uncommon for them to resort to underhanded tactics and even murder. Although Fu Yanxi was favored, it was because of his parents and grandparents. His relationship with his siblings was just average. Fu Yanxi's father had 3 wives in total, and Fu Yanxi's mother was his second wife. As for Fu Yanxi, he has an older sister and an older brother, born to his father's first wife, and a younger brother and a younger sister, born to his father's third wife. He was originally caught in the middle and was likely to be the one who was not favored. However, because Fu Yanxi looked the most like his father and got into his father's alma mater on his own merit, plus he was relatively obedient and had a lively and cheerful personality, he was still quite favored. It's all right, Jiang Ruochu said calmly. This circle isn't small, but it's not big either. Even if the eldest sister of the Fu family pretends to be deaf and dumb, the news will eventually reach the ears of the rest of the Fu family. Let's wait and see. Jiang Ruochu hadn't expected to find out the truth in a day anyway. Yisha nodded. Seeing that all the guests had left, he took out his phone and sent a picture to Jiang Ruochu. I've compiled a list of the best restaurants in Victoria Harbor. Shall we go try them? Nightshade said smugly, his fingers stroking his phone screen. I made quite a bit of money lately. It's on me. If someone else said that, it would sound like a man deliberately showing off, which would be quite disgusting. But coming from Yosha's mouth, it seemed perfectly normal. Jiang Ruochu smiled, her eyes sparkling. Okay. On their way to the late-night snack shop, Jiang Ruochu sent a message to Fu Yinshi, saying that Zhou Yifan had invited her to go sea fishing. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. You're going sea fishing? Be careful. The fish in the sea are incredibly strong. I was once pulled off the boat by sea fish, and if it weren't for Lao Fan, I probably would have died. Fu Yinshi, a romance between immortals and demons anyway. If you really can't drag it out any longer, just let go of the fishing rod. It's better to lose a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars worth of fishing rods than to risk your life. Also, be careful to protect yourself from the sun. The sun is especially strong at sea. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, how long ago was it that you were pulled off the boat by the sea fish? Were you and Zhou Yifan the only ones on the boat at the time? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons about a month or two before my accident. There was a captain and a crew member. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Sigh. I managed to avoid falling into the sea, something so dangerous, but what happened next? Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. It seems that sometimes when people are down on their luck, they can't avoid death no matter what. Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. She felt as if she were standing in a fog, holding many loose threads in her hand. These threads were intertwined and seemed to be connected, with the other end of each thread leading to an unknown answer. Jiang Ruochu was lost in thought when she and Yi Sha arrived at the parking lot. This is the staff parking area, separate from the exhibition guests. The dimly lit parking lot has a somewhat chilly feel to it. Nightshade suddenly stopped and said warily, "Wait." Jiang Ruochu was no longer the same person she used to be. Her hearing was very sharp, and she noticed something was wrong. Is someone following us? Yes. Chapter 167, The Kind Stalker. Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha exchanged a glance, silently conveying their message with their eyes. Then, Yi Sha quietly moved to the side and circled around to approach the person following them. Jiang Ruochu deliberately quickened her pace and walked forward, and the man indeed followed quickly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruochu, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and stared at the newcomer with a smile. "Mr. Yu." What a coincidence. Yu Xiangqing was startled and subconsciously took a step back. He turned around abruptly to leave, but Yi Sha blocked his way. He stared at the expressionless Nightshade, a sudden chill running down his spine. When did this guy get behind him? He really looked like a ghost. For some reason, a thought arose in his mind. He must never offend this person. Yu Xiangqing quickly turned around to face Jiang Ruochu, who was easier to deal with. Yu Xiangqing forced a smile and greeted her. "Miss Jiang, what a coincidence." "Yes, what a coincidence. This is the staff parking lot. What brings Mr. Yu here?" Yu Xiangqing's brain was practically fried, but he couldn't find a suitable excuse, so he could only purse his lips and remain silent. Jiang Ruochu could tell that Yu Xiangqing was genuinely bad at pretending, so she asked kindly, "Mr. Yu, are you lost?" Yu Xiangqing replied a beat late. "Oh, this is the staff parking lot. No wonder I couldn't find my car. I was lost. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Jiang. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been wandering around here." Jiang Ruochu pointed in another direction. "Mister, you can go into that stairwell and ask the security guard which passage is closer to the guest parking lot." "Oh, thank you." As Yu Xiangqing was about to leave, he was blocked by Yi Sha's tall figure again. Yi Sha looked at Jiang Ruochu, his eyes saying, "How could this idiot be here? Her tracking skills are so bad. I want to go eat something quickly. I heard that beef noodle shop is very popular. If I go too late, I won't be able to get any." Jiang Ruochu nodded slightly, then raised an eyebrow, implying that the matter here hadn't been resolved yet, and they were already thinking about eating. Their conversation was interpreted in a completely different way by Yu Xiangqing. The fierce-looking knight chariot. We're just going to let him go like that? Shouldn't we arrest him and interrogate him? Gentle and kind Jiang Ruochu. Let him go. In fact, Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha are playing good cop and bad cop roles. Then Yi Sha pretended that he had been instructed by Jiang Ruochu to step aside. Sometimes, you don't have to use forceful methods to get answers. A combination of hardware and software is also good. Yu Xiangqing took 2 or 3 steps forward, then looked back at Jiang Ruochu, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. Nightshade said coldly, "Speak your mind, or shut up." Yu Xiangqing was genuinely afraid of Yisha. When Yisha pressured him, he snapped and quickly said, "Miss Jiang, some things are more dangerous than you think. It's better not to get involved. Go back as soon as the auction is over." Is what you're talking about related to Fu Yinxi? Almost, Miss Jiang. You really shouldn't have told others about your dream. You may not have meant it, but the listener may have taken it to heart. I don't want to get into trouble either. That's all I wanted to say, Yu Xiangqing said, and quickly left. Yisha watched Yu Xiangqing's retreating figure and said with disdain, "That guy is such a nuisance. He speaks in riddles. Maybe I should sneak over to his house tonight and interrogate him a bit." He meant well, by reminding me not to push a kind person too hard, and to use extreme measures on those who need them. I can find another opportunity to get more information out of them later. Upon hearing this, Yisha looked at Jiang Ruochu beside him. Jiang Ruochu waited for a long time, but didn't get a response from Yisha. She turned her head to look at him and saw that he was staring at her. If it weren't for Yisha's clear eyes, she would have suspected that this kid was possessed by a ghost. Oh no, that's not right either. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Yasha to be possessed by a ghost. What's wrong? It's nothing. Nightshade suddenly turned away, coolly, and strode forward. Jiang Ruochu, ? The system popped up unexpectedly. The child has grown up and has worries now. Jiang Ruochu, Brother Tongzi, is it appropriate for you, as a system, to have so many feelings? The system silently retreated again. Not long after Jiang Ruochu and Yisha left, a car in the parking lot slowly started and sped into the night. Chapter 168. On the eve of the auction, more than half an hour later, the car drove into the luxury residential area. After the driver got out of the car, he hurriedly met with Zhou Yifan. "Boss, how about it?" Jiang Ruochu's bodyguards are very alert and agile, and it's obvious at a glance that they have excellent basic skills. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yifan fell into deep thought. It seemed that some methods were not working, and he needed to be more flexible. Yu Xiangqing also went to see Jiang Ruochu. Zhou Yifan frowned. "Yu Xiangqing? What's that guy doing going over there?" The bodyguard said, "They're too far away. We can't hear what they're saying. Perhaps he's interested in Miss Jiang?" Today, many second and third generation rich kids express their affection for Jiang Ruochu, but she politely declined them all. "Never mind, that guy isn't important." Zhou Yifan waved his hand. "Should we continue to keep an eye on Miss Jiang?" "Keep an eye on her, but not too closely. She may not know those things. I need to test her further, so don't expose yourself yet." "Okay." After the bodyguard left, Zhou Yifan wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, rubbed his eyes, and thought of Fu Yinxi. He involuntarily covered his face, and, after a long silence, he slowly raised his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure reflected in the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Zhou Yifan's body trembled violently. In a panic, he grabbed a glass and smashed it against the figure. The glass shattered against the French windows, shards of glass littering the floor. The figure vanished, leaving only the dazzling lights outside the window. Hearing the commotion inside, the nanny hurried outside to ask, "Sir, what's wrong?" Zhou Yifan snapped out of his daze and sternly stopped them. "Don't come in." There was a sudden silence outside the study. Then, feeling guilty, Zhou Yifan stood up, walked to the French windows, opened them suspiciously, and cautiously looked outside. Only after confirming that no one was on the balcony did he retreat back and slump back into his chair. He clutched his hair tightly, muttering to himself, "Why does Fu Yinxi, who has been gone for so long, still haunt me like a ghost?" Before we knew it, the day of the charity auction officially arrived. The event was held at the newly built Lotus Art Exhibition Center, which is famous for its building's shape resembling a blooming lotus flower. The center is built by the sea, with an investment of over 100 million yuan, and is magnificent. That evening, all the celebrities and tycoons of Victoria Harbor gathered here. It was a charity auction and a private party for them, so no one except the invited guests was allowed to enter. Media reporters are not allowed to be stationed and film around the venue. However, the media are people who will climb walls and trees to get first-hand information. Since the media is not allowed around the venue, they will stay further away from the boundary of surrounding area. After all, no matter how powerful the wealthy families are, they can't limit the surrounding area to the entire Victoria Harbor. Then the media can use large cameras to secretly take pictures. The trees outside the Lotus Art Exhibition Center were filled with reporters taking photos secretly, gossiping among themselves as they did so. Damn, I thought that the big shot from the Chin family had already given us a lot of face by going to the exhibition before, and that he wouldn't come to the auction in person. I didn't expect him to come too. Wow, those ladies from the Lee family actually came in the same car. I wonder if they fought in the car. Haha, wouldn't it be amazing if they started fighting? It'd be on the front page. The media always love a good show. Huh, the fourth son of the Duan family and the fifth son of the Zhou family are coming in together? Could they be planning a marriage alliance? While everyone's attention was focused on the gossip surrounding the glamorous life at the Lotus Art Exhibition Center, a yacht slowly approached the center's harbor under the cover of night. On the other side, 2 trucks loaded with goods slowly drove into the freight lane of the convention center. The security guard carefully checked the license plate and the person's identification against the electronic spreadsheet, opened the car door. The driver pulled down his hat brim, jumped out of the car, opened the back door, and as the gatekeeper came forward to check, his hand pressed against the pistol hidden on his lower back. Fortunately, the security guard was just a lazy worker who didn't bother to check the goods properly. He was just going through the motions as required by his job. So he just glanced at the goods in the truck and waved his hand. Go in. The driver slowly lowered his hand, nodded to the gatekeeper, then returned to the driver's seat and swaggered into the auction hall with the weapons and personnel hidden in the boxes. Chapter 169, the auction suddenly arrives inside the charity auction venue. The lights were dazzling, the guests were dressed in elegant attire, and they chatted and laughed. For them, this was a social occasion, not an auction. Each item on display had already been secretly priced according to the different donors. The eldest sister and her younger sister, a married couple, came from the Fu family today. The eldest sister handed the number plate to her younger sister and said casually, "Your quota for today is 15 million. Just bid on whatever you like." The youngest sister of the Fu family obediently accepted the sign. "Thank you, eldest sister. I'll go say hello to the other uncles and elders. You can have fun by yourself. Just take your seat before filming starts." Okay. Throughout the entire process, the eldest sister of the Fu family did not say a single word to her brother-in-law, and she did not even glance at him when she left, as if he were invisible. After the eldest sister of the Fu family had walked away, Gung Liun spoke up for his wife, saying, "She's really a good sister for not taking you to see your uncles and limiting your auction amount." Fu's younger sister tugged at her husband. "Stop talking. Be careful someone hears us. I'm also speaking up for you." Gung Lian put his arm around his wife's shoulder with heartache. "We're both children of the Fu family. She can get into the head office and represent the Fu family outside, but you can only hold a position in a subsidiary. Every time I see her giving you a hard time, I feel terrible." The youngest sister of the Fu family sighed. "Our eldest sister is older than us and joined the company earlier. It's too difficult to compete with her. I think we're doing pretty well now. We have a sinecure. We earn money and have time to play. It's much better than worrying about the company every day. You're too naive. Right now, your father is still alive, so your older sister can't easily lay a hand on you. But once your father stops managing things and she takes power, do you think she'll still be as easy to talk to as she is now?" Upon hearing this, the youngest sister of the Fu family fell silent. Seeing this, Gung Liun immediately comforted her gently. "Don't be too sad. No matter what the future holds, I will always be with you." Fu's younger sister looked at Gung Liun with emotion. "I know you're the best to me. Sishi, I didn't expect you to be here today." The one who greeted her was Miss Duan, who was about the same age as Fu Sishi, and they got along well. "Lian wanted to come and see, so I mentioned it to my older sister." "Oh." Miss Duan glanced at Gung Liun. She didn't really think much of this man. His family background might be considered good among ordinary people, but it was not good enough in their circle. But what could be done? Fu Sishi just happened to like Gung Liun, and despite her mother's objections, she got married at a young age. Although Ms. Duan looked down on Gung Liun, she wouldn't show it too obviously out of consideration for their friendship. So she smiled and greeted Gung Liun. Then Ms. Duan asked mysteriously, "Have you heard? This female auctioneer can communicate with spirits. She helped many wealthy people in their area solve their unspeakable troubles before." Fu Sishi shook her head and asked curiously, "Is it really that miraculous?" Fu Sishi said with some skepticism, "You know about my family situation. We've consulted many masters before, but they were all just people who wanted to gain fame and fortune. Miss Duan looked surprised. You didn't know? Fu Cixi asked, puzzled. Know what? At the exhibition a few days ago, she said she dreamed about your brother, and you didn't even know? Which brother of mine? Could it be a dream? Fu Yangxi. Fu Cixi's smile immediately froze on her face. She stammered. What's her relationship with my brother? Why would she dream about him? These rich young ladies and gentlemen grew up surrounded by shrewd people. Miss Duan quickly realized that it was the eldest sister of the Fu family who had gone to the exhibition that day who had deliberately concealed the news. As for the reason, it was naturally to avoid any complications in the battle for succession. I'm not sure either, Miss Duan asked with concern. Why did your face suddenly turn so pale? Fu Cixi chuckled twice, rubbed her arms, and said, I feel a bit cold. I'll go put on a jacket. Okay, see you later. Fu Cixi pulled Gung Liyun away quickly. Once they reached a secluded corner, she released her fear and unease. What did she dream about my brother? Could it be that my brother turned into a ghost and came to her to seek justice? Gung Liyun gently comforted her. Don't overthink it. Maybe she's just new to Victoria Harbor and is trying to create some buzz for herself. Really? Of course, think about it. If she really dreamed about it, wouldn't she come knocking on her door? There are too many people who deliberately try to embellish their image. You hired so many masters before, but who found your brother? They couldn't even tell if he was dead or alive. They were all frauds. Gung Liyun gave a mocking smile. You still believe in this stuff? Fu Cixi thought about it carefully and agreed. All right, it's been so long. Jing Liyun ugid Fu Cixi. If it were possible to find out, the police would have found out long ago. Overwhelmed by fear and guilt, Fu Cixi's eyes welled up with tears. Leaning on her husband's shoulder, she murmured, I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. I know, of course I know. It's not your fault. He's just unlucky. Fu Cixi buried her face in Gung Liyun's shoulder, unable to see the strange and gloomy smile on his face. The magnificent crystal chandelier illuminated the entire venue. Everyone was smiling, but each had their own thoughts. Nightshade stood behind the curtain, silently watching everything. Jiang Ruochu, who was about to go on stage, looked calm and composed, and even had the leisure to tease Yisha. What are you looking at? You're so engrossed. Yisha said calmly. I saw a comment online before, saying that wanting everything is because you're poor. But in reality, wealth does not diminish everyone's desires. Jiang Ruochu chuckled and said, if you stay any longer, you'll probably become a philosopher. A philosophical demon? Nightshade thought about it seriously. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. It's not bad. Jiang Ruochu saw that the auction assistant was already gesturing to her, so she nodded and then entrusted him with an important task. I'm leaving the decision of what to eat tonight to you as well. Nightshade responded blankly. Huh? Jiang Ruochu said pitifully, I've been held back by people from all the major families since I arrived today, so I haven't been able to eat properly. I can only pin my hopes on midnight snacks and you. Nightshade. Such gatherings of the wealthy inevitably involve food, and these are all dessert from five-star hotels, but they are all just pretty decorations. Hardly anyone actually eats them. Aside from people like Jiang Ruochu and Yisha, you should be glad you didn't eat it. If you didn't eat it, you'd regret it for one night. If you did eat it, you'd regret it for a month. Yisha's disdainful tone was full of genuine emotion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but chuckle. When she laughed, her eyes were bright and captivating, leaving Yisha momentarily speechless. Just then, the auctioneer on stage introduced, Now, let's welcome Ms. Jiang Ruochu, the auctioneer for this charity auction, to the stage. Wearing a light blue dress, Jiang Ruochu gracefully walked to the front of the stage. The platinum light shone on her, making her look elegant and charming. When working as an auctioneer, Jiang Ruochu never dressed in a way that would overshadow her, but her natural charisma could still instantly capture everyone's attention. It was a beauty that didn't need clothes to enhance it. Yisha gazed at Jiang Ruochu's back under the lamplight, feeling that it was like the ripples on a blue lake when a spring breeze blew across it, so beautiful that one could not look away. The guests present were all powerful and influential people, but Jiang Ruochu on the stage remained humble and composed, simply being herself. As Jiang Ruochu introduced the first item to the guests, Yisha suddenly raised his eyelashes, looking up with alertness yet composure. Just then, all the lights went out, plunging the venue into darkness. Chapter 170 Kidnapping. What's going on? What happened? What's going on with this event? How could the lighting malfunction? The venue, which was originally quiet, suddenly became noisy. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in the darkness, illuminating the beam on the side of the venue, and a man wearing a clown mask appeared in the circle of light. The clown's face was painted with vibrant oil paint, depicting an upturned mouth and tears. Half his face was smiling, while the other half was crying, creating an exceptionally sinister and eerie scene. The guests looked in the direction of the light. Above. Someone's up there. When everyone looked at the clown man, his vanity was satisfied like never before, and he let out a strange, chuckling laugh, just as he wanted. When everyone present saw the clown man with a gun on his body, they all showed expressions of panic. Only Jiang Ruochu, Yi Sha, and even the system couldn't help but frown and let out a tacit ah. They probably only had one thought in their minds. How can this be so childish? At this moment, the clown pressed a mechanism hanging on his waist, and then, attached to a pulley rope, he easily descended from the sky. The moment he landed, the surrounding lights came on again. Welcome everyone my playground, ha! The clown man let out an excited laugh, thoroughly enjoying the fearful expressions on the faces of these wealthy people. As he spoke, a dozen men wearing animal masks rushed in from all directions of the venue. They were all tall and agile, clearly well-trained. They were armed with submachine guns, and some were even fearless, carrying bombs on their bodies. These are all desperate criminals and mobile arsenals. When the guests saw this, they immediately screamed in terror, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. The clown fired a shot into the air, shocking everyone. Don't move! Everyone, cross your arms above your heads. While everyone was filled with fear and anxiety, Yi Sha's eyes lit up. A job had come, and a big one at that. Nightshade's face was full of anticipation, eager to try. The clown-like man, brimming with adolescent delusions, had no idea that the words in imminent danger were written on his forehead. However, Yi Sha did not act rashly. He first looked at Jiang Ruochu and asked her with his eyes whether he should cut the clown man horizontally or vertically. Or make some fancy cuts. If he wanted to juice him, that was also possible, but the scene might be a bit bloody, and the internal organs might explode, with intestines hanging all over the room, which would not be very elegant. Jiang Ruochu was unaware that Yi Sha had already rehearsed so many different murder scenarios in his mind, but she knew that Yi Sha was about to take action. At this moment, the clown man scanned the area and spotted several people who were secretly plotting something. TSK, you guys better not make any rash moves. The clown made a shoot gesture, then threatened in a sarcastic tone. I've planted bombs all around the stadium. I have people all around this venue. If I spot any police officers, I'm going to blow this place up. Ha ha. I guarantee you'll all be like fireworks, bang. 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 Don't you think the people of Victoria Harbor will find these fireworks dazzling? The clown laughed excitedly. Then his face immediately darkened as if his expression had changed. If I'm not going to live, then you'll all be buried with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately gave Yi Sha a look, signaling him not to act rashly. If all she wanted to do was subdue the clown man, it would be very easy. Jiang Ruochu wouldn't even need Yi Sha to lift a finger. She could use the imperial concubine's bed skill to render the clown man unable to fight. However, finding the bombs scattered around the area proved difficult and troublesome. If the Joker had put on such a huge show and wanted to escape unscathed, the bomb's controller probably wasn't on him, but on one of the other hidden agents. Even if the police were to respond, they wouldn't dare to act rashly, because even if they killed the Joker and took control of everyone present, those hiding outside could still detonate the bomb. Furthermore, the clown has yet to explain his purpose. Only by understanding his purpose can we minimize the harm. Motivated by money, revenge, or fame and fortune, or simply antisocial personality disorder just for fun? In short, Jiang Ruochu initially speculated that the clown man was probably not after money. After all, if he were after money, he could have kidnapped anyone here without making such a big fuss. The bigger the trouble gets, the harder it is to back down, and acquiring so many weapons is no easy feat. Having received Jiang Ruochu's hint, Yi Sha began to watch the drama unfold with a mix of regret and anticipation. At this moment, the masked armed men had reached Jiang Ruochu. The man in the tiger mask pointed a gun at her and said coldly, "Get down, put your hands on your head, and squat down obediently." Jiang Ruochu could tell that the masked men spoke Chinese with a slight foreign accent. They had dark skin, strong muscles, and cold, numb eyes, clearly professionally armed personnel who had undergone long-term training. She guessed that these men had blood on their hands. At this moment, Nightshade was also driven to her side by the other masked men. The two exchanged a glance, but said nothing more. But Jiang Ruochu could tell that Yisha was very aggrieved. Perhaps the young master really wanted to snap his fingers and wipe them all out. At this moment, the masked henchmen began to make the guests take off their coats and shoes, while the clown man continued his insane speech. Anyway, I'm just a worthless person. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. You guys are different. Each one of you is incredibly precious. Huh. You probably wouldn't want to die with me, right? No one dared to utter a sound. Bullets have no eyes, and one shot could kill. The clown man laughed for a while. Then his gaze suddenly locked onto someone. Young Master Chin, you can continue to call the police and see if I really blow this place up. The man, being stared at by the clown, felt a chill run down his spine and froze completely. A tall man wearing an elephant mask walked over and pointed a gun at the other man's head. Young Master Chin immediately threw his phone down, as if it were going to devour him. The clown was very satisfied to see the boy's frightened expression, so he tapped the young Master Chin's face with the muzzle of his gun. Good boy. You're obedient enough. Ha. I like you like this. Chapter 171, playing a special game. Suddenly, young Master Chin cried out in pain because there was a bloody mark on his face. This young master was pampered since childhood, and he would make a big fuss even if he scraped his skin, let alone hurt his face and bleed. He touched his cheek, and when he saw the blood on his fingertips, his pupils dilated instantly, and he cried out in fear and anxiety, "Dad, my face, my face." The clown said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh dear, young Master Chin, you really have delicate skin. I'm so sorry I accidentally hurt you." Youngest child, the head of the Chin family, called out with heartache, and excitedly tried to move towards the child, but was stopped by the man in the animal mask. Judging by his age, this young master could be the grandson of the head of the Chin family, but in fact he is the youngest son of the other party. When the head of the Chin family was 57 years old, he took a female model as his mistress. No one expected that he was still vigorous and could even have children. Although the head of the Chin family already had many children and grandchildren, the joy of having a son late in life was still extraordinary, and he gave almost all his affection to this youngest son. The clown looked at the father and son's deep affection, his sinister tone revealing an indescribable bitterness. A biological son and a biological grandson are indeed different. Jiang Ruochu looked at the clown man thoughtfully. She could hear the intense hatred in his words. Moreover, with so many people present, why did the clown man target the Chin family as soon as he appeared? Did he have a grudge against the Chin family? The clown man watched as the young master of the Chin family leaned fearfully against the old man, his eyes darkening. He fired 2 shots in a fit of rage, hitting the auction platform on the stage. When everyone saw him suddenly go berserk, they were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe. The clown rubbed his nose and impatiently urged, "What are you spacing out for? Stop dawdling and get to work." At his command, everyone sprang into action again. Soon, the guests were divided into 2 groups by the clown man and his men. One group consisted mainly of people from the Fu, Qin, Duan, Li, and Zhou families. The other group consisted of Jiang Ruochu, Yisha, Gu Dongfeng by Manzi, and other guests. Each of them had their coats and shoes removed, and their hands were bound. Yisha stood close to Jiang Ruochu and whispered to her, "Is this guy after those 5 families?" "It seems so. Probably for revenge," Jiang Ruochu speculated. The fact that he was able to bring so many weapons and personnel into the country means that he must have accomplices and a stronghold outside. We'd better follow the clues and find his base. Jiang Ruochu knew that under the current circumstances, she would not have many opportunities to communicate with Yisha, so she simply explained her purpose and plan in one go, and then wait for an opportunity to act. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, someone came over and pointed a gun at their heads, threatening them menacingly. "Did you get to chat?" Jiang Ruochu lowered her head, hunched her shoulders, and pretended to be on the verge of tears. "Big brother, please, please don't kill me. I'll give you money." Nightshade. Impressive, top-notch acting skills. Nightshade was very impressed. "I don't want money," the robber threatened. "Say one more word, and I'll tear you apart." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu wasn't frightened. Instead, she found it rather interesting. One of these desperate criminals wasn't after money, so it was understandable that he was after revenge. But what about the others? Were they all after revenge? At this moment, the clown man slowly walked up to the Chin family, and his gaze fell on the young Master Chin. Upon seeing this, the head of the Chin family sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped in front of his youngest son, asking, "What exactly do you want?" "If it's about money." Seeing the tender scene between father and son, the clown man's forehead veins bulged, and intense hatred flashed in his eyes. He sneered, "No, I don't want money. That's too vulgar." "Free of charge." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions began to change in various ways. For them, the most difficult people to deal with are those who don't want money. The clown man paced slowly back and forth, his sharp gaze sweeping over each of the distinguished guests seated in the front row. "I want to play a game with you. I'm taking 5 people with me today. These 5 people will be selected from the Fu, Chin, Duan, Li, and Zhou families." Upon hearing this, the other guests breathed a sigh of relief, and some were even secretly delighted, as it seemed that the purpose of the visit was to target the 5 major families, and it had nothing to do with them. "As for the people I took away," the clown man cracked his neck and said in an extremely excited tone, "You can rest assured, I will treat them well and make sure they never forget it." Everyone understood that this so-called hospitality was a one-way trip. The clown man had malicious intentions. He wanted to use a spot that was clearly meant to be sent to one's death to make the 5 major families start arguing among themselves. Chapter 172, The Clown Man's Revenge. The members of the 5 major families looked at each other in dismay. Despite their usual arrogance and domineering manner, none of them dared to utter a sound in front of a true madman. They understood one thing. If they followed the clown, they would not only die, but die a very painful death. So everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the clown man. Their submissive demeanor, as if they were submitting to the Joker, inflated the Joker's vanity to the extreme. As the clown man walked around, he deliberately stepped on the young Master Duan's toes with force. The clown man's shoes were very heavy, with hard soles like bricks. With one stomp, the young master of the Duan family broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale with pain, but he dared not cry out for fear of becoming the first to stick his neck out and getting shot in the head. "Young Master Duan, weren't you always so loud and boisterous?" The clown man lowered his head, grabbed the other man's hair, and forced him to look up. "Why haven't you said a word today? Is it because it doesn't hurt enough?" Young Master Duan suddenly felt that the clown's voice sounded familiar, and the eyes under the mask also looked familiar, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen him before. The clown man increased the force of his crushing blows, his eyes filled with madness. The more the young master of the Duan family was in pain, the more excited he became. Finally, the young master of the Duan family couldn't take it anymore and let out a miserable scream. The clown man then released his foot with satisfaction, only to see that the young Master Duan's little finger and ring finger were already red and purple, presumably broken. The other person hugged their legs, curled up, and stared at the clown man in pain. Seeing the young master of the Duan family being so abused, everyone became even more frightened. Chin's 4th son, who had been staring intently at the Joker, suddenly exclaimed after seeing the tattoo on the Joker's neck, "Shao Jie? You're Shao Jie." Upon hearing this, the clown's eyes lit up. "I thought you wouldn't recognize me." The clown man strode up to the 4th son of the Chin family and called out affectionately in a sinister tone, "My dear father." After confirming the other party's identity, the 4th son of the Chin family did not feel relieved. Instead, he was so scared that his heart was about to stop beating. Everyone was stunned, never expecting that being kidnapped would lead to a scandalous ethical drama. Yisha was bored and counting the number of bricks on the floor. He really couldn't appreciate the clown man's long prelude. Jiang Ruochu also told him not to make a move for the time being, so he was bored out of his mind. Now, when he suddenly heard that there was some gossip, he immediately perked up. He pondered it carefully. It seemed to be a famous scene of father and son killing each other. When Jiang Ruochu saw Yisha suddenly become energetic, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Sure enough, no matter how strong a person or demon is, they're always interested in gossip. "Qin Fei, is this your son? Are these people from your Qin family? What are you guys up to? Could this be a trap set by your Qin family? How did you raise your son?" After learning the Joker's true identity, everyone suddenly started complaining, for reasons unknown. Although illegitimate children are something that can't be discussed openly, They're not uncommon in this circle. Who doesn't have a few lovers and children outside of marriage? But what happens in private is one thing, and what happens in public is another. The head of the Chin family glared at his good-for-nothing son with a livid face. Ha ha, this is really interesting. So interesting. It's so enjoyable to see your faces full of suspicion and blame towards each other. Yes, my name is Chin Wenjia. I am Chin Fei's biological son who was abandoned abroad because he was sick. Back then, Chin Fei insisted that his mistress give birth to Chin Wenjia, hoping to have a son to bring home and curry favor. However, Chin Wenjia was born weak and sickly and was later diagnosed with an incurable disease. This made Chin Fei decisively give up this illegitimate child and his mistress. He didn't want his family to know about his illegitimate child, so he gave his mistress a sum of money and ended the relationship completely. But Chin Wenjia's medical expenses are a bottomless pit. Even if all that money is poured in, there's no guarantee he'll be cured. The woman gritted her teeth, grabbed the money, abandoned her son, and ran away. As for Chin Fei, even though he knew about Chin Wenjia's situation, he was unwilling to spend another penny on this useless son. Chin Wenjia was seriously ill and abandoned by his biological parents. His plight was self-evident, and his hatred was also imaginable. Just when he was in despair, he met the Venerable One. The Venerable One did not despise him for his poverty and illness, and even took pity on him and saved him. From then on, his world had no heaven, no earth, no ghosts or gods, no parents, only the Venerable One. Chapter 173, Jiang Ruochu's plan. Among you people, some may not even know of my existence, while others have known of my existence for a long time. The young master of the Duan family immediately realized why he was being targeted. His father and Chin Fei were good friends, so he naturally knew about the existence of this illegitimate child. He had met Chin Wenjia a few times when he was studying abroad. Because Chin Wenjia was an illegitimate child who couldn't be brought into the open, he had mocked him. Thinking of this, he unconsciously shrank into the crowd, trying to minimize his presence. What a pity I wasn't meant to die. God saved me. The clown's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He gave me a new life, and he also gave me the chance to punish you. The clown looked at the crowd triumphantly, feeling a sense of rebirth and the thrill of stepping on those who had once looked down on him. Many people at the scene looked at Chin Fei and his wife with meaningful glances. Everyone knew that Chin Fei was henpecked. His wife often boasted to other wives about how obedient her husband was and how he dared not disobey her. But now, they had even had an illegitimate child. Chin Fei's face flushed red and then turned pale after his secret was exposed. Chin Fei didn't dare to speak, but his wife exploded. Even though she was tied up, she risked her life to kick Chin Fei hard, then screamed and cursed. Chin Fei, you bastard! How dare you cheat on me? A masked man tried to stop them, but the clown man shook his head, signaling his men not to interfere. He even ordered his men to untie Chin Fei's wife, so she could beat him up as much as she wanted. He just wanted to see Chin Fei beaten and run away with his head in his hands, completely undignified. The head of the Chin family angrily shouted, "Stop hitting them! Aren't you ashamed enough already?" As the head of the household, he had enough authority to intimidate his daughter-in-law. Chin Fei's wife indeed stopped, but she still glared angrily at Chin Fei. Then the head of the Chin family asked sternly, "Now that you have revealed your identity, what exactly do you want to do? What do you want? Didn't I just make it clear? I just want to play with you guys." The clown man was filled with hatred. They were all illegitimate children, so why were some people able to receive endless love and affection, while he had to be ridiculed and abandoned? Among you, there are either fathers and sons, mothers and sons, or brothers and sisters. I'm going to make you taste what it's like to be abandoned by your own family. My patience is limited. Within 10 minutes, each family must choose one person to hand over to me. If you can't choose, I'll kill them all. The clown pulled the safety on his pistol. Chin Fei's wife was the first to lash out. She now hated Chin Fei to the core. This is your child. You're the one who caused this trouble. You're the one who should be taken away. Chin Fei immediately retorted, "Why me? This whole thing started because of you. You should be held responsible." In such situations, once one person starts it, the others, in order to survive, will inevitably start dragging others down with them. Many of those attending the charity auction were younger members of the clan. They were young and couldn't contain themselves, so they started shouting and yelling. The leaders, on the other hand, were worldly wise and showed absolute composure. But it was no use for them to remain calm. When faced with life and death, many people were willing to risk everything and couldn't be controlled. You're the eldest in the family, so you should be the first to step up in this kind of situation. Are you kidding me? So what if I'm a boss? Why don't you say that this kind of thing should be done by the youngest? Anyway, he's just a freeloader at home. If he's taken away, it won't have any impact on the company. So, this was the Joker's real purpose. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Jiang Ruochu's heart is as clear as a mirror. At least she can be sure of one thing now. After the clown took 5 people away, he most likely won't kill anyone else present. He wanted to leave a thorn in these people's hearts forever, and then let them live well. That way, without him having to lift a finger, these families would begin to split from within, and there would never be peace again. Seeing that they had stopped arguing, the clown man asked impatiently, "Have you made your choice?" As he asked the question, his gaze first fell on Qin Fei. Upon seeing this, the young master of the Qin family who had just wanted to call the police immediately kicked his older brother. Qin Fei, who was already so frightened that his legs went weak, fell out. "The first person has been born. I never imagined my dad was such a brave man. Clap, clap." The clown man clapped his hands. No. Qin Fei said in terror, "Someone pushed me." "Is that so?" The clown raised an eyebrow. "Well then, since you're my biological father, I'll give you a chance. You can choose someone from the Qin family to die in your place." As soon as the clown man finished speaking, everyone in the Qin family, except for the head of the family, stared wide-eyed in extreme fear. This game is completely unpredictable, depending solely on the Joker's mood and desires. Jiang Ruochu figured it out. This was the clown man's greatest revenge against his heartless father. If Qin Fei follows him, he will die, and die a terrible death. Qin Fei chose someone to be a scapegoat. That person could live, but their future would be miserable. This move truly kills 2 birds with 1 stone. If Jiang Ruochu could see through the clown man's intentions, how could Qin Fei not? But he couldn't care less about that right now. Living a miserable life was better than dying. His gaze swept over the Qin family members. He could choose his younger brother, whom he had always disliked and who was more than 20 years younger than him. Or he could choose his brother to die, but his father would definitely not let him off the hook. He could also choose to do what he just did. His wife had hit him, but doing so wouldn't be very profitable, and his wife's family wouldn't let him off the hook. Who else could he possibly choose? Quick, pick one. Pick one, ha ha ha. The clown man excitedly watched the Qin family members' expressions of fear. Before his son could make his choice, the head of the Qin family said in a deep voice, "I will go in his place." Qin Fei and the clown man were both stunned. "Anyway, I've lived long enough to get this old." The head of the Qin family gave the clown man a deep look. He had seen through the Joker's trick. It was nothing more than using death to divide the various families. At this critical moment, only by taking the initiative to step forward can the Qin family be saved. After figuring out the clown man's purpose, Jiang Ruochu quickly devised a plan to deal with him. "All right, let's get to work." Jiang Ruochu rushed forward and leaned against the head of the Qin family, calling out with heartfelt emotion, "Dad." This not only woke up everyone else, but even Nightshade was jolted awake, almost splitting a crack in the floor tiles. Chapter 174, pretending to be father and daughter of the clown man, walked up to Jiang Ruochu, and the head of the Qin family incredulously and loudly questioned, "You have an illegitimate daughter?" The others were dumbfounded. Being kidnapped was one thing, but they never expected to get so much gossip out of it. The younger members of the Qin family also stared at their father in surprise, all probably thinking the same thing. "Dad, you have another child outside?" Grandpa Qin was also stumped by the question. He looked down at Jiang Ruochu, who was standing in front of him. When did this happen? He himself didn't know. Please don't hurt my father. He's so old, he can't take any more trouble." Jiang Ruochu portrayed a naive rich girl perfectly. "You also have the surname Qin. How can you be so heartless?" Jiang Ruochu nimbly hopped around in the clown man's minefield. She was actually a little worried that the clown man might suddenly snap and shoot her. It wasn't that she was afraid of dying, but rather that she was afraid of the clown man dying, and even more afraid of being shot. In front of everyone, she was neither injured nor dead, which makes the rest hard to explain. Fortunately, the clown man is a twisted man with many ideas. His pleasure is not killing, but slowly torturing people. So how could he let Jiang Ruochu, the illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, die easily after he caught her? Jiang Ruochu found the right loophole. When the clown man heard Jiang Ruochu call him heartless, he burst into laughter, a laugh so loud it felt like he was going to cough up his lungs. I'm heartless. Ha ha ha. Isn't it the Qin family who's heartless? Isn't it them? They all put on an act, pretending to be loving parents and filial sons, and showing deep affection between brothers and sisters. But when death is imminent, won't they all expose their true colors? In order to survive, they would all wish for someone else to die in their place. The clown man chuckled as he swept the muzzle of his gun over the heads of everyone present. Everyone shrank back in fright, afraid that he might accidentally fire a gun. I never expected that this old man would be willing to die, yet you still rushed out. Should I say you two have a deep father-daughter bond? Or should I say you're stupid? The clown man stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ruochu with a mocking look. Seeing how brave and sincere Jiang Ruochu was, old Master Qin began to wonder if he really had an illegitimate daughter outside of marriage. Otherwise, why would this child be willing to plead for him? After Jiang Ruochu approached Grandpa Qin, she whispered a reminder, Yin, you can't bear to part with me. Those 5 simple words made old Master Qin quickly realize what was going on. He immediately put on a heartbroken expression and said, What are you doing out here? Go back. I've never acknowledged you as my daughter. Jiang Ruochu cried and said, Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me. What time is it now? I beg you, please don't disown me. Even if I went against your wishes and insisted on being with Fu Yinxi, you shouldn't disown me. How can a father and daughter hold a grudge overnight? With tears in her eyes, Jiang Ruochu dropped another bombshell. Once this juicy gossip broke, everyone perked up again, their expressions varying. Some were simply watching the drama unfold, while others were preoccupied with their own thoughts and in a state of utter confusion. Those around them were imagining a scenario where the Qin and Fu families would force the couple apart. Zhou Yifan was filled with worry. It seemed Jiang Ruochu and Fu Yinxi were indeed very close. Would Fu Yinxi tell her about that matter? If Jiang Ruochu found out, she would have to die. Thinking of this, Zhou Yifan's eyes sharpened. Fu's younger sister and her husband were both shocked. Fu's younger sister, in particular, was surprised and uneasy. She nestled in her husband's arms like a little bird, her body trembling. The eldest sister of the Fu family also changed her expression slightly. She had been keeping the news she heard at the exhibition a secret because she didn't want any further changes in the inheritance of the Fu family's assets. She didn't expect this woman to reveal this matter in front of so many people. It was clear that she couldn't hide what she wanted to hide anymore. But it didn't matter. The eldest sister of the Fu family quickly calmed down. Anyway, no matter what the relationship was between this woman and Fu Yinxi, someone was going to die soon. Yisha's mind was also a bit confused. He didn't know why Jiang Ruochu was bringing up Fu Yinxi at this time, but he knew that Jiang Ruochu must have her reasons for doing so. Upon hearing that Jiang Ruochu and Fu Yinxi were related, the clown man subconsciously glanced at Zhou Yifan in the crowd. Jiang Ruochu noticed that the clown man's gaze fell on the crowd, but he looked away too quickly, so she couldn't catch who he was looking at. Old Master Qin was also very confused. How did the Fu family get involved? But at this point, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue acting alongside Jiang Ruochu. The main reason is that Jiang Ruochu's acting was so realistic that he was confused. You idiot! How could I not acknowledge you? No matter what you've done, you're still my own daughter. I just wanted to protect you. Old Master Qin swallowed the word protect back, then glanced guiltily at the clown man. The clown man immediately realized that Jiang Ruochu was the illegitimate daughter that old Master Qin truly loved and cherished. How much did he cherish her? He had never acknowledged her as his own, yet he still protected her like a treasure and couldn't bear to let her go out to die. This is the person he really wants to kidnap. The clown man became excited, feeling that he had found the Qin family's true weakness. Especially since this woman has a connection with the Fu family, he has effectively put both families in check at once. Ha, grab her, grab her! The clown man gleefully gestured to his men to take Jiang Ruochu aside. The fish has taken the bait. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. She pretended to be scared and lowered her head to hide her true emotions. She was actually a little worried that her acting skills would falter and she would give herself away. Just as Jiang Ruochu was being dragged away, old Master Qin cried out in anguish, Xiao Chu, don't hurt her. I'll give you whatever money you want. Jiang Ruochu. Mr. Qin, it would be a real shame not to give you an Oscar. It has to be said that old Master Qin's actions were perfectly timed. The more pained and reluctant he appeared, the more the clown man wanted to take Jiang Ruochu away. Since Grandpa Qin had started acting, Jiang Ruochu naturally had to play along. She cried out in fear, "Dad, save me," while struggling desperately. To be honest, the old man and the young man worked together perfectly, portraying the scene of separation between flesh and blood just right, greatly satisfying the clown man's desire to watch a show. After pulling Jiang Ruochu aside, the masked man forcefully pushed her to the ground and even kicked her, saying sternly, "Shut up." Jiang Ruochu pretended to be frightened and immediately fell silent. Actually, she was tired from acting and finally got her rest for a while. Now that she's off stage, she can relax and not put in so much effort, which is perfectly fine, right? Jiang Ruochu was quite optimistic. She didn't feel much pain from the kick she received. Instead, she was relieved that it was finally over. Yi Sha, however, pursed his lips and coldly watched the bandit who had assaulted Jiang Ruochu, remembering the elephant mask he was wearing. The masked man suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He turned around and looked, but saw nothing. Jiang Ruochu squatted comfortably in the hostage area, waiting for her other companions. To find the Joker's lair, the only option is to follow him. If she were to step forward willingly and risk her life. The clown man, who doesn't play by the rules, would definitely not agree, but she is now pretending to be stupid and foolish and acting as if she was forced into this situation. In addition, there is the relationship between the Qin family and the Fu family, so the clown man will definitely choose to kidnap her. Because in the eyes of the clown man, this was a good opportunity to cause pain to both families. Most importantly, she was the illegitimate daughter that old Master Qin had hidden away and wanted to protect. The Joker, who is also an illegitimate child, is probably insanely jealous. As Jiang Ruochu had predicted, things unfolded exactly as she had envisioned. She was now on a sinking ship and could wait patiently. Jiang Ruochu was enjoying herself, but Yi Sha was suffering. When no one was paying attention to them, the two continued to communicate with their eyes. "Nightshade, when can we make our move?" "Jiang Ruochu, let's wait a little longer." Yi Sha understood the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained, and it seemed that Jiang Ruochu intended to eradicate these people completely. Fine, he's strong anyway. He can pull it out, so let him pull it out. Chapter 175 Hostages. After the Qin family's hostages were finalized, the clown man's gaze fell on the Zhou family. The head of the Zhou family was unwell today and did not come to the scene, thus escaping a disaster. Today, Zhou Yifun's parents, brother, sister-in-law, and nephew, a family of 3, attended the charity auction, along with his cousin who had managed to squeeze in. Now, the cousin is filled with regret and wishes she could chop off her own legs. Zhou Yifun's father is nearly 60 years old, which is the time when he can still work for a few more years and has the most say in the company. He hasn't had enough of being an emperor yet, so how could he bear to die? Therefore, he will not stand up like old Master Qin. Zhou's cousin is now terrified. She can easily imagine that among the Zhou family members present, she is the most likely to be pushed out to be the scapegoat. Her guess was right. All the Zhou family's eyes were on her. My cousin immediately jumped up. "Why? I don't even have the surname Zhou. I'm not a member of the Zhou family." Zhou Yifun's sister-in-law immediately retorted. "When you insisted on coming along, did you ever think that you weren't surnamed Zhou?" Zhou Yifun's older brother also feigned concern, saying, "Cousin, trust us, we'll save you." The clown said in a sarcastic tone, "Yeah, trust your family, they'll save you, he." My cousin's face turned deathly pale. She knew she couldn't escape it. This family was determined to send her to her death. She cursed desperately. I really didn't." My cousin frantically shook her head at the clown man. "I'm not a member of the Zhou family. That doesn't count. If you want to choose someone, you should choose from the Zhou family." The clown grinned, his voice hoarse as he sneered. "Whether it counts or not isn't up to you to decide." My cousin, enraged, yelled, "In Shirlan, if you push me to my death, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. And all of you, may the entire Zhou family die a horrible death." The way my cousin was yelling and cursing made everyone outside the 5 major families, who were not in mortal danger, sigh with dismay. Just as she was screaming and struggling, Zhou Yifun suddenly stepped forward. "I'll go in her place." Zhou Yifun's actions surprised Jiang Ruochu. She couldn't quite figure him out. Everyone else looked at Zhou Yifan in surprise. This was going to his death in place of someone else, especially for a cousin with whom he had little to no connection. Why was he going? The clown raised his eyebrows and walked up to Zhou Yifan. Oh, I didn't expect the Zhou family to produce someone with guts. To be honest, when Zhou Yifan stepped forward, his half-brother breathed a sigh of relief and was even a little smug. This way, he could not only keep his safety, but also eliminate a competitor. No, don't. Zhou Yifan's mother suddenly hugged him, crying, Yifan, what's wrong with you? You'll die, you'll die. Zhou Yifan's father also gestured to him with his eyes, telling him not to try to be a hero at this time. My cousin was afraid that Zhou Yifan would change his mind, so she immediately shrank back without saying a word. Mom, but we can't send my cousin. Zhou Yifan looked very troubled. My cousin looked at Zhou Yifan with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Ha ha, that's brilliant, the clown said gleefully, but I don't think taking the initiative is fun. The clown kicked Zhou Yifan back, and Zhou Yifan immediately knelt on the ground, her mouth filled with the taste of rust. Then the clown grabbed his cousin's hair and whispered in her ear like a devil, You choose. Upon hearing this, the eldest son and his wife of the Zhou family widened their eyes instantly. Astonishment and fear crept into their eyes like blood vessels. My cousin's trembling body suddenly jolted, and she exclaimed with ecstatic joy, I'll choose. Anyone who was just fish on the chopping block a moment ago, but suddenly finds themselves in a completely different position, becoming the one wielding the knife, would find it hard to believe and incredibly exciting. Jiang Ruochu pursed her lips. She realized that the clown man really enjoyed manipulating people's hearts. Without a second thought, the younger cousin gritted her teeth and slashed the knife at the eldest son of the Zhou family. I choose him. I choose him. Just moments ago, he felt like he had escaped death and was plotting to eliminate his brother without making a sound. But now he was like a sandcastle soaked in water, completely limp. TSK. Isn't this a case of fortunes changing? The clown man twirled the gun handle, looking at the eldest brother of his Zhou family with a mocking expression. Now was Zhou's father and sister-in-law's turn to go crazy, and they desperately tried to stop him. The clown man watched with satisfaction as they suffered, and he encouraged his cousin, saying, You made a very good choice. That's how it should be. Let those who have wronged you go to hell. The clown's words ignited the hatred in my cousin's heart. Her eyes turned red, and she grinned as she looked at the Zhou family, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having avenged her great grudge. Chapter 176, Becoming a Hero. Jiang Ruochu looked at her cousin Zhou's bloodshot eyes and smug expression, and thought to herself that this clown man's brainwashing was quite successful. He easily created another person in the world just like him. Why me? The eldest son of the Zhou family was still struggling as he was dragged out by the kidnappers. It should have been that woman. The clown man, annoyed by the noise, winked at the masked man, who immediately understood and punched Zhou's eldest brother in the face, sending him flying. A bloody tooth fell to the ground. The eldest son of the Zhou family had blood streaming from his mouth, and half of his face was swollen. My teeth. The clown kicked his face with his toe. This is just the beginning. The eldest son's child and wife cried out in fear and reluctance. Dad! Dad! Husband! Mr. Zhou looked at his son with a mix of heartache and pain, but he remained clear-headed at that moment. He immediately held his grandson down and covered his mouth, fearing that the child might anger the kidnappers and be taken away with them. The child could only struggle in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Zhou's mother didn't care. She was just glad that her own son, Zhou Yifan, was all right. As for Zhou Laoda, he wasn't her son, so she didn't care what happened to him. She was even worried that her son would do something foolish again, so she held him tightly. Zhou Yifan pretended to be conflicted and leaned against his mother. When no one was paying attention to him, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Very well, he had easily eliminated his elder brother. Soon, the clown man looked at the Leaf family again. The Leaf family was the most quarrelsome of the 5 major families. Normally, the 3 ladies would pretend to be harmonious, addressing each other as hello, elder sister, and hello, younger sister. But when faced with a life or death situation, they would naturally stop pretending and even start revealing each other's secrets and pushing each other to their deaths. Many of the things they revealed were things that even the head of the Leaf family didn't know. They were so enthusiastically talking that he seemed like an outsider, pathetic and ridiculous. The love-hate relationship between the three wives of the Lee family could probably be written into a 40-episode TV series. The eldest wife of the Lee family most wanted the second wife dead, because now the only ones in the family who could compete with her children for control of the Lee family were the second wife's children. The second wife of the Lee family was a mortal enemy of the first wife, but in terms of feelings, she hated the third wife the most. The third wife was originally a tutor she had hired, but the third wife took the opportunity to seduce Mr. Lee and successfully became his third wife. This disgusted the second wife so much that she couldn't eat properly for a month, but she still had to smile and call her sister afterward. The third wife of the Lee family hoped that both the first and second wives would die so that she could rise to power. If she had to choose between the two, she would prefer the first wife because she was the first to enter the family and had the deepest roots. She couldn't defeat the first wife. Only if this old woman died could she still fight against the second wife. The women had been arguing for a while without reaching a conclusion, but when the clown man's cold gaze swept over them, the group, which had been arguing like 500 ducks, immediately fell silent. Seeing that Zhou Yifan had stepped forward but managed to escape, the second wife's daughter quickly thought of a plan and immediately blurted out, "I'm willing to go." As soon as she finished speaking, a smug smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately understood the purpose of this Miss Li's act of stepping forward. But Miss Li only guessed one of them correctly, not the other. The Joker is a capricious and fickle person. Trying to replicate a trick to get away with it will probably only lead to his own demise. As expected, the clown man curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Okay, I like brave, fearless, and clever people like Miss Li," the clown said, pausing deliberately to admire Miss Li's self-satisfied appearance. Just when Miss Li thought she had succeeded, the clown man plunged her back into hell with a single sentence. "Since you're so proactive, miss, it just so happens that none of my brothers have ever touched a young lady like you. I'll let you keep them company for a bit later." Miss Li stared wide-eyed in horror, her smile frozen on her face as if it were sealed with cement. Upon hearing the clown's words, the others involuntarily shuddered. "So, is Miss satisfied with this arrangement?" After saying that, the clown man gestured to his men to take Miss Li away. "No, that's not it. Help! Mom! Help me!" The second wife of the Lee family only had this one precious daughter. She practically knelt down to the clown-like man, pleading, "I beg you, please spare my daughter. She's still so young." When the clown man heard the words, "she's still young," his eyes suddenly darkened. Memories of the past flood my mind like a tide. At the hospital, the doctor earnestly advised his mother, "Jie is still young, and there is a great chance of recovery. Moreover, this child has a strong will to live and a strong desire to survive. I hope he will not give up on his treatment." What did his mother say back then? So what if he dies? He'll just be a burden anyway, even if he's cured. At that time, no one cared that he was still young, and no one cared how much he longed to live. The clown was so angry he gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned bloodshot. At the same time, for some reason, Gu Dongfeng felt that Miss Li's despairing expression touched him, as if he had experienced something similar. His instincts beat his brain to thought, and he stood up immediately. As soon as he stood up, all eyes turned to him. Gu Dongfeng was stunned. He didn't understand why he had stood up. His mind was blank. Just as the clown was about to attack the Li family, Gu Dongfeng interrupted him. "You want to be a hero, huh?" The clown pointed a gun at Gu Dongfeng's head. Chapter 177, The Demonic Traces, Jiang Ruochu gasped. She could tell from Gu Dongfeng's blank expression that although he had lost his memory, the things he experienced after transmigrating had changed him, making him subconsciously want to protect the elderly, weak, women, and children. Jiang Ruochu gave Yisha a wink, meaning that if the clown man really fired, they should find a way to protect Gu Dongfeng. Although Yisha disliked Gu Dongfeng, he didn't hate him enough to want him to die a violent death. At most, he just wanted to hang the guy on the roof of the car and let him feel the wind. Gu Dongfeng's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, and he stammered, "I..." The clown man stared at Gu Dongfeng, and Yisha stared at the clown man. Everyone thought that Gu Dongfeng was on the verge of death, but that was not the case. The one who was truly in imminent danger was the Joker. But the clown man was lucky enough to jump away when he was only a hair's breadth away from death. "Your name is Gu Dongfeng, right? I'll make sure you don't get your way, haha. Get out of my way." The clown-like man swung his elbow and knocked Gu Dongfeng unconscious. Jiang Ruochu. Nightshade. This guy's a complete rebel. Miss Li thought that someone had spoken up for her, that she was saved, but in the end, the clown man still chose her. When the robbers came to subdue her, she pressed her whole body down, as if she wanted to stick to the ground. No, no, I won't go. It shouldn't be me. It shouldn't be me. Unfortunately, no matter how much Miss Li struggled, it was all in vain. Her lips turned white from the effort, and her eyes revealed despair and defeat. All the onlookers could see was her disheveled hair, ruined makeup, and broken manicure nails lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the Venerable One, who was remotely monitoring the Joker's actions using surveillance cameras, breathed a sigh of relief. His goal this time was only to weaken the 5 major families in Victoria Harbor. Once Feeney had calmed down, he would descend like a savior and easily win people's hearts. That's why he didn't want to involve the Gu family for the time being. After all, the Gu family is backed by national forces. He wouldn't be afraid if he were targeted now, but he doesn't want to confront China directly at the moment. Fortunately, Feeney, though crazy, was very obedient to him. Before the operation, she kept his instructions in mind, which is why she didn't shoot Gu Dongfeng in the head. As for Feeney, let her do whatever she wants. He doesn't really care, as long as he ultimately achieves his goal. It's a pity that such an obedient puppet is a disposable item. Feeney probably won't survive tonight. Although the Venerable One felt it was a pity, it was not a pity of pity, but a pity of regret tinged with the arrogance of a superior. In his eyes, Feeney was a very useful mad knife. Inside the venue, the game of choosing a sacrifice continues. Next, only the Duan family and the Fu family remain. No one could figure out what the Joker was thinking. Whether he chose someone else or not, he might end up becoming the scapegoat. The Duan family members all shrank back, looking just like quails, especially the young master of the Duan family, who had previously mocked the clown man abroad, who wished he could disappear into the ground. Why are you all so quiet? He was met with silence. The clown suddenly yelled, "Scream!" His frenzied behavior startled the Duan family, and everyone instinctively exclaimed, "Ah!" The clown smiled contentedly. Someone in the Duan family had a sudden inspiration and immediately pushed the young master of the Duan family, who had offended the clown man, out. A very good choice. This time, the clown man finally stopped his capricious behavior and ordered his men to take the young master of the Duan family away. It seems the clown man eventually got tired. Only 3 people from a Fu family came today, 2 of whom were a couple. It was a 2-to-1 vote, so there was no suspense. He then used a lottery method and finally chose the eldest sister of the Fu family. At this point, the 5 scapegoats have finally been chosen. The eldest brother of the Zhou family and the young master of the Duan family were numb and desperate. Miss Li's mouth was gagged by the thugs, so she could neither cry nor scream. On the surface, the eldest sister of the Fu family seemed calm and composed, but when she walked, her legs went weak, revealing her true thoughts. Seeing that the 4 of them had become so cowardly, Jiang Ruochu had no choice but to follow suit and act out being weak-kneed and scared. The masked men then strung extremely thin wires around the other hostages. These wires crisscrossed and passed through almost everyone present. Finally, the ends of the wires randomly caught on a few hostages. The clown man kindly reminded them, "Don't move around. If you move even slightly, it might explode with a boom dot. Don't blame me. I've already given you chances, but you killed yourselves. As for when someone will come to rescue you, that's up to fate. If God wants you to live, you live. If God wants you to die, you die." After saying this, the clown arrogantly took off his mask and threw it hard on the ground. "Look closely at me. Remember this face. Remember my name is Qin Wenjie." Everyone gasped in shock. This was a true, desperate criminal. Jiang Ruochu always felt that the clown man's behavior had an inexplicable strangeness. You might say he's a heartless killer, but he hasn't killed a single person yet. You might say he takes human life seriously, but his actions clearly indicate an antisocial personality. However, if we interpret his behavior as a sign of neurotic thinking, it seems understandable. Is it really that simple? Jiang Ruochu felt that the whole matter was shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to see clearly. After the gang of thugs left the stadium, Nightshade transformed into a black cat and quietly followed them. Meanwhile, the reporters outside the Lotus Art Exhibition Center were still waiting idly by the roadside, just waiting for the auction to end so they could take some photos of the closing ceremony to report back. Holy crap! What's that? When a reporter observed the situation at the entrance of the Lotus Exhibition Center through binoculars, he immediately sensed something was wrong and nudged his colleague. At his exclamation, everyone else raised their binoculars, and those without binoculars used their cameras as telescopes. After everyone realized what was happening, they were all stunned. Was this a kidnapping? No way. Perhaps because the news was so shocking, people were hesitant to believe it. Finally, someone realized what was happening and shouted, "Quick, take a picture. Take a picture right now. Big news." All the media outlets were on high alert, taking photos like crazy. Some reacted quickly and started recording videos with their phones, while others started live streaming. Of course, some also quickly called the police. The entrance to the Lotus Art Exhibition Center. The thugs practically dragged and pulled the hostages along, impatiently urging, "Hurry up." Jiang Ruochu was escorted by a man in an elephant mask and a man in a tiger mask, walking at the back of the group. She glanced in the direction the clown and his group were heading. It looked like a port. It seems that the clown man is going to leave by boat. There are indeed many unclaimed islands near Victoria Harbor, which will be perfect as their base. Just then, the sound of police sirens rang out in the distance, growing louder and louder, clearly aimed at them. "Boss, someone's called the police." The other 4 hostages were overjoyed to hear the police sirens, feeling that they were saved. Only Jiang Ruochu felt somewhat helpless and speechless. The police are coming. That's not a good thing, because that would restrict Nightshade's movements. Nightshade couldn't possibly blow a robber's head off in front of the police in one go, could he? Furthermore, in order to rescue the people, the police may engage in a shootout with the robbers, resulting in unnecessary sacrifices. This is something Jiang Ruochu doesn't want to see. The clown sneered disdainfully. "Get on the ship. Once we're in international waters, they won't be able to do anything about it. If they're foolish enough to chase after us, it'll be a perfect opportunity for you to have some fun. We have so many heavy weapons, and we haven't heard a single shot yet today." As the masked men listened to the clown man's words, they couldn't help but reveal bloodthirsty smiles, smiles that exuded cruelty and ruthlessness, like hungry wild beasts. Just as the police arrived, the streetlights suddenly exploded simultaneously, making a loud noise, and the entire street was instantly plunged into darkness. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of mist descended silently, like a mysterious veil, enveloping the world and its inhabitants in a hazy fog. As far as the police could see, all they could see was their own hands, and even with their headlights on, they could not penetrate the dense barrier of the mist. The thugs were utterly bewildered. Where did this fog come from? The clown man said smugly, "Looks like even the heavens are on my side. This is a miracle. Let's go." Jiang Ruochu was secretly pleased. She understood that this was not a miracle, but rather a calamity. Well, Nightshade is getting better and better at working together. Chapter 178, There's a Bomb. What's going on? The police officers who arrived at the scene first looked at the sudden thick fog with confusion and tension. Attention everyone. Do not fire indiscriminately when visibility is poor and friend or foe is unclear. Take cover and be careful. The police received information that robbers had taken hostages, but they were unclear about the number of robbers, their weapons, and a number of hostages. However, there's at least one thing they could be sure of. The kidnappers who dared to break into such a large event and carry out the kidnapping were not ordinary kidnappers, but ruthless bandits. In this situation, neither the safety of the hostages nor the safety of our own personnel should be ensured by firing indiscriminately. In the void, a cold, deep voice slowly rang out, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure. "There's a bomb inside the stadium." Upon hearing this, the police officer immediately tensed up. The reminder came strangely. Although they didn't know who was reminding them, they exchanged a glance and understood that the most important thing right now was to ask for help. The lead police officer immediately reported the situation to his superiors, requesting reinforcements, and most importantly, the dispatch of bomb disposal experts. Nightshade watched with satisfaction as the policeman's path was blocked by the thick fog. He then leaped lightly into the fog, his movements swift and agile, the kitten's figure appearing and disappearing in the mist. He didn't care about the lives of other people, whether they were police officers or criminals. In his eyes, they were all the same. But he knew Jiang Ruochu cared, and he couldn't just go about his work without any effort in front of so many people. So he cast a spell, blowing up the streetlights on the road, and then summoning a cloud of fog to block the police and the bandits. That way, No one can stop him from doing his work. Meanwhile, the reporter on the other side who immediately started a live broadcast found their live stream overwhelmed with viewers. This is an era where even ordinary people can reign supreme through online traffic. The reporter didn't have many followers originally, but because the news was so explosive, the more people watched it, the more new traffic there was, and the more traffic there was, the more people watched it. The live stream covering the kidnapping of a wealthy family quickly became the top local live stream in Victoria Harbour, and within minutes, it jumped into the national live stream rankings. Not only in Victoria Harbour, but media outlets across the country were mobilized, whether they were on vacation or already working overtime. Breaking news. Several wealthy families have been kidnapped in one go over Victoria Harbour. The specific list of people who were kidnapped has not yet been released. Everyone get to work immediately. Keep a close eye on this news. In a live stream room. I heard something big has happened. Is this live stream title real? Live kidnapping? How exciting. Just arrived. Has anyone seen what the kidnappers look like? Who do they kidnap? What weapons were they carrying? I can't believe we're seeing such a high-profile kidnapping case in this day and age. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Isn't live streaming a bad idea? Wouldn't it interfere with police operations? Hey upstairs, stop being so sanctimonious. Is it your family member who's been kidnapped? Why the rush? I don't care. Anyway, they're kidnapping rich people. In ancient times, this would be called robbing the rich to help the poor. Some people are so resentful of the rich that they've lost all sense of right and wrong, and their moral compass has been eroded. It's unbearable to act like a moral paragon just by going online. Seeing this, other reporters also started live streaming on their phones. Some local internet celebrities and busybodies even rushed to the Lotus Art Exhibition Center before dawn. Hey guys, the streamer is on his way to the scene, hoping to sneak in before the police cordon off the area. Keep it up, streamer. I think the streamer's pedaling was practically sending sparks flying. The live stream was filled with people laughing and joking, but few were worried about the safety of the hostages. Some were even just bored and looking forward to a fight. However, things didn't go as planned. A thick fog not only hindered the police operation, but also made the live broadcast impossible to follow. What's going on? This awful weather. Why'd it have to be foggy now of all times? Why is there such a thick fog all of a sudden? Urgent. I'm giving a rocket as a reward to ask the streamer to come closer. In my opinion, this fog is a good thing, a perfect arrival, preventing you people from profiting from human suffering. With no hope left on the ground, people began using high-tech methods, and a buzzing sound could be heard from the sky. Damn it, where did this drone come from? What is it doing flying around like that? At a time like this, why are you making things worse? The police officer in charge of blocking off the surrounding streets couldn't help but curse. Immediately deploy a technical team to interfere with unofficial drones. Chin Wenjia saw the drone in the sky and proudly gave it a fancy salute. This scene was broadcast live via drone footage. What an arrogant robber. This is a blatant provocation against the police. I think this robber is pretty formidable. There are always some people in this world whose values follow their physical appearance. Soon, the drone conducting the live broadcast crashed due to electronic interference from police technicians. However, thanks to the drone, the police were able to temporarily pinpoint the kidnapper's location. From just a few seconds of footage, technicians have already gleaned many important clues. Attention all units. The kidnappers are heading towards the port and are expected to escape by sea. They are carrying heavy weapons. Soon after, the police also began deploying their drones. The black cat, that Nightshade had transformed into, roamed freely through the thick fog. He heard a buzzing sound coming from the sky and sighed in annoyance and helplessness. Afterwards, wherever the night chaser passed, the mist seemed to grow upwards as if it had intelligence. Boss, the fog is getting thicker. Strangely enough, the thick fog seemed to only linger around them. The clown didn't have time to think and made a quick decision: get on the boat. As the hijackers led the hostages onto the ship one by one, Nightshade stared at the elephant-masked man who was walking at the very back. The thick fog, like a white ghost, swirled around the man in the elephant mask, silently separating him from his companions. At this time, no one noticed anything unusual. Chapter 179, The Thick Fog Enveloped the Elephant-Masked Man. In the thick fog, he saw a fleeting, ghostly black shadow sweep past his feet. He was so frightened that he almost screamed, but before he could make a sound, an invisible force tightly gripped his neck, killing him instantly. In just a second, Nightshade silently snapped the other man's neck with his magic. The entire killing process was swift and quiet, with only the elephant-masked man's terrified eyes frozen at the moment of death, as if telling of endless fear and despair. The man in the elephant mask fell onto the smooth deck of the boat, and with a gentle push from his cat paw, the body fell into the sea. The man in the tiger mask heard the sound of splashing water behind him and instinctively turned around to look. But apart from fog, he couldn't see anything. "Old elephant, are you there?" The only response he received was the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Anyone who has worked on a ship knows that this kind of muffled sound can be a bit eerie at night. An unknown fear suddenly gripped his heart. His heart raced, his breathing became rapid, and sweat gradually beaded on his forehead. The man in the tiger mask involuntarily took 2 steps back, then silently prayed, "God will protect me." "Tiger? What are you daydreaming about? Come up here," someone shouted to the man in the tiger mask from the second-floor deck. The man in the tiger mask snapped out of his daze. "Where's old elephant?" "Him." The man upstairs thought for a moment. Actually, he didn't know either, so he guessed wildly, "That guy's always the slowest to get off the ship and the most eager to get on. He's probably already on board." Without giving it much thought, the man in the tiger mask quickly walked towards the second-floor deck. This fog was too strange. It would be better for him to reunite with his companions as soon as possible. In the thick fog, Yisha leisurely boarded the boat. After everyone boarded the boat, the clown man's boat sped towards the center of the sea. Just then, a warning came from behind. "This is the Victoria Harbor Coast Guard. You are surrounded. We hope you will lay down your weapons." So annoying. The clown picked at his ear, rolled his eyes, and winked at his men. "You've been holding back for so long. Let's hear a sound." The man in the hedgehog mask excitedly rubbed his hands together, shouldered the rocket launcher, and decisively fired it backward. Nightshade decisively cast a spell, causing the rocket to deviate by more than 10 meters. The rocket launcher missed the police boat and hit a buoy in the sea, making a loud bang. "Ha ha!" Because the fog was so thick, the clown man didn't know if he had hit the Coast Guard, but he just thought it was fun and exciting. Nightshade took a deep breath. These policemen weren't there to help. They were there to drain his magic. "Let's have a few more rounds." Nightshade's eyes widened. "I'm not kidding you. Casting spells is tiring. If you keep messing around, I'll blow up your ship." Nightshade felt that it wasn't necessary to wait until the Joker's lair. Perhaps they could try a different approach, such as capturing the man first, and then using torture to extract a confession. Fortunately, at that moment, a man in a lion mask came over and whispered a few words to the clown man above. The clown man seemed to take it very seriously and immediately turned and left. Seeing that the clown man had left, Yisha understood that the police were safe for the time being, so he prepared to go find Jiang Ruochu. Perhaps because they were already on a ship, these criminals focused more on defending against external enemies and didn't pay much attention to the hostages inside the cabin. The other hostages were too frightened to speak, but Jiang Ruochu kept observing from the shadows. She doesn't know where Yisha is hiding, and she knows he will come to save her, but she won't place all her hopes on him. Saving her at night is the second option. Self-rescue is always her first choice. There are now 2 guards watching them, one at the door and the other inside. The guard inside probably thinks they can't escape, so he confidently opens a bottle of champagne and sips it. Jiang Ruochu can use the Imperial Concubine's bed skill to put the guards at the door into a deep sleep. Her current physical fitness level should be sufficient to handle the situation in the room. As for the clown man, she could temporarily send him to hell and leave him under Lin Yuanhang's care, and also have Lin Yuanhang help her interrogate him. Without the Joker as a leader, the remaining robbers are like limbs without brains, making them easier to deal with. Then she can use the rotting zombie smell on herself, making her a walking bioweapon. It's just unknown how effective the rotting zombie smell will be on the open sea. Actually, these criminals are not difficult to deal with. The only troublesome ones are the hostages. She has to consider their safety and cannot predict their reactions. Jiang Ruochu had almost finished planning when she suddenly noticed a black cat lying by the ship's window. The black cat even tilted its head cutely. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently. She wouldn't let herself become too dependent on Yisha, but seeing Yisha still made her feel much more at ease and confident, as if she were a lot more relaxed. Under the cover of the thick fog, and with the help of the night break, the clown man's boat successfully escaped the police pursuit. Nearly an hour later, an island gradually appeared before everyone. Nightshade seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Its ears perked up with joy and twitched excitedly, its cat eyes becoming round and bright, standing out particularly against its black fur. Chapter 180 Manipulating Miracle Island is dotted with lights, making it look quite lively. Obviously, the clown man's base should be here. At this moment, two men in animal masks hurriedly entered the cabin. The other hostages clearly felt the ship slow down, and now seeing the menacing criminals, they were terrified and kept backing away. The eldest sister of the Fu family remained relatively calm. She mustered her courage and gritted her teeth, saying, "We'll give you money, any amount you want. Just let us go." Upon hearing this, the other hostages immediately nodded vigorously, chiming in with their own opinions. Yes, we can give you so much money that you can't spend it all in a lifetime. Just let us go." However, the two masked men didn't even glance at the other hostages. They even found them noisy and angrily punched one of them, saying, "Shut up." They hit hard, beating the four young masters and ladies so hard they saw stars and lay on the ground speechless. Then they grabbed Jiang Ruochu and said, "Let's go." Jiang Ruochu was led to the third-floor cabin, which was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. Not only were there soft leather sofas, but even the other handles were gilded and wrapped in high-grade leather. Every detail exuded an air of nobility. The clown-like man, Qin Wenjie, was sitting on the sofa, wiping his beloved pistol. When he saw Jiang Ruochu come in, he lazily raised his eyelids, his eyes full of contempt as he looked her over. Jiang Ruochu discovered that the clown man was even more pretentious than Yi Sha, the demon. Qin Wenjie may be crazy, insane, or mad, but he's not stupid. After boarding the ship, he spoke with the Venerable One and Zhou Yifan on the phone. After calmly thinking for a few minutes, he finally realized something was wrong, so he had his men investigate Jiang Ruochu's background. In the past, Jiang Ruochu had no connection with the Qin family at all. Moreover, Jiang Ruochu's family had been in debt for the past few years and had been busy paying off the debt. If she really was the illegitimate daughter that old Master Qin loved, this debt would not be a problem at all. So there's only one possibility. He was scammed. You're not the Qin family's illegitimate daughter at all. Who are you? What is your purpose? Qin Wenjie stared coldly at Jiang Ruochu, as if he were looking at a corpse. Jiang Ruochu didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, but there was not a trace of panic on her face. She blinked and smiled. Maybe I'm just an ordinary good person? Jiang Ruochu's calm and composed reaction infuriated Qin Wenjie. This time, he did not hold back and pull the trigger. With a crisp sound, the bullet left the barrel. Jiang Ruochu remained unfazed. Just as the bullet was about to strike her, an invisible wall of air suddenly appeared, instantly causing the bullet to lose its momentum and fall limply to the ground. Qin Wenjie stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The other thugs were also startled by this unbelievable scene and took a small step back. They looked at each other, confused as to what had happened. Qin Wenjie refused to believe it and fiercely ordered, "Kill her." Under Qin Wenjie's orders, the thugs all pointed their guns at Jiang Ruochu. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and bullets whistled through the air. Just then, a dark shadow drifted into the room, moving so fast that it was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. His figure appeared and disappeared around Jiang Ruochu, his movements agile and nimble. When he stopped, he opened his palm, revealing a handful of deformed bullets. Nightshade won't die or get hurt, but he will feel pain. He used to endure the pain, but now it seems he can't bear it all, or rather, he doesn't want to. So he turned his head and said to Jiang Ruochu in a pitiful and innocent tone, "It hurts." Jiang Ruochu. The system couldn't stand it anymore and complained in Jiang Ruochu's mind. What a show-off. As if just saying it wasn't enough, the system even added a colorful light board to its words, making them big and eye-catching. Jiang Ruochu suppressed a laugh, reached out and patted Yisha's palm, and said softly, "Is it all right now?" Nightshade smiled. "It seems a little better." Before anyone could react, all the guns were taken by Nightshade. Then both pistols and submachine guns floated in mid-air, their dark muzzles pointed at the thugs. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and a tense atmosphere permeated the entire space. The situation reversed, and the power of discourse shifted to Jiang Ruochu. Nightshade's gaze was calm, his hair and clothes moved without wind, and in the void, there was the sound of a stirring symphony. It seems that Nightshade has been holding back for a long time and can no longer bear it. So he has to go on stage with background music and special effects. This time, Jiang Ruochu didn't stop him, but let him express himself freely and even suggested, how about changing to a more upbeat song? Nightshade was confused for a moment, but still honestly replied, okay. Soon, Yisha found a catchy song in the music library called Gong Shi Fa Kai, wishing you prosperity. As soon as this song came on, the atmosphere in the entire cabin became magical. Who exactly are you people? Do you know magic? Qin Wenjia asked Jiang Ruochu and the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared, warily. These two are so strange. It's even somewhat like a venerable being who can manipulate miracles. No, that's not right. In this world, only the venerable one is a god. Everyone else is evil. These two are definitely devils. Jiang Ruochu took the initiative, walked to the sofa, and sat down calmly, saying indifferently, shouldn't I be asking you that? Who's behind you? What's their real purpose? Qin Wenjia grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Do you think I tell you? Jiang Ruochu shrugged, relieved. I know you don't want to talk about it. Actually, I was just asking casually. Let the police handle the questioning. Jiang Ruochu turned her head slightly and said to Yisha, leave one alive, and remember to leave the boat and navigator behind, because none of us know how to steer. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 guns fired simultaneously, blowing the heads off all the thugs inside and outside the third-floor cabin. The gunshots upstairs alerted the other thugs, who all headed towards the 3rd floor. Yisha listened intently to the sounds, and after confirming everyone's location, whispered to Jiang Ruochu, be careful. Good. Then, the Nightshade emerged from the cabin and swept past all the thugs with lightning speed. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, the ghostly Nightshade snapped their necks and sent them sprawling to the ground. The ship suddenly became eerily quiet, with only the sounds of seabirds circling and waves crashing against the hull. Nightshade drifted back into the driver's seat. He was clean, without a trace of blood, but his eyes were dark and deep, like a bloodthirsty demon. The captain and 2 crew members stared at him in horror. We were just kidnapped to sail the ship. We don't know anything. Please, let us go. Nightshade's words were concise. Stop the boat and wait on the ground. The captain was puzzled and looked at each other blankly. Nightshade asked sincerely, don't you understand? Got it. The captain and crew scrambled out of the cockpit in a panic. The reason Yisha controlled the captain and crew was to prevent them from contacting the people on the island or causing other trouble when he and Jiang Ruochu were not paying attention. After confirming that the entire ship was under control, Yisha floated back to the 3rd floor cabin and said confidently and calmly, done. Nightshade was indeed a demon who got things done cleanly and efficiently. No torture, no nonsense. Chapter 181 Seabird leads the way. Although Qin Wenjia knew that the situation was hopeless, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he sat comfortably on the other side of the sofa and even chose a bottle of his treasured champagne to enjoy. When Yasha returned, he saw him drinking. He walked over and snatched the drink away without thinking, what's so delicious? He finished speaking, smelled it, and then disgustedly threw it out of the cabin. Qin Wenjia. Jiang Ruochu quietly observed Qin Wenjia. In this desperate situation, the madman became calmer and less manic than before. Nightshade asked, what will we do next? Jiang Ruochu looked at Qin Wenjia. Is that island your stronghold? Qin Wenjia did not answer, but instead asked, are you going to hand me over to the police? That's natural. With the crisis resolved, Jiang Ruochu had more time to think things through. I'm a little curious. You made such a big fuss, seemingly crazy, but you didn't actually kill a single person at the scene. Why is that? Qin Wenjia paused upon hearing this, surprised that Jiang Ruochu had gotten to the heart of the matter with just one sentence. You don't seem like the kind of person who cares about the lives of other people. Given your personality and the hatred you feel for those people, you would definitely blow up the Lotus Art Center after you leave. So you must have a reason to do it. You want to kill them, but there's a specific reason that's holding you back. Also, were any of your accomplices at the scene? Qin Wenjia gently stroked the bullet necklace hanging around his neck, and he smiled and said, you are very perceptive and intelligent. Just as Jiang Ruochu guessed, Qin Wenjia would choose to torture those people and then send them to their deaths with a bomb. The Venerable One forbade him to do so. Although he did not know the reason, the Venerable One's words were an imperial edict, and his personal wishes had to take a back seat. But it's no use. Even if you torture me or kill me, I won't say a word. After Qin Wenjie finished speaking, he suddenly shoved the bullet hanging from his neck into his mouth, staring at Jiang Ruochu with bloodshot eyes. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for God. Ha ha ha. God will avenge me. Ha ha ha. Even as death approached, Qin Wenjie's eyes showed no fear, but rather excitement and madness, as if dying at this moment was an incomparably glorious thing. Yisha reacted quickly, grabbing Qin Wenjie's jaw and forcing him to open his mouth, but it was too late. The venom hidden in the bullet turned Qin Wenjie's lips purple, made him breathe rapidly, and his body began to tremble violently. He soon stopped breathing. Dead. Nightshade placed the person on the ground. Jiang Ruochu looked at Qin Wenjie, who was alive just moments ago, but now lay on the deck, his eyes wide open, a strange, satisfied smile on his face, which sent chills down her spine. He looks like he's joined some kind of cult, constantly talking about gods and gods. Forget it. There are plenty of deceptive religions in this world, Jiang Ruochu said dismissively. Let the police investigate the rest. If there really is some organization behind him, the police will find out. What about that island? Shall we go up and take a look? It's good that we've found our destination. Let the police handle the rest. That's all Jiang Ruochu could do to help. This would prevent unnecessary sacrifices by the police and avoid getting too involved or being questioned by them. She stretched and said, let's call it a day and head back. To be precise, Nightshade single-handedly dealt with the robbers and rescued the hostages. They had already done more than enough. I just overheard him talking to Zhou Yifan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu's eyes narrowed slightly. So the mole is Zhou Yifan? Yishan nodded. When I arrived, they had almost finished their conversation, so I didn't hear much, but I can confirm that they were making deals, and I heard them mention Fu Yanqi's name. Zhou Yifan eliminated his rival through the clown man and still gained a reputation for bravery. This man is indeed very cunning. When we get back, we will meet with him and ask him what he did to Fu Yanqi. Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha left the cabin. The captain and crew were all tied up and left on the deck. When they saw them come out, they instinctively moved their buttocks back a little. Jiang Ruochu said calmly, let's sail back to Victoria Harbor. The captain and crew exchanged glances, then looked at the night ship. Do whatever she says. The captain and crew nodded vigorously and stumbled back to the bridge. Jiang Ruochu watched the captain and crew members' backs as they walked away. After a moment of thought, she was still a little uneasy. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover, and no one could say for sure whether the 3 crew members were forced into this or were in cahoots with the criminals. But she couldn't kill the 3 of them. After all, she would still need them on the vast ocean. To be on the safe side, she might as well find a seabird to lead the way and let the captain follow the seabird. Then she wouldn't have to worry about being led into a ditch by the captain. After thinking it through, Jiang Ruochu used her animal communication skills and called out to the sea a few times. The seabirds were amazed to see that someone could communicate with them, and they all landed and curiously watched Jiang Ruochu and Yisha. This person can actually talk to us. Is she a featherless bird? The seabirds chirped and chattered, creating a lively scene. Jiang Ruochu said politely, I would like to trouble you to show me the way. When we arrive, I can bring you some food as a way of thanking you. The lead seabird let out a strange cawing. Why should I help you, ha-ha? Foolish 2-legged creature. However, just as the seabird finished laughing, it was pinned down on the deck by the black cat, Nightshade, with a single paw. I could bite your throat right now and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Without Jiang Ruochu's authorization, Yisha couldn't tolerate anything. The seabird flapped its wings and struggled desperately. Big brother. Ha ha ha. Gaga. Let go of my brother right now. Jiang Ruochu watched with a mixture of amusement and exasperation as a cat threatened a bird, but still pretended to remind it, hey, this is a protected animal. Be gentle. Although Jiang Ruochu seemed to be trying to mediate the fight, her tone was not sincere at all. As for Nightshade, he had his own twisted logic and proudly swished his tail, saying, we're all animals, so it's not illegal for me to tear it apart. Jiang Ruochu. That's absolutely right. I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. The seabird never expected that it would not only encounter a 2-bird beast that could understand bird language, but also a talking, unreasonable 4-legged monster. This world is crazy. Chapter 182, The Feeling of Killing a Thug. Nightshade released the seabird, and the seabird stood up, pitifully preening its feathers, and in the meantime, it didn't forget to peek at Nightshade. This black cat is very fierce, and it doesn't dare to be sarcastic. It's truly suffering in silence. Seeing that the seabird was still preening its feathers and hadn't taken off, Yisha said with disdain, "Why do you have so many fuss over nothing?" After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, which startled the seabird leader so much that he quickly took flight. How scary! How scary! The seabird leader squawked in midair. Fortunately, the seabird's brain was only about the size of a peanut, so it wouldn't cheat. After agreeing to Jiang Ruochu and Yisha's request, it really started working. As soon as it let out a clear call, more and more seabirds flew over, gathering in front of the bow, as if to guide the ship's direction. The captain and crew were stunned. They had never encountered such a spectacle in all their years of sailing. Just as they were stunned, the cockpit door was pushed open, and Jiang Ruochu in Nightshade in its black cat form walked in. Jiang Ruochu said, "Follow the seabirds." The captain's eyes widened, and he rubbed his fingers together. "Miss, the ship's navigation system is not broken. It works. We don't need birds to guide us, and besides, there's no such thing as birds leading the way. What kind of way would a bunch of animals lead us?" Jiang Ruochu smiled knowingly and said, "Seabirds don't cheat, but people might." The captain and crew exchanged a glance, their expressions complicated. Jiang Ruochu didn't waste words with him. She lowered her eyes and said to Yisha, "You keep an eye on them. I'm going to the second-floor cabin." The captain and crew were speechless when they saw Jiang Ruochu talking to a cat and making the cat look at them. What left them speechless was that the cat actually responded with a meow, as if it truly understood human speech. Then, the black cat nimbly leaped onto the control panel, squatted down to one side, and stared straight at them with its golden eyes. Its vertical pupils were like abysses, sending chills down their spines. The captain and crew dared not look any longer and hurriedly buried themselves in their work. Jiang Ruochu went down to the second-floor cabin and found that the cabin door was indeed locked from the inside. Presumably, after the gunshots, the guards inside came out, and the remaining 4 hostages immediately closed the hatch to prevent the perpetrators from returning. Jiang Ruochu knocked on the cabin door. "Open the door. It's safe outside." The hatch remained motionless, and there was no response from inside the cabin. Jiang Ruochu guessed that they were all terrified and that no one would dare to open the door unless the police arrived. She shrugged indifferently. Perfect. No need to think of reasons or make excuses to deal with them. Jiang Ruochu returned to the deck, where the bodies of the bandits still lay around, but that didn't stop her from sitting peacefully on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. Having confidence makes you feel so at ease. Upon seeing this, the lead seabird circled in the air for a while before slowly landing. However, it dared not get too close and instead hovered warily along the edge of the boat, fearing that the black cat might suddenly dart out again. "Caw-caw!" The leader of the seabirds cried out, flapping its wings to attract Jiang Ruochu's attention. "Ow!" The seabird leader asked guiltily, "Two-legged creature, do you still stand by what you said about bringing us food?" Good heavens, this bird actually knows how to collect debts. But she noticed that the seabird was missing a few feathers, clearly the work of Nightshade. "Cough, cough, poor thing." Jiang Ruochu chuckled and said, "It counts. Can I have some food from the Red House?" "You ordered food? Just ask. I think you're easier to talk to than that 4-legged beast." "Okay." Jiang Ruochu wasn't so stingy as to haggle with a bird. "But what kind of house is the Red House?" The seabird leader cawed twice towards the sky. After a while, a seabird flew over, dragging a bag, and placed the bag in front of Jiang Ruochu. When Jiang Ruochu saw the packaging, she realized it was a KFC hamburger bag, and guessed that the seagull boss was referring to a hamburger. "Okay, but let's make another deal. If you agree, I could send you a week's worth of food." "Gaga, you say it. Once we get to the port, I expect many more 2-legged creatures will be going to investigate that island. Could you show me the way again?" Jiang Ruochu needed to learn to make good use of resources. Otherwise, she would be the one who worked herself to death. With the seabirds leading the way, she and Nightshade wouldn't need to make another trip. The seabird leader spread its wings and cawed twice. "Okay." After the yacht had been sailing for about half an hour, the first thing Jiang Ruochu saw was not the brightly lit port, but the Coast Guard, who were fully mobilized and searching for the yacht in the vast sea in their patrol boats. Jiang Ruochu gasped at the thought of the police questioning she was about to face. She lay down on the deck. She had only been lying down for short, when she felt a furry tail brush against her hand. She opened her eyes and saw a cat's face right in front of her. She gazed silently at the cat, whose eyes were as bright as jewels, and whose fur was soft and smooth, seemingly glowing in the moonlight. Nightshade stretched out its soft cat paw and gently patted Jiang Ruochu's face. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ruochu saw doubt and worry in those eyes. She smiled gently, feeling a warmth in her heart. "I'm fine. I'm just pretending to be dead so I can get away with it when the police come." Nightshade. Jiang Ruochu read a speechless expression on a cat's face. She wanted to laugh, but dared not, because she was afraid that if she laughed too loudly, she would get a cat punch. Nightshade turned and left, its cat tail wagging wildly, clearly sulking. Jiang Ruochu playfully grabbed Yisha's tail. "Don't go. It's a bit boring. Let's chat for a while." The cat's body suddenly stiffened, and it quickly pulled its tail back as if it had been electrocuted. After keenly noticing that Jiang Ruochu had been staring at it, it helplessly lowered its head. Life is tough, even a cat size. Nightshade turned to look at Jiang Ruochu, and after a few seconds of silence, he awkwardly and arrogantly squatted down beside her. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but rub the cat's head. The cat's fur was soft and smooth, with a velvety texture that made it irresistible and brought her joy. More importantly, Yisha did not avoid Jiang Ruochu's hand, but silently accepted this rude behavior. "What was it like the first time you did it?" After pondering for a while, Yisha said carefully, "I don't feel anything. It's like a human stepping on an ant. They wouldn't even feel a thing." Nightshade paused for half a second, then asked softly, "Don't you think demons are evil?" Chapter 183 Explosion. Jiang Ruochu praised with a beaming smile. "No, I just think the young master is incredibly cool." "Young master, you saved my life. I am extremely grateful," Jiang Ruochu said with genuine emotion. Perhaps out of shyness, or perhaps out of a bit of pride, Yisha didn't respond, but his raised tail showed that he was very happy. At this moment, the Coast Guard ship was getting closer and closer, and seeing this, Yisha disappeared into the night again. The cat's shadow had vanished, but its voice echoed back. "I don't want verbal praise." Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, I understand. It's just buying some food." Nightshade's thoughts are easy to understand. Coast Guard and helicopters spotted the target and immediately aimed searchlights and weapons at the yacht. The captain, who had been so obedient and timid just moments before, suddenly had a red glint in his eyes. As if he were being controlled, his gaze became vacant. He turned on the loudspeaker and cried for help. "Don't fire! Help! Help! There are no armed personnel left on board." In addition to being hindered by heavy fog and attacked by enemy rocket artillery, the Coast Guard also encountered a strange incident. An ordinary yacht disappeared from radar, which meant that the yacht was equipped with an advanced anti-tracking system. Just then, the yacht's signal suddenly reappeared. The police immediately followed the signal and arrived at the scene. Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly upon hearing the captain's call. She felt that something was wrong. But for a moment, I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. Knowing the criminal's cunning, the police used searchlights to scan the entire boat from bow to stern. Report: 3 men have been found at the bow, 2 at the stern, and 2 more lying on the stairs. They are too far away to confirm their condition. Please remain vigilant. Also, a suspected hostage has been found on the deck. Because the yacht disappeared and reappeared so suddenly, the police dared not take any action rashly. At this moment, there was finally movement in the second-floor cabin. Upon hearing the police's voices, the 4 hostages who had been hiding finally opened the hatch and stumbled out, waving frantically at the Coast Guard ship and helicopter. "Help! Please help us. We're here. Everyone here is dead." Since the kidnapped individuals were all prominent figures, the police had already gathered information on all the hostages during the pursuit, so they quickly confirmed that these 4 were indeed hostages. The hostages are still alive. The police on the ship and in the helicopter were overjoyed. The operation commander decisively ordered, "Maintain vigilance and board the ship." Soon, ropes were lowered from the helicopter and well-equipped police officers descended from the sky. The 4 members of the Fu family felt they were finally saved and involuntarily collapsed to the ground. The Zhou family member and the 2 Duan family members thought they were going to die, but they never expected to escape danger. They held their faces in their hands, their bodies trembling, releasing their long-suppressed fear. It was indeed a terrifying night for them. After boarding the ship, the police had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for receiving the hostages, while others checked the vital signs of the criminals. After getting close to the criminals, they first kicked away their weapons and then squatted down to check them. Report, Tima confirms that the thug at the bow of the ship is dead. Jiang Ruochu remained obediently lying on the ground. Suddenly, she finally realized what that slight unease that had just crossed her mind was. A normal person would shout something like, "Help! Many people have died here. There are no armed personnel." That sounds too professional. It's like they're specifically designed to lure people onto the ship. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruochu suddenly raised her head and saw a strange, sinister smile on the captain's face as he raised his hand high above his head in the cockpit, his eyes surging with fanaticism. This expression is exactly the same as the Joker's. These people don't care about life or death or money. To them, they are not kidnapping, but rather fulfilling a sacred mission. Jiang Ruochu's mind went blank instantly, and she shouted, "Retreat!" No sooner had she finished speaking than a huge explosion suddenly rang out, shaking everything around her like thunder. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shockwave surged in, and a massive shockwave from the explosion spread outwards at an astonishing speed. In the center of the heat wave, a towering tongue of fire, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, bared its fangs and claws as it charged toward the heavens, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. At this critical moment, an invisible net unfolded in the void. It seemed ethereal, yet was indestructible, tightly trapping the soaring fire dragon. Nightshade's magic formed a protective barrier, shielding everything around it from being destroyed by the explosion. When it clashed with the flames, the light it emitted created a dazzling, yet dangerous spectacle. This bizarre scene left everyone on the ship dumbfounded, completely baffled as to what had happened. The cat-shaped nightshade fell from midair and landed in Jiang Ruochu's arms. The body was limp and lifeless. Jiang Ruochu's lips trembled slightly, and fear surged in her heart like a tide. She was afraid that Yisha would die. Jiang Ruochu shook the black cat in her arms worriedly, but dared not use too much force. "Night Slayer, how are you?" Jiang Ruochu's eyes welled up with tears. She knew that Yisha had taken the brunt of the explosion all by himself. If it weren't for Yisha, everyone on the ship would probably have died, and even the Coast Guard ship next to them would have been affected. "Master, quickly give me the chi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill." Regardless of whether this stuff works on Nightshade, let's feed it to him first. Just as the system was about to take out the chi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, Yisha opened his eyes listlessly and glanced at Jiang Ruochu weakly. Jiang Ruochu breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that he could still open his eyes. Thank goodness Yisha was still alive. However, the black cat was still a bit disheveled. Its fur was slightly curly, and its once smooth fur was now messy like grass. It was also missing one of its tails, and the remaining tail was broken in half, making it look rather pitiful. "I'm fine, just that I've used up too much magic." Nightshade weakly flicked his half-finished tail. "I feel a little empty, and I feel chilly." Seeing that Yisha was still in the mood to joke, Jiang Ruochu felt a weight lifted from her heart. She rubbed her eyes and said, "You can practice it again." "Of course." Nightshade lay down weakly and murmured softly, "I'm a little tired. I'll rest for a while." "It's fine. The devil will not die." Yisha tried to raise his paw, and Jiang Ruochu realized that he wanted to touch her face, so she quickly lowered her head. The soft, warm cat paws were placed under her eyes before falling down. Although the explosion was largely deflected by the night break, the shock wave still lingered. Everyone else was thrown a meter or two away by the heat wave, but fortunately, there were railings around the yacht, preventing them from falling into the water. Everyone suffered some kind of injury, some minor, but it was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. At least they were still alive. Only Jiang Ruochu was completely unharmed. She gently held the black cat and sat quietly on the deck. She still had the system give her a chi-nourishing and rejuvenating pill, which she fed to Yisha. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ruochu saw more police officers board the ship and then transfer everyone on board to the Coast Guard vessel. This turbulent night is finally over. Chapter 184 Rescue. After the explosion, the Coast Guard quickly called for more rescues, and the entire sea was in an uproar. The Coast Guard then took the hostages and the damaged yacht back to the port. Jiang Ruochu held onto Yisha, who was in cat form, the whole time, not daring to relax for even a moment. Fortunately, along the way, she could feel the cat's body slowly softening and warming up which should be proof that Nightshade was gradually recovering. After Jiang Ruochu and the others were escorted ashore by the police, the doctors and nurses who had been waiting for them rushed over to conduct a preliminary examination of the hostages. "Miss, we'll take you to the hospital now, this cat." Yisha was still asleep at this moment, and Jiang Ruochu could not possibly abandon him. "I need to take him with me." The police officer, looking troubled, consulted his superior. "Boss, this young lady has been holding a cat the whole time." The lead policeman was so busy his head was about to explode. He didn't have time to deal with these trivial matters. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. Let her take him to the hospital. Anyway, those rich people have already given the green light to transfer all the hostages to a private hospital for examination. There, they can bring not only one cat, but 10 or 8 cats, because it won't affect the public, so it doesn't matter." Because this kidnapping case has become the focus of the nation and even the world, news media have flocked to it, using every means possible to obtain first-hand information. Traveling by land was basically impossible, so the police had to use helicopters to transport the people. As soon as Jiang Ruochu entered the hospital, Gu Dongfeng and Bai Manzi came to see her. After the commotion tonight, Bai Manzi was already overwhelmed with work. When she saw Jiang Ruochu return safely, she couldn't help but hug her. "Thank goodness you're all right. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to your family." "Sister Bai, I want to contact my family. They must be very worried. The scene is too chaotic today, and I can't find your phone for a while. Use my phone to let your family know you're safe." "Okay." Jiang Ruochu immediately took Bai Manzi's phone and dialed her mother's number. The other end answered almost instantly. "Mom, how are you now? How could such a big thing happen on a business trip? You really scare me to death." When Yin Mingyu heard her daughter's voice, the stone that had been hanging in her throat finally fell to the ground. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed limply onto the sofa, her heart filled with relief. "I'm at the hospital getting checked out now," Jiang Ruochu reassured Yin Mingyu in a hoarse voice. "Don't worry, the police acted quickly and have rescued everyone. I'm safe." That's good, that's good." Yin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Are you injured anywhere?" Jiang Ruochu joked, "I suffered a minor injury that made me feel like I was going to heal if the doctor didn't come soon." "You silly child. Even at a time like this, you still have the mood to joke around." The fact that I can joke around means I'm fine. For the sake of the hostages' safety, official news has not yet provided detailed reports on the incident and has even omitted specific information about the hostages. Therefore, Yin Mingyu is unaware of the details of the kidnapping and does not know that Jiang Ruochu has been taken away. Otherwise, she would probably be very anxious right now. "I had your brother look for plane tickets to Victoria Harbor, but they were impossible to get. It was Miss Gu who contacted us and said she could arrange a private jet to take us there." Jiang Ruochu immediately stopped them, saying, "Mom, you and your brother shouldn't come over. The police are still busy investigating, and the whole thing hasn't been clarified yet. Your coming over will only make me worry." But Yin Mingyu originally thought that since Jiang Ruochu was out of danger, there was no need for her to trouble the Gu family so much. She could just buy plane tickets for the next 2 days with her son and go there. No buts. Jiang Ruochu's attitude was very firm. She didn't know when Yisha would recover, so she could only rely on herself. She has the ability to protect herself, but she may not be able to take care of her family, so it is safest for her mother and younger brother to stay at home. "Mom, your coming over will distract me. I can take care of myself. Look, I'm perfectly fine this time, aren't I?" After thinking it over and over, Yin Mingyu finally sighed and said, "I know you're all grown up now and have a lot of ideas. Fine, we really can't be of much help in the past, so we won't hold you back. But you have to promise me that you'll let me know you're safe and sound every day so I can know the truth about your situation. You can't just report good news and not bad news." Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. "I promise I will. Then you should get some rest." As soon as Yin Mingyu finished speaking, Jiang Chui anxiously interrupted, "Don't hang up yet. I also want to say a few words to my sister." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chui simply reminded Jiang Ruochu to be careful and not to risk her life for a job. Jiang Ruochu agreed to everything. After listening to her younger brother sobbing and muttering for a few minutes, the family reluctantly ended the call. "Sister Bai, thank you." Jiang Ruochu returned the phone to Bai Manzi. "Don't talk nonsense," Bai Manzi said with lingering fear. "I should thank you. If it weren't for your quick thinking, it might have been Grandpa Chin who got into trouble. He's so old, he can't withstand any kind of trouble. Jiang Ruochu understood what by manzi meant. The same thing might be able to be handled by a young person, but at the age of old Master Chin, he might be killed if the thugs push him hard. At that time, not only would the entire Chin family be in chaos, but the national financial market would also be affected. I knew you were a hard worker, but I never imagined you would risk your life like this. Jiang Ruochu touched her nose. This was too much of a compliment. Actually, she cherishes her life very much. Only Knight Chariot and the system gave her confidence. Chapter 185 Concern. Old Master Chin originally wanted to come and thank you right away, but I said you need to rest well, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately looked at Bai Manzi with gratitude. Sister Bai is so considerate. Bai Manzi smiled knowingly. All right, you can rest assured. I'll go out first. There's still many things waiting for me outside. If you need anything, just call someone. There are people waiting outside. Jiang Ruochu nodded. Sister Bai, please be careful too. The hospital is now completely surrounded. There are police and bodyguards hired by various families, forming layers upon layers of security. It's very safe. Bai Manzi said this to reassure Jiang Ruochu that such a terrifying kidnapping would not happen again. Afterward, she left the ward. After Gu Dongfeng and the others left, he immediately stepped forward and looked at Jiang Ruochu with concern. You scared me to death, Sister Ruochu. How could you be so brave? I don't believe you're the Chin family's illegitimate daughter. Did you come up with this expedient plan because you can't bear to see the elderly suffer? Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, Our young Master Gu is very smart. Gu Dongfeng said smugly, I've always been very smart. By the way, where's that guy? Isn't he always by your side? How come he wasn't here when such a big thing happened? He wouldn't have, Gu Dongfeng asked hesitantly, sacrificed himself, would he? At this moment, the black cat, who was resting on the pillow, listlessly raised its eyelids. Even though it was exhausted, it still had to give this idiot a disdainful look. After hearing his guess, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but show a teasing expression. I'm suddenly a little touched. Gu Dongfeng was puzzled. What's there to be moved about? You'd rather believe he sacrificed himself than suspect he ran away. Gu Dongfeng was startled. How would he not have thought of that? But after a long while, he still stammered, Well, although I don't really like him, I don't think he's the kind of person who would be so disloyal. Yisha withdrew his eye roll, which could be considered a response to Gu Dongfeng. Jiang Ruochu remarked with emotion, Indeed, if it weren't for him, we might not have been able to return so smoothly this time. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongfeng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He wouldn't really. If Yisha weren't currently out of strength, he would have definitely given Gu Dongfeng a swipe, but considering that the guy meant well, he could go easy on him. Fearing that Gu Dongfeng would continue to misunderstand, Jiang Ruochu quickly reassured Yisha. Of course not, he's still alive and well. He was just a little injured, so his family took him away temporarily. Jiang Ruochu lied without batting an eye, her conscience seemingly alive and kicking without a trace of guilt. Is his family member sick? He's injured. Why isn't he staying to get proper treatment? Why is he running around like this? If he wanted, we could bring in the best doctors in the world here. Surprisingly, Yisha agreed with Gu Dongfeng's point of view. His family members were indeed ill. You know where Nightshade comes from? It's very mysterious. So his family might have special channels and methods to help him with treatment. Jiang Ruochu looked troubled. These are things I can't ask about. Then let's hope he can come back safe and sound. Gu Dongfeng and Yisha didn't get along at all, so his blessing sounded like a curse, making Jiang Ruochu and Yisha look at him a few more times. Gu Dongfeng then suggested, My sister thinks it's too dangerous here and is planning to use her private plane to bring me back. Ruochu, why don't you come back with me? I still have some things to take care of here. Gu Dongfeng assumed Jiang Ruochu was still preoccupied with the auction. What time is it? You're still thinking about the auction? You're such a hard-working person. Jiang Ruochu smiled gently. Of course, she wasn't doing this for the auction. She had other things to do, but there was no need to explain them to Gu Dongfeng in detail. Your sister is right. You should go back for now. Nobody knows if the Joker will have any other tricks up his sleeve. Although Gu Dongfeng and Jiang Ruochu hadn't known each other for long, he knew that Jiang Ruochu was a very opinionated person who would never easily change her mind. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he could only give up. Then you should rest and recuperate. Don't keep thinking about working at the auction. If you sense that things are going badly, Run away quickly. Don't be a fool and try to be a hero. Okay, I understand. Gu Dongfeng knew that people who had just been frightened needed rest the most, so he didn't nag anymore. Instead, he repeatedly gave Jiang Ruochu instructions before leaving the ward. Jiang Ruochu looked down at Yisha, then gently rubbed his ear. Little Mahjong is just a hypocrite. He cares about you a lot. Now, that nightshade is injured. He's the boss, so he can pretend he doesn't understand. He just curls up his half-short tail and continues to snore. Jiang Ruochu could easily see through his pretense, but the cat Yisha now had the right to be arrogant. After all, it had consumed so much energy, so it was only right to give in to him. Ms. Jiang, we are the police officers in charge of investigating the kidnapping case. We have some questions for you. May we come in? Jiang Ruochu and Yisha exchanged a glance. It seemed they would need some time to rest. Please come in. Jiang Ruochu also had a lot to explain to the police. Chapter 186 Interrogation. The two police officers in charge of the interrogation entered the ward with a degree of caution and prudence. Because other colleagues in the same group who were responsible for questioning were either politely refused by other hostages on the grounds that they were not in good mental condition and were not suitable for questioning, or they were extremely uncooperative during questioning. They would only say a few words, and before they could explain anything, they would complain of headaches and fear and then kick the police out. Unfortunately, none of the hostages' families were easy to deal with, so they couldn't be forceful and could only apologize and say they would come back tomorrow. Although Jiang Ruochu is just an auctioneer and seems to have no background, they were instructed by the Qin family, the Fu family, and their superiors to treat her with courtesy when they arrived. Ms. Jiang, hello. We would like to inquire about the situation at the kidnapping scene. Jiang Ruochu nodded, feigning a mix of fear and relief at surviving a close call, and briefly recounted what she had witnessed. The police determined that Jiang Ruochu's account was not significantly different from that of the other hostages at the scene. Jiang Ruochu then took the initiative to explain that she had noticed that the clown man had serious psychological problems, and that she had impersonated his illegitimate daughter and taken away in his place for the sake of old Master Qin's safety. The younger policeman, who couldn't keep a secret, couldn't help but say, Miss Jiang, you're so brave. So many people were trying to shirk responsibility back then. The older policeman coughed lightly, reminding him not to discuss the victim's actions. The younger policeman then realized his mistake and immediately shut up. After the police defused the bomb placed at the Lotus Art Exhibition Center, they rescued all the guests. The police then comforted the victims while taking their statements. Although the 5 families wanted to cover up those embarrassing incidents, there were so many people present that it was impossible to hide them. So those embarrassing stories still got out. However, due to the police's tight control, these things haven't reached the media yet. But once the storm passes, the gossip will eventually spread. The veteran police officer steered the conversation back to the main topic. According to the statements of the other 4 hostages, Ms. Jiang was taken to the 3rd floor. What happened after that? When Qin Wenjie discovered that I was an imposter from the Qin family, he called me up to ask about the situation. After realizing that he had arrested the wrong person, he originally wanted to kill me to vent his anger, but he suddenly went berserk, yelling at me from behind that there was a monster, and then pointed a gun at me from behind and fired several shots. Later, I smelled a fragrant scent, and soon I felt dizzy and weak in my limbs, and then I passed out. Jiang Ruochu didn't lie about being knocked out, because there would be marks left after being hit, which a doctor could find out by examining, so she simply made up another reason. The 2 policemen looked at each other in disbelief. The older officer asked, a monster? Jiang Ruochu nodded in deep agreement. I think he might be mentally unstable and hallucinating. Upon hearing this, the 2 policemen nodded, agreeing that it was indeed possible. You said you fainted after smelling the fragrance? Can you describe the fragrance? It has a faint floral scent. Upon hearing this, the veteran policeman looked disappointed. If Jiang Ruochu had fainted at that moment, she probably wouldn't have known much more. However, following procedure, he continued to ask, how did those thugs on the ship die? Do you know the answer to that? Forensic experts are conducting autopsies on the collected bodies of the perpetrators, and the preliminary investigation report has not yet been released. According to the statements of the other 4 hostages, they were all hiding in the cabin when they heard a few gunshots. After that, there was complete silence outside. They were too scared to look out until the police arrived, at which point they opened the door and came out. Therefore, they did not know how the perpetrators died. Jiang Ruochu lowered her eyes, pretending to try hard to remember. Then she gasped. Hiss, I really can't remember. After I fainted, my perception of the outside world was all blurry. Jiang Ruochu couldn't explain the existence of Yisha or how Yisha killed people, so she could only pretend to be stupid and get away with it. That's why she pretended to faint after discovering the police's boat. But I also overheard some things in the third-floor cabin, Jiang Ruochu said, seizing control of the conversation. Sure enough, both policemen perked up upon hearing this and listened intently. Chapter 187 Arrangements. Qin Wenjie made contact with the outside world along the way, so I think he should have accomplices, or rather, people he can trust. Jiang Ruochu was just relaying information that Yisha had heard. The police officer's expression hardened. This clue was very important. If the Joker has accomplices, it means they may launch another attack, and they must report it immediately. The older police officer asked excitedly, Ms. Jiang, did you hear his conversation with the other person clearly? Jiang Ruochu shook her head regretfully. Sorry, I can't hear you. The truth is that when Nightshade heard this, the clown man and the other person were already in the latter half of their conversation, and he indeed didn't hear any useful information. But I can confirm that Qin Wenjie has great respect for the other party. There's one more thing I think we need to pay attention to. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jiang Ruochu smiled slightly and laid the groundwork. To be honest, because of work requirements, I'm very good at reading people and analyzing client psychology. The old policeman nodded. Miss Jiang was able to hit the clown thug's weak point and get him to take you away, which shows that you have a good grasp of his psychology. I found that these criminals are not afraid of death and do not care about money. If there is anything that can unite people and drive them crazy more than money, it is probably faith. To prove her point, Jiang Ruochu recounted how, while unconscious, she vaguely heard the clown man shouting God and similar things. Jiang Ruochu was telling the truth, but she had modified some of the information. However, these modifications would not mislead the police, so they were harmless. The police meticulously recorded every detail Jiang Ruochu mentioned, so their investigation could proceed in this direction. If what Jiang Ruochu said is accurate, then there is probably a mysterious and huge organization controlling everything behind scenes. When I was taken to the third floor, I heard some thugs say, we're here, and then I vaguely saw an island with lights on in front of the yacht. I wondered if this was their sea base. The old policeman looked stern. The whole thing had exceeded his expectations. Jiang Ruochu thought about it carefully and made sure that there was no information missing. She then began to wrap up the conversation. Then I was taken into the cabin, passed out, and then there was that horrific explosion. At this point, Jiang Ruochu put on a dramatic performance, first trembling slightly, then saying excitedly, Officer, these thugs are too rampant. They not only attack ordinary people, but they also try to kill police officers. You must catch these heartless thugs as soon as possible. They are utterly inhuman. Nightshade. System. You acted so realistically. Ms. Jiang, rest assured, we will not let any criminal get away with it. The clues you provided are very important to us. Thank you very much for your cooperation. The police officer in charge of the questioning felt very lucky. First, Jiang Ruochu was very polite, and second, she provided many valuable clues. As long as they followed the trail, they would eventually find out the forces behind it all. Jiang Ruochu quickly replied, Of course. However, this case involves a wide range of issues and is quite complex. We may contact you again to learn more about the situation. I understand, and I will cooperate fully. By the way, officer, I saw the captain whistle earlier, attracting a flock of seabirds. Then these seabirds flew in front of the ship, guiding it. I don't know if those seabirds are still on shore. Perhaps you could check if they are still near the port. If they are, try following them to find the bandit sea base. Yisha couldn't help but raise his eyelids and glance at Jiang Ruochu. Jiang Ruochu really lies without batting an eye. Anyway, the captain and crew were all killed in the explosion, so they wouldn't jump up and argue. The policeman's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I'll notify my superiors immediately to make the arrangements. Chapter 188 New Clues. After the police finished their questioning, they were about to leave. Jiang Ruochu was a little worried and reminded them repeatedly that these bandits seemed very abnormal and were more terrifying than the most vicious criminals who would kill for money. The two police officers who were questioning each other exchanged a glance, then straightened up and gave a standard salute in unison. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything was understood without words. No matter how dangerous it is, there are always people who rush to the front. Jiang Ruochu also solemnly saluted them. After the police left, Yasha murmured softly, "There are quite a lot of fools in this world." Jiang Ruochu smiled gently. "A world with many fools is a better world, isn't it? You think so too, right?" Nightshade did not refute. Jiang Ruochu had intended to have the caregiver hang up a arrest sign, but Yu Xiangqing hesitated and peeked in at the door. Jiang Ruochu took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Since Mr. Yu is already here, please come in." Yu Xiangqing hesitated for a while before slowly walking in. What was even more unusual was that he brought a fruit and flower basket for visiting patients, which seemed to indicate that he had come to visit Jiang Ruochu in a sincere manner. Yu Xiangqing chuckled dryly, placed the flower basket on the bedside table, sat down, and said out of the blue, "I never imagined that you and Fu Yinshi had that kind of intimate relationship. Not everyone in this world is as smart as Bai Manzi, who can see through Jiang Ruochu's act." When Jiang Ruo first met Yu Xiangqing, she stammered, just like before. In the past, Jiang Ruochu might have patiently guided Yu Xiangqing, but she was really tired today and wanted to rest early, so she got straight to the point and asked, "You came all this way just to watch the drama unfold, didn't you?" Yu Xiangqing hesitated for a few seconds before finally mustering his courage to say, "Miss Jiang is a brave and resourceful person. I really don't want anything to happen to a good person like you. Actually, I also want to be a good person, but I don't have the resources. I can't afford to offend any of these powerful families. It's easy to be someone who doesn't harm others, but it's really hard to be a good person. If you can't take drastic measures, don't be a saint." To some extent, Jiang Ruochu agreed with Yu Xiangqing's idea. If Mr. Yu just wants to protect himself, there's nothing wrong with that, and you don't need to feel too guilty. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangqing breathed a sigh of relief. All his preparations were actually for self-persuasion and to gain the approval of others. If you really have a close relationship with Fu Yinshi, then you'd better be careful of Zhou Yifan. He's not a simple person, and I'm afraid he might harm you. In fact, Jiang Ruochu already knew from Yisha that Zhou Yifan and the clown man were in contact. However, it wouldn't be a bad idea if we could get some new clues out of Yu Xiangqing. Jiang Ruochu feigned surprise. "Why would he want to harm me? Aren't he and Fu Yinshi good friends?" Yu Xiangqing sarcastically remarked, "Sometimes the greatest harm comes from the people around you. My hobbies are stargazing and observing the activities of marine animals, so I like to use a telescope and an astronomical telescope to look around at the sea when I have nothing to do." Jiang Ruochu remembered that Fu Yinshi had mentioned this, but at the time she couldn't connect the dots. "Once, I was looking out at the sea through binoculars when I saw Zhou Yifan sitting on a yacht making contact with a group of strange people. They were carrying goods on a Zhou Yifan's boat. They were very careful when they were moving the goods. Not only were there people on lookout duty, but they were also constantly looking around. I also saw that those people were carrying guns." Just then, Fu Yinshi appeared in his yacht, and he greeted Zhou Yifan warmly. My heart was in my throat. I was terrified that Fu Yinshi would be shot. You know, if you kill someone at sea and then throw the body into the ocean, the body will probably never be found, unless God is merciful and the body drifts ashore with the ocean current. Jiang Ruochu suddenly said, "But they didn't make a move." "Yes." Yu Xiangqing asked in confusion, "How did you know?" Jiang Ruochu smiled and easily made amends, saying, "Fu Yinshi must have notified us in advance before going to sea. Killing him at this time would be too easy to get ourselves into trouble." "Oh, I see." Yu Xiangqing muttered to himself, "I thought Zhou Yifan didn't make a move because he was mindful of their friendship, or because he thought it over and over and felt that Fu Yinshi hadn't seen anything, so he didn't make a move. I'd almost forgotten about this, but then Fu Yinshi mysteriously disappeared. Such a grown man suddenly vanished. The Fu family mobilized so many people, but they still couldn't find him. I guess that this matter must be related to Zhou Yifan. He is really too ruthless, even killing his own good friend. Although I suspect Zhou Yifan, I don't dare to call the police, because if I tell the police about this, I might be silenced. You and Fu Yinshi are close. Zhou Yifan might be worried that Fu Yinshi told you about the maritime transactions before he died, so he might take action against you." Jiang Ruochu now understands that Zhou Yifan had been chatting with her casually back then, probably to get information out of her. "Miss Jiang, you are a good person. I don't want you to be in danger, so I thought I'd come to remind you, lest you be too careless and get harmed by Zhou Yifan." That's all I can do. Thank you for telling me all this. Actually, for Jiang Ruochu at this point, the clues provided by Yu Xiangqing were better than nothing, but she still wanted to express her gratitude. Yu Xiangqing touched his nose. I don't want to get involved in the conflict, so I think, understand. I won't tell anyone else about this. Mr. Yu didn't come tonight, either. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Please be careful. Yu Xiangqing said this and then left the ward. After everyone left, Jiang Ruochu pondered for a moment. Although she really wanted a rest, she still had some doubts that needed to be resolved immediately. So Jiang Ruochu sent a message to Fu Yinshi, asking him for details about his encounter with Zhou Yifan on that sea voyage. Chapter 189. Venerable Fu Yinshi knew something was amiss the moment Jiang Ruochu asked about it. Do you suspect my death is related to my friend? Jiang Ruochu, modern world, tell me what you saw back then. Fu Yinshi tried hard to recall the details of that day. He had originally made an appointment with Zhou Yifan to go sea fishing, but Zhou Yifan said he had something to do, so he didn't insist and went sea fishing by himself. Later, he met Zhou Yifan at sea and was pleasantly surprised. He didn't even suspect that Zhou Yifan was lying. He just thought that Zhou Yifan was originally busy, but later had time and went out to sea to play. Fu Yinshi greeted Zhou Yifan warmly. Why didn't you call me when you went out to sea? That's really not nice of you. Zhou Yifan paused for a few seconds before laughing and replying, well, when I realized I had some free time and wanted to ask you out, I couldn't reach you. Then I asked around and found out you had already gone to sea. People like them who often go out to sea for fishing sometimes bring plenty of supplies and stay at sea for 2 or 3 days. So Zhou Yifan's explanation is reasonable. Ah, that's fate. Even though we didn't set off at the same time, we still managed to meet. Fu Yinshi saw several unfamiliar faces on his friend's boat and greeted them warmly. Then he casually asked, are these your new friends? I've never seen them before. Did you catch anything good? Zhou Yifan did not answer directly, but instead dodged the question with a laugh. Fu Yinshi could tell that he was trying to hide it, so she didn't press him further. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. I thought he was buying illegal things from someone and was afraid of being caught in China, so he deliberately went to the high seas to trade. Now that I think about it, he was probably trading something more dangerous and was worried that I would tell, so he wanted to kill me to silence me. Some wealthy people enjoy seeking thrills and collecting rare items, such as tiger skins, tiger heads, or even more precious protected animals. Some even collect guns at home. These special items cannot be bought on a market or traded openly in China, but they can be bought on the black market and then smuggled back. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, this is very likely. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons, but I had no idea. I'm so wronged. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, this is something he can't verify. He's only truly safe when you're dead. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons in this light. The time I went out to sea with him and accidentally fell into the sea, as well as the bizarre car accident, may not have been accidents, but murders. Jiang Ruochu was both amused and exasperated. Fu Yinshi was incredibly resilient. Someone had been trying to kill him all along, and he had managed to escape each time by sheer luck. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape the last time. If Fu Yinshi had discovered earlier, he might have been able to avoid death. But Fu Yinshi is a careless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mistaken Yisha for a magic stone and sent it over. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons sigh. I'm already dead anyway. There's no point in saying anything more. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. If he really is the murderer, then you should call the police to resolve the matter. Don't confront him directly. I don't want anything to happen to you because of your investigation of me. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Although you have the young master protecting you, you are still a human, not an immortal god. Jiang Ruochu hasn't told her friends in the group about the kidnapping yet. Otherwise, they would probably be even more worried. Jiang Ruochu, modern world, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's very late. I'll rest now. Fu Yinshi, a love story between immortals and demons. Okay. Jiang Ruochu finished her chat with Fu Yinshi, let out a long sigh, and lay down on the spacious hospital bed in a starfish position. Nightshade asked in a low voice, what do you plan to do? Jiang Ruochu turned to the side and gently touched the fur on Yisha's body that was curled up due to the high temperature. Nothing to do. Let's get some sleep first. Huh, Yisha thought that with Jiang Ruochu's efficiency, she would go and cause trouble for Zhou Yifan overnight. Take a break. Don't think so much, Jiang Ruochu said, opening her phone, finding a video website, then silencing the phone and placing it next to Yisha. Will absorbing the malice in the comments help you recover? Okay. Yisha thought to himself, but the malice in the comments section was nothing to him, but he still happily accepted Jiang Ruochu's kindness. Then you should take good care of your injury. Nightshade insisted. I am very powerful. I'm not injured. I just overused my magic power. Jiang Ruochu suppressed a laugh and quickly corrected herself. Yes, he's not injured. How could our young master be injured? Then please take good care of yourself. Nightshade. He must recover immediately tomorrow, so that Jiang Ruochu can see that he's capable. Super capable. The man, known as the Venerable One, asked lazily, How's the situation on Victoria Harbor? The subordinate replied respectfully. They all gave their lives to God. The Venerable One clearly didn't care whether these people lived or died. Where's the yacht? He was taken away by the police. They've been taken away? That's not good. The Venerable One looked worried. Chapter 190 The Evil Force. The yacht is equipped with the most advanced, even cutting-edge, anti-tracking system. Even the most powerful radar system in this world cannot track it. In addition, the yacht's engine is also very special. In theory, it should not be caught by the police. Unexpected. It all came to naught at the last minute. The Venerable One was very dissatisfied with this operation. But what could he do even if he was dissatisfied? Everyone on the ship was already dead. Thinking of this, the Venerable One rubbed his temples. He was more worried about the discovery of the yacht's facilities than the lives of the people on board. Upon seeing this, his subordinate immediately added, Please rest assured, Your Excellency, we have observed that the yacht has been detonated. Are you sure the yacht has been destroyed? This subordinate didn't actually see it with his own eyes, but how could such a high-yield bomb not destroy a yacht? He then affirmed, I'm certain. Even if the Chinese police take the yacht back, it will likely be nothing more than wreckage and fragments. Upon hearing this, the Venerable One showed a satisfied expression. Very good. As long as the facilities on the yacht remain undiscovered, he has nothing to worry about. The Venerable One relaxed and waved his hand. Go out. The people below bowed their heads and respectfully withdrew. The Venerable One swirled the ice in his goblet. In truth, he still felt a little regretful, as the original plan had been brilliant. He used Qin Wenjie to create chaos, disrupt the financial ecosystem of Victoria Harbor, tear apart the elite circles they had built, seize the opportunity to reap the commercial benefits of Victoria Harbor, and even descend like a god to rescue these hostages, so that they could be used by him in the future. At the Art Exhibition Center, Qin Wenjie never actually carried out the murder, which was at his behest. Because when a person dies, the dog-eat-dog drama can no longer take place, and he can no longer reap the benefits. Everything was originally planned. Unfortunately, something went wrong along the way. Things have been disrupted. However, it's nothing to worry about. This is just one of his many plans. The minor stubble is like dry stubble on hair, and it doesn't have much of an impact. He needs to have a long-term vision and a peaceful mindset. After all, he is the one who wields the weapon that can control this world. The Venerable One smiled smugly, his expression brimming with arrogance and confidence that looked down upon the world. On the other side, in the hospital, Jiang Ruochu had already fallen asleep, but Yisha was secretly rolling around. He felt that the online abuse wasn't enough, so he created several alternate accounts and started stirring up trouble. With just a few words, he incited netizens to turn all their attacks on him. A barrage of verbal attacks came from all sides. The netizens' criticisms were so intense that they almost drove him crazy. Yisha, however, felt that there could be even more. The more wicked the better. He liked it. If netizens knew what the person on the other end of the internet cable was really thinking, they would probably be furious. Jiang Ruochu was already asleep and couldn't see the childish online flame war that Yisha had sparked, but the system saw it all clearly. The system discovered that Yisha had become increasingly eccentric and efficient in his badness after spending so much time with Jiang Ruochu. Nightshade absorbed the evil thoughts from the phone all night, especially since these evil thoughts were directed at him, which was more effective than ordinary evil thoughts. He also felt much more energetic, and even his black cat fur became smooth. However, after absorbing a certain amount, these low-level evil thoughts no longer have much effect on him. He needs to absorb more concentrated evil thoughts to replenish his magic power. Yisha yawned lazily and carefully stood up. He seemed to be worried about waking Jiang Ruochu, so he was very careful with every movement. He jumped off the bed quietly, his soft paws landing without making a sound. But he still glanced back at Jiang Ruochu to make sure he hadn't woken her up. Then he jumped onto the door frame, pulled the doorknob, and slipped out. Nightshade wandered around outside for a bit, then returned dejectedly. This private hospital is different from other hospitals. It's frequented by wealthy patients, and their resentment isn't as deep as that of patients in other hospitals. Yisha would rather stay in the hospital room and scroll through his phone. He returned to the room dejectedly and found that Jiang Ruochu had already woken up and was sitting on the bed, looking at him with a smile. Yisha paused for a moment, and when his eyes met Jiang Ruochu's, he felt as if he had drunk milk tea, sweet and wonderful. Chapter 191, Doing Bad Things at Night. Although Jiang Ruochu's smile was sweet, her words were not so sweet and were even full of sarcasm. Jiang Ruochu waved her phone and joked, "I didn't expect our young master to be so good at stirring things up." Nightshade's milk tea was spilled. He turned his cat head away guiltily, wagged his tail, and then lightly jumped onto the hospital bed, resting his fluffy head on Jiang Ruochu's lap. He then looked at Jiang Ruochu with innocent cat eyes, appearing very well behaved. "I was just watching, and I thought their insults were so boring that I couldn't help but join in myself." Nightshade, this demon, has seen far too much evil. He knows better than anyone how to stir up the most vulnerable and violent side of people's hearts. Therefore, he always manages to provoke people's sensitive points when he curses. Originally, there was a three-way battle between fans of Family A, Family B, and Family C, but Yisha managed to incite all three families to criticize him all by himself. That's quite a talent. That's just one aspect. Even in social news, he can incite people with differing opinions to criticize him. So overall, last night's late-night snack was pretty good. Nightshade asked obediently, "I hope I won't cause you any trouble?" Jiang Ruochu knew perfectly well that the night demon before her was the young master of the demon clan who could easily kill a whole ship of people without making a single move or even a glance. But for no reason, I still find him adorable. Cats are just so cute. No matter how much they act adorable or charming, it's never surprising. It even seems like even if you replace the cat with a human. Jiang Ruochu imagined the scene for a moment, then thoughtfully pinched the cat ears. It didn't seem like it was impossible. Being handsome really does give you the freedom to do whatever you want. Just as Jiang Ruochu was lost in thought, her hand was suddenly nudged by a fluffy cat's head. She snapped out of her reverie, lowered her eyes, and met Yisha's concerned gaze. She then realized she hadn't answered Yisha's question yet. It won't cause trouble, and even if it does, you'll be there to cover for it. That's true. Nightshade wagged its tail smugly. Jiang Ruochu, with her sharp eyes, noticed his tail had returned to normal and asked happily, "Your tail is healed?" "Yes, some of the magic has been restored, and the tail is naturally healed." Jiang Ruochu asked with some concern, "When you control the explosion, will it only consume your magic power, or will it also deplete your cultivation?" Nightshade was quite pleased with himself. Of course, it only consumes magic power, just like a full jug of water being emptied in an instant, and then it can be refilled. Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't caused Yisha's cultivation to regress overnight, making all her previous efforts futile. As long as the inner core is still there, one's cultivation level will not decline, unless one encounters a crisis that requires the inner core to be consumed. However, I don't think such a crisis exists in this world. Jiang Ruochu asked curiously, what would happen if the inner core of a demon were destroyed? Everything turned to nothingness. Humans have reincarnation, and immortals can cultivate their souls. As long as their souls are still there, they can exist forever. But demons are different. From the moment they are born, they are neither alive nor dead. They have no afterlife, no past, only the present. Therefore, demons like to enjoy life to the fullest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu suddenly felt that the demon race was also a rather tragic race, as they only had one demonic life. She couldn't help but pat Yisha's head to comfort him. Nightshade, isn't this great? Although the demon race has no future, they're harder to kill than humans and immortals. So all a demon needs to do is cherish the present. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said, that's true. The demon race is probably the most carefree race. Demons live longer than ordinary people, but their cultivation is not as difficult as that of immortals. Being a demon is fine, right? Nightshade said smugly. Speaking of which, when are we going to find Zhou Yifan? I heard he's already gone home when I went out for a stroll earlier. Yisha rubbed his hands together, thinking that once Zhou Yifan was dealt with, Jiang Ruochu's mission should be completed. Night. Why wait until night? Because some bad things can only be done at night. Nightshade? Question mark. He thought that doing bad things should be done day and night, regardless of location. Chapter 192, The Real Culprit. While Jiang Ruochu and Yisha were still leisurely enjoying themselves, the kidnapping investigation team was extremely busy, racking their brains, and even had more gray hairs. There are too many unbelievable aspects to this whole kidnapping case. First, the forensic doctor conducted an autopsy on the body brought back by the police overnight, and the results were very strange. Apart from the bandits who died from gunshot wounds, the rest of the bandits died from broken neck bones and suffocation. Judging from the method, their neck bones broke instantly, and the skin on their necks was intact, without bruises or any traces of injury from weapons. Their times of death were so close that current technology makes it impossible to determine who died first. What's even more terrifying is that the robbers didn't even show the slightest sign of resistance. This means that the force that killed them was extremely powerful, capable of killing them with a single blow. The police were stunned when they received the initial test results. No external injuries, yet you snapped his neck? Are you kidding me? The forensic doctor rolled his eyes. I also thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Or maybe there's something wrong with my mental state. The forensic doctor pinched the bridge of his nose. Another police officer patted the forensic doctor on the shoulder sympathetically. Don't doubt yourself too much. Actually, the trace evidence department is also confused right now. The forensic doctor became interested. Listening to other people's unhappiness was probably the only thing that could make him happy at the moment. How so? They repeatedly examined the explosion marks on the yacht, but they still couldn't figure out what caused the explosion. The explosion was clearly very powerful, enough to completely destroy the yacht, but inexplicably it was like a dud. It went off with a bang and then disappeared. They have even applied to higher authorities to have experts examine and investigate again. That sounds like a lot of trouble. The forensic doctor said with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Oh, right, the policeman asked again. Those 3 charred corpses haven't been examined yet, have they? The forensic doctor nodded. I see that group A hasn't finished their examination yet. After all, the charred remains are almost all stuck together, so the testing takes longer. I don't know how things are going on their end. This case is of great importance, and many people have been mobilized from the surrounding areas. The forensic team is divided into 4 groups to conduct autopsies overnight, striving to produce a complete report within 24 hours. The police officer who came to pick up the report sighed, hopefully, there will be some breakthrough progress. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the morgue was pushed open, and several more new corpses entered. Both the forensic doctor and the police officer who received the report were shocked. What happened? Based on clues provided by the hostages, the task force followed a flock of seabirds for nearly 2 hours and finally located the hijackers' hideout, an island in international waters. Our men landed there and discovered them. They look like native inhabitants who have lived on the island for many years. There are indeed many unnamed islands on the high seas, some of which are not even marked on previous maps, but were discovered in recent years through satellite imagery. These islands often maintain their pristine environment, and occasionally, some isolated islands are inhabited by citizens who do not belong to any one country. They're like a drop in the ocean. No one cares about their lives or deaths, and they are equally indifferent to changes in the outside world. Because these islands are scattered and offer no profit, large countries don't care, and small countries can't control them, so they continue to maintain the status quo. These people are too strange. They neither ran away nor resisted. Right in front of our people, they suddenly knelt down and worshipped the sea and then committed suicide. Our people couldn't stop them. The higher-ups want to check if they have any illegal drugs in their bodies that can control people's minds. Okay, I understand. The forensic doctor, who had just taken off his gloves to go back to rest, put them back on and returned to his post. Sigh, it seems like I won't be able to get a nap anytime soon. When a forensic doctor complained like that, everyone else felt a sense of empathy. After all, who didn't? As for how many weapons the task force seized on the island, that's all classified information and cannot be disclosed to outsiders. In fact, even the forensic doctors only heard bits and pieces of information about it, not official news. However, the forensic doctor could clearly sense that the atmosphere in the entire investigation team had become more serious, and several groups of people had been sent down from above, which meant that the situation had escalated. At the hospital, Jiang Ruochu also began to get busy. Several family members came to visit her one after another, including old Master Qin, who came specifically to see her, express his gratitude, and also presented her with a blank check. This is probably the most sincere expression of gratitude in the world. Jiang Ruochu didn't hesitate either, and in front of Grandpa Qin, she filled in a number that read, "Hello, I'm good, everyone's good." Looking at the numbers, old Master Qin couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Ruochu is indeed a smart person. Before leaving, he specifically told Jiang Ruochu to rest well and to contact him if she needed anything. He also ate some melon seeds while he was at it. Are you and Fu Yinxi really boyfriend and girlfriend? Jiang Ruochu. This guy is a gossip who'll never stop until he dies. I said that back then as a temporary measure. In reality, he and I were just friends. Old Master Qin got a piece of gossip and left satisfied. Jiang Ruochu was somewhat amused and exasperated. After the person left, she asked Yisha, who was lying on the sofa playing on his tablet, "Can you turn into a human now?" In fact, Yisha could already transform into a human, but when he looked at Jiang Ruochu, he changed his mind and said weakly, "Not yet." Oh, Jiang Ruochu became worried. "How about I take you out for a walk, so you can recover sooner?" Yisha jumped onto the hospital bed, lay down on Jiang Ruochu's lap, and continued to pretend to be obedient. "Okay, but before we go there, we need to go to the beach. I reckon those seabirds have led the way back too. I need to go and give them some food, so they won't hold a grudge." Nightshade muttered indifferently, "Those stinky birds are so noisy." Jiang Ruochu smiled faintly and remained silent, guessing that cats and birds probably couldn't coexist. It was evening inside the Zhou family mansion. Zhou Yifan was restless, and even his hand trembled when he held the water cup while drinking. He heard that the robbers had been arrested and was afraid that his collusion with them would be discovered. However, after waiting for a whole day, the police still hadn't found him. He made a special inquiry and found that although the higher-ups had ordered a gag order, some information was still leaking out. When Zhou Yifan learned that an explosion had occurred on the yacht and that the hijackers had suffered heavy casualties, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was an explosion, there shouldn't be any evidence left behind, right? As he was thinking this, he was suddenly gripped tightly by a powerful force. Before he could react, he was dragged to the rooftop of the mansion by this mysterious force. Immediately afterwards, someone grabbed him by the leg with one hand and hung him outside the rooftop. He looked in horror at the tiny pedestrians and cars on the ground. The cold wind howled across the rooftop, stinging his face and causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Ah!" Zhou Yifan screamed in terror. He tried to struggle, but found that the force binding his legs was too strong to budge. He was like a sausage, being easily suspended. "Good evening, young Master Zhou." Zhou Yifan clung tightly to the glass, not daring to move, because he was hanging upside down and couldn't see the person waving to him at all. Who are you?" Jiang Ruochu sat on the edge of the rooftop, not answering his question, but coldly questioning, "Why did you kill Fu Yinxi?" Zhou Yifan, who had been screaming just moments before, immediately shut his mouth. "If you don't speak, I'll throw you off here." Zhou Yifan felt that the woman's voice sounded familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that only Jiang Ruochu would care about Fu Yinxi's life or death. "Are you Jiang Ruochu? Now it's my turn to ask you questions, not the other way around." Jiang Ruochu gave Yisha a wink, and Yisha released his grip. The sudden feeling of falling startled Zhou Yifan, who broke out in a cold sweat. He waved his arms, trying to grab onto something around him to steady himself, but his arms were just futilely slicing through the air. The next second, his ankle was grabbed by Nightshade again. To be honest, only Nightshade can do this. If it were anyone else, they would probably have fallen off the cliff long ago if they let go like that. "If you don't tell us, we won't catch you next time." I'll talk. Zhou Yifan realized that Jiang Ruochu was a ruthless character. She was truly capable of taking action. "I never wanted to kill him, but he found out I was making a deal with Qin Wenjie's men. I had no choice but to kill him. If he doesn't die, then I die." Jiang Ruochu understood. It was indeed because of that encounter at sea. What are you trading that you're so afraid of being discovered? Heavenly water, a magical potion that makes people feel as if they are in heaven. It can cure diseases and pain, and even grant wishes. Jiang Ruochu felt that this sounded a lot like a new type of drug. She still felt a little sad when she finally got the truth. Fu Yinchi had no idea you were trading this rubbish. He even considered you a friend and kept this secret for you, never mentioning what happened. Yet you killed him. Zhou Yifan. To be honest, Zhou Yifan wasn't without feelings for Fu Yinchi. For some time now, he had been regretting why he had met Fu Yinchi at sea, and why he had to choose that particular route instead of the one he had chosen. Zhou Yifan couldn't help but ask, "Is he really dead? You're still trying to play dumb?" I did take action, but his disappearance has nothing to do with me. I considered having him accidentally fall into the sea or get into a car accident, but neither of those attempts worked, and then he suddenly disappeared. I originally thought he had sensed that someone wanted to harm him, so he deliberately hid. A hint of surprise flashed through Jiang Ruochu's mind. She felt that Zhou Yifan was not lying to her. Since he had admitted to hitting her, there was no need to hide it anymore. Doesn't this mean that after all the investigation, we've come full circle and the real culprit is someone else? Chapter 193, entering the Fu family because Zhou Yifan was currently hanging upside down. In just 5 or 6 minutes, his brain was already congested with blood, his blood vessels were bulging, his breathing was rapid, his eyes rolled back, and he kept making hissing sounds in his throat. Seeing this, Nightshade lifted him up forcefully and easily changed his direction. What was easy for him was a nightmare for Zhou Yifan. Zhou Yifan felt as if he were suspended in midair, and his direction had been abruptly reversed. He was terrified. Such terrifying power and speed were simply beyond human capabilities. Realizing this, even though Zhou Yifan had been turned around and was facing upwards, he didn't dare to look up again. He had just been angrily questioning whether Jiang Ruochu was the one who kidnapped him, but now he dared not, because if he revealed the truth, he might be silenced. Seeing that he had his head down, Jiang Ruochu guessed what Zhou Yifan was thinking. To be honest, this person is much more cunning than Fu Yinchi. Perhaps the more cunning a person is, the more they prefer to associate with simpler people. I've said everything I need to say. Can I go up now? Fu Yinchi's disappearance really has nothing to do with me. Zhou Yifan emphasized again. Jiang Ruochu ignored his explanations and continued to question him. Who do you think is involved in Fu Yinchi's death? Zhou Yifan couldn't help but ask, why are you so sure Fu Yinchi is dead? Even the police only determined that he is missing. That's none of your business. Just tell me, if it wasn't you, who else is suspicious? I believe you've been watching him for so long. You couldn't have come up empty-handed. Fu Yinchi is a very easygoing person and doesn't have many enemies. If there is anyone who really wants to kill him, it's probably only his family. The Fu family spent a lot of manpower and resources to find him, but the only ones who really wanted him to come back were probably his parents. His brothers and sisters were lucky if they didn't secretly sabotage him. At the time, Fu Yinchi's disappearance caused a huge uproar, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire Victoria Harbor was searched thoroughly. But they still couldn't find the person. Why is that? Looking back now, it wasn't necessarily because the murderer was particularly clever, but rather because someone might have been interfering all along. Have you found out who else is causing trouble? Zhou Yifan discovered that Jiang Ruochu was not easy to fool. Every question she asked hit the nail on the head. After Fu Yinchi mysteriously disappeared, Zhou Yifan was actually more concerned about Fu Yinchi's whereabouts than others. However, he did not want Fu Yinchi to live, but rather he wanted him to die, so that at least he would not have killed him with his own hands, and he would be innocent. Therefore, he had people keep a close eye on the Fu family's movements, and they were notified immediately of any new information about Fu Yinchi. So he really knew quite a lot about Fu Yinchi. Fu Yinchi's eldest sister has been secretly bribing the investigation team, telling them to just make a big show of it without having to put any effort. At the time, the Fu family also sought help from people in the underworld, and that woman also secretly made some connections. And then there are Fu Yinchi's two brothers. Ever since Fu Yinchi disappeared, they have never hidden their smugness. His younger brother even took away a car that Fu Yinchi had ordered before he disappeared, acting as if Fu Yinchi would never come back. Jiang Ruochu let out a long sigh. What exactly do these people mean by family ties and relatives? They might not even be as good as the stray cats and dogs on the street. On the contrary, Fu Yinchi's younger sister, Fu Cixi, cried several times after his disappearance. She seemed quite sad and often went to the temple to pray for her brother. Praying for blessings? Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. What else do you know about Fu Cixi? You don't suspect his sister, do you? His sister is quiet and gentle. Otherwise, her boyfriend wouldn't have been able to control her. At that time, she and her boyfriend were breaking up, but perhaps because Fu Yinchi suddenly disappeared, her boyfriend stayed by her side as her protector, which moved her, and the two got back together. You've investigated this very thoroughly. Zhou Yifan paused for half a second, then said, If I don't find out the truth, I might be the one who dies. Within 24 hours, turn yourself into the police and confess to trading contraband, but do not mention the Fu family. I will handle this matter myself. Zhou Yifan was utterly shocked. Are you crazy? Qin Wenjie has someone backing him. If I tell anyone, I'll be dead. You can choose not to talk, but you'll die right now. Nightshade grabbed him and stretched his arm out. Zhou Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. I confess. Once Fu Yinchi's case is solved, you can confess to the police that you hired someone to kill him. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Ruochu said slowly, Young Master Zhou, you don't think you can escape, do you? If you don't do as I say, I'll throw you down right now and kill you. That wouldn't look very good. I heard that if you fall from this height, you won't die instantly. I wonder if you can feel the pain then. Jiang Ruochu's tone was calm and unhurried, yet it carried enough pressure. At the same time, Yasha also shook the person in his hand in a very cooperative manner. Zhou Yifan was terrified and hurriedly assured him, I understand. I'll tell you everything. Afterwards, Jiang Ruochu used the Imperial Concubine's Bed skill on Zhou Yifan, causing him to fall into a deep sleep, and then left him on a rooftop. At this point, Yisha was becoming increasingly able to keep up with Jiang Ruochu's pace. As soon as the person in his arms fell asleep, he would immediately let go of her hand with a look of disgust. Should we go to the Fu family's house? Yes, but before that, I have something I want to ask you. Jiang Ruochu looked at Yisha with a scrutinizing gaze. Who was pretending to be weak this morning, and even hid in my bag, making me run errands all day. You look great right now. You don't look weak at all. Upon hearing this, Yasha immediately realized that he had been seen through. He calmly transformed into a black cat, and then easily jumped up. Jiang Ruochu instinctively reached out and caught the black cat. The black cat lay on Jiang Ruochu's arm, its big, watery golden eyes looking at her innocently. Its tail gently wrapped around Jiang Ruochu's arm, and then it meowed in a sweet voice. Jiang Ruochu. Even the system was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, What a shameless guy. Jiang Ruochu grabbed the black cat by the scruff of its neck. The young demon lord dared not move. Despite being full of evil intentions, his eyes were as clear as could be. After watching for a while, Jiang Ruochu realized she couldn't continue to cause trouble for Yisha, so she had to give up. Nightshade was so smug that even the fur on his body seemed more imposing. But the next second, he was forcefully stuffed into Jiang Ruochu's bag. Jiang Ruochu thought to herself that she should look at more cute cats and try to get rid of the big black cat's charm as soon as possible. Yisha was unaware of Jiang Ruochu's plan. He simply nudged his backpack with delight and poked half of his furry head out. The lights here are brighter than the stars. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu looked in the direction Yisha had indicated. A luxury home is a luxury home because of its excellent location, which is not only quiet in the middle of the city, but also has a rare view. Just like the building where Zhou Yifan lives, standing on a rooftop and looking out. In the distance, the lights of fishing boats on the sea resemble stars fallen onto the surface. Closer by, countless lights illuminate homes, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Yisha remarked with feeling, The lights are beautiful, but they're not as pretty as the stars I saw in the fields before. Jiang Ruochu's heartstrings were slightly touched. She suddenly realized that she had unknowingly seen so many beautiful sights with Yisha. Jiang Ruochu led Yisha downstairs, asking curiously as they walked, What is the sky like in the demon realm? It's monotonous, not as rich as the world, but it has its own unique charm. If you have the chance, I can take you to see it. Okay, then it's settled. Yisha stretched out her cat paw, wanting to give Jiang Ruochu a high five as a pledge. Jiang Ruochu reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then she smiled, her eyes sparkling, her expression full of warm anticipation. Nightshade stared intently, as if he had found a brilliance even brighter than the stars. Another day passed, and the kidnapped hostages were discharged from the hospital one after another. Finally, there was some activity from the Fu family. Chapter 194, entering the Fu family to investigate. Miss Jiang, hello, I am Fu Yinxi's older sister, Fu Mingxian. We have been through thick and thin together. Judging from Fu Mingxuan's demeanor and speech, one can understand why she has secured an important position in the battle for the Fu family's inheritance. Especially after just experiencing such a big storm, Fu Mingxian recovered quite quickly, looking radiant and showing no signs of the disarray she had been in just 2 days ago. Jiang Ruochu smiled and said politely, I still feel scared when I think about what happened that night. Unlike Miss Fu, I recovered so well. I still have a lot to learn from you about your calm and composed attitude. Fu Yinxi's sister remained non-committal because she felt that Jiang Ruochu didn't seem afraid at all. Well, my father knows that you and my younger brother have some connection, so he would like to invite you back for a visit. I wonder if you are free. Our family has prepared a welcome feast and invited a master to perform a ritual. After going through this, it's best to get rid of the bad luck. Jiang Ruochu readily agreed. Okay, I have no relatives or friends here in Victoria Harbor, so I'm very grateful for the invitation from the Fu family. As Jiang Ruochu spoke, her gaze fell on a travel-worn woman not far away. The other person looked at her anxiously, their eyes filled with urgency. However anxious she was, the other party did not rush over recklessly, which showed that the woman did not want to run into Fu Mingxian. Jiang Ruochu replied with ease, however, it would be impolite to visit empty-handed on my first visit. Besides, I've been in the hospital for 2 days, and I'm practically moldy. Why don't you go back first, Miss Fu, and I'll prepare a gift, then go back to the hotel to freshen up before making a final visit. Fu Mingxian, unsuspecting, said, then I'll head back first. The auspicious time set by the master is 3:15 p.m. Miss Jiang, please don't miss that time. I'll have the driver pick you up from your hotel then. After agreeing on the time and place, Fu Mingxian turned and left. Sure enough, as soon as the woman saw Fu Mingxian turn around, she immediately hid behind a pillar. After Fu Mingxian left, Jiang Ruochu took the initiative to go over and greet the woman. Auntie, are you Fu Yinxi's mother? Upon hearing this, the woman paused slightly, then asked expectantly, how did you know? Did Xiaoxi show you my photo? Jiang Ruochu shook her head. Seeing the woman's disappointed expression, she felt a little sorry for her and added, but he mentioned you to me. He said you are an elegant and intellectual woman. Upon hearing this, the woman's face showed a hint of relief. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and murmured to herself, I never imagined he would describe me to you like this. Jiang Ruochu continued to explain. Furthermore, the eagerness in your eyes when you look at me, yet your unwillingness to meet Fu Mingxian, indicates that you do not want to deal with the Fu family. Fu Yinxi's mother is named Fan Lingfeng. She is a very thoughtful and opinionated person. After marriage, she was unwilling to be a full-time rich housewife and wanted to pursue her own photography career. However, the Fu family obviously did not need a woman who prioritized her career. They needed a virtuous wife who could help manage family affairs. Unable to reach an agreement, Fan Lingfeng decisively chose to divorce. Because the photographer needed to travel around, she didn't have much time to take care of her son. After weighing the options, she left her son with the Fu family and only came back to visit him from time to time. Since her divorce, Fan Lingfeng has been living abroad, and all her contact with the Fu family is for the sake of her son. After her son went missing and the search yielded no results, she had even less contact with the Fu family. Fu Yinxi's relationship with Fan Lingfeng wasn't particularly close, but there was no deep-seated hatred between them either. Whenever Fan Lingfeng returned to China, the two could peacefully eat, drink tea, and go shopping together. Sometimes, Fu Yinxi would even go to support her mother's photography exhibition. But to say that the two of them would frequently contact each other, ask about each other's well-being, or care about each other's recent activities is not the case. To be frank, Fu Yinxi probably spends more time with his friends than with his mother. Fan Lingfeng is a person who loves freedom and career more than her son and husband. Although she doesn't seem to have much contact with her son, she is the one who is truly saddened and heartbroken for Fu Yinxi after his disappearance, and she does everything she can to find him. I actually heard that you're Xiaoxi's girlfriend, and that you were here alone and injured and hospitalized, so I wanted to come and see you. Didn't your parents come to take care of you? Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I told them not to come over. I can manage on my own. Auntie, if you have nothing else to do, I need to make some preparations and then go to the Fu family. Upon hearing this, Fan Lingfeng's expression turned serious, and she asked worriedly, "Are they trying to make things difficult for you?" "No, they invited me to be their guest." I couldn't be happier to accept their invitation. Jiang Ruochu looked at Fan Lingfeng and said, word by word, "Actually, I'm not Fu Yinqi's girlfriend, just his friend. I've got some clues, and I'm here to investigate his disappearance. His disappearance is likely related to the Fu family." Upon hearing this, Fan Lingfeng was shocked and stared at Jiang Ruochu in disbelief. Is he actually in grave danger? Jiang Ruochu did not answer, but her silence was the answer. Fan Lingfeng gave a bitter smile. "I should have taken him with me back then. I'm not a good mother." Jiang Ruochu comforted her, saying, "But you are an excellent photographer." That's what he told me. So, you don't need to be too hard on yourself. Upon hearing her son's praise of her, Fan Lingfeng was overwhelmed with emotion. She covered her face and began to sob. Jiang Ruochu had been observing Fan Lingfeng's reaction, and now it seemed that she could be ruled out. This is the only thing that's made me happy these past few days. Otherwise, with friends and family members getting involved, Fu Yinqi is really having a tough time. Chapter 195, a guilty person. Fan Lingfeng cried for a while before slowly calming down. She looked at Jiang Ruochu somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, I made you laugh." Jiang Ruochu shook her head, but considerately handed Fan Lingfeng a pack of tissues. Fan Lingfeng wiped away her tears and composed herself. "How did you determine that it was my son?" She couldn't bring herself to say the word death. After a second's pause, she choked out, "Did something really happen?" "Auntie, do you believe in the existence of spirits appearing in dreams?" "He kept begging me in his dreams to help him find the murderer." Fan Lingfeng smiled bitterly. "It seems that Xiaoxi really trusted you when she was alive, which is why she appeared to you in a dream. But if the murderer is really from the Fu family, wouldn't it be very dangerous for you to go like this? You should call the police." Jiang Ruochu said meaningfully, "We called the police before, but did it help? If they're determined to obstruct, there are some things that even the police probably can't figure out." Fan Lingfeng was a smart woman, and she immediately realized what was going on. "You mean someone from the Fu family has been obstructing the investigation? If you go there, aren't you just walking into a den of thieves?" Fan Lingfeng quickly pulled Jiang Ruochu back. "I can't let you take such a risk." Jiang Ruochu patted Fan Lingfeng's hand and comforted her. "Auntie, don't worry, those thugs couldn't do anything to me, let alone a murderer. I did this for my own sake, so that that kid wouldn't come into my dreams every day and keep bothering me. It's so annoying." Jiang Ruochu lied so naturally that Fan Lingfeng had no suspicions whatsoever. If Fu Yinqi in the demon realm knew that Jiang Ruochu had said this about him, he would probably be so angry that he would jump up and shout, "Your reputation has been ruined. That kid is a bit noisy, but I'm still a little envious that he can enter your dreams." Fan Lingfeng wasn't one to linger or be indecisive. Since she knew Jiang Ruochu had important business to attend to, she didn't keep her waiting any longer. "I'm staying in room 103 of the Lihue Hotel. Here's my business card. You can contact me if you have any news or if you're in trouble." Fan Lingfeng's business card, like the person herself, exudes an elegant and refined air. "Okay." Jiang Ruochu agreed. As she left, she glanced back and saw that Fan Lingfeng had not left. Instead, she was watching her with a burning gaze and a worried expression. Nightshade seemed touched and asked softly, "Do you think my parents might occasionally think of me and worry about me after I disappeared?" Jiang Ruochu suggested, "Why don't you just ask Fu Yinqi?" Nightshaw thought for a moment, then gave up and said, "Let's not ask anymore. I'm afraid that if I ask, my murderous intent will intensify." Nightshade's attitude seemed indifferent. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't notice the slight disappointment in his words. Jiang Ruochu was a thoughtful person. She thought to herself, "You can treat me, my mother, and my brother as family and friends. And that kid Gu Dongfeng, you actually get along quite well with him too." Nightshade's attention was successfully diverted. "Him? I think he's stupid, even if he treated me like a little brother." Jiang Ruochu smiled knowingly, not exposing Yisha's hypocrisy. That's how cats are. Perhaps Nightshade was a cat first, and then a demon. Soon, Jiang Ruochu prepared a gift, went back to the hotel to wash up, and then went to the Fu family. Fu Yinqi's father has 5 children, but that's only on the surface. In private, Jiang Ruochu doesn't know if he has any other children. Fu Yinxi was the third child in his family and Fan Lingfeng's only son. Fu Mingxian is the eldest child and has a younger brother from the same mother. Fu Cixi is the youngest and was born to Fu Mingxian and her brother's third wife. Because Fu Mingxuan's position in the family was already very secure, all her family members attended her funeral banquet. Fu Cixi's husband, Gung Liyun, congratulated her, saying, "Big sister, congratulations on turning bad luck into good. You will surely have all your wishes fulfilled in the future." Fu Mingxian has always looked down on this son-in-law, but she never objects to her sister's relationship with Gung Liyun. In fact, she has always encouraged them under the guise of freedom of marriage and love, which has aroused the dissatisfaction of Fu Cixi's biological mother. The reason for this was not because she liked her younger sister so much, but because if her brother-in-law had no power or influence, her sister would not be able to get any help, which would make it easier for her to control the Fu family. Since she looked down on the other person, there was no need to give him any face, so she bluntly asked, "Are you very disappointed?" Gung Liyun was quite disappointed, but she still put on a humorous face. "Big sister is joking. Cixi and I were really worried about you." "Oh," Fu Mingxian said meaningfully, "why don't you worry about yourself instead?" Gung Liyun looked puzzled, her expression blank. Fu Mingxian smiled and said, "Jiang Ruochu, who keeps pressing Fu Yinxi for things, has arrived." As they were talking, Jiang Ruochu's car arrived at the Fu family's door. Chapter 196 killed Gung Liyun heard Jiang Ruochu's name and followed Fu Mingxuan's gaze. His face stiffened, and he forced a dry laugh. "Really? It seems she really cares about Xiaoxi." Speaking of which, given her relationship with Xiaoxi, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her half a member of the Fu family. "We should come and be her guests." Fu Mingxian stared intently at Gung Liyun. Although she looked down on Gung Liyun's background, she couldn't deny that this man had a strong mentality. Whether it's open or subtle mockery, or unexpected events, he always maintains a greater level of composure than others, making him far more capable than his sister. Fu Mingxian smiled and said bluntly, "Don't try to make up relatives for my family." Faced with Fu Mingxian, who was completely unyielding, even Gung Liyun, who was very good at putting on an act, was speechless and unable to cope. Despite what Fu Mingxian said, she was the first to go and greet Jiang Ruochu. As soon as she left, Fu Cixi hurried over, looking flustered, and asked, "Why is that woman here too? Did she say anything to my dad?" "Don't be nervous," Gung Liyun reassured his wife. "You really believe in dreams? Didn't I say before that if dreams really existed, why didn't he just appear in your father's dream directly instead of going through such a roundabout way?" To put it bluntly, he's just using Fu Yinxi's name to swindle and deceive people. "Don't overthink it." Gung Liyun patted Fu Cixi's arm. Fu Cixi nestled on her husband's shoulder. "Ever since that Jiang Ruochu appeared, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. I always dream that my brother comes to question me. I'm so scared. I'm really so scared." Gung Liyun was already getting a little impatient. Fu Cixi was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand any wind, rain, or fright. Given Fu Cixi's current state, he had to keep a close eye on her to prevent her from giving herself away and implicating him. Besides, he had initially thought those thugs would take care of Jiang Ruochu and his older sister, but who knew they were so useless? They failed to kill either of them. They were even worse than him. However impatient he was, he still had to pretend to be gentle and considerate on the surface, coaxing Fu Cixi softly. To outsiders, they were a perfect couple. On the other side, as soon as Cha got out of the car, he scanned the Fu family members and asked, "Are we going to question them one by one?" He recalled how Jiang Ruochu had dealt with these people when she first came to Victoria Harbor, and he couldn't help but yawn. It was really too much trouble. Too much trouble. Yisha was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had blurted out his thoughts, before realizing that it was Jiang Ruochu who had said it. It's clear that Jiang Ruochu and he are on the same wavelength. It's the police's job to investigate and gather evidence slowly. Now that we have a target, we don't need to worry about alerting the enemy. We can use our own methods, which are simple and direct. Nightshade's eyes lit up. Our method? It's just a charade to make the real culprit confess. According to Zhou Yifun's testimony, Fu Cixi frequently went to temples to pray for Fu Yinxi. This is strange in itself. According to Fu Yinxi, his relationship with his sister can only be described as harmonious, but not close. His sister shouldn't be so upset about his disappearance. So Jiang Ruochu hired a private investigator to investigate the temple. The investigation results are not yet available, but they should be soon. As Jiang Ruochu and Yi Sha were talking, Fu Mingxian came over to greet them. Miss Jiang, welcome, welcome. My father is waiting inside. After Fu Mingxian finished speaking, she gestured to the maid next to her to hand over a pure gold basin filled with pomelo leaf water. Fu Mingxian explained with a smile, "This is to ward off bad luck and also to protect us in the future. Please don't take offense, Miss Jiang." Jiang Ruochu politely replied, "Whenever you are a guest, please do as the host does." After saying that, she obediently washed her hands, stepped over the fire basin, and had the sorcerer invited by the Fu family sweep his body with a ritual implement. Yisha coldly watched everything, and after the process was completed, he whispered in Jiang Ruochu's ear, "It was completely useless." Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but chuckle, then coughed lightly. "Give the master some face." Yasha immediately adopted an obedient demeanor, keeping his eyes down and his mind at ease. A short while later, Jiang Ruochu went inside and met Fu Yanqi's father. Although he is over 50 years old, he takes good care of himself and has been exercising for many years. Even though he is over 50, he still maintains a great physique and looks like he is only in his early 40s. He is the kind of handsome uncle that is often mentioned online. If we really compare, his physique and charm may be much stronger than many young people. Futsal Zong warmly welcomed Jiang Ruochu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he went straight to the point and asked about his dream about Fu Yanqi. "Miss Jiang, did Xiaoxi tell you where he is in his dream? This child is really a worry." Although Fu Yanqi has been missing for a long time, many people have hinted to Fu Zhaozong that Fu Yanqi is probably not coming back. But as parents, they still hold on to a sliver of hope until they see the body. Jiang Ruochu glanced around the room to make sure that Fu Yanqi's 4 siblings were all there, and then she got straight to the point. "Xiaoxi is dead." Jiang Ruochu observed everyone's expressions. Fu Zhaozong was shocked and saddened. Fu Yanqi's 2 brothers were surprised, but a hint of smugness flashed through their eyes. Fu Mingxian had managed to keep her emotions hidden, showing neither surprise at her brother's death nor any sign of sadness. Fu Cixi, on the other hand, was clearly flustered, and she subconsciously looked at Gung Liyun. Gung Liyun's expression flickered, but she managed to remain composed. Jiang Ruochu had a hunch. He was murdered. Chapter 197, a discordant posture. Fu Zhaozong was already deeply saddened by the news of his son's death. But now, upon hearing that he had been murdered, he abruptly stood up, his lips trembling as he asked, "What did you say? He was murdered? Who? Who?" "Tonight, Xiaoxi will personally catch the murderer." A short sentence, yet it carries immense weight. The attack caught everyone present completely off guard. Fu Zhaozong was puzzled and frowned, asking, "Personally arrest the murderer? What does Miss Jiang mean by that?" The resentment of those who die unjustly is extremely strong. In addition, my physique is special, so he can appear in my dreams and then show himself at night with my power. At that time, he can find the person who harmed him. Jiang Ruochu's confident demeanor was very deceptive. Fu Cixi panicked completely. She was worried that her father had actually believed Jiang Ruochu and blurted out, "You actually brought something dirty into our house." Jiang Ruochu stared directly at the other woman, her gaze cold and deep. "Miss Fu, what makes you say that? He is your brother. How can he be considered dirty?" Fu Zhaozong glared at Fu Cixi, clearly blaming her for speaking recklessly. Fu Cixi pursed her lips. Seeing this, Gung Liyun quickly chimed in to explain, "Dad, so many masters have come to our house before, and they all used the same rhetoric. And what was the result? I think Miss Jiang probably encountered a thug suddenly, was frightened, and missed him too much, which is why she had hallucinations." Jiang Ruochu didn't intend to say much to Gung Liyun. She knew that Fu Zhaozong was the one in charge of his family. As long as he was present, no one else's opinion mattered. So she only needed to persuade Fu Zhaozong. "Mr. Fu, whether I'm a liar or not, you'll have the answer after tonight. I seek neither wealth nor anything else, and I have suffered no loss for you." Fu Zhaozong glanced at Jiang Ruochu. Although he wasn't present at the auction, he had heard a little about Jiang Ruochu and subconsciously felt that she wasn't the type to talk nonsense. "All right, I hope Miss Jiang will keep her word. If you can really help me resolve this knot in my heart, find a murderer, and let Xiaoxi rest in peace, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Oh, by the way, I have one more request for this spell to succeed. The Fu family must all stay here tonight. Blood ties connect family members, and with you all here, the summoning will be more successful. Jiang Ruochu spoke with genuine sincerity, without the slightest pretense. This request is reasonable and not difficult to fulfill. Before his children could speak, Fu Xiaozong had already made his decision. Zhang Ma, clean the rooms for the young masters and young ladies. Everyone will stay here tonight. Fu Xiaozong's villa has plenty of rooms. His 5 children each had their own rooms, but they all moved out after they came of age. However, the rooms in the house have been preserved. Fu's second brother muttered discontentedly, "Dad, I have an appointment with someone tonight." Seeing this, Fu Cixi hurriedly replied, "Dad, I also made an appointment." Fu Xiaozong said sternly, "Have you all grown up and stopped listening to me? Or do you have no feelings for your own family?" When Fu Xiaozong got excited, his shoulders trembled, and then he coughed heavily a few times. Fu Mingxian immediately took Fu Xiaozong's arm and scolded her younger brother and sister. "Stop making Dad upset. Can't you stay one night to keep him company?" After she finished speaking, she glared at her younger brother, signaling him not to provoke her. The second brother of the Fu family pursed his lips, having no choice but to accept this fact. Fu Cixi was pale and could barely stand. Fu Mingxian seemed afraid that others wouldn't notice, so she feigned concern and asked, "What's wrong, little sister? Your face is so pale. Are you feeling unwell? If you are, you should go back to your room and rest." Fu Cixi bit her lip and stopped talking. Instead, she leaned on Geng Liyun and walked heavily upstairs. Fu Xiaozong then said, "Miss Jiang, I'll have Zhang Ma clean a guest room, so you can rest there for a while." "Thank you, Mr. Fu. Do we need to prepare anything else?" "No need. Everyone just needs to sleep normally tonight. Xiaoxi will come to see you all." Jiang Ruochu lowered her voice, glancing at everyone present. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Cixi's back on the stairs suddenly stiffened, and her steps became even heavier. After everything was arranged, Fu Xiaozong sat on the sofa with a heavy expression, seemingly lost in thought. The others reacted with a range of emotions upon hearing the news of Fu Yinxi's death. Some were secretly pleased, some were surprised, and some were afraid. In short, none of them were saddened. Jiang Ruochu had already considered Fu Yinxi a friend, and seeing the reactions of these people, she felt a little sad and secretly sorry for Fu Yinxi. It seems that in order to make up for this guy, she must put on a joyful, lively, and grand funeral that will satisfy Fu Yinxi. After Zhang Ma finished tidying up, Jiang Ruochu returned to her guest room to rest and recharge. As soon as he entered the room, Yasha started talking nonstop. "I used to think that human family ties were beautiful, at least better than those of demons, but now it seems that's not the case." Jiang Ruochu responded as she lay down on the soft bed. "They're not much better than the demons, but at least my parents just don't care about me. They wouldn't harm me." Suddenly, a shadow fell over them, and the distance between them closed in an instant. "I'm going to scare Fu Cixi tonight, right? That guy is the most suspicious." Jiang Ruochu stared at the person pressing down on her. The aura of Yi Sha enveloped her, like vines growing wildly in spring. A certain demon is using the most discordant posture to utter the most innocent words. Nightshade's eyes were bright and clear, without a trace of evil. On the contrary, when Jiang Ruochu looked at his handsome face, her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 198: The Use of Hell's Fragrance. Your ears are red. Your heartbeat has gotten faster too. Yisha looked puzzled and touched Jiang Ruochu's ear. "Is she sick?" Before he could finish speaking, his phone was slapped in the face. Jiang Ruochu's ears were burning. After hearing Yisha's naive question and having her ears touched, her cheeks also started to burn. To prevent Yisha from saying innocent things again, she could only hold her phone up to Yisha's face and let him see the message. Yisha touched his nose. It hurt a little, and he looked a little aggrieved. The more he looked like that, the more Jiang Ruochu couldn't stand it. She's never been a fan of the domineering, cool, or arrogant type, but she seems to be quite drawn to the innocent and seductive type, especially with her stunning looks. Jiang Ruochu could only cough lightly and nudge Yisha. Yisha obediently got up, sat on the edge of the bed, rubbed his nose, and looked at the messages on Jiang Ruochu's phone. Looking at his miserable appearance, Jiang Ruochu felt both amused and guilty. "Aren't you not afraid of pain?" "I'm not afraid of pain, but if it's you who hit me, it seems to hurt more. It's not physical pain, but something I can't quite put my finger on. It's very strange. Jiang Ruochu was stunned for a moment, then felt even more guilty. Although Yisha didn't understand why, she knew that it was because Yisha cared about her. It's always more hurtful when someone close to you strikes than when a stranger strikes. However, Yisha was rather clueless about matters of the heart. Here, feelings doesn't just refer to romantic love, but to all emotions. He probably only cared about being hit by Jiang Ruochu, just like a kitten that feels wronged when its owner yells at it. Fortunately, Yasha didn't dwell on the matter, simply thinking that he was relatively weak recently. Maybe I still need to practice more. Jiang Ruochu responded vaguely with two ahas. After their conversation, the two began to read the messages sent by the private investigator. Private investigator. Client, I've made progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Private investigator. Fu Cixi did indeed request an everlasting lamp for Fu Yinxi at the temple, but she also requested many amulets for herself. Private investigator. I consulted a professional, and hey, guess what? It wasn't an ordinary amulet, but one to ward off evil spirits and clear away karmic obstacles. Nightshade said, I think she has something to hide. Both Fu Cixi's reaction and behavior make her the prime suspect. Jiang Ruochu finalized her choice. Let's try her out tonight. She then readily transferred the money to the private investigator. Jiang Ruochu, you can't tell anyone about what you investigated today. She wasn't afraid of the private investigator leaking information. She simply didn't want her friend to be talked about after his death, becoming the subject of gossip. Private investigator, I understand. Don't worry, I know the ropes best. As Jiang Ruochu put down her phone, Yisha suddenly leaned over and asked with concern, Are you feeling better? Looking at that exceptionally innocent face, Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment. It was fine before. Now it's not good again. She wondered if, in addition to legal books, she should also prepare some novels for Yisha, so that he wouldn't always be unconsciously flirting with people. The system excitedly replied, Yes, I have many recommendations. Then the system listed a book list and a drama list. The domineering, immortal lord fell in love with me. I flirted with the demon lord and then I died. I transmigrated into a cannon fodder villain, and I became the white moonlight of the three realms. Jiang Ruochu. Let's forget about it. At least for now, Yisha is still an innocent demon. She worries that after reading these books and watching these TV dramas, Yisha will become a wicked and arrogant demon, which she really can't handle. Under Yisha's watchful gaze, Jiang Ruochu forced herself to say, I'm fine. Yisha glanced at Jiang Ruochu with suspicion, feeling that she was hiding something, but he didn't press her for details. That night, Jiang Ruochu had Yisha light the incense of hell in Fu Cixi's room. The incense of hell has the effect of causing hallucinations, allowing people to see the dead. The deceased person is the source of the user's obsession. It could be the person they loved most or the person they feared most. Fu Cixi was restless and couldn't sleep, so Gung Liyun stayed with her the whole time. The couple were whispering to each other in the room, looking quite energetic. However, the incense of hell also has a hypnotic effect, so even if they don't sleep now, they will fall asleep later under the influence of the incense. As wisps of smoke rose, the nightshade summoned a gust of wind, allowing the incense of hell to drift into the room through the window. Fu Cixi sniffed and asked in confusion, Can you smell anything? Gung Liyun frowned and sniffed. It seems to have a light fragrance. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men collapsed. Chapter 199, The Murderer Tick-Tock, Tick-Tock. Fu Cixi was awakened by the sound of water. When she opened her eyes in a daze, a pair of feet appeared in her field of vision. These feet are wearing Adizero Adios Pro EO1, which are professional top-of-the-line running shoes. The reason she remembers it so clearly is because his brother was wearing these shoes when they moved the body. The black and white shoes are now filthy, as if they crawled out of the mud. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood fell onto Fu Cixi's instep, making it wet. When she looked closely, she realized that it wasn't water, but blood. Her breath hitched, and she looked up abruptly, only to see Fu Yinxi, his head covered in blood, standing quietly before her. She trembled with fear, her heart nearly stopping, and she frantically shuffled backward until she reached the edge of the bed, where there was nowhere left to retreat. Jiang Ruochu, disguised as Fu Yinxi, twisted her neck, her voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. My head hurts so much. I'm bleeding so much. I'm in so much pain. Why did you hurt me? Why? Fu Yanqi's eyes were almost bleeding. Ah! Fu Sishi screamed in terror. Brother, I didn't. I really didn't mean to kill you. Please forgive me. I really don't want to. Fu Sishi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, begging Fu Yanqi for forgiveness. At this moment, Yasha stood behind the pillar on the bedroom balcony, observing the movements inside the room. Seeing the mortal confess so quickly, he muttered to himself with a hint of disappointment. Confessing like that? How boring. But on second thought, it's not surprising, just as Jiang Ruochu analyzed for him. Fu Sishi's personality is inherently weak, and she is the kind of person who is very easy to manipulate. With so much groundwork laid beforehand, she was already on edge. If Gung Liyun hadn't been there for her, she probably would have succumbed to the pressure and turned herself in long ago. The information Jiang Ruochu had previously obtained from Fu Yanqi was that he had been attacked on the head, so she deliberately said this in order to elicit Fu Sishi's confession about the method of murder. I didn't know that blow would kill you. I never intended to kill you. Since you died, I have gone to the temple every month to offer incense and pray for you. Brother, I beg you, please forgive me. Wah! I really didn't mean to hurt you, wah. Before Fu Sishi could beg Fu Yanqi for forgiveness, Gung Liyun had already been awakened by her screams. When he saw Fu Yanqi's ghost, he was also startled, and cold sweat the size of soybeans covered his entire back. If it weren't for the panicked Fu Sishi in front of him, he probably would have panicked too. But it was because Fu Sishi was there, and he heard that she had confessed, that he suddenly came to his senses. Then he gritted his teeth and tried to keep silent. Gung Liyun clung to a sliver of hope. Just as there are foolish people in this world, there might also be foolish ghosts. You didn't do it on purpose? If you didn't do it on purpose, why did you hide my body? Since you didn't do it on purpose, why are you preventing me from being laid to rest? Fu Sishi was speechless when asked the question. My head hurts so much. I'm so cold, so very cold. Fu Sishi, why are you so heartless? Why? Upon hearing Fu Yanqi's description, Gung Liyun felt a ripple of fear and unease spreading throughout her heart. Because Fu Yanqi's body was hidden in a damp and cold place. There could be no third person who knew this except for him, Fu Sishi, and Fu Yanqi. If the ghost in front of her isn't a real ghost, but rather Jiang Ruochu playing tricks, how would she know? Gung Liyun pinched her thigh hard with her fingernails, using the intense pain to stimulate herself and numb her fear of ghosts. Just then, he saw the ghost's eyes looking at him. His expression betrayed a hint of panic, and he quickly looked away. Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. Gung Liyun's reaction was too strange. Just as she was about to scare Gung Liyun again, the incense of hell burned out. At the same time, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Fu Xiaozong stormed in angrily. Fu Sishi. She actually caused the death of her own brother. Fu Xiaozong raised his hand and slapped his daughter hard across the face. Baby! Mrs. Fu rushed over and hugged Fu Sishi, shielding her with her body. Get away from me. She killed her own brother, and you're still protecting her like this. Didn't you hear? Sishi said she didn't do it on purpose, and she already regrets it. Honey, tell Mom. What exactly happened? Fu Sishi cried so hard she could barely breathe, but at least she managed to explain the situation clearly. It turns out that Fu Sishi was having a gathering with her best friends. One of her friends was being pursued intensely by a man who was even going to the point of being a pervert. He followed her friend around every day, but the man didn't do anything too outrageous. Even when the police were called, they couldn't punish him. When Fu Sishi heard her best friend's complaints, she thought her best friend was really unlucky. When she got home that evening, she felt someone following her from a distance. Fu Sishi quickened der Pace in fright. She didn't know if she was imagining things or what, but she felt that the person behind her also quickened their pace. She was so scared that she almost lost her soul. She called Gung Liyun, but the other party did not answer. She had no choice but to save herself. As she walked to the corner, she happened to see a pile of trash next to a garbage can, with a few wooden sticks inside. She grabbed one at random, and, as the other person's footsteps got closer, she suddenly struck them. After she hit the person, she realized that the person was not some perverted stalker, but her brother, Fu Yanqi. This blow would normally only cause dizziness, not death, but coincidentally, the stick she chose had a short, thick nail on it. Fu Sishi saw blood slowly flowing from Fu Yanqi's head, and finally he collapsed to the ground. Fu Cixi stared in shock at Fu Yinxi lying on the ground, then looked at the nails on the wooden stick. She was so frightened that she quickly threw away the murder weapon. Just then, Gung Liun called her. However, just as Fu Cixi was about to say this, Gung Liun suddenly shouted, "Dad, Cixi really didn't mean it. She's your own daughter. And actually, Cixi is already pregnant. We've been keeping it a secret from you, waiting until the pregnancy was more stable before telling you. Can you bear to watch your pregnant daughter go to jail?" It must be said that Gung Liun is very good at manipulating people's hearts. As soon as he revealed that Fu Cixi was pregnant, Fu Zhongzhao was indeed somewhat shaken. "You're pregnant?" Fu Zhongzhao looked at Fu Cixi in shock. Fu Cixi nodded through her tears. If Cixi goes to prison, her life will be ruined. Her child will be motherless and will have to carry the stigma of having a murderer as a mother for the rest of their life. And once this gets out, who knows what the gossip media will say about the Fu family. "Dad, please save Cixi." Fu Cixi's mind was already in a mess, and Gung Liun's interruption made her lose interest in continuing. Instead, she tearfully begged Fu Zhaozong to forgive her, but her so-called request for forgiveness was not out of genuine remorse, but rather a ploy to protect herself. Seeing that her husband was wavering, Mrs. Fu immediately said, "Husband, after hearing what Cixi said, you know that she didn't mean it. She is already full of regret and self-blame. She goes to the temple every month to pray for her brother. Isn't that her way of atoning for her sins?" Jiang Ruochu sneered. "Mrs. Fu, what's the use of regret and self-blame after killing someone? Isn't it best to give the deceased a fair trial to the murderer? Since it's for atonement, I think prison is the best place for me." Mrs. Fu, like a plucked hen, instantly switched to battle mode. "Miss Jiang, this is a matter for our Fu family, and it's probably not your place to question it. Fu Yinxi is your son, but isn't Cixi your daughter? You've already lost one son. Do you want to lose another daughter too?" Fu Mingxian was originally happy to see things turn out this way, waiting for Fu Cixi to be brought to justice. But seeing the current situation, she couldn't guarantee that her father wouldn't protect her younger sister. So she immediately started to stir things up. "Third aunt, what you're saying isn't right. Is it because Fu Yinxi isn't your biological son that you're so biased? Xiaoxi and Cixi are both your flesh and blood to your father. You not only want to make things difficult for him, but you also want him to be a scapegoat." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhongzhao's expression darkened even further. As for Jiang Ruochu, her complexion wasn't very good either. Her friend's death has become a tool for power struggles within the family. Even her father, whom she thought loved Fu Yinxi the most, is wavering between kinship and saving face. Jiang Ruochu took a deep breath. "Excuse me for interrupting." Everyone looked at her. "You don't need to worry about this," Jiang Ruochu said, waving her phone, "because I already called the police." Chapter 200 Threat. I made the call as soon as she confessed. The police should be on their way. As soon as Jiang Ruochu finished speaking, the room fell silent. Mrs. Fu was the first to react. She screamed and pounced on Jiang Ruochu, her eyes filled with rage, wishing she could tear Jiang Ruochu to pieces. Just then, a ghostly black shadow flashed in front of Jiang Ruochu at lightning speed. Before Madame Fu could even touch the shadow's body, she was thrown back by a mysterious force. The force was so great that Madame Fu was forced to stagger backward and finally sat down on the ground. That no longer young but still exquisite face was now filled with surprise and fear. She clearly hadn't touched the other person just now. Yisha looked coldly at Madame Fu. "Don't overestimate yourself." "You too." Nightshade turned around and glanced at the other people who were restless and had their own thoughts. His eyes were cold, as if he would snap their necks without hesitation at any moment. In fact, he really could do that. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Fu Zhongzhao, who was a prominent figure in the business world, was intimidated by Yi Sha's powerful and cold aura. The atmosphere inside the room became tense for a moment. Don't worry, we are law-abiding citizens." Jiang Ruochu smiled and smoothed things over. "We won't make a move easily, unless someone makes the first move." Fu Zhongzhao was heartbroken and furious, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He now realized that this young girl was not someone to be trifled with. "Mr. Fu, why don't we all go to the living room and wait? That way, when the police arrive, they can carry out their duties." Just as Fu Zhongzhao was about to make a move, Fu Mingxian stopped him saying, "Dad, the police will be here soon. We should think about how to deal with them first. Otherwise, the whole city will know that the police came to the Fu family's house in the middle of the night tomorrow." The death of his son and the crime committed by his youngest daughter had already dealt Fu Zhongzhao a heavy blow. He was only holding on because he was the head of the family. Now, seeing his eldest daughter's composure and maturity, her ability to handle matters reliably, and her capacity to shoulder great responsibilities, he found some solace. Fu Cixi pleaded desperately. Dad, I don't want to go with the police. Mrs. Fu pleaded with Fu Zhongzhao. Old Fu, you can't just stand by and watch our daughter be taken away by the police. Is the police station a place for humans? Cixi has never suffered hardship. How could she go to stay in such a place? Fu Zhongzhao glared at the two of them with exasperation. Yes, Fu Cixi was his daughter, but Fu Yinxi was also his son. He would be sad no matter who was in trouble. Now, it was as if he had lost two children at once, one of whom was still crying and whining, and his wife was also pressuring him and not letting him have his way. Fu Zhongzhao clutched his chest in pain, his lips turning blue. If it weren't for the fact that they were putting on an act, Fu Mingxian would probably be laughing her head off. Those two are truly incredibly stupid. Now that Jiang Ruochu is here, even if her father wanted to favor them, he couldn't. Only when the police arrive and the person goes to the police station, and Jiang Ruochu can no longer follow, can many things be put into operation. Unfortunately, Andy San and Fu Cixi just couldn't see through it and kept making a fuss, as if they were afraid that Dad wouldn't agree to them on the spot. Fu Mingxian is very fortunate that her father's third wife was beautiful but brainless, while her daughter has inherited this advantage. Dad, go downstairs first. Don't upset yourself. Fu Mingxuan carefully helped Fu Zhongzhao downstairs. The fact that his daughter killed his son had a great impact on Fu Zhongzhao, and he was also the one with the most complicated feelings. When he left the bedroom, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with cement. Even so, Jiang Ruochu felt no sympathy for him, since he had indeed shown favoritism just now. Then there's Fu Mingxian. Looking at the other person's confident back, Jiang Ruochu understood that she had achieved a temporary victory in this family. Fu Mingxian isn't entirely innocent either, but she has more important things to do right now. Jiang Ruochu squatted down and seemingly caringly tidied Fu Cixi's messy hair, then whispered in a voice only she and Gung Liyun could hear. Don't think about escaping. Otherwise, you'll find that going to jail is actually a very wonderful thing. Upon hearing this, Fu Cixi shrank back and trembled, not daring to look up at Jiang Ruochu. After speaking, Jiang Ruochu raised her eyelids again and glanced at Gung Liyun. Miss Jiang, you're joking. You've already called the police. Do you think we can escape? Jiang Ruochu raised an eyebrow. Us. Gung Liyun realized he had said the wrong thing and felt a pang of regret, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Husband and wife are one, so Cixi's matter is naturally my matter. You two are truly a loving couple. Gung Liyun gave a dry laugh, then quickly lowered his head to block Jiang Ruochu's view of him, while Fu Cixi nestled into her husband's arms and cried sadly.